Pain. My head hurts. It hurt like someone was stabbing a knife into the crack of the skull. With energy, I can't shout even if I want to. Sujun closed his eyes tightly, feeling that his head was about to explode. It was delayed for a long time. Only then did he open his eyes tremblingly. The vision gradually became clearer. I saw that I was in a dark and cramped room without even a window. The area can only fit a single bed and a small desk. Where is this? Sujun only remembered that he was given to Chuanfei by the old actor. The current situation, from the perspective of an unfamiliar environment. He crossed over. Sujun felt slimy on his forehead and subconsciously reached out to touch it. Looked down. The palms of his hands were full of bright red blood. Sujun was shocked, his body stiffened, and he didn't dare to make the slightest sound. Looking around, he picked up a palm-sized mirror from his desk. In the mirror is a handsome face, looking to be around 18 years old. There was a shocking blood hole on his forehead. At this moment, the blood cave was slowly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sujun felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet to the heavenly spirit cover, and the mirror in his hand was almost unsteady. Touched his forehead again. The pain made him sure that he had really crossed over. The original body was pierced in the forehead with a sharp weapon and died, and may have gained a short recovery ability because of my time travel. Sujun waited for a moment, without the slightest movement in his mind. Only the blood hole on his forehead recovered as before, indicating the passage of time. The sky collapses at the beginning, and I don't know when the memory fusion will come, or it may never come. The original body was killed. The murderer is unknown. The current situation is extremely dangerous. I searched every corner of the room, but I couldn't find any self-defense tools or communication equipment. There were no clocks, no windows, no time, until I found a photo album in the drawer. It seems to record the photos of the original body from the bare buttocks when he was a child to the present. Of course, the original body is not the only one in the album. One of the men and one woman who appeared many times seemed to be the parents of the original body. Other than that, no one appeared. Is it a family of three? Sujun slowly moved to the door, which was the only way to leave the room. This door is different from the door of a normal room. It has a cat's eye. In his impression, this will only appear on the gate, but it was also a blessing from God, allowing him to see the movement outside the door. Sujun held his breath and slowly focused his eyes on the cat's eyes, looking out. The cat's eye field of view is limited, but you can see the gate. It was dark outside the door, silent and silent. No one. In other words, there is no one in the field of vision. Click. A crisp voice sounded. The gate lock cylinder rotated slowly. The door was slowly opened. Sujun held his breath unconsciously, stared at the door not far away through the cat's eye of the room door. Here it comes. In the cat's eyes, a middle-aged woman in high heels walked into the entrance. Black silk, white shirt, and hip-hugging skirt, dressed like a white-collar woman. When she lowered her head to change her shoes, Sujun saw her face clearly. The woman in the photo album should be the mother of the original body. I'm back. The woman's voice was tired, and her briefcase was thrown on the entrance counter. A middle-aged man walked out of Sujun's blind spot. It seems that he is the father of the original body. The back of his shirt was completely soaked with sweat, and his feet were barefoot, with water stains on the floor with every step. The walking posture is very strange, like a child who has just learned to walk. The woman was startled, and immediately stepped forward to help him. Lao Su, what is your face? Xiaozhan. Sujun's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you calling yourself? The original body is the same as your own name? Sujun was silent, just observing. The original father was very wrong. Where is Xiaozhan? Not at home? The woman didn't have time to think about it, so she took out her mobile phone and was ready to call. His eyes were fixed on the room where Sujun was. Sujun's heart trembled, and he didn't dare to make the slightest move. Doctor, yes, doctor. Lao Su, hold on, I'll call a doctor right away. Wife, don't worry, you'll see Xiaozhan soon. The man's voice was hoarse and low, as if he hadn't drunk a drop of water in 3 days. Old Su? You? The woman's voice did not fall. The man suddenly pounced on her, his nose fanning violently, sniffing around her neck like a dog, saliva dripping down her collarbone, pulling out slender silver wires. It smells good. The man's voice was muffled. In Sujun's terrified gaze, his teeth began to grow longer and sharper. What a fucking world this is. Sujun's heart was half cold, and his pupils shrank sharply. It's a pity that you can't see this from a woman's perspective. She breathed a sigh of relief, took back her mobile phone, and gently pushed the man. Lao Su, don't make trouble. My son is still at home. I'll talk about it tomorrow when my son goes to school. I thought it was something, but it turned out to be thought. However, it is really rare at this age. Usually like a soft-footed shrimp. Tonight I became interested. Exercise. In the room. Sujun swore that this was the day he had the most foul language in his heart. Can't you see that something is wrong? My head is full of yellow waste, and I have to die on this today. The man's mandible clicked, and the corners of his mouth were torn to the base of his ears, revealing 3 rows of shark-like fangs. Saliva mixed with blood dripped from the corners of his mouth and accumulated into a puddle on the floor. Sujun saw that his fingers were lengthening. The nail cap flips up, revealing the red granulation buds that wriggle underneath. What else does the woman want to say? 5 bone spurs pierced the man's fingertips and stabbed directly into her chest. Blood sprayed on the gate. Wife, I have a way to be with you forever. Soon, Xiaozhan will also come to accompany you, so that our family can be together forever. The man laughed foolishly, his blood-red eyes full of madness. The most attractive thing is his bulging belly, which wriggles abnormally. The picture is too beautiful, and it has not been reviewed. A drop of cold sweat slid down the bridge of Suzhan's nose. He covered his mouth tightly and didn't make a sound. In the silent room, Suzhan was creepy. Subsequently, he closed his eyes tightly, not daring to look at the hellish scene outside the cat's eyes. Monsters, men are monsters, and it can be seen from the man's words that he killed the original body. Suzhan tried his best to restrain his emotions, but his body still couldn't stop shaking. Trying my best to analyze the current situation. The original body is still there, probably because the woman is about to go home, for fear of delaying her killing. Now, the man has blocked the door. A sense of desperate powerlessness welled up in my heart. Suzhan trembled and approached the cat's eye again, his breath almost stagnant. The next second, a bloodshot eyeball suddenly stuck up. The eyeball almost filled the entire cat's eye, and the pupil dilated to the extreme. It was spinning, slowly and strangely scanning from side to side. It seems that through the door panel, Suzhan's position can be directly locked. Suddenly face-killing. Suzhan's heart almost jumped out of his chest. In a panic, locked the door of the room. Even if he knew that this door could not stop the man. This is the only thing he can do at the moment. The sound of wet and sticky breathing came from outside the door, accompanied by a hoarse, low laughter that does not resemble a human voice. Found you, son, let dad see how you survived. The man laughed madly and slowly raised his twisted arm that didn't look like a human. The door panel shook suddenly. The man's laughter became more and more distorted, with creepy excitement. Boom! Good son. Immediately, you will see your mother. There was another loud noise, and the door lock let out an overwhelming groan. Suzhan staggered back, his legs weak. The brain is frantically screaming to run away, but the reality is that there is no way out. I could only watch as the wall skin around the doorframe continued to crack and fall with the impact. A crack spread from the door lock. Through the gaps, Suzhan saw a bloodshot eye staring at him. Those eyes swelled with morbid ecstasy, like a hungry beast finally smelling the blood of its prey. Don't hide. Dad, come in. Suzhan scanned the surroundings in despair, but the small apartment had no place to hide at all. Exercise. I'm going to die as soon as I cross over. The door shaft is broken. Su Zhanming then retreated, his back slamming into the wall. There is no way out. Outside the broken doorframe, the man's rickety figure slowly straightened. In the backlight, his silhouette twists and deforms, like some kind of arthropod stretching its torso. Su Zhan could hear his violent heartbeat, almost exploding. It's really not good. The man tilted his head, and the corners of his mouth opened into an incredible arc. Why hide from Dad? Su Zhanxin grabbed the chair next to the desk. When a person dies, a bird flies to the sky, and does not die for thousands of years. Nowadays, retreating is death, and not retreating is death. Damn it! Trapped beasts still fight, let alone humans. He kept cheering himself up in his heart, as if this would reduce some fear. The man suddenly burst out, faster than a human. Su Zhan only felt a flower in front of him, and he didn't have time to fight back. But the next second, there was a heart-wrenching pain in the abdomen. 5 bone spurs penetrated his abdomen without hindrance. Warm blood gushed out and splashed on the man's crazy face. Su Zhan opened his mouth and looked at the bone spur that pierced his abdomen in horror. The pain of bone spurs stirring in his body made his vision blurry. The bone spurs rotate slowly. Su Zhan heard the sound of his flesh and blood being shattered. He couldn't hold back any longer. Screams echoed through the cramped room. The man laughed. The morbid laughter seemed to laugh at Su Zhan's fear. Gradually, Su Zhan's consciousness began to dissipate, and he was unable to even make a scream. Are you going to die? Shame on the traverser, and didn't live an hour at the beginning. Just as his consciousness was dying, a burning heat erupted from the abdominal wound and rushed down the blood vessels. There was a strange squirming sensation under his skin. A layer of gray-black scales spread from the edge of the wound like a tide, instantly covering the entire abdomen. The man's eyes widened, and the bone spurs were still inserted in Su Zhan's body, but they were suddenly bounced off by a countershock. Su Zhan's vision gradually became clear, and he looked down at his hands. The knuckles are twisted and elongated, the nails turn into sharp black claws, and the arms are covered with fine scales. On top of that, the blood hole in the abdomen is healing at a rate visible to the naked eye, and the flesh and blood are wriggling to reconnect. I see. The shock on the man's face gradually distorted into morbid excitement. No wonder he is not dead. You are also a mutant. Aberrations? Su Zhan had this word flashing through his mind, but at the moment he had no time to think about it. He clenched his fists and felt the surging power in his body. Muscle fibers and bones are strengthened, and the 5 senses become extremely sharp. Fear dissipated, only ecstasy. It doesn't matter what monster he is, it is the truth that he can survive. Su Zhan grinned, revealing an almost hideous smile. It's time to stop. After all, they are of the same kind now. Same kind, ha, similar. The man suddenly trembled and laughed, opened his arms, and shouted madly, "Welcome to the Aberrant family. Come on, hug one," Sujun said softly, slowly taking a step forward. At the moment of this step, okay, the man's arms suddenly changed. The skin was torn, and the white bone spurs popped out like blades, piercing Sujun's throat. But Sujun was faster than him. The claw, which was already ready to go, swung out and accurately clasped the man's wrist. The bone spur was only an inch away from his throat, but he could no longer move forward. Suddenly, the man's wrist bone shattered. In the midst of screams, Sujun's other claw had penetrated the man's chest. It was a life-ending blow. Warm blood gushed out and splashed on his scaly face. The man lowered his head in disbelief and looked at his pierced body. He raised his head tremblingly and met Sujun's cold eyes. How can you be prepared? It's not a defense. Sujun said slowly, "If you don't make a move, I will also shoot." Why? The man's blood-red pupils began to dilate, and it became extremely difficult to speak. Sujun smiled. "You don't think that you pierced my abdomen, so forget it, right? You're not. Small slash, won't be. Such." The man's eyes were full of unwillingness, his body froze, and then, he fell to the ground with a bang. "Of course I'm not your son." Sujun shook off the bloodstains on his hands. "Your son, you have been killed by you should have understood long ago." After some mending the knife, it was determined that the man could not die again. His scales faded, but the sense of power still surged through his body. Under normal circumstances, people will experience physical discomfort when they see such a bloody scene for the first time, like vomiting, dizziness. But Sujun took a deep breath, and the strong smell of blood in the air made him feel a trace. Pleasure? Aberration. Sujun repeated the word in a low voice. Obviously, before this, he had never seen such a bloody scene, and he had never killed anyone, but now there is no discomfort. This is probably born with aberrations. It seems that we need to understand the world well. It seems that God senses his appeal. A strange and familiar memory flooded into his mind. The original body is also called Sujun. He is an ordinary senior high school student at Dasha Jiangcheng No. 3 Middle School. This world is a world of high martial arts. 300 years ago, disaster struck, fog invaded, and mist creatures attacked Blue Star. Today, there are only a few blue stars in the world. Others, captured and covered in fog. During this period, the Reiki revives. 10% of humanity has become awakeners, and they are the mainstay of the fight against the fog. On the other hand, aberrations have appeared in humans. Some experts say that aberrations are the product of fog and their means of subduing humans. Human beings become aberrants completely randomly. Some people are born as aberrants, and some people do not awaken until they are 80 or 90 years old. The father of the original body probably suddenly awakened in the past few days. However, the awakened will not mutate into a mutant, and the fog has been on the Blue Star for 300 years, and there has not been a single case of the awakened becoming a mutant. On the surface, aberrations are no different from humans, hidden among all living beings, but they feed on entry. Aberrants are weaker than awoken ones. Once the mutant is discovered and captured alive, there is a high probability that he will not be able to withstand the torture and will spit out everything he knows. There is a theory called the 6-degree separation theory, which only needs to pass through 6 people to know anyone. 286 years ago, Dasha launched a purge operation based on this. External propaganda has eradicated 90% of the country's aberrations. Since then, no aberration dares to reveal their identity, even if it is of the same kind. If it is exposed, the risk can only be avoided by killing the other party. This is somewhat similar to the law of the dark forest that Sujun knew in his previous life. The same is true for the original father. Exposing the identity can only kill the other party, even if the other party is of the same kind, even if the other party is his son. In order to maintain internal stability, countries have created awoken organizations that specialize in hunting aberrations. Dasha's is called the Abnormal Purification Division. Sujun looked around at his home full of blood and fighting marks. If my mutant identity is exposed, there is only one way out. But now, the original parents died tragically at home. Damn, he is the biggest suspect. Destroy evidence. Sujun had no other choice, took out medical alcohol from the cabinet and sprinkled it at home. The bodies of the original parents were focused on by Sujun. Then, Sujun changed out of his tattered clothes and put on a regular outfit. Open the door gently. There was silence outside the door. Leave the sneakers that you haven't worn at the door. According to the original memory, find the lighter. Several lit pieces of paper flew in the air, and when they landed on the alcohol, they immediately burst into blue flames. The tongue of fire rushed to the bedroom with the alcohol. In the blink of an eye, a raging fire broke out in the house. The voice-activated lights in the corridor seemed to be broken and never turned on. Sujun took off his slippers at home and put on his sneakers at the door. The slippers are already stained with alcohol, and wearing them out is a flaw. Backhand with the door. Sujun looked around and was very happy. The original home is an old staircase in an old community. There is not even surveillance surveillance. This gives him a lot of room to operate. Sujan walked down the floor lightly. Only then did I realize that it was dark outside. I just looked at the clock at home, and it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. There was silence in the community, and Sujan did not see anyone. He gathered his coat and walked stealthily in one direction. The roads in the old community are narrow. Private cars are parked indiscriminately, and large vehicles such as fire trucks are not supported to enter the community at all. And it's late at night, and it's not easy to contact the owner to move the car. When the fire truck came, it could only stare at the gate of the community. This is also the reason why Sujan used arson to eliminate the scene. Burn it, burn the scene clean. Get out of the community. I vaguely heard an explosion behind me. Sujan knew that the gas tank at home had exploded. At the moment, the only way to think of good wording is to deal with the investigation of the Abnormal Purification Division. The next day at 6 o'clock, City Patrol, interrogation room. At about 11 o'clock last night, a fire broke out in room 302, Unit 1, Building 12, Xingfu Community. Due to the serious occupation of the road by private cars in the community, the fire truck arrived at the scene with a delay of 36 minutes. Room 302 has been completely burned down, and the fire has spread to the entire 6-story building. Fortunately, the residents evacuated in time, but the couple in 302 disappeared, and we finally judged through investigation that they were burned to ashes. A middle-aged man with a Chinese face wearing the uniform of the City Patrol Division lightly talked about the situation last night. A young City Patrolman sat on the side. The two interrogated together, which is also an official rule. There was also a video camera next to the table to record the interrogation. Sujan sat opposite them, staring at the disposable paper cup on the table in a daze. The hot water in the cup was already cold, but he didn't make any moves. The City Patrol Division, an official organization, is the law enforcement officer of Daxia. Unlike the Abnormal Purification Division, they only deal with ordinary people's affairs. Is it the first official you reported? Inspector Chen, who had a national face, opened the record book, and the ballpoint pen clicked on the words of the son of the head of the household in room 302. Sujan didn't even raise his eyelids. At that time, as soon as I walked to the gate of the community, I heard. He suddenly choked, his eyes red. I heard the explosion. It's me. Inspector Chen glanced at the transcript. After 11 o'clock in the middle of the night, you are not sleeping at home. What are you doing when you go out? Buy cigarettes for my dad. Sujan took out a pack of crumpled yushi from his pocket. He is addicted to smoking. He always has to smoke in the middle of the night. Yesterday, he asked me to buy this. In order to prevent me from buying the wrong one, he gave me the cigarette box. Is there a witness? Inspector Chen asked lightly. The young patrolman on the side took notes and never interjected. Xiao Zhang, a night shift clerk at Meijia convenience store, knows me, and I often go to buy cigarettes at this time. Sujan said slowly, I am a senior high school student, I have no communication equipment, and last night, I borrowed his mobile phone to report to the official. This is the truth. Whether it's a traffic jam in the happy community or an excuse to leave home now, it was Sujan who relied on his original memory to come up with words before setting fire. Use all available information. A relatively perfect story was fabricated out of thin air. Inspector Chen gently tapped the record book with the tip of his pen, and suddenly leaned forward. Do you know why it is on fire? Sujan's voice choked with suppression. The young patrolman looked up at Sujan's red eyes, then lowered his head to continue recording. I don't know. Have your parents offended anyone recently? Inspector Chen suddenly changed direction. My dad is a small contractor, and my mother is an accountant. Sujan's voice became lower and lower. Who can they offend? There was a brief silence in the interrogation room. Inspector Chen's eyes scanned back and forth on Sujan. Are there any abnormalities in your parents recently? Sujan shook his head. No. Inspector Chen got up and walked to him, and suddenly pressed his hand on Sujan's shoulder. For example, if you are not feeling well? Weird behavior? No. Are you sure? Sujan still shook his head. It's just very ordinary. The young inspector stopped writing and exchanged glances with Inspector Chen. Inspector Chen walked back to his seat and closed the record book. That's it here today. We will contact you when we need you in the future and ask for your cooperation. He handed over a tissue. The festival is mournful and smooth. Sujan nodded blankly with his eyes and was about to get up and leave here. A voice suddenly came. Wait. The door to the interrogation room was suddenly pushed open. A man and a woman walked into the interrogation room. The Jiangcheng City Patrol Division immediately handed over this case. The visitor showed a scarlet head-raising document with a dark steel seal in the lower right corner. The Alien Purge Division has full authority to take over. Inspector Chen and the young inspector looked at each other, and the two looked shocked. Everyone knows what the red-headed file means. This fire has the shadow of an aberration. Understood. Inspector Chen nodded and put away the file. We will withdraw now. The young inspector's hands were shaking as he packed up the documents, and his file bag was not stuffed into his briefcase 3 times. Finally, he glanced at Sujan complicatedly, and followed Inspector Chen out of the interrogation room. The new man slowly took off his leather gloves, revealing his scarred palms. He opened the black file folder he brought, and the first page page was Sujan's family photo. Introduce yourself. The man tapped Sujan's father's distorted face on the photo with his finger. I am the leader of the 7th group of Sujingsi, you can call me. His pupils glowed with an abnormal gilt color, hound. The young woman wears a capable sportswear, full of youthful vitality compared to a hound. Then he introduced himself. My surname is Xiao. Sujan's heart tightened. The interrogation of the city patrol division is just an appetizer. The real test is coming. Do you know there are aberrations at home? The hound suddenly asked. Sujan raised his head suddenly, and his emotions became excited. If my parents were mutants, I would have died long ago. You are slandering. My parents are dead. Why do you still? The hound smiled meaningfully. When did I say it was them? What do you mean? Sujan pointed at himself. There are only 3 people in my family. Do you mean I am a mutant? He didn't know if the hound had already grasped the evidence that he was to radiation. But even if you master it, the only answer is to fight to death. The hound grinned, showing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Then let me change the question. Do you know the awakened one? Of course I know. The anger on Sujan's face did not subside. After all, he was said to be a mutant, and anger was what he should have at his age. Awakened person. Every school in Dacia has a curriculum for this major. The awakened thing is called the life soul. It can be an ability, an object, or an animal. Some can control thunder and lightning, some can generate flames, and some even create salt out of thin air. In short, the abilities are all strange, and some even have side effects. My life soul attack power is not strong. The hound said slowly, but when it comes to finding things, it's particularly useful. You might as well guess. Sujan could hear his violent heartbeat. The hound's gaze seemed to cut him open. Your soul is to distinguish aberrations? Sujan guessed uncertainly. After all, the name hound is linked to the sense of smell. The hound didn't answer, just continued to stare at him. His eyes were strangely gilded. Sujan felt that his back was completely soaked with cold sweat. Explain it honestly. The hound said coldly, I can let you die happily, otherwise, you are slandering. Sujan slammed the table and stood up, trembling with anger. My parents just died. You treat the victims' families like this? I'm going to expose you. Only anger can firmly express its attitude. Only anger can better cover up one's guilt and fear. Wrath. The hound's movements were incredibly fast, and he quickly leaned over and leaned out. He grabbed Sujan's neck and lifted him up. The next second, slowly apply force to the palms. Sujan's feet were off the ground, and the pain of suffocation made his eyes black. When a creature is in a life or death crisis, it automatically triggers the body's protective mechanisms, such as adrenaline. The power of aberration in his body surged wildly, which was the instinct of a creature. Sujan felt that he would change into a distorted form in the next second. Judging from the hound's blow just now, he was definitely not his opponent. It must not be exposed now. No way. Bet, now you can only gamble. Judging from the memory of the original body, humans have not yet seen through the means of disguising themselves as aberrants. If it could be distinguished, the aberration would have been extinct long ago. How can it still pose a threat to human civilization now? The hound must be lying to him. It must be. In this way, the power of aberration was suppressed back by him with all his might. As the palm of the hound gradually exerts force, Sujan's face turned pig liver color. I'm going to die again. The official staff is all this virtue. Brother do. Xiaoshi suddenly spoke. If you pinch him like this, he won't be able to explain it. The hound's hand is released. Sujan fell heavily to the ground, panting greedily, and his throat hurt hot. You guys, this is twist and turn, he said with difficulty. I want to sue you. The hound looked at him condescendingly, his eyes unfathomable. After a while, he turned around and walked to the door, leaving only one sentence. Xiaoshi, explain it to him. After the door is closed, Xiaoshi squatted down, with an apologetic smile on his face. I'm sorry, Brother Du has this temper. This is a routine test. Please understand. Sujan breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, but his face was still filled with anger. He pointed to the camera next to the table. Test? I want all Dacia people to see how you are tested. Xiaoshi just smiled lightly, walked over and took off the camera and handed it to Sujan. When you came, we were already turned off. Her finger tapped on the shutdown button. No video, no evidence. If you say it, who will believe it? Sujan took the camera and stared at Xiaoshi, but he couldn't say a word anymore. But I was laughing in my heart. The hound really has no conclusive evidence, otherwise it would not be tempted by this means. He made the right bet. Now, Xiaoshi's voice suddenly became serious. Can we have a good talk? The inside story about that fire. Sujan asked rhetorically. What is the real name of that person just now? This tells you nothing. Xiaoshi replied. His name is Dubin. Durban? It is also in line with the nickname of the hound. Just like the original father pierced his abdomen. He won't just forget about this matter. Sujan remembered the name and sat back in his seat. You are the victim's child and you have the right to know this. Xiaoshi said slowly. According to the information we have found, your father is a mutant, so he is fully capable of escaping before the fire spreads completely. Or was it found? It seems that the aberration is really resistant to heat. It burned for so long and didn't burn it clean. Sujan's eyes were full of shock. Impossible. When pigs fly. If my my father is a mutant. I would have died a long time ago. Please be calm. Xiaoshir's tone was gentle and serious. Therefore, he was killed, and the fire was just a means for the murderer to destroy the corpse. And the murderer is most likely a mutant. Because if you are an awakened person, you will not do superfluous things such as destroying corpses and destroying traces, and you will even come to us with corpses to receive bonuses. Su Zhan nodded with empty eyes, as if he couldn't accept this answer. Xiaoshir sighed, and then said, there is no monitoring in the happy community, and we have no way to find the murderer at present, but we will continue to investigate this matter, and the morning will change. Afterwards, Su Zhan was released by the City Patrol Division. The official transferred all the inheritances of his original parents to his name. No more, no less, a total of 300,000. Finally past this level. Su Zhan breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart was still very suspenseful. The fire will continue to be investigated, and no one knows what will happen next. What's more, his current aberration identity. Mutants need to survive and become stronger by feeding. And the goal of eating, I understand it. The more Su Zhan thought about it, the more annoyed he became, so he had to stop thinking about it. Now the question of residence is to be considered. The original home was burned down, and it must not be inhabitable. Then, he rented a house near Jiangcheng No. 3 Middle School. This high school is the original high school. After the school learned of his incident, it generously gave him an unlimited vacation when he recovered and when he went back to school. Then, bought a mobile phone and got a mobile phone card. The parents of the original body are very strict in controlling the original body, and it is strictly forbidden to own electronic products such as mobile phones, for fear that these things will affect learning. It's a bit similar to my previous life. Su Zhan smiled. I can help you realize the wish of having a mobile phone. The place he rented was 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. Although the sparrow is small, it has all 5 organs. There is a full-length mirror in the bedroom that is 1 person high. Su Zhan slowly took off his shirt. The figure of an ordinary high school student is reflected in the mirror. Slightly thin shoulders, flat stomach, no obvious muscle lines. The only thing that stands out is the slender height of 183, which makes the whole person much more energetic. Su Zhan took a deep breath, and the power of aberration in his body began to surge. In an instant, the image in the mirror began to distort and change. The originally thin body has become bigger. 8 angular abs emerge, pectoral muscle contours become clear and powerful, and muscle lines in the shoulders and arms become visible. Although the dimension is not very large, it is full of power and the beauty of lines. Then, the gray-black scales burrowed out from under the skin and covered the whole body like a living creature. The pupils constrict into 2 scarlet vertical lines. The corners of his mouth cracked open to reveal 2 rows of sharp fangs. Even the ends of the fingers extend half an inch long black claws. Su Zhan stared at his unfamiliar self in the mirror and slowly raised his arm. The scales surged like waves with the contraction of the muscles. He could feel the terrifying power surging in his body. This is the real me. The monster in the mirror showed a creepy smile. Su Zhan could feel that his current strength was only 1 step away from the low danger. According to the memory of the original body, at Blue Star, there are 5 realms of the awakened, from low to high, namely the Dew realm, the Stream realm, the Tidal realm, the Abyssal realm, and the Sea realm. The same is true for aberrations, from low to high, namely, low risk, medium risk, high risk, special risk, and disaster. Of course, when you have just awakened to the aberration, you often cannot reach the first stage. Su Zhan is like this, and there is no official name at this stage. People call it non-stream. Su Zhan returned to his normal state, and the scales on his body slowly faded. Let's rest for a while. Su Zhan jumped back and smashed on the bed. Aberrations are not easy to survive in this world. Not only to survive and hunt humans, also to avoid the pursuit of the awakened. The days to come will not be easy. A month later, Jiangcheng No. 3 Middle School, High School 3rd Class 2. When Su Zhan pushed open the classroom door, the originally noisy classroom was instantly quiet for a second. He wore a black jacket with his collar raised high and silently walked through the aisle. He had no desire to hunt humans this month. The fact that mutants can hunt humans to survive and become stronger has become an axiom of Blue Star. Very strange, very strange. Aberrations cannot provide energy for themselves by eating anything else. Only eat. That's it. But this did not appear in Su Zhan at all. He ate whatever he wanted, and for a month there was no problem. What is the situation? This made him not know whether he was sad or happy. The good news is that if this is the case, then he will no longer have to take risks to hunt. He himself is very resistant to hunting. You are a mutant who eats that to become stronger. So are these abnormalities still considered aberrations? How to become stronger? It's all crossed. How can you live a life of idleness? Isn't that Su Zhan? I heard that his parents were burned alive. It's really miserable. The sound of small discussions spread in every corner of the classroom. Su Zhan walked to his seat expressionlessly and stuffed his school bag into the table stable hole. He could feel the gaze of his classmates. There is pity, there is curiosity, and there is something that cannot be avoided by him. My cousin was in the fire brigade and said that the fire was very big that night. Shoo, speak up. What are you afraid of? His parents are. Anyway, quiet. A loud shout interrupted the students' discussion. A gentle young man wearing gold glasses walked to the podium. He looked around the classroom and said, "The day after tomorrow is the day of awakening, and you are still thinking about something that has nothing to do with the day of awakening. Awakening Day. Dasha officials will send people to assist people over the age of 18 in their unified awakening. This is an opportunity to cross classes." The students shrank their heads, immediately picked up the textbook, and wrote it pretending. Sujan raised his eyelids. On the podium was the head teacher of the second class of high school, Teacher Wang. Don't look at him being so majestic in front of his classmates, but he can play with his classmates in private. But because of this, his classmates respected him even more. Sujan, come to the classroom to get a new book. After Teacher Wang looked at Sujan and said this, he left the classroom. Sujan had no choice but to get up. His books have long been burned to ashes. Unexpectedly, Teacher Wang remembered this and specially prepared the textbook for him. Sujan knocked gently on the door of the teacher's office. A clear male voice came from inside. Pushing open the door, the four teachers were busy with their own work. Come in the window position. Teacher Wang, a young male teacher about 27 or 8 years old, raised his head. Sujan. Teacher Wang put down the red pen in his hand and took out a stack of brand new textbooks from under the desk. This is a new textbook for you. Thank you, Teacher Wang. Sujan took over the textbook and the new book exuded a unique fragrance. Teacher Wang stood up, shorter than Sujan. He gently patted Sujan on the shoulder. The school has helped you apply for the subsidy for extremely poor students. My phone number, you know, if there are any difficulties in life, just say it. I understand. Thank you, Teacher Wang. Sujan thanked him again. In fact, he has no difficulty. After all, he inherited the inheritance of 300,000 yuan from his original parents, and there was no problem with daily expenses. Well, everyone is an adult, so I won't say more about it. Teacher Wang changed his mind. Awakening potion. Did you buy it? Awakening elixir. Humans have invented potions that can increase the probability of awakening. Only the first dose has an effect, and the superposition effect is still the same. The official data is that the awakening potion can increase the probability of awakening by 30% in humans. Note that 30% here is based on a 10% probability of awakening in humans. Not that after using it, the probability of awakening in humans increases from 10% to 40%, but to 13%. Even if the probability is only 3% higher, the price remains high. Awakening potions of various brands emerge one after another, but the probability of improvement is still the same. The average price of awakening potions on the market is about 350,000. There is still an endless stream of people who can buy it. In order to make their children awakened, there are countless things that families have broken their fortunes. Not yet, Sujan replied. Teacher Wang sighed and took out a document from the drawer. The official notice has just increased, and the number of pharmacy subsidies for senior high school students has increased this year. He paused. In your case, you can apply for special hardship subsidies, which can reduce 20% of the fee. The day after tomorrow is the day of awakening. If you want to buy it as soon as possible, but you must also do what you can. Everyone is an adult, as long as you are responsible for your future life. Sujan remembered the original body memory. Last week, a couple in Chengdong district sold their only house in order to buy an Apocalypse brand awakening potion for their son. As a result, the child only had a high fever for 3 days after taking it and finally failed to wake up. In desperation, the father jumped from the roof of the pharmaceutical company. Now the cheapest Chensi medicine on the market costs 300,000 yuan. A young female teacher on the side couldn't help but interject. Zhang Ming's parents in my class mortgaged all the homesteads in their hometown. Hey, I put all my net worth on it. I don't know the result. Hey, I can only hope that God will bless me, and that. In our class, Teacher Jing, are you free to eat together tonight? Teacher Wang interrupted her speech and said with a smile. Teacher Jing rolled his eyes, as if he regretted paying attention to him. I'm not free. The corners of Sujan's mouth twitched slightly. His teacher is like this, and he is very unorthodox in private. The students know this. However, Teacher Wang's ridicule has a different meaning in his eyes. What Teacher Jing said can be said to be negative information. Teacher Wang seemed to be ridiculing, but in fact he interrupted her speech to make her feel less stressed. Teacher Wang turned to Sujan. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even if you don't rely on medicine, there is a possibility of natural awakening. What does the awakened mean in Bactria? It means privilege, it means status. Even if you awaken to useless abilities, someone will want them. Awakened people have become a selling point for businesses. They advertise the number of awakened people in their business, even if the abilities of these awakened people do not help the job. To put it bluntly, the awakened people have become the platoon of various organizations, and the more there are, the more they have a platoon and the more confidence they have. I'll think about it. Thank you, teacher. Sujan picked up the stack of new textbooks and turned to leave the office. Here you can see the huge billboard on the outer wall of the teaching building in the distance. Apocalypse Awakening Potion, give your child a chance to change their destiny. The down payment is only 80,000 yuan, and the installment payment enjoys zero interest. In this crazy world, ordinary people want to turn over, and it seems that there is no choice but to gamble on the less than 10% probability of awakening. But this has nothing to do with the aberration. Aberrants cannot become awoken. This is the consensus of this world. However, I still haven't escaped suspicion. Su Zhan thought of the past month. Next to the house he rented, many suspicious faces appeared. The new pancake stall owner at the school gate is clumsy in making pancakes. The new neighbor downstairs, every time Su Zhan goes out, he will definitely see him outside. The most conspicuous was the young man wearing a peaked hat who had been following him in the same coat for 5 days in a row, and he didn't even bother to change his disguise. It's really not salty. These people were undoubtedly sent by the Abnormal Purification Division. The purpose is to find evidence that he is a mutant. In such a situation, even if Su Zhan wanted to hunt, he didn't have that ability. Aberrants, you need to eat once a month, otherwise you will starve to death. The people of the Suching Division are waiting for when he can't hold on. But even Su Zhan himself didn't think of it. He does not have any desire to eat. This allowed him to escape. Anyway, it is impossible for me to buy this useless awakening potion with 300,000 yuan, Su Zhan said in his heart. The 3% chance of the awakening elixir boost has no effect on him. In other words, he is a mutant and cannot awaken. No matter how much money you spend or how much awakening potion you buy, it's the same. Even if this would increase his suspicion. But it doesn't hurt to be elegant. After all, a senior high school student who has just turned 18 years old doesn't want to gamble on the extra 3% probability, right? Su Zhan took the stack of new books and returned to his seat. The classroom was full of discussions about awakening potions. My dad bought an apocalypse potion through connections and spent 2 years of his salary. Someone deliberately raised their voice an octave. There was an immediate surrounding of envious exclamation. If only I could awaken. I heard that after the awakened people joined the Alien Purification Division, the minimum monthly salary was 20,000 yuan, not including various subsidies and bonuses. My dad said that as long as I can wake up, he will buy me a sports car immediately. Su Zhan was as quiet as an outlier in these fanatical discussions. After all, he is a mutant who is not even qualified to bet on that 10% probability. A faint perfume floated over. Got your new book? Li Yuqin leaned against his desk, her fingers curling the ends of her hair. She wore an off-white knitted short sleeve that highlighted her broad chest, and her lower body was a light blue pleated skirt. He is about 165 tall, fair-skinned, and can see pale blue blood vessels on his wrists in the sun. She is the white moonlight of the original body. After combing through his memory, Su Zhan immediately overturned this image. He sorted out the books without raising his head. Li Yuqin lowered her voice. What brand of awakening potion are you going to buy? My dad knows people from the Food and Drug Administration and can give discounts. Before the words fell, a heavy dictionary slammed on the desk between the two. Yuqin, don't waste your words. Dufeng stood in the aisle with one hand in his pocket and sneered, just his family's conditions? I'm afraid I can't even afford the cheapest Dawn. Li Yuqin's eyebrows frowned slightly. Dufeng, did I say something wrong? Dufeng leaned over Su Zhan's desk, and the hairsprayed hedgehog head almost poked Su Zhan's face. I heard that your dilapidated house burned down to the point where there was not even a single steel bar left? Do you want me to give you 2 potions? The classroom fell silent instantly. Everyone knows the reason for this scene. Dufeng and Li Yuqin's parents are big people in Zhangcheng. Dufeng likes Li Yuqin, but Li Yuqin likes to use Su Zhan in the class as a shield. Thank you for your concern. Su Zhan calmly closed the textbook. But my business, you don't need to bother. Li Yuqin took the opportunity to hold Su Zhan's arm. Let's go, accompany me to the canteen. I'll treat you to milk tea. Dufeng's face instantly turned blue. Su Zhan lightly pulled out his hand. No time. Everyone can see it clearly, but the original body can't understand it. Where people like you, they clearly use you as a shield. The rich daughter falling in love with a poor boy only appears in novels. Li Yuqin's face stiffened, and then she smiled sweetly. By the way, I invited the whole class to my birthday party tonight. Remember to come. After saying that, he left. Boy. Dufeng grabbed Su Zhan's collar and pressed him against the wall. Boy, don't be shameless. What are you to be worthy of being so close to Yuqin? The classroom was silent, and everyone held their breath. Dufeng's followers stood in the back row, schadenfreude striking smiles on their faces. Su Zhan calmly stared at Dufeng's furious face, and suddenly felt a little ridiculous. This rich young master is so uncreative even to threaten people. Su Zhan slowly straightened his wrinkled collar. I'm not interested in your game. Dufeng was stunned for a moment, as if he was looking at Su Zhan seriously for the first time. You'd better remember what you said today. Don't worry. After saying that, he slammed Su Zhan's shoulder away and walked away. Su Zhan sat back in his seat and opened the textbook. I have to find an excuse to avoid that boring birthday party tonight. It's just that the name Dufeng reminded him him of something. Du Feng, Du Pin. They won't have a relationship, right? Thinking of this, Sujan took out his mobile phone and searched the internet. The result is not these materials. Especially Doberman, even this person could not be found. It seems that Dasha kept the identity information of the purges of the abnormal purge division confidential, he thought to himself. However, comparing the faces of Du Feng and Dubin, at least 5 points of likeness, immediately confirmed the conjecture in his heart again. These two similar faces, plus this similar personality. It's right that it's a brother. Looking at it this way, he has an idea for this birthday party. Sujan is not a good person. Doberman almost killed him and sent someone to monitor him. This is clearly to kill yourself. If he had not been different from the aberrations, he would have died long ago. Birthday party? The night is getting darker, and a villa by the river. According to Li Yuqin, his parents were talking about business in other places. It's a bit interesting. She and a group of servants were the only ones in the family. Sujan leaned in the shadow at the edge of the terrace, holding a glass of lemonade that had not been touched. The riverside villa. The internet says that the price of such a villa is more than 20 million. What a rich lady. In the distance, Li Yuqin was surrounded by stars like the moon. She wore a silver sequin skirt tonight, which was very dazzling in the light. Why are you hiding here alone? Du Feng appeared behind him at some point, holding a glass of whiskey in his hand. He changed into a casual suit tonight, with an open neckline that exposed his ordinary pecs. The hairstyle is still the hedgehog head sprayed with hairspray. It looks particularly funny. Sujan didn't bother to pay attention to him. Du Feng sneered, and suddenly approached. What are you pretending? A lowly person like you, Yuqin pities you if you can come in. A burst of laughter suddenly erupted from the other side of the pool. Li Yuqin was pushed by several girls and was looking this way. Go! Du Feng pushed Sujan suddenly. Your goddess is waiting for you. Sujan was still unmoved. No one called him. He was not such a narcissistic person. Licking your face and passing by will only be seen as a joke. Du Feng didn't expect this poor boy to fall for him. He waved behind him, and several followers immediately surrounded him. Yo, our top students are quite backbone? People are high, do you understand? The self-esteem of the poor is precious. What do you know? People are playing with the desire to capture them. Du Feng shook the wine glass in his hand. It's a pity, Yuqin doesn't eat this set at all. There was another burst of laughter from the pool. Li Yuqin was surrounded by several girls, pointing at the mobile phone screen and smiling, without even looking this way. Not to mention anything else, Sujan felt that there was nothing wrong with Li Yuqin that Du Feng said. People really don't look down on him, but they just give him a little illusion and let him willingly be a shield. Otherwise, he would not be indifferent when he was jointly bullied by Du Feng and the others. In the final analysis, Li Yuqin is the most evil one. The original body really thought that Li Yuqin liked him. Be meticulous to her, ask for warmth. Maybe she let the original body die, and the original body can do it. But now it's different. Those dog-licking behaviors Sujan could never do. Did you see it? Du Feng raised his eyebrows proudly. Your goddess doesn't remember you at all. A yellow-haired follower suddenly reached out and pulled Sujan's collar. Hey, poor ghost, do you want a few brothers to help you take a photo? It proves that you have lived in high society. But his hands suddenly froze in mid-air. Sujan's eyes made him instinctively feel dangerous, like prey being targeted by some kind of predator. Get out. Sujan only said one word. The voice was not loud, but it made several followers take half a step back in unison. The smile on Du Feng's face froze. He was about to have a seizure when all the lights in the manor suddenly went out. In an instant, the entire manor fell into darkness. The laughter by the pool came to an abrupt end. Someone knocked over the wineglass, and the sound of glass shattering was particularly harsh in the dark. Oh my god, it's so dark. Yuqin, what's going on? What's going on? Don't panic, everyone. Li Yuqin's voice came. Maybe it's just a trip. She turned on her phone's flash and held it up above her head. Du Feng immediately reacted, took out his mobile phone and shouted, stay where you are. Villa security. What about security? In the darkness, the commotion of the crowd gradually subsided. Dozens of mobile phones lit up one after another, flickering like fireflies all over the manor. Someone began to whisper and speculate whether there was a problem with the circuit by the river. Sujan sat there and did not move. His eyes had adapted to the darkness and could clearly see the panicked expressions on everyone's faces. The housekeeper has already gone to check the electrical box. Li Yuqin comforted everyone. Please wait in the hall first. In the dark, Sujan's eyes froze. He sensed that someone was coming, not far away. A shrill scream sounded. The crowd exploded in an instant, and the beams of the mobile phone were strafed indiscriminately. Ah, what sound? Damn, something is wrong. Report to the official, report to the official. Li Yuqin's voice was already crying. Du Feng pulled her behind him. Villa security. Where are the security guards dead? What's going on? Another scream. Everyone subconsciously shone with a flash. This time everyone saw the face of the person who came. A white mask revealed a pair of scarlet eyes, and a slender tongue sticking out from the mouth, instantly piercing a boy's chest. Run! Aberration! It's a mutation! Help! Who will save me? Report to the official. Express officer. Damn. No signal. The crowd suddenly scattered and fled like headless flies. Li Yuqin's high heels got stuck in the lawn and fell to the ground. Suddenly looked at Du Feng, who was running aside. Du Feng, don't leave me. Du Feng ran to the parking lot without looking back. Only Li Yuqin was left messy in the wind. Su Zhan silently ran towards the depths of the villa. He felt that he was really unlucky. Come to a birthday party and encounter aberration hunting. Inside the villa, screams came one after another. A mutant wearing a smiley mask suddenly burst out of the shadow of the tree. Slender bone spurs extended from the fingertips, instantly penetrating a girl's shoulder and lifting her into the air. Save me. The mutant tilted his head and admired it for a moment, then suddenly opened his. The crowd that witnessed this scene completely collapsed. They were greeted by a massacre. Su Zhan observed carefully. There are 5 aberrations of hunting. They all wear white masks that show only their eyes and mouths. Wearing a wide black robe to hide his figure. Specifically pick those who shout the loudest. Maybe this kind of person is the best to start. Su Zhan had already run to the depths of the villa and came to the bathroom. Before he could close the toilet door, a hand suddenly appeared against the door panel. Let me in. Du Feng's face was pale, his expensive suit was stained with mud and blood, and he no longer saw the arrogance of a rich young master. Su Zhan's eyes moved slightly, and he turned sideways to get out of the way. Come in, don't make a sound. Du Feng stumbled in, locked the door with his backhand, and sat on the toilet seat. Those monsters. He gestured incoherently. Some people are torn in half alive, and some people have heads. Su Zhan leaned against the sink and said lightly, if you don't want to die, shut up. His indifferent profile was reflected in the mirror. In stark contrast to Du Feng's collapse, Du Feng grabbed his hair, looking on the verge of collapse, but he also understood the seriousness of the matter and stopped speaking. There was a sudden muffled sound outside the door, as if something heavy had hit the floor of the corridor. Su Zhan was slightly startled, turned his back to Du Feng, and listened intently to the movement outside the door. Du Feng's pupils began to dilate unnaturally, revealing a deafening smile. The mouth was suddenly torn to the base of the ear, and a long tongue covered with barbs shot out like a javelin. Su Zhan's body suddenly twisted and deformed, his back bulged, and gray-black scales covered his whole body. His right hand turned into scales and claws, and he waved it violently. At the moment of a critical moment, Du Feng's tongue turned around, and the barb grazed Su Zhan's shoulder, bringing up a string of blood beads. You are really a mutant. Su Zhan's eyes were cold. You have been following me quietly. You must be plotting evil, and those aberrations are also brought by you. Du Feng's body swelled, and his suit was torn by the swelling muscles. The spine bulges to form a row of sharp bone spurs. Clever prey. Du Feng's voice turned into multiple reverberations. But I still have to die. In the small bathroom, 2 monsters crashed into each other. The sink was smashed to pieces. Deep nicks are left on the walls. In the fragments of the explosion of the mirror, 2 hideous inhuman faces were reflected. Du Feng's long tongue was drawn like a whip. Su Zhan dodged sideways, and a deep ravine was drawn out of the tile wall. Seize this gap. Su Zhan's scales and claws went straight to Du Feng's throat, but he was blocked by a long tongue that suddenly popped out. The 2 of them stepped back and hit the wall at the same time, and the bathroom was already in disarray. Water droplets are ejected from the cracked water pipes. Bang! In the steamy air, the 2 monsters stared at each other. Does Doberman know you're a mutant? Su Zhan suddenly spoke at this time. As a purgant of the abnormal purge division, he protects his own brother. Doberman, you really have it. Du Feng's pupils shrank, and then he said, what you have to think about now is your life and death. The hideous long tongue shot again. Su Zhan's figure flashed. 3 silver lights flashed, and Du Feng's long tongue broke into 4 pieces in midair. The broken tongue segment is still twisting reflexively. Slime splashes on the tiles, corroding them. Du Feng's roar was accompanied by the crisp sound of bones bursting. 7 white bone spurs were stabbed out of his back, and the whole person was like an exploding hedgehog. It's the same hairstyle as your hedgehog. Su Zhan has long wanted to complain about this. Okay, the temptation is over. Let's stop playing house. Du Feng's bone spur raid smashed the entire wall. In the smoke and dust, Su Zhan's figure flashed. Boom! Phew! The wound of the 5 deep visible bones extended from Du Feng's left shoulder to his right abdomen. Blue-black blood splattered on the mirror fragments. Every drop is corroding the glass. Du Feng staggered back, and the granulation at the wound wriggled wildly. How can you? Su Zhan's pupils had turned into 2 scarlet vertical lines. Impossible. His scales and claws raised again. In the next life, remember not to act in front of the hunter. The final blow was lightning fast. Du Feng's 7 bone spurs were blocked at the same time, but they were all cut off by the scales and claws at the moment of contact. The claw blade was unabated, directly through his throat. Say you are affectionate, you don't even save Li Yuqin. Su Zhan was amazed. Say you are not affectionate, there are so many people at the scene, you have to come to kill me. Oh, there is another possibility. You and your mutant accomplices have agreed not to let them kill Li Yuqin. But this is too deliberate, and your mutant accomplices will guess your identity identity, and I don't think you will do that. In other words, Li Yuqin is pretending she is also a mutant like you, but this is unlikely, because if so, both of you know the identity of each other's mutants. After all, unless you trust each other very much and are willing to give each other's lives, you will still abide by the laws of the Dark Forest. Su Zhen concluded. So, you don't like Li Yuqin so much on the surface. This is just a means for you to hide that you are a mutant. Come and kill me, probably just to see that I'm unhappy. He smiled. I didn't expect you to be so stupid. It's a pity that you chose the wrong person. After some repairs, Su Zhen thought about what to do with the body. But at this moment I remembered the identity of Dubin. Du Feng didn't say anything just now, but from his expression, it could be seen that he must have something to do with Dubin. The screams outside had stopped at some point. Su Zhen knew that this was the person from the Abnormal Purification Division. He looked at his phone. Counting the time, it has been 15 minutes since the villa lost power. Come so late? 15 minutes, this seems like a short time. But you must know that the Abnormal Purge Division has been sending people to monitor him. This is the case. It should have been done a long time ago. Could it be that the people of the Abnormal Purification Division are not monitoring me today? Su Zhen said in his heart, but this is too coincidental. His scale slowly faded, and his figure became smaller as if it had shrunk. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the image of a thin high school student. Abnormal Purification Department. Su Zhen quickly wiped the remaining blood from his face at the sink. Picking up the tile fragments on the ground, he reluctantly cut several wounds on his body and suppressed his recovery ability. The wound from the battle with Du Feng just now is healed, but his clothes could not be repaired. Only by leaving wounds at the moment can we talk about the past on the surface. After tearing up some of the clothes, he rinsed off the tile fragments and threw them on the ground and smashed them. Through the window, you can see the flashing red police lights outside. Survivors gather here. The sound came through the loudspeaker. Su Zhen took a deep breath and pushed open the bathroom door. The villa has become a hell on earth. The scene review is still not given. Li Yuqin curled up in the corner, and the valuable silver skirt was already tattered. As for Du Feng's follower Huang Mao, he was still fighting dogs just now, and now he is not human. Not dead? What good luck! Su Zhen thought so in his heart. The visitors included the personnel of the City Patrol Division armed with live ammunition, as well as the personnel of the Abnormal Purge Division wearing more handsome and advanced uniforms. As for the aberrations, Su Zhen didn't see one. It seems that these people ran away in advance before they arrived at the villa. This is a hunt carefully planned by the mutants. Su Zhen, it's you again? A female voice came. Su Zhen looked at the sound. I saw Xiao Shi wearing the uniform of the Abnormal Suching Division, which was even more sassy. Xiao Suching member. Su Zhen nodded slightly at him. Why are you here? Xiao Shi stepped forward and asked. Li Yuqin invited me to her birthday party, so naturally I want to come. Su Zhen said slowly. Xiao Shi frowned slightly, looking at Su Zhen's tattered clothes. Wait for Jiangcheng Abnormal Purification Division. Su Zhen nodded, looking like an honest high school student. Su Zhen. Okay. The Doberman, that is, the hound, came over. Looking up and down at Su Zhen, he said meaningfully, it's fate with the aberration. It's quite unlucky. Su Zhen spread his hands. I don't want to. Team leader do. A cleanup officer trotted over and reported respectfully. The casualties have been counted, and before the aberration came, there were 45 people in the second class of Jiangcheng No. 3 Middle School and 23 villa personnel in the villa, a total of 68 people. At present, 47 people have died and 18 were injured. Also, we found a deformed corpse in the toilet of the master bedroom on the first floor of the villa. Looking at the appearance, it should be. Speaking of this, he observed Doberman's face and did not follow up for a long time. Who is it? A bad feeling welled up in Doberman's heart. Yes, it's Du Feng. After the clearance officer finished speaking, he immediately lowered his head, not daring to look Dubin in the eye. When Dubin heard this, he suddenly turned his head and stared at Su Zhen. The aura around him suddenly became cold. Several personnel of the Purge Division unconsciously took half a step back, and even Xiao Shi tightened his body slightly. Su Zhen could feel an invisible pressure enveloping him. It is a spiritual deterrent that belongs only to the awakened. Under the suppression, ordinary people often unconsciously confide the truth. Dubin suddenly stretched out his hand and clasped Su Zhen's chin. Look me in the eye and say. Doberman's pupils turned gilded. How did you see my brother die? Xiao Shi suddenly took a step forward. Team leader do. He is just a high school student, and it is not too late to ask these words during the interrogation. Su Zhen said tremblingly, I was too scared and kept hiding in the compartment. A drop of cold sweat slipped down his forehead at the right time. I really don't know. Sure enough, it was Doberman's brother. Your brother is a mutant. You can't know this kind of thing. Even he seriously suspected that he was aware of this aberration hunt. Otherwise, the purges who monitored him should have taken action long ago. It doesn't have to wait until 15 minutes later. In 15 minutes, the daylilies are cold. Doberman, the thief who eats inside and out. Dubin looked at him deeply, turned to Xiao Shi and ordered, bring all the people who survived today back to the Suching Division. But, what about the seriously injured. Xiaoshi persuaded, some of them have limited mobility, and some even need immediate surgery. Doberman was silent for a few seconds, and the gilded gold in his eyes faded. The injured are sent to the hospital first, but the cleanup staff must be arranged to guard them 24 hours a day. He turned his head to look at the shocked survivors, and his eyes especially stayed on Li Yuqin for a moment. Others, including this eldest lady of the Li family, all brought back to the division to make records. Xiaoshi was obviously relieved. Yes, team leader. Su Zhan lowered his head and observed Doberman's reaction with his peripheral vision. The hound superficially regained his composure, but the knuckles of his clenched fists had turned white, obviously trying to suppress his emotions. Medical staff began transporting the wounded in batches. The purge division also began escorting the survivors. Su Zhan was arranged to sit in the back row of a black van, with a heavily armed purger sitting on the left and right. This trip to the purification division, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to get by. The interrogation room of the Jiancheng Abnormal Purification Division is more concise than expected. Under the incandescent lamp, a metal table and 3 chairs. A surveillance camera flashing with a red dot in the corner. Dubin slammed a stack of files on the table and sat down opposite Su Zhan. Xiaoshi stood aside, holding a record board in her hand, with a complicated expression. Su Zhan. Age. Name. 18 years old. Dubin pushed a photo in front of Su Zhan. Explain. It was Du Feng's body in the master bedroom bathroom. Su Zhan blinked. I don't understand. Doberman slammed the table and stood up. His gilded pupils shrank into a thin line. My brother died in that bathroom. Xiaoshi coughed lightly. Team leader Du, pay attention to the procedure. Bang. Dubin sat down slowly when he heard this. Team leader Du, what does your brother's death in that bathroom have to do with me? Su Zhan said with a puzzled face. Am I the only one in the villa? Why are you holding on to me? Dubin's eyes froze. His brother had already told him that if Su Zhan participated in this party, he would be the first to do it. But this kind of thing can't be said to the outside world, because this indirectly confirmed that he knew that Du Feng was a mutant and did not report it, and deliberately left Du Feng with the opportunity to commit the crime. Besides, Su Zhan looked directly into Dubin's eyes. Your brother is a mutant. Even if I kill him, shouldn't you reward me? How can you interrogate me like a criminal on trial now? Team leader Du, your behavior is really bent for personal gain. Dubin sneered twice, stood up, and looked at Su Zhan condescendingly. I don't dare to wear this hat of yours. Let's talk about how the injury on your body came from. I met a mutant and was attacked by him. He. Su Zhan made a reminiscence. Then, he seemed to hear some order, and disappeared without paying attention to me. Coincidentally, there are loopholes, but no one can prove that what he said is false. Xiaoshi, take out the autopsy report. Xiaoshi took a sip of water. Hearing this, he took out a piece of paper from the file and read softly. Du Feng, a mutant, realm, not in the flow, died of a spinal rupture, multiple wounds on his body, including a fatal wound to the heart, but it was identified as a murderer. Okay, it's familiar, right? Dubin said with a chill. From this report, he could imagine the picture of his brother being killed by Su Zhan. That's his own brother. Blood is thicker than water. What does this have to do with me? Su Zhan was sure that Dubin could not produce evidence. Maybe those mutants are killing each other. He killed Du Feng purely to protect himself. How can there be a reason to only allow others to kill him, not to kill him back? It's your fault that you chose the wrong person. You seem to have a chance to win, Dubin said coldly. Su Zhan didn't speak, but his expression was non-committal. Otherwise? At that time, the villa surveillance had already been disrupted by the aberrations. Not to mention that he deliberately avoided surveillance in the villa. Team leader Du. Su Zhan smiled. My brother is a mutant. You should still think about how to keep your black hat. Well, you have to prepare the wording and figure out how to deceive the officials, otherwise, you may be imprisoned. He. Don't bother. Dubin looked directly into Su Zhan's eyes. However, I hope you can smile so happily in the future. Su Zhan asked subconsciously. Xiaoshi's body suddenly shook, and the file in her hand slipped to the ground. What do you mean? She blinked in confusion and wanted to reach out to hold the table, but she fell softly. The next second, Xiao Suqing member? Su Zhan understood everything at this moment. Doberman is not completely helpless against him. There is another trick to extract a confession by force. Doberman slowly locked the door of the interrogation room, turned around and pulled out a hideous smile from the corner of his mouth, slowly took off his sleeves and exposed his forearms. Now, we can have a good chat. Abuse lynching, but you really have it, Su Zhan said slowly. He had no choice but to retreat. As for the counterattack, first, the identity of the exposed variant will undoubtedly die. Second, he can't beat Doberman either. Third, the phone has been taken away, and he can't even leave evidence. Lynching? Doberman pulled out a special electric baton from his waist, and the stick body thundered. It is not too much to use any means to deal with a bastard like you. The electric baton suddenly stabbed out. The movement was so fast that Su Zhan didn't have time to dodge. Su Zhan let out a scream of pain, and the whole person curled up in the chair. This electric shock is enough to cripple an ordinary person, but for him, it is only a pain of flesh and blood. But now, he has to play this play well. Say say. Dubin kicked over the chair, and Sujan fell to the ground. How did you kill my brother? Sujan gasped in pain. I really don't know. Hard mouth? Doberman grinned fiercely and pressed another button on the electric baton, and the arc became even more violent. Now, you won't be pretending to be in pain. Temptation, it must be a temptation. Again, if aberrations can be identified in the human state, they will have become extinct as early as Daxia. Sujan looked at the electric baton that was making an arc. This thing hit the body. It's not as simple as a piece of blue and a piece of purple. Others cross and sweep everything, quacking and killing. How did you get to yourself, either being beaten or on the way to being beaten? Sujan skillfully hugged his head and curled up. Damn, another violent beating. He had prepared for the worst in his heart. If Dubin really killed him and really put him to death, then he could only resist. You don't want to expose it, right? Doberman sneered. Then bring the secret into the coffin. The electric baton is held high. The door of the interrogation room was kicked open with a slam. The door panel slammed into the wall. Bang! Teacher Wang? Sujan looked at the figure at the door. His head teacher, Wang Mingyuan, was holding his mobile phone and pointing the camera straight at Dubin. Wearing gold glasses, there is still a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth. Dubin's eyes froze. The electric baton in his hand went out instantly, straightened his collar, and his face returned to normal. It is different from the brutal appearance just now. Teacher Wang. Dubin nodded slightly. I'm bothering you to run so late. Wang Mingyuan pushed the golden wire glasses. Team leader Du is polite. I heard that my students are being questioned here, so I came to take a look. His gaze swept over the unconscious Xiao Shi. He stayed in front of Sujan for a moment, and then moved away as if nothing had happened. Understand. Dubin calmly put away the electric baton. Your student has experienced so much tonight, and he really needs to be accompanied by his teacher. Sujan was a little confused. It can make a person as crazy as Doberman put down his posture. His cheap class teacher is not simple. Are the casualties counted? Wang Mingyuan walked slowly into the interrogation room. Preliminary statistics show that 47 people died. Du Pin's voice was emotionless, including my brother Du phone. Warning, but Wang Mingyuan glanced at the mobile phone that was still recording. At this time, team leader Du also personally interrogated my students. Is it a bit inappropriate? Professional habits, forgive me, after all. Dubin glanced at Sujan meaningfully. Those who survived tonight deserve to be questioned carefully. Understand. Wang Mingyuan smiled. Then now, can I take him back? You need to cooperate with the investigation and contact at any time, but it shouldn't be you who made the record with him at that time. The corners of Doberman's mouth twitched slightly. Teacher Wang, walk slowly. Of course he knew what that meant. Of course, there is a thing that Du Feng is a mutation. His enemies will definitely seize this and attack him. The position of team leader cannot be kept in 80%. Wang Mingyuan was about to take Sujan. 3 men in uniforms of the inspectorate appeared at the door. The man at the head held a document. Team leader Du, routine investigation, please cooperate. Dubin looked as usual and calmly straightened his cuffs. Supervisorly, are you still working overtime so late? You know this villa case. Supervisorly handed over the document. I need your help to verify a few questions. Dubin took the document and glanced at it. That's all? Of course, you have to cooperate with routine investigations, but are you sure you want to do it now? Wang Mingyuan coughed lightly. The 2 official duties are here, so I won't disturb you. He helped Sujan and continued to walk out. Team leader Du, let's talk about it another day. Doberman stopped the 2 of them. He said coldly to Sujan, do you really think I can't deal with you? Tomorrow, you'll know. Wait. On the road. Sujan had a lot of thoughts and asked tentatively, Teacher Wang, why does Dubin respect you so much? Teacher. Wang Mingyuan smiled and said, it's normal to respect the teacher. Sujan rolled his eyes in his heart. People like Doberman only look at strength and background. Since Wang Mingyuan didn't want to say it, he couldn't ask anymore. As for the threat of Doberman just now, the soldiers will block it, and the water will cover it. The day after tomorrow is the day of awakening. Did you buy the awakening potion? Wang Mingyuan changed his mind and asked, Teacher Wang, my family, you know. Sujan said slowly, I really can't bet on the extra 3% probability with all my value. He is a mutant, and this is a bet that must be lost. Wang Mingyuan looked at it twice, and finally left a sentence, have a good rest, adult, just take responsibility for your own life. Next, Sujan came to school as usual. Nearly 90% of the seats in the classroom were empty. Early morning. Some are recuperating in hospitals, while others are treating psychological trauma. Others, never come again. Outside the school gate, heart-wrenching sounds can reach the classroom. Give me back my daughter. In the second class of the 3rd year of high school, a total of 30 people died and 45 people. Our parents leave their children to you with peace of mind. Is this how you treat us? Reporter, right? Yes, this is the school. Have you heard of the villa party case last night? Yes, that's it. What do I know? I tell you everything I know. You must expose this school truthfully. But the ridiculous thing is, they only dare to find trouble with the school, but they do not dare to find the planner of the party, and they do not dare to find trouble with Li Yuqin. Persimmons should be picked kicked and pinched. Sujan shook his head helplessly. People are like this. However, such incidents within Daxia happen all the time. They made such a fuss and got no result. After all, the murderer is a mutant, and you are in trouble with other people. Aren't you bullying honest people? Sure enough, soon the patrol officer came. Arrest all the troublemakers. Trouble? Talk to my city patrol department. This is not an era of peace. There are misty creatures on the outside and aberrations on the inside. In chaotic times, severe punishments should be used. Sujan. A cold voice came. Sujan looked at the sound. I saw Li Yuqin push open the classroom door and come over. Li Yuqin? Sujan was a little surprised. This kind of rich daughter born with a golden spoon in her mouth. After experiencing the bloody scene last night, I didn't hide at home and shiver, but came to school the next day as if nothing had happened. Li Yuqin's eyes were jealous. He glanced at Sujan and left in a hurry. Sujan? What is this for? Am I so scared? Wang Mingyuan walked in with a heavy expression. Sujan, come with me. After saying that, he walked out the door. Now, Sujan was full of doubts. What happened again? He followed Wang Mingyuan's footsteps, and the two came to the roof of the teaching building. On the rooftop, the wind howled. Sujan, have you looked at your phone? Wang Mingyuan pushed the gold wire glasses and said, the reason for the Sujan is unknown. Look at the Doberman. What? Wang Mingyuan explained. Sujan quietly looked at his expression, seeing that it didn't look like a fake. Only then did he take out his phone from his pocket. Mobile phones are not allowed at school. However, Wang Mingyuan should not be so boring. He shouldn't have acted in such a play, just to confiscate his mobile phone. Search for Doberman. As a result, there was a hot search. Jiangcheng High School is suspected of appearing a student aberration. Sujan's pupils shrank slightly and clicked. At the top is a short video of Dubin's interview, wearing the uniform of the Suching division, and his face is solemn. After preliminary investigation, there were traces of artificially guided aberrant attacks at the party last night, and the survivor Sujan was suspected and had a motive for committing the crime. The comment area has exploded. I am a junior high school student. Sujan is usually eerie. I heard that his parents were the mutants who were executed by the Purification Division. Ask for proof. Scroll down, there are a lot of marketing accounts to advertise. It is reported that Su has repeatedly evaded routine physical examinations. Experts analyze its behavior patterns as strange. Sujan stared at the data that kept beating on the screen. Good means. No wonder Li Yuqin was hiding from herself just now. He sneered in his heart. Dubin's trick is vicious and does not require substantive evidence at all. Just need to sow a handful of seeds in the field of public opinion. Human nature naturally waters towering trees. People don't care about the truth at all, even if their words are either vague or full of loopholes. When millions of people identify you as a monster at the same time, you are not either. Teacher Wang, Doberman is slandering me, Sujan said slowly. Doberman loves his brother quite a bit. Wang Mingyuan did not answer, but said such a sentence. Sujan waited for the following. Wang Mingyuan pushed the golden wire glasses. In Daxia, slandering others as aberrants is punishable by death. Sujan listened quietly. The memory of the original body in my mind does have this. Those who slander must pay the price of the slanderer, not the zero cost of slander, otherwise, the world will be in chaos. Do you know why it's so strict? Wang Mingyuan asked himself and answered. 270 years ago, there was a case in Lianshui village. He turned on his phone and pulled out a few black and white photos. Burned houses, corpses hanging from trees, and a crowd of people cheering with signs. There was a small town at that time, and someone spread rumors that there was an aberration in the town. In that era, aberrations had just appeared, and the whole daxia was full of wind and cranes, and the grass and trees were soldiers. As long as more than 3 people say that you are a mutant, you have no explanation, and you would rather kill by mistake than let it go. In just 1 week, 321 people were lynched. Wang Mingyuan said slowly. Later, it was confirmed that they were all ordinary people, and they were all innocent. The last page of the photo slides and is a close-up of a little girl's corpse. How young, it's a pity. Now, anyone who has no substantive evidence of an aberration shall not restrict personal freedom, let alone use lynching. Wang Mingyuan looked into Sujan's eyes. But Dubin is very smart. His slander of you is very vague. The original words are, after preliminary investigation, there were traces of artificially guided mutant attacks at the party last night, and the survivor Sujan was suspected and had a motive for committing the crime. Like those who attack you on the internet, the same is true for speaking, vague, and not the initial source of public opinion, so you will not be punished too much. But these people don't matter. They are just Doberman's bot navy. Therefore, Dubin's approach is not the level of slander that imposes the death penalty. If you can prove that you are human, I guarantee that even a Doberman with a strong background will go to jail for at least half a year. This is why I said before that Dubin loves his brother very much, and he will do the same to you at the risk of going to prison. What is the way to prove that I am human? Sujan asked. There is a potion called the Aberration Spitting Mantra Potion. Wang Mingyuan's expression was serious. There is no aberration that resists this agent. However, the side effect effects of the drug are extremely great, and after the drug effect, it will leave great sequelae, such as confusion, anxiety and irritability, and in severe cases, it will become a vegetative state. This potion is not easily used, but it can be applied. This is the one? Su Zhan's heart tightened. Kill 1,000 enemies, and lose 800. Don't say he's a mutant. Even if he is human, he can't use this thing unless there is no other way. Of course there is. Wang Mingyuan spread his hands. Tomorrow is the day of awakening. As long as you become an awakener, the rumors will be self-destructive. The fog invaded for 300 years. No one has the ability to be both an awoken and a mutant. Never. Su Zhan naturally knew this, but still said on the surface, so, if I can meet any of these two conditions, I can send Doberman to prison. Wang Mingyuan nodded slightly. I understand, thank you, Teacher Wang. Su Zhan sincerely thanked him, looking like a good student. Well, go back, don't let those remarks affect your mentality. Wang Mingyuan waved his hand and finally instructed. Su Zhan fled down the rooftop. In the corridor, the originally crowded flow of people automatically separated when Su Zhan passed by. A few girls in the lower grades were gathering to discuss something. When he looked up and caught a glimpse of him, he immediately fell silent and walked away quickly against the wall. It's him. I heard that his parents are also. Don't say it, he hasn't gone far yet. On the way home from school, there was a whisper behind him. He looked at me. Will you remember what I look like? Stay away, don't let him keep an eye on it. Su Zhan walked through the crowd expressionlessly. He looked at the groups of students in the distance, everyone glancing at him with their peripheral vision, and quickly looked away. Doberman's hand is indeed clever. The nails were pinched deep into the palm of the hand, but they didn't feel the pain. The aberration factors in the body are boiling, ready to tear the skin at any time. But he knew that once he got out of control, he would fall into the arms of Doberman. The guards at the school gate have been replaced with unfamiliar faces, and their waists are bulging. There were twice as many patrol cars passing by as usual. Doberman, that's what you want, right? The man who was pretending to talk about routine in the interrogation room must be enjoying the pleasure of pushing him to a dead end at the moment. Make him a public enemy of the whole people and isolate him from the world. Su Zhan didn't know how long he could disguise himself. When everyone looked at him like a monster, when no one in the world speaks to him, loneliness can drive a person crazy. Su Zhan admitted that he was a mutant, but the people he kills now are all for self-preservation. He is different from other aberrations and does not need to hunt. But none of this worked. Aberrations are a symbol of evil. To be alive is the original sin. Just like the words of our ancestors, if they are not of my race, their hearts will be different. The most terrifying thing is not to be treated as a mutant, but to be in such a gaze. Su Zhan actually started to think, perhaps becoming a mutant is the only way out. Maybe it's blackening, but it's not impossible. Next, on the day of awakening, Daxia's school age limit allows students to turn 18 at this time. Awakening is the cruelest and fairest class leap in Daxia. The young master who does not touch the spring water with 10 fingers, if he fails to awaken, he can only watch the glory of his ancestors fade away. The poor boy who crawled out of the slums, if he awakened, could make the whole family ascend to heaven in one step. Villas, privileges, money, beauties, these things that ordinary people struggle for in their lives are difficult to touch, and only need the minute of genetic tremor in the awakening cabin. So on this day every year, someone mortgaged real estate to buy a fortified potion. Some people knelt all over the temples and Taoist temples to pray for divine grace. Some people even secretly hide knives in their cuffs. These people are gamblers who have put down all their net worth and even took out loans to buy awakening potions. If your child fails to awaken, he will send the whole family away. The history books of Daxia are full of legends of the awakened, but no one records where those losers went later. After all, the most useless thing in this world is the 3 words ordinary people. Jiangcheng number 3 Middle School. A black official car was parked at the school gate. The car is printed with the Daxia Awakening Bureau. Heavily armed special agents of the Elimination Division formed a cordon around the school wall. In the center of the playground, there are 3 silver-white awakening cabins. Each cockpit is connected to dense pipelines, and complex biological data is beating on the terminal display. Technicians in white coats are doing the final debugging. Queue up by student number. The principal shouted with a loudspeaker. The students lined up in silence. Someone kept rubbing his palms. Some people closed their eyes and prayed. More people stared at the awakening capsule. It's a Pandora's box that is both exciting and terrifying. I heard that last year a senior awakened to his A-level ability, and the whole family moved to a high-end community. My parents bought me an awakening potion. I hope the money is not wasted. What if the awakening fails? What else can I do? Cold. This thing depends on fate. Alas, there's nothing wrong with what you said. I worshipped Buddha, Mazu, God, and so on yesterday. What? Didn't you say you are an atheist? In the whisper, Su Zhan stood at the end of the line. With him as the center, a radius of 10 meters became a no-man's land. People avoided him like a plague. Last night, the landlord cried and said that he would not rent a house to him, saying that it would be okay to refund the rent twice. Later, Su Zhan was really annoyed, and he he scared the landlord a few words with a straight face before he had a house to live in temporarily. Soo-jun looked at the sky. Drones from several media outlets are circling, and the camera is focused on these young people who are about to change their fate. He looked further away. At the edge of the playground, Lee Yu-chin was surrounded by several officials and was conducting some kind of special test in advance. Her father obviously had a relationship. What attracted Soo-jun the most was on the high platform. Dubin stood behind the principal in the uniform of the Su-ching division, and his gilded pupils always locked on Soo-jun. His epaulets are significantly lower. It seems that even though he has a strong background, he has not escaped emotion. At this moment, the rhythm of Dubin and Soo-jun on the internet is getting bigger and bigger. At this moment, good reporters seem to see a big hotspot. One after another, they stepped forward to interview, and the cameras of long guns and short guns were aimed at him in unison. Team Leader Du, as an old purgist of the Purge Division, do you think Soo-jun can awaken successfully today? First of all, let me correct this reporter friend first. Don't call me Team Leader Du. I was demoted, and now I am the captain. As for your problem, Dubin then smiled confidently. I can assure all the citizens of Dacia that Soo-jun cannot awaken. Why is he so confident? Because he decided from the bottom of his heart that Soo-jun was a mutant. Du Feng's autopsy showed that he was fighting in close quarters before he died, and Du Feng also told him that he would find trouble with Soo-jun. Not a mutant. What ability does Soo-jun have to kill Du Feng? As an aside, aberrations and awakeners are two completely different evolutionary paths, and the genetic sequences of aberrations have long been contaminated. Doberman added with a smile. Soo-jun on the playground noticed this scene. Turn on your phone, now. Durbin's interview is being broadcast live. Doberman, hunting dog. It's appropriate, like a dog biting itself. He looked coldly at the Doberman talking and laughing on the high platform, and a seed called hatred was growing in his heart. The reporters seemed to have recorded the shocking revelations, and crowded forward and said, Captain Du, can I understand that you are saying that Soo-jun is a mutant? Captain Du, what is the reason why you believe that Soo-jun is a mutant? Captain Du, do you have a grudge against Soo-jun? Dubin made a silent gesture, and after the reporters calmed down, he said slowly, I just remembered this digression. Don't take your seat. The reporter asked, what if Soo-jun really wakes up? Does it prove that your previous accusations are all slander? The smile on the corner of Dubin's mouth deepened. Naturally, every Dacia person should abide by the Dacia law. If he really wakes up, it will prove that I, Dubin, have misjudged, and I should go to jail if I should be in jail, and I will be dismissed if I should be dismissed. After a pause, he added, however, you can rest assured. Doberman's gaze swept over the camera, as if looking directly at all the audience through the screen. This kind of thing will never happen. The reporter wanted to ask again, but Dubin had already waved his hand to signal the personnel of the Purge Division to stop the reporter. This interview rushed to the hot search within 10 minutes. The title reads, Jiancheng Abnormal Purification Division do Binli's military order. If Soo-jun can awaken, I will voluntarily go to prison. The debate over whether Soo-jun can wake up has already set off a bloody storm on major social platforms. In the forum, the technical parties analyzed Soo-jun's physical examination report in the past 3 years frame by frame, trying to find inhuman evidence. On the short video platform, internet celebrities from all walks of life rushed to shoot prediction videos, betting that he would lose. Supporters conferred upon Doberman a hound of justice, while opponents cynically waited to see him overturn. At this moment, the eyes of many netizens were focused on the silver-white awakening cabin. Or, Soo-jun was proven innocent, and Dubin was ruined. Or, Dubin became a prophecy, and Soo-jun was still labeled as a suspected aberration. There is no third possibility. Soo-jun silently browsed the information on the internet. I already have an idea in my mind. Awakening, doomed to success. The label of the suspected aberration will accompany him like a brand. If you don't break out in silence, you will die in silence. Since the world has isolated him, that is right and wrong. He has no intention of explaining. The radio sounded. The 300-year unified awakening ceremony of the Misty calendar begins now. Now, the indicator lights of the 3 awakening capsules turned on in turn. The gears of fate began to turn. Awakening the soul. A life soul can be anything, including abilities, items, animals. The lowest level of the soul is E, and the highest is SSS. The life soul is the same, and the same life soul level also has different levels. For example, metal control is available in SSS grade and E grade. The awakeners of SSS Dacia will not produce more than 10 fingers a year. Look, who is that? Lei Shun. Although he is not as good as Li Yuqin, he is also a well-known rich young master. It is said that his father not only bought him the most expensive awakening potion, but also enrolled him in an awakening class, saying that there were awakened people explaining the knowledge of awakening, and it cost 1 million for this alone. What bullshit, pure waste of money. This thing is useful. Those rich children have all awakened a long time ago. People are stupid and have a lot of money, and they are willing to be deceived. Lei Shun was standing in the front row of the stands at the moment, his body trembling slightly nervously. There is no dashing appearance in front front of the followers at all. The hatch closed, gas was poured in, and the gene chains on the display began to tremble violently. Just a minute later, awakening failed. A piercing prompt sounded. Laishan staggered out of the cabin, his face pale. Ha ha, I know that pure money is spent unjustly. Deserved. Usually nostrils are facing the sky, but now retribution is coming. That is, it's great to be rich. It's not on an equal footing with us. I am satisfied if he doesn't succeed. You see, I didn't spend a penny. I didn't even buy the awakening potion, and even if the result is the same as him, wouldn't it be thought that I saved millions? Ha? If you say that, I'm not nervous anymore. I'm the same as you. I haven't spent a penny. Even though they said this, his trembling legs still exposed that they were not as relaxed as they said. Alas, do you know this person? The school uniform is torn like a beggar. Zhang Wei, a 6th class, lives in the suburbs, and his family is not good, and it is said that the bus home from the holidays on weekdays is not his house, and every time he rides his tattered bicycle home. Harm, this person must have no money to buy awakening potions at home. It's a package, let's just watch the show. A minute later, sea-level life soul, body petrified. The mechanical prompt sounded. Awakening success. Zhang Wei burst into tears and rushed out of the awakening cabin, with patches on the cuffs of his school uniform. He raised his hands tremblingly, his skin turning rocky grayish-white. This is a real awakening ability, and it cannot be faked. Dad, mother! His hoarse shout split the noisy crowd. In the last row of the stands, a middle-aged couple in faded overalls stood up abruptly. Xiao Wei, it's true. Did it really be? The father's rough palms trembled and stroked his son's petrified arm. The mother hugged her son into her arms, completely ignoring the pain of his hard skin. Mom knows. Mom worships the Bodhisattva every day. It's really effective. Zhang Wei's father suddenly turned around and knelt down heavily in the direction of the awakening cabin. This man, who has been carrying cement on the construction site for 20 years, is crying like a child at the moment. In the distance, several people from the admissions office of the Awakened College trotted over, holding admission notices in their hands. Why is this kind of poor ghost? Damn, I spent hundreds of thousands, and in the end I can't compare to a poor ghost. Everyone was talking. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Su Zhan watched. That's what human nature is. People long for fairness, but they hate absolute fairness. People hate privilege, but they aspire to be privilege itself. 20, 30, 40 people passed. The number of successful people is less than 5 fingers. Someone had a seizure on the spot. Some people laughed wildly and tore their clothes. More people walked back to their parents numbly, like puppets whose souls have been sucked away. Awakening is very fair, and at the same time, it is cruel. Look, who is that? Li Yuqin, who doesn't know the 3rd middle school? Tell you quietly, the night before yesterday, she invited her classmates to her birthday party. Do you still need to say this? However, I heard that their family gave compensation to the family of the deceased afterwards. You know, it stands to reason that she does not need to give any compensation for the deaths and injuries caused by this aberration, but their family still gave it, which can be regarded as benevolence. Also, who doesn't know about number 3 middle school? She deliberately approached Su Zhan before. In fact, everyone could see that she was just looking for a shield, but Su Zhan did this. She estimated how far she hid. Su Zhan turned a deaf ear to these remarks and looked at the beautiful shadow next to the awakening capsule. I saw Li Yuqin wearing an ordinary school uniform, but her elegant and noble temperament was very obvious. The technician in the white coat opens the awakening pod. Li Yuqin took a deep breath and lay down. The hatch is closed. A minute passed quickly. A string suddenly vibrated in the cabin, and even the metal shell of the entire awakening capsule resonated slightly. The data on the monitoring screen beats wildly, and finally freezes. A-level life soul, War Guzheng. The entire room was astonished. A-level life soul. I hate the rich, woo-woo. This, number 3 middle school couldn't produce an A-level soul for 3 years, so Li Yuqin caught up. Su Zhan's eyes paid a little more attention. A-level life soul, this level, is really rare. The hatch opens. A white Guzheng phantom appeared behind her. The body is carved with complex cloud patterns, and the 21 strings are windless and automatic. In the stands, Li's father stood up suddenly. A-level. If it is well trained, this is enough to make the Li family not only rich in Jiangcheng. Li Yuqin slowly opened her eyes and raised her hand to caress the strings of the phantom shadow. The branches and leaves of a plane tree in the distance suddenly broke, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. Those classmates who had ridiculed her for relying on her family background couldn't say a word of mockery at the moment. It's sour, rich people are even awakening, right? But Su Zhan is still her black history. Knowing that Su Zhan is suspected of being a mutant, he runs faster than anyone else? Why don't you run? I told you to go with Su Zhan every day. Can you go? Chun Lizi, for the sake of life safety, what's wrong with people doing this? I really told you to go, and you are unhappy again. Okay, let's not talk about this. Do you think Su Zhan can awaken? There is a lot of trouble between him and Doberman on the internet. Don't say it. I also want to see who wins between him and Doberman this time. Over time. It's Su Zhan's turn soon. The atmosphere is about to reach its climax at this moment. The next one one is Sujan. Dupan has made a military order. If Sujanjan awakens, which side are you from? Don't believe in the Purge division? Don't buckle my top hat. Can Dubin represent the Suching division? Do you still need to see this? Suspected aberration. I don't want to say more about the probability of this suspect. The reporter's microphone almost hit Doberman's chin, and the flash clicked. Du grew. Captain, if Sujan really succeeds in awakening, do you admit that your previous remarks are slander? Meanwhile, Dubin smiled lightly. I have already answered this question, and now I will say it for the last time. The law of Dasha, when everyone abides by it, if he can really awaken, it will prove that I am slandered, and I will never shirk what responsibility I should bear. On the playground, the sound of cold machinery sounded. The final calibration is completed, and the student Sujan is asked to enter the awakening cabin. All stared at the figure in school uniform. The technician looked at Sujan with fearful eyes, and quietly moved half a step back with the soles of his feet, as if he was ready to run away at any time. Suspected aberration. This kind of news cannot be groundless. This kind of news can only be believed to be true rather than non-existent. Sujan was already immune to this kind of look. The opportunity to prove his innocence is right in front of him, but he didn't get excited. First, he is a mutant. Second, aberrants cannot awaken life souls. As Dubin said, these are two completely different evolutionary paths. Now that I know the result of the awakening, there will be no more expectations and tensions. Please. Seeing that he was slow to move, the technician made a gesture of invitation. Sujan came back to his senses. What should come will always come, and you can't hide it. Step into the awakening capsule and the hatch door closes. The dark blue gas slowly spewed out. Submerge his body, bringing a strange suffocation. What happens next? He closed his eyes, and countless possibilities came to his mind. Dark, never-ending darkness. There is no sunrise, no sunset, only eternal escape. Every footstep may be the approach of the Suching division. There may be bullets hidden in every shadow. He will not dare to show his true face and dare not stay anywhere for more than one night. The voice needs to change, the fingerprints need to be corroded, and even the rhythm of breathing needs to be deliberately adjusted. Trust will no longer exist. No one can believe it. He could not see people with his true face. The mask is no longer a camouflage, but a second skin. If the mask is worn for a long time, it will slowly grow together with the flesh and blood, and it can no longer be taken off. Will these days end? Yes. Either the pursued Suching division pierced the heart with a bullet, or completely driven crazy by his gradually distorted spirit. Don't die. What if the awakening is successful? This ridiculous thought flashed through my mind. Sujan almost laughed out loud. The genetic sequence of the aberration is naturally repulsive to the awakened, which is the iron law in the Dasha textbook. His very existence is a mistake, a cursed branch of the evolutionary tree. How can it be? The gas completely flooded the top of the head. Sujan suddenly felt a sense of relief. Taking Dubin away before his death has become his only wish. He tensed his body suddenly. No, it doesn't feel right. The next moment, the body becomes hot. It's an indescribable, wonderful feeling. Tick. The sound of the pocket watch sounded in my head. All the images in his mind suddenly froze. It's like a movie film that presses the pause button. Tick. The hot feeling suddenly disappeared, replaced by a strange sense of detachment. It was as if the soul was suspended above the awakening capsule, indifferently looking down at his twisted body. The data on the monitoring screen skyrocketed, and the values broke through the threshold. Warning, energy overflows. Meanwhile, life soul level, SSS. Life soul, the eye of the abyss. The awakening cabin opened with a bang, and an invisible ripple swung around Sujan. Everyone was stunned. Sujan had an ancient pocket watch suspended in his hand. The cover is engraved with intricate time wheel patterns, and in the center of the pocket watch, there was a vertical pupil that slowly opened. The golden pupils are like molten gold, majestic and mysterious. The technician's voice trembled. SSS level. It's SSS class. Dasha awakens no more than 10 SSS every year. Sujan, he is an SSS level soul. The barrage in the live broadcast room was instantly blank for 2 seconds, and then erupted like a volcano. I was dazzled. SSS level? The pupils of the abyss. What is this? What about Doberman's? Take a quick shot of Doberman's expression. Doberman's expression froze, the curvature of the corners of his mouth froze on his face, and only the green veins on his forehead were twitching. His voice was extremely soft, but it seemed that he had exhausted all his strength. On the high platform. That's the look that hunters who get out of their cages will show. Impossible. Shocked. Furious. The deepest part is fear. The scene has exploded. And, SSS class. How is this possible? Is the instrument faulty? Now the awakening capsule technology is very perfect. You say nearly 30 years. When did you go wrong? That's right, Sujan, SSS level life soul. There's no need to run away. Doesn't this mean that the Purge division caught the wrong person? I said long ago that Sujan doesn't look like a monster. Fart. Didn't you just say that you should stay away from him? Look at Captain Du's face. I've never seen him look like that. Let's play. I see. Doberman is not just in prison. I think so too. If Sujan awakens to be a C-class, A-level life soul. Dubin is imprisoned for slandering other people's aberrations, but Sujan is SSS level, TSK. The statement here is big. The area of the Purification Division is no longer peaceful. Several young purges looked at each other. Didn't Captain Du say that Sujan is? Is it a suspected aberration? What is this now? Shut up! The older agent shouted sharply and stole a glance at Doberman's side face. The barrage in the live broadcast room scrolled wildly. Historic moment. Doberman played off this time, ha ha ha. People are humans. You have to say that they are suspected of being aberrants. This is the end of the calf. Li Yuqin stood in the shadow of the stands, with mixed feelings. Father Li's voice buzzed in his ears. Qin, don't you have a good relationship with him? He was specially invited to the last birthday party. Meanwhile, yes, invite him as a shield. Li Yuqin remembered that when she was holding Sujan's arm, she caught a glimpse of Du Feng's iron face. I think of the night of the party. She injured her ankle and watched Su behead and leave without looking back. Said, what's the use of talking about this now? You told me that he is dangerous, suspected of being a mutant, and told me to stay away from him. When Sujan was pointed out by Qianfu, when he was most lonely, he did not stand with him. It's too late to say anything now. Father Li was still chattering. It's normal for young people to have some conflicts. Let me tell you, SSS Life Soul, how many dasha only produce a year? His future achievements are the lowest lord of a city, and the highest to enter the highest decision-making level of dasha. Such a person, he liked you before, you go to apologize, and nothing will happen. Do you like it? I really like it. But you also said that was before. Li Yuqin's heart was bleeding, and he still said indifferently on the surface, Dad, you are wrong. His future achievements will be at least to die on the battlefield, with nothing, and the awakened person is not as beautiful as you imagined. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, I understand. Li's father continued, Dasha will focus on cultivating this kind of talent. How can they die easily? Li Yuqin didn't regret it, but her status as the daughter of a rich family for more than 10 years made her unable to let go of her arrogance. Do you think an SSS level awakener can't see through this kind of trick? Dad, what about the SSS awakeners? Father Li smiled. This only shows that he is highly talented. In the final analysis, he is still an 18-year-old child. At this time, it is the age when love is just open. Qin, I tell you, you are equivalent to me at this age. Dad, don't say it anymore. Li Yuqin's eyes were red, and she said with her silver teeth, she just suddenly realized, I lost something very valuable. Just like the antique vase that I accidentally broke when I was a child, I didn't think it was very precious at the beginning, until my father told her a long string of prices. What a companion. SSS level life soul, with a bright future, should be the most beautiful card in her hand. It is used to consolidate the family status and to show off in the celebrity circle. Behold, even such a genius is dead to me. But now, this chess piece jumped out of the chessboard by itself. My father was still whispering in his ear to apologize. Li Yuqin couldn't pull her face. On the playground, Sujan lowered his head and stared at the pocket watch suspended in his palm, and the golden vertical pupil of Shi Yuan's pupil slowly rotated, connecting with his spirit. Absurd. His first reaction was not ecstasy, but a sense of absurdity that bordered on irony. Aberration awakening soul? SSS rated? It was like a bad joke. He was supposed to be a rat in the gutter, a prey hunted by the Suching division, and a monster that could never awaken in the mouth of Dubin. But now, he was standing in the sun, looking at the audience. It turns out that fate will also play a joke. An almost tyrannical pleasure suddenly surged in his heart. He looked at Dubin's iron-green face in the distance, Li Yuqin's stiff smile, and the shocked and distorted expressions of the audience. How ridiculous. The aberration they feared has now become the genius of Dasha. They desperately tried to crush the ants in the mud to death, but in the blink of an eye, they stood at a height they could never reach. The gears of the pocket watch turned gently and click. Sujan suddenly smiled. Doberman, since you have to distinguish right from wrong, then I'll use these eyes to take a good look at your kneeling. The admissions leaders of major awakened colleges have broken through the cordon. Sujan, a middle-aged man in a dark blue uniform, gets a head start. As long as you nod, Jiangqing First Awakener Academy will directly give you the qualification of a special student. Tuition is free, 1 million scholarship per year, plus a single-family villa by the river in the city. A middle-aged woman dressed in fashion next to her said, as long as you join the Jiangqing Second Awakener Academy, with exclusive cultivation resource library permissions, one-on-one guidance from top tutors, and graduate into the official Dasha Awakener organization, you will have an iron rice bowl. He just finished speaking. Representatives of other colleges were red-eyed, and the conditions became more and more exaggerated. Our hospital is willing to build an exclusive laboratory for you. All family members will arrange housing. Don't come, Sujan is alone, my hospital can. In the chaos, Sujan just looked at Dubin's pale face on the high platform. The rampant hound was being severely reprimanded by the top management of the Purge Division at this moment. Let go, let go. A darily dressed man squeezed into a crowded crowd. Representatives of the admissions offices of various colleges and universities still wanted to resist, but he was pushed pushed away by the man and had no power to fight back. They were stunned. Who is it? So powerful. In the blink of an eye, Wang Mingyuan had already come to Su Zhan and pushed his signature golden wire glasses. Su Zhan, don't listen to them. With your talent, entering Kyoto, the Awakener Academy in the Magic City is not a problem. Don't let these people pick up the leaks. Teacher Wang. Su Zhan did not leave Dubin, and said word by word, I am not interested in these things now. Wang Mingyuan followed his gaze when he heard this, and said with a smile, don't worry, I will help you solve this matter. If you are an A-level or below A-level soul, Dubin will be in prison for a few years. But now, what about the price? Su Zhan's head said without turning around. There is no free lunch in the world, and everything is clearly priced. Wang Mingyuan's smile gradually subsided. He didn't expect his student to see it so clearly. He said seriously, just join the official Awakened organization in Daxia. There are many ways to treat traitors, but we have always been generous to heroes. You mean the abnormal purification division? Su Zhan frowned slightly. Because of Doberman, he had a very bad impression of the organization. Yes and no. Wang Mingyuan explained, the abnormal purge division is an organization that maintains internal stability in Daxia, but the external threat of Daxia is far from being comparable internally. The organization that resists the invasion of foreign enemies is naturally of the army. Just say it. What do you want me to do? Su Zhan didn't have the mind to listen to these now. He just wanted to sanction Dubin immediately. Wang Mingyuan was not annoyed when he heard this, looked at the crowded crowd around him, and said patiently, there are many people now, and it's not a place to talk, but I promise that I will be able to get Doberman the punishment he deserves. Su Zhan turned his head and looked at Wang Mingyuan. All I see is honesty. Su Zhan finally glanced at Dubin coldly, and left the scene under the escort of Wang Mingyuan. But after he left, let's go, the scene was still not calm. Su Zhan refused such a good condition. If it were me, I would have agreed long ago. SSS level, go to Kyoto. The Awakening Academy in the Magic Capital is no problem. So why stay in this small place like Jiangcheng? That's right, all the talents are flowing out, and the resident Awakeners in Jiangcheng are not as good as year by year, and the aberrations are becoming more and more rampant. Otherwise, how could the villa case happen? Hey, it is human nature for people to go to high places and water to flow to low places. Teaching building, on the rooftop. Teacher Wang, people like you are really interesting and like to meet on the rooftop. Su Zhan looked down at the scenery downstairs and teased, what kind of person am I? Wang Mingyuan pushed the gold wire glasses and smiled. On the surface, he is an ordinary teacher, but in fact he is a hidden awakener. Su Zhan turned his head and did not ink. Teacher Wang, tell me, who are you? He had asked this question before. Wang Mingyuan did not answer at that time, but now, he has awakened the SSS Life Soul, which is completely different from before. Have you heard of the 4 great awakened academies of Daxia? Wang Mingyuan was not in a hurry to answer, but asked this question. Daxia's 4 great awakener academy? Su Zhan heard this word for the first time. Yes, the first awakened academy of the imperial capital, the magic capital. Wrong. Wang Mingyuan waved his hand, his expression becoming heavy. 50 years ago, the Great Wall of the western border was broken through by fog for the first time. At that time, a large number of awakened people in Daxia were concentrated in the imperial capital and the magic capital, and the defenders of the western border desperately sent out a signal for help, waiting for the reinforcements to arrive. He paused. The 3 military fortresses and 80,000 soldiers have all turned into nutrients in the fog. Mist invasion, only killing everyone in the capture area will cover the capture area, and it is permanent. In other words, these 3 military fortresses will be occupied by the fog forever. Su Zhan saw that Wang Mingyuan's hands were trembling slightly. The most ironic thing is that the imperial capital was holding a feast at that time. Wang Mingyuan sneered, some people are pushing cups and changing cups, and some people are blocking the gaps in the city wall with flesh and blood. Therefore, Daxia is painfully aware of the pain, and those who awaken are the most important weapons of the country, and they must not gather in the bustling city. Just like playing chess, put the strongest pieces in the position where they are needed most. Therefore, the 5 awakened academies were established. Pick a genius from the awakened academy. However, restrictions have been added. The north recruits the north, the south recruits the south, and the west. But that's not all the case. What Daxia wants is not to draw the ground as a prison, but to perform their own duties. Therefore, the 5 major compounds do give priority to recruiting local awakeners, but not because of limitations, but for optimal configuration. SSS level like you, before your strength does not become stronger, will be assigned to Suzaku Academy, and after becoming stronger, it will be distributed according to the national battle situation. The name of the 5 awakened academies comes from the myth of Daxia. The eastern azure dragon, the western white tiger, the southern vermilion bird, the northern black martial artist, and the middle Qilin. Daxia will not make the same mistake again. This is the meaning of the existence of the 5 awakened academy. Then, Wang Mingyuan's eyes were a little proud, and he said, Qinglong Academy guarded the seaside and repelled the deep-sea fog beast tide 217 times in the past 30 years. White Tiger Academy sits in the desert and just just eradicated a misty den last year. Suzaku Academy continues to provide talents for the southern part of Dacia in exchange for the safety of the southern border. Xuanwu Academy still strengthens the Great Wall in the north day and night. As for the Central Chilan Academy, they are not within the scope of the war zone, which can be considered safe, but their role is to adjust the overall situation, and wherever the awakened are needed, they will go. What does this have to do with your identity? Sujan's eyes were still flat. Is it hot-blooded? Blood. Do you have any feelings? As a person who has already thought about the second half of his life, I really can't empathize with it. No. Wang Mingyuan lifted his shirt, revealing a hideous scar on his waist. The scar was an eerie dark blue, as if it had been eroded by some inhuman force. I was originally a soldier at the southern border, and when I was seriously injured and retired 10 years ago, the military department gave me two choices, either to go to the logistics department for retirement, or to go to a grassroots school to screen the real seeds for Dacia. Su Zhan understood his identity. I also understood the operation of the 5 awakening academies of Dacia. He smiled bitterly. Do I have a choice? There is no choice. Wang Mingyuan's eyes were sharp, and he said word by word, in the past 50 years, the misty creatures have become stronger and stronger, devouring the borders, and Dacia has no way out. 10 years ago, the southern fortress I guarded would only encounter 7 or 8 small waves of mist beasts every month, and now, the southern fortress has to withstand dozens of misty beast tides every month. Wang Mingyuan tore open his shirt, revealing the hideous blue scar. The wound left by this frost eater was not encountered in a few cases in the entire Dacia a year, but last year, the South Suzaku Academy alone treated 11 students with the same injuries. Su Zhan looked at the scar in silence. Is the mist's offensive already so strong? Dacia is far from as stable as it seems. You enjoy the peace of Great Xia, walk on safe streets, and live in a city that is not covered by fog. All this is because someone built a wall with flesh and blood on the border. Wang Mingyuan's eyes were like torches. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. This is not an empty phrase, but the law of the survival of civilization. When the sun sets and the fog engulfs the last city, no one can be alone. If you are not an SSS soul, no one will force you, but you are. God has given you the soul of SSS, not to let you survive, but to stand up in times of crisis. In the face of the apocalypse, no one can truly live alone. Either fight together or destroy together. This is the reality. Now, I solemnly invite you to join Suzaku Academy. Su Zhan nodded in cooperation. People are selfish, and there may be many people who have that kind of responsibility, but Su Zhan is not that kind of person. He did not have such lofty ideals, such a noble spirit, and even did not have the belief to die for Dacia, but he knew that he promised Wang Mingyuan to join Suzaku Academy. First, it can sanction Doberman. Second, it can become stronger. With these 2 points, it is enough. Okay, I agree to join Suzaku Academy. Su Zhan gave his answer seriously. On the rooftop of the high-rise building, 2 slender figures stood in the wind. Wang Mingyuan suddenly stretched out his hand. Su Zhan raised his arm at the same time, and the two held each other's palms. Su Zhan, welcome to join Suzaku Academy. The corners of Wang Mingyuan's lips were slightly raised. Su Zhan withdrew his hand and said lightly, I hope Suzaku Academy will not disappoint me. The sun is shining. There are few vehicles on the ring highway on the outskirts of Jiangcheng. A black car was driving out of town at breakneck speed. In the driver's seat, Doberman wore a peaked cap, a mask and sunglasses, and the whole person was tightly wrapped. Fingers clenched the steering wheel and scanned the surroundings vigilantly from time to time. The speed is getting faster and faster, and the pointer on the dashboard is approaching the red line. He made a big fuss about it, and everyone knew it. Now, he will accept the backlash. Plus Su Zhan's awakening SSS life soul. Even if he goes to the trial court, his background will be of no use. Slandering an ordinary person and slandering an SSS soul are aberrations, two completely different concepts. In order not to chill the awakened people of the world, Dacia will give him the heaviest judgment. That is, the death penalty. As long as he left Jiangcheng, he had a way to get out. Just escape and he can start over. He didn't lose, he still had a chance. Seeing that it is about to drive into the out-of-town ramp, a person suddenly fell from the sky and smashed the front cover of the car. Doberman slammed on the brakes, and the tires made 4 white marks on the ground. Rumble. The car shook violently and almost lost control and overturned. He looked up, his pupils shrinking. On the front cover of the car, a young man in an off-white shirt stood. He put one hand in his pocket, wore gold wire glasses, and had an elegant temperament. It was Wang Mingyuan. Team leader Du, where are you in such a hurry? Wang Mingyuan's voice was as gentle as ever, but it made Dubin shudder. Doberman's muscles are tense, ready to urge the soul at any time. Click. The door of the back seat was pulled open. Doberman turned his head abruptly, and what came into view was a familiar face. Su Zhan. He was already sitting in the back seat at some point, with a smiling expression on his face. Dubin, the trial court is ready. You wouldn't think that Dacia would let a derelict leader of the Purge Division just run away, right? Doberman looked at Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan, do you have have to kill them all? Kill them all? Wang Mingyuan chuckled. When you framed my students, why didn't you think about today? Then he was amazed. There was so much noise in the morning, you can still drive out. It seems that you have a wide network in the Suching division, so you have to check it carefully. I can't escape. Doberman pushed open the car door, breathing heavily, and stared at Sujan with gilded pupils. Aberration. You killed my brother, and now you want to kill me? Sujan's eyes were cold. First, I am not a mutant, and second, your brother is a mutant and deserves to die. Doberman roared angrily and suddenly took out a gun from his waist. You killed him. It's you, Aberration. The bullet broke out of the air, but suddenly stopped 3 inches away from Sujan's eyebrows. Fart. Sure, Yuan's pupil appeared out of thin air in his hand, and the golden pupil on the pocket watch slowly turned. Bang! A slender hand stretched out from the side and took the bullet down. Wang Mingyuan was already standing beside Sujan at some point. Dubin, you have crossed the line. Doberman's pupils shrank suddenly. Wang Mingyuan, do you really want to protect this aberration? Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses and said in a calm tone, he is not a mutant, you are the damn person. Doberman's face was distorted, and he suddenly laughed wildly. Ha, good, great. His body began to swell, his clothes were torn, revealing the bluish-gray fur underneath, and his fangs were sticking out from the corners of his mouth. The hound's soul is completely liberated. Do you really think? Are you sure of me? He pounced on him, almost turning into an afterimage. Wang Mingyuan's eyes were sharp, and he clenched his right hand into a fist. A punch blasted out, looking ordinary, but it went directly through Doberman's chest. Doberman spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground, and his beastly body began to shrink rapidly, returning to its human form. He curled up, but he still stared at Sujan, his eyes full of bitter hatred. Poof! Teacher Wang, don't kill me, Sujan reminded. I couldn't help but evaluate Wang Mingyuan's strength in my heart. The result was, he is not strong enough to see through it. Don't worry, I have a sense of proportion and avoid the key points. Wang Mingyuan smiled lightly. The B-level beast-like soul of the Ninth Order of the Du realm is not so easy to die. Sujan. Doberman coughed up blood and his voice was hoarse. You won. But you think, will Dasha really trust an SSS-level life soul aberration? Sujan walked up to him and looked down on him condescendingly. Dubin, your brother is an aberration. You cover up the truth. Even because of my discordant relationship with your brother, you slander me as an aberrant. Now, it's your turn to bear the consequences. He now wished that Doberman would die immediately. Kept shouting that he was an aberration, even if others would definitely not suspect a person who awakened an SSS-level life soul. But what if Doberman is not dead? He can't sleep. Wang Mingyuan smiled faintly and pointed to the surveillance camera on the side of the highway. The whole process is videotaped. The evidence is conclusive, and you have to add the charges of absconding in fear of crime and attempted murder in the trial court. Dubin suddenly burst into laughter. Sujan, you can't escape. One day, you will be just like me. A hand knife slashed accurately on the side of his neck, and Doberman suddenly collapsed. There's a lot of nonsense. Wang Mingyuan wiped his hands in disgust, turned to Sujan and said, let's go. The trial court is still waiting. Sujan finally glanced at the unconscious Dubin and said softly, Teacher, thank you. Wang Mingyuan waved his hand. This is the result you deserve. The highest tribunal of the southern region of Dasha is solemn and solemn, towering in majestic domes. On both sides stood heavily armed awoken guards, their eyes cold. On the judgment table, 7 judges dressed in red robes sat upright. The presiding judge had a solemn face and held a heavy dossier in his hand. Dubin was escorted by 2 special agents of the Purge Division and stood on the defendant's bench. His hands were wearing special shackles, his face was pale, but there was still a twisted sneer on the corner of his mouth. The plaintiff was at the hearing. Sujan sat quietly, his pocket watch gently turning between his fingers. Wang Mingyuan sat beside him, looking calm, as if he had already expected the ending. The presiding judge slowly stood up, his voice majestic. Dubin, former leader of the 7th group of the Purge Division, after verification by the trial court, it is now confirmed that you are guilty of the following crimes. He opened the file and read it word for word. First, dereliction of duty. You abused your power and framed the innocent citizen Sujan as an aberrant in an attempt to cover up the true identity of your brother Dufeng. Second, murder. You know that Dufeng has been distorted, but you did not report it, but instead assisted him in hiding, which eventually led to the death of 47 civilians. Third, treason. When you were arrested, you attempted to kill the SSS-level life soul awakener Sujan and the instructor Wang Mingyuan of the Suzaku Academy, and the evidence is conclusive. The presiding judge closed the file, count the crimes and punish you death. There was silence in the trial courtroom. Doberman's pupils swept over everyone on the judgment table and finally fixed on Sujan. Death penalty? In the 12 years I have been in the Purification Division, I have hunted 137 abnormal species and saved thousands of civilians. Now, because I slandered the SSS Life Soul Awakener, you want me to die? There was silence in the trial courtroom. Only the Doberman's voice echoed. Aberrants disguise themselves as humans, lurking among us, and may kill people at any time. Sujan. He pointed at the plaintiff's seat. He is as a time bomb. The presiding judge shouted sharply, Dubin, these things are not enough to mitigate your crimes. The evidence of your crimes is conclusive and cannot be quibbled. Dubin's eyes were full of crazy hatred. Sujan, it can't be fake. It's not true. You can't hide it. Ha ha ha. Presumptuous. The presiding judge struck the gavel heavily. Silence. The two guards immediately stepped forward and held down the struggling Doberman. Sujan ignored his roar and said lightly, the trial court has given you a fair verdict. The curses of the Doberman gradually faded away and were finally cut off by the heavy gates of the Inquisition. No one will believe the words of the Doberman. No one believes that an SSS-level life soul awakener is a mutant. People would only think that Doberman wanted to drag Sue into the water before he died. This farce has finally come to an end. Online. That's all. The trial of the trial chamber was broadcast live. The barrage scrolls wildly. Doberman, this beast, still dared to quibble, killing so many people and pretending to be innocent? The death penalty is cheaper for him. Su Qingji's face was lost by him. Vomit. Is he embarrassed to mention his merits? You also kill the mutant. Your brother is not a mutant? Double standard dog. Sujan was almost killed by him. What kind of victim are you pretending to be now? Crazy. Is SSS level life soul a monster? So what are you? Sujan is too miserable. His parents will be slandered by this beast when they die. Woo woo woo. Sujan suffered. Sujan is obviously so strong and so low-key. I love him. Very happy. Justice is late. SSS level genius is wronged. The scum of the Purge Department will finally be punished. Successfully topped the hot search list. Countless people called it very happy, and Sujan's reputation was reversed. 3 days later, the execution ground. Under the gray sky, the towering execution platform stands in the center of the special prison of the Suqing Division. Surrounded by heavily armed guards, every pair of eyes stared at the figure on the execution table. Doberman knelt in the center of the torture platform, his hands tied behind his back, and he wore a blue and white striped prison uniform. Under the execution platform, there were a few spectators standing. The top management of the Purge Division, the representative of the trial court. After all, reporters are not allowed to enter this kind of scene. The executive officer stepped forward and said in a cold voice, Du Bin, the former deputy leader of the second group of the Jiangqing Abnormal Purification Division, was sentenced to death by the Daxia Supreme Court after the ruling of the Daxia Supreme Court, and the evidence was conclusive, and he was sentenced to death, and he was executed immediately. Du Bin raised his head, his eyes passed over the executive, and stabbed straight at Sujan, but at this moment he couldn't say a word. A minute later, the executive raised his hand, and the guards on both sides of the execution platform pulled the organ at the same time. Execution. The huge sword fell from a high place. Blood splattered and the head rolled off. Sujan looked at the head that rolled to the edge of the execution platform and slowly closed his eyes. Click. It's over. The person who hates him the most at the moment is dead. An indescribable sense of ease welled up in my heart. Wang Mingyuan's voice came from behind him. The plane to Suzaku Academy is waiting. Sujan turned and left. Let's go. The morning light pierced the clouds and sprinkled on the execution platform. The blood on the beach is scarlet. The crisis is over. The new journey has just begun. Jiangcheng Airport. That scene, in one sentence. Gongs and drums were noisy, firecrackers were fired, red flags were waved, and crowds of people were crowded. The red carpet was laid all the way from the passage to the apron, and the honor guards on both sides stood solemnly, and the students of Jiangcheng No. 3 Middle School holding flowers lined up neatly. Sujan, what's the situation? He looked at Wang Mingyuan on the side with inquiring eyes. Wang Mingyuan shrugged. You are quite famous. It seems that they have been looking for you since you left the execution ground. A middle-aged fat man with a smile trotted all the way, grabbing Sujan's hand with both hands hot. Classmate Su, you are the pride of our Jiangcheng No. 3 Middle School. Only then did Sujan think about who this fat man was. The principal of Jiangcheng No. 3 Middle School. He can't see it on weekdays, but now he is famous faster than anyone else. The media has long been set up, and the flashes are coming and going. The principal was dressed in a straight suit and had the school emblem of Jiangcheng No. 3 Middle School pinned to his chest, facing the lenses of dozens of media. His voice was passionate. Now, dear media friends, today, we are gathered here, not only to bid farewell to an outstanding student, but also to witness the victory of the educational concept of Jiangcheng No. 3 Middle School. Jiangcheng No. 3 Middle School has always adhered to the school purpose of teaching students according to their aptitude. The principal patted his chest and said in a sonorous voice, we believe that every student has infinite possibilities. No matter what kind of family he came from, no matter what kind of misunderstanding he had encountered. He deliberately paused, his gaze sweeping over the reporters in the audience, making sure everyone caught the crucial turn. As long as they are given a fair chance, they can all shine. The flashlights under the stage were instantly connected. The principal nodded in satisfaction. Sujan frowned slightly. He didn't like the feeling. Obviously the school didn't give him any benefits, but he became a propaganda tool for the school for free. A feeling of being taken advantage of but not benefiting him. Sujan was about to lift his foot and leave. The principal principal took his hand, solemnly took out an envelope from his arms, and slowly unfolded it in front of the camera. After the unanimous vote of the school board of directors, Su Zhan was awarded the title of Outstanding Alumni and a scholarship of 500,000 yuan was awarded. He handed the envelope to Su Zhan with both hands, took the opportunity to approach and whispered, "The check has been sent to your account." Then he immediately distanced himself and restored his impassioned public image. "It's an investment in your future. We look forward to you becoming the pillar of the country." Su Zhan took the envelope, and his just raised foot returned to its original place. Nodded calmly, "Thank you, principal. That's right. He is not doing charity. Earn money, not chill." The principal commanded the media, "Come, take a group photo. Take a few more photos." He affectionately hugged Su Zhan's shoulders and showed his signature kind smile to the camera. When the photographer shouted 321, he even quietly tiptoed to make sure he would not be too short by Su Zhan, who was 183 tall. "Su Zhan." The principal took out a handkerchief and wiped away the non-existent tears. "Do you remember? When you first transferred, I could tell that you were different. Su Zhan, now that you are promising, the school is also stained." The principal spoke quickly, "When you look back at the school anniversary, you must come back and show your face. The groundbreaking ceremony of the new campus also leaves you with a ribbon-cutting position." He patted Su Zhan's back and suddenly raised his voice, "Remember, no matter how high you fly, Jiangcheng No. 3 Middle School will always be your home." This sentence was so sincere that even the young reporter next to him couldn't help but have red eyes. The principal struck the iron while it was hot and shouted at the hatch that was about to close, "You must go back to your alma mater often." The hatch is closed. The engine roared, and the Suzaku Academy's special plane slowly taxied on the runway. Su Zhan looked down through the porthole, and the teachers and students of Jiangcheng No. 3 Middle School were still waving desperately. Then, the plane looked up and soared. Wang Mingyuan handed over a cold ice drink. "What? Fascinated?" Su Zhan looked at the gradually shrinking outline of the city on the porthole. "I'm just thinking, it's a different environment, and I'm a little emotional." The special plane penetrated the clouds, and the golden light instantly filled the cabin. Su Zhan looked at the sea of clouds churning outside the porthole. "There is a feeling of gaining or losing." The entire cabin shook slightly. "Ha ha ha, old Wang, it's been 10 years, and you finally know you're back?" Suddenly, a loud laugh like thunder shook the cups and plates in the cabin. Su Zhan looked up. I saw a bald strong man nearly 2 meters tall striding over. His muscles knotted, holding the crimson uniform of Suzaku Academy tightly. There was also a hideous scar on his right eye, but it didn't affect his grinning brightly. The strong man hugged Wang Mingyuan's shoulders, so strong that Wang Mingyuan's golden wire glasses were a little crooked. "Lao Kong, lightly." Wang Mingyuan reluctantly straightened his glasses. "My old bones can't stand your toss. Come less." The strong man laughed and patted him on the back. "Back then on the battlefield, you didn't cry out in pain after being hit by the 3 claws of the Frost Eater, and now you pretend to be weak with me?" Wang Mingyuan smiled helplessly. "You still know that I have old injuries. How can I compare with that now?" The strong man's eyes darkened when he heard this, and then his eyes turned to Su Zhan. "This is that SSS level life soul kid?" The strong man looked Su Zhan up and down, grinned. "Not bad. It's much more energetic than watching in the video." Su Zhan nodded slightly, but hadn't spoken yet. The strong man had already sat opposite him and approached with interest. "Boy, you are a big celebrity now." He took out his mobile phone and swiped a few times, and the news of Su Zhan in the trial court and the airport immediately popped up on the screen, and the headlines were more exaggerated than the other. SSS level genius counterattack. The light of Jiangcheng. Eliminate the shame of the division. TSK, from this title. The strong man shook his head, but Doberman is indeed a choppy piece. It's cool to be able to step on this kind of chop on top, right? Wang Mingyuan frowned. "Old Kong, what are you doing?" "I was right." The strong man waved his hand nonchalantly. "Those dogs of the Suching division have their nostrils facing the sky all day long, and someone should have treated them a long time ago." He suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped Su Zhan on the shoulder, so strong that the seat creaked. "Boy, when you arrive at Suzaku Academy, do a good job. In the future, if you encounter Du Pin's kind of purge and chopsticks, don't be polite, beat him. If you can't beat me, report my name as Kong Wu." Wang Mingyuan helplessly supported his forehead. "Don't teach bad newcomers." The cabin was suddenly filled with heroic laughter. Su Zhan lowered his head, and the corners of his lips raised imperceptibly. Kong Wu is powerful. It is a good name. It seems that this Suzaku Academy is more interesting than he imagined. Kong Wu's bear-like body was trapped in the opposite seat, pressing the leather sofa creaking. He took out a copper wine jug and raised his head to take a big sip. "Lao Wang." He wiped the wine stains on his beard. "I haven't seen you for 10 years, but the more you wear these glasses, the more polite they become." Wang Mingyuan wiped his gold glasses slowly. "It's not as good as you. The scar on the right eye is quite chic." "Ha ha ha." Kong Wu patted his thighs and laughed. "You can still talk. Seriously, teaching in middle school for the past 10 years didn't suffocate you?" Wang Mingyuan put on his glasses. "It's quite fulfilling. Every morning at 7 o'clock in the morning, I keep up with the evening self-study, and I have to correct my homework on weekends. Come on. Kongwu waved his hand. Don't think I don't know. You look gentle. Fighting with the misty creatures, you are worse than me. Put away your fists. Are you really idle? That was before. The corners of Wang Mingyuan's mouth were slightly raised. Now that there is more civilization, at most they will be punished for copying texts. Kongwu laughed and leaned back and forth, and suddenly lowered his voice. Seriously, didn't you secretly take on some private work? Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses. Last week, I just caught someone selling fake awakening potions on campus. Kongwu looked disappointed. You are too. Broke 3 of his ribs and handed him over to the officials. That's it? Wang Mingyuan added. That's right. Kongwu slapped the table, and the cups and plates jumped wildly. It's still that old king. Wang Mingyuan shook his head. What about you? There has been a lot of tossing in the south in the past 10 years, right? Kongwu waved his hand. What else can I do? It is nothing more than taking students, guarding the border, and carrying out tasks. Also, the old guy Lao Bai, 20 years ago, there were frequent wars in the north, and he was transferred to Xuanwu Academy. Last month, he secretly went to Xuanwu Academy to drink with Lao Bai and drank all his treasured ice heart brew. Wang Mingyuan raised his eyebrows. He didn't fight with you? How can it? Kongwu shook the wine jug proudly. I brought him the fire cloud burning from the south, and the old boy drank happier than me. The two chatted like this all the way without rest. Su Zhan listened with interest all the way, without feeling tired at all. In his previous life, he also had good buddies like Kongwu who talked about everything. But now, after staying in this world for more than a month, I met the mad dog Doberman. It's quite unlucky. Outside the porthole, the outline of Suzaku Academy gradually became clear. Kongwu suddenly quieted down, his eyes nostalgic. Do you remember our days in the academy? Wang Mingyuan looked out the window. Remember, you always steal my tea. Your broken tea is terribly bitter. Kongwu curled his lips. By the way, Lao Bai asked me to bring you a message. He said. Kongwu suddenly looked serious. Tell that fool with glasses, if you don't come to see me, I will write down his training and crying as a notice and post it all over the academy. What? Wang Mingyuan finally laughed out loud. This old man is not ashamed. Kongwu stood up and patted Wang Mingyuan on the shoulder. Let's go, brother, I'm home. Suzaku College is built on the mountain, and the building complex climbs along the mountain. The clouds are shrouded in mist, like a holy place of immortals. Wang Mingyuan took the lead in stepping down the gangway of the plane, pointing to the modern metropolitan area surrounding Suzaku College in the distance. Let's go. Dozens of smart glass curtain walls. The sky corridor connects the buildings. Maglev trains glide silently on elevated tracks. Developed. This is the first word that Su Zhan thought of. Compared to here, Zhangchang is a remote place. Wang Ming introduced. A few years ago, it was still the most backward poverty area in the south when the per capita GDP was less than 1/3 of the national average, and all young people went out to work. It wasn't until Suzaku Academy was located here that it slowly became what it is today, and this place was completely renamed Suzaku City. Su Zhan nodded silently. Economic radiation. He understands this. The 3 of them stepped off the plane and walked out of the wide airport. Su Zhan's eyes were attracted by a twin towers. 2 400-meter buildings are connected by a transparent quantum glass-covered bridge at an altitude of 100 meters. The bridge is completely invisible in the night, and only figures can be seen walking in the air. That's where the Academy studies mist creatures. Wang Mingyuan noticed his gaze. I just won the Global Architecture Gold Award 5 years ago. Lao Wang, I haven't come back for so long, but don't forget the road. Kongwu teased on the side. That's not true. Wang Mingyuan had memories in his eyes. However, in 10 years, Suzaku City has indeed changed a lot. The 3 of them chatted while walking. Su Zhan felt that he couldn't use his eyes. The tall buildings along the way, the things full of science and technology, made him unable to see them. In this way, the 3 of them were not in a hurry and stopped walking. After walking for half an hour, he came to the gate of Suzaku Academy. On the majestic stone pillars, the relief of the winged Suzaku is engraved. After the access control system scanned Kongwu's documents, the 3 of them entered Suzaku Academy. Admissions office. The director of the admissions office is this ordinary-looking and ordinary middle-aged man. Seeing them come in, he immediately got up. Lao Wang, long time no see. Wang Mingyuan nodded slightly when he heard this. It can be regarded as waiting for our SSS-level genius. The director of the admissions office smiled and pushed through a delicate metal box. This is the exclusive uniform of Suzaku Academy. The lid of the box opened automatically, and inside was a set of dark red stand-up collar uniforms neatly stacked, with gold threads embroidered with Suzaku patterns on the placket and cuffs. Nanofiber weaving, fireproof and bulletproof, and can also adjust the temperature according to the environment. The director of the admissions office picked up the black magnetic card at the bottom of the box. Single room. This is your dormitory access control. Building 302 in the freshman area. Su Zhan took the box. The weight is very light, nothing special. Wang Mingyuan pushed the gold wire glasses and said to Su Zhan, you go find a dormitory, I still have some things to do. Su Zhan nodded, picked up the box and left the admissions office. Follow the phone navigation. Okay. He came to the dormitory building. Standing in front of the 302 door of a new building, the black magnetic card is gently pasted in the induction area. The door lock is automatically released and the alloy door slides open silently. What comes into view is a single room of about 50 square meters. Drip. The overall color tone is a combination of dark red and silver gray, full of modern technology. On the left is a bed half a meter above the ground. The material is like a memory alloy that can automatically adjust the softness and hardness according to the curves of the human body. A holographic projection screen is embedded at the head of the bed, displaying the time, temperature, and college notifications. On the right side is a foldable alloy desk. The desktop comes with touch control, which can be switched to an electronic drawing board or a tactical simulation sandbox with a single touch. The bookshelves next to the table are transparent. There are already several basic martial arts theories and the Mist Creature illustrated book neatly placed inside. Directly opposite the door is a huge floor-to-ceiling window facing the central square of Suzaku Academy. Sujan walked into the room, and the central air conditioner in the room was automatically turned on and the temperature was automatically adjusted. Welcome to check-in, Sujan. The dormitory has been bound to your biological information. If you need to adjust the environmental parameters, please give voice commands. Sujan took a deep breath and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. This place, not bad. Knock knock. Sujan opened the door. A thin boy was tiptoeing into the cat's eyes and almost jumped in. There was a knock on the door. He staggered 2 steps and stood firm, scratching his head with a smile. Brother, you are here. This person is in his early 1.6 meters at most, and he is thin. Ouch. His eyes are very bright, and he smiles with a tiger tooth, and his whole person is full of cleverness. My name is Su Hao. Just call me a mouse. Su Hao squeezed into the door familiarly, sat on the suspension bed, and the bed suddenly sank. There are 4 people on the 3rd floor of a building in our freshman area, and you are the last to arrive. Sujan. Sujan briefly introduced himself. Sujan. Su Hao's eyes lit up. You are the one, very popular on the internet, Sujan, who awakened the soul of SSS? Sujan smiled faintly. It's just a fluke. It seems that his fame in Dacia has been completely spread under the fermentation of public opinion. Su Hao stood up with a hiss. Cow, brother, your awakening experience is so inspiring. What is it called? Right, Durban. Took the name of a dog, and it was a real dog when it came to doing things. It's long over. Sujan looked at Su Hao's excited dancing, and he knew it in his heart. This kid is 80% deliberately trying to please himself. After the news of the SSS level life soul spread, he had seen such scenes a lot, but strangely, he didn't feel disgusted. Maybe it's because the worship in Su Hao's eyes is too pure and not mixed with calculations. Maybe his way of looking is too natural, and even flattering has a reckless sincerity. Yes, it's obvious, but rather than those who stumble on the surface respectfully, he prefers to deal with this kind of guy who writes his thoughts on his face. Although there is still some defense in my heart, there is not much. Let's go. I'll take you to recognize the newcomers on the 3rd floor of a building in our freshman area. Su Hao suddenly jumped up, dragged Sujan and walked out. There is a super punctual barbecue restaurant in Suzaku City, and today's freshman dinner is 80% off. I told you that the honey-glazed wings in this store are amazing last time. It's like a tuberculosis. Sujan frowned. Before coming to Suzaku Academy, the scene he imagined should be. Each dormitory is lit up, and the students are either meditating or studying exercises. Everyone I met in the corridor looked focused and immersed in cultivation. After all, this is one of the top martial arts academies in Dacia. Which one can come in as not a genius in 10,000? Their roasted kidneys are also a must, with a special dipping sauce. But Su Hao, who was pulling his arm in front of him, was like a living treasure, gushing endlessly about various delicacies. Listen to his colorful description. The corners of Sujan's mouth relaxed unconsciously. If you think about it, this seems good. In a team, there must always be someone who can liven up the atmosphere. Just like now, Su Hao's enthusiasm has diluted his restraint when he first arrived. Come on, come out. Su Hao slapped the doors of the 2 dormitories vigorously. The newcomer has arrived. The door on the left slowly opened, and a slender man in black walked out. His face was cold, and his whole person exuded the aura of not approaching strangers. This is Feng Ju. Su Hao enthusiastically introduced. Our number 1 master on the 3rd floor. The life soul is an SS level amazing sword. Feng Ju nodded coldly, his eyes lingering on Sujan for a moment. The door on the right was pushed open, and a well-dressed young man came out. He wears a famous brand, a limited edition mechanical watch on his wrist, and his hair is meticulously groomed. This is Lu Ziming. Su Hao frowned and winked. The young master of the Lu Group is one of the top 100 enterprises in Dacia, and his soul is an SS-level purple thunder. Saying that, he pointed to himself. I just forgot to tell you, Su Hao, S-level life soul, teleportation? Sujan's eyes were a little more serious. Lu Ziming looked Sujan up and down. Newcomer? What is the origin? It's a bit interesting. Su Hao straightened his back and said proudly, this is Sujan, who has recently gone viral on the internet. The awakener of SSS rank life souls. As soon as the words fell, the air in the corridor seemed to freeze. The ceiling pupils shrank slightly, and there was a fluctuation on the cold face for the first time. Lu Ziming took a step back exaggeratedly, and the cynicism on his face disappeared instantly. Wait, you are the Su Zhan from Jiangchun, the awakening of the SSS soul? Su Hao nodded proudly. If it's a fake, it's a good exchange. Lu Ziming quickly regained his composure and showed a sincere smile. It seems that our third floor is going to be famous. Su Zhan didn't know what to say. I wanted to keep a low profile. However, the Doberman incident is too well known. But when the heat passes, it shouldn't be like this. Let's go down to the restaurant. Su Hao waved his hand excitedly. Lu Ziming looked at Feng Ju. Originally, I wanted to take you to Hentang Pavilion to eat, but this person is not allowed. Feng Ju was still expressionless, just leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Su Hao hurriedly rounded the scene. Master Lu, don't look at what your places are. Hentang Pavilion is a members-only private dish, Galaxy is a Michelin 3-star dish, and what Emperor Bathu said last time. Either it is too expensive, or we poor students can't get in at all. Alas, I said I would pay for it. Lu Ziming sighed, took out a black gold card from his pocket and turned it around his fingertips. The secondary card given by my father. Swipe it casually. Feng Ju glanced at him coldly. Awakened people, you should not indulge in pleasure. That's right, Su Hao echoed, but his eyes couldn't help but glance at the black gold card. And we are here to pick up the win for Su Zhan today. We have to go to a down-to-earth place. How good that barbecue restaurant is, full of fireworks. Lu Ziming looked at the expressions of the three people, and finally shook his head helplessly and took the card back. Okay, listen to you. Come on. Su Hao hooked his neck. The last time you ate barbecue, you ate the most, and you cooked 40 skewers of mutton by yourself. Su Zhan watched quietly, thinking in his heart, Lu Ziming is suspected of pretending, but it is normal, after all, pretending is human nature. Feng Ju doesn't seem to be very talkative and taciturn. When you open the glass door of the barbecue restaurant, you will be greeted by the rich aroma of charcoal and spices. The four of them chose a private room near the back, with several black and white photos of the old town hanging on the red brick wall, and a small charcoal stove embedded in the middle of the wooden square table. Boss, order! Su Hao shouted familiarly. Suzaku Academy freshmen can discount this event, right? Yes, of course. The proprietress said yes again and again. Just when Su Hao ordered, Lu Ziming wiped the plastic chair in disgust before sitting down. There is not even a red wine list in this place. Before he finished speaking, Su Hao stuffed a bottle of cold beer in his hand. Drinking this is enough to drink. Su Hao bit the bottle cap with his teeth, and the foam suddenly gushed out. Feng Ju sat quietly, took out 2 wooden chopsticks from the chopstick tube, shook them gently, and the burrs on the tips of the chopsticks were instantly cut clean. Come on, let's go first. Su Hao raised the wine bottle. Welcome Su Zhan to the 3rd floor of our building. The 4 of them raised their glasses at the same time and touched one. The meat skewers on the charcoal stove began to sizzle, and oil droplets fell on the charcoal fire to explode small sparks. When school starts in 3 days, it won't be such a good life. Lu Ziming drank wine and sighed. Hi, we're not here to play. Su Hao immediately said, there is wine today, drunk today, come and drink. Lu Ziming wiped the mouth of the bottle with a tissue and said in disgust, there is not even a glass cup in this broken place. But he still raised his head and took a big sip. Speaking of which, Su Hao's mouth was full of barbecue, and he asked vaguely, Su Zhan, which school did you go to before? Can you produce a genius like you? Lu Ziming also became interested. Yes, it's crazy on the internet, saying that you singled out the entire Du family guard. Is it really fake? Although Feng Ju didn't speak, the action of cutting the barbecue slowed down significantly, and he was obviously waiting for an answer. Su Zhan said lightly, it's just an ordinary high school. As for the Du family guards, they are non-existent. He didn't know he was so good. You know, he hasn't even reached the first realm of the awakened person, the Du realm, and is still in the stage of not entering the stream. How can there be this kind of strength? Ha ha ha, those media are like this. They can write anything for traffic. Su Hao laughed and said, come on, let's go another one. The 4 of them chatted while eating like this. From the canteen dishes to the beauties of various departments, from the cultivation experience to the professor's gossip. After 3 rounds of wine, the atmosphere in the box became more and more warm. Just when the 4 of them were chatting passionately, there was a sudden commotion in the box next door. Foggy outside? Something is wrong with this fog. It's so strong that I can't see anything clearly. There were hurried footsteps outside. The proprietress' voice came from the lobby. Guests, please don't panic. It may be an anomaly in the weather. The barbecue that Su Hao had just stuffed into his mouth fell on the table. Fog? What the heck? Feng Ju had already gotten up instantly. Lu Ziming's face also became solemn. Su Zhan was the first to rush out of the box, only to see the lobby of the barbecue restaurant in a mess. Through the glass door, he saw that the entire street was shrouded in an eerie thick fog. There are less than 20 shops on this street. At this moment, they were all like Su Zhan, carefully probing at the door. This was the first time Su Zhan had seen this situation. Whether it is the memory of the original body or the information he knows, there is no record of such a thing. What's going on? Su Hao's pupils dilated and asked this question for everyone. From a morphological technical point of view, it is fog. What is this? The tone of the seal fluctuated slightly. Lu Ziming immediately retorted, the fog will only appear on the border. How can it suddenly appear in Suzaku City? Fengju didn't speak, but his attitude already said it all. Impossible. This is the fog. No one knows why the fog appears here. But that's what it is. The guests panicked instantly when they heard this. Fog? Are you kidding me? That's right, isn't the fog only on the border of Daxia blocked by the army? How could it be in Suzaku City? Hey, don't be scared. My wife and children are still at home. Sujan and the others were silent. In addition to them, they are all ordinary people in the barbecue restaurant. Naturally, I was very panicked when I encountered this situation. Well, it doesn't seem right to say this. Sujan and the others were also very panicked. Fuck, why are the street lights all extinguished? Mobile phone. My phone is out of signal. Boss, your Wi-Fi is also out. It's not that the network is disconnected, it's that the signal can't be found at all. It's like being blocked by something. Panic spreads through the crowd. Report to the official. Dispatch officer. Shun. How to fight without a signal. Back door. We run through the back door. This street is surrounded by fog. Where can I get out? What should we do? Are you waiting to die here? This is Suzaku City. Suzaku Academy will not sit idly by. Suzaku Academy? Sujan thought when he heard this. Suzaku College gathers the strongest teachers in southern Daxia. If they can't save them, there were few people in Daxia who could save them. Drag to Suzaku Academy support. Sujan said. Fengju, Lu Ziming, Suhao nodded when they heard the words. In the face of fog, no one dares to be arrogant and guarantee survival. After all, no one knows what realm of fog creatures will appear in the fog. A low roar that didn't sound like a human voice came from the fog. Very penetrating. Now, in the foggy streets, it is so conspicuous. Ah, what was that? A girl screamed and covered her ears, her face pale, and she almost collapsed to the ground. Not human. Definitely not human. Door. Block the door. They're coming in. Several men hurriedly pushed tables and chairs against the entrance, but their hands shook so much that the chair smashed to the ground, which frightened everyone. Hide. Hide quickly. Some people got under the table, some retracted into the corner, and some even rushed into the kitchen in a panic. The proprietress of the barbecue restaurant suddenly pointed at Sujan's 4 people. They came to the store to check with me whether the freshmen of Suzaku Academy could get a discount. They are new students at Suzaku Academy. It's the awakening. In an instant, everyone's eyes gathered. At this moment, hope appeared in the atmosphere of despair. Yes, they are the awakened ones. They protect us. Please, help us. A mother hugged her child tightly and knelt down towards Sujan. Sister, don't be like this. Lu Ziming was a little overwhelmed and hurriedly stepped forward to help her up. I won't get up, unless you promise to protect me. The middle-aged couple couldn't get up anyway. Lu Ziming turned his head to look at Sujan and the others, and asked them for their opinions with his eyes. Sujan didn't seem to care about this matter, and kept staring at the fog. The ban is still silent as always. Only Suhao stood up to relieve the siege. Sister, you find a place to hide first. The place where we fight is the most dangerous, and it may accidentally injure you. Sujan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. This little man has good emotional intelligence. He didn't say protection or no protection, just said the stakes around him. When the middle-aged woman heard this, she immediately ran away with her child. But there are many people who don't eat this set. Really, don't come to this set. Don't you have superpowers? Think of a way. That's it. You are from Suzaku Academy. Do you want to die without saving? It was as if their fear had turned into anger at this moment, and it all poured out on the 4 of them. If you run away, we will all die here. Aren't you geniuses? Go to the door and hold it up. The crowd is getting more and more excited. Some even blocked the exit of the box, fearing that they would leave themselves behind and run away. Fear makes them hysterical. The words of moral kidnapping smashed one sentence after another. Sujan's face became colder and colder. He thought in his heart whether this could be a test for them by Suzaku Academy. Deliberately create fog and observe their ability and mind. After all, this is the usual operation of these powerful academies. If this is the case, what qualifies as qualified? Sujan boldly guessed in his heart. First, it is a response to sudden crises. Second, it is the performance of combat. Third, don't abandon or give up. The last point is certainly the most important. Sujan has watched too many TV series in his previous life, and some people are obviously very capable, but they are eliminated because they have not reached the last point. But what if this fog is real? Sujan couldn't see the truth or falsehood of the fog, so he could only keep an eye in his heart. The next moment, his eyes froze. I saw that in the surging fog, more than 10 distorted shadows slowly walked towards the body. That's not the kind of creature nature should be at all. It is 2 meters tall in its crawling state, and its body is covered with a blue-gray cuticle. There was only a large mouth of blood that was split longitudinally at the position of the head, and mucus hung between the jagged fangs. 4 deformed arms extend from different parts of the torso, with 3 human-like fingers. If a human finger could grow a half-meter-long black nail, the tail dragging on the ground is is like a skin python, with 2 branches at the end, and the positive nerves are slapping the ground. Vomit. Someone spat it out on the spot. These monsters had no eyes, but they looked at the crowd in unison. The gill-like organs on both sides of their heads keep opening and closing, making creepy sounds. A drunk man subconsciously exclaimed. The monster at the front suddenly burst. The way it moves is simply against common sense. The 6 limbs swing in different rhythms, but they are so fast that they pull out the afterimage. The claw blade slashed, clicked, and cut off the waist. Aha! Amid the screams, the crowd scattered and fled like an exploding ant colony. At this time, no one accused Su Zhan and others anymore. One by one, they ran faster than anyone else. Fuck you. Lu Ziming's pupils shrank sharply and he muttered to himself. He looked at the other 3 and saw that they were much calmer than himself. Immediately trembled and straightened his waist. Damn, they are not afraid, and they are not afraid of themselves. Mist creature, serpentine. Fengju still spoke without emotion. Social species, according to the color, are less than 1 realm, that is, not in the open realm. Lu Ziming immediately said, let's talk about the point. What about weaknesses? Visual deterioration, and the gill-like organs on both sides emit sound waves similar to bats to perceive prey. Fengju spoke quickly, destroy the gill-like organs on both sides of their faces, and they will become real blind. Damn, then do it. Lu Ziming shouted, looking full of breath, but his body couldn't help but tremble. Fengju added, the mist creatures have strong recovery ability, and after destroying their gills, they must be killed immediately and attack the head, which is the most lethal. Su Zhan couldn't help but look up at him. But, familiar with mist creatures, it seems that he has studied it privately. Brothers, formulate tactics first. Su Hao finally spoke at this moment, and took out 2 pitch-black daggers from his arms. I am a speed-type awakener. Fengju, Lu Ziming, you 2 are offensive awakeners. Su Zhan, what is your ability? Control class. Su Zhan's gaze stayed on his dagger for a moment. It can slow down the passage of time near the target, which is equivalent to slowing down the speed of the target, and the stronger the target's attack, the more difficult it is to control. Shun, SSS Life Soul is used for this? Lu Ziming couldn't help but swear. I haven't reached the Du realm yet, I only have the skill. Su Zhan explained. Wang Mingyuan told him. His life soul is a growth life soul. Ordinary people's realms upgrade and life souls have no essential changes. And his, each time you improve a realm, there will be an additional skill. Master Lu, don't talk nonsense. Su Hao's 2 daggers rotated at his fingertips. Su Zhan's skill is much stronger than that of ordinary control awakeners. The entire food street turned into a purgatory on Earth in 30 seconds. Shun, so many people. Just the 4 of us awakened? Now, Lu Ziming is stupid. He thought there were other awakened people on this street, but it turned out to be just the 4 of them. The other shops did not resist when the serpentine came, and were quickly slaughtered. Damn, it was made by capital. The smell of blood is all over the streets. Lu Ziming felt a wave of nausea, and his stomach swelled, as if he was about to vomit in the next second. He looked at the other 3. I found that although their faces were not very good looking, they were far from his level. Go to Nima's. Gentlemen, I want face. How can you lose face on this? Holding back the nausea, he carried the physiological reaction of vomiting. Su Hao's figure suddenly blurred, and in the next second, he had appeared behind the snake-tailed beast at the front. 2 pitch-black daggers pierced the gills-like organs on both sides of the serpentine. Do it! The monster let out a piercing scream, but before it could turn around, Su Hao teleported back to its original position, and the whole set of actions flowed smoothly, teleporting the life soul so that the snake-tailed beast had no time to react. Beautiful! Lu Ziming endured the nausea and sealed his hands. The purple thunder condensed into a ball in the palm of his hand and smashed into the injured snake-tailed beast. The injured snake-tailed beast became blind, and even the slowest attack could not dodge. The cuticle on its head was blown open with a crack. Fengju immediately followed. Boom! The sword appeared out of thin air. The blade pierced the crack in the monster's head, and violent spiritual power was injected into it. With a crisp sound, the head of the serpentine exploded. Good cooperation. Su Zhan raised his hand and waved his hand, and Shi Yuan's pupils floated in front of his chest. Lock on the second pounced snake-tailed beast, and the pupil of Shi Yuan activated. Its sprinting suddenly became sluggish, as if it were stuck in a quagmire. This controls, isn't it too perverted? Lu Ziming's eyes widened. Don't be stunned. Su Hao teleported again, leaving a cross scar on the monster's gills. Take advantage of now. Lu Ziming immediately threw out a thunderball. The sealed sword Shi followed. The slowed snake-tailed beast had no power to resist and was instantly torn apart. Su Zhan stared at the broken snake-tailed beast corpse on the ground, and his throat rolled unconsciously. An unfamiliar hunger came to my heart, 100 times more intense than any hunger he had ever experienced. He could feel the aberration factors in his body going crazy and restless. Eat it. Can become stronger. This thought suddenly appeared in his mind, and he trembled in shock. Su Zhan bit the tip of his tongue hard. He must stay awake. He had heard too many rumors of aberrants feeding on humans, but he had never had such an urge. But now, in the face of a non-human monster corpse, the instinct in his body makes him eat. Originally, what I crave is this? Cold sweat soaked his back. He caught a glimpse of Feng Ju wiping the blade of the sword. Lu Ziming nervously observed his surroundings, and Su Hao was rubbing his overused teleportation leg. No one noticed his unusual silence. Su Zhan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, forcing himself to look away. Now is not the time, let alone exposed in front of your teammates. But when he looked into the depths of the fog again, a dangerous thought had taken root. If you act alone. The counterattack of the four immediately attracted the attention of the other Serpentine. They seemed to have discovered a threat and pressed towards the four of them collectively. Pay attention to your position. Su Zhan immediately said. Su Hao is responsible for the offensive weakness. Lu Ziming, block the main attack, I will control it. Dozens of snake-tailed beasts crawled slowly in the mist, and their gill-like organs trembled at high frequency. They had no eyes, but they pinned the direction of the four people. A Serpentine rushed out first. Old plan. Su Hao shouted lowly, and his figure suddenly blurred. Teleport behind the monster on the far left, and stab the gills with 2 daggers. The monster was in pain and swept away with a sharp tail. Su Hao had already expected it, teleported back to its original position, and shouted, quick, hiss. Lu Ziming's hands were sealed, and the violent thunder and lightning slammed into the injured snake-tailed beast. Thunder exploded. I'll do it. The sword of sealing immediately followed. Boom. The first one, kill. But the battle has just begun. The remaining Serpentines seemed to sense the threat. The tremor frequency of the gill organs suddenly increased, as if they were transmitting some kind of message to each other. The next second, ugh, swish, swish, 6 snake-tailed beasts pounced at the same time, their fingers intertwined, their poisonous tails blocked the road, and their offensive was extremely fierce. Damn, they will cooperate. Lu Ziming's face changed slightly, and the thunder and lightning condensed again, but this time, the monsters actually learned to dodge. The attack failed. Su Zhan, boom, Feng Ju shouted coldly. Su Zhan's pupil of Shiwan suspended in his chest, the golden cyclops were slowly turning. In an instant, the 6 snake-tailed beasts that rushed forward suddenly slowed down. Understood. Su Hao teleported into the battlefield, flashing his daggers repeatedly, accurately destroying the gills-like organs of the 6 monsters. The sealed sword light followed, the sword energy swept away, and the heads of the 6 snake-tailed beasts instantly cracked. Lu Ziming gritted his teeth, no longer retaining, and his hands thundered. The violet razor snake raged, and the 6 snake-tailed beasts were convulsed by electricity, and finally they were blocked with a sword to make up for it. 6, all destroyed. The tactic is still the same tactic, but it has been tried and tried. The corpses of the 6 snake-tailed beasts were scattered around, emitting a pungent fishy smell. The 4 of them stood back to back, and their rapid breathing was particularly clear. Beads of sweat oozed from Su Hao's forehead. The continuous use of teleportation ability caused bursts of soreness in his leg muscles. Licking his chapped lips, he whispered, a few more waves, my legs will be useless. Lu Ziming's face turned a little pale, and he gritted his teeth and said, it's too much, the consumption is too great. If I continue like this, if I don't get killed by them, I will have to die of physical exhaustion. Feng Ju's breathing was still steady, but the wrist holding the sword was already tense. Every swing of the sword was consuming his spiritual power. He glanced at the snake-tailed beasts that were about to move. They are learning, and the next wave will be more difficult to deal with. Su Zhan's pupil of time was the most consumed, and continuous use also made his temples ache. What made him even more uneasy was that the desire for the corpse of the snake-tailed beast in his body became stronger and stronger. Eat them. You can become stronger. Something is wrong. Su Hao's brows furrowed. The remaining snake-tailed beasts no longer attacked rashly, but slowly dispersed, forming an encirclement. The frequency of their gill organs trembled in perfect sync, as if something was brewing. They are adjusting tactics. The previous ones were all temptations. Su Zhan's heart sank. Shun, will these beasts cooperate? Lu Ziming's forehead oozed cold sweat. The tails of all the serpentines were inserted into the ground at the same time, and in the next second, the floor tiles of the entire street exploded. Countless gravel mixed with venom poured down on the 4 of them like a torrential rain. Can't hide. Suddenly, boom! Lu Ziming's face changed drastically. Su Hao's figure suddenly blurred, flickering frantically between the rubble and the venom. He teleported 3 times in a row and barely broke out of the attack range, but his right leg was still hit by a flying stone, and his skin suddenly cracked. Su Hao gasped, knelt on one knee, and watched his teammates still trapped in the death storm, but there was nothing he could do. Ugh! Swish! Swish! His soul could only teleport himself, and he couldn't take anyone. The sword of the seal lit up. Hiss! He no longer defended, but slashed out 3 sword chi with all his might, splitting the oncoming gravel venom in half. But there are too many attacks. There are still a few fish that have escaped the net. Poof! Burst! 2 pieces of gravel were deeply embedded in his shoulder, and the venom splashed on his arm, instantly corroding hideous bloodstains. Feng Ju snorted, but the sword did not stop at all. The spiritual power is about to bottom. Lu Ziming's thunder was no longer as violent as it was at the beginning, and he could only barely form a thin thunder and lightning shield around his body. Zizizi! The rubble hits the thunder shield. His face became paler and paler, and a trace of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Support! Can't hold on. The last boulder smashed the thunder shield and slammed into his chest. Lu Ziming spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back a few steps. The pupil of Shiwan on Su Zhan's chest ran wildly. Boom! The speed of the gravel and venom flying towards him plummeted, but his temples jumped and his nose was hot. A drop of blood slipped from his nostrils. Is it to the limit? The vision begins to blur, and the range of deceleration becomes smaller and smaller. Tick-tock. All four were injured except for Su Zhan, and their spiritual strength was at the bottom. The remaining serpentines were slowly approaching, their gills shaking, as if celebrating victory. Still can't do it? Lu Ziming coughed up a mouthful of blood foam, staining the front of his sweatshirt red. He looked down and pulled out a cynical smile. Ahem. This young master. Limited edition XX co-branded model. Coughed twice and wiped the corners of his mouth. I knew I was going to die here. You should wear that XXX haute couture. Fengju glanced at him coldly. Save some effort. His condition is not much better. The sword was stuck in the ground, barely supporting his body. Hey, hey, hey. Lu Ziming gasped, but still smiled with a wink. Paralyzed face. Do you know that this young master is the most expensive in Suzaku City? The 5-star hotel still has 3 bottles of Lafite from 100 years ago. Ahem cough. Another violent cough. He grinned in pain, but he still held on and continued. I was still thinking, when the day is good, I will take you to drink. Now, if you die before you can succeed, even the tombstone must be collective. In the distance, there was the sound of the approaching footsteps of the snake-tailed beast. Hey, you say. Lu Ziming's voice became weaker and weaker, but he still had the arrogance of being beaten. If we really explain here, will tomorrow's headlines be, the second son of the Lu group died heroically? The media. I must blow this young master into a hero who sacrifices himself for others. Su Zhan laughed dumbly. When this rich young master died, he was even more talkative than Su Hao. Su Hao's eyes were about to crack in the distance. Hey, you eyeless beasts. His voice was hoarse and almost broken, and he stood on the street not far away, waving his arms frantically. Come on, I'm here. Are your gills decorations? I can't even catch up with anyone. He slammed a piece of gravel and smashed it with all his might at the nearest snake-tailed beast. The stone hits the back of the monster's head. The snake-tailed beast paused suddenly, its gill organs trembled violently, and slowly turned in Su Hao's direction. Yes, look here. Bang! Su Hao's chest rose and fell violently, but he still roared in his throat. Don't you like to eat people? Lao Tzu runs the fastest, and the meat is the most tender. He shouted as he staggered back, deliberately kicking over the gravel around him to make noise. Come and chase me, beasts! More serpentines were attracted by his provocation and slowly turned around. Su Hao's legs were shaking. His teleportation ability was almost overdrawn, and he couldn't deal with it for long. But he still grinned, smiling more ugly than crying. Damn it! If you can drag on for a second, it's a second. Run! He turned around and rushed in the opposite direction, his steps vain but desperately accelerating. I can catch up with Lao Tzu, add more meals tonight. The gill organs of the snake-tailed beast trembled at high frequency, and finally, 2 of them suddenly pounced on him. Su Hao glanced back and confirmed that the monster had been partially lured away, and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The seal was cut off, Lu Ziming, and the Soviet Union was killed. You have to hold on. Su Zhan's eyes lit up. He really didn't expect Su Hao to attract the attention of the snake-tailed beast in order to save them. They have only known each other for a day. This kind of person is the teammate who can really give each other's backs, since normal means cannot win. He stared at the nearest snake-tailed beast corpse, and the aberration factor in his body was completely boiling. So, eat them. Brothers, there are 5 more here. Su Zhan looked around. Now, there is only a split run. As for whether it is dead or alive, each of them has their own destiny. How to use his whole cards without splitting heads? What are you kidding? Lu Ziming's voice was hoarse. Run separately? Such a comeback? Fengju slashed out with all his strength with a sword, forcing the nearest snake-tailed beast to retreat. Let's go. Lu Dashao, at this time, don't think about turning the tables. Run separately. Maybe you can still live a few. Get together, only die. Su Zhan turned around and rushed to the lane on the right. His figure flashed away around the corner, almost as if it had been premeditated. Lu Ziming's eyes widened. Before the words fell, the remaining 5 snake-tailed beasts had split into 2 paths. One chased after Su Zhan, and the other 4 continued to approach. Fengju made an immediate decision. Let's go. Lu Ziming gritted his teeth and turned around, running in the opposite direction to Su Zhan. He had to admit that Su Zhan's choice was right. The seal stayed at the end, and the last swing of the sword. The sword energy briefly sealed the entire street, buying him a few precious seconds. He looked deeply at the direction in which Su Hao disappeared, turning around and jumping onto the roof. A few ups and downs disappeared into the complex. The 4 snake-tailed beasts let out angry roars and chased in 2 different directions. In the alley, Su Zhan's lungs were burning hot, and his legs seemed to be filled with lead. The serpentine behind him is getting closer and closer. No, you can't run away like this. The spiritual power was almost exhausted, and the pupils of Shi Yuan could not be activated. devastated. Look around. Ordinary people have long been slaughtered. Here's your chance. He gritted his teeth sharply and let the long-suppressed power in his body explode completely. There was a dead silence. The bones rattled, and the figure suddenly became stronger. Gray-black scales scrambled to emerge from under the skin. Suzhan stepped heavily, and the whole person rushed out like an arrow off the string. The speed is far from comparable to before. The serpentine behind him let out an angry hiss. Suzhan took advantage of this momentum and crashed into a half-collapsed convenience store on the side of the road. The glass window shattered. He rolled to the back of the shelf and curled up into a ball. Suzhan held his breath. He could clearly hear the footsteps of the snake-tailed beast wandering outside the store. The detection sound waves emitted by the gill organs swept through the body like a substance. At this moment, Suzhan kicked out suddenly. Now, offense and defense are easy to type. The serpentine waved all four arms at the same time. Suzhan's figure was short, and the scales brushed against the bone fingers at the bottom. The right claw stretched out and took the left gill organ of the monster. Snort! The muffled sound of claws digging into the flesh came. The snake-tailed beast let out a mournful hiss. Suzhan was about to crush the fragile organ when suddenly his waist felt cold. The monster's tail whip went around his back at some point, tearing a bloody hole between his ribs. The severe pain provokes ferocity. Suzhan did not retreat but advanced, allowing the barbs on the tail whip to scrape off large scales. The left hand clasped the gap in the cuticle on the snake's chest. The right paw continues to agitate in the gills. Purple blood splattered on her face, with a caustic burning sensation. The snake-tailed beast struggled wildly. The claws of his forearms plowed deep bony scars on his back. Suzhan gritted his teeth, and suddenly his legs exerted force, pushing the monster into the load-bearing wall behind him. In the smoke of the collapse of masonry, Suzhan took the opportunity to free up his left hand, put his 5 fingers together, and stabbed it into its wide mouth. The fingertips touch a mass of soft tissue. Boom! It should be a part similar to the throat. The serpentine's struggle suddenly became intense. Su cut his left forearm and felt a pain. The serpentine's sharp teeth have gnawed through the scales. He roared angrily, grabbed the monster's upper jaw with his right hand. His arms bulged up, and his green veins protruded like dragons. The bones broke, and the sound of tearing with the flesh sounded. The head of the snake-tailed beast was broken in half, and purple blood spurted out. The tail whip wrapped around Suzhan's neck and tightened suddenly. Click! A suffocating feeling like a python entangled. Shun! But Suzhan's vision began to darken, tearing the tail around his neck frantically. Just when consciousness is about to blur, his fingertips finally touched the weak link at the tail fork. The whole tail was torn off. The snake-tailed beast finally paralyzed, and its broken body twitched a few times before stopping moving. Suzhan knelt in a pool of blood and gasped violently. It's really a snake. Put! Just now, the snake-tailed beast was clearly dead. The tail was still able to wrap around him on its own. It's really burned out. Suzhan's eyes froze. He stood in front of the serpentine's corpse, and an unquenchable desire welled up in his heart. The throat rolled involuntarily. Suddenly, this thought came so suddenly, but so strongly. Suzhan slowly squatted down, and his right hand stretched out uncontrollably towards the snake-tail beast's remnant. A burst of white gas silently steamed up from the corpse. Those white chi did not disperse into the air, but seemed to be pulled by some kind and converged towards Suzhan's palm. Suzhan's eyes widened, watching the white chi spread rapidly along the blood vessels on his arm. An unprecedented sense of power. Every inch of muscle is cheering. This is... The remaining life essence in the snake-tailed beast's corpse was being frantically devoured by itself. As the white gas is continuously absorbed, the monster's corpse begins to shrive, whether at a rate visible to the naked eye. Finally, it turned into countless fine dust and drifted in the wind. Suzhan slowly stood up and stared down at his palm. The blood vessels under the skin glowed faintly purple, and then quickly disappeared. The injury is visible to the naked eye. Suzhan controlled this force. A sense of fulfillment that has never been seen before fills the whole body. He evolved as a variant, not by ordinary feeding, but directly plundering the essence of dead misty creatures. The sound of a snake-tailed beast running wildly came from the distance. I see. Suzhan turned his head to look in that direction, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Now he can't wait to find his next prey. Look around. His eyes fell on a dusty Ultraman hood in the corner. The vibrant red and silver color scheme is particularly eye-catching in dimly lit environments. Apparently a toy sold to children in convenience stores. Suzhan bent down to pick up the hood. The head cover has 2 oval-shaped yellow lenses at the eyes. Put it on your head. The vision is clearer than expected. The world filtered by yellow lenses is warm tones, but at least you can see your surroundings clearly. The hood completely covered his facial features, and even his neck was tightly wrapped in elastic fabric. Suzhan walked to the cash register and took off his torn clothes neatly. Fold it up, tuck it into the bottom drawer of the front desk, and cover it with a few more magazines. Turned around and walked towards the corpse in the uniform of a convenience store employee. Suzhan's footsteps paused. The deceased was a young man in his early 20s, and the name tag on his chest was crookedly pinned with the words of the assistant store manager. The size should be about the same. Unexpectedly, he would have a day when he picked up his private clothes. Su-Jeon stood in front of the broken fitting mirror. The mirror reflected a completely ordinary convenience store employee. If you ignore that funny Ultraman hood, then ignore his exposed scales and claws. Right now, the offense and defense are easier. Well, Su-Jeon turned back along the way he came. Soon returned to the streets where he initially fought alongside his teammates. The corpses of several snake-tailed beasts fell in all directions in the rubble. Su-Jeon squatted in front of the first corpse, tentatively put his hand on it and waited for a moment, but there was no response. What's going on? But this is the only exception. The familiar white mist immediately rose and poured into his body. Su-Jeon looked at his palm thoughtfully. It seems that there is a strict limit to this absorption capacity. The first serpentine, he did not participate in the kill. He participated in the rest. It must be the prey that you participated in killing to trigger the absorption condition. But if it is a corpse that has nothing to do with itself, it cannot plunder the essence of it. As the last trace of white gas was absorbed, the corpse of the snaketail also turned into flying ash. Other words, only the first serpentine corpse was left on the street, which he did not participate in killing. Su-Jeon stood up, feeling the growing power in his body. You need to participate in battles, you need to assist. Moreover, the power brought to him by these snake-tailed beast corpses was far less than the one he had killed alone just now. The higher the proportion of his participation in kills, the more white gas there is. Killed alone, the effect is best. Su-Hao dragged his injured left leg and stumbled through the narrow alley. The gill-like organs of the two serpentine beasts behind him trembled at high frequency. He took a mouthful of blood foam, and the two daggers had curled their blades. The teleportation ability was completely exhausted, and now even ordinary running made his eyes blacken. A figure suddenly flashed around the corner. Damn! Su-Hao stopped suddenly. I saw that it was a strange man wearing an Ultraman hood, with exposed palms and the soles of his feet covered with gray-black scales. What? Su-Hao instinctively took 2 steps back, but there was no way to retreat, and his back was pressed against the wall. The creature in front of him exuded an aberrant aura. The comical Ultraman hood makes the whole picture eerie. There are wolves in front and tigers behind, and today is completely planted. Su-Hao was completely desperate, and the dagger with a curly blade was ready to cut his throat at any time. The pain of being stabbed by a dagger is far less than the pain of being eaten alive. Ultraman didn't answer, but suddenly rushed at him. Su-Hao raised his dagger in despair, but saw the other party passing him and pounced on the snake-tailed beast behind him. The first snake-tailed beast was knocked out and smashed into the opposite wall. The claws of the second serpentine were slashed down, but they were blocked by the scale arms, and sparks flew. Ultraman's right paw inserted into the gill organ and then stirred vigorously. Boom! Su-Hao watched the massacre dumbfounded. This variant fights brutally and efficiently, with every blow straight to the point. When the first snake-tailed beast struggled to pounce, Ultraman directly grabbed its upper and lower jaws and tore the monster in half. Tear the serpentine! What kind of power is this? The second snake-tailed beast saw that the situation was not good and wanted to escape, but was grabbed by the tail. The Ultraman jumped up with the help of his strength, and his claws pierced through its head, and the whole movement flowed smoothly. I haven't forgotten to tear off my tail. The battle ended much faster than Su-Hao expected. The bodies of the two serpentines fell in a pool of blood, and the mutant wearing the Ultraman hood was slowly turning to look at him. Su-Hao's Adam's apple rolled, and the dagger in his hand was already on his neck. Who are you? Ultraman tilted his head slightly, as if thinking. Then, he made a move that Su-Hao did not expect at all. Slowly raised his scaly palm and waved it towards the other end of the alley. A very obvious fast walk gesture. Su-Hao's pupils contracted suddenly, staring at the other party's scarlet vertical pupils, trying to see what clues are behind those ridiculous yellow lenses. Aberration, letting him go? According to the Academy textbook, when a mutant sees a living person, it should be like a hungry wolf seeing flesh and blood. He moved half a step tentatively. Ultraman's head cover did not move at all. He moved half a step further. Still no response. Su-Hao suddenly turned around and ran away, and there was a piercing pain in his injured left leg, but he didn't dare to stop. After running more than 10 meters, he glanced back at it dangerously. The strange creature was crouching next to the corpse of the serpentine, his palm pressed against the corpse. As if sensing his gaze, Ultraman's hood suddenly turned to him and made another urging gesture. Su-Hao scolded and ran faster. He had never been so embarrassed in his life. He was saved by a mutant wearing a children's toy hood, and was sent away like a fly by the other party. Fuck! After turning 3 street corners, he finally slumped behind a pile of rubble, gasping for breath. The weird picture kept playing back in my mind. What the hell is going on? Feng Zhu and Lu Ziming are also facing the same situation. When Su-Jeon returned to the convenience store, the power of aberration in his body had boiled to the limit. He stumbled into the staff lounge and locked the door with his backhand. Meanwhile, Ultraman's hood was roughly torn off by him and thrown aside. A look in the mirror. His face was full of blue veins, and he kept wriggling. It's coming. Su-Jeon gritted his teeth and fell to his knees. The nails nails grow uncontrollably, scratching deep gullies in the concrete floor. The most drastic changes occur at the caudal vertebrae. Sujan could clearly feel that the bones were reorganizing and the muscle fibers were proliferating wildly. A tail covered with dark scales finally broke out. He let out a low roar that didn't sound like a human voice. The freshman's tail flicked restlessly, easily shattering the iron cabinet next to it. Sujan gasped and looked at his arm. The originally gray-black scales had completely transformed into inky black. Low risk. Sujan waved his right arm at will, and the dark scales drew an afterimage in the air. I'm afraid that the snake-tailed beast, which used to require all its strength to tear apart, now can't even use 30% of its strength. The strength in the body is at least 3 times stronger than before, and the 5 senses have become sharper. This really evolved me into a monster. Sujan looked down at his tail and laughed dumbly. The tail is large, very long, 1.5 times longer than the legs. The tail swayed gently behind him, easily penetrating the wall. This new organ is more flexible than thought and can be used as a third hand at its least. The aberration form has reached low risk. Sujan muttered in his heart, I don't know when the realm of the awakened will reach the due realm. A punch hit the wall, and the entire concrete wall collapsed. Dusty. Sujan looked down at his unscathed fist. Sujan lifted the distortion form. The scales and tail were retracted into the body and turned into an ordinary person. Change your clothes and stack your hood with the bloodstained employee uniform. Not bad. No clues can be left. Remove a few bottles of highly alcoholic beverages from the shelves and sprinkle them evenly on the laundry pile. Click. The flame of the lighter is particularly bright in a dimly lit interior. Sujan stared at the beating flames and paused for 2 seconds before throwing it at the pile of alcohol-soaked laundry. Boom! The blue-white flames instantly rose. When the flames gradually extinguished, leaving only a pile of charred residue, Sujan finally checked the scene, still not at ease. Not enough insurance. Sweep all flammable goods on the shelves to the ground. Cooking oils, alcoholic beverages, pesticides. Various chemicals are mixed together. Boom! The fiery fire wave instantly swept through the entire convenience store. That's decent. Sujan straightened his collar, and after making sure that there were really no living people around, he walked out of the convenience store indifferently. Through the smoke, 3 familiar figures were finally found behind the ruins of a half-collapsed shopping mall. Suha was grinning and bandaging his leg injury. Fengju leaned against the broken wall and wiped the blade of the sword. Lu Ziming slumped on the ground, his expensive designer jacket already tattered. Sujan? Lu Ziming was the first to find him, and his dirty face was full of surprise. Fuck, you're alive. Fengju immediately straightened up. Are you injured? Suha staggered to his feet, grabbed Sujan's shoulder and looked up and down. We still thought you. I almost explained. Sujan coughed weakly twice, and sat down on the pile of rubble. When I was forced into a dead corner by the snake-tailed beast, suddenly appeared a mutant wearing an Ultraman hood. The air suddenly solidified. Suha was shocked. Wait, what headgear are you talking about? Red and silver. The eye area is yellow lenses. Sujan gestured. After the monster tore the snake-tail in half, he actually let me go. Shun. Lu Ziming suddenly jumped up and pulled the wound all of a sudden. He grinned and said, Are you still wearing the uniform of a convenience store employee? This time it was Sujan's turn to be shocked. How do you know? Fengju nodded slowly. We are too. That guy, he is very strong, and he can tear the head of the snake-tailed beast in half with his bare hands. This young master too. Lu Ziming tore open his collar to reveal the bandaged wound. That thing, after saving people, you will still make a gesture to roll away. Sujan, that thing? Okay, I saved you and said so. The 4 of them looked at each other and were silent for a while. Suha swallowed. We were saved 4 times by the same aberration? Fengju nodded. He is hunting snake-tailed beasts, and specifically pick when we are about to die. So, Lu Ziming added, I've never been so embarrassed in my life. Lu Ziming curled his lips in disgust. I was saved by a mutant wearing a children's toy hood. How can I still mix in the circle when it gets out? Come on, Master Lu, if Ultraman hadn't made a move, you would have been in the heart of the snake-tailed beast by now. Suha smiled and gestured exaggeratedly. That mutant snake-tailed beast is the same as chopping vegetables, and he waved at me as if he was asking for food. Lu Ziming changed his mind and lowered his voice. You say, if he lived in this realm, who would he be? Sujan also perked up his ears when he heard this, and listened carefully. Who knows? Suha spread his hands. Anyway, it can't be our Suzaku Academy. Do you still need to say this? Lu Ziming continued. I originally thought that in a place like Suzaku City, there should be no aberrations, but now it seems that I have lost my eyes. That's true. Sujan took over the conversation. Suzaku City surrounds Suzaku Academy, and Suzaku Academy is one of the top 5 awakened academies in Dacia. In this kind of place, the monitoring network is airtight, and there are a group of the top awakened people in Dacia. How can there be aberrations that can move freely? It's not a permanent residence, Fengju said coldly. The 3 of them immediately looked at him. A mutant of Suzaku City. Fengju's tone was still flat. As long as you kill someone on the first day, you will be caught that night, and if you kill someone that night, you will be arrested early the next morning. If it lives permanently, it can only be an ordinary person who has just changed. Lu Ziming frowned, but that's strength. Contradiction. Fengju interrupted. The nascent mutant that has not been hunted cannot be strong enough to kill the snake-tailed beast in seconds. Su Hao suddenly snapped his fingers. So he is foreign. Only recently infiltrated Suzaku City. Su Zhan thought, he is obviously deliberately avoiding conflict with humans and picking up misty creatures. Guess what? Guess to your heart's content. Anyway, no one would suspect that an SSS-level life soul genius was a mutation. And, what if someone doubts it? Hee, those can only be doubted in their hearts. If you say it, Doberman is an example. Another thing is strange. Fengju's eyes froze. There are a total of 15 snake-tailed beasts, and there should be 8 corpses in the place where we fought together before, but now, there is only one left at the scene. Everyone heard the words and looked around. It's true. Su Hao nodded in agreement. It's so strange. Lu Ziming also said, now, what if we go out and others don't believe us to fight against 15 snake-tailed beasts? Survivors can testify. As soon as Su Zhan's words came out, everyone felt relieved. Why is there only one corpse of a serpentine? For everything else turned to ashes and was blown away by the wind. The 4 of them found a building to hide. During this period, no more fog creatures appeared on the streets. It seems that the dozen or so snake-tailed beasts are already all. Next, time passed slowly. Lu Ziming kicked the gravel at his feet irritably and looked up at the still surging fog outside the window. There was obvious impatience in his tone. Why hasn't this fog cleared yet? What about our people from Suzaku Academy? Who knows, maybe it's a pot of porridge outside. Su Hao sat cross-legged on the ground and shrugged his shoulders when he heard this. The fog suddenly appeared inside Suzaku City, and this matter itself is not normal. Su Zhan leaned against the wall, his eyes swept out the window, and did not speak. He is now sure. This is not a drill. The corpses on the street will not be faked. Take a step back, even if you can fake. But the breakthrough of his aberration cannot be faked. This is a disaster. 3 possibilities. Fengju stood with his sword in his arms and said coldly, 1. The situation outside is worse than here. 2nd, some people don't want to let rescue in. Lu Ziming stood up suddenly. You mean, this fog is artificial? Su Hao's eyes widened. No, right? Who has such a great ability to make such a movement in Suzaku City? Su Zhan was silent for a moment and said, if it is really artificial, then their target. Probably not just ordinary people. What do you mean? Fengju's eyes swept over the 3 of them, and his voice was cold. Suzaku Academy. The air freezes instantly. If the source of the fog was not formed naturally, but someone deliberately blocked the entire Suzaku City, then their purpose was. It is likely that he went to the academy. Lu Ziming's face was ugly. Damn, we are trapped here, and the sky may have been turned upside down. Su Hao scratched his head and tried to ease the atmosphere. On the bright side, maybe the academy has been resolved a long time ago, but the fog hasn't cleared yet. But these are all our guesses. Su Zhan shook his head slowly. None of us know what is really happening outside. However, no matter what happens outside, we have to rely on ourselves now, and if help does not come for a long time, then we can only find a way on our own. How can you figure it out? Lu Ziming retorted. Even the people of Suzaku Academy can't come in. What can we do about awakened people like us who haven't even reached the Du realm? Su Zhan didn't say anything more. Lu Ziming said that it was understandable. Fog can devour life. Although Daxia has now mastered the way to briefly walk through the fog. But they won't. What can I do if I don't know what to do? Su Hao patted his chest. Instead of waiting to die here, it's better to give it a try. Shun. Lu Ziming thought about it, but he really didn't think of a better way. Okay, listen to you. It has now been 24 hours since the fog descended. Footsteps came from the fog. Su Zhan's 4 people raised their heads suddenly, following the sound. The thick fog was pierced by several strong lights, and figures could be faintly seen shaking. Immediately afterwards, a familiar voice came through the fog. We are from Suzaku Academy. All survivors, move closer to us immediately. It's the voice of teacher Kongwu. Su Hao was the first to jump up, and his face was instantly ecstatic. Lu Ziming sat on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, it's finally here. Fengju's emotionless eyes also fluctuated. Su Zhan didn't move, just quietly stared at the gradually clear figure in the fog. It is not known what happened outside, but at least they are now saved. They walked out of their hiding. The horror of the entire commercial street is displayed in front of you. The corpse freezes at the moment of death in various twisted poses. The ground was covered with fragmented and unrecognizable remnants. The ground had long been stained purple-black with blood. The 4 of them were already mentally prepared for this environment. At least no one will vomit. Survivors crawl out of every corner and move towards the light source like Walking Dead. Wang Mingyuan walked quickly, and his eyes swept over the 4 people behind his golden glasses. Are you okay? Kongwu strode forward, his voice like thunder. Boys, your life is so hard. Su Hao wanted to say something with red eyes, but was interrupted by a commotion. Several survivors suddenly pounced on the rescuers, crying and tearing their uniforms. Why are you here now? My daughter is dead. It's right in front of me. Aren't you guardians? The people of Suzaku Academy endured the beating in silence, until Kongwu shouted to shake the scene. Enough. Now everyone listens to the command. Get treated treated serious injuries first. Then, he said to Sujan and the others, how long have you been here? Is there anything to ask about this question? Sujan subconsciously glanced at his watch. 24 hours and 3 minutes. Kong Wu and Wang Mingyuan instantly exchanged solemn eyes. Wang Mingyuan's voice was solemn. Do you know why we arrived 24 hours after the fog appeared? Is there an obstacle outside? Sujan frowned and asked. Wang Mingyuan shook his head slowly. We arrived here 4 minutes after the fog formed. The air suddenly solidified. Lu Ziming's mouth opened and closed. Wait, you mean, the speed of time here is different from the outside world. Wang Mingyuan's voice subverted everyone's worldview. For us, only 4 minutes have passed from receiving the alarm to finding you. Su Hao was stunned. So, the 24 hours here are only equivalent to 4 minutes in the outside world. Kong Wu added in a rough voice, this time flow speed difference, I really can't calculate it for a while. Is this the reason why the people from Suzaku Academy came late? It's really weird. Su Zhan's heart was no longer peaceful. Teacher Kong, we don't understand this question. The important thing now is that we can go out now? Lu Ziming said with a face full of disaster. Kong Wu shook his head and said, no. Why? Is it that we don't have the ability to pass through the fog? Lu Ziming's voice rose an octave. Fengju said on the side, is there an accident outside? The air freezes instantly. Su Zhan and Su Hao looked at each other, and the previous speculation of the four of them seemed to be being verified. Kong Wu sighed. First, not being able to pass through the fog is indeed a reason why you are not strong enough. Second, something really happened outside. Su Zhan and the four suddenly tensed their bodies. Their guesses. That's right. Is someone really targeting Suzaku Academy? What about the current academy? Wang Mingyuan pushed the golden wire glasses. Now there are hundreds of similar fog incidents counted in Daxia. Hundreds? Su Hao's eyes widened. Isn't that? But the situation is not as serious as you think. Kong Wu looked at the nervous expressions of the four people and suddenly grinned. Wait, don't you think something happened to Suzaku Academy, right? The four of them nodded slowly. Kong Wu laughed loudly. Don't tease me. If something happened to even Suzaku Academy, Daxia would have reached the critical moment of life and death. Su Zhan breathed a sigh of relief. Then Teacher Kong, what you just said is that we can't pass through the fog is just one of the reasons. Kong Wu scratched his head. Well, the fog will dissipate naturally in about 2 hours. As for the other reason, ha 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 ha. He looked at Wang Mingyuan and motioned for him to explain. Wang Mingyuan took a step forward and said slowly, do you know where the fog outside this street leads now? Isn't it Suzaku City? Lu Ziming replied subconsciously. Wang Mingyuan shook his head with solemn eyes. Now this street has temporarily separated from the real world. Outside this street, there is a pure foggy world. Even if you have the ability to travel through the fog indefinitely, you will not find your way back to Daxia unless you return to this street when the space anchor is reconnected. No, Fengju said. Space stripping? To be precise, space fragmentation. Wang Mingyuan nodded. Now there are hundreds of such fragmented spaces in the entire Daxia territory, all of which are temporarily floating in the foggy world. You can only come in and go out. You have to stay here and don't move. After 2 hours, the space anchor is reconnected, and you can go back. The four fell silent. Lu Ziming shuddered. So if we rushed into the fog just now, you will be lost forever in the foggy world. The closure is cold and reveals the consequences. Su Zhan's heart was filled with lingering fears. The time flow rate is different. Beyond the mist leads to the mist world. The mist's offensive against Daxia is getting stronger and stronger. With a buzz of space distorting, the fog that enveloped the streets finally dissipated completely. The dazzling sunlight shines again on the devastated streets, as if it were a different world. Su Zhan and the four were quickly taken to the medical center of Suzaku Academy. 2 hours later, after a comprehensive examination and treatment, they were taken to the inquiry room. Please describe your experience in fragmented space in detail. The inquiring staff pushed over a cup of hot tea. Lu Ziming slowly told what happened, but when it came to Ultraman's hood, he slammed the table. When I was almost disemboweled by the snake-tailed beast, it suddenly rushed out. Wait, don't you think I'm making up a story? Of course not. The inquirer made a gesture of invitation. Please continue. You don't know how scary it is. Lu Ziming slapped the table and jumped up. I was being chased by 2 snake-tailed beasts, and my custom code of value was torn apart. Inquirer, please tell me the key points. The point is that aberration. Lu Ziming danced and gestured. Wear an Ultraman hood and rush out. Do you dare to believe it? Red and silver color scheme. The eyes will also reflect. After killing the monster, he actually made a gesture to roll away at me. The inquiry officer noted. It didn't attack you? Nonsense. If you want to attack, can I still chat with you here? Lu Ziming rolled his eyes. But seriously, that thing's offensive methods are really simple and rude. It really saved us. Su Hao drew the Ultraman hood on the paper. Although it looks quite funny, its method of killing snake-tailed beasts is particularly professional. He is about 1.85 meters tall, has gray-black scales, and fights in a simple and rough manner. Fengju stated emotionlessly. It deliberately avoids communicating with us, obviously taking into account exposing its identity. I don't think it happened there by chance. Su Zhan's voice was very calm. It seems to be be specifically hunting snaketails. Saving us may just be easy, of course, this is just my guess. Inquiry room, soft lighting. The Inquirer gathered the four of them together. Regarding the mutant wearing the Ultraman hood, I need you to recall some details together. The four of them sat around, each with their own expressions. Lu Ziming crossed Erlang's legs and tapped his fingers impatiently on the table. We have said everything that needs to be said. How many times do we have to ask? Su Hao hurriedly rounded things up. Master Lu, don't worry, people are also routine. He turned to the Inquisitor and showed a trademark smile. Just ask. Close your eyes and recuperate. Su Zhan's eyes were lowered, seemingly docile. The inquiring officer opened the file. First of all, confirm that the four of you have seen this aberration with your own eyes? The four of them nodded at the same time. Can you describe the specific style of the headgear? Su Hao replied, classic. The red and silver color scheme and the glasses are yellow transparent lenses. What about the size? Lu Ziming curled his lips. The standard children's model looks particularly funny on its head. The interrogator quickly recorded. So it's an adult wearing a children's hood. Talk about how it fights. Su Zhan said softly, very professional. Destroy the gill organs first, and then attack the vital points of the head. Like professionally trained? Feng Zhu shook his head. It's like instinct. The Inquirer paused. Do you think he may be from the academy? The four of them shook their heads at the same time. Lu Ziming sneered. What are you kidding? The academy is all awakened. Will the awakened be a mutant? Then what do you think it came from? Su Hao scratched his head. It is definitely not a permanent resident of Suzaku City. According to the strength of the city defense, this level of aberration cannot be hidden. Feng Zhu added, unless it has just mutated, but the strength does not match. The Inquirer thought, so your conclusion is, outsiders. The four of them spoke in unison. One last point. The inquiring personnel scanned the four people. You said that there are a total of 15 snake-tailed beasts, but at the scene, there is only one corpse of a snake-tailed beast. Shun, what do you mean? Lu Ziming frowned. Do you think we are lying? The Inquisitor sighed. Of course not. According to the survivors' confessions, they did see more than 10 snake-tailed beasts, which may be related to the mutation of the Ultraman hood you mentioned. Saying that, he closed the record book. Thank you for your cooperation. I will compile this information and submit it directly to the Dean's office. By the way, this matter is classified as confidential. Please do not discuss it with the outside world until the college officially announces it. The four of them nodded in response. After the Inquirer left, Lu Ziming breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Su Hao frowned. What do you think? What will the Dean's expression look like when he sees the report? Feng Zhu said, a hunting team will be sent. Su Hao grabbed his hair and changed his mind. Hey, you say, we have explained all the clues of Ultraman like this, isn't it a bit not authentic? Lu Ziming snorted coldly. What? You still want to cover up an aberration? Don't forget what they are. But it saved us. Su Hao's voice raised a few points. Four times. Feng Zhu said lightly, the camps are opposed, there is no choice. When Su Zhan heard this, he couldn't help but have a little more affection for Su Hao. Look, this is the good guy. But there is a lot of helplessness in my heart. Aberrations are naturally opposed to humans. Even if he is a mutant who does not need to hunt. But it still doesn't work. The prejudice of the human heart is a mountain. No matter how hard you try, you don't want to shake it. He didn't dare to reveal the identity of the aberration. First, I was afraid of being tied to the laboratory for sectioning. Second, he didn't dare to gamble, and there was no need to gamble. The identity of the mutant is his trump card, his second identity. Never expose. Helpless, take one step at a time. Su Hao, if you hide it and don't report it. Su Zhan said appropriately, no one knows if Ultraman will kill someone next time. Su Hao said sullenly, I know, but I don't feel good in my heart. He can obviously eat us, so it's more dangerous. Feng Zhu's voice was solemn. The aberration that retains human nature is 10 times more terrifying than a pure monster. Lu Ziming suddenly grinned. If you want me to say it, you should let the hunting team meet it. Look at the origin of that neurosis. Su Zhan said softly, it has been reported, and the next step is not something we can manage. The four fell silent. Su Hao muttered at the end, I hope it runs farther. In a dark room, two people, dressed in a wide black robe and wearing a mask. He couldn't see his figure and appearance clearly. How is it going? The figure standing on the high platform spoke. The black-robed man who knelt on one knee trembled slightly. Report back to the messenger, Suzaku City. It's too dangerous. The hoarse voice was filled with fear. Those awakened people searched like mad dogs, and their subordinates also spent a lot of effort to escape. The messenger was silent for a moment, and his eyes under the mask were cold. Are the freshmen of Suzaku Academy still alive? It was a foolproof plan. The kneeling man clenched his fists. An aberration came out of nowhere, and it saved them all. The messenger suddenly leaned over. I really don't know who it is. The kneeling figure trembled even more. Subordinate only saw from a distance that guy was wearing an Ultraman hood. There was another short silence. Oh, the messenger slowly straightened up. Okay, you step back, but don't forget the meaning of our existence. Never forget. The kneeling man suddenly looked up, and his eyes under the mask glowed abnormally. Only by letting the fog swallow the whole world can we mutants achieve transcendence. Well, you go. The messenger waved his hand. The kneeling person left slowly. slowly. The messenger slowly took off his mask, revealing a middle-aged man's face. He muttered to himself, Xiaobin said before that Su Zhan is a mutant. This operation, the Aberration Rescue, in this world, is there such a coincidence? He. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the start of Suzaku Academy. Duration. Su Zhan's 4 freshmen also made a name for themselves once in Suzaku Academy, because they have experienced foggy events. There are many people who ask the 4 of them to inquire about the details of the fog. In the freshman group of Suzaku Academy, Lu Ziming's voice, you can't imagine it at all. At that time, Lao Tzu was alone in a dead end by 5 snake-tailed beasts. My backhand is a purple thunderbolt slash. Zila, directly burned too. Shocking Emotokan. Brother is amazing. Lu Ziming's voice. When the remaining 3 rushed over, I directly dismantled the fire hydrant with my bare hands. The high-pressure water jet is combined with purple thunder to make a charcoal-grilled snake-tailed beast on the spot. Brother is so handsome. Please see the photo of Zile. Lu Ziming's voice, wait a minute. Then sent a picture of the purple thunder in the palm of his hand. Lu Ziming's voice, did you see it? This purple thunder, the entire street was illuminated as if it were daytime. Lu Ziming held his mobile phone and wanted to say something more. Knock knock. Lu Ziming finally took his mobile phone and posted, brothers, the first class is about to begin. Let's not talk about it yet. After saying that, he walked to the door and opened the door. The person who came was Su Zhan's 3 people. There was a knock on the door. Master Lu, you blow it well, but you still blow it in private. Su Hao smiled and teased, now you have become a new celebrity, and everyone knows you. Harm. Lu Ziming waved his hand, without the slightest embarrassment and annoyance of being exposed as a lie. When I go out, my identity is given by myself. You see what I said is so outrageous, if they really believe it, they have no brains. Su Zhan raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. This was the first time he had heard such an outrageous statement. Let's go. Feng Ju urged, don't be late for the first quarter. Let's go. Su Hao pulled up Lu Ziming, who was still looking in the mirror. I heard that today is a big class, and I can only sit in the first row if I go late. The spacious classroom can accommodate thousands of people. The noisy conversation of freshmen echoed in the classroom. The 4 of them just found a seat and sat down. Wang Mingyuan stepped on the bell and walked into the classroom. The sound was not loud, but it made the entire classroom instantly silent. Wang Mingyuan clicked on the podium, and the holographic projection unfolded into the Suzaku Academy code. There are a total of 279 new students this year, which is similar to previous years. Quiet. In today's first class, I will first talk to you about the teaching system of our college. Article 1. The college implements a free course selection system. The daily class schedule will be published on the college intranet in advance, and you can choose to listen to the lecture. There was a noisy discussion in the classroom. Lu Ziming secretly stabbed Su Hao. This is unpleasant to die? You can sleep until any time you want. Su Hao rolled his eyes. Don't worry, there must be more. I know what you're thinking. Wang Mingyuan put his hands on the podium and swept his eyes over the freshmen in the audience. Do you think this teaching system is too loose? Too irresponsible? He knocked on the blackboard's self-media image of Suzaku Academy. Because the road of the true awakener has never been achieved by duck-chasing teaching. Wang Mingyuan clicked on the blackboard self-media again. The projection became a 3-dimensional human meridian map in which the energy of the life soul flowed. There is a huge difference between the life and soul of the awakened person, such as Su Zhan, SSS life soul, currently focusing on control, Lu Ziming, focusing on strong attack. He pointed to Su Zhan and Lu Ziming. Do you want them to sit in the same classroom and use the same teaching materials? There was a low sound of discussion in the classroom. Holograms switched to a dense list of courses. The college provides 37 professional courses, 133 practical courses, and 83 testing grounds for various scenarios. Wang Mingyuan looked around the classroom, but the choice is in your hands, but the academy is not completely free of restrictions on you. Article 2. Wang Mingyuan's voice became a little colder. The assessment is divided into final assessment and surprise assessment. Of course, you don't have to worry too much. The surprise assessment will notify you 1 month in advance. Those who fail the assessment will repeat the grade, fail for 2 consecutive years, and drop out. There was a gasping sound in the classroom. Su Zhan raised his eyebrows. It looks free, but it can't really be free. If there is no pressure and it is all up to the students, it is really misleading. Wang Mingyuan called up another set of data, and the bright red numbers were shocking. Really? Last year, 13 people were expelled from school for indulging in fun, 7 people died in the mission, 24 people broke through in a desperate situation, and 7 people leapfrogged to kill the fog creatures. What Suzaku Academy wants to cultivate is not good students, but warriors who can open up a way of life in desperate situations. The projection is frozen on a sentence. Free choice, self-bearing consequences. Now, Wang Mingyuan put away the hologram. Does anyone still question this teaching philosophy? The whole classroom was silent. Very good. The third one. Wang Mingyuan continued. It is forbidden for any student to privately contact with mist creature-related matters. All contact must be reported to to the academy also has the task of mist creatures. If you want to experience, there is no need to take private work. And one last thing, Wang Mingyuan said slowly, the day before yesterday, everyone should know about the sudden fog incidents in various parts of Daxia. It happened in the nearest Suzaka city, and 4 of you have experienced it. I believe you have all heard of it. Everyone looked at Su Zhan's 4 people. Obviously, everyone knows about it. The day before yesterday was the first time in the history of Daxia that fog invaded reality. Wang Mingyuan's voice was heavy, and in just 3 days, the fog ignored the border and invaded Daxia in the way of space descending. There were 1,367 cases the day before yesterday, 1,567 cases yesterday, and today, they are still happening. The projection switched to a map of Daxia, and the dense red dots covered almost the entire territory. The most important thing, Wang Mingyuan's voice was solemn, we have confirmed that this is not a disaster unique to Daxia. The map suddenly expands into a global projection, covered with flashing red dots. Such incidents have occurred in countries that have not been swallowed up by fog at present. The air in the classroom seemed to freeze. Each misty space has 3 deadly characteristics. Wang Mingyuan raised 3 fingers. First, the time flow rate is abnormal, and the smallest ratio recorded so far is 1:6. The maximum is 1:86400. In other words, a second in the real world is equivalent to a day in that space. But fortunately, at present, the time in the fog is up to 3 days. According to the largest proportion of time flow rate, only 3 seconds passed in the real world and 3 days passed in the fog. There was no time to rescue. Second, most of the misty creatures that appear at present are not as good as the level of the open realm. Wang Mingyuan continued, but according to the energy curve prediction, the creatures in the fog will become stronger and stronger. Wang Mingyuan pushed the golden wire glasses. After investigation, we found a key piece of information that the fog did not appear in Daxia out of thin air. The classroom suddenly became commotion. They need coordinates. Wang Mingyuan's finger tapped on the holographic map, just like a missile needs to be located. So here comes the question. He looked around the audience. Who is providing coordinates to the fog? After a short silence, a heated discussion erupted in the classroom. Maybe it's a natural phenomenon of some kind of space crack? Or the ability of a high-level misty creature? Lu Ziming suddenly slammed the table and stood up. If you want me to say, it must be a ghost caused by a mutant. Wang Mingyuan nodded. This classmate is right. The correct answer is aberration. Su Zhan's eyes froze when he heard this. The coordinates provided by the aberration. Could it be that? Did you cause that disaster with your own hands? What do you mean? The mutant has become a rat hiding in the gutter, and now it has to go through this curse. Aberrations have lived humbly enough. Now they have all become accomplices of the fog, traitors to mankind. With the destruction of human civilization, is it necessary for aberrations to exist? Lips and teeth are cold. Su Zhan, what's wrong with you? Su Hao noticed that something was wrong with Su Zhan. Su Zhan smiled indifferently and waved his hand. It's nothing. It's just reminiscent of the mutant with the Ultraman hood. Harm, that's it. Su Hao's tone was regretful. I still feel that the fog should not have been caused by Ultraman. I don't agree with you. Lu Ziming interjected. The fog is caused by the aberrations. The mutants are originally in opposition to humans, hunting humans. Daxia focuses on fighting the fog, so there is no time to deal with them. Now that it's good, how dare you do such a thing? Really, when we awaken people are vegetarians, I think Daxia will definitely take measures against them in the future. In the self-media screen, a humanoid creature covered in sarcoma was kneeling on the ground, carving eerie runes with its claws. This is the aberration we caught at the scene of the fog, and he has explained how he provided the coordinates to the fog. Meanwhile, Wang Mingyuan's voice was cold and piercing. Everyone knows that aberrations are the product of mist in order to deal with humans. Some of the aberrations have mastered the method of communicating the fog. They provide coordinates, the fog descends, and in return, first, the misty creatures will not attack them. Second, they can obtain the nutrients they need to evolve. That is, they can pick up the human corpses left over from the fog creatures. Su Zhan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. That's right, then it has nothing to do with him. However, this shows that there is at least one hidden mutation in the last Mistfall event he experienced. They haven't found anything yet. It's good enough to hide. Fengju said coldly, a traitor. More precisely, traitors. Wang Mingyuan turned off the projection. These aberrants were originally human, and now, they have betrayed the entire race for power. The temperature in the classroom seemed to plummet. A wave of anger brewed among the crowd. This group of damn traitors. A muscular boy slammed into the table, and the alloy desk was smashed into a pit. We should kill all the mutants. It is recommended to search the whole city immediately. Pull out all the garbage hidden in the sewers. My uncle died at the hands of the aberration. These mutants deserve hell. Lu Ziming kicked on the chair. Damn. This young master was almost torn apart by the snake-tailed beast. It turned out that they were all ghosts of this group of mongrels. Su Hao asked, Professor Wang, then the wearing a hood we met. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted rudely. Do you still need to ask? Definitely marking the next goal. You won't appreciate appreciate a mutant, will you? If it is not my race, his heart will be different. Wang Mingyuan released his coercion, and the whole classroom was instantly quiet. I will talk so much about this class. If you have any questions, raise your hands one by one, just ask. Teacher Wang, what are the quick ways to obtain cultivation resources? Someone raised his hand and asked. Quiet. Su Zhan's eyes lit up. He also wanted to ask this question. The cultivation of the awakened is the most money-burning. It can be seen from the awakening potion before awakening. Before awakening the soul, the investment will exceed 300,000. After awakening, the cultivation resources are even more astronomical. The Academy will distribute basic cultivation resources to you every month. Wang Mingyuan said slowly, there are specific Academy intranets, so I won't introduce them one by one, but to be honest, those cultivation resources can only be guaranteed to be basic, but if you are a little self-motivated, these cultivation resources are far from enough. The mission hall of the Academy has quests. You can get contribution points by completing the tasks. You can buy cultivation resources in the Academy. Of course, you take money to buy it outside. It depends on your financial ability. In addition, excellent performance in the assessment will also receive contribution points. The questioner nodded and sat down. Su Zhan secretly calculated. Now he has a total of nearly 800,000 yuan in his pocket, of which 300,000 are the inheritance of his original parents and 500,000 are given by the high school principal. It is definitely enough now. But once they break through to the Du realm, this little money is far from enough. Teacher Wang, a clear female voice suddenly sounded. In the center of the classroom, a tall girl stood up neatly. She wears a capable high ponytail, and her black training uniform outlines her slender figure. The tear mole under the corner of his left eye added a bit of sharpness to the heroic spirit. It's Xia Shi, the school flower among the freshmen. I was optimistic that several seniors would ask her for contact information, but without exception, they were all rejected. Wang Mingyuan raised his hand to signal Jing. What's the problem? Xia Shi glanced around the audience. Can you challenge others? There was a whisper in the classroom. Sure enough, it's her. According to the grapevine, she beat several classmates into the infirmary when she was in high school. It is said that she is a martial arts family. Her parents are awakened. She has been practicing martial arts since she was a child, and her foundation is very solid. Brothers, I have long known her background check. Don't look at her beauty. She is actually a combat freak. When I was in high school, I didn't know how much I lost because of a fight. Why did you go out of your way to investigate her? Ha 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 ha. Then you still need to ask. You must want to chase others, and you will retreat after the investigation. SS level life soul destruction scythe, the top existence among offensive life souls. Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses. Yes, the Academy has an actual combat ranking, but he scanned the audience meaningfully. Considering the difference in the types of life souls, the rankings are only for incentives, and there are no substantial rewards. Xia Shi curled the corners of his mouth. That's just right. Her eyes suddenly locked onto the back row. Su Zhan, I heard that you are the only SSS level life soul among the freshmen. See you at the training ground after class? The whole classroom exploded. Challenge SSS level as soon as you come up? What do you know? Xia Shi picks hard bones and gnaws them. You don't even understand. Although Su Zhan is an SSS level life soul, but it is not an offensive type, and I don't see any benefit in fighting with Xia Shi. Su Zhan raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this, and said politely, Classmate Xia, I have a festival with you, or have I offended you? Xia Shi shook his head. No, you are the highest level of life soul among our freshmen, so naturally you are the strongest by default. Her eyes were full of warlike intent. I just beat you, or defeated by you. Then you chose the wrong person. Su Zhan spread his hands. Suzaku Academy Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, I'm just a nobody. If you want to be the first person in the freshman rankings, you should choose someone else. I can't accompany you. This kind of battle without any interests or emotions. He won't participate. Now he just wanted to raise his realm to the Du realm. Xia Shi was stunned and opened his eyes slightly. Obviously did not expect such a response. How could it be? Refuse? In her imagination, any awakener of Suzaku Academy, especially SSS level geniuses, cannot remain indifferent in the face of public challenges. Shouldn't the blood, arrogance, and competitive spirit of young people be engraved in the bones of geniuses? The previous scripts were like this. Doesn't he care about fame? Not eager to prove yourself? Xia Shi's eyes searched Su Zhan's face, but he only saw a calm. No irritation, no contempt, only a hint of impatience. This reaction was more difficult for her to understand than a direct refusal. Or is he disdainful of fighting himself at all? This thought made her more warlike. Xia Shishio frowned slightly, pursed his lips and said, Su Zhan, don't you dare? Whatever you think. Su Zhan spread his hands again. Xia Shi was speechless for a moment. Thank you. Wang Mingyuan looked at the two with a smile. Su Zhan, there is a bad problem. He likes to gamble, and the gambling is not small, alas. This problem is not good. I have persuaded him many times, and he still teaches it repeatedly. You. Xia Shi's beautiful eyes lit up when he heard this. Su Zhan, I can bet. How about 300,000 yuan? 300,000 yuan, rich woman. Su Zhan raised his eyebrows and looked at Wang Wang Ningyuan. Wang Ningyuan also looked at him with a smile. The expression seemed to say, "Boy, you teacher, I am interesting. If you are not good at saying, I will help you say it." Suzhan smiled helplessly and looked at Xieshi. "Okay, I agree. One word is a deal." Xieshi seemed to be afraid that Suzhan would regret it. "Don't leave after class, I'll come to you." Suzhan nodded slightly. There was an uproar in the classroom. 300,000? The eldest lady of the Xie family is generous. Rich woman, horror. Don't blink your eyelids, it's strong. Su Hao squeezed his eyebrows and stabbed Suzhan with his elbow. "Brother Su, this is the school flower who took the initiative to invite the battle. Do you want me to help you inquire about her life and soul weaknesses?" Lu Ziming crossed Erlang's legs and pretended to be old-fashioned. "Suzhan, you are still young. 300,000 is not enough. 300 million. 300 million is not a need to worry for several years." 300 million? You show me 300 million now. It's a bit interesting. Su Hao immediately dismantled the stage. Lu Ziming was speechless for a moment. Even if he is a rich young master, the company has not yet been handed over to him, and he can't come up with so much money. Suzhan smiled and shook his head. Lu Ziming is a very good person, but he loves to pretend. Fengju glanced at Xieshi coldly. "Scythe, the attack range is large, this kind of big weapon, the weaknesses are very unified, and if you get close to her, she can't use it." After saying that, he closed his eyes and recuperated, as if the tactical analysis just now was just casually mentioned. "It's easy for you to say." Lu Ziming immediately retorted, "You know this, how can others not know? If you think people are stupid, they will definitely keep a good distance from you." Fengju glanced at him lightly and didn't say anything more, as if he was disdainful to retort. Lu Ziming suddenly became interested and sat up straight. "But, if the bet is added to the condition, such as the loser will be a follower for a month." He looked at Xieshi with a smirk. "Then I would be happy to watch this good show." He didn't even raise his eyelids. "Boring. You have a paralyzed face. What do you know?" Lu Ziming showed a cynical smile. "This month's follow-up. Naturally, there is a particular way, being a sparring partner during the day, being a bodyguard at night, and serving tea and pouring water during meals." Speaking of this, he suddenly lowered his voice and showed a meaningful expression. "The most important thing is to be on call." Fortunately, this kid's voice is relatively quiet. Xieshi was too far away to hear. Otherwise, Lu Ziming will be the next opponent. Su Hao immediately understood and exaggeratedly said, "Young Master Lu, this is a drunkard, not wine." Fengju finally opened his eyes and spat out two words coldly, "Obscene." Suzhan couldn't laugh or cry. "Look at it this way, this young Master Lu, you are a veteran in the love scene. A rich second generation with rich emotional experience. Very reasonable, right? Suzhan, come on, come on." Lu Ziming hugged Suzhan's shoulders and lowered his voice. "Suzhan, you are too young to know how to deal with this kind of woman." "But," he raised a finger mysteriously, "first, this kind of arrogant woman admires the strongest. You have to win beautiful later, and it's best to solve the battle within 3 moves. Second, after winning, don't rush to call her. I had to dry her for 3 days and let her think about it myself." Su Hao also came over at some point. Suzhan pretended to listen very carefully. In fact, he is not interested in these. "I just think what Lu Ziming said is very interesting." Lu Ziming ignored it and continued to impart experience. "The most important thing is the third point. Inadvertently engage in physical contact with her. For example, when receiving something, inadvertently touch her fingers, which will make her get used to this kind of physical contact little by little." "Obscene." Fengju said it again. Okay. Suzhan rounded the field. "Master Lu, I really don't have this idea. If I am interested in her, I will raise my hands in agreement." "Hey, I don't have that idea." Lu Ziming said seriously. "I don't like such a strong woman, like Xieshi, who has to be on top at that time. This is not good. I prefer to take the initiative." Suzhan and others. All the questions that everyone should ask have been asked. Wang Ningyuan also announced the dismissal of class. Xieshi immediately found Suzhan and waved his slender arm. "Let's go." Half an hour later. Suzhan waved his hand. "I still have something to do." Xie frowned slightly. "What are you going to do?" "My soul is controlling, not good at attacking." "Wait." Suzhan spread his hands. "I have to go to the equipment hall to buy some weapons first, otherwise how can I be worthy of fighting you?" Xie stared at him suspiciously for a few seconds, and grabbed his sleeve. "Okay, I'll accompany you." She leaned close to Suzhan's ear and lowered her voice to threaten, "If you dare to run, I will let the whole school know that the SSS level Suzhan is a coward who escaped from battle." Su Hao, Lu Ziming, and Fengju followed the 3 of them. Don't look at Lu Ziming, who has been making fun of Xieshi just now. When I really got in front of her, I became a good gentleman. The group walked on College Avenue, attracting countless sideways glances. Xieshi followed Suzhan closely behind him like an escort prisoner, causing students passing by to talk a lot. "Look at that freshman, he was actually escorted by Xieshi himself. I heard that they made an appointment to fight? The bet is 300,000. TSK. Now the freshmen are getting richer and richer, and they can take 300,000 yuan. A magnificent bronze building stood in front of everyone. On both sides of the door stood 2 stone statues holding swords, and pale blue runes flowed on the blades, which were obviously some kind of of defense mechanism. The equipment hall has arrived. Sujun suddenly stopped. Xia, it may take me a while to pick a weapon. Well, not in a hurry. Xia, she leaned against the doorframe. What I have today is time. I will accompany you. Wow. Su Hao looked up at the towering dome. It's really magnificent. Lu Ziming rarely refuted and echoed, handsome. Stepping into the hall, the temperature plummeted by 10 degrees. Countless weapons are suspended in a translucent energy field displayed in categories. The cold weapons area has everything from quaint bronze swords to battle blades. In the firearms area, all kinds of firearms are displayed, the most conspicuous of which is a 3-meter-long anti-material sniper rifle. There are also small areas, mines, grenades, body armor, combat uniforms. The depths are blocked by heavy lead doors. There is a warning on the door that high-risk weapons require tutor approval. Su Zhan went straight to the most ordinary display rack in the cold weapons area. Fingers skimmed through rows of standard weapons. Xiaxi followed, impatiently tapping the ground with his toes. That's it. Su Zhan took off a pair of featureless steel double knives from the bottom shelf. The blade was gray, and even the edge of the blade was dim. Only the handle of the knife is engraved with the number Suzaku System 037. Xiaxi's beautiful eyes widened. This kind of mass-produced goods? Not even a rating. Su Hao also came over. Brother Su, there are high-level weapons over there, although the upper limit of artificial cold weapons is not high, but yours is too. Su Zhan casually took a knife flower, as long as the material is hard enough. Are you serious? Lu Ziming said seriously. Su Zhan, if you are short of money, I will help you buy it. Su Zhan flicked the blade lightly. No, the control type's job is to create opportunities, not output. A good knife is a waste for me. No, this is the truth. There is a huge gap between cold weapons and hot weapons in peacetime. After the fog invaded, the status of cold weapons has not changed. Although the material is getting harder and harder, there is still no difference in essence. Imagine, if this thing is really powerful, then what do you want to do with the soul of the instrument? Xiaxi snorted coldly. Whatever you want, don't make excuses if you lose anyway. The robotic arm floated slowly. Standard weapon, 10 credits or 1,000 dasha coins. After Su Zhan finished swiping the card, his wrist shook, and the two knives were accurately inserted into the leather scabbard behind his waist. Now, you can go to the training ground. Training ground. When Su Zhan and his party arrived, the stands of the oval training ground were already crowded with freshmen who had heard the news. Noisy discussions echoed in the venue. I heard that it is SSS-level freshmen playing against SS-level Xiaxi. Both of them are our new celebrities. One is both strong and beautiful, and the other is very popular on the internet, and has also experienced fog incidents. Who do you think will win? I think Xiaxi will win steadily. After all, his parents are awakened people and have that foundation. But Su Zhan's life soul level is higher. Level doesn't mean everything, and the control system suffers a lot in heads-up. Lu Ziming crossed Erlang's legs. The face is paralyzed. Who do you think will win? Fengju's eyes were locked on the field. Su Zhan. That must be Su Zhan. His control ability is too perverted. After Su Hao finished speaking, he looked left and right. Look, even the senior students are here. Teachers watched the battle. Wang Mingyuan also appeared on the sidelines at some point, talking to several mentors in a low voice. A female tutor smiled and said, Professor Wang, what do you think your students have a chance of winning? Wang Mingyuan pushed the gold wire glasses. Just look at it. If you want me to say, Xiaxi's chances of winning are better. Kong Wuqi's voice came like a bell. Wang Mingyuan smiled faintly. Lao Kong, it seems that you are very confident in your teaching. That must. Kong Wu patted his chest confidently. This girl's parents handed her over to me. Then I must do my best. I have been teaching her for a week, and I can learn a lot this week. Saying that, he hugged Wang Mingyuan's shoulder. Look at you, a teacher, you are unqualified, and you have not taught your students anything. Wang Mingyuan calmly pushed away the hand that was pulling from his shoulder. First, Xiaxi was awakened by her parents for her in advance, otherwise how could you have time to teach? Second, I am not in a hurry at this time. Now that school is starting, I will teach slowly. In the sideline preparation area, Xiaxi was doing the final stretch, and the huge scythe was stuck in the ground on the side, and the blade surface flowed with dark red lines. Several girls from the same dormitory surrounded her. Cici, teach him a lesson. Let him see what a real battle is. Let him know who was the first person to awaken to the new life. Su Zhan quietly checked the pair of ordinary steel knives. The referee's voice sounded, please enter both sides. Rules, until the point is reached, no intentional serious injury shall be caused. Xiaxi jumped into the venue with a neat somersault, which attracted a lot of admiration. The other side. Su Zhan walked in slowly, and the simple steel knife looked particularly low-key in his hand. Now, the referee raised his hand high. Start. The audience instantly fell silent. Everyone held their breath and waited for this high-profile showdown. Now, Xiaxi's pupils contracted suddenly, his fingers tightened before consciousness, and the scythe of destruction hummed excitedly. Solve him in one go. The toes touched the ground, and then the scarlet sickle shadow slashed down in the air like a blood moon. Su Zhan's twin knives seemed to be set up in a hurry, but he subtly adjusted the angle before colliding. Sparks splashed and slid backwards with the force of recoil. The soles of the boots fingertips rubbed 2 scorch marks on the special floor glue. What a heavy force. Bell. The numbness coming from the tiger's mouth made Su-Jeon secretly frightened. Glanced at the blade, and there was already a gap. Sure enough, this weapon is still far from being able to fight against SS weapon-like life souls. The afterglow caught a glimpse of the sneer at the corner of Xiexi's mouth, and the scythe had changed direction to sweep. Su-Jeon leaned back suddenly, and when the blade wind blew through his chin, he brought up small droplets of blood, and a few strands of hair slowly fell. Xiexi turned around, and the edge of the scythe blade exuded a dark red aura. 3 consecutive cuts. Su-Jeon reacted quickly, and the 2 knives weaved an airtight silver net in front of him. Every collision made his wrists tingle. In his heart, he calculated the strength of 3 consecutive slashes. Su-Jeon suddenly withdrew his left knife, and his right knife accurately pierced the blind spot of the scythe's trajectory. Bite, bite, bite. Xiaxi's pupils shrank slightly, and he was forced to change his tactics and retreat, sweat oozing from his temples. This guy, calculating her attack pattern? The pupil of Shiwan on Su-Jeon's chest rotated wildly. Xiaxi's next horizontal slash suddenly became sluggish. Su-Jeon took the opportunity to rush in and stabbed her wrist with 2 knives. Xiaxi erupted in dark red waves all over her body, and she broke free from the shackles of time. The scythe swirled, forcing Su-Jeon to retreat a few meters. Xiaxi's offensive is getting stronger and fiercer. Humph! Su-Jeon's twin swords barely parried, and the sound of metal collision was as dense as a torrential rain. Will you only hide? Xiaxi kicked Su-Jeon to the edge of the field with a beautiful roundhouse kick. There were bursts of applause in the stands. Su-Jeon wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and Shi Yuan's pupil was running at full strength. This time, the golden ripples directly enveloped the entire venue. Xiaxi's movements suddenly slowed down by half a beat, and even the fluttering hair became slow. Su-Jeon seized the opportunity and stabbed with 2 knives continuously. The scythe handle suddenly slammed into the ground, and a circular shockwave shattered the time barrier. Xiaxi's long hair was windless and automatic. That's all there is to it? The scythe suddenly expanded, and hideous jagged teeth appeared on the edge of the blade. Bang! She jumped into the air, and a blood-colored crescent moon with a diameter of 2 meters slashed down. Su-Jeon's 2 swords were crossed, and Shi Yuan's pupils rotated wildly. Definitely. The blood-colored crescent suddenly froze half a meter away from him. But in the next second, the crack began to spread on the space-time barrier. The barrier is broken. Su-Jeon's sliding step cut into Xiaxi's close blind spot and stabbed Xiaxi's throat with 2 knives in one go. At the moment of a close call, the scythe handle accurately blocked. Click. The 2 of you go back and forth, and you don't give in to each other. It seems that Su-Jeon is being suppressed everywhere. Ding! And his double knife opening is getting denser and denser, and it seems that it will break at any time. In fact, the distance between Su-Jeon and Xiaxi is getting closer and closer. Just when Xiaxi thought he had caught Su-Jeon's flaw, Su-Jeon suddenly grinned. If you only have this ability, then it's time to end. It's time for this farce to end. On the dial of the pupil of the abyss, the Roman numerals lit up one by one. Click, click, click. The mechanical sound of gear biting echoed. The golden glow of the pocket watch spreads like ripples. Xiaxi subconsciously wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The movement of swinging the scythe of destruction suddenly became extremely slow. She was astonished to find that every minute of her movements was stretched to an outrageous extent. This is what? Xiaxi's thinking was still working normally, but her body seemed to have been pressed a 100-fold slow release button. She watched Su-Jeon pressing her cold blade against her beating carotid artery. The second hand of the pocket watch has just passed the last frame. Click. Time flows again. Now. The blade wind of the scythe of destruction roared across the position where Su-Jeon was standing at this time, but it only split the air. And the reality is that she lost. In less than 1 second, the overall situation was reversed. The stands were silent. Winner, Su-Jeon. The referee's voice just fell. Su-Jeon slowly moved the steel knife away from Xiaxi's slender neck, but the moment the blade left her skin, click, the 2 steel knives suddenly made a crisp sound. Cobweb-like cracks appeared on the blade. The next moment, sharp debris creaked and scattered on the ground. Xiaxi's pupils contracted suddenly, staring at the fragments, unwilling in his heart. Just stick to 2 more tricks. No, a trick. This broken knife will completely shatter. But she didn't notice the flashing arc of Su-Jeon's mouth. The calculations are accurate. Su-Jeon secretly loosened his numb fingertips. Before the battle began, he had predicted the limits of the steel knife. Overly fragile weapons become the best camouflage. Let Xiaxi just want to win, thus giving him the opportunity to close the distance and reverse the situation. Standard weapons are really unreliable. Su-Jeon pretended to be regretful and threw away the handle of the knife. I almost planted it on this. Classmate Xia, don't forget to hit the 300,000 yuan to my account. I'll leave first. Xiaxi's face was frosty. Damn, this guy wouldn't think she would be in debt, would he? Not a single point will be less for you. After Xiaxi said this, he didn't stay on the stage and left in a hurry. After a short silence, the scene exploded. What kind of operation is this? Have you seen the last trick clearly? Why did Sister Xia suddenly stop moving? The SSS level life soul is too perverted. averted. There is a laurel. The salt is no longer salty. What do you know? Sujan deliberately closed the distance in order to win the game in this short period of control. How can it be as godly as you say? Teachers watched the battle seat. Sujan walked here. Wang Mingyuan was pushing his golden glasses, his eyes full of approval. You fought well, especially your tactical design, deliberately revealing flaws and luring the enemy deeper. Even I was a little surprised. Sujan yawned slightly. Wang Mingyuan turned his head to look at Kong Wu on the side, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lao Kong, it seems that your special training this week is useless. Kong Wu's dark face suddenly turned red, and his thick arms were hugged to his chest. Fart. This kid wins and has a half-time relationship with you? What are you talking about here? It's just a fluke. Wang Mingyuan smiled and shook his head, saying nothing more. You know, a hammer. Kong Wu slapped the railing, and the metal handrail suddenly sank. What is a victory or defeat? Xiaxi, this girl, has been living too smoothly. No one can cure her in high school, and now it is a good thing to suffer some setbacks. Wang Mingyuan chuckled. This is good, but losing is losing. Hey, surnamed Wang. Kong Wu's forehead was blue and blue veins burst out. You kid. The two mentors quarreled. Sujan stood in the middle and couldn't laugh or cry. At this time, Xiaxi happened to pass by the passage below, heard the quarrel and looked up, just in time to meet Sujan's line of sight. She snorted coldly and said with her lips, I will definitely win you next time. Then he left without looking back. Remember to transfer. Sujan shouted. Xiaxi paused, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This time he really left without looking back. Sujan looked at her back, then at the two tutors who were still arguing, and suddenly felt that their heads were big. Sujan. Wang Mingyuan stopped arguing and said, there is a class of my cultivation theory class in the afternoon. Remember to come. Sujan nodded. Cultivation theory courses are an essential subject for every awakened person, because the audience is too wide. Okay, I'm afraid that a teacher can't teach. Therefore, the college assigns multiple teachers to teach. Daxia Bank arrived. 300,000 Daxia dollars. Sujan's mobile phone vibrated slightly, and the prompt sounded. The money arrived. Brother Su, I know you can do it. Su Hao and the three of them walked quickly, with heartfelt joy. Sujan, you look honest, don't fight or grab. Lu Ziming said with a smile, in fact, I can deceive women more than me. The battle is full of traps, and Xiaxi's little girl has no pants left to be deceived by you. Fengju rolled his eyes at Lu Ziming as always, silently distanced himself a little, as if to say to everyone, I don't know him. Sujan frowned. This kind of thing, no one talks about you in private. But now there are so many people, this image is, it's really bad. So he said, I won today, and I will treat you in the evening. The class bell rings. Wang Mingyuan stood in front of the hologram, his gold glasses reflecting the light blue data stream. There were more than 30 students sitting in the audience. Afternoon. Today I will talk about the three elements of cultivation. Wang Mingyuan knocked on the podium, and the projection switched to a three-legged chart. Talent, hard work, and resources are all indispensable. Talent determines the upper limit, but talent needs to be developed. This requires effort. Who is not a talented person who can enter Suzaku Academy? Wang Mingyuan put his hands on the edge of the podium, and his eyes swept the audience like a torch. What Suzaku Academy lacks is not a person with top talent, but a person who integrates heart and effort. He continued, the last point is cultivation resources, and the awakened ones are the most money-burning. But at this point, the Academy has provided you with basic cultivation resources. If you want to get more, you have to do tasks yourself, or think of ways to make money yourself, so as to obtain cultivation resources. However, you must remember that it is not enough. Everything must have a degree, and using too many cultivation resources will lead to your unstable foundation and over-reliance on cultivation resources. As for how to grasp this degree, Suzaku will have a special instrument to test your body data, and the professional data will tell you. Okay, now, let's talk about cultivation. After Wang Mingyuan put his hands on his back, his eyes calmly swept over every student present. The holographic projection unfolded behind him, revealing a map of the human body's meridians, in which the energy of the life soul flowed. There was a sound of flipping books under the podium. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the self-media, holding pens in their hands, ready to take notes at any time. The core of the awakened person's cultivation lies in 3 points. Wang Mingyuan raised his hand and waved his hand, and the projection differentiated into 3 paths. The soul of life is not a tool, but an extension of your soul. The first step in cultivation is to truly understand your life soul. In the projection, a phantom sits cross-legged meditating. The life soul energy in the body rose and fell with the breath, gradually merging with the physical body. Meditate every day, feel the pulse of your soul, and let it become a part of you, not an external object. The picture switches, showing the scene of spiritual power rushing in the meridians. Spiritual power is the foundation of the awakened, but rough absorption will only damage the meridians. Wang Mingyuan tapped his fingertips and projected the fine path of the spiritual power cycle. Correct cultivation is to let the spiritual power nourish the whole body like a stream, not wash away like a flood. His eyes swept over everyone. Remember, cultivation is not about competing with who absorbs absorbs more spiritual power, but about who can use every bit of spiritual power to the extreme. The projection suddenly turned into a fierce battle scene. The awakened fight with the misty creatures and fight against humans. Closed-door penance is after all talk on paper. Wang Mingyuan's voice suddenly increased. The real breakthrough is often between life and death. That's why the college arranges practical courses. He pushed his glasses. The enemies you will face in the future will not fight you mechanically. The above are all theories. Wang Mingyuan continued. Now, let's start talking about practice. Su Zhan looked serious and looked at Wang Mingyuan intently. He knows what will be said next. It is the crystallization of 300 years of human beings after the invasion of fog. Only by standing on the shoulders of our predecessors can we go further. Spiritual power is the foundation of the awakened. In order to ensure that everyone could hear clearly, Wang Mingyuan said word by word, but how to absorb, refine, and use spiritual power is the key to determining the efficiency of your cultivation. Those who do not perceive spiritual power cultivate like a blind man touching an elephant. Spiritual power is everywhere, but you must first learn to see it. The first step of cultivation for beginners. Close your eyes and breathe, abandon distracting thoughts, and let your spirit sink into your body. Then, guided by the mind, observe the trajectory of the flow of spiritual power in the body. Through breathing and breathing, the external spiritual power naturally penetrates into the body. Spiritual power is like the wind, it cannot be forced, it can only be complied with. Last, and then, these days, the freshman of Suzaku Academy after learning the cultivation method, it is making every effort to break through to the Do. Someone in the class asked Wang Mingyuan, when will ordinary people be able to break through to the Do realm after learning and cultivating? Wang Mingyuan's answer is that he has not counted ordinary people, and it is not easy to count. But in Suzaku Academy, after learning and cultivating, the average time to break through to the Do realm is about 15 days. With this benchmark, the freshmen have a goal. No matter how bad you are, you can't be below the average. Day 3. Freshman Dormitory. A building 302. Su Zhan sat cross-legged, and the spiritual power around him surged. The pupil of Shi Yuan was suspended on his chest, and the golden gear slowly rotated. It's not even. The spiritual power vortex at the Dantian had been compressed to the limit, but it was always short of the last step to break through. Accelerate, he whispered. Shi Yuan's pupils suddenly lit up. The rotation speed of the gears increases sharply. The flow of spiritual power in the body instantly accelerated, and the originally slow compression process was forcibly accelerated. The spiritual power in the meridians rushed like a torrent, frantically converging towards the Dantian. Not enough, a little faster. Su Zhan gritted his teeth. The load of Shi Yuan's pupil made blood ooze from his nostrils. But the compression efficiency of spiritual power has increased exponentially. In the Dantian, the spiritual power vortex finally turned into a core. The majestic energy swept through the body. Pale golden lines appeared on Su Zhan's skin. Click. In the center of the gear of the pupil of the abyss, a new rune slowly took shape. Do. Breakthrough successful. Su Zhan suddenly opened his eyes and raised his hand and waved his hand. The water cup on the table suddenly flew out at a speed several times faster than common sense, and slammed into the wall. It's a pity that the hardness of the water cup is far from comparable to that of the wall. It will shatter itself with a single touch. Whoosh. New capabilities. Time accelerates. Try again. Su Zhan sat on the edge of the bed, with a coin in his palm and threw it gently. Accelerate. Shi Yuan's pupils flickered slightly, and the speed at which the coin beat in the palm of his hand suddenly increased. Control also requires practice. He reached for the coin flying in the air. The coin bounced through the fingers because it was too fast, hit the wall and bounced back. Su Zhan raised his hand and took it, and the coin stopped steadily in his palm. The speed has become faster, but my reaction has not become faster. Snap. In other words, the hands will know, the eyes will not. Su Zhan stared at the coin in his palm, thoughtful. Since it can accelerate objects, then, can I speed myself up? As soon as this thought came out, it could no longer be suppressed. He took a deep breath, his eyes froze, and he whispered, accelerate. The golden gear of the pupil of the abyss turned slightly, and a wisp of strange power instantly covered his whole body. An indescribable feeling appeared. Su Zhan blinked and found that his thinking was still the same thinking, but his body movements were ridiculously fast. He tried to raise his hand. The arm instantly turned into an afterimage, and even brought a gust of wind. This speed. He was overjoyed and just wanted to stand up and try. Ugh! His knees slammed into the edge of the bed, and he staggered and almost fell. Hiss! So fast. Su Zhan rubbed his knees and was just about to adjust his posture, but his feet moved. Outcome. Bang! Wow! The movement was too fast, causing the slippers to rub directly on the floor with a screeching sound, and the whole person slid forward uncontrollably. Su Zhan hurriedly tried to hold on to the table. The hand speed was too fast, and he slapped the table and directly shook the water glass on the table away. It smashed against the wall and shattered into slag. Okay, the cup is all gone. Snap. Su Zhan. Pop. I was stunned for a second, trying to control my body, and just wanted to take take a step to clean up. Wow. Moving too fast, his arm accidentally swept to the bookshelf and several books crackled and smashed down, one of which was directly slapped on his face. Suzhan. Silent dismissal ability. Stand in place, be silent for 2 seconds, and then let out a slow breath. It seems that you have to practice control first. He looked down at his hands, and then at the messy dormitory. Broken glass, overturned chairs, scattered books, recessed wardrobe doors. TSK, this ability is a bit of a piece of furniture. Suzhan rubbed his temples and sighed. Forget it, let's clean up first. While packing up, I was thinking in my heart, this time acceleration can act on people and objects, but only accelerated movements with movement. In other words, if you can't speed up the cultivation speed, you can't speed up the casting time of the life soul. However, if acceleration affects people, it will only accelerate the speed, but the thinking is still the same thinking and cannot react to such a fast speed. But that's just a small drawback. Imagine that the faster the accelerated attack, such as the accelerated bullet, the stronger the attack power. Another example is some of the teammates' life soul skills, which can also be accelerated. Instantly increases power and catches enemies off guard. To sum up, it is a very useful functional ability. It's just that the next time you practice, you have to find an open place. Knock knock. There was a hurried knock on the door. Suzhan opened the bedroom door. Suhao, Lu Ziming and Fengju stood at the door, looking at the scene in the house with different expressions. Suhao's eyes widened. Brother Su, your dormitory was attacked? The corners of Lu Ziming's mouth twitched. This destructive power. Who did you fight with here? Fengju's face was expressionless, but his eyebrows were slightly raised. I saw a mess in the room. Suzhan stood in the center of the room, still holding a piece of broken glass in his hand, and coughed awkwardly. Cultivation, I did it accidentally. Lu Ziming said suspiciously. Cultivation? Are you practicing demolition of the family? Suhao walked over and patted Suzhan on the shoulder, with a concerned face. Brother Su, if you are under a lot of pressure, you can tell us, don't demolish the dormitory alone. Suzhan was helpless and sighed. I am really cultivating, I just broke through to the Do realm, tried new abilities, but I couldn't control it. The three of them instantly widened their eyes and shouted in unison. Lu Ziming's voice was raised. You have broken through to the Do realm? It's only been 3 days. Suhao was not much better than him. Wang, didn't teacher Wang say? Does it take an average of 15 days? What? Fengju spoke rarely. Outrageous. Suzhan scratched his head. Maybe. Am I lucky? This is called luck? Is this fucking perverted? Lu Ziming grabbed his shoulder and shook it wildly. Do you know that I haven't even fully mastered the spiritual power cycle until now? Suhao covered his face helplessly. It's over. I can't even meditate. Brother Su has broken through to the Do realm, and the gap is too big. Fengju stared at Suzhan, his eyes with a hint of fanaticism. How? Suzhan thought for a while and said, actually, it's not that complicated, just follow what teacher Wang taught. Maybe I'm a little more efficient than others. Su Haoxing had nothing to love. This is called higher? You are 5 times faster than others. I see, this is the power of pressure. Lu Ziming held his chin and looked like I already knew. Brother Su, what's the pressure? Su Hao asked. Lu Ziming smiled ambiguously. Do you think, who has Suzhan provoked in the past few days? Xia Shi. Su Hao said immediately. That's right, an arrogant woman like Xia Shi won't just forget it. She must be thinking about how to get back on the field every day now. Lu Ziming smiled. This is the source of Suzhan's pressure. TSK. I see, the two of you are really enemies, putting pressure on each other, but that's okay, there is pressure to be motivated. Suzhan frowned into the word Chuan and said in a bad tone, if you spread rumors again, I will throw you out now. Ouch, wrong, wrong. Lu Ziming immediately relented. I won't say it, but I will say one last thing. Brother is a veteran in love. If you have any questions at that time, don't feel embarrassed. The door was slammed shut. Only Lu Ziming was left messy outside the door. Lu Ziming. Bang. Suzhan continued, okay, don't ask. Help me clean up the room first, otherwise I really won't have a place to sleep tonight. Suhao glanced at the door scornfully, and nodded quickly. Brother Su, tell me in advance next time I practice, so I can hide away. Fengju gave Suzhan a thumbs up, as if he was very relieved by Suzhan's behavior, then silently bent down to pick up the glass. Suzhan smiled helplessly. Okay, next time. So, the three of them chatted while cleaning up the mess. Next, in the afternoon cultivation theory class. Cultivation is not something that can be achieved overnight, especially for beginners who are new to the spiritual power cycle. Wang Mingyuan pushed the gold wire glasses and swept his eyes over the freshmen in the classroom. According to past experience, it will take you at least 10 to 15 days to initially master the spiritual power and break through to the Do realm. Wang Mingyuan paused, his eyes fell on Suzhan in the middle of the classroom, and asked casually, Suzhan, how is your cultivation progress? Suzhan was originally looking down at his notes, but when he heard this, he raised his head and said calmly, I just arrived in the Do realm yesterday. The whole classroom was instantly quiet. Xia Shi originally leaned lazily on his seat, but when he heard this, he suddenly sat up straight, his pupils shrank slightly. The other freshmen turned their heads in unison, their eyes all focused on Suzhan. What the hell? 3 days? Fake. How could it be so fast? Dead. Subsequently, The classroom was no longer calm in an instant. Some people were so shocked that they even stood up. Someone rubbed their ears, suspecting that they had heard it wrong. Wang Mingyuan was stunned for 2 seconds, and then pushed his glasses. You say it again? Su Zhan repeated. I have broken through to the Du realm. Wang Mingyuan was silent for a moment and asked, how did you do it? Su Zhan thought for a while, just do what you teach. Xie was silent, but her beautiful eyes were full of strong fighting spirit. Wang Mingyuan took a deep breath. Very good. It seems that there is a great student in our class. His eyes swept over the other freshmen, and his tone regained his composure. However, you don't have to be too anxious. Everyone's cultivation rhythm is different, and Su Zhan's situation is relatively rare. The scene was suddenly filled with complaints. This is rare? Is this called pervert? Is this the gold content of SSS level life souls? Suzaku Academy didn't have an SSS soul in previous years, so why is it so perverted? Wang Mingyuan knocked on the podium. Okay, quiet. The discussion in the classroom gradually subsided, but everyone's eyes still glanced at Su Zhan from time to time. The eyes are complicated, shocked, envious, jealous, unwilling, awe-inspiring. Teacher Wang, may I ask how many days it took for the freshmen of Suzaku Academy to arrive at the Du realm the fastest after studying and cultivating? This question instantly attracted everyone's attention. The crowd did not reach the strength, but it did not prevent them from eating melons in this matter. Since the establishment of Suzaku Academy, the record for freshmen to break through the open realm the fastest is dash. Someone asked. Wang Mingyuan paused deliberately. The classroom was suddenly silent, and everyone held their breath. An hour. The classroom instantly became noisy. An hour? How is this possible? Is this still a person? Who is so perverted? Su Zhan raised his eyebrows slightly. He felt that the 3-day breakthrough was already fast, but he didn't expect that there were still people who only took an hour. Wang Mingyuan raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. This record holder is the current president of Suzaku Academy, Yi Hongyu. There was a sound of gasping air in the classroom. Yi, Dean Yi? That Dean Yi known as Red Flame Shura? Someone exclaimed. Wang Mingyuan nodded. Dean Yi is the first batch of students at Suzaku Academy. It was the SSS level life soul Red Flame Phoenix that awakened back then, and broke through the Du realm within 1 hour after learning the cultivation method. No one has been able to break this record so far. That's right, Wang Mingyuan said, looking at Su Zhan meaningfully. However, Su Zhan, who broke through in 3 days, has already been able to rank in the top 30 in Suzaku Academy. The classroom was in turmoil again. Only in the top 30. Such a high talent is only in the top 30, and the true academy of Suzaku Academy is really a crouching tiger and a hidden dragon. After all, Suzaku Academy has been established for 50 years, which is normal. It's so scary, it's so terrifying. Wang Mingyuan continued, of course, the cultivation speed is only part of the talent, and the real strong also depends on the growth in the later stage. Although Dean Yi broke through quickly back then, what really made her a legend was her later performance on the battlefield. Su Zhan felt a sense of loss in his heart. He arrived at the Du in 3 days. It is impossible to say that you are not proud in your heart, but reality gave him a blow. It turned out that his talent was not uncommon in the history of Daxia. Suzaku Academy alone has only been established for 50 years. Just let him rank in the top 30. But how big is the whole Daxia? There are a total of 5 top universities like Suzaku Academy. How many years have passed since the fog invaded? 300 years. 300 years. How many geniuses will be born in these 300 years? He didn't know. Now he just wants to sigh. The heroes of the world are like crushing carp crossing the river. Okay, here's another news to announce to you. Wang Mingyuan changed his mind and raised his mobile phone. The above has given a clear time. 2 months later, you freshmen will go to the major awakened colleges in southern Daxia in batches to hold a freshman exchange meeting. Freshman exchange meeting? What is the communication method? Needless to say, it must be a fight. Makes sense. At first glance, you haven't learned about Suzaku Academy. Lu Ziming spoke at this time. Suzaku Academy, the first enrollment is guaranteed. On the day of the awakening of each university, SSS people will be sent away. This kind of thing is relatively rare, and we only have one person in this issue. Second, then there is the assessment, which accounts for the largest proportion of enrollment. In the southern part of Daxia, anyone whose life soul is at S level or above can participate in the assessment of Suzaku Academy, and can join if they pass. The third time. Every year, freshmen will go to various parts of southern Daxia in batches to hold exchange meetings with the famous local Awakener Academy. Wang Mingyuan explained, as long as you can win our academy, you can join our Suzaku Academy, which is the last chance for those who did not join Suzaku Academy in the first screening. He changed his mind and said in a cold voice, of course, don't think about losing for profit. That's right. Once you find out about this kind of match fixing, you will be expelled immediately, and the entire Awakened Academy of Daxia will not accept you. Everyone's eyes froze when they heard this. Also, this is a test for you. Wang Mingyuan scanned the audience. If you lose, then I'm sorry, it means that you can't practice at home, and you will be treated as a repeater. Teacher, I have a problem. Su Hao raised his hand at this time. Wang Wang Mingyuan made a gesture of invitation. Why is there only this exchange meeting for freshmen? Well, that's a good question. Say, Wang Mingyuan said slowly, this exchange meeting is essentially to go to other famous awakened colleges and universities in southern Daxia to recruit students. But which of these talented people is not regarded as a baby pimple in those colleges? Those old things at this kind of exchange meeting originally had opinions. If it was a little later, those students would have developed feelings for their school, and by that time, it would not be as simple as it is now. Su Zhan's eyes froze when he heard this. Exchange meeting? See what level the awakeners are outside. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. In these 2 months, it's a bit interesting. The freshmen of Suzaku Academy broke through to the open realm one after another. The atmosphere of the entire new area has gradually become competitive from the initial tension and anxiety. Su Hao broke through on the 12th day, although it was not the top, but the victory was solid. Relying on the resources provided by his family, Lu Ziming completed the breakthrough on the 10th day and triumphantly invited the whole dormitory to a big meal. Fengju unexpectedly broke through on the 9th day, not saying a word the whole time, but silently wiped his sweat after the breakthrough and continued to practice. Xiaxi's breakthrough on the 6th day was the fastest record for this year's girls, but there was not much joy on her face, because the shadow of that person always lingers. And Su Zhan, as the first freshman to break through this class, only took 3 days, and his name had already spread in Suzaku Academy. SSS class monster of life soul. This is what the younger students call him privately. Su Zhan's financier. This is everyone's favorite topic to discuss, because in these 2 months, Xiaxi challenged Su Zhan twice. The result was a failure. Well, another 600,000 yuan in vain. Su Zhan himself didn't care much about these discussions. He spends most of his time in class, cultivation theory class, practical lesson, missed bioanalysis class, etc., or soak in the cultivation room and become familiar with the new abilities of the pupil of the abyss. One day 2 months later, the college announced the arrangements for the freshman exchange meeting. Each team has a minimum of 4 people, a maximum of 7 people. The number of people has nothing to do with the difficulty. Form your own team, and the college will arrange the exchange college after forming a team. As soon as the rules of the freshman exchange meeting were announced, the entire freshman area of Suzaku College instantly became lively. Su Zhan and the 4 of them sat together, and there were brochures for the exchange meeting spread out on the table. Lu Ziming crossed Erlang's legs. Brother Su, we have to hold your SSS level life soul's thighs tightly. Su Hao said helplessly, Master Lu, can you be serious? This exchange meeting is the school's assessment of us, and failure of the assessment will be repeated in the dormitory. But this rule is really just right, a team of 4 to 7? Then the 4 of us are just right. Su Zhan said. The academy also deliberately marked that the difficulty has nothing to do with the number of people, so that even if we are small, we will not suffer. What's the rush? We can bring in a few more girls. Lu Ziming showed a trademark smirk. I know the therapeutic type, a few good girls, the strength is okay, the key is eye candy. The seal was not even raised, and the words were concise and to the point. Su Zhan also shook his head. We are here to compete, not to socialize. Cut, you people who only have cultivation in your minds. No. Lu Ziming curled his lips. What's wrong with bringing a few beautiful girls? It's great to be able to play and watch. Su Zhan raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Ziming with a smile. Young Master Lu talks to us about girls every day. Have you found a girlfriend? Alas, it's vulgar. I just want to keep my eyes open. You lay people don't understand. Lu Ziming waved his hand with an unfathomable face. Feelings are about fate, feelings, and is it to see one and love the other? Su Hao couldn't help but interject. Wrong. Lu Ziming raised a finger and shook it. This is called appreciating the vision of beauty, just like appreciating works of art, understand? Fengju said lightly. If you have a flower heart, you will have a flower heart. Lu Ziming's eyes widened unconvincingly. My name is Fraternity. Besides, do you know why I haven't found a girlfriend until now? The 3 of them looked at him in unison. Because, hey, Lu Ziming suddenly said seriously, cultivation is the right way. Women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. 3. I think the school rules of Suzaku Academy are too strict. Su Zhan said, when the time comes, young Master Lu will be expelled because of this, and it will be more than worth the loss. Well, so young Master Lu can only harm the girls outside the academy. Su Hao echoed. Lu Ziming's face turned red instantly, and he opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. At this moment, there was a knock on the dormitory door. Excuse me, is there still a shortage of people in your team? A gentle female voice came from outside the door. Lu Ziming instantly bounced up from the chair and tidied up his hairstyle with lightning speed. Showing a smile that he thought was charming, he opened the door and said, Lack. Of course it is missing. Beauty, please come in. Xiaxi stood at the door with a cold face. Lu Ziming's smile froze on his face. Sister, this is a boys' dormitory, and it's so late. How did you come in? The door opened. Lu Ziming changed his attitude instantly. Su Zhan couldn't help but be stunned when he saw that his face changed so quickly. Wang Mingyuan told him that Xiaxi's background is not bad. Her parents knew each other together in their circle. In addition, 300,000 yuan is the same as not having money, just take it and gamble. No, it should be said that it is 900,000, after all, Xie lost to himself twice in the past 2 months. Well, their circle, it is not as simple as not bad. No wonder Lu Ziming didn't dare to provoke her at all. After all, parents are rich people and parents are powerful awakened people are not the same concept at all. Young Master Lu is really a handsome person who knows current affairs. I told the dormitory aunt to come and find someone. Xie, she said lightly. The corners of Su Zhan's mouth twitched slightly. He could already imagine the dormitory manager's aunt looking at Xie with the eyes of someone who has been over. The defense system of the boys' dormitory is so bad? Xie didn't talk nonsense, and his eyes were directly locked on Su Zhan. I want to join your team. Boy, the four of them were stunned at the same time. Su Zhan was the first to react. Why, you don't have teammates? Don't mention it. The dormitory is more useless than the other. Xie snorted coldly, broke his right hand and fell. The auxiliary one, it takes a long time to prepare for a healing technique. The remote output is okay, but I get tired at every turn. The most difficult thing is that she is offensive. She is afraid of pain. Xie took a deep breath to calm down. In short, I don't like to be cumbersome. As she spoke, she took out a card from the hidden grid of her tactical belt and turned it around her fingertips. 100,000 summer coins. Is it sincere enough? Su Zhan frowned. It's not a matter of money. He could hear that Xie must have exaggerated when he counted his teammates. After all, a genius who has passed the assessment of Suzaku Academy cannot be so useless. 200,000. Xie directly increased the price, or you can set a price. Oh, Xie is so generous? Lu Ziming rubbed his hands and leaned over. Why don't you consider me? I'm a good talker. Xie didn't even bother to give him a look. Are you worth this price? Lu Ziming was choked and stared. Put it away. Su Zhan said in a deep voice. Teamwork is not a deal. I have to discuss it with my teammates. This is the truth. He needs money, but he has to have a bottom line. Betting is money earned by strength, but this nature is different. Give money in, then don't go through the back door. Even if Xiexi's strength is enough, as long as the money is collected, the nature will be different immediately, and the team is not his own. If you want to give it, you have to give it together. But he thought that others would not accept it. So all in all, money cannot be collected, nor can it be collected. What to discuss? You know my strength. Xiexi narrowed his eyes. Or are you afraid that you will lose with me? The provocative method is useless to me. Su Zhan turned his head to look at the other three. What do you think? Lu Ziming immediately raised his hand. I agree. Xia has nothing to say about his strength, and his appearance is also eye-catching. Su Hao also said, the addition of Xie can indeed improve the strength of the team. Feng Ju nodded briefly. Yes. Seeing this, Su Zhan stretched out his hand to Xiexi. Welcome to join, but the money is free. They are all teammates. It's up to you. Xiexi neatly put away the crystal card. Tomorrow at the training ground, familiarize yourself with the cooperation. When he walked to the door, he stopped again and added, by the way, I am used to training at 6 o'clock in the morning, but let's set the specific time, and let me know when the time comes. Xiaxi's footsteps just disappeared at the end of the corridor. My mother, this tigress is finally gone. Lu Ziming closed the door and patted his chest exaggeratedly. I still got up at 6 o'clock in the morning. I didn't get up so early in high school, and now I'm in college, but I have to get up at 6 o'clock, which is simply against Tiangang. Xiaxi's brain specifies that there is a lack of strings. Su Hao couldn't help laughing. Didn't they say we decided? Moreover, why didn't I see you so good in front of others just now? Nonsense. Lu Ziming rolled his eyes and sat on the bed. Say it in person? I still want to live a few more years. Okay. Feng Ju said coldly. There are people behind the scenes, and there is no prospect. Lu Ziming sat up straight unconvincedly. It's not right for you to say this with a paralyzed face. Some things just can't be said in person, so I have to say it behind my back. Isn't that reasonable? Your fallacy is a set of things. Su Zhan laughed dumbly. Hey, that's the truth. Lu Ziming shook his head proudly, and suddenly deflated again. But seriously, you don't know, this Xieshi really can't afford to mess with it. Su Hao became interested. Yo, Lu Dashao, who is not afraid of heaven and earth, also has times to be cowardly. Lu Ziming rarely did not refute, but sighed. Do you know the origin of Xiexi's family? The three were silent when they heard this. Lu Ziming lowered his voice. Her parents are both awakeners of the same level as the vice president of Suzaku Academy, and it is said that her family has a lot to do with the military, and my father told me not to provoke her. He made a gesture of wiping his neck. Otherwise, my family's business will not be able to go on in minutes. Su Zhan listened carefully. Sure enough, it was as good as he expected. It's just that this background. He also won Xieshi 900,000 yuan. This girl won't hold a grudge, right? Anyway, he has nothing to worry about now. Take a step, take a step. Feng Ju interjected. That's why you. Lu Ziming spread his hands. The first background is not comparable, and the second strength is not comparable, so you can only be a person with your tail between your legs. He suddenly thought of something, and smiled slyly. But now, she has become our teammate, and there will be opportunities in the future. What is the opportunity? Yes, Su Hao asked vigilantly. Of course it's a good relationship. trip, Lu Ziming said seriously, but the cunning in his eyes couldn't be hidden. You think, if you can get to know a few military ladies through her. A pillow hit Lu Ziming's face accurately. Go back and live your big dream, Sujan said angrily. Bang! On the apron of Suzaku City, several civil airliners are neatly arranged. Because there are too many batches of freshmen participating in the exchange meeting, the college has uniformly arranged ordinary civil aviation flights to Lanchang in batches instead of special planes. After a few days of running in, Sujan's 5 people have initially formed a tacit understanding of combat. And what excites his teammates the most is Su Zhenshin's time acceleration ability. It is difficult to control after acceleration. Even so, the 4 of them still couldn't put down this ability. Even if there is a risk of getting out of control, this pleasure of being able to break through the limits is irresistible. Sujan said, it's just too much spiritual power. At this moment, they are standing in the waiting area. There are also many freshmen departing in the same batch, as well as some ordinary passengers. Lu Ziming stretched his waist and looked around. TSK, I thought we could take a special plane, but we ended up squeezing civil aviation with ordinary people? Suhao said helplessly, there are so many batches of freshmen in the academy, all of them are going to different places, and if all special planes are sent, the airport in Suzaku City is afraid that the fortress will explode. Wang Mingyuan closed the list and smiled. Are you all here? Get on the plane, Lanchang is not far away, it will be there in 2 hours. Freshmen who go to the exchange meeting will be assigned an accompanying teacher in each batch. Convenient access to local colleges. And Wang Mingyuan was the accompanying teacher of Sujan's 5 people. Sujan glanced at the boarding pass. Let's go, we still have 15 minutes to leave this trip, first class. Several people boarded the plane one after another, found a seat and sat down. Lu Ziming sat by the window. I'm going to leave after just over 2 months, don't say it. This position has a really good view. Suhao smiled and said, Master Lu, isn't this your first time flying on a plane? Lu Ziming curled his lips. How is that possible? My family's private jet. Forget it, don't say it. You said that I am showing off my wealth. Xia, she didn't look back. Then why don't you let your family send you a special plane? Lu Ziming choked. Ahem. Isn't this to be low-key? Sujan asked casually, is there anything Lanchang needs to pay attention to? Wang Mingyuan pushed the gold wire glasses and explained, you should be in Jiangcheng. But, don't keep a low profile. Don't keep a low profile? Sujan frowned slightly. What is this saying? As one of the 5 top universities in Daxia, Suzaku College is a stage to show its strength at every freshman exchange meeting. Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses. You have to show the awakened people of other academies what is a real genius. When Xieshi heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up with a warlike smile. Lu Ziming leaned over. What teacher Wang means? Let's pretend to be forced? Pay attention to the wording. Wang Mingyuan coughed lightly. This is called showing the style of the academy. He looked around at the 5 people and continued, remember, your performance is directly related to the reputation of Suzaku Academy in the outside world so that other awakened people can see the strength of top geniuses and they will be in awe of Suzaku Academy. In this way, the college can attract more outstanding talents. Sujan answered thoughtfully. Exactly. Wang Mingyuan nodded with satisfaction. So this exchange meeting is not only to win, but also to win beautifully. If everyone at Suzaku Academy wins, what about the enrollment? Suhao asked worriedly. If you win, you lose. Wang Mingyuan explained, Suzaku Academy will lose every session, but not many, so it has no impact on fame. As he said, his eyes fell on Sujan. But you are different, Sujan, you are the only SSS Seoul person in Southern Daxia this year. It is also the first freshman to break through the open realm this year. Many people are staring at you. If you lose, whether it is an individual competition or a team competition, then the face of Suzaku Academy will be embarrassed. What kind of owner of SSS Life Soul? Suzaku Academy will not teach misleading children. These remarks will come out. Sujan nodded solemnly. This time, he had a reason not to lose. The captain's slightly emotional voice came from the cabin radio. I see. Good morning, dear passengers. I am Lin Guodong, the captain of this flight, and I am honored to serve you on my last flight before retirement. Well, passengers in the cabin were immediately attracted by this sound. Now, after 38 years of shuttling between the blue sky and white clouds, today is finally coming to an end. The captain's voice was a little nostalgic. I remember the first time I flew solo, my hands were shaking, and now, these hands can find the position of each dashboard with their eyes closed. Lu Ziming muttered in a low voice. This old man is quite emotional. Suhao smiled. The last flight before the captain's retirement, we can be regarded as fate. Only Su Zhan frowned slightly. I always feel that something is wrong. Finally, please allow me, an old pilot, to say a few more words from my heart. The captain's tone became solemn. Life is like a flight. There are clear skies and thunderstorms. But remember that as long as you go in the right direction, you will definitely reach your destination. This flight is expected to be 1 hour and 40 minutes. I wish you a happy journey, and I hope we can all arrive safely and on time to the next stop of our lives. At the end of the broadcast, applause rang out again in the cabin. Many passengers showed knowing smiles. Lu Ziming rarely calmed down and looked out the window thoughtfully. gratefully. Su-hao sighed softly. I didn't expect to be able to hear such a hearty captain's broadcast on a plane. Su-jeon didn't feel it. Why is the captain's words a bit? It's a bit of an ominous premonition. Last flight. Belch. This is not a good sign. In the first-class cabin where Su-jeon and his party were located. Hello? Mom? Ha? Yes, it's been 3 years, and I'm going home today. A passenger was calling with a mobile phone. Hey, don't say it. I'll tell you when I come back that the plane is about to take off, and I'm going to turn on airplane mode later. Su-jeon frowned slightly, and the inexplicable uneasiness in his heart became stronger and stronger. In the back left, a young couple interlocked their fingers, and the girl leaned on the boy's shoulder and whispered, "Let's get married when we go back this time." The boy smiled and nodded, interlocking his fingers tightly with the girl. It gradually stabilized with the roar of the engine. The plane carried everyone and flew in the direction of Arashur City. Su-jeon's brows became tighter and tighter. The captain's parting speech was broadcast. A wanderer who has not returned for 3 years. Decide on a lifelong lover. These bridges are like the flags that inevitably appear in those film and television works. He can even imagine what will happen next. First a slight bump, then an oxygen mask drop, and finally, Su-jeon could only pray silently in his heart. Pray that these are all delusions. How can there be such a coincidence? No way? Xiaxi turned to look at him. What's wrong with you? Su-jeon waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. Xiaxi's eyes stayed on Su-jeon's face for a few seconds, obviously not believing his words. But before she could ask, "It's okay." Lu Ziming leaned over and put his arm on Su-jeon's shoulder with a narrow face. "Oh, hey, our brother Su shouldn't be motion sick, right? Do you want to teach you a few tips to prevent motion sickness?" Su-jeon glanced at him lightly. "I'm fine, I won't hide anything." Su-hao shook his head helplessly, trying to round things up. The plane suddenly bumped violently. Packages on the luggage rack fell one after another. Screams instantly filled the entire cabin. The entire cabin tilted suddenly, and Lu Ziming, who was not wearing a seatbelt, fell directly into the aisle. What's the situation? There was a hurried siren on the radio. It's really coming. It's going to crash. Su-jeon smiled bitterly in his heart. This damn classic plot setting. Damn. What's the situation? Lu Ziming covered the back of his head with a painful face. Obviously the injury that had just flown out of his seat was not light. What is wrong with the plane? Encountered a bird attack? Su-hao guessed. Or did you encounter an air current? Su-jeon's brain was running rapidly. Something is wrong. Su-jeon grabbed the armrest of the seat. It has been nearly half a minute since the bump started, and the captain has no radio to comfort him at all. Xiaxi immediately understood what he meant and said coldly, "Something happened in the cockpit?" Wang Mingyuan pushed the glasses that were about to be turned upside down. "Come with me." 6 people moved with difficulty towards the cockpit. The plane fell violently again, and Lu Ziming stumbled into the wall. "This broken plane! Shut up!" Xiaxi shouted sharply. Lu Ziming shut up instantly. In the violent turbulence of the plane, the passengers screamed in horror. Su-jeon and his party moved against the flow of people in the direction of the cockpit. Many passengers cast surprised eyes. "Why are they still walking forward?" a middle-aged woman asked, clutching the armrest of the seat. "Hey, lad!" A businessman in a suit and leather shoes stopped Su-jeon. "Do you know anything? What happened to the plane?" Lu Ziming was about to speak. Xiaxi pressed his shoulder and said coldly, "Get out of the way. What kind of attitude do you have?" Business people raised their voices. Everyone has the right to know. The surrounding passengers also began to commotion. "Yes, what's going on? Are you a crew member? Why is there no radio in the cockpit?" Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses. "Please stay calm. Go back to your seat and fasten your seatbelt, and we will check the situation. Look at what's going on. Who are you?" a young girl asked with a crying voice. Su-jeon's eyes swept over everyone. "We are the awakened people of Suzaku Academy, and now every second of delay is one more point of danger. Please step aside." Awakened One? It's of the top academy of the Awakened One. The passengers immediately talked and unconsciously gave way to the road. "Please believe us," Su-hao said loudly. "The most important thing now is to maintain order." Fengju walked at the end without saying a word, and his sharp gaze stopped the passengers who wanted to keep up. Just as they were about to reach the cockpit, a little boy suddenly grabbed the corner of Su-jeon's clothes. "Big brother, will the plane fall?" Su-jeon just glanced at him, ignored it, and continued walking. Now there is no use in saying these things. Importantly, what exactly happened in the cockpit? Seeing that the little boy was about to cry, Su-hao squatted down and looked the boy in the eye. "No, I promise." Xiaxi urged impatiently. "Su-hao, come right away." Su-hao rubbed the boy's hair, and when he got up, his eyes were full of determination. "Let's go. It's time to save this plane. Come to the cockpit door." Wang Mingyuan raised his hand to stop. "The door is locked." Su-hao listened close to the door panel, but because of the structure of the cockpit, he couldn't hear anything clearly at all. Lu Ziming knocked on the cabin door, only making a dull metal sound, and said, "The hatch doors of the aircraft cockpit are all high-strength metal materials, with a thickness of 5 to 10 centimeters, which is too hard. Do you want me to teleport in and take a look?" Su-hao turned his head and said to everyone, "It's too dangerous, there's no need, get out of the way." Wang Mingyuan Mingyuan's arms shook and the white spiritual power instantly covered his hands and pressed directly on the metal door. Click! The heavy hatch was torn apart. The hatch was violently torn open by Wang Mingyuan. A strong smell of blood came to his face. What caught my eye was a mutant wearing the co-captain's uniform. His uniform was torn apart. The bare skin is covered with purple-black blood vessel lines. The neck was eerily elongated, and the corners of the mouth were cracked to the base of the ears, revealing white fangs. The eyes completely turned cloudy yellow, and the pupils shrank into a thin line. Ho, ho! The co-pilot let out a gasp that didn't sound like a human. The driver's seat lies the corpse of the captain, covered in flesh and blood. The co-pilot saw everyone breaking in and twisted a strange smile. Sujan's pupils shrank. He wants to. The co-captain's distorted arm has slammed into the dashboard. Sparks flew. Not good. The plane swoops down. The words did not fall. All were thrown towards the cabin by inertia. A cold light appeared in Wang Mingyuan's eyes, and his figure flashed. Appeared in front of the co-pilot. The right fist was covered with flowing white spiritual power, which instantly penetrated the opponent's chest. Looking for death. Blood splattered on the broken dashboard. But the dying mutant showed a fanatical expression and roared with all his strength. The fog is coming. Only then can. Detached. Put. His body swelled like an inflatable one. Blowing yourself up. She swept the scythe and protected everyone behind him. The next second, pieces of flesh and blood splattered with purple liquid. The entire cockpit was corroded to the point of being riddled with holes. The console has completely failed. Boom! The plane dives down at a near vertical angle. The entire cabin instantly turned into a crazy death roller. Help! Mom! The screams of the passengers came one after another. Unsecured luggage flew like a cannonball in the cabin. It's going to crash. We're all going to die. In the head cabin, the businessman who had questioned Sujan collapsed and cried, and his designer suit was covered with vomit. Bodhisattva bless. Bodhisattva bless. The old woman wearing the rosary kept praying, and blood kept flowing from the wound on her forehead. Hurry up! Grab anything that is fixed. Suhao shouted, clasping the metal bracket at the bottom of the seat with both hands, and his body was still thrown almost parallel to the ground by centrifugal force. Ahem! Vomit. Lu Ziming was thrown to the ceiling and fell heavily, and vomited out all the plain meals he had just eaten. His face was pressed against the porthole, and he watched the ground expand rapidly in his field of vision. Wang Mingyuan's feet sank deep into the floor, and his hands were rapidly operating on the completely malfunctioning console, trying to restart the system. But all this is in vain. The aircraft's console has been damaged and cannot be repaired at all. Xiaxi's scythe of destruction was inserted deep into the bulkhead, and it hung on the side handle, and its long hair danced wildly in the airflow. A violent jolt, the body slammed into the ceiling, and let out a muffled snort. Su Zhan and Feng Ju were not much better, and the two were thrown into pieces. The plane continued to fall frantically and the wings made a metal-tearing sound. Through the broken portholes, you can already clearly see the outline of the mountains below that are getting closer and closer. Su Zhan, Lu Zi shouted with a pale face, use your time abyss pupils. Slow down the fall. Su Zhan's forehead was bruised. I'm just an outcrop now. The mass of the whole plane is too big, and my life soul can't play a role at all. He's right. Wang Mingyuan's hands were still operating rapidly on the console. Even if it is a time soul, it also needs the corresponding realm support. No, then what should we do? Lu Ziming shouted, I don't want to die in a crash. It's so embarrassing. Wang Mingyuan did not answer. He gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and his whole body erupted with amazing spiritual power fluctuations. Hands were sealed, and a dazzling white pillar of light rose from the palm of his hand and penetrated the top of the cabin. She looked at the white light in shock. I saw white light exploding in the sky, turning into countless fine points of light. These light spots touched the aircraft shell, and the entire aircraft was suddenly wrapped in a translucent white light film. This is? Hurry up! Wang Mingyuan shouted violently, sweat beads oozing from his forehead. Boom! The plane crashed into the ground heavily. The white light film was violently deformed the moment it touched the ground. Like a huge buffer net, the impact forces dissolved layer by layer. The fuselage bounced wildly on the ground, rolling. The screams of the passengers came one after another. The light film is constantly broken and reorganized. Every impact made Wang Mingyuan's face pale. Finally, after the seventh bounce, the plane landed on the edge of a wood. The wings broke and the fuselage twisted, but miraculously there was no explosion. The cabin was in disarray, and the groans of injured passengers were everywhere. But everyone knows it. If it weren't for the last layer of mysterious white light buffering, they would have been shattered to pieces at this moment. Wang Mingyuan staggered to his knees and sprayed a mouthful of blood on the console. Quick! Organize evacuation. Aircraft may. It will explode soon. Su Zhan hurriedly supported him. I kept estimating Wang Mingyuan's strength in my heart. Unexpectedly, Wang Mingyuan suffered the kind of injury that could be retired, and he could still have such a strong strength. It's easy to kill, but it's hard to save people. A crash of this magnitude can still protect the entire plane. The strength is really strong. Xiaxi kicked open the deformed hatch. hatch. Those who can move come out. Fast. Everyone immediately organized the evacuation of passengers. Everyone listens to my command. Xiaxi stood at the distorted hatch, and the scythe of destruction slammed heavily. Those who can walk around help the injured. Evacuate in order. The emergency exit here in business class is stuck. Lu Ziming supported an old woman with a face covered in blood and shouted to the back, "Who is going to remove that metal bracket?" Su Hao took out 2 pitch-black daggers from behind his waist and forcefully cut open the deformed hatch frame. Seal. There is a child stuck under the seat on the right. Feng Ju nodded silently, and his figure flashed to the designated position. Jing Hongjian cut the seatbelt and carried out the little boy who was so frightened that he couldn't speak. "I'll do it. Mom, I want a mother." The little boy finally cried. "Where is your mother?" Feng Ju asked bluntly, obviously not good at dealing with children. She's in front. Su Zhan. Su Hao turned his head and shouted, "There is an unconscious female passenger in the first-class cabin in front." Su Zhan was supporting Wang Mingyuan and immediately responded when he heard the words, "Lu Ziming, you go and deal with it." Wang Mingyuan was already injured, and he risked the deterioration of the old injury and used his whole body's spiritual power, so it's in a bad state. No one knows if there are other aberrations in the plane. Wang Mingyuan must not be left here alone. In Su Zhan's heart, except for their team, everyone else on the plane were strangers. Saving is a duty, and not saving is a duty. Ask Wang Mingyuan to leave him here alone and then save other passengers. He can't. Su Zhan, you go help them. Wang Mingyuan said weakly. Su Zhan didn't speak, just shook his head firmly. Wang Mingyuan was slightly startled, but in the end he didn't say anything more. Me again? Lu Ziming had just sent the old woman out of the cabin, and when he heard the words, he wailed, but he still ran quickly. "This lady? Can you hear me?" The female passenger was unresponsive and had a hideous wound on her forehead. Lu Ziming gritted his teeth and carried her up. Fast action. Xiaxi urged at the hatch. The smell of fuel leakage is getting heavier and heavier. Su Hao, there is a pregnant woman stuck on the right side of the first class. Su Hao's figure suddenly blurred. After 2 flashes, the next second he appeared directly next to the pregnant woman 20 meters away. Understood. S-class life soul, teleportation. In the Du realm, he can now teleport people. Teleportation is used to the extreme in confined spaces. The rescue efficiency has been greatly improved. "This lady, can you hear me?" Feng Ju patted an old man on the cheek, and the other party did not respond. "There are too many people in a coma." Lu Ziming ran over with a little girl with a bloody face on his back. This broken plane is running like a drum washing machine, and it was fainted without spitting out. Su Zhan helped the weak Wang Mingyuan lean against the bulkhead and immediately shouted when he heard this, "Slap in the face. Pump hard." Lu Ziming's eyes widened. "This is not good. If you want to live, do it." Su Zhan said sternly, "Unconscious people can't escape by themselves at all." "Ha!" Without saying a word, Xiaxi slapped the unconscious passenger next to him in the face. The man woke up coughing violently and touched his face blankly. Have my teeth fallen out?" "Effective," Feng Ju said and slapped the old man awake. Soon there was a series of slaps in the cabin. The businessman who asked Su Zhan and his party what they were going to do before jumped up as soon as he woke up. "Who hit me?" "The one who saved your life." Lu Ziming grinned. "Please line up now. There is nothing wrong with queuing. After all, the airplane aisle is so big now, if everyone has no rules, it will lead to congestion and greatly affect the efficiency of your departure. Secondly, the plane is very unstable at the moment. You can't rashly cut the fuselage to expand the escape channel, otherwise if you accidentally explode, everyone here will die." The businessman instantly realized what had happened just now, and suddenly pushed the crowd away and squeezed forward. "Let me go out first." Xiaxi's scythe of destruction lay in front of his throat, and the tip of the blade was only half an inch away from the artery. "Take another step, and I will let you stay here forever." The businessman's forehead was sweating, but he still held on to his momentum. "Do you know who I am? Get away. I don't care who you are." Ugh! Xiaxi's backhand slap made him spin in a circle, and 2 bloody teeth flew out. The businessman covered his swollen face and retreated to the end of the line tremblingly. Snap! Seeing this, other passengers no longer dared to make a fuss, and immediately spontaneously lined up in a single column. The choice of smart people. Lu Ziming whistled. "Su Hao, is the left aisle empty?" The silver light flashed, and Su Hao appeared holding the last 2 unconscious passengers. Empty. Lu Ziming was about to leave when the plane suddenly tilted violently, and the smell of fuel suddenly became strong. Su Zhan roared, "Everyone evacuate immediately." Su Hao's figure disappeared instantly. "That's good." 3 seconds later, he flashed with a foaming empty man in his armpits, with a stiff corpse under his armpit. No time. It seems that this corpse is the captain killed by the aberration in the cockpit. Su Zhan remembered that before the plane took off, the captain told the passengers that this was his last flight before retirement. Well, in the future, I will definitely not set up a flag casually. Half a minute after the last person escaped from the cabin, the entire plane turned into a fireball in the sky-high fire. The heatwave blew away everything within a radius of 100 meters, reflecting every face for the rest of the disaster. The businessman slumped on the ground, staring blankly angrily at the burning wreckage. Xiaxi put the scythe of destruction on his neck and said coldly, "Now, do you want to tell me who you are?" The businessman shook his head frantically. How could he have the arrogance just now? Dark water stains gradually appear on the crotch. Suzhan couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this. Compared with Xiaxi's background, then you had better have a background of the vice president of Suzaku Academy. Otherwise, it's just looking for death. Suzhan's surroundings were remarkable. Roughly counted the number of people. To say that they were all rescued, they really did it. However, it is impossible not to die. After all, the violent bumps of the plane are almost vertical, and some unlucky people leave this world forever in the process. They are awakened people, not gods. Even the top awakeners can't come back from the dead. However, what Suzhan didn't expect was that, with his special life soul, Su Hao saved more than everyone else. Even those dead bodies were taken out by him. To live is to see people, and to die to see corpses. This ancient adage is engraved in the bones of the Dasha people. If even the bodies are buried in the fire, what should the relatives of these people use to confirm that their loved ones are really gone? Where should I pay my respects? Su Hao obviously understands this truth. He rushed into the cabin that was about to explode again and again, bringing out those already cold bodies. This is not useless effort, but an explanation for the living and a place for the souls. Suzhan couldn't help but think of the last fog incident. That time, the four of them had known each other for no more than 5 days at the longest, and not even a day at the shortest. But Su Hao still did not abandon or give up. Can you do it? Can't do it. But he still admires people like Su Hao. Suzhan turned around and patted Su Hao on the shoulder. Thanks to you this time. His voice was soft, but it was enough for several people around him to hear. Su Hao's legs trembled slightly. Obviously the consumption just now was great, but he still grinned. It should be. Thinking of this, what do you mean it should? Lu Ziming hugged Su Hao's neck and kneaded his hair vigorously. You kid is handsome today, okay? Su Hao was strangled and coughed. Let go, let go. The corners of Xiaxi's mouth rose slightly. It's much better than someone who can only play tricks. Lu Ziming immediately protested. I saved several too, okay? Fengju silently walked up to Su Hao and patted Su Hao on the shoulder. It's really good. This is the highest praise that this taciturn person can give. Hey! Wang Mingyuan leaned weakly on the tree trunk and nodded happily. Su Hao, you are very good. Su Hao's short figure, which is only in the early 1.6 meters, has become extremely tall in the eyes of everyone. In this small body, there is a majestic power. The burning wreckage of the plane is not far away. Now, the passengers who survived the disaster sat at a safe distance, and all kinds of emotions finally broke out. Woohoo! My baby, my child is alive. A mother hugged the little boy she had just rescued, tears and snot all over her face. Oh my god. The gray-haired old lady knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing, holding a rosary in her hand. Thank you Bodhisattva, thank you all the gods. Hey, old lady, it's not the Bodhisattvas you want to thank you, it's these saviors. A sensible person spoke out to correct this mistake. Yes, thank you. The old lady hurriedly thanked Suzhan and his party. My contract, my bid documents. The businessman suddenly remembered something, struggled to rush to the fire, and was nailed in place by Xiaxi's look. He turned to grab Suzhan's sleeve. Little brother, you are awakened, aren't you? Can you help me? Lu Ziming slapped his hand away. Hey, we just saved your life? If the contract is gone, you can sign it again, and if your life is gone, there is really nothing. Suzhan glanced at him lightly. I felt a sense of nausea in my heart. This kind of person has no gratitude at all, and saving is in vain. Seeing that they were all looking at him with a bad face, the businessman immediately shrank his neck and finally stopped talking with interest. Everyone, Suzhan raised his voice. Please listen to me. The noisy crying gradually subsided. All the survivors looked at the young man. The official will investigate the cause of the plane crash and give you an explanation. And now don't panic. The coordinates of the plane are abnormal, and the official will come soon. Suzhan looked around at everyone. What we have to do now is to treat the wounded. Give priority to the treatment of serious injuries. Those with medical experience, please raise your hand. Several passengers raised their hands tremblingly. Wang Mingyuan's weak but calm voice came. In the name of Suzaku Academy, thank you for your cooperation. Hearing the words Suzaku Academy, the crowd was obviously in turmoil. Very good. Sure enough, it's that Suzaku. I said they were not ordinary people. This person wearing gold wire glasses should be their mentor. He must have protected the plane and saved us. Suzhan looked at Xiaxi and nodded to indicate that it was time for her to make a move. Let's talk about it later. Now do as I say. Xiaxi stomped his foot impatiently. The wounded are divided into 2 groups. Seriously injured go to the left, lightly injured go to the right, and those with medical experience give priority to treating serious injuries. With her command, the chaotic crowd began to move in an orderly manner. Lu Ziming stabbed Suzhan with his elbow and lowered his voice. Look over there, not far away. Feng Juezhing knelt on one knee and used bandages to help fix a little girl's broken arm. Hello. His movements were stiff but unusually soft, which was different from his usual cold and hard image. TSK, I didn't expect that there was still this side of the face paralyzed. Lu Ziming was amazed. As the rest rescue unfolded. The injured were under control and only waited for official rescue. This abrupt mobile phone rang. Drip, drip. Wang Mingyuan took out a special communicator from his arms and pressed the answer button. Hello? Su Zhan and several others tacitly formed a circle of vigilance, leaving room for Wang Mingyuan to talk. There were 5 trainees and no casualties. Wang Mingyuan's eyes swept over Su Zhan and the others. Passenger, it is currently confirmed that 7 people have been killed and 23 people have been seriously injured. What did he say on the other end of the phone? Wang Mingyuan's eyes suddenly sharpened. It's not an accident. A variant appeared in the cockpit, wearing a co-pilot uniform. It's not hunting. Wang Mingyuan's voice became colder and colder. It was a deliberate crash, and that aberration shouted a slogan before he died: the fog comes, so that he can be freed. There was obviously silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. I doubt. Wang Mingyuan lowered his voice. There is an organization behind this. It is recommended that a thorough investigation of recent personnel changes in all civil aviation systems is recommended. Then, the other end of the phone talked for a long time. Wang Mingyuan's brows also furrowed more and more. After a long time, he said, got it. Got it. Just hung up the phone. A huge whistling sound came from afar. Everyone looked for a place to go. Buzz buzz. 3 black helicopters hovered in the air, setting off gusts of wind. Immediately afterwards, several military off-road vehicles galloped from afar. Quick! Seriously injured people are prioritized. The number 3 drone lifts off to expand the search range. The medical team is in place. Trained rescuers quickly sprang into action. Heavily armed medical staff pushed mobile stretchers to quickly provide initial treatment to the injured. A middle-aged officer with shining epaulets strode towards Wang Mingyuan, solemnly gave a military salute, and then stretched out his right hand. Professor Wang, I have long admired your name. Wang Mingyuan wiped the blood on his hands and shook hands with him. Thank you for your hard work. It should. The officer's expression was solemn. Thanks to you for controlling the situation in time, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. In the distance, medical staff are lifting the last wounded person into a helicopter. The businessman who had lost his teeth by Xie suddenly struggled and shouted, I want to complain. These students violently enforce the law. The officer gave him a look. The 2 soldiers immediately stepped forward. This brother, you need to be treated immediately. Without saying anything, he was put in an ambulance. It made you laugh. The officer turned to Wang Mingyuan. We have arranged a military transport plane, which can take you to your destination at any time. Thank you. But before that, Wang Mingyuan nodded slightly and looked at the burning wreckage. On-site investigation. Don't worry. The officer immediately understood. Our people have already started collecting samples, and all data will be shared with Suzaku Academy as soon as possible. Xie suddenly interjected. That aberrant corpse. Miss Xie, all our data will be shared with Suzaku Academy as soon as possible. The officer obviously knew Xie and took the trouble to repeat it again. Then he made a gesture of invitation. The transport plane is ready. Please come here. Escorted by soldiers, everyone boarded a military transport plane. As the engine roared, it flew towards Arashur City. Inside the cabin of a military transport aircraft. After Wang Mingyuan drank the pale golden potion provided by the military, his pale face gradually returned to blood. Su Zhan and the others looked at Wang Mingyuan expectantly. Obviously wants to know the follow-up of this incident. Wang Mingyuan could naturally see it, and with a wave of his hand, a white spiritual power barrier enveloped everyone, isolating all sounds from the outside world. According to the latest news from the Academy's intelligence team, the crash was the work of a mutant organization that called itself Transcendental. And not only us, but all over Daxia have encountered such terrorist attacks, and their targets are gifted awakeners like you. Su Zhan frowned. It's no problem for the aberration to be organized, but that aberration has the idea of death. When did they have this kind of awareness? Du Feng's premeditated aberration hunting in the villa before must have been some kind of organization. But it was also for hunting, for survival, and for becoming stronger. But the aberration on that plane was not like that. He exposes his true face, does not spare his life, does not hunt, does not become stronger, just to make the entire plane die, just to strangle the gifted awakened in the cradle. This motivation is a bit like terrorist organization. That's the past. Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses. In the past, the mutants did fight on their own. Even if they were organized, they were small organizations. Moreover, the various mutants do not trust each other, show themselves with masks, and do not dare to reveal their true faces to each other, because no one knows whether the other will confess themselves after being arrested. Then why? Now, Su Hao hadn't finished speaking yet. Because of faith. Wang Ming looked solemn. This transcendent cult has mastered a certain technique of summoning mist, and the fog has given them a common belief. Lu Ziming interjected. That's why the co-captain shouted before he died, the fog falls, so that he can transcend. Exactly their teachings. Wang Mingyuan nodded. This belief makes them willing to die. You see, that aberration chose to blow itself up without hesitation, just to keep the secret. By the way, the skill of self-destructing is also a skill exclusive to their organization. They are not afraid of death. They will be caught by us, this, and they will blow themselves up at the last moments of their lives. Self-detonation is not very harmful, and the important thing is to be able to keep secrets. Su Hao gasped, that is to say, in the future, the mutants we face may not be afraid of death like fanatics? There was silence in the cabin for a while. This perception is more terrifying than any enemy. What kind of disaster will occur when a group of powerful monsters begin to fear death and even desire to dedicate themselves to their faith? Outside the window, the afterglow of the sunset dyed the sea of clouds red. Wang Mingyuan removed the soundproof cover, and his voice was so soft that he seemed to be talking to himself. The sky has changed. Yes, it's going to change. Su Zhan frowned, secretly calculating in his heart. Aberrations, those monsters hidden in human society, even if they have power, are always like rats in the gutter. They are suspicious of each other and wary of each other, for fear of being betrayed by their own kind. Because of this, Daxia was able to maintain a superficial peace at a relatively small cost. He thought of the mutant figure who shouted slogans and blew himself up when the monster began to have faith, when the beast learns to unite. But now, when the scattered sand condenses into iron plates, the situation is about to change. The plane slowly landed on the runway of Lancheng Airport. The roar of the engine gradually subsided. The hatch opens. Lu Ziming stretched his waist and jumped down the gangway first. Let me tell you, launching seafood is a must. My attainments in seafood are definitely higher than any of you. Tonight I will recommend some good dishes to you. You must eat and eat. You know how to eat. Xia Shi walked past him. Don't forget that we are here to participate in the exchange meeting. It's finally here. Su Zhan was used to their bickering. Belch. Rather than bickering, it is better to say that Lu Ziming has been scolded. This has almost become a daily retention program for their small team. His thoughts suddenly drifted away. Speaking of which, after I traveled to this world, I have never tasted seafood. Before the fog descended, the ocean was a treasure trove for mankind. But now, that blue has been permanently shrouded in fog. Any ship that tries to cross the fog will disappear without a trace. Humans have had to transfer marine life to giant farms on land to continue. I heard that Lancheng's seafood farming technology is the best in the country. Su Hao leaned over and whispered, they use spiritual power to simulate the marine environment, and it is said that the prawns raised are exactly the same as the wild ones. Su Zhan nodded. In Jiangcheng, seafood is a luxury item, and ordinary students cannot afford to spend it at all. But Lancheng is different. The whole city is like a huge seafood factory. The ubiquitous farms make the seafood here much more affordable. Feng Ju looked around silently, his eyes wary. Everyone followed his gaze, and there were already many people holding welcome banners gathered around the airport. There are college students dressed in formal clothes, and there are also ordinary citizens who obviously come to join in the fun. It seems that we are very popular. Lu Ziming proudly straightened his collar and threw a charming glance at the crowd, causing several girls to scream. Wang Mingyuan coughed lightly. Pay attention to the image. Remember, you represent Suzaku Academy. Su Zhan walked at the end, his eyes swept over the crowd. Several figures hiding in the corner caught his attention. Those people were not as excited as the others, but were secretly observing something. But when he wanted to take a closer look, those people became as excited and gregarious as everyone else. Su Hao noticed his abnormality. Su Zhan withdrew his gaze and changed to a relaxed expression. I'm just thinking about the exchange meeting. He felt a little nervous. What's wrong? Wang Mingyuan said that most of the hunting targets of the transcendent aberrations are gifted awakeners. Nothing. And he, with an SSS life soul, and his cultivation is only in the open realm, and he has not grown up at all. Powerful enough to attract the attention of the enemy, but weak enough to protect itself. People like him must be the key target of transcendence. Lu Ziming put his arms around the shoulders of the two. Don't worry. With this young master here, I promise to let people from other colleges see what a true genius is. Everyone laughed and walked out of the airport. Temporarily leave behind the horror moment on the plane and that dangerous transcendentalism. Teacher Wang, why didn't I see anyone come to greet us? What about the platoon of Suzaku Academy? Lu Ziming stretched his neck to look. I saw some passers-by standing on the periphery of the airport in twos and threes, and there was not even a welcome banner. The airport people did have someone pay attention to them, but they were obviously just here to join in the fun. But there is no real welcome ceremony like this organized welcome. Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses. Do you think other colleges have rows? The 5 top awakening academies in Daxia are all the same. What do you mean everyone is the same? Lu Ziming was a little confused. Wang Mingyuan stopped. What do you think we are here for? Attending the exchange meeting? Otherwise? Lu Ziming looked dazed. There is also an intention to enroll. Xiaxi interjected. This is the last time Suzaku Academy has recruited students in this session. Wang Mingyuan nodded approvingly. Think about it, if we dig their precious students out of the hands of those old guys, let alone pick you up, it would be polite not to blast you out of Lancheng. Lu Ziming's eyes widened. So exaggerated? Master Lu, why did you go to class? That's right. Su Zhan raised his eyelids. Teacher Wang has already talked about this in class. Ha ha ha. There have been a lot of things lately. Forgotten. Lu Ziming scratched his head to hide his embarrassment. No need to say it, of course he understands. 80% of them are distracted in class. Wang Mingyuan shook his head helplessly, looked at the sky, and said, find a place to settle down first, and then go to the Awakener Academy in Lunching tomorrow. All consumption of this event will be reimbursed by the college, as long as the consumption is not too outrageous. Su Zhan was stunned when he heard this. Wang Mingyuan seemed to be saying, public money can be spent casually, as long as it is not too excessive. I used to be to his liking. Public money is comfortable to spend, so there is no burden. Do you still need to look for this? When Lu Ziming heard this, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Lunching Binhai Hotel, my family's property, has been arranged a long time ago. Wang Mingyuan raised his eyebrows. Yours? Lu Ziming proudly tidied up his neckline. The national chain is designed by my dad himself, and it is definitely worthy of our Suzaku Academy's identity. Xia, she snorted coldly. Show. Lu Ziming didn't care, but said with a smile, classmate Xia, if you feel that you are not qualified, I can arrange a more advanced one. Master Lu, your family has an industry in Lanchang, so why don't you arrange someone to support you in the scene? Su Hao asked at this time. Harm. Lu Ziming sighed. I thought Lanchang would send someone to pick me up. Do you know this? Wang Mingyuan waved his hand. Okay, let's go to the Binhai Hotel. 15 minutes later, everyone arrived at the Binhai Hotel. The hotel lobby is resplendent. A huge crystal chandelier hangs down. The ground is covered with a dark blue carpet, and the wave patterns are looming. They just walked through the door. A middle-aged man in a straight suit immediately greeted him, followed by 2 rows of waiters, bowing respectfully. Lu Xiao, welcome back. Lu Ziming nodded casually. Are the rooms ready? The manager was full of smiles. The chairman specially instructed us that if you bring a friend, you must arrange the best suite. As he spoke, he handed over 6 black gold room cards. The top floor sea view suite, 6 rooms, all facing the farm, have excellent views. Lu Ziming took the room card and handed Wang Mingyuan a casual one. Teacher, you live in the middle room, where the view is the best, and we can choose casually. Of course. Wang Mingyuan did not refuse, and nodded lightly. I have a heart. After putting down his luggage, Lu Ziming took everyone directly to the high-rise restaurant. Pushing open the door of the box, everyone couldn't help but be slightly stunned. The box is a typical ancient style of daxia. Mahogany tables and chairs, carved screens. There are famous ink paintings on the wall, depicting deep-sea fish swimming in the sea. The center is large enough to accommodate more than a dozen people, and it is already filled with all kinds of seafood. Chilled oysters, steamed king crab, charcoal grilled Australian lobster, tuna belly sashimi, truffle baked abalone. Lu Ziming glanced at it with satisfaction and said to the manager, it's okay, barely enough to eat. The manager immediately laughed. If Lu Xiao thinks it's not enough, there are blue lobsters in the kitchen that have just arrived, which can be made fresh. Lu Ziming waved his hand. Eat first, it's not enough. Everyone took their seats. The manager clapped his hands, the side door of the box opened, and more than 10 young women dressed in antique dresses walked in, holding a round fan and moving the lotus step lightly. It is actually to perform a classical dance. However, their clothes were light and their inner layers were looming. Draw everyone's attention to this. Lu Ziming just took a sip of tea and almost spat out. Wait, who arranged it? The manager was stunned. Lu Xiao, this is not your. Lu Ziming immediately straightened his face. When did I say I wanted this? The manager sweated on his forehead and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Xiaxi sneered. Lu Daxiao, your preferences are really well known. Su Zhan also couldn't help but laugh. This manager obviously understands Lu Ziming's preferences. In other words, Lu Ziming's preferences in their circle are well known. Then when do you think it is? Now they are here. If Lu Ziming dared to do this, not to mention being educated by Wang Mingyuan. But, it's Xiaxi, he feels good. At that time, he would not help when Lu Ziming was beaten. One word, should. Lu Ziming coughed dryly and waved his hand to the manager. Withdraw quickly, don't affect our meal. The manager nodded repeatedly and quickly asked the dancers to step back. But I wondered in my heart, didn't Lu Xiao like this kind of tone the most before? Su Hao gave Lu Ziming a thumbs up. Master Lu, to be honest, when you talked to us about women before, I thought you were suspected of blowing hard, but now, I am really convinced. Ha ha ha, Loki, Mouse, if you are interested, I will take you alone next time. Lu Ziming danced with flying phoenix eyebrows and spirited spirits. No. Su Hao waved his hand again and again. I still have no blessings. I know, it's hard for you to say here. Lu Ziming hugged his shoulder. When the time comes. Lu Ziming, don't bring bad people to others, just eat. Wang Mingyuan's tone was stern. If Lu Ziming is not stopped at this time, the rhythm of this dinner will be disrupted by him. Okay, eat. Lu Ziming saw that Su Zhan and the others had bad faces one by one, and he also understood that he was too unruly, and instantly restrained himself. Su Zhan ate crab legs thicker than his thumb. I was full of emotion. This is the first time he has a specific understanding of Lu Ziming's background. Is this the world of Daxia's top 100 companies and top rich? It is false to say that you are not envious. After all, before the time travel, you were just an ordinary person, and you didn't even know where the door of a 5-star hotel opened. But now, I can sit in this kind of of place and enjoy a feast that ordinary people cannot afford to eat in their lives. But soon, his eyes fell on Xie. The girl was picking up crab meat with a cold face, and there was no fluctuation in the table full of delicacies. Su Zhan understood even more that in this world, real power is never in the hands of businessmen, but in the hands of the top awakened. No matter how rich Lu Ziming's family is, in front of a military powerhouse like Xie's parents, he is just an upstart. Thinking of Lu Ziming, no matter how ruthless he was scolded by Xie, he didn't dare to really fight back. Not because he has a good temper. It was because behind Xie stood a power that could make the entire Lu group disappear overnight. He realized it more deeply. In this world, only absolute power is the real reliance. Becoming stronger is the only thing he needs to think about now. First, in order to protect oneself, deal with transcendence. Second, naturally to become the top group of people in Daxia. When the benefits come one by one, wait for the idle people to leave. Wang Mingyuan then spoke, "Okay, eat first, and I'll tell you about the exchange meeting after eating." Lu Ziming immediately regained the style of the rich second generation, picked up chopsticks, and first gave Wang Mingyuan a piece of tuna belly. "Teacher, try this, the fat is rich and melts in your mouth." Then, he picked up a crab leg for Xie. "Classmate Xie, this crab meat is fresh and sweet, and it is even better with ginger vinegar." Xie glanced at him. "I will clip it myself." Lu Ziming was not annoyed, and turned to Su Zhan and Su Ha with a smile. Come on, you're welcome, I'll take care of this meal." After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have passed 5 flavors. Wang Mingyuan put down his chopsticks and wiped the corners of his mouth. Tomorrow's exchange meeting, single and team competitions are customary. However, it seems that the top management of Lancheng Awakener Academy has other arrangements, and I will inform you after I meet with them tomorrow. Su Zhan nodded, "Understand. Now, tell me what state you have reached." Wang Mingyuan pushed the golden wire glasses and looked at everyone. Of course, everyone was outlawed. But this sentence is not nonsense. There are also highs and lows in the open area. After all, there are 10 subdivisions of small realms between each major realm. Among them, the first order is the lowest, and the 10th order is the highest. Fengju replied briefly, "The second order of the Du realm." Su Hao scratched his head. "I am also the second order of the Du realm." Lu Ziming proudly straightened his collar. "Coincidentally, I am also a second order." Wang Mingyuan nodded and turned his gaze to Xie. "Third order." Xie spoke lightly. This answer made the other 3 slightly stunned. Lu Ziming's eyes widened. "Wait, when will you?" Before he finished speaking, Wang Mingyuan had already looked at Su Zhan. "What about you?" "Third order." Su Zhan replied calmly. Lu Ziming was stunned. "Su Zhan, you are also in the third order? When was this?" Su Hao also said, "I remember you were still a second order. Last week." Fengju didn't speak, but his hands clenched into fists. "What?" Xie nodded slightly. "Amazing." Lu Ziming wailed and collapsed in his chair. Forget it. I can't compare to the two of you, a genius of SSS life soul, and a cultivation maniac whose mind is full of cultivation. That's your slack in cultivation." Xie mercilessly mended the knife. Wang Mingyuan nodded appreciatively to the two of them. "Yes, keep up the good work." Su Zhan recalled his life at Suzaku Academy for more than 2 months. Practice with money. I have to say that Xie has given him a lot of help in cultivation. Well, 900,000. Now his realm is low, and he can't spend so much money on cultivation. The cultivation potion bought was not that expensive. With the 900,000 yuan that Xie lost to him, there is no worry about spending money. It cost an additional 400,000 yuan in more than 2 months. You know, this is still extra spent when Suzaku Academy has given basic cultivation resources. Cultivation is really expensive. Forget it, it's a few buddies, you two are strong, and the awakened people of Lancheng will suffer the old sin. Lu Ziming raised his wineglass. No matter what arrangement Lancheng has, our Suzaku Academy will definitely crush the audience. Come on, cheers. Everyone raised their glasses. The scene was full of confidence and fighting spirit. Even the taciturn seal spits out the word cheers from his mouth. The spirit of youth should be like this. After the meal, everyone returned to the suite. Su Zhan stood at the entrance and was slightly stunned. Under the feet is a soft touch carpet, and the lights are automatically sensed. In the center of the living room is a leather sofa. Fresh fruit plates and chilled champagne are already on the coffee table. The queen bed in the bedroom is covered with mercerized sheets. The bedside table is thoughtfully placed with incense to help you sleep. However, what caught Su Zhan's attention the most was the floor-to-ceiling window that ran across the entire suite. Su Zhan walked to the window, and the height of the 51st floor gave the entire Lancheng a panoramic view. A sea of neon lights under your feet. The traffic on the streets is like thin lines of light. Farther away, the blue glimmer of seafood farms looms in the night. The scenery is indeed beautiful. Su Zhan's palm was pasted with cold glass. At the dinner just now, Lu Ziming quietly said to him, "The most expensive suite in a penthouse hotel is actually not unusual, but that huge floor-to-ceiling window is the reason why the penthouse suite can be sold so expensive. This is what couples love the most. They are the main consumers of the penthouse suite." "That's true." Su Zhan laughed laughed dumbly. Finally, I understand why such an expensive place is the most spent by couples. This floor-to-ceiling window, it's worth the price. Tomorrow's exchange meeting. Sujan's thoughts drifted away. What level will the contestants in Ayrshire City be? In this economically developed region, the strength of the awakened is also comparable to that of the economy. It certainly won't be too bad. However, it is definitely not enough to see in front of Suzaku Academy. It's also good to be able to compete with other teams of awoken people, Sujan said softly. After all, their team still has little cooperation with each other. It is necessary to constantly run in through actual combat. Yeah, she is already in the third order. He was not surprised by this fact. After all, she was talented, and her cultivation was the hardest he had ever seen. He was also from a military family, and his cultivation resources were indeed not comparable to ordinary people. Sujan has been standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window for half an hour. Only then did he turn around and walk to the bedroom, his steps silently on the thick carpet. The luxurious suite soundproofing is also sure to be top-notch. But at this moment, he felt a little uncomfortable. It's so quiet that you can hear your own heartbeat. It's been a long time, and I can't get used to expensive things. Sujan laughed at himself. Pack your clothes and get ready to wash. Recuperation, tomorrow's exchange meeting is the highlight. Next, Sujan and his party came to the Lancheng Starlight Awakener Academy. This is the final destination of their trip, as the top awakened academy in Lancheng. Early morning, the gate of Starlight Academy is magnificent. Two huge stone lion statues stand on either side of the main entrance of the college. Teacher Wang, I have long admired the great name. A white-haired old man quickly stepped forward to greet him, who was the dean of the Starlight Academy. He warmly shook Wang Mingyuan's hand. It is our honor to invite everyone from Suzaku Academy to visit and guide us this time. Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses and responded politely. Deanly is polite. We are also here to exchange and learn. No matter what the two of them think in their hearts. On the surface, he still maintains politeness. Even if the dean of Starlight Academy hates Wang Mingyuan in his heart, he doesn't like him to ask for students. But when Wang Mingyuan came here, he still had to greet him with a smile. On the surface, dignity must be given. Just when the two were exchanging pleasantries, there were already many students from Starlight Academy gathered around, and there was a lot of discussion. That's the genius of Suzaku Academy? I heard that they just experienced an air crash yesterday. Look at that girl, she has such a strong aura. See, that good-looking boy is Sujan, the owner of the SSS-level Life Soul. A girl with a ponytail whispered to her companion, her eyes full of admiration. Cut, isn't it the high level of the Life Soul? The voices of discussion came and went. A burly boy next to him curled his lips disdainfully. Actual combat is the last word. What do you know? Another student retorted, they are monsters who break through to the open realm in 3 days. Hey, look at that. Someone pointed at Lu Ziming. I heard that the 5-star hotel in Lancheng, the Binhai Hotel, is his family's property. Playboy, it's false to say that you don't envy. If only I wanted such a good father. Yeah, she seemed to hear these discussions, and glanced coldly, which immediately silenced the students who were whispering. TSK, it seems that we are very popular. Lu Ziming proudly straightened his collar. If I am a fan, then I will start lightly. After all, I am still a fan. Su Hao smiled a little awkwardly. Everyone seems to be very interested in us. Fengju was still silent, but he remained vigilant in his gaze. Sujan was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, even the awakened people of Lancheng knew about his deeds. Hee, it seems that they have prepared a lot for the exchange meeting. A loud voice interrupted all discussions. Students, please be quiet. Dean Li of Starlight Academy stood on the steps, and his voice spread throughout the square. Now, let us welcome the teachers and students from Suzaku Academy with the warmest applause. But there was only a sparse applause at the scene. TSK, it seems that I retracted what I just said. Lu Ziming frowned slightly, and stabbed Su Hao beside him with his elbow. These people don't seem to welcome us very much. His voice was neither loud nor small, just enough for the surrounding circle of students from the Starlight Academy to hear. Several students immediately glared angrily. Lu Ziming didn't care, but waved at them with a smile, like a nobleman who came to inspect. Xia, she glanced around coldly, expected. As far as her eyes could reach, many students subconsciously took half a step back, but soon straightened their backs and glared back not to be outdone. Su Hao scratched his head a little embarrassed and muttered in a low voice, the atmosphere seems to be a little tense. Fengju was still silent, but his eyes were sharply locked on to several students who were obviously the most hostile. Sujan stood calmly in place. He noticed that several students in the crowd did not show hostility with the crowd, but observed them with scrutinizing eyes. These people may be the real opponents to pay attention to. Hey, that little white face. A tall boy pointed at Sujan and shouted, I heard that your soul can control time? Blow it. Oh, this classmate is quite well informed? When Lu Ziming heard this, he immediately became energetic, but to correct it, it's not that you can control time, but that you can beat all of you. You. The boy was so angry that his face turned red. There's a lot of nonsense. Xiaxi looked impatient and turned to look at Wang Mingyuan. Teacher Wang, can we start? Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses and nodded to Deanly. The two exchanged glances. Deanly coughed lightly and raised his volume. Everyone rest for a while, and the exchange meeting will start in half an hour. Wang Mingyuan returned to the team, pushed his glasses and said, don't worry about their attitude. Although Starlight Academy is not as good as the 5 top universities, it is also considered the Awakener Academy in Daxia. Is this the quality to be ranked? Lu Ziming curled his lips. The local college is too rude. The school spirit is like this. Wang Mingyuan said lightly, they are like this at every exchange meeting, looking like they are not afraid of heaven and earth. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Wang Mingyuan nodded, but the solution is also very simple, just subdue them. Wang Mingyuan smiled. I don't remember how many years ago, but I remember that once when our college came here to communicate, a person picked over the top 5 freshmen of Starlight Academy in turn, without resting, and no one dared to say a word of nonsense in the whole exchange meeting. So this time, Lu Ziming suddenly came to his senses and said, it's our turn to pretend. That's right. Su Hao raised his hand weakly. That. Should we formulate a tactic first? What tactics to formulate? Xiaxi snorted coldly. Do you still need tactics to deal with this kind of goods? Wang Mingyuan looked at them with high morale and nodded with satisfaction. Remember, the victory or defeat of the exchange meeting is not important. The important thing is dash. Play the momentum of Suzaku Academy. Su Zhan answered. Don't be low-key. The group was chatting. Su Zhan's gaze inadvertently swept across the crowd of the Starlight Academy and suddenly froze on a familiar figure. Li Yuqin. She was wearing the uniform of Starlight Academy and was joking with her classmates. She was actually here. Memories flooded in uncontrollably. In order to pursue her, the original body once skipped class to deliver breakfast, saved cultivation resources to buy gifts for her, and even placed candles downstairs in the girls' dormitory on her birthday. In exchange, it was just a shield. Yo, isn't that Li Yuqin? Lu Ziming noticed Su Zhan's strangeness and followed his gaze. I heard that she was admitted to the Starlight Academy after testing her A-level life soul. Su Zhan glanced at him in surprise. How did this playboy know her? Or rather, Lu Ziming deliberately understood this. Xiaxi glanced at him. Do you know? The school flower of Jiangchang No. 3 Middle School. Lu Ziming frowned. Su Zhan was before. Okay, I know you know better. Su Zhan's voice was flat. It's just a high school classmate. Li Yuqin seemed to feel the gaze and turned her head to look this way. The two goals intersect. She was obviously stunned for a moment, and then showed a complicated expression. But Su Zhan had already looked away, as if he had just seen an insignificant passerby. Ready to play, he said lightly, turning around and walking towards the players' area. Li Yuqin stood there, her lips trembling slightly, as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, she just turned around silently and disappeared into the crowd. The current identity of the two is SSS Life Soul, the genius of Suzaku Academy. The other is just a person who is a little beautiful and can't even step into the door of the 5 Awakened Academy. Compared with Su Zhan, the qualifications are very different. The same is true for identity. The referee shouted. Solo competition. The first game. Players from the Starlight Academy, Zhang Shan, A-level Life Soul, Black Stick, Offensive Awakener, Second Order of the Dew. With the introduction, a strong man with a height of 1.9 meters strode into the ring. Naked, his muscles were knotted, and he held a pitch-black stick as thick as an adult's arm in his hand, and slammed it to the ground. A crack was smashed on the ground of the ring. The audience of Starlight Academy instantly boiled. Zhang Shan. Crush them. Boom. Let them see the strength of our Starlight Academy. Punch down with a stick. Don't save face for them. Zhang Shan smiled fiercely, gave a thumbs up in the direction of Suzaku Academy, and then slowly reversed, full of provocation. The judge went on to announce. Players from Suzaku Academy, Su Zhan, SSS level Life Soul, Pupil of the Abyss, Control Awakener, Third Order of Dew. Su Zhanping stepped into the ring, with 2 silver long knives pinned to his waist and a quaint pocket watch suspended on his chest. The double sword is just enough for him to use at his level, and it cost a lot of money. There was an immediate boo from the Starlight Academy. Pretend to be a ghost. Zhang Shan, send him home with a stick. What about the high level of Life Soul and Realm? Can the Control Life Soul also go head-to-head on stage? Su Zhan's expression remained unchanged, and his eyes swept across the audience lightly. The referee raised his right hand. Competition, start. Su Zhan took off the double knives from his waist. Zhang Shan sneered disdainfully. Just this small body? Is there no one left at Suzaku Academy? He roared angrily, and the black bullying stick swept over. The words just fell. Slow down. At that time, the golden light of the abyss was very strong. The next moment, Zhang Shan's movements became sluggish, as if he had been pressed the slow button. Su Zhan easily dodged sideways, and the 2 swords flew over like butterflies, leaving several bloodstains on his opponent's body. How is that possible? Zhang Shan's face was full of horror. His body did not obey the command, and every movement took several times the effort. Su Su Zhan did not answer, wandering in the deceleration force field. Every knife is extremely accurate, avoiding the key points but making the opponent miserable. Admit defeat. Su Zhan's voice was terribly calm. Dream. Zhang Shan gritted his teeth and roared, desperately urging his soul to break free from control. He had understood Su Zhan's life soul, but he didn't expect the control to be so strong. No matter how he uses it, it's in vain. The pupils of Shi Yuan imprisoned him firmly. 3 seconds later, Zhang Shan knelt on his knees covered in blood, unable to even hold his weapon. The whole venue was silent, and everyone was shocked by this crushing victory. Winner, Su Zhan of Suzaku Academy. After the referee announces the result, Su Zhan put away his 2 knives, and his eyes inadvertently swept over the audience of the Starlight Academy. Everyone avoided his gaze. How could there be a little arrogance just now? Li Yuqin was covering her mouth and looking at him in disbelief. But Su Zhan just turned around calmly and stepped down, without any joy. It's like trampling an ant to death, and no one will be happy to trample an ant to death. Brother Su is amazing. Lu Ziming was the first to rush up and hugged Su Zhan's shoulders excitedly. Do you see it? The faces of those guys from the Starlight Academy turned green. Ha ha ha. He deliberately raised his voice so that the people around him could hear it. Wasn't it crazy just now? Why don't you call it now? The people of the Starlight Academy didn't break out of a fart at this time. Su Hao's eyes were full of admiration. Brother Su, the other side doesn't even have a chance to fight back. Your strength has reached this point? Lu Ziming's face was full of seriousness. Seriously, Su Zhan, your strength has improved too fast, right? The third order is so strong. The tone was obviously envious and unwilling. As a rich second generation, he is used to making up for the gap with money and resources, but in the face of absolute strength, these foreign objects look so pale. Su Zhan waved his hand. Although the strong man on the opposite side is the second order of the Du realm, his foundation is unstable and his steps are vain. The cultivation is obviously piled up by the pile of potions, and it is still the kind that eats as much as you want. If you go up, you can also win easily. He can only use medicine in moderation, and I have to check my body once a week to see the digestion effect of the medicine for fear of accidentally using too much. I didn't expect the kind of foundation on the opposite side to look like the kind of dead medicine. Bro thinks he is Ronnie and has super drug resistance? Very disappointed. Yes, very disappointed. I hope this is just a test of the Starlight Academy, because the single game is not only 5 games in total. According to the usual practice, Suzaku Academy competes 5 games per person, but there is no need to worry about physical problems. If you have physical strength, you will continue to compare, and if you don't have physical strength, you will compete every other day. If it weren't for the temptation, Starlight Academy really only had this kind of strength. Then this exchange meeting was in vain. Xiaxi also pursed his lips. If you change the battle just now, you can win. But can he be as comfortable as Su Zhan? She didn't know. Fengju suddenly spoke. Continue to practice. In 3 short words, it expresses everyone's voice. Su Zhan noticed the complicated expressions of his teammates, and his eyes swept over everyone in the preparation area. Don't forget, we are teammates. This sentence eased the atmosphere a lot. Lu Ziming quickly regained his cynical look. That's it. When I break through the third order, I have to let the group of people in the Starlight Academy see and see. Xiaxi raised his hand and knocked on his head. Let's consolidate your second order strength first. Everyone laughed again. The atmosphere full of pressure just now dissipated in an instant. The second game, Xiaxi from Suzaku Academy against Zhou Lai from Starlight Academy. The referee's voice just fell. Xiaxi had already walked into the ring with a dark red scythe of destruction. His eyes were sharper than usual, and the tip of the blade dragged on the ground, sparks flying along the way. Life Soul, Scythe of Destruction, SS level, Du realm level 3. Standing opposite was a strong boy, who was obviously nervous after hearing the referee's introduction. He let out a low roar and his body began to change. The nails turned into tiger claws, tiger stripes appeared on the face, yellow and black hair appeared from the face, and the whole person swelled in a circle. Life Soul, Tiger Transformation, A level, Du realm first order. The whistle just blew to start the game. Xiaxi rushed out suddenly. The Scythe of Destruction was entangled with dark red spiritual power. Zhou Lai roared and pounced on him. The Scythe of Destruction swung out. Through the defense of the tiger claw, the tip of the blade pressed against Zhou Lai's throat. Roar! The dark red spiritual power condensed at the tip of the blade, and as long as it advanced 1 more inch, it could take people's lives. The audience was silent. Zhou Lai's tiger claws froze in midair, and cold sweat dripped down his cheeks. He had no doubt that as long as he moved again, the Scythe of Destruction would pierce his throat. I admit defeat. Winner, Xiaxi from Suzaku Academy. After the referee announces the result, the Scythe of Destruction in Xiaxi's hand disappeared out of thin air. The whole process takes no more than 10 seconds. Like Su Zhan, winning is crisp and neat. Xiaxi walked back to the preparation area. His eyes swept over Su Zhan intentionally or unintentionally. Lu Ziming was stunned. Thank you, classmate Xia. You, shut up. Xiaxi said coldly, but the slightly raised curvature of her mouth revealed her true thoughts. Su Zhan looked at her performance and couldn't help but smile. This proud girl will never allow herself to be compared to anyone, even if that person is a teammate. The battle just now. It's not so much about beating your opponents. It is better to make a silent declaration to him. I, Xiaxi, am no worse than you. Suzhan felt both interesting and a little emotional in his heart. Xiaxi's competitive heart cannot tolerate the slightest contempt. From the first day of enrollment, she has always been at the forefront and always wants to be the strongest. Even in such an exchange competition, she has to prove herself in the most crushing way. She did not lose her mind because of her competitiveness. Otherwise, the opponent may have been separated, measured. But, really, Suzhan shook his head helplessly. Having such a teammate is both pressure and motivation. At least he didn't have to worry about the lack of pressure on the cultivation path. The audience of the Starlight Academy was dead silent. Their proud players were so vulnerable in front of Suzaku Academy and other Starlight Academy students in the preparation area. At this moment, the face was no longer the initial arrogance, and it became a deep fear. It's my turn soon. See me teach these cubs a good lesson. Lu Ziming raised his eyebrows and said confidently to everyone. As soon as the words fell, the referee's voice sounded. In the third game, Lu Ziming of Suzaku Academy against Wu Yen of Starlight Academy. Lu Ziming shook the ring with steps that his 6 relatives did not recognize. As he walked, he gestured his middle finger to the audience opposite. It caused a burst of boos. Life Soul Purple Thunder, SS level, Do Realm Second Order. The red-haired boy on the opposite side froze. Lu Ziming immediately became excited. What's wrong? Afraid? It's too late to kneel down and call daddy now. Life Soul Red Flame, A level, Do Realm First Order. Lu Ziming exaggeratedly plucked out his ears. Is there no one in your Starlight Academy? A level also dares to take it out to be embarrassing? He turned his head and winked at the referee. Why don't you just judge me to win? It's not good to bully children. The referee said with a dark face. The game begins. That's it? What are you pretending? Wu Yan lit a raging flame with his hands and pounced on him. What's the rush? Let dad teach you well. Lu Ziming took 2 steps back lightly and then dodged to the side of his opponent. What is the difference in strength? A purple thunder struck Wu Yan's feet, frightening him to stagger. No. Lu Ziming shook his head regretfully, raised his voice and shouted to the audience. Your academy teaches this kind of goods? The audience suddenly became uneasy. It's too arrogant. Wu Yan beat him up. Give him face. Lu Ziming turned around and gestured to the audience. What are you called? A bunch of waste. You can do it. You go. Wu Yan's whole body ignited a raging flame and attacked again. Lu Ziming stood in place and yawned. His figure flashed. He easily avoided the attack and pushed Wu Yan behind his back. The red-haired boy couldn't stop and fell directly to the edge of the ring. Can you fall on flat ground? Lu Ziming applauded and laughed. What is this trick called? Tell me, I'm so lightning-proof. Wu Yan's face was crooked when he got up. I want to tear your mouth apart. Come on, come on. Lu Ziming hooked his fingers, and his whole body began to linger with razor. Let you see what the gold content of SS level is. The two clashed again, with flames and lightning colliding fiercely in the ring. Lu Ziming never forgot to mend the knife. You are accurate. I play with my feet more accurately than you. Come on, I think you're going to win soon. Yes, hit here. Oh hey, you can't hit the strength. You have this power? Then your girlfriend will really suffer from old sin if you follow you. The boos in the audience grew louder and louder. Lu Ziming became more energetic. Wu Yan was already out of breath at the moment. Lu Ziming put away his hippie smile, his hands were sealed, and the hem of his clothes was windless. Thunder punishment. A purple thunder fell from the sky, blasting out a large scorched pit in the ring. Admit defeat? Enough fun. Lu Ziming said lightly. The next one is going to split the head. Wu Yan raised his hand with a pale face. The referee immediately announced, winner, Lu Ziming of Suzaku Academy. Lu Ziming turned around in style and shouted to the medical team of the competition, hurry up, this fool will be cooked after a while. The audience of Starlight Academy has completely exploded. Fuck, this bastard will play tricks. That's it. Relying on SS level life souls to bully people, what kind of ability is it? Despicable and shameless. Suzaku Academy teaches this kind of goods? Don't talk about martial arts at all. If you win, you will win and humiliate people. Garbage. Today's young people, if you have a little talent, you don't know the sky. Our students of Starlight Academy lose with backbone. These are scolding. Lu Ziming sounded like he was praising him. The more this happens, the more it proves how to break the defense. He deliberately slowed down, turned around, and made a kiss to the audience, which immediately triggered a new round of sounds. My day, you. It's too cheap. Does the referee care? Even the referee couldn't help but frown and looked at the Suzaku Academy preparation area. Yet I saw. Wang Mingyuan was pushing his glasses on the ground, and there was even a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Belch. If the teachers acquiesce, then there is no way. Suzaku Academy preparation area. After Lu Ziming got off the field, he squeezed his eyes at Suzhan. How is it? Is this wave of operation handsome? Xia, she snorted coldly. Waste of time. Oh, classmate Xia is jealous of my popularity. Lu Ziming said with a smile. Seriously, I didn't use all my strength just now. This group of miscellaneous fish is not worthy of seeing my true skills. Sujun shook his head helplessly. Aren't you afraid that they will attack in groups? This playboy, committing a lowly crime, 2 words, invincible. The opponent is going to vomit blood. I can't beat it. I can't scold it. What are you afraid of? Lu Ziming shook his hair nonchalantly. If they have the ability, they will send a freshman who can fight. If you don't talk about martial arts and fight the young ones to the old, then our Suzaku Academy is not afraid of them. Beyond everyone's expectations, Wang Mingyuan pushed the golden wire glasses, and instead of reprimanding, he nodded slightly, although the method is not appropriate. But that's right. Everyone's eyes widened. I didn't expect this gentle-looking teacher to be not gentle at all. The shouting and scolding of Starlight Academy were still the same. But at this moment, everyone in Suzaku Academy only felt happy. In the 4th game, Suzaku Academy was blocked against Zhang Yan of Starlight Academy. Fengju silently stepped into the ring. The whole person was like an unsheathed sword. The edge was restrained but not dared to be underestimated. Life Soul Shocking Sword, SS level, 2nd order of the Du Realm. On the opposite side was a strong man with muscular knots, and his face changed slightly when he heard this. Another SS class? Is Suzaku Academy wholesale genius? Life Soul Rock Armor, A level, Du Realm level 1. The game is on. The surface of Zhang Yan's skin quickly condensed into a rock-like armor. He smiled fiercely and beat his chest. Come on, let's see if your sword can break through my defenses. Fengju did not answer. His right hand was empty, and the sword appeared out of thin air. In an instant, a clear sword sound resounded throughout the audience. Pretend to be a ghost. Zhang Yan roared and rushed over, raised his right fist high, and spikes appeared on the rock armor, smashing down towards the seal. Fengju raised his sword to meet the attack, and the sword light was like a white rainbow piercing the sun. The audience only felt a flower in front of their eyes. Fengju had already appeared 3 meters behind Zhang Yan, and the long sword slowly returned to its sheath. Click! A thin line appeared on the rock armor on Zhang Yan's body, and then it cracked with a bang, and the rubble fell to the ground. He stood there in place, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. If the sword just now goes half a step deeper, he will definitely die, and his death will be extremely ugly. Well, was split in half, and the scene can be imagined. Winner, Suzaku Academy is blocked. The referee's verdict woke up the sluggish audience. Fengju walked towards the preparation area without looking back. In the audience of the Starlight Academy, someone muttered, what is this? I didn't see how he drew his sword at all. It's terrible. Combat readiness area. Lu Ziming applauded exaggeratedly. The face is paralyzed. This sword is so handsome. Fengju returned to his seat, still silent. In the 5th game, Suhao of Suzaku Academy plays against Lin Ning of Starlight Academy. Suhao took a deep breath, clenched the pitch-black dagger in his hand and walked into the ring. It is different from the publicity of the previous teammates. His steps were slightly hesitant, and there was a little nervousness in his eyes. Life Soul Teleportation, S-Class, Du Realm 2nd Order. The tall and thin boy opposite sneered. Finally, there is a non-SS class. He turned his hands over, and 6 throwing knives appeared between his fingers. Destiny Soul Shadow Blade, A-Level, Du Realm 1st Order. The game is on. Lin Ning threw out 3 flying knives and went straight to Suhao's face. Suhao's figure suddenly blurred, appeared on the left side of Lin Ning, and the dagger went straight under the opponent's ribs. Lin Ning dodged hastily, but his sleeves were still torn. Lin Ning licked his lips, his figure suddenly accelerated, and he went around behind Suhao. The next second, but Suhao was faster than him. 3 Suhao figures appeared in the ring at the same time. It's interesting, attacking the forest shadow from different angles. The audience was in an uproar. In a flash, doppelganger. Isn't his life soul teleporting? What the hell is this? No, it's an afterimage caused by Too Fast. Lin Ning rolled and dodged in embarrassment, angry, and suddenly threw out all the throwing knives. Give me a hit. The flying knife split in midair, turning into dozens of cold lights that enveloped the entire ring. Suhao curled the corners of his mouth, and his figure disappeared completely. Lin Ning only felt a chill in his neck. Suhao's dagger was already against his throat, and all the throwing knives were nailed to the empty space. Admit defeat? The next moment, Suhao asked softly. Lin Ning nodded with a dead face. Winner, Suhao of Suzaku Academy. Returning to the preparation area, Suhao breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Ziming hugged him. Yes, mouse. Usually wilted. It's quite handsome on the field. Wang Mingyuan's eyes were full of relief. After winning all 5 battles, the momentum of Suzaku Academy was completely played. Su Jun's eyes froze. It seems that no one is far behind. Xiaxi's crisp and neat blow blocked the amazing sword light. Su Hao couldn't see the teleportation of the action clearly. Even Lu Ziming's exaggerated but effective tactics. Everyone is proving it in their own way. Their team is by no means a one-man show. Su Jun's eyes slowly swept over his teammates. The fighting spirit on everyone's face has not yet faded. How could these people who are called geniuses in their respective hometowns be willing to be reduced to his background board? Yes, how could they be willing? Xiaxi grew up under the aura of a military family. I don't know the background of the sealed one in Su Hao, but the pride in my heart must be not less. After all, who came to Suzaku Academy is not a genius. Even the seemingly cynical Lu Ziming is also a Chable airborne with a golden spoon in his mouth. Their pride does not allow themselves to be reduced to foils. Su Jun's own is the same. According to the rules of the exchange meeting, each of you needs to play 5 games. Wang Mingyuan pushed the golden wire glasses, but it only needs to be completed within 15 days. Today you have completed 1 each. Do you want to continue? Xiaxi was the first to speak. Continue. Fengju stood up in silence, but his position was self-evident. Of course, go on. Lu Ziming stretched. This young master's warm-up has just begun. Su Hao also nodded slowly. I want to try again. Everyone's eyes turned to Su Zhan. Since you want to fight, fight to the end. Su Zhan looked at Wang Mingyuan. Teacher Wang, may I ask if there are many examples of Suzaku Academy playing heads-up in one day at the freshman exchange meeting? Not much, not too little. Wang Mingyuan raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said slowly, probably there will be examples in every session. The specific number is uncertain, within the palm of your hand. After all, playing 5 games in a row requires huge physical strength. When Su Zhan heard this, he couldn't help but re-evaluate the strength of Suzaku Academy again. It turns out that this situation is not uncommon. It is also worthy of the status of Suzaku Academy in Daxia. Do you want to play 5 games in one day? Xiaxi immediately understood Su Zhan's intentions, and his eyes were eager to try. You dare to think. Fengju was silent for a moment and said, I want to try it too. Su Hao looked embarrassed, but he still gritted his teeth and nodded. Oh, our Su De Genius is going to do something big? 5 games a day? Lu Ziming put his arms around Su Zhan's shoulders and said with a smirk, could it be that you want to show off in front of a certain school flower? As he spoke, he winked in the direction of Li Yuqin in the audience. Fengju said lightly, obscene. Xiaxi slapped his paw away. Take care of your mouth. Oh, Xia is jealous? Lu Ziming dodged flexibly and turned to Su Hao. Mouse, do you want my brother to teach you a few tricks? I promise to let those little girls on the opposite side show mercy. The corners of Su Hao's mouth twitched slightly. Don't, just use it yourself. Su Zhan glanced at him. Now let's get down to business. Be serious. He was already accustomed to Lu Ziming's appearance in his heart. The more you talk, the more energetic he becomes. So this situation can be summed up in 3 words. Too lazy to spray. TSK, you cultivation maniacs. Lu Ziming shook his head and immediately became serious. But seriously, which of you can win 5 games in a day? Then tonight's celebration banquet must be arranged by this young master. He broke his hand and said, King Crab, Bluefin Tuna Sashimi, 82 years of. Wang Mingyuan shook his head helplessly. Win first. Lu Ziming raised his hand to surrender, but he did not give up and added, remember to save some strength. Everyone, you can't be absent from tonight's party. Everyone was too lazy to pay attention to him, but the atmosphere in the preparation area was inexplicably a little more relaxed. Su Zhan also raised the corners of his mouth slightly. This cynical playboy always uses his special way to diffuse tension. Wang Mingyuan turned his head and made a gesture to the referee's seat. Suzaku Academy applied to continue the game. This decision caused an uproar in the entire venue. There were bursts of discussion in the direction of Starlight Academy. What do they want to do? Come back? Why don't you take a break? If you are so arrogant, you will be defeated on this later. After discussing in a low voice with the dean of the Starlight Academy, loudly announced, Suzaku Academy will continue to fight. I'll go up first. Su Zhan took the lead. Of course, all this he did had a purpose. He had learned about the practices of Suzaku Academy and found that as long as he won 5 consecutive victories, he could have 3 months of free privileges such as academy cultivation resources, equipment, and training venues. It feels cool to think about it. Lu Ziming put away his hippie smiling expression and turned his head to look at Wang Mingyuan. Teacher Wang, at the freshman exchange meeting of Suzaku Academy, the whole team completed the heads-up match and won all 5 games in one day. Is there a precedent? Yes. Wang Mingyuan was obviously stunned for a moment, but there are far fewer examples of individuals who have won 5 games in one day, and it will only come out of a group in 5 or 6 sessions. The preparation area suddenly became quiet. Su Hao asked in a low voice. Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses. Not every team is all geniuses among geniuses. What's the matter? Why? Lu Ziming grinned. I think the 5 of us are geniuses among geniuses. Everyone was silent when they heard the words, but their fighting spirit was even more vigorous. Right now, the show has begun. Su Zhan stood in the center of the ring, his pocket watch flipped at his fingertips. Slow down. The opponent's movement suddenly slowed down 10 times. Su Zhan didn't even draw his sword, but walked around behind the other party and pushed gently. The opponent fell straight out of the ring. The whole process takes less than 3 seconds. There was a dead silence in the audience. Bang! It wasn't until the referee announced the result that an earth-shattering exclamation erupted. Is this the end? What happened? Am I dazzled? It's that simple? This is the strength of the SSS level life soul? Su Zhan walked out of the ring calmly. Behind him were the pale faces of the students of the Starlight Academy. Xiaxi's scythe of destruction drew sparks on the ground. As soon as the opponent took a stance, he saw a dark red streamer coming towards him. The tip of the blade stops an inch in front front of the opponent's throat. The strong wind that brought it had already torn open the opponent's armor. Admit defeat? Yeah, she asked coldly. The opponent raised his hand tremblingly. It's too fast. This is the strength of Suzaku Academy? That girl is so scary. Yeah, she turned around and raised his eyebrows at Suzhan. When Lu Ziming came on the stage, he also deliberately gave a middle finger to the audience. Then, one slashed directly in front of the opponent, blasting the ring out of a scorched pit. Admit defeat? Lu Ziming asked with a smile. The next one is going to split your head. The opponent slumped on the ground and nodded repeatedly. There was a lot of scolding in the audience. It's too arrogant. You bastard. Is there anyone who will cure him? Lu Ziming laughed and gave a victory gesture to his teammates. The sealed sword was not even completely unsheathed. When the opponent rushes in, he just nudged the hilt of his sword with his thumb, revealing an inch of cold light. In the next second, the opponent's belt suddenly broke and the pants slipped directly to the ankles. Admit defeat, Feng Ju said lightly. The audience was silent for a while, and then burst into laughter. The opponent ran off the stage with a red face and pants, while the teachers and students of Starlight Academy turned pale. It's so insulting. Is this intentional? No one cares? Feng Ju returned to his seat expressionlessly, as if he had just slapped a mosquito to death. Lu Ziming patted him on the shoulder and laughed. My face is paralyzed. I didn't expect you to have this bad taste. I just want to end it early, Feng Ju said flatly. Suzhan couldn't help but laugh. This taciturn sword cultivator is quite contrasting. It really means that he was a little bad by Lu Ziming. Su Hao's figure disappeared instantly. 3 Su Hao afterimages appeared in the ring at the same time. The real dagger has been against the opponent's back. I admit defeat. Ugh, swish, swish. Opponents raised their hands high. The audience was in an uproar. This speed. I can't see the movement clearly at all. Are Suzaku Academy all monsters? When the last game is over, the whole venue was silent. The referee trembled and announced, the freshman team of Suzaku Academy, the second heads-up match, all won. The audience was dead silent. No one provoked anymore. The original arrogance was gone. Teacher Wang. Lu Ziming turned to Wang Mingyuan. If we challenge heads-up in a row and lose, will the academy directly judge us to fail the assessment? The preparation area instantly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Mingyuan. This really asks everyone's concerns. College regulations. Wang Mingyuan deliberately paused, saw several students unconsciously tensing their bodies, and said with a smile, as long as you win 3 or more heads-up matches in a row, even if you lose in the future, it is not considered a failure in the assessment. Correspondingly, if you lose after winning 3 or more games in a row, your opponent will not meet the enrollment requirements of Suzaku Academy. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Mingyuan's eyes quietly swept over this group of high-spirited young people. Thoughts involuntarily drift back to the past. At that time, he was like these teenagers. With full of passion, he firmly believes that he can change the world. I remember the first time he participated in the exchange meeting. He and his teammates also made bold words to break all records. Those young and frivolous oaths. Those desperate momentum. It's still exciting to think about it now. Wang Mingyuan's eyes gradually softened. The boy who was high-spirited in the ring back then has now become a steady and self-controlled mentor. But at this moment, looking at the group of students in front of him, he seemed to have touched the long-lost passion again. Teacher Wang? Suzhan's voice pulled him back to reality. We are ready. Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses. Let the blood of youth continue to burn in this group of young people. Go, let everyone see what is the style of Suzaku Academy. On the surface, the 5 members of Suzaku Academy are like bamboo shoots, and every victory seems to be at ease. But only they know what the price is behind this crushing victory. In order to end the battle in the shortest possible time, everyone had to mobilize their whole spiritual power in an instant. The third round of heads-up begins. The Starlight Academy finally sent out a real elite. Every opponent who steps into the ring comes with targeted tactics and abundant physical strength. Victory still belongs to Suzaku, but when everyone walked out of the ring, their steps were no longer brisk. The opponent in the 4th round walked steadily, his eyes were sharp, and his body was surrounded by completely different spiritual power fluctuations from before. They are the real powerhouses among the freshmen of Starlight Academy. Each one has an S-class life soul. Suzhan's opponent, the ability can actually restrain the slowing effect of the pupil of the abyss. Xiaxi was facing a heavy warrior holding a double shield, and the edge of the scythe of destruction was completely blocked for the first time. Lu Ziming's thunder and lightning were dispersed by some kind of strange force field. For the first time, the sealed sword was predicted all trajectories. Su Hao's instantaneous landing point was blocked in advance. In the audience, there was a suffocating silence. The students of Starlight Academy clenched their fists, their eyes burning with complex emotions, until I saw Suzhan and others deflated for the first time. It completely broke out. Good job. Finally, it's our turn. What genius, but that's it, crush them. But when Suzhan and the others used all their strength, the opponent was still defeated. But this time is more difficult than ever. But victory still belongs to Suzaku Academy. There was a dead silence in the audience. Those cheers, ridicule, insults, all disappeared. The teachers and students of Starlight Academy were pale. There is a short rest period after the fourth game. Dean Lee of Starlight Academy slowly came to the preparation area of Suzaku Academy. The gray-haired old man had a complicated expression on his face, and his eyes lingered on the 5 young people covered in wounds for a moment, and finally fell on Wang Mingyuan. Teacher Wang. Dean Lee considered the words, "Our 2 colleges are both top awakened academies in Daxia, and the original intention of the exchange meeting is to exchange ideas. I'm afraid that this situation will continue." Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses and asked, "What does Dean Lee mean? Let's stop at the right time." Dean Lee sighed, "If you continue to fight, it will not be good for both sides, young people, full of blood, in order to win without considering the consequences, if you are injured, if it affects the foundation." 5 pairs of eyes looked this way in unison. "You heard it." Dean Lee suggested that we stop here. Wang Mingyuan turned to look at his students. "The choice is yours." Everyone said in unison, "Keep fighting." "Teacher Wang, these children are young and vigorous, but you are the teacher." Dean Lee said bitterly, "Look at their current state. If you hurt the foundation in order to fight for a moment, it will be too late to regret it in the future." And to tell you the truth, our students were also aroused and started to. The words were not finished, but the meaning was already clear. "You're right." Wang Mingyuan nodded, but changed his mind. "But some classes are not in the textbook." He turned to face the 5 students who were scarred but had burning eyes. "Listen to it." Dean Lee said that you are now covered in injuries and lack of physical strength, and continuing to compete is likely to hurt the foundation and even affect future cultivation. Moreover, the Starlight Academy was also aroused with anger, and it was likely to be heavy in the next game. The consequences of continuing to fight are serious. Do you still fight? Fight. The 5 voices are still decisive. Wang Mingyuan turned to Dean Lee. "You have seen it. As a teacher, I respect their choice." Dean Lee frowned. "You are irresponsible. They are young and ignorant, don't you understand?" "Because I understand." Wang Mingyuan looked directly into Dean Lee's eyes. "I can't make decisions for them. 10 years later, when they look back on today, I want them to remember their choice of doing their best, not the regrets left by the dissuasion of the teacher." "But what if something happens? That's also a lesson." Wang Mingyuan interrupted. "The people of Suzaku Academy have to make some choices by themselves, and some hurdles must be overcome by themselves to grow." Dean Lee was silent for a long time, and finally shook his head and sighed. "That's it, but I will let the medical team be on standby throughout the process." Wang Mingyuan nodded slightly. "Thank you." Preparation outside the combat zone. When the teachers and students of Starlight Academy saw Dean Lee shaking their heads, they immediately understood everything. The atmosphere in the audience has changed. There is anger, there is confusion, but more of it is some kind of indescribable awe. Su Zhan's eyes swept over his teammates in the preparation area. Xiaxi's breathing was a little rapid, but his eyes were still sharp. About 50% of the combat power is still retained. Although Feng Ju stood upright, his knuckles had turned white. At most, only 50% of the strength remains. Lu Ziming's face was pale, and it would be good to be able to exert 40% of his strength. The worst is Su Hao. He slumped on the bench, his hands shaking uncontrollably, and he couldn't even hold the dagger. In the fourth game, the opponent who was good at predicting pushed him to the limit. It's a miracle to be able to stand up now. As for himself, Su Zhan looked down at his palm. Although he is in better condition than others, he still has about 60% of his physical strength. But the last game, Starlight Academy will definitely send out a real trump card. As for the odds, I don't have much chance of winning. Su Zhan felt the remaining physical strength and thought silently in his heart. He will not damage the foundation and bury the future for the sake of a momentary impulse. The exchange meeting is just a stop on the road of practice, neither the starting point nor the end. Suzaku Academy was compulsory to participate, and he came. I want to see the level of other colleges, and this goal has been achieved. The false name of victory is far less important than solid progress. Those examples of destroying the foundation of practice for the sake of short-term glory he read too much in the academy texts. This exchange meeting has already made them gain a lot. I saw different life soul abilities, accumulated valuable practical experience, even pushed out the limits of their potential. That's it, just right. He has no deep hatred with the Starlight Academy. If you really can't win, then admit cowardice when it's time to admit it. The 5th heads-up match is about to start. Please take your place with the Suzaku Academy players. The referee's voice sounded. Su Zhan heard the words and was about to walk towards the ring. Wait a minute, brother Su. Su Hao suddenly stretched out his hand to stop him. Su Zhan's head was turned. Su Hao was standing up against the wall, although his legs were still trembling slightly. Let me go up first. Your physical strength is overdrawn, so it's better to rest more. Su Zhan frowned and pointed to his still trembling limbs. It's too dangerous to go up now. What can you do? She snorted coldly. You can't even hold the dagger steadily. Mouse, don't make trouble. Lu Ziming said seriously, if you go up in this state, I'm afraid you won't even be able to survive 3 moves. I know that in this state, it is impossible to win the 5th game. game. Su Hao showed a relieved smile. So, why don't you let me go first? Anyway, I'm losing. It's better to buy you a little time to rest. Although my physical strength is almost the same, and the teleportation distance has been shortened, I can still use it a few times in a short period of time. I can try to delay the time, and it's up to you next. Su Jin carefully examined Su Hao's state, and after a while, he asked, "Are you sure?" Su Hao grinned. "Don't worry, I'm the one who was most afraid of death. I have a sense of proportion. I won't hold on. Don't blame me for the lack of time I fought for then." The atmosphere in the preparation area was relaxed. Ha! Lu Ziming was the first to laugh, habitually wanting to pat Su Hao's shoulder, but he restrained his strength in midair and changed it to a light touch. "This is like words. Remember, if you dare to be a hero, be careful that I will take Su Zhan's group to isolate you." Su Zhan nodded slightly. "Do what you can." The referee's whistle sounded. Su Hao took a deep breath and stood in the ring. His opponent was a burly boy with anger burning in his eyes. Obviously, the defeat in the first 4 games made the players of Starlight Academy hold their breath. Start. The other party didn't give Su Hao a chance to breathe at all, and a violent spiritual power fluctuation broke out in an instant. The ground cracked under heavy footing. The man rushed like a cannonball, and Su Hao's face hurt from the fist wind. Su Hao's figure disappeared, leaving an afterimage in place. The opponent's heavy punch tore the afterimage apart, but only hit the air. "What are you hiding from?" "Ugh!" The opponent roared and turned around, his fists igniting crimson flames. "There is a kind of punch me head on." Su Hao didn't answer, just gritted his teeth and launched teleportation again. His figure fluctuated left and right in the ring. Every time they dodged the attack, they are dangerous. Although the movements are much slower than at their peak, they are still as flexible as a swimming fish. A fire fist grazed Su Hao's shoulder, and his clothes were instantly charred. He snorted, but with the impact of the impact, he teleported to the other end of the ring again. 50 seconds. Bang! Su Hao was silent in his heart, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. The opponent became more and more irritable, and the attack became more and more fierce. "Coward! Will Suzaku Academy teach you to escape?" There were bursts of boos from the audience. "Fight! What kind of ability can you dodge? Get out!" Su Hao turned a deaf ear and once again avoided the fire whip that swept across him. 60 seconds. At this moment, the opponent's offensive changed, and the flames on his fists suddenly turned blue. Su Hao's pupils shrank. "It's a trick." He tried his best to launch the last teleportation, but was still blown away by the aftermath. "Admit defeat." Su Hao shouted these 2 words before landing. The referee intervened in time to block the opponent's pursuit. Su Hao sat slumped on the ground, but raised his index finger towards the preparation area. In 1 minute, he managed to hold on for 1 minute. Although defeated, his mission was accomplished. The audience instantly erupted in deafening cheers. Suzaku Academy, but that's it. Let's see if they dare to be arrogant. Yo, why doesn't Suzaku continue to be crazy? Finally won. The players of the Starlight Academy raised their arms high and enjoyed the belated victory. Combat readiness area. Su Hao limped back. Lu Ziming was the first to rush up and supported him. "Good mouse." Xiaxi threw over a bottle of healing potion. "Good job." Fengju silently took the dagger in Su Hao's hand, wiped the dust off it with his sleeve, and handed it back. This simple action is worth 1,000 words. After Su Zhan confirmed that Su Hao's injury was not serious, he breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Mingyuan's eyes were full of relief. Although they lost this game, the eyes of the 5 young people were brighter than ever. Excellent team. Not an undefeated record, but this spirit of unity. The medical team quickly stepped forward to check. Finally, the conclusion is given. It's just that the physical exertion is relatively large, and it's not a big deal. Brother Su, Lu Ziming said seriously, in this situation, I have little chance of winning, but the more times like this, the more I have to let them remember Suzaku's demeanor. Turning to the ring, your finale, the first and last, is the most memorable for the audience. The preparation area is quiet. Xiaxi's eyes froze, but he did not refute. Everyone understands the weight of this decision. This is the glory of the academy that has been put on Su Zhan's shoulders. Su Zhan looked at his teammates. What you see is trust. Su Zhan nodded solemnly. I'm on the field. Lu Ziming shook his hair and returned to his original uninhibited appearance. Okay. He stepped into the ring with steps that his 6 relatives did not recognize. His opponent was an ordinary boy. His arms were wrapped around earth-yellow spiritual power chains, and his eyes were cold. Life Soul, Earth Vein Shackles, S-Level, Second Order of the Exposed Realm. The referee announced. Wow. Lu Ziming smiled and said, your academy is too sloppy, and it is really despicable to send strong people when we run out of physical strength. The game begins. The opponent stomped his foot violently, and the entire ring shook violently. Dozens of earthy yellow chains broke out of the ground and attacked Lu Ziming. Tie me up so anxiously? Lu Ziming hurriedly dodged, and did not forget to joke. This young master doesn't play this special habit. The chains suddenly changed their trajectory and surrounded them from all directions. Lu Ziming's back hit the chain, and his figure suddenly froze. A heavy punch hit him in the abdomen. Cough. Lu Ziming staggered back, but he forced himself to show a ruffian smile. Just this little strength? What about tickling me? Bang! The opponent opponent's eyes were colder, and the chains tightened sharply. Lu Ziming's thunder was suppressed so that only a faint light remained, and blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. Admit defeat, the opponent said coldly. He. Lu Ziming spat out blood foam. It's not enough. The purple thunder on his body surged, and he forcibly broke free from the shackles. Then, several thunderbolts fell with a bang. The next moment, but it was all absorbed by the suddenly rising ley line barrier. The opponent came out of the smoke unscathed, and the chains were entangled again. Tisk, attribute restraint. Lu Ziming shouted while dodging. Nima plays this with me, right? Why don't you come to a water attribute to fight me? The audience erupted in laughter. I can't afford to lose. Get out. If you can't beat it, don't make excuses. A chain suddenly wrapped around Lu Ziming's right leg and threw him to the ground. He struggled to get up but was bound by more chains. The opponent's right fist suddenly exploded. Before it was fully swung, the violent fist wind was already roaring. Rolling up the sand and gravel of the damaged ring, it scraped several bloodstains on Lu Ziming's cheeks. Collapsed the mountain. Where the fist passes, the air is compressed into ripples visible to the naked eye. Lu Ziming's pupils contracted suddenly. If this punch hits, I'm afraid even the bones will be crushed into powder. His remnants of thunder instinctively wanted to defend, but the moment it came into contact with the fist wind, it was torn to pieces. Lu Ziming's lips trembled rapidly. Admit defeat. The figure of the referee instantly flashed between the two, and the protective shield composed of spiritual energy unfolded. The heavy punch actually hit the shield into a dent and deformation, and the aftermath still shocked Lu Ziming to fly out and out of the ring heavily. At the moment of a critical moment, the whole wall cracked like a cobweb. Lu Ziming slipped to the ground like a ragdoll. He spat out a mouthful of blood foam and muttered, "Damn, you are killing you." Boom! There was a dead silence in the audience. The medical team rushed up. Lu Ziming collapsed on the ground and hummed, with that unbeaten smile on his face. After a quick examination by the attending physician, the expression became strange. The doctor's hand pressed a few times on Lu Ziming's chest. It looks scary, but it's all skin trauma. You kid is really injured and fake? Lu Ziming opened one eye. Oh, lightly. If my handsome face is broken. Before he finished speaking, he was pressed by the doctor on the wound, grinning in pain. The results of the examination were a relief to everyone. The ribs are intact and the internal organs are unobstructed. Most of those shocking bloodstains came from the face. The one on the face is a skin trauma. With the recovery ability of the awakened person, there will be no scars. The most serious are just a few muscle contusions and exhaustion. You boy. Xiaxi put his hands on his chest. Do you pretend to be quite similar? It's really not pretending. I really hurt. Lu Ziming said with a hippie smile. Suzhan raised his eyebrows slightly. He suddenly felt that the other party was not without reason. This kid really owes a beating. Next game. The court blocked the upper stage. His fighting style is very different from the others. There are no flashy moves. There was no dazzling explosion of spiritual power. Only the purest sword chi. There was not a single nonsense in the whole matchup, and the sound of battle echoed on the field. The sealed sword pointed straight to the point, but at the last moment, it restrained 3 points of strength. This is respect for the opponent and absolute control of one's own strength. The noise in the audience gradually subsided. Everyone was drawn to this silent showdown. The sealed sword move seems simple, but it contains a suffocating sense of oppression. The tip of the sword is always pointed at the opponent's most uncomfortable position, forcing the opponent to constantly change tactics. After hundreds of rounds, Fengju's breathing was still steady, but beads of sweat were oozing from his forehead. The opponent's offensive is becoming more and more impatient. At a certain moment, Zheng, the sword light was like a flash, penetrating many obstacles. Finally, it stopped 3 inches in front of the opponent's throat. The entire venue was silent, and everyone was shocked by this amazing sword. Blocked back to the preparation area, the medical team stepped forward. After some inspection, muscle fibers are torn in large areas, and the spiritual power circuit is seriously overloaded. The doctor's voice became more and more solemn. The life-soul energy has touched the cordon line, and continuing to fight may lead to permanent damage. Remember, you must not use spiritual power within 7 days to recuperate, otherwise you will damage the foundation. Fengju listened to the diagnosis in silence, his expression still flat. Xiaxi silently handed over a bottle of healing potion. Suzhan's eyes moved slightly. This stubborn sword cultivator had overdrawn all his physical strength. Just for victory, for the glory of the team. Enough, you've done well enough. Wang Mingyuan gently pressed Fengju's shoulder. Leave the next battle to your teammates. Next time, I will definitely win. Xiaxi looked directly into Fengju's eyes and said firmly. Fengju nodded slightly, and a touch of relief appeared in his eyes. Xiaxi understands him. If 3 out of 5 of them complete the feat of winning 5 games in a row, the outside world will say 5 wins 3. Then they didn't lose. Next, trust your teammates. Suzhan sighed slightly. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong to take such a big risk to win. But since Fengju was willing to pay like this, what about yourself? Do your best. Suzhan admitted that he was a little timid. He couldn't do the same as blocking. For the glory of the team, Ken risks the future. There is still a long way to go. The road must be steadily walked step by step. After thinking for a long time, 1,000 words still became a sentence. I can only say that he did his best. Next, thank you. She was armed with a huge scythe. The dark red lines on the sickle blade pulsate like blood vessels. As her breathing flickered and darkened, the game is on. The opponent took the lead and waved his hands. Dozens of spiritual power thorns broke through the ground, instantly turning half of the ring into a jungle of thorns. These vines covered with spikes twisted and entangled towards Xie. Xie turned around and swung his scythe, and a half-moon-shaped dark red blade chi swept out. Wherever the blade passed, the thorns were shattered. The floor of the ring was plowed out into a 3-meter-long gully. Gravel splashes. Boom! Xie rushed forward quickly and kept wielding his scythe. Opponents dodge in a hurry. The original standing position was split by the sickle blade into a crack up to half a meter deep. There were bursts of exclamations from the audience. This destructive power. The ring can't hold on. Xiaxi's offensive continued unabated, and the scythe of destruction danced into a bloody storm in her hands. Then, jump into the air. A blood-colored moon wheel with a diameter of 5 meters fell from the sky, enveloping the entire ring. Bang! The ring is finally overwhelmed and the central area collapses completely. The smoke and dust dispersed. I saw my opponent slumped on the edge of the rubble, and the tip of Xiaxi's sickle was already on his neck. Admit defeat, the opponent said tremblingly. The referee wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Winner, Xiaxi from Suzaku Academy. Back to the preparation area. The medical team quickly gathered around to check and found that she had only consumed too much spiritual power and her body was fine. It takes 10 minutes to repair the ring, the referee announced loudly. Lu Ziming leaned over and gave a thumbs up. Classmate Xia, your destructive power is too exaggerated. Xiaxi rolled his eyes and turned to look at Suzhan. Very good. Suzhan also gave her a thumbs up. Xiaxi saw this and outlined a smile. Lu Ziming said with an exaggerated expression, this difference in treatment is too obvious, right? I give you a thumbs up, you roll my eyes, Suzhan gives you a thumbs up, and you laugh? Who cares about you? Xiaxi glanced at him sideways, and his tone was light. When your strength can enter my eyes, you will be treated the same as Suzhan, isn't it? Lu Ziming covered his heart and looked hurt. It's heart-wrenching. Xiaxi snorted softly, too lazy to pay attention to him. Seeing this, Suzhan patted Lu Ziming on the shoulder. Come on, I'm optimistic about you. Then, he looked in the direction of Starlight Academy with a solemn face. What they care about, the other party must care about too. In the last game, the opponent's opponent must not be weak. It is even possible that, like them, it is the trump card of the finale. If he was in his prime, he wouldn't worry. But now, the last battle is difficult to fight. The ring has been repaired. Please take the 5th player in place, the referee announced loudly. Suzhan walked into the ring with his 2 knives pinned to his waist. In the next game, Suzhan of Suzaku Academy will play against Lin Xing of Starlight Academy. Lin Xing, SS level life soul, gravity, do realm 2nd order. Suzhan raised his eyebrows slightly, and his eyes fell on the slender boy opposite. The other party looked calm, and there was a faint flow of spiritual power around him, obviously a difficult opponent. SS level life soul? It's a bit interesting. Suzhan chuckled, his tone casual. But, you didn't pass the admissions assessment of Suzaku Academy? The implication is obvious. He couldn't even enter the threshold of Suzaku Academy, and his strength was just that. When Lin Xing heard this, he was not angry, but said lightly, I didn't go. Oh, this is better to be a chicken head than a phoenix tail. Suzhan smiled even deeper. It's a pity, I don't even have the courage to challenge the strong. I only dare to dominate the territory of the weak. He shook his head and pretended to regret. No ambition, cowardice. There was an uproar in the audience. This mouth is poisonous enough. Can Lin Xing bear it? This must be done directly. Go to Nima, the territory of the weak. Are your Suzaku Academy superior? Lin Xing still looked indifferent. You want to provoke me? Then you failed. It's not to provoke you, it's just to state the facts. Suzhan squinted. A truly strong person will not be satisfied with a corner, but you, on the contrary, are worthy of being called a strong man? Lin Xing's eyes were cold. Finished? Suzhan shrugged. Why, did you poke the sore spot? He really wants to provoke his opponent. This is the experience he took from Lu Ziming. Zero-cost offense. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work out. No, I just think you're talking too much. Lin Xing shook his head, and he slowly raised his hand. The real strong man speaks with strength, not with his mouth. He held it with 5 fingers. The ground of the ring collapsed instantly. Countless gravel was pulled by invisible gravity and suspended in midair. The words did not fall. Suzhan's eyes froze. Boom! Fight! One touch is about to start. The game is on, the referee announced. Suzhan's figure flashed, and the 2 knives slashed out, approaching Lin Xing's throat. However, the blade has not yet been touched. Lin Xing just raised his hand slightly. Boom! An invisible heavy pressure suddenly descended. Suzhan's knife suddenly stagnated, and his movements slowed down visibly with the naked eye. Gravity, a little interesting. Suzhan's pupils shrank slightly, and immediately urged the soul of life. The pupils Pupils of the Abyss. The pocket watch emerges on the chest and the hands are reversed. Lin Xing's movement suddenly slowed down for 3 points. Su Zhan seized the opportunity and staggered out with 2 swords. Lin Xing snorted coldly, and his 5 fingers suddenly pressed down. The ground of the ring collapsed, and a terrifying gravitational field erupted around him. Ugh! Su Zhan's blade was pressed abruptly off the trajectory and slashed in the air. Tough! Boom! Su Zhan uses the slowing effect of the Pupil of Time Abyss to affect the opponent. It is forced to speed up under the suppression of gravity. Damn it! Boom! 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 The sword light was like a torrential rain. The gravity around Lin Xing doesn't know how many times it is. Gravity offset most of the attacks, but a few slashes through the corners of his clothes, bringing up a few strands of blood. What a fast knife! The audience exclaimed. Lin Xing's eyes were cold, and finally he didn't keep it anymore, and his hands suddenly clasped together. Gravity, open. Boom! The whole ring trembled violently. Su Zhan was caught off guard, and the whole person was crushed to his knees. The double knives were inserted into the ground, and sparks splashed. A trace of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and his internal organs ached faintly under the weight of horror. Suzaku Academy Preparation Area. What kind of gravitational field is this? Su Zhan, can you cough? Lu Ziming slammed the railing and roared in his throat. If I want to say that I just admit defeat, how can I fight? Xia squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. Shut up. Do you think he is as spineless as you? Gravity. Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses. You can only rely on Su Zhan yourself, but you don't have to worry too much. Don't forget, Su Zhan still has something useless now. Don't admit defeat yet? Lin Xing raised his hand indifferently. At this moment, the rubble suspended in the air finally played a role and fell suddenly under the action of gravity. In the ring, the gravel roared down. At this moment, click, a crisp pocket watch resounded through the ring. Su Zhan was covered in blood, but slowly stood up straight. Invoke the spiritual power of the whole body. Decelerate. Lin Xing's spellcasting action instantly became slow, and the originally terrifying gravitational field suddenly weakened. The whistling gravel slowed down visibly with the naked eye. Hasten. Su Zhan's figure suddenly blurred. His legs suddenly exerted force, and he rushed straight towards Lin Xing in the face of the falling gravel. Now he can master acceleration within his control. Meanwhile, instead of just getting this ability, I fell into a mess. The power of the Pupil of the Abyss not only acted on himself but also constantly slowed down the falling gravel beside him. Those deadly stones fell slowly beside him, but they were always one step slower than him. Lin Xing's pupils shrank suddenly, and he wanted to urge gravity again, but found that his movements were terribly slow. Ugh! Swish! Swish! It's extremely fast. You lost. A cold voice sounded in my ears. What? Su Zhan appeared in front of Lin Xing, his 2 swords intertwined, and a cold light flashed. Keep people under the knife. The referee of Starlight Academy shouted. Ha! The blade stopped steadily on Lin Xing's neck, leaving only a shallow bloodstain. Su Zhan gasped slightly, clenched his fists and said, "Accept." The audience was silent. Su Zhan! Lu Ziming's roar resounded throughout the venue. He directly climbed over the guardrail and rushed into the ring, waved his fist frantically. Do you see it? This is the strength of our Suzaku. The same is true for Su Hao and others. Even Feng Ju was smiling. It's really rare. On the other side, the preparation area of the Starlight Academy was as silent as death. Their ace Lin Xing stood in place. The bloodstain on his neck was particularly dazzling in the spotlight. Some team members subconsciously wanted to step forward, but were stopped by a gesture from the teacher. The whole team froze in place, their faces gray. On the spectator seat of Starlight Academy, the atmosphere is not much better than here. It was supposed to be their moment of glory. The medical team quickly gathered around. After a quick examination, the doctor at the head breathed a sigh of relief. My physical strength is almost exhausted, but there is no overdraft, and it is much better than the last one with a sword. When everyone heard this, their eyes turned to seal it off. Feng Ju was expressionless and glanced at the doctor coldly. The latter immediately coughed dryly, lowered his head and continued to deal with Su Zhan's injuries. Su Zhan said secretly in his heart, "It's almost as I expected. Just winning, and there is no overdraft spiritual power. Ha ha ha." Lu Ziming hugged Su Zhan's shoulder. "I just said that the gravity manipulation on the opposite side is garbage. In front of our brother Su, it's not a fart." He gave a thumbs up triumphantly. "But seriously, your trick is handsome. Of course, if I were to change it, I would probably win faster." Xia rolled his eyes and kicked Lu Ziming's calf. "Can you have a face? Who was shouting below just now that he was going to die? He was going to die. That's called confusing the opposite side, and I know that my brother Su will win." Lu Ziming rubbed his legs and jumped away, shifting the topic to Feng Ju. "You don't know, after winning just now, your face was paralyzed and your face was smiling. I think there is no need to go to other doctors for facial paralysis, and it will be cured instantly if you find you." "Shut up, you." Xia smashed a bottle of healing potion into Lu Ziming's arms. "I'll talk about you next time, and let you be the first to go." The pride in Lu Ziming's eyes has not diminished at all, as if he is the one who wins the game. Su Zhan leaned against the guardrail, looking at his noisy teammates, and the corners of his mouth raised unconsciously. The doctor's bandaged hand was heavier. He hissed, in exchange for Lu Ziming's new round of exaggerated care, "Be lighter. Don't you see that this is the great hero of our Suzaku Academy?" In the preparation area, laughter continued. A gray-haired old man walked slowly, and it was Dean Li of Starlight Academy. Seeing this, Wang Mingyuan stepped forward. "Dean Li, Teacher Wang is polite. Now." Dean Li's voice was thick. "Suzaku Academy really has a lot of talents, and when I see it today, it is worthy of its name. Where, the Starlight Academy has a profound heritage, and Lin Xing's gravity control is even more powerful." Wang Mingyuan owed slightly. If it weren't for Su Zhan's luck, the outcome would not be known. Teacher Wang is too humble. Dean Li waved his hand. "You Su classmates, you can turn defeat into victory in a desperate situation. This heart and talent are really rare." Su Zhan and others silently watched the two commercially praise each other. Dean Li glanced lovingly over the players of Suzaku Academy. According to the rules of the exchange meeting, the team competition should have been held 5 days after the heads-up competition. However, I see that these children are all injured, so let's heal the injuries first. As he said, he took out an exquisite sandalwood box from his sleeve and handed it to Wang Mingyuan. "These are 5 Starlight Jade Dew pills specially made by our Starlight Academy, which have a miraculous effect on restoring spiritual power. Let the children take it, and it will get better faster." Wang Mingyuan took it with both hands and solemnly thanked him. Dean Li is so sympathetic to the younger generation, which really makes us feel ashamed. Martial arts practice is important to communicate with each other. Dean Li stroked his white beard and smiled. "Our 2 hospitals are cultivating new forces for Daxia, and we should take care of each other. When the children are healed, they can come to Starlight Academy at any time." Lu Ziming, who was standing behind, whispered to Xie Shi, "This old man is quite good." Xie Shi rarely did not refute and nodded slightly. "Okay, Teacher Wang, take the child to rest early." After Dean Li finished speaking, he turned around and left. Dean Li walked slowly. Wang Mingyuan nodded slightly. "Wait for Dean Li to leave completely." "Teacher Wang, Dean Li is so highly respected." Su Zhan looked in the direction he was leaving and asked thoughtfully, "Obviously seeing us win 5 games in a row, they still treat us with courtesy and take the initiative to postpone the team game for us to recuperate. But why did the students of Starlight Academy?" He didn't finish speaking, but everyone understood what he meant. One by one, the nostrils are facing the sky. Lu Ziming couldn't help but interject, "The look in my eyes when I first came here was the same as the money we owed them." Wang Mingyuan smiled meaningfully. "What do you think Dean Li was like when he was young?" Lu Ziming rushed to answer, "It must be like this now, with kind eyebrows and good eyes." "Wrong." Wang Mingyuan chuckled and shook his head. 30 years ago, Dean Li was a famous thunderbolt, with a hot temper, and he never showed mercy when competing with others. Everyone looked surprised. The awakened inheritance pays attention to teaching according to their aptitude. Wang Mingyuan explained, "Young people should look like young people, strong blood, and competitiveness is the nature of young people, and it is also the driving force for progress. If these young people are allowed to learn from Dean Li's current calmness, it will stifle their sharpness." Xie Shi thought, so Dean Li deliberately allowed the students to maintain this arrogant arrogance? Wang Mingyuan answered with a smile, "That's right, when they reach Dean Li's age and have experienced enough wins and defeats, they will naturally understand what a real strong temperament is." Feng Jie said, "Step by step." "Exactly." Wang Mingyuan nodded approvingly. "Remember, the real strong man is not to smooth out the edges and corners of young people, but to let these edges and corners eventually grow in the right direction." Wang Mingyuan took the sandalwood medicine box given by Dean Li, and a glimmer of spiritual power flashed between his fingers, carefully exploring the elixir in it. After a while, he nodded with satisfaction. "Star Radiance Jade Dew Pill, a good thing for healing." He distributed the elixir to everyone one by one. Everyone nodded. Su Hao took it and said, "Dean Li's intention is rare. Cut, isn't it just a few pills?" Lu Ziming chewed the elixir while suddenly jumping up. "Everyone, today we won a big victory, and we must hold a celebration banquet in the evening." He snapped his fingers. "It's at my family's seaside hotel, and the whole consumption is paid by young Master Lu." Shriek. There was silence in the field. Only Su Hao raised his hand in cooperation. "Young Master Lu and B." Lu Ziming suddenly collapsed his face. Hey, give me some face, everyone. Young Master Lu is powerful." Su Zhan gave him a thumbs up. "Take people with short hands, and eat people with short mouths." It doesn't hurt to give this playboy who likes to pretend to be a little verbal encouragement. As soon as Lu Ziming saw Su Zhan do, his waist instantly straightened. "Look, brother Su still understands me. You've been there once, but you probably don't know about it. There are many places you haven't seen in my seaside hotel, and the seafood pool alone occupies a whole floor. The king crab legs are as thick as baby wrists, and the abalone is the size of a palm, and there are." Xie Shi interrupted his gushing. Lu Ziming is talking about the excitement. "Do you want to eat?" Xie Shi narrowed his eyes. "Ha?" Lu Ziming's gushing came to an abrupt end. "Eat, of course eat." "Then let's go." Xie Shi turned around and left. Lu Ziming hurriedly trotted to follow. "Hey, wait for me. Let me tell you, there is also an open-air swimming pool in the hotel." Wang Mingyuan looked at this group group of living treasures and shook his head helplessly, but he did not stop it. Su Zhan walked at the end, looking at Lu Ziming in front of him and wrapping around Xiexu's back as he continued to boast, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Heads-up match, successfully concluded. Physical exhaustion. It's time to relax too. Just experience what kind of life a rich man is. I'm looking forward to it. The rooftop of the Marina Hotel. It's not so much a rooftop as a luxurious open-air casino. Blue infinity pool. The lights inlaid at the bottom of the pool reflect the water waves like flowing galaxies. Comfortable lounge chairs and sofas are placed all around. On the barbecue grill in the center, fresh seafood is sizzling and fragrant. Lu Ziming opened his arms. How is it? Is my Lu's row big enough? Su Zhan walked to the railing. It's really a good place to relax. That's a must. Lu Ziming snapped his fingers. Immediately, a waiter came with a tray, which was filled with alcohol and iced drinks. Eat whatever you want, play casually, this young master treats. Su Hao applauded very face-savingly. Young Master Lu is atmospheric. Wang Mingyuan sat on the sofa, sipping tea slowly, and said with a smile, you play, I'll just watch. Teacher Wang, don't. Lu Ziming immediately leaned over. Today is a celebration banquet. You have to have fun together. Wang Mingyuan smiled and waved his hand. Xiaxi picked up a skewer of grilled lobster tails and took a bite. His eyes lit up slightly. It tastes good. Lu Ziming immediately said, this is the craftsmanship of our hotel's specially hired Michelin chef. I tell you, Michelin chef? Su Zhan frowned slightly. The fog has been invading for 300 years. You Michelin chef? Of course. Who said that if you can't communicate with the outside world, it's gone? Lu Ziming explained, although Michelin chefs are foreign, they are also in Daxia. Su Zhan nodded. But I thought in my heart, Michelin 3 words. It once represented the world's top gastronomic standards, relying on the authority of global chains to endorse restaurants. But in the 300 years since the fog invasion, the world has long been fragmented and the connection between countries has been almost severed. There is no certification from the headquarters. There is no globally unified judging standard. How much gold is left of the Michelin title? And that's not all. There are also many products of the old era abroad, and Daxia is still preserved today. It seems that people can only understand the world before the fog invasion through film and television works and these products. What? Don't believe it? Lu Ziming patted him on the shoulder. You will know when you taste it later. It is definitely worthy of this name. Su Zhan smiled faintly. Okay, wait and see. Brother Su. Lu Ziming pointed to the infinity pool. Do you want to make a gesture later? Just 2 tricks in the pool? Su Zhan smiled and shook his head. Now we all have to recuperate. There is no need to fight for victory or defeat. Then why don't you take it easy? Lu Ziming snapped his fingers. The pool party is going. The lights around the pool change into brilliant colors. Music follows. The waiters carried various drinks and snacks among them, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. The next moment, Xiaxi sat on a lounge chair by the pool, holding a glass of chill juice in her hand, watching Lu Ziming greet people everywhere like a flower butterfly. Hey, Su Hao, don't just stand. Go into the water and have fun. Lu Ziming had already changed into swimming trunks and stood by the pool eager to try. Su Hao also changed into swimming trunks, tested the water temperature with his hands, and slowly went down with the railing. What are you cowardly? Lu Ziming plunged into the water and splashed a large splash, which happened to be splashed on the passing Fengju. It's coming. Fengju wiped his face expressionlessly, his eyes narrowed dangerously. Lu Ziming emerged from the water and suddenly froze. Brother Feng, I didn't mean to. Fengju jumped directly into the pool with his clothes on, held Lu Ziming's head and pressed him into the water. Help! Sa Rilong. Lu Ziming fluttered exaggeratedly, splashing water. The next second, Su Zhan sat by the pool and watched them play with a smile. Wang Mingyuan sat under the parasol and shook his head while drinking tea. Young man. After a while, Wang Mingyuan's mobile phone suddenly vibrated. He glanced at the caller ID, raised his eyebrows slightly, and then got up and walked to a quiet place a little further away to answer. Dean Li, good evening. Dean Li's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Teacher Wang, didn't bother you to celebrate? Where? The students are relaxing. Wang Mingyuan looked at the people frolicking in the pool, with a smile on his lips. Is there anything wrong with you? That's right. Dean Li's voice was solemn. Regarding the team game, I would like to add a special exchange activity, which I should have told you before. I need to discuss the details with you in detail. I don't know if it's convenient to come to me now. Dean Li. Wang Mingyuan's face darkened, and his voice became serious. With all due respect, now aberrant activities are rampant, and the Transcendence sect has been secretly hunting human geniuses. With your status, you should know this better than anyone else. Wang Mingyuan looked back at the students who were playing. Besides, my students are all weak now, and I can't leave them. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. Then came Dean Li's hearty laughter. Teacher Wang is very thoughtful. Indeed, although Lanchang has dealt a lot of blows to the mutants over the years, I don't think they can make any waves, but be careful to sail the boat for 10,000 years. Well, I'll leave for you now. I also want to see young people celebrating their achievements. Wang Mingyuan hesitated slightly. What? Don't welcome me as an old man? Dean Li pretended to be serious. This, of course not. Wang Mingyuan hurriedly said, "You are almost there, say it, I will come down to pick you up in person." Hang up the phone and walk back to the pool. Lu Ziming was being pressed in the water by Xieshi and Fengju. Su Zhan sat by the pool and watched the play with a smile. "Su Zhan," Wang Mingyuan called. Su Zhan turned his head. "Teacher Wang? Deanly has something to discuss with me." "Wait a minute, I'm going to pick him up," you continue, "but pay attention to proportion." Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses and swept his eyes over everyone, especially the injury. "Don't play too much." "Understood." Su Zhan nodded. Lu Ziming emerged from the water and shook his wet hair. "Teacher Wang, don't worry, I'll look at them." Xie pressed him down again. "You are the one who deserves to be watched the most." Wang Mingyuan shook his head helplessly. After about 10 minutes, the phone rang again. Wang Mingyuan picked up the phone and walked downstairs. Su Zhan looked at his back, his eyes narrowed slightly. As an awakener, they could naturally hear Wang Mingyuan's conversation. After all, Wang Mingyuan had no intention of avoiding them. Su Zhan's cell phone rang. He opened it and saw that it was a message from Wang Mingyuan to him. "If there is a situation, send a message immediately." The next moment, Su Zhan typed quickly, "Okay." Although Wang Mingyuan went down for such a short time, nothing should happen. And even if it happened, Wang Mingyuan would quickly reach here at such a close distance. It's always right to be cautious. Downstairs, Wang Mingyuan's cell phone rang again. But Dean Li's voice came from the receiver, with a little confusion. "Teacher Wang, where are you? Why didn't I see you?" This old man is old and confused, and he can't even find the right way. Wang Mingyuan frowned. "Dean Li, where are you now?" "I'm going to find you." Here. Dean Li talked about the nearby landmark buildings. After all, Lunchang is a place. There are not a few towering buildings. It is normal not to find the Binhai Hotel, and it seems that Dean Li is not far from here. Wang Mingyuan walked quickly when he heard this, but just took a few dozen steps and stopped suddenly. "Turn around quickly." I saw that the towering Marina Hotel was completely shrouded in thick fog at some point. Fog billowed and enveloped the entire building. The next moment, oh no! Wang Mingyuan's pupils shrank suddenly, and he immediately realized what was happening. Aberration attack. He didn't care about talking anymore and hung up the phone. The spiritual power of the whole body exploded, and the figure rushed towards the misty hotel like an arrow. The fog is getting closer, like a giant mouth, waiting to devour the intruder. Wang Mingyuan did not hesitate at all and plunged in. His students are still inside. Rooftop of Marina Hotel. Lu Ziming was floating on his back on the water, his arms pulling the splash. The crowd was enjoying a few moments of tranquility. The whole world suddenly fell silent for a moment. Immediately afterwards, a thick fog erupted without warning. The blue sky, which was still clearly visible in the last second, was all swallowed up at this moment. At this moment, the fog did not come from all around, but seemed to appear out of thin air. Like a huge gray and white curtain wall, it surrounds the entire building. The fog suddenly stopped a few meters from the building. It seems to be blocked by an invisible barrier, never invading the interior. What the hell? Lu Ziming jumped up from the water suddenly. Su Zhan's reaction was the fastest. Back to back. "Gather now." Everyone quickly gathered. Su Zhan stared at the surging fog barrier. "We have learned about the fog incident in Suzaku Academy, and I believe everyone is familiar with it." Lu Ziming scratched his wet hair irritably. "In the worst case, 24 hours in the fog is only equal to 1 second in the outside world, and when Teacher Wang finds out that something is wrong, we are all done." Su Hao added, "The fog is summoned by the aberration, which means that there must be a mutation in the hotel." Dean Li. Fengju suddenly spoke, his eyes sharp. As soon as he said he was coming, the fog appeared. Su Hao's face changed. "You mean, Dean Li has a problem?" She snorted coldly. "It's a bit too much of a coincidence." "I don't think so." Su Hao shook his head and said, "Dean Li is highly respected. There is no reason to harm us, and if he really set up a bureau, why call in person to expose his whereabouts? What if it's acting on purpose?" Lu Ziming curled his lips, and he called to inform Teacher Wang that he would leave, and it didn't prove that he did it. He can be said to be a coincidence. The old man looked at the kind eyebrows, who knew behind his back. "Enough," Su Zhan interrupted. "It's pointless to argue about this now. The top priority is how to survive." Having said that, he did not stop speculating about Dean Li in his heart. Wang Mingyuan is not a careless person. With Mr. Wang's caution, even if he went to pick up Dean Li, he would definitely wait in the hotel lobby or at the door, and would never leave the building rashly. But now, he disappeared silently, leaving not even a single message. Unless someone deliberately lured him out. And this person could only be Dean Li, who had just called. Su Zhan's eyes gradually became colder. Wang Mingyuan was indeed wary, but he had basic trust in Dean Li. After all, the other party is a highly respected grandmaster, and he is a senior who personally sent healing medicine. But it was this trust that made him let his guard down. Teacher Wang probably didn't expect that as soon as he stepped out of the hotel, the fog came. And now, they are trapped here, isolated. Su Zhan's eyes swept through the fog, and his heart was heavy. If this is really Dean Li's game, what is the purpose of the other party? Are you here for these students, or is he also a mutant person? It doesn't make sense. Is it a coincidence? Is there such a coincidence? Sujan couldn't tell for a while. Sujan. Xiaxi's voice pulled him back to reality. What now? Sujan put away his thoughts. No matter who was behind the scenes, now is not the time to dig deeper. Survival is the only goal. The water surface of the pool suddenly rippled, as if something was gently stirring underwater. Fengju's eyes turned to the water, his eyes alert. Sujan took a deep breath. Remember 3 rules. First, never take the initiative to step into the fog. Second, be wary of any abnormal phenomena. Third, the fog lasts for up to 3 days, which is 3 days according to the time in the fog, which means that as long as we persist in the fog for 3 days, the fog will dissipate and we can live. Everyone heard a whoosh sound from the pool. It was as if something had crawled out of the water. A pale hand, covered with blue-gray veins, suddenly grabbed the edge of the pool. At this moment, the knuckles are twisted and deformed, and the nails are black and sharp. Immediately afterwards, the second and third, a full 6 deformed arms extend out of the water. Pulling the ground, he slowly dragged a twisted body ashore. That thing looks like a person, but it is definitely not a person. Its torso is hunched over, its skin is as pale as a dead corpse, and its surface is covered with cracked lines. The neck, which should be the position of the head, has a huge, translucent vesicle growing on it. There were dozens of human eyeballs floating inside, spinning wildly, locking on everyone present. Its lower limbs. It splits into 6 spider-like arthropods starting from the waist, each ending in a sharp bony blade. It opens its mouth. If the flesh hole in the center of the torso covered with ring-shaped teeth can be called a mouth. The water in the pool suddenly boiled. Hiss. More such monsters are crawling out of the water. It's a peep. Lu Ziming's face turned pale. Note that they can be mentally polluted through their sight, and it is best not to look directly at those eyeballs for more than 3 seconds. Fengju's face was pale, and he raised his hand in a false clench, just about to summon the Jinghong sword. Sujan grabbed his wrist. The doctor said that you must not use spiritual power within 7 days, otherwise you will damage the foundation. I took the healing pill. It's okay. Fengju said lightly. That's not good either. Sujan did not back down. Even that elixir only plays a role in accelerating recovery, but only a few hours have passed. No matter how powerful the elixir is, it can't let you use spiritual power now. Everyone's faces darkened when they heard this. Isn't they almost exhausted of their physical strength in the contest with the Starlight Academy? Everyone has long realized it. This fog is a carefully planned ending. The right time, place and people. They are all on the side of the enemy. It's just that due to morale, they didn't say anything tacitly. At a glance, dozens of peepers had slowly crawled over. According to the energy fluctuations, the strength is probably in the early stage of the first order. That is, the strength is between the 1-3 levels of the dew. In normal times, the combined efforts of the 5 of them are not in vain at all. But now, Sujan took a deep breath. Now I can only use the old way. Xiaxi frowned. What old way? Without waiting for Sujan to answer, Su Hao had already quickly explained. The last time we ran out of strength in the fog, we survived by running separately. Xiaxi opened his mouth and wanted to refute, but when his eyes swept over everyone, the words got stuck in his throat. This is not a tactic. It is a gamble of exchanging other people's lives for the chance of survival. There are still so many innocent staff and guests in the Marina Hotel. Once they disperse and flee, these misty creatures are bound to turn to hunting others. So what? It's hard for them to even protect themselves now. So what do they use as heroes? Xiaxi's nails were pinched deep into his palms. They are not even qualified to choose sacrifice. Because of their sacrifice, they can't exchange anyone's way of life at all. Got it. Xiaxi finally gritted his teeth and said this. It felt like something was breaking in my heart, but when she saw the pale faces of her teammates, she felt that this choice might not be so difficult to accept. Life and death are fated, and wealth is in the sky. Lu Ziming shouted. Why don't Su Zhan and others know the consequences of this old method? But it's still the same sentence. They can't help it. They don't have that ability now. Such sacrifices are meaningless. No unnecessary hesitation. The 5 figures instantly rushed out in different directions. The water splashed. The peepers let out a piercing chirp, and sure enough, they dispersed and chased after them as expected. Su Zhan was thinking while running. The Marina Hotel has a total of 51 floors, including the rooftop, and 52 floors. Such a large range. So many people are in it. He could now imagine the hellish scene. Su Zhan didn't take the elevator. That's too unsafe. In the safe channel, the lights in the corridor flickered and dimmed. The green indicator light is particularly eerie. Su Zhan's footsteps echoed in the empty stairwell, and a rustling crawling sound was faintly heard behind him. Something is catching up. Run! This is the only thing that should be done now. Before that, in the banquet restaurant on the 40th floor of the Binhai Hotel. What's going on? Circuit failure? The waiter with champagne frowned and looked up. The next second, the sunlight outside the window was instantly swallowed up. Darkness has fallen. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of the banquet hall, a thick gray-white fog surged up like a tsunami, engulfing the entire building. Fog incident. Someone screamed. Panic spreads like a a plague. Daxia officials have long popularized the characteristics of fog events: sudden thick fog, abnormal time flow rate, and those misty creatures that only exist in nightmares. The door of the banquet hall was slammed open. The first to rush in was a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes, with extreme horror on his face. Run. Come on. Above, there is. A pale arthropod suddenly pierced from his chest. He was wrong. The misty creatures not only had on it. Immediately afterwards, the screens exploded. The crowd scattered and fled like an exploding ant nest. Put. The wine glass smashed to the ground, and the table and chairs overturned. Someone was pushed and fell, and was immediately stepped on by countless feet. Time seemed to stand still for a second, and behind them, the body hanging in midair slowly slid down. A peeper crawled out of the shadows of the corridor. Dozens of eyeballs in the vesicles turn at the same time, locking onto new prey. Help! Help! Security! What about security? As soon as the uniformed security guard raised the stun baton, he was thrown down by another monster hanging from the ceiling. His scream lasted only half a second before he was interrupted by the sound of bone cracking. In the buffet area, a little girl is still holding an ice cream scoop. She looked at the monster not far away chewing something, and turned her head blankly. Mom, why is that uncle eating? The young mother covered her child's mouth and shrank under the dining table tremblingly. Her phone screen was lit with a distress message that had just failed. Fog incident at Binhai Hotel. The signal grid is a dazzling red cross. At the same time, the lobby on the first floor of the hotel. Listen up, everyone. According to the emergency plan, go to the underground shelter immediately. The roar of the hotel manager echoed in the lobby. The staff is hurriedly guiding panicked guests to evacuate to a safe passage. Boom! The hotel's revolving glass door exploded, and countless fragments burst out like bullets. The concierge standing nearest was instantly pierced by a storm of glass, and blood splattered on the marble wall. In the midst of screams, at this moment, 3 peepers climbed in through the broken doorframe. The eyeballs in the vesicles rotated wildly, locking on the fleeing crowd. The front desk lady fell to the ground, and the heel of her high heels had already broken. She moved back in vain until her back was against the cold desk. No, don't. A peep's arthropod suddenly stabbed out, pierced her throat, and nailed her whole body to the hotel price list. The security captain pulled out a pistol and fired. The bullet exploded several blood holes in the monster's body, but only made its movements pause. Another peeper pounced from the ceiling, and 6 limbs spread out like blades. The captain's body was instantly split into several pieces. The elevator door finally opened. Guests fleeing from the upper floors flocked out. The next second, but he crashed head-on into the scene of the massacre. The person in front was pushed and fell into a pool of blood, and when he looked up, he saw the eyeballs turning in the vesicles. Save. The snooper's mouth parts open, and the ring-shaped sharp teeth rotate and contract. Blood flowed slowly along the cracks in the floor tiles to the entrance of the underground shelter. An explosion-proof door is slowly closing. Countless horrified eyes were witnessing all this through the crack of the door. The prying eyes looked at this together, then slowly crawl over. There, on the 25th floor, there is a bathroom. Sujan gently closed the compartment door, put down the toilet lid, and sat on it silently. He didn't dare to hide in the suite where he slept. The suite is on the 51st floor and is closest to mist creatures. Just thinking about it is terrifying. 25 floors. The middle floor of the Marina Hotel. Down this floor, including this floor, is the dining area. This position is subtle. Whether the monster is sweeping down from the top floor or searching from the ground floor up, it takes time to get here. Of course, if the misty creatures happen to start hunting from the middle floor, then he didn't say anything. The cramped space of the toilet stall is filled with the faint smell of disinfectant water. Sujan slowly adjusted his breathing, and even deliberately slowed down his heartbeat. The reason for choosing this place is very good. Hotel restrooms are usually built in remote corners, away from major access points and escape routes. No one will design the toilet in a conspicuous position. This means it's easier to ignore here when searching for monsters. Sujan was listening carefully to the movement. Suddenly there was a sound of hurried footsteps. The cubicle door was slammed open. A middle-aged man covered in sweat stumbled in and locked the door with his backhand. His fat body crammed almost the entire compartment. The heavy gasping sound is particularly noticeable in the confined space. Bang! Sujan's pupils contracted suddenly. The movement made by this fool was enough to attract all the misty creatures. Listen. Sujan lowered his voice. Open the door, we can hide together. Only then did the man realize that there were still people in the compartment, and he was so frightened that he almost screamed. He covered his mouth tightly, his eyes full of vigilance. Who are you? Why should I believe you? I am an awakened person, Sujan said lightly. The man's eyes lit up instantly, but he was immediately full of doubts. There is no evidence. Prove it to me. Sujan carefully opened the lock of the compartment and walked out. Take a deep breath and mobilize the little spiritual power left in your body. Ability through the door panel. Freeze the man's movements. Now believe it? Sujan seemed tempted. Open the door, I can protect you. The man's expression changed changed from horror to ecstasy, and he trembled to unscrew the door lock. Great, you must protect me, I can give you money, a lot of money. Sujan's hand knife slashed his carotid artery. The man's expression froze in ecstasy, and his fat body fell softly. Sujan helped him slowly flatten him, making sure that no sound was made. Now it was quiet. The door opened. The man locked the door of the compartment. In order not to open the door violently and make a noise, he can only do this. Sujan glanced at the man who was still smiling in a coma and said softly, "Sleep, have a good dream." Then, relock the compartment door and continue to listen to the movement outside with bated breath. Unfortunately, it was too late. In the hallway, the crawling sound picked up significantly and was approaching the bathroom. Boom! This damn burden! Sujan scolded his mother in his heart, holding his breath and not daring to make any movements. He thought about the knowledge of mist creatures he learned at Suzaku Academy. Peepers. No hearing, no smell, but their vision is indeed very powerful. In the translucent vesicle suspended above the body, dozens of eyeballs can capture any slightest movement 360 degrees without dead ends. Not only the movement of objects, but even the trembling of the air and the slight shaking of the door panels cannot escape those frantically turning eyeballs. The movement of the fat man when he broke in was too big. Heavy wheezing causes air fluctuations. Vibration caused when locking the door. Even the slight deformation of the entire structure when his fat body squeezes the compartment. All of this is very obvious to the eyes of the peep. Sujan's hand knife was a last resort. At least the unconscious body does not create new vibrations. Life and death are fated. The door of the first compartment was violently dismantled by arthropods. Sujan's breathing almost stopped. He could clearly hear the sound of monster limbs crawling on the ground. But now, I smelled the smell of blood and rancidity getting closer and closer. Bang! The door panel of the second compartment was torn to pieces by sharp claws, and sawdust was splashed. There are 3 compartments left. Sujan counted every second. There was not much spiritual power left in his body, and he wasted a little on that fat man. Click dash. It must be used at the most critical moment. The third compartment was completely knocked down. The toilet tank burst, and water gushed out. 2. The crawling stopped. Boom! Sujan's pupils shrank slightly. The fourth door was violently opened. The monster found a middle-aged man in a coma. Now, next, there is the scene that has not been given by the review. Warm blood seeped in through the crack in the door. Bang! Slowly spread to Sujan's feet. The creepy voice came to an abrupt end. Sujan could feel it. The vesicle full of eyeballs was now attached to the door panel of the last compartment. The sticky sound of dozens of eyeballs rolling was clearly audible. They are searching. In snooping. Dead. The cubicle door was violently broken. Sawdust splashed. A pitch-black figure hit the peeper head-on like a cannonball. Sujan's mutation was completed in an instant. Boom! At this moment, his whole body was covered with inky black scales. The muscles swell, creating perfect and hideous lines under the skin. Every tendon is full of explosive power. The eyes turned into narrow vertical pupils. The corners of his mouth were torn to the base of his ears, revealing his white and interlaced fangs. His fingernails were like knives. The newborn long tail exploded in the air, directly shattering the 3 arthropods of the peep. The eyeballs in the monster's vesicles turned wildly, and 6 human-like arms grabbed Sujan's hand at the same time. Sujan dodged sideways, but was still scratched to the scales on his shoulder. But sparks flew. For a while, there was no breaking of the defense. Hiss! The tail sticks out, and it runs through an arm with precision. You can't look at its eyes. Sujan stared at the monster's chest. The mental pollution of those eyeballs is enough to make ordinary people go crazy instantly. The next moment, even the awakened will be greatly contaminated by the spirit. The peep suddenly opened the ringed mouthparts in the center of the torso, spewing a stinky stream of mucus. Sujan rolled abruptly to avoid it. The mucus splashed on the floor tiles and immediately corroded the honeycomb-like holes. The tail swept across and cut off its other 2 arthropods at the root. The viewer fell to the ground out of balance. Sujan's muscles were tense and he was about to strike while the iron was hot. But the moment he raised his eyes, he hit the vesicles full of eyeballs. Depend on. Dozens of pupils contracted at the same time, all locking his eyes. Oh no! Sujan also felt dizzy, and blood ghosting began to appear in his vision. At the critical moment of life and death, his claws suddenly grew 3 inches and pierced into the vesicle with thunderous force. A viscous liquid gushes out. Dozens of sticky eyeballs rolled to the ground with a snap, bounce and roll on the tiles. These eyeballs that were out of the body were still spinning wildly at first. But the pupils continued to contract and expand, as if they were still trying to launch mental pollution. But with the loss of mucus inside the vesicles, their surface quickly turned gray and began to shrink at a rate visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 seconds, these eyeballs completely turned into a puddle of bubbling pus. It emits a pungent odor similar to formalin. The peep's remaining limbs twitched wildly and eventually collapsed to the ground. Sujan gasped and withdrew his paws. These eyes are the peep's weapon and its weakness. Just prick the vesicles and they will be killed. Sujan, on one knee, pressed pressed his claws against the voyeur's body. Wisps of white mist were drawn from the monster's remnants. Following the tips of Sujan's claws, it penetrated into the body. The voyeur's corpse under his feet was rapidly shriveled and weathered, eventually turning into a puddle of ashes. It's a difficult creature. Sujan felt the increase in strength in his body. Teammates, I hope you can survive well. This is the truth in my heart. Sujan looked down at the only swimming trunks left on his body. Because he was swimming on the rooftop just now, this is the only thing he is wearing now. It's too conspicuous. His eyes fell on the remaining lower body of the fat man. Those beige slacks, though soaked in blood, were at least stronger than swimming trunks. Sujan neatly pulled down his pants and shook his blood in disgust. Barely put it on his more muscular legs after his mutation. It's too wide. The belt is buttoned to the innermost buttonhole so that the waistband does not slip off. Then, tuck the changed swim trunks into the toilet tank. A mask is still missing. Sujan came to the fire cabinet at the end of the corridor on the 25th floor. Open it. Several sets of firefighting equipment are neatly placed in the cabinet. It included what he needed. Fire escape masks. It was an orange-red full-face hood with a transparent viewing window at the eyes and a simple air filtration device connected below. Sujan took it out and shook off the thin dust on it. Perfect. Put the mask over your head. Confirm the metal plate of the fire cabinet for the last time. This look is unfamiliar even to himself. Behind the transparent window of the fire mask, those vertical pupils were so cold that they did not contain a trace of humanity. If Lu Ziming and the others see it at this moment, they will never recognize the teammates who have fought side by side with them, and will only regard them as monsters that must be eliminated. Inside the underground shelter, outside the heavy explosion-proof door, the sound of impact continued to explode. With each impact, the emergency lights on the top of the shelter shook violently. They can't come in. This door is resistant to missiles. Meanwhile, the hotel manager wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and repeated the nonsense that even he didn't believe. The shirt on his back was soaked with sweat and sticky to his spine. A dent raised in the center of the blast door. People are frantically making distress calls that can never be answered. The screams were incessant. Several waiters clung to the lockers, as if thin plywood could provide a sense of security. Bang! Calm down. Group according to emergency plan. The managers roar drowned in the cry. The second impact followed. This time cement fragments fell around the doorframe. Panic spreads like a plague. Stay calm. The door can still hold on. The manager's shouts came to an abrupt end. Because at the back of the crowd, a cleaner who is always silent, the back of his overalls is cracked, and his gray spine pierces the skin like centipede arthropods. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, his rickety spine burst open, and 3 pairs of pale arthropods stretched out. The face became very hideous. It doesn't look like a human figure. People are almost desperate. Aberration. It's a mutation. How could he be here? It's over. It's all over. Instead of attacking immediately, the aberrant let out a giggle with its deformed vocal cords and pounced straight on the blast door console. During the mist event, mist creatures do not attack the aberration that summons the mist. In other words, after the detached mutants summon the fog together, the fog creatures will not attack them. During this period, these two creatures are in partnership during this period. If the mutant actively attacks the mist creature will definitely fight back. Stop him. He wants to open the door. The manager picked up the fire axe and rushed up, turned his head and yelled at the dumbfounded crowd, "Come and help." Everyone's eyes widened in horror, but their feet were nailed to the place as if they were rooted. Of course. Help, help, don't look at me, don't look at me. I still have children at home. I can't do it. I can't do it. Dead silence. The manager took a fire axe and slashed heavily on the back of the deformity, but it was only exchanged for a horse laugh, a stroke of the arthropod on the back. The manager's abdomen suddenly had a deep visible bone wound. The manager fell to his knees, blood gushing out from between his fingers, still holding the deformity's leg. Quick, stop him from. Everyone was avoiding his gaze. I'm just an accountant. I haven't even killed a chicken. I can't do it. My wife has just given birth to a second child, and the child can't be without a father. Your hotel charges us so much money. Doesn't it have an obligation to protect us? The manager was chilled. In other words, the heart is dead. He weakly let go of the hand holding the mutant's thigh, his eyes gray. After losing faith, after the heart dies, there was nothing left to sustain him from such a serious injury. Under the gaze of everyone, the aberration easily shook off the dying manager, inserted his fingertips into the control panel, and pressed the red button to unlock the lock. Someone finally screamed. Not to prevent tragedy, but to foresee one's own death. The air pressure valve is deflated, and the explosion-proof door opens slowly. Peepers outside the door poured in like a tide. Don't! And the aberration inside the door was tearing the manager's throat. The underground shelter presents a desperate scene. Those survivors who desperately shrink back. Those monsters that are scrambling to squeeze forward. And standing between the two, slowly licking the blood on his claws. Aberrations. The first scream sounded. Then there is the second, the third. The underground shelter has completely fallen. Sujan poked his head out. At the end of the corridor, a peep is gnawing on a corpse. The 360-degree field of view made it immediately aware of Sujan's existence. 6 arms were spread out at the same time, and the eyeballs in the vesicles turned wildly, trying to launch mental pollution. Sujan's claws had penetrated its chest, and black blood flowed along the scales and armor. The other hand clasped the monster's head and slammed into the wall. At this moment, Sujan suddenly felt the scales on the back of his neck stand up. Whoosh! And the enemy. He did not hesitate to let go of his prey and rolled over to avoid the sneak attack. Bang! The second peep's claws grazed the mask. 3 deep marks were left on the fire hydrant. The sneak peep screamed. The 6 arthropods of the lower body swung rapidly and pounced. Sujan's tail pulled out, hooked one of its forelimbs, and threw it to the ground. Tile burst. Hiss! Sujan's claws had pierced its vesicles. Bursting eyeball mucus splashed on the tiles, making a corrosive sizzle. The first seriously injured peeper suddenly pounced on him from behind. Click! The remaining arm strangled Sujan's neck. The fangs bit the scales. The tail is stabbed out, directly through its remaining eyeball vesicles. The bodies of both monsters fell to the ground at the same time. The black blood converged into a puddle at Sujan's feet. Poof! Sujan shook his dizzy head. Fighting against these peepers will inevitably lead to seeing their eyes when attacking. This is the most difficult one. However, there is a high probability that the pupil of the abyss will greatly improve his mental power. This allowed him to quickly solve them. Sujan's palm stroked the voyeur's body, and wisps of pale mist were pulled out of the corpse. The corpses on the ground quickly shriveled. The skin is gray and eventually turns into a pile of loose white ash. The night wind pours in through the broken windows and blows the ashes away. Sujan clenched his claws, feeling the power in his body. It's time to keep hunting. As long as you kill more peepers, the safer your teammates will be. Sujan's figure silently melted into the darkness. Dive downstairs. Sujan's claws pierced the vesicles of the last peep. The 5th. He shook off the slime from his hand. The entire corridor was covered with black blood. There were screams one after another from downstairs. Another person suffered. Sujan adjusted his breathing. Hunting these aberrations made him stronger and stronger. The next moment, and panic is breaking out downstairs, which will attract more dangerous things. He tread through the wreckage, avoiding the sticky pools of blood. At this moment, there was a sound of climbing in the elevator shaft. Wow! The roof of the elevator was lifted, and 3 peepers jumped out at the same time. Their vesicles are abnormally swollen and they are clearly well fed. Sujan's movements almost became an afterimage. The left paw penetrates the mouth of the first. The tail swept away and cut off the second arthropod. The left paw went directly into the vesicle of the third one. Black blood splattered on the wall. Under the mask, the corners of Sujan's mouth were torn to the base of his ears, revealing his white fangs. Pleasure. This is the only feeling he has now. It seems that my body was born to kill misty creatures. Sujan took a deep breath. Try to suppress the raised corners of your mouth. Physically stronger. Spiritual pleasure. He liked this feeling more and more. Continue downstairs, just 2 floors down. Sujan stopped. He stood at the corner of the stairs, his body slightly tense. 2 mutants stood in the middle of the road. One wears a Rift Joker mask and the other wears a Hulk mask. Brother, what are you doing? The clown mask tilted his head, his voice hoarse and laughing. Sujan immediately reacted and said, I didn't expect to meet the brothers of the Transcendence Society here. You summon the mist, and I happen to hunt here. A mutation like this common hunt, and it also appears when summoning the mist. There is a high probability that it will be detached. His current identity is a mutant. It is a congener of these 2 aberrations. And these 2 aberrations, judging from the aberration energy fluctuations on their bodies, their strength is definitely above the low-risk stage. In other words, at least above the 3rd order of the Dew realm. Hard touch, inappropriate. At present, as long as you hide your identity. Hunting? So what's going on with your injury? The Hulk mask took a step forward and pointed to the black blood on Sujan's body. These are not human blood. That's right, black blood won't be human. The blood of mist creatures and aberrants is diverse, and it may be black. However, note that the blood may only change when the aberration is in the form of the aberration. The black blood on Sujan's body was naturally a peep. Don't mention it. Sujan's voice was angry. It took some effort to meet a few difficult guys. The implication is that these black blood are his own, and they are produced by encountering the awakened person being injured. Why lie? These 2 mutants are obviously going for their teammates. He said this to make the 2 of them let their guard down because of their excitement. This way he has a chance to make a move. The 2 mutants looked at each other. What kind of life soul is he? The clown mask asked immediately. Sujan replied, it uses electricity. When the 2 mutants heard this, their bloodshot eyeballs lit up significantly. They exchanged glances with each other. The soul of electricity? The clown's voice was raised, and the bones and claws rubbed against each other. Will he mock you while hitting you? Hippie smiling? Sujan's heart sank. Lu Ziming's habits they know, but the others, they had indeed investigated their team in advance. This fog is a massacre against their team. team. That's right, Sujan's voice was a little gritted teeth. That kid is very slippery. The Hulk took a step forward with his mask, and his nose was almost attached to Sujan's mask. What layer is he on? This distance made Sujan's body instinctively tense. It's too close. His brain was racing. The two aberrations came up from downstairs. This shows that they have searched downstairs, and he just said that he had fought with the Awoken. If they said they were fighting downstairs, then they couldn't be unaware, so he can only say that he is upstairs. But there were traces of the battle just now upstairs, and there was black blood all over the ground. If they find out, it's hard not to suspect themselves, but now he can only say that he is fighting the Awakened upstairs. Go up to 5 floors. Sujan immediately disclaimed, but I'm still not here. I don't know, you can't find it. You can't blame me. The clown mask let out a piercing laugh. Don't worry, as long as he is still in this hotel, we will find him 3 feet into the ground. The Hulk mask suddenly narrowed his eyes. Wait, you said in the 5th floor? Which area is the 5th floor? Sure enough, I was suspicious. This question is completely different from the previous one. Ask you what floor it is, you can hesitate to reply. After all, this building has more than 50 floors, and it is normal to recall. But if you ask which area, it's different. You have to answer at least a vague location, such as in a small box, a large box, or a room toilet. Now I can't hesitate, otherwise I can only increase my suspicion. There's no time to think about it. Sujan immediately said, a power distribution room. That kid is there. You have to pay attention. The electricity in that place can just be used by him, and his combat effectiveness there is greatly enhanced. Perfect. There are noses and eyes. This detail made the Hulk mask relax its vigilance a little. The power distribution room is indeed a suitable place for the awakened people of the electrical system to play. Thank you, brother. The clown mask can't wait to rush up. Thank you for the information. The Hulk mask nodded stiffly at Sujan. The two mutants ran up together. Just as they passed by, Sujan's right hand was charged, and the muscle fibers under the scales were twisted like steel wires. Let them go up, and their teammates will suffer. If you take action now, the success rate will be greatly improved. The peripheral vision locks on 2 targets, the back of the clown mask and the Hulk mask. It can be solved in 3 seconds. Sujan's right fist was about to swing out. The Hulk mask turned back without warning. Sujan's muscles instantly relaxed, and his right hand stopped halfway, disguised as an action of arranging his belt. You shouldn't be a member of our organization, right? The Hulk's mask's one-eyed eyes narrowed into a slit. Seen through? No, it's a temptation. Sujan shook his head. No, I don't have any organization. The clown mask also turned around, and the corners of his mouth grinned even more. Interested in joining? You are good. We will like a lone ranger like you the most. The Hulk mask pulled out a slime-covered business card from his arms. An address was written on it with solidified blood. After the fog is over, come here at 3 o'clock in the afternoon the next day. Sujan deliberately hesitated for a few seconds before taking the business card. The address can be a trap, but it can also be an important clue. I'll think about it. Well, I hope you understand that the fog will come, so that you can transcend. The Hulk mask continued. We are Aberrants, and we are not tolerated by the entire human society. Where do we belong? Humans, or misty creatures? I think it's the latter. I hope you think about it. Sujan nodded seriously. But detachment will be different. Here, we are complete. The Hulk's mask voice bewitched. Aren't you tired of hiding and hiding? The clown mask on the side paced anxiously, and his bone claws kept scratching the wall. Okay, if you don't catch that discharge boy, he's going to run away. Okay. As he spoke, he rushed up the stairs impatiently. The Hulk mask finally took a deep look at Sujan, turned around and followed. He just turned his back. Sujan suddenly burst out. His goal is clear. Hulk mask walking behind. The clown mask had already rushed up the stairs, and now was the perfect time. The right paw went straight to the back of the Hulk's heart. But this is when the attack is about to succeed. The Hulk's mask figure flashed sideways. He actually avoided the fatal blow sideways at the last moment. Whoosh! What can be dodged is a critical blow, not a complete dodge of the attack. The right paw pierced the right shoulder joint of the Hulk's mask. With the sound of bone cracking, the entire right arm was broken, and blood splattered on the wall. I didn't kill it. Put. The Hulk mask let out a painful roar. But the reaction was extremely fast, and the legs were strong, wanting to quickly distance themselves. Damn it! During this period, the body begins to deform violently. The muscles swell and bulge like blowing, the spine rises and falls, and a thick stratum corneum emerges on the surface of the skin. In the blink of an eye, his height has skyrocketed from just over 1.8 meters to more than 2.3 meters, like a little giant in armor blocking the staircase. Looking for death, the Hulk mask roared. The wound on the broken right shoulder wriggled wildly, and several scarlet whiskers grew in an instant. These flesh and whiskers intertwined with each other, forcibly stopping the bleeding at the broken arm. The muscles of his left arm were knotted, and he smashed down on Sujan's head. Sujan dodged sideways. The punch went straight through the wall. Concrete fragments splashed everywhere, and the entire floor was shaken. What a powerful force. Boom! The power of the Hulk mask's aberration was fully revealed. After After all, Sujan could fully see his strength. Low risk. Fourth, to facilitate the unification of realm combat power, the name of the realm of aberrations and misty creatures is the same, from low danger to disaster, and each realm is divided into 1 to 10 small realms. Sujan's tail was thrown out. Pop at the opponent's knee joint. The cuticle shattered and splashed, and the Hulk mask staggered. Sujan seized the opportunity and hit the opponent's chin with a knee hit. Broken teeth mixed with blood and blood gushed out, but the Hulk mask laughed wildly instead, and at the broken arm on his right shoulder, the flesh whiskers actually waved over after stopping the bleeding. Wrap around Sujan's right leg and slam him to the ground. Bang! The floor tiles exploded. Sujan's scales rubbed against the ground, and sparks flew. He reluctantly cut off his flesh whiskers with his claws and turned over to avoid the trampling that followed. Leave a pothole in place. Boom! Through the pit, you can see the floor below. Why? The Hulk's mask eyes were bloodshot, his broken right shoulder whiskers twisted wildly, and his voice was angry. Before you die, I will give you a chance to say your last words. The clown mask stood behind him, and 6 sharp arthropods slowly stretched out under the torn clothes on his back. His head tilted. We are of the same kind. Why attack the same kind? Same kind? Sujan slowly got up, shook off the bloodstains on his tail, and his voice was cold. Actually, I think that in terms of posture, we are more like human beings. If you want to kill someone else, I have no problem. After all, you also have to survive. But what you want to kill are geniuses among humans, and these people will grow up to become the mainstay of the fight against the fog. You are shaking the foundation of Daxia. You will only think that the fog has not come to Daxia, and it is difficult for the aberration species to survive. But have you ever thought that the fog will come to Daxia in full swing? Hee. Do you think you can survive? In other words, Daxia is still there, and it is difficult for the mutants to survive, but at least there is still a way to survive. Aberrations are the products of the fog to deal with humans. If humans are extinct, is there any meaning to the existence of aberrations? Is the mist really so kind? Put your life on another completely different creature and pray for their mercy. This kind of behavior is the most ridiculous. The clown mask was hoarse. We just want to shake the foundation of Daxia. Humans cannot tolerate aliens, but at least the fog gives us strength. Strength? Sujan said lightly. Then what? When humanity becomes extinct, do you think the misty creatures will need you? Deceiving yourself, you are just a tool used by the fog to deal with humans. Do you need me to explain the fate of running out of tools? He. There is an old saying in Daxia, it is better to die than to live. The Hulk mask voice was hysterical, but I think this is. How can a good death be worse than Lai Li's life? Do you know what it's like to hide in a stinky ditch every day? Like cockroaches, they live by eating garbage. The Hulk's mask eyes were fanatical. Instead of surviving like this, it's better to fight with this life. Sooner or later, humanity will perish, and we are just paving the way for a new era. Even if it is abandoned in the end. At least for now, we can control our own destiny. The fog comes, so that you can transcend. The clown mask frantically shouts transcendental teachings. It is impossible to rely on the mouth without bloodshed. Sujan stopped talking nonsense, and his tail took the lead in attacking, directly taking the head of the clown mask. The 6 pale arthropods instantly intertwined into a net, blocking the fatal blow, and sparks flew. The Hulk mask seized the opportunity and smashed his left fist, which was the size of a basin with a punch, and smashed into Sujan's back. Sujan snorted and stumbled forward a few steps forward by this punch. Force him out. The Hulk's mask roared, and his 2-meter-tall body almost filled the entire corridor. He raised his thick arm, and his fist covered in cuticles slammed towards Sujan's face. Bang! Sujan dodged with a short body, and this punch smashed through the wall on the side. One hand is still so fierce? Sujan kept analyzing the battle situation in his heart. The strength of the clown mask is the same as that of the Hulk mask, and it is all low-risk 4th order. The enemy appeared to have 2 men, and they were outnumbered. But in fact, the current battlefield is a corridor of safe passage. The terrain was very narrow, and the Hulk mask alone almost blocked the corridor. The clown mask can only attack by climbing on walls with sharp arthropods. The terrain makes it impossible to use their numerical advantage at all. In terms of terrain, he has the advantage. In terms of combat power, the Hulk mask was removed by him with his right arm, which was not just a simple loss of a right arm. Habitual right-handed combo attack, unable to play. There was a fatal gap in the original offensive and defensive rhythm. More importantly, the loss of the right arm will affect the center of gravity, and every swing of the left fist will carry the center of gravity, thus exposing the flaw. To sum up, the strength of the Hulk mask has been reduced by at least 50% after losing its right arm, after absorbing so many Peep's life essence. At the moment, his strength is in the 3rd level of low danger, although the advantage is not in me. However, there is still a chance. Inside a narrow safety passage, the 3 figures kept colliding. The Hulk's huge body almost blocked the entire corridor, and his movements were obviously unbalanced when he lost his right arm, and his body was involuntarily unstable towards the center of gravity when he struck his left fist. Another punch hit the wall. Sujan grabbed the flaw of the opponent's unstable center of gravity, and his right paw broke through the cuticle and stabbed into the abdomen of the Hulk's mask. The Hulk staggered back, smashing the fire door behind him. Seeing this, the clown mask clung to the wall like a spider and attacked from the side. Bang! Sujan's left rib felt a sharp pain. The arthropods of the clown's mask had pierced the scales at some point, and blood dripped down the joints. Your blood is red. You are lying to us. The clown mask screamed. Sujan didn't bother to explain. The tail forcibly changes its trajectory, not withdrawing its defense, but stabbing the opponent more fiercely. But the clown mask is much more flexible, pulling out the arthropod and immediately stepping back, avoiding the blow. The entire wall collapsed. Sujan took a closer look. I saw the Hulk mask smashing the entire wall with one punch after another. From here you can already see the dining area on this floor, the wide hall, the corridor. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The terrain restricted them, and he widened the narrow terrain. The sense of crisis in Sujan's heart suddenly increased. There was no time to think about it, and immediately launched an offensive against the Hulk mask. Grasped the flaw of the other party's unstable center of gravity. Boy! A sweeping leg. The behemoth more than 2 meters high fell to the ground with a bang, crushing the staircase handrail to pieces. Sujan's pursuit took advantage of the victory, and the claws went straight to the opponent's throat. The Hulk mask rolled in a hurry, and the claw plunged deep into the concrete floor, splashing debris. Get out and fight! Boom! The clown mask screamed, prying the ceiling with its arthropods. The entire piece of drywall fell with a bang. Sujan was already prepared, and a rollover avoided it. He deliberately controlled the battlefield at the corner of the stairs, where the space was narrower and the Hulk mask couldn't even stand up straight. Sujan seized the opportunity and stabbed his tail into the left shoulder joint of the Hulk mask. There was a cracking sound, and another arm was cut off abruptly. The Hulk mask, which had lost both arms, completely lost its balance and rolled down the stairs like a mountain of meat. Wherever he passed, the steps were shattered. Click! The clown mask screamed and pounced from the ceiling, and 3 pairs of arthropods stabbed into Sujan's back at the same time. A pair is stuck in the vertebrae. No! A pair penetrates the lungs. The last pair was barely deflected by the scales when pierced into the heart. Sujan spat out a mouthful of blood, but took advantage of the situation to grab the arthropods that pierced into his body. Throw the clown mask over your head and smash it to the ground. Bang bang bang. Continuous impact. The clown mask is dizzy. Sujan kicked him away, and 3 pairs of arthropods were pulled out of his body. He grinned in pain. Fortunately, the aberration has a strong healing ability. The wound cannot be said to recover immediately, but at least it stops the bleeding immediately. It's too late to cry out in pain. Sujan immediately rushed to the Hulk's mask. The claws pierced deep into the throat of the Hulk's mask, and blood gushed out like a spring. The dying aberration burst out with the last of its strength, and its legs slammed into Sujan's chest. The crisp sound of broken ribs was clearly audible. Sujan was kicked several meters away, flew out of the broken wall, and fell into a corridor on this floor. He endured the severe pain and saw the huge body of the Hulk mask twitching. The neck has been broken, and this behemoth has finally reached the end of his life. One solved. But the crisis is far from over. The clown mask rises from the rubble, and 6 intact arthropods are inserted into the ceiling, hanging him upside down in midair. You kill him. His voice was full of anger. I'm going to tear your bones off one by one. Sujan spat out a mouthful of blood foam. There was no answer, just slowly taking a fighting posture. The clown mask waved his hand and fired a bone spur that struck like a javelin. Sujan dodged sideways, and his arthropods plunged deep into the elevator door behind him. I don't know where it is. The entire elevator suddenly fell out of control, and there was a loud rumbling sound in the hoistway. Whoosh! The two fought together again. From the corridor to the banquet hall. The crystal chandelier in the banquet hall was affected. Countless glass shards fell. Sujan took the opportunity to grab a broken light chain and whipped at the face of the clown's mask. The mask shattered in response, revealing the decaying deformed face below. Bang! The clown mask is completely insane. The remaining arthropods all spread out and pounced like praying spiders. Sujan did not retreat but advanced, allowing 6 arthropods to run through his body, and pinched the opponent's neck with both hands. 2 pierced through the thigh, 1 pierced into the flank, 1 pierced the lung lobe, and the last 2 got stuck between the ribs. I want you to die. The 2 rolled and crashed into the buffet area. The glass of the refrigerator burst, and countless tableware fell from the huge impact. Sujan's back was bloody, but his hand gripping the clown's mask did not let go at all. The other party's arthropods stirred in his body, bringing out a large amount of blood every time. Severe pain hits. Sujan's vision began to blur. He could feel warm blood gushing out of multiple wounds, pooling into pools of blood under him. The opponent's 6 arthropods were attacking him, but his hands were protecting his neck tightly, and his claws pierced his palms, but they were locked by his muscles and could not advance any further. This would not kill him completely at all. If you continue, you must be the one who dies first. The clown's mask's rotten face was close at hand, with a crazy smile. The arthropods stirred in Sujan's body again, wanting to tear him apart completely. The pupil of the abyss. Deceleration. Click. An illusory clock sounded. All the remaining spiritual power is used on this. This is his last trump card. The movements of the clown's mask suddenly became sluggish, and the subtle movements took a lot of effort. His pupils contracted violently, watching Sujan's bloodstained fingers slowly tighten. It's obviously a little bit different. If it was the height of the clown mask, this level of control would be easy for him to break free. But tonight is different from the past. Sujan's hands continued to apply pressure like iron tongs. No way. The power of the pupil of the abyss made this life and death contest a one-sided execution. The clown's mask's struggle became weaker and weaker, and the twitching of the arthropods gradually stopped. The crisp sound of bone cracking resounded throughout the banquet hall. The clown's mask's head tilted to the side at an eerie angle, and the 6 arthropods spasmed a few times at the end, and finally hung weakly. Sujan let go of his hand and staggered back a few steps, and with it comes more severe pain and dizziness. Click! He looked down and saw that his injuries were more serious than he had imagined. Must be treated as soon as possible. But right now, footsteps came from outside the banquet hall. This sound is not the sound of a Peep's arthropod falling to the ground. It's the sound of footsteps in shoes. Sujan's current aberration form has extremely sensitive 5 senses. Even if the footsteps are very small, he can hear it clearly. Or, the comber is a mutant. Or, the comber is his teammate. Because ordinary people are not stupid enough to come out and observe. But Sujan looks like this now. No matter which one, it will be more auspicious than good. Sujan stared in the direction of the gate. Half of Suhao's face appeared and disappeared at the crack of the door, and he slowly inhaled through his nose. He smelled blood. Stay back. Sujan held his breath, his muscle fibers wriggling autonomously, stopping the bleeding. But the ability to heal oneself must consume physical functions. Now, his physical functions have been consumed by more than 90% in the fight between the 2 mutants, so the recovery is very slow. The 2 were about 30 m away. Sujan lay under the buffet area. There is cover in the way. At this moment, neither of them saw each other. Suhao scanned around and slowly poked his head out. First, test the ground with your toes to make sure there is no debris, and then slowly move your center of gravity forward, carefully moving forward at a centimeter level speed. I also heard a fierce fight just now, but now it's too quiet. It was unusually quiet. Suhao could already see the whole picture of the entire banquet hall at this moment. Blood on items, metal frames that have been violently deformed, and the ground is covered with messes. All these traces point to a fact. Something has just experienced a life and death struggle here. And, possibly alive. But where did it go? A drop of cold sweat slid down Suhao's temples. If it is at its peak, it will definitely be checked with teleportation skills. But now his physical strength is not enough at all. Although the other party seems to have experienced a big battle, what if there is still room? He didn't dare to gamble, but his strong curiosity still drove him forward. Sujan caught the soft sound of the sweat beads falling to the ground. The water is dripping. Is the other person afraid? His tail arched silently, ready to kill in a rage. But at the next moment it froze. He didn't know who was on the other side, but most likely his teammates. Sujan didn't know what to do. He couldn't kill his teammates, but he couldn't reveal his identity now, even if he lifted the aberration form. Clown mask and Hulk mask. How do these 2 aberrations be explained? The wounds on their corpses were obviously not caused by their own Shiwan pupils. Moreover, he participated in the exchange meeting with the Starlight Academy, and his spiritual power was exhausted, and even if he took the treatment drug, he could not kill these 2 aberrations. This is even more inexplicable. Suhao's toes moved forward another 5 centimeters. The blood was still fresh, and the battle ended less than 3 minutes later. That thing must still be nearby. Just move slowly. The other side. The smell of blood is getting stronger and stronger. Suhao's pupils tightened suddenly. I saw blood slowly flowing out on the ground of the buffet area. Whose blood is this? Is it a hunter's or a prey's? After a while, he cannot distinguish, he cannot be sure. Sujan's body tensed. If you get closer, if the other party is a mutant, you can only run. If the other party is a teammate, beat the opponent away and scare them away. After all, his teammates were in poor shape and did not dare to attack rashly. The 2 had different thoughts, but they were all nervous. The unknown is the most terrifying. They were separated by only a row of collapsed dining tables and broken tableware on the ground. Suhao stopped. He now only needed to take a few steps forward, or jump up, to see everything on the opposite side. Correspondingly, the perspectives are mutual. The opposite side he can see. The opposite side can naturally see him. The air in the banquet hall was almost frozen. The 2 stopped like this, their muscles accumulating, ready to deal with each other of unknown origin. Suhao's eyes froze. He noticed that in the broken cutlery a pitch-black scale was half buried in it. A memory from not long ago instantly flooded into my mind. This scale is very similar to the mutant wearing the Ultraman hood that saved him last time. Suddenly, in that desperate fog event, it was the owner of this scale who blocked the fatal blow for him. Suhao slowly retreated half a step. If it really is him, then he is. Bite the hand that feeds one? This is a perfect excuse. He had the intention of retreating, and now he he has strengthened his mind. Su Zhan listened carefully. He heard the other party's retreating footsteps. Why retreat? Are you afraid? Outside the cover. Su Hao slowly retreated, his eyes fixed on the dark scales. 1 step, 2 steps. Slowly turn your heels to the exit. Left the banquet hall. Su Zhan carefully poked his head out, listened carefully, and made sure that the other party had left completely. Ha dash. Spit out the breath that had been held for a long time. Tense muscles relax. Dawn. Fortunately, the banquet hall fell silent again. Su Zhan looked at the direction Su Hao was leaving, slowly propped up his body, and his whole body was in severe pain. It hurts too badly. Look around. The banquet hall was a mess. Someone has already sensed his presence and must leave here. Su Zhan dragged his broken body and staggered. But it seems to be the favor of fate. There were no obstacles along the way. Or rather, I didn't even meet a single creature. Unimpeded to the next floor, to a bathroom cubicle. The location of the bathroom is relatively remote. It's a great place to hide. Su Zhan sat on the toilet seat, and the muscles under the scales began to wriggle slowly. It takes time to heal on its own. Outside, the fog was still surging, but the silence at this moment has become the best cover. Su Zhan closed his eyes and let the aberration's instinct take over the repair work. 3 hours. It takes at least 3 hours. His breathing gradually stabilized. In this remote corner, the seriously injured hunter temporarily removed his fangs and slowly licked the wound. Su Zhan's vertical pupils flickered in and out of the darkness, like a candle in the wind. Over time, his eyelids became heavier and heavier, as if pressing on a boulder. Can't sleep. His paws dug into the wound on his thigh, fighting the surging drowsiness with severe pain. In such a dangerous environment, closing your eyes at this moment is equivalent to suicide. There was a rustling crawling sound outside. Su Zhan tensed his body suddenly. Damn, his luck shouldn't be so bad, right? But fortunately, he was worried. The sound gradually faded away. Su Zhan relaxed slightly, but immediately pinched the wound again to stay awake. 3 hours passed slowly, but Su Zhan still survived. Now the injury is basically healed, but there is not much energy in the body. But for Su Zhan, it was enough. He pushed open the partition door, and the corridor was still silent. Only the occasional scream in the distance reminded him that the crisis was not over. We have to hurry. Su Zhan came to the corridor, and the body of the Hulk mask was still lying here. He checked his temperature with his hand. A piece of cold. It's completely cold. Su Zhan grabbed the other party's remaining flesh whiskers and dragged the heavy body towards the banquet hall. It's heavy, but it's acceptable. The Hulk's mask's huge body left a bloodstain in the corridor, and it was blood red everywhere it passed. Finally arrived at the banquet hall. Su Zhan dragged the body to the broken window, glanced at the body of the clown mask on the side. Let's deal with it together. Su Zhan took a deep breath and pushed the Hulk's masked body towards the window. The heavy body arced through the night sky, and finally fell into the fog below, without any sound of landing. Su Zhan knew. The Hulk mask's body is no longer in the real world, but has come to the misty world. From here through the fog, not in the real world, but in the foggy world. Su Zhan always remembered this, so the body fell from a height without making a sound. This is also the best way to dispose of a body at the moment. The body of the clown mask was lighter and was thrown out the window. You all want the fog to come, right? Now you can be together forever. Su Zhan thought to himself, I can be regarded as an adult beauty, and now I have handed you over to your faith. Let's see if your faith will save you. Then, Su Zhan dragged his tired body back to the banquet hall, his eyes swept across the mess. He crouched down in front of the corpse of a human waiter and pulled a metal lighter from the inner pocket of his suit. With a click, the flames burst out. That's it. Tear off the blood-stained tablecloth and set it on fire. Then the burning tablecloth was thrown towards the curtains, and the fire spread instantly. Smoke billowed and rose, quickly triggering fire sensors on the ceiling. Tick. The fire alarm sounded. The sprinkler system started with a bang. The cold water curtain fell from the sky, washing away everything on the scene. Su Zhan stood in the water curtain, watching all the traces of life dilute under the impact of the water flow. Usually burned with fire, now it turns into water. The flood buries the truth forever. Even after the fog ended, no one could see any clues from here. Su Zhan knew that in the fight with the two mutants, he would definitely leave biological information, like scales or something. However, these are the scales of the aberration Su Zhan. What does it matter to me, awakened Su Zhan? The biological information in the aberration takes a completely different DNA than humans. This is one of the reasons why it has not been extinct. What he is doing now is nothing more than double insurance. Su Zhan has always been cautious. He looked out the door, and it was time to continue hunting. After all, the opportunity of the fog incident is relatively rare for him. Now the detachment will become more and more rampant, and it also specializes in hunting human geniuses. At present, you must become stronger quickly in order to have more protection for your life. No one thought of it. No one thought of it. This fog reached the peak of the fog event time, 3 days. Fog events last up to 3 days. Foggy first day. Su Zhan focused on recovering from his injuries and hid in a remote bathroom to recover recover his strength silently. Until the next day of the fog, Sujan began to attack. Start by looking for low-level lone voyeurs and slowly kill them step by step. During this period, he also noticed that there were many eyes looking at him. These people are survivors. Their eyes were full of shock and confusion. It seems that no one can believe that aberrations hunt misty creatures, and not forced, but actively. But Sujan didn't care. If you see it, you can see it. He wasn't cruel enough to kill them for that. Wearing a fire mask himself, his body shape has also changed a lot. Not to mention these ordinary people, even his teammates can't recognize who he is. Sujan's special ability allows him to fight against misty creatures and can support the war with war. After absorbing the life essence of the peeper and returning to the peak of physical strength, he incarnated as an emotionless killing machine. Cleaning starts from the first floor. Break the peepers one by one. Wherever he passed, black blood splattered and limbs flew around. There are no tricks, no detours, only the purest violent crushing. He didn't stop and continued to climb. 15 floors, 20 floors, 30 floors, just kill layer by layer. The entire Binhai Hotel turned into a huge slaughterhouse, and Sujan was the only executioner, all the way to the roof of the hotel. During this period, Sujan also met his teammates, but he just glanced at them coldly and continued to kill. In the last life, a well-known PC game figure said that if violence is not for killing, it will be meaningless. Sujan had already changed his clothes at this moment, standing by the fence on the rooftop, looking down. He didn't count the details, but he had to kill more than 30 peepers. The strength has reached the 5th level of low danger, and it is not far from the 6th order of low danger. You have to go down quickly, otherwise you will inevitably be suspected. Sujan lifted the aberration form and threw the one he was wearing before into the fog. The survivors began to discuss the monster's whereabouts. A unified answer was drawn, and this monster was on it. Everyone gathered downstairs in unison. After all, the downstairs has been cleaned up by this aberration and is relatively safe. Even Lu Ziming and the 4 of them came to the hotel lobby, which is the first floor of the hotel. Although the 4 of them were almost exhausted before the fog, the quality of the awakened people was far from comparable to ordinary people. There is a good saying: when a lion chases you, you don't need to run faster than a lion, you just need to run faster than your companion. It's cruel. Even if the 4 of them don't want to admit it, it's a reality. In the hotel lobby, the smell of blood fills the air. Sujan had already arrived here early. That guy is definitely a madman. Lu Ziming sat on the overturned front desk. The sound of fighting has been transmitted from downstairs to where I hid. If it was before, I would definitely have made 2 moves with him. What about now? Su Hao took over the conversation. Now, I could only run, but I couldn't run away, and he found me. Lu Ziming shook his head, but that guy must know that I am not easy to mess with, so he left with interest. Sujan felt speechless for a while. If he really doesn't leave, you won't be happy again, right? Keep blowing. Xie put his hands on his chest. However, this aberrant species is really strange. His hunting target is not humans, but misty creatures. Fengju leaned against the pillar. He let us go, just like the mutant wearing the Ultraman hood last time I was in the mist incident. Yes, look at his scales. Su Hao immediately said, is it the same as the last aberration? That aberration didn't have a tail last time. Lu Ziming retorted, what if it grows from behind? Su Hao insisted on his point of view. Anyway, I feel that except for that tail, the other details are almost exactly the same. I agree. Do not express your opinions briefly. Sujan listened fascinatedly. After all, he was the only one who knew who the aberration that killed the peeper was. How to say it? It's like after the exam, only you know the correct answer. Sujan, what do you think? Lu Ziming looked at Sujan. This feeling. Sujan came back to his senses and said, I'll sit and watch, lie down and watch. This guy is probably still upstairs now, and when the fog is over, I will investigate carefully, and the results will be revealed. Hey, it's still your brain. Lu Ziming smiled and stopped his shoulder. When the time comes, I will definitely find this guy out. Sujan's face darkened. Me? I really feel like I saved this kid in vain. But because of his excellent performance. Lu Ziming shook his bangs. I will definitely speak for him. As for the result, let's see it. Yes, those who survive here now can be regarded as being saved by him. Su Hao's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, that aberrant does not kill people, but saves people. I believe that the official will not kill him because of this. Really not? Sujan sighed in his heart. I hope that if this day really happens, the official can really let him go. I won't let it go. The fog outside the lobby suddenly surged, and everyone tensed their nerves. Something's coming. Lu Ziming knocked down from the bar with a carp. The seal has quietly moved to the shadow of the pillar. Now. Sujan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he pulled out the twin knives he had found earlier from behind his waist, always ready. A white halo slowly emerged from the fog. Its spiritual power. Su Hao pressed Lu Ziming's shoulder. Wait. This fluctuation. The halo breaks through the fog. Teacher? Xia Shi was the first to exclaim. Wang Mingyuan still wears gold wire glasses and has an elegant temperament. The spiritual power circulating around is like flowing mercury. Wang Mingyuan pushed the golden wire glasses, and the halo of spiritual power gradually slowly converged. You are not injured, are you? I'm fine. Lu Ziming patted his chest, but pulled the wound and gasped, "I just scratched some skin." Xie hugged his arms and said, "There are 3 scratches on my right shoulder, and the muscles in my left leg are torn." "What's the matter?" Lu Ziming smiled and said, "We awakeners, this little injury will heal in a few days." Su Hao said at this moment, "I'm fine too." Feng Ju leaned on the pillar and said concisely, "Small injury." Su Zhan shook his head, "It's okay. Go to the medical treatment immediately after going back and go for a comprehensive examination." Wang Mingyuan's eyes swept over everyone. How long has the fog lasted now? Feng Ju showed off the mechanical watch on his wrist. 46 hours and 37 minutes. It's been almost 2 days, but no more than 10 seconds have passed since I came in, and the time flow rate is. Wang Mingyuan frowned and wanted to say something. There was an exclamation from among the survivors. "Wait, that is Teacher Wang from Suzaku Academy." A young waitress in a hotel uniform pointed at Wang Mingyuan and shouted excitedly, "Our hotel manager told me." Suzaku Academy. Suzaku Academy, of the 5 top awakened academies in Daxia. We're saved. Suddenly, the survivors are agitated. The crowd that had been curled up in the corner surged over like a tide. "Teacher Wang, please take us out." A middle-aged man rushed to the front. "My daughter is only 5 years old, and she is still waiting for me at home." "Calm down, everyone." Wang Mingyuan raised his hand and signaled, "Back to the original position. With me here, it's okay." Su Zhan silently looked at the crowd that was commotioning again. A sigh in his heart. At the moment of despair, such a savior appeared, and they must have been excited. He also didn't think Wang Mingyuan was bragging. Now the realm of fog creatures in the fog event is still relatively low. With Wang Mingyuan's strength, it is not like crushing ants, it is at least chopping melons and vegetables. Hey, don't make noise." Lu Ziming stood in front of Wang Mingyuan and waved his arms. "Didn't you see that our teacher was busy? Go back, don't add to the chaos." "How do you talk?" A wealthy middle-aged woman shouted dissatisfiedly. "Isn't it right for us taxpayers to support you awakened people and protect the people?" Someone echoed, "You have official special allowances." Su Hao stood in the middle awkwardly to round the scene. "Don't get excited, we will definitely." "Shut up." "Yeah," she shouted coldly. "That's it." The crowd was not quiet, but the emotions were more intense. "You awakeners are amazing? Why are you yelling at us?" "That's it. We pay so much tax to support you, and now that something is wrong, this is the attitude? What about your responsibilities?" Some even began to push and squeeze forward. A beer bottle was smashed at Xiexi's feet. The situation instantly became tense. Su Zhan raised his eyebrows and pulled out the twin knives that had just been retracted from the sheath. The survivors trembled and scurried in the face of the misty creatures. At this moment, he dared to baring his teeth and claws at the awakened ones, because they know it all too well. The awoken did not dare to kill them, so they can vent their emotions unscrupulously, blame and abuse confidently, and even throw wine bottles casually. Xie Shishou's eyebrows furrowed. She just wants to quiet these people, not to abandon them. Instead, they kidnap themselves with their backhand. Clenched with both fists, she had already calculated in her heart, whoever dared to do it to her first, she would let the other party have a baby-like sleep. Okay, listen to me now. Wang Mingyuan pushed his golden glasses and looked around at everyone. Everyone is quiet. You will only attract all the misty creatures to make noise like this, and if there are too many of them, I won't be able to completely protect you. As soon as these words came out, everyone instantly became quiet. Su Zhan silently retracted the 2 swords into the sheath. I analyzed this scene clearly in my heart. Xie also had this attitude on the plane, but at that time, she was saving people, and everyone on the plane owed her a favor, and she had to be saved by her, so she could say whatever she wanted. But now, Xie didn't save anyone, but he scolded everyone with a condescending attitude, which happened to sting the most sensitive nerves of ordinary people. It was even worse than Lu Ziming's impatient attitude just now. When the word "shut up" came out of her mouth, a nameless fire erupted in everyone's hearts. Why can the awakened drink from us? Why are you awakened people born superior? Aren't you awakened people just having a good fate? In this world, there is an innate chasm between the awakened and ordinary people. It is a gap that cannot be crossed with no amount of acquired effort. What these ordinary people see at the moment is not a savior, but the embodiment of the injustice of fate. And Wang Mingyuan is well versed in people's hearts. He did not put on the airs of an awakened person, but calmly stated the facts. Noise attracts monsters, monsters kill. He gave the choice back to the people themselves. It's okay to quarrel, but the price may be life. This attitude of neither humble nor arrogant is convincing, because he is not ordering, but reminding. This is the true wisdom of life. It not only points out the stakes, but also maintains an attitude of equality and respect. Let this group of startled birds willingly quiet down after weighing the pros and cons. The image of Wang Mingyuan in Su Zhan's heart is 1 point higher. He looked at Xie Shi. In fact, another important reason why the survivors have different attitudes towards the two is Wang Mingyuan, with strong strength, is a lifesaver for everyone. The combination of this and the previous one is the most perfect way to do things. The survivors' attitudes slowly softened. The deputy manager of the hotel squeezed over. Professor Wang, I am the deputy manager here. I am most familiar with the structure of the hotel, and the underground shelter can be used, where the terrain is wide and there is food, which is completely enough for us. Wang Mingyuan nodded. You are responsible for the organization. Teacher Wang. A young girl with glasses timidly raised her hand. I am a medical student and can help deal with the wounded. I'm also a doctor, and I can save people too. Very good. In the blink of an eye, 2 or 3 doctors raised their hands. Thank you for your selflessness. Wang Mingyuan smiled at her and then looked at Su Hao. Su Hao, you assist them in establishing a temporary medical point together. Soon, more survivors began to take the initiative to help. Professor Wang, I'm a fitness coach. A muscular middle-aged man patted his chest. Leave the strength to me. It's no problem to carry the wounded and move materials. Count me alone. The young man in the security uniform next to him immediately followed. I have worked as a hygienist in the army, and I know basic wound treatment. Several chefs with big arms and round waists also squeezed over. There are still a lot of ingredients in the back of the kitchen. We can make something hot for everyone. The scene gradually became orderly. The men consciously divided into several groups. Some began to carry the wounded, some were responsible for collecting available supplies, and a few agile young people even took the initiative to ask Ng to serve as a guard post. Wang Mingyuan nodded in satisfaction, turned his head to Xie Shi and whispered, in the future, the attitude towards these people will be better, and ordinary people will also have their value. The key is to give them a stage to show. Xie Shi was silent, clenching her fists. She had to admit that Wang Mingyuan's way of doing things was far better than hers. At this moment, this arrogant girl is also reflecting on herself in her heart. A middle school student wearing a school uniform timidly walked up to Wang Mingyuan. Teacher Wang, although I have no specialties, I can help take care of the elderly and children. Wang Mingyuan rubbed his hair gently, then go. Lu Ziming leaned into Su Zhan's ear and whispered, Teacher Wang's leadership aura has flown up again, this damn charm. Learn more, if you inherit your family business in the future, you can use it. Then, Su Zhan looked at the crowd that was gradually returning to order. Let's go, let's not be idle, go be vigilant. Secretly recalling everything Wang Mingyuan had done just now, he could use it in the future. Now, please act according to the arrangement. Wang Mingyuan raised his voice and said to everyone, I promise that I will take everyone out safely. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause. The father of the 5-year-old girl wiped his tears and bowed again and again. Thank you so much. Wang Mingyuan waved his hand. It's nothing, you go and help other people in need now. The father nodded immediately, turned around, and trotted away. In this way, everyone united. During this period, many peepers ran out of the fog. However, they were all easily killed by Wang Mingyuan one by one. Okay, it's like chopping melons and vegetables. Everyone's self-confidence and security are also getting stronger and stronger. Until the 3rd day of the foggy hour, a total of 72 hours have passed. This is the longest time that the fog event lasts. When the last wisp of fog dissipates in the morning light, the entire hotel is finally exposed to the sun. The golden sunlight penetrated the clouds, illuminating the haggard faces of each survivor. Not, is it over? Someone asked tremblingly. The next second, cheers erupted. The girl with glasses in the medical school sat slumped on the steps, her white coat stained with blood, but she smiled like a child. The deputy manager of the hotel trembled and took out his mobile phone, and on the screen was an unread message from his wife. He squatted in the corner, burying his face deep in his palm, his shoulders shaking violently. The fitness coach picked up the middle school students beside him, turned around in a circle and shouted, We survived. Wang Mingyuan stood at the junction of sun and shadow, looking at this group of ordinary people crying and laughing, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Xie Shi leaned against the wall with her arms crossed, her face showing a hint of emotion. Lu Ziming wanted to say something witty, but was interrupted by Su Hao's sudden hug. Okay, we survived. Su Hao patted him on the back and motioned for him not to say anything else to disturb the atmosphere at this time. Lu Ziming opened his mouth, and in the end he didn't say anything. In the distance, the city's skyline is gradually becoming clear as the fog clears. Ouch. Teacher Wang, it's great that you're okay. The gray-haired Dean Li trotted over all the way and shook Wang Mingyuan's hand enthusiastically. Thank you, Dean Li, for your concern. Wang Mingyuan smiled and nodded. Su Zhan stood aside, his eyes frozen. I thought to myself that Wang Mingyuan was not in the fog at that time. Before the fog fell, the last thing Wang Mingyuan did was to go downstairs to pick up Dean Li. He seriously suspected that Dean Li deliberately pushed Wang Mingyuan away. Teacher Wang, the time flow of this fog incident is very fast. Dean Li said slowly, it has only been less than 15 seconds outside, and the fog has dissipated. That's right, Wang Mingyuan said indifferently. Dean Li should have sensed Wang Mingyuan's emotions inside. Alas, it's all my fault for being confused and not finding a way. Let you come down and pick me up. Otherwise, if you are here, many people will definitely die. Dean Li, don't say that. Wang Mingyuan shook his head gently. The fog incident is unpredictable, and this is normal. You're still so comforting. Dean Li sighed and patted Wang Mingyuan on the shoulder. But this time it's really strange. I have to investigate it carefully. Teacher Teacher Wang, remember to write a report on the fog incident. Another day I came to my office for tea, and I arrived at a new batch of good Longjing. Wang Mingyuan yawned slightly. You walk slowly. Li walked slowly with his hands behind his back, his steps steady as if he were not an old man at all. Teacher Wang, why don't you ask him? Lu Ziming really couldn't stand it anymore and said, definitely. In the fog, Wang Mingyuan explained the ins and outs of the matter to them clearly. It's just that I walked dozens of more steps. The fog descended. Coincidentally, what a coincidence. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? It is very likely that it was premeditated. Now questioning him has no effect. Wang Mingyuan pushed the golden silk glasses. People say it's a coincidence. You have no evidence. What can you do with him? What is evidence? Su Hao took over the conversation. Shouldn't all the evidence come from investigation? He is so suspicious, the official will definitely send someone to investigate, and we are working with them to find a little clue. I hope, but don't talk too much about everything. Coincidences are also possible. Wang Mingyuan glanced at the towering Binhai Hotel. What we have to do now is to see if there are any mutants hidden among the survivors, and if there are, we will find them out. They are the best evidence. Su Zhan's heart sank when he heard this. The two mutants had already been killed by him, and their bodies were thrown into the mist. However, according to the urine nature of the Transcendence Society, those aberrations will not say anything even if they die. Su Zhan's right hand was inserted into his pocket, touching that card. This is the address left by the Hulk mask variant to recruit him. This address is likely to be the key to breaking the game. But, after some time, the black off-road convoy of the Abnormal Purge Division slowly drove into the scene. The doors opened neatly and uniformly, and a team of investigators in black uniforms quickly lined up. The leader was a thin man about 40 years old, with a silver badge pinned to his chest and sharp eyes. As soon as he saw Wang Mingyuan, he immediately stepped forward. His right hand stroked his chest, bowed slightly, and his posture was respectful but not humble. Teacher Wang, I have long admired your name. The leader's tone was solemn. I am the leader of the 3rd investigation team of the Launching Abnormal Purification Division. Zhao Lin, this incident is thanks to you, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Wang Mingyuan smiled indifferently. Team leader Zhao is polite. That's his duty. You are too humble. Suzaku Academy's experience in dealing with fog incidents has always been a benchmark for us to learn. Zhao Lin nodded. Without your cooperation, our follow-up investigation will be very passive. Wang Mingyuan pondered slightly. Understand. What do you need? If you can, we hope you and your students will cooperate with us to make a simple record. Zhao Lin's tone was sincere. I hope to cooperate. Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses. Yes, but my students have just experienced high-intensity battles and need to be given priority to medical examinations. Of course, we brought the medical team with us, and we could arrange it immediately. Zhao Lin immediately responded. In addition, we have prepared a temporary rest area, which will definitely not delay your recovery. Wang Mingyuan nodded slightly. Then it will trouble team leader Zhao. Zhao Lin said gratefully, okay, you are busy first. I asked someone to come over to connect with the specific process, and I could ask you any needs at any time. Wang Mingyuan watched Zhao Lin leave, turned to the students and said, did you hear it? Just make a simple record. Just tell the truth. Lu Ziming, especially you, pay attention to the wording. Lu Ziming curled his lips. I know, don't just joke around. Teacher Wang is really respected outside. Su Hao sighed. Su Zhan also had such an idea. The leader of the Abnormal Purge Division in Lanchang, not to mention one person, must be above 10,000 people. But Wang Mingyuan didn't even need to deliberately show anything. Just standing there, he could make the leader of the Abnormal Purification Division respectful. Strength and status are the passports of this world. After undergoing examination and treatment, came to the Abnormal Purification Division in Arashur City. Wang Mingyuan and 6 people sat on the side of the long table. Opposite were Zhao Lin and 2 recorders. That's it. The room was softly lit, and the surveillance device in the corner flashed red. Zhao Lin opened the file book and tapped his finger on the paper. First of all, according to the descriptions of the survivors, this time there was a mutant wearing a fire mask in the fog, and actively hunting the fog creatures was equivalent to indirectly protecting everyone. Do you confirm this? The 4 of them exchanged glances. Su Hao said, at that time, I saw him tear up 2 peepers in the corridor on the 30th floor, and he also saw me, but he turned a blind eye to me. That guy is fierce. Lu Ziming gestured with his hand. The claw is pulled like this, and it directly opens the vesicle of the peeper. Zhao Lin said while recording, the second question, according to the files, the aberrations that the 4 of you encountered in the fog incident in Suzaku City last time have characteristics that are extremely similar to this time. Yes. Scales, walking upright, could it be the same individual? Fengju said lightly. The similarity is more than 80%, the only difference is that this time he has a tail, but the core behavior pattern is the same, and he prioritizes attacking misty creatures. The third doubt. Zhao Lin frowned. The bodies of the peepers killed by Teacher Wang are intact, but the bodies of the rest of the peepers are all gone. This is the same as the scene in your last report after the appearance of the Ultraman hood aberration. Everyone still nodded. Zhao Lin closed the file and looked at Wang Mingyuan Mingyuan, Teacher Wang, there is another detail that needs to be verified by you. Saying that, he motioned for the assistant to call up the surveillance screen. Surveillance shows that you just left the hotel on the way to pick up Dean Li, and the fog came. Is it too coincidental at this point in time? Zhao Lin lowered his voice. Do you think Dean Li may be related to this incident? Would you like to? With us. Team leader Zhao, I don't think it's important. Wang Mingyuan crossed his fingers and placed them on the table. It is a fact that Dean Li is suspicious, and your abnormal purge department has the obligation to investigate. Zhao Linran was stunned. I thought that Wang Mingyuan would be very enthusiastic about this matter, thinking of revenge and finding out the murderer. But I didn't expect it to be so bland. He said, but if we can't find out the results of the investigation, we will really let the murderer go unpunished. Our Suzaku Academy participated in the exchange meeting in Lanchang. Wang Mingyuan suddenly chuckled. After the game, we will naturally leave Lanchang. And how long will the murderer behind the scenes stay in Lanchang? Zhao Lin stood up suddenly. Teacher Wang, this is related to the safety of the entire city. Wang Mingyuan said lightly, so you have to hurry up. I have handed over the evidence of the call record to you, and I have also told you what to say. You won't want me to investigate, right? Zhao Lin was speechless for a moment. His expression kept changing, and finally he sighed and said, Teacher Wang, you are right, leave the rest to us. Wang Mingyuan nodded and greeted Su Zhan and the others. Let's go back and have a good rest. Su Zhan and the others stood up. Under the gaze of Zhao Lin and others, he left the abnormal purge division. Walk out of the door of the abnormal purge division. Lu Ziming finally couldn't hold back. Teacher, what did you mean by what you just said? If Dean Li really has a problem, let's just leave. Wang Mingyuan's eyes were deep. Su Zhan glanced at the abnormal purge division building behind him and said for him, they are playing ball. Ha! Lu Ziming looked dazed. Zhao Lin seems to be respectful, but in fact he has been digging holes. Su Zhan quickened his pace and stood side by side with everyone. First, Suzaku Academy interferes in local affairs beyond its authority, unless it is applied to the top. Second, this was originally the matter of the abnormal purification division, and they did so to share the responsibility. Third, if Teacher Wang agrees and does not investigate, the root of the disaster is buried, and when this bane breaks out, Teacher Wang will be responsible. Su Hao suddenly realized that's why Teacher Wang emphasized that he would leave after the game. What we can do has been done. Su Zhan looked at Wang Mingyuan who was walking in front. Even if we want to investigate, we will investigate privately so that the responsibility will not fall on our heads. Therefore, we cannot openly agree to cooperate with them no matter what. We are not saints, we have to carry all the pots, and we want us to share the things within our scope of responsibility. Su Zhan, don't understand what I mean. Wang Mingyuan smiled and denied. It's just that he looks like this. Everyone didn't believe a word. See what your students look like. Wang Mingyuan also put away his smile and said solemnly, if I am sure, I will also fight for this credit, but now, I have no evidence of the murderer behind the scenes. Private investigation is more secure. Politics is much more troublesome than cultivation. So, this thing is really boring. Lu Ziming stretched his waist and rested his hands on the back of his head. It's better to kill a few more mutants. Su Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head, but there are some things that cannot be solved by force alone, just like this time, if Teacher Wang hadn't dealt with it properly. Cut. If you want me to say that you can just hit the door. Lu Ziming made a fist swing. Take out Old Man Li and ask, don't you know? Su Zhan shook his head. Then what? Waiting for the headlines? Su Zhan is right. Wang Mingyuan strolled through the streets. Many times, fists can't solve problems, but create more problems. Of course, if you are strong to a certain extent, then when I didn't say it, otherwise, you have to follow the rules of this world. Fengju glanced at Lu Ziming. Most of the trouble stems from too much talk, so I suggest you say a few words less. Hey, what do you mean? Everyone laughed. The night breeze blows through the streets, bringing a hint of coolness. Now the Binhai Hotel definitely can't go back. After all, it has just experienced a fog incident, and officials need to investigate and verify it there. So, everyone had to change hotels. Although it is not as good as the Marina Hotel, at least the grade is not too low. Under the care of professional medical personnel, everyone's health gradually improved. For 3 days, of course, I was in the hotel to heal, do some rehabilitation exercises, and take some healing medicine. Even if it is the most serious physical overdraft, it already has 30% of its physical strength at this moment. Su Zhan thought about the card that the Hulk mask gave him. Let him come to this address the day after the fog. However, due to Wang Mingyuan's strong request, he recuperated well and could not go out, and he could not go out privately. Of course, this news must not be told to anyone else. Su Zhan couldn't explain it at all, and he used the aberration form in both fog events, and a few more times, he felt that he would be exposed sooner or later. So I can't share this news with everyone. Wait, those 2 mutants have already been killed by him anyway, so it is very likely that even if I go to that address according to the time on the business card, I will be empty because of the death of those 2 mutants. Leave it to fate. I hope this address doesn't disappoint him. Day 3. While everyone was eating, Lu Ziming finally couldn't stand it anymore and slapped the table. I can't stand it anymore. Nestled in this dilapidated hotel every day. There is no place to practice, no place to play. I want to grow mushrooms. I have to go out and take a breather no matter what I say today. The dining table suddenly fell silent. Xiaxi slowly put down his chopsticks, and at this moment he didn't say anything to refute. Sujan raised his eyebrows. If there is no rebuttal, it means that it is acquiescence, and Xiaxi seems to want to go out. Actually, Su Hao said slowly, we are close to the abnormal purification division here. Even if something really happens, they can quickly reach here. Fengju was still eating expressionlessly, but the fork in his hand slowed down significantly. Wang Mingyuan put down his teacup and swept his eyes over everyone. It seems that everyone is suffocating. These kings Mingyuan have always strictly forbidden them to go out. On the one hand, they were worried about the retaliation of the Transcendent Society, and on the other hand, they were also afraid that they would be involved in the investigation of the Alien Purge Division. But young people can't be closed after all, especially this group of awakened people with strong blood. Teacher Wang. Lu Ziming immediately put on a flattering face and leaned over to Wang Mingyuan. Just go to the commercial street. I promise not to cause trouble. You see, Fengju almost pierced the plate. Fengju glanced at him coldly, but did not refute. Okay, but we have to act together. No one is allowed to run around alone. Wang Mingyuan sighed lightly and pushed the golden wire glasses. Especially you, Lu Ziming. Obey orders. Sir. Lu Ziming immediately stood up straight and made an exaggerated salute. Everyone immediately finished eating and packed their things. 10 minutes later, the hotel lobby. Lu Ziming was the first to rush down, wearing a fancy floral shirt and sunglasses pushed to his forehead. How is it? Am I handsome enough? Xiaxi rolled her eyes, wearing a black slim t-shirt with tactical trousers, full of sass. Wang Mingyuan shook his head helplessly. Remember, don't get too far away from me. Today is just ordinary shopping, understand? Forget it. You can't keep the students inside. It's good to get out and get some fresh air. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. How to say, this outing can be regarded as a small relaxation. Everyone walked on the commercial street. Lu Ziming walked at the front with his hands in his pockets, and his floral shirt stood out in the crowd. He turned around from time to time and urged, go faster. There is a new men's clothing store in front of you. Go and take a look. According to the navigation, this commercial street is 1.2 kilometers long. Su Hao looked at the mobile phone navigation and said, there are 87 shops on both sides, and the flow of people is about. Stop, stop. Lu Ziming turned around and walked backwards. We are here to go shopping, not to do market research. Even if something really happens, Teacher Wang is next to us. What are you afraid of? Su Hao also nodded when he heard this. Wang Mingyuan glanced around lightly and said, just don't walk around. Fengju walked on the edge of the team. When passing by a watch shop, he took a second look at the mechanical watches in the window. In this way, everyone stopped and walked all the way. More than an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Su Zhen looked down at his phone. The navigation map shows that it is only 300 meters from the target location. He pointed ahead. There is a coffee shop on the corner. Go sit down? Let's go. Lu Ziming was the first to respond. I was just tired of walking. Xiaxi glanced at Su Zhan's mobile phone and didn't say anything. The coffee shop is simply decorated and there are not many customers. Everyone chose a window seat and sat down, facing a secluded alley outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Everyone ordered a cup of coffee for the waiter in turn. Su Zhan's eyes inadvertently swept over the staff of the coffee shop. Corner coffee shop. This is the address that the Hulk mask gave him. I hope something can be investigated from this. After the coffee is served. Lu Ziming crossed Erlang's legs, his fingers gently tapping the rim of the coffee cup, revealing an expert's expression. The beans in this store are not roasted enough. He took a sip and frowned seriously. Do you see this layer of grease? Obviously the extraction is insufficient, and the water temperature is at least 2 degrees lower. Su Hao looked puzzled. When did you understand coffee? Lu Ziming shook his cup. I learned from the coffee master. Authentic espresso, crema should be as smooth as silk. Su Zhan frowned. He knew that this young master Lu was going to start pretending again. In fact, the most important thing is the thickness of the beans. Ha! Lu Ziming is still gushing. A coffee shop of this level should use at least 30,000 grinders. He was so noisy. Many guests around him showed dissatisfied expressions on his face. Okay, Master Lu. Su Hao immediately said, be quiet, this is not your home. Lu Ziming looked around, and after finding these dissatisfied eyes, he didn't say much with interest. However, the expression is still not enough. Su Zhaner was instantly clean. His gaze slowly swept over every corner of the cafe. The barista behind the bar is skillful, the waiters are smiling professionally, and everything looks normal. After all, the aberration is not visible from the outside. Su Zhan raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Waiter. A young waitress walked over quickly. Sir, what do you need? What's going on with this coffee? Su Zhan pushed the cup forward, his face not good. Call your store manager. The purpose of this is certainly not because the coffee is bad, but he can't see the store manager here, so he has to observe the store manager again. The waitress bowed and apologized repeatedly, turned around and hurried to the back kitchen. What's wrong? Coffee problem? Lu Ziming leaned over with a curious face. please? Su Zhen didn't answer, his fingers tapped lightly on the table. Lu Ziming also asked interestingly. Footsteps came from behind. A woman in a beige professional suit approached slowly. She was about 30 years old, and her long chestnut hair was meticulously coiled back of her head, revealing her smooth forehead. I'm Leah, the store manager. What's wrong with coffee? Everyone looked at the female store manager, who came carefully. I just feel familiar and unfamiliar. Just looking at the face, it seems to have been seen, but if you think about it carefully, you can't think of who it is. Wang Mingyuan asked, who are you? Li Tinghuai? Li Tinghuai is naturally the name of Dean Li of the Starlight Academy. Leah's tone was gentle. He is my father. Lu Ziming looked Leah up and down, and couldn't help but interject. Your father is Dean Li of Starlight Academy. With such a high status, why would you open a cafe in such a place? He looked around and continued, this kind of small shop can't make a few dollars a year, right? With your father's property, you shouldn't have to worry about flowers in your life. Because I like coffee. Leah replied calmly, I like this kind of life of opening my own store, and I'm just an ordinary person, not as great as my father. I just want to live my life and do what I want to do. Lu Ziming was speechless for a while, and opened his mouth but couldn't say anything to refute it. Leah turned his gaze to Su Zhen, bowed slightly and asked, this gentleman, is there anything wrong with you looking for me? Is the taste of this coffee not to your taste? Of course not. Su Zhen frowned and stood up. I just think this coffee is too good, so I want to see what kind of person can run such a good coffee shop. Leah nodded politely. Thank you for your support. If nothing else, I'll go first. Everyone nodded one after another. Leah turned to leave, and the high heels made a crisp sound on the marble floor. The back quickly disappeared around the corner of the cafe. Su Zhen's eyes froze. The address given to him by the Hulk mask. This is the coffee shop, and the manager of this coffee shop is Dean Li's daughter. Dean Li happens to have a major suspicion. Su Zhen already had a bold idea in his heart. Think about it, Dean Li is the dean of the Starlight Academy and has a respected status, so why should he take the risk to help the aberration? This is completely unreasonable. The address given by the Hulk mask happened to be this coffee shop, and the owner was actually Dean Li's daughter. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? Why does a daughter of fine clothes and food want to live here and open a small shop? Just be happy. He didn't believe a word. Su Zhen's eyes suddenly sharpened. The truth may be simple. Leah herself is a mutant, and Dean Li is helping his daughter. Only the term family affection makes sense. That's why Dean Li deliberately pushed teacher Wang away before the fog fell. Father's love can make a highly respected dean fall to this? Brothers. Lu Ziming had a serious expression and lowered his voice. I think this store manager is weird. A young lady, come to this kind of place to open a coffee shop? What a liar. Tell me something you don't know. Yeah, she said lightly. Lu Ziming, I'm too lazy to fight with you now. Lu Ziming continued, you think, Dean Li has no reason to help the aberration, but there is a possibility. His daughter, Leah, is a mutant. Su Zhen raised his eyebrows slightly. It's quite smart, at least he doesn't need to remind you anymore. It also lived up to his painstaking efforts to lead everyone to this cafe. Now all he has to do is sit quietly, reduce his presence, and hand over the stage to his teammates. The more you say, the more you get wrong. Now if you cannot show flaws, you will not show flaws. Wang Mingyuan didn't speak, and gently put down the coffee cup at this time. Have you ever thought about why you opened a store so close to the abnormal purification division if Leah really has a problem? The most dangerous place is the safest place. Su Hao spoke. Opening a coffee shop here can reduce suspicion. Wait. Lu Ziming raised his hands. The more you talk about me, the more confused I become. So what's the situation now? Is Dean Li a mole? Is his daughter a mutant? Then what should it be? Feng Ju interrupted him. Rush in directly to arrest people? Don't forget, we don't have any evidence. Then you can't just sit still, right? Lu Ziming rubbed his hair frantically. It's really not okay. Let's tell the news to the people of the Alien Purification Division. Let them act with us. Wang Mingyuan raised his hand and interrupted him. What are you waiting for? Lu Ziming was so anxious that he spoke quickly. If you wait any longer, the daylilies will be cold. At this moment, the doorbell of the cafe rang crisply. Wait. A little brother wearing a delivery uniform in the same city stood at the door, holding a document bag in his hand. Who is the recipient? Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan calmly raised his hand. Here. Lu Ziming looked puzzled. This is. Wang Mingyuan signed the package and slowly unsealed the document bag. Now. Wang Mingyuan took out a piece of paper covered with a bright red seal from the document bag. You can do it. Everyone stared at it. It was a search warrant from the Abnormal Purge Division. Su Zhen couldn't help but widen his eyes. He didn't expect that such an important thing would be delivered through intracity delivery. Also, Wang Mingyuan got a search warrant so quickly. Obviously the relationship behind it is huge. I really have yours, Teacher Wang. Lu Ziming jumped up excitedly. Teacher Wang, when will you? When you're yelling like an idiot. Yeah, she had already stood up. Su Zhen stood up silently, his eyes locked on the closed door in the back kitchen. Everyone was ready for battle. The previous decline. The grievances of not being able to do it because there were no legal procedures before. At this moment, moment he was instantly liberated. Wang Mingyuan folded the search warrant and put it in his inner pocket, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Block the control of the front hall. Su Hao controls the bar. Xie is responsible for the flanks. Su Zhan follows me. Lu Ziming. I know. Lu Ziming excitedly rubbed his hands. Breakthrough head-on, right? Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses. You are responsible for ventilating at the door. Ha! Lu Ziming's face suddenly collapsed. Action. Wang Mingyuan gave an order, and everyone instantly entered a combat state. No. Su Hao's figure flashed, and the dagger in his hand was already against the neck of the bar staff. Don't move. Cooperate with the investigation. At the same time, the Fengju Jinghuang's sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. The guests panicked and wanted to get up, but he was shocked by Xiexi's sharp eyes. Everyone stayed in place, and the abnormal purge division handled the case. Why don't you let me out? Some people shouted dissatisfiedly. Xie just wanted to threaten, but he stopped abruptly, sighed, and said, please cooperate with the officials, and those who do not cooperate will be detained for the crime of obstructing official duties. The scene was instantly silent. Xiexi's eyes lit up when he saw this. Teacher Wang's method is really easy to use, and she speaks much better than she used to. Lu Ziming reluctantly guarded the main gate, muttering, why let me see the gate? But the movements of his hands were not ambiguous at all, and the spiritual power was already condensed in the palm of his hand, ready to deal with emergencies at any time. Kitchen direction. Wang Mingyuan and Su Zhan rushed into the kitchen. Leah was standing at the door of the storage room sorting out the shelves. Hearing the sound of the door being broken, she turned around calmly, still with that gentle and decent smile on her face. Two gentlemen. Leah straightened the broken hair at her sideburns. This is the employee area. Is there anything wrong? Wang Mingyuan showed a search warrant. The Abnormal Elimination Department conducts routine inspections. Please cooperate. Leah nodded slightly and took the initiative to get out of the way. Do you need me to lead the way? Both the storage room and the cold storage can be inspected. Su Zhan frowned slightly. I saw Leah standing aside calmly, folding her hands in front of her, completely looking like a good citizen who cooperated with the investigation. It's so cooperative. Of course. It's like having confidence and no fear. Wang Mingyuan looked around the kitchen. Please open the storage room. Leah took out the key from her apron pocket and opened the door to the storage room. Coffee beans and ingredients are mainly stored here. An inventory is carried out every week. All kinds of raw materials are neatly stacked in the storage room, and there is nothing abnormal. Su Zhan carefully examined the walls and floor, but could not find any trace of a secret door or mechanism. Do you want to see the cold storage? No problem. Leah took the initiative to propose. It's just behind. The inspection lasted about 20 minutes, and Leah cooperated throughout the process and answered any questions. When Wang Mingyuan asked to see the surveillance, she immediately pulled up nearly a month's worth of records. When asked about the purchase channel, she immediately provided a complete list of suppliers. Thank you for your cooperation. Wang Mingyuan finally spoke, his tone softened. Leah owed slightly. It should. We operate legally and are not afraid of inspection. Get out of the back kitchen. Su Zhan glanced back. Leah was instructing a waiter to sort out the shelves, looking focused and peaceful, as if the surprise inspection just now was just a small episode. Teacher, what should we do now? Su Zhanwen was stunned. It seems that the other party has been prepared for a long time and is not afraid of investigation at all. Everything is ready. I can't even find a secret door or anything. Don't worry. Wang Mingyuan's arms shook, and pure white spiritual power spread from his body like mist. In an instant, the entire cafe was filled. Su Zhan's eyes froze. He had never understood before, or was unsure what Wang Mingyuan's soul was, but since he made a few moves, all of them were attacks that evolved from this white spiritual power. For example, in the last plane crash, it was this protective shield formed by this white spiritual power that allowed everyone to survive. For example, in the fog incident, Wang Mingyuan's attack method was also an attack made of white spiritual power. Therefore, Wang Mingyuan's life soul is likely to be this white spiritual power. Can attack, can defend. It can even be like now. Use it as your eyes and explore every corner of the cafe. Everything that can be found and cannot be found will have nowhere to hide under these eyes. What is this? A female guest covered her mouth and nose in horror. Other guests also held their breath, and some even took out tissues to cover their mouths and noses. Don't panic. Xiaxi's cold voice sounded. This is pure spiritual power, which is beneficial to the body of ordinary people. The guests let go of their hands suspiciously. A bold man took a deep breath and suddenly widened his eyes. Really, I feel that my breathing is smooth. The sound of deep breathing echoed in the cafe. Several people even opened their arms to welcome the nourishment of spiritual power as if bathing in the sun. Leah stood behind the bar, frowning slightly. What are you doing? Routine inspection. The words just fell. Wang Mingyuan stood with his eyes closed, and white spiritual power flowed around him. See if there is anything missing. Leah's face was as usual. Please. Spiritual power seeped into every crevice like flowing water. Cracks in the corners, joints in the floor, vents in the ceiling. Suddenly, a wisp of spiritual power moved at the baseboard in the corner of the storage room. room. There was a thin slit that was almost invisible to the naked eye, not as wide as a hair. The spiritual power drilled in along the gap and found an exquisite mechanism on the inside of the wall. A movable masonry with a palm-sized hidden compartment hidden behind it. The lattice connects a narrow channel downward. The spiritual power spread along the passage, and about 10 meters underground in the coffee shop, a secret room of about 50 square meters suddenly appeared. The four walls of the secret room are covered with special shielding materials. What's more, this secret room is like a slaughterhouse, and it is not pigs, cows, or sheep that are slaughtered, but it's a restaurant with a mutation. As for what food is, it goes without saying. The white spiritual power slowly retracted into his body. Wang Mingyuan opened his eyes suddenly, and his eyes suddenly sharpened when he looked at Leah. Miss Lee, explain the secret room 10 meters underground? Leah's expression finally changed, and she subconsciously took half a step back. Su Zhan was overjoyed. Sure enough, I still found a flaw. Li Yachan pretended to be calm. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know? Wang Mingyuan smiled. Later, when you come to your restaurant, you won't refute. Let's go see your restaurant together. Wang Mingyuan took out his mobile phone and turned on the recording. Why, don't show me the way? I don't know what you're talking about. Li Ya denied. Since you don't show me the way, let me do it myself. Wang Mingyuan looked at Su Zhan. Su Zhan, I am optimistic about Miss Li. Su Zhan nodded, focusing on Leah. But I still feel a sense of security. After all, Wang Mingyuan is here, and these aberrations can't turn the sky. Wang Mingyuan took Su Zhan to escort Leah. Okay. Descend along the hidden passage to the underground chamber. Pushing open the last secret door, a smell of blood came to his face. The secret room is arranged as a dining room. That's it. Under the crystal chandelier, there is a long table with white napkins. All kinds of silver tableware are neatly displayed on the table. Cleaver knife, boning knife, serrated knife. It was wiped spotless, and the blade was sharp enough to reflect a figure. Su Zhan's eyes widened. I saw the refrigerator in the corner, and through the glass, you could see the neatly stacked ingredients inside. They are all sealed with vacuum bags, faintly revealing a dark red color. Su Zhan flipped through the menu on the long table. Fresh sashimi, 3-point cooked ribs, bone marrow soup. The name of the dish is also marked with the source of the ingredients and the best parts to eat. Good guy, the chef of this underground restaurant must be very good at being a good person. Miss Lee, the restaurant of your coffee shop is quite distinctive. Wang Mingyuan walked slowly to the refrigerator and tapped the glass cabinet door with his fingertips. It is built 10 meters underground, and it is also equipped with such professional refrigeration equipment and even specially installed equipment to avoid detection. Leah's face did not change, and she folded her hands in front of her. You are joking. I have no idea why this place appeared under my cafe. Wang Mingyuan opened the refrigerator, and the cold air instantly spread. He casually took out a package of vacuum-sealed ingredients and shook them. Then these ingredients must not have been prepared by you? The dark red flesh is faintly visible. Leah didn't even frown. I don't know. Really? Wang Mingyuan's eyes were cold. He threw the ingredients back into the refrigerator and turned to Su Zhan. Notify the Alien Purification Division and ask them to send someone over, and every inch must be sampled and tested. Leah spoke. Before you officially arrest me, can I call my family? Wang Mingyuan made a gesture of asking for help. Su Zhan whispered, Teacher Wang. Very good. Wang Mingyuan shook his head gently and said in a voice that only two people could hear, let her fight. I want to see how capable Dean Li is to settle this matter in front of ironclad evidence. Wait. Leah dialed the phone, still calmly. Dad, something is wrong with me. Of course. Dean Li's calm voice came from the other end of the phone. Give the phone to Teacher Wang. Wang Mingyuan took the mobile phone and pressed the hands-free. Dean Li, long time no see. The other party said, Teacher Wang, there is some misunderstanding about this matter. I will come over immediately. Wang Mingyuan glanced at the evidence in the room. I'm looking forward to your explanation. Hang up. The secret room fell silent. Leah still maintained an elegant standing posture, as if she was out of the matter. Su Zhan continued, Teacher, will Dean Li? Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses. The ironclad evidence is here. He can't turn the sky. The black convoy of the Abnormal Purge Division came and surrounded the coffee shop. Zhao Lin walked quickly into the basement with a team of heavily armed cleaners. Teacher Wang, don't worry. Zhao Lin stepped forward to shake hands. His eyes swept over the evidence in the room. This time it's thanks to you. Soon. Wang Mingyuan nodded slightly. The evidence is here, and the ingredients in the refrigerator need to be sent for inspection as soon as possible. It's already arranged. Zhao Lin waved his hand, and the people in the company immediately started working. They carefully collect knives, photograph details, and pack those vacuum-packed ingredients into special coolers. Everyone walked up to the cafe. Several cleaners escorted the coffee shop staff down the passage. The waiter was still smiling just now, and the waiter's face was like ashes at this moment. One of the young girls suddenly broke down and cried, I don't know anything. I just do what I am told. Zhao Lin waved his hand with a cold face. Take them all back for interrogation. He turned to Wang Mingyuan and softened his tone. In this operation report, I will truthfully record your merits. Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses. It's it's my duty. Zhao Lin clenched his fists and said, thank you, you can be with me during the interrogation later. Wang Mingyuan nodded. What's going on? Evidence found? Lu Ziming originally took over the task of the wind by the people of the Abnormal Purification Division, and he didn't know what happened at the moment. Xiaxi and others also gathered around and looked at the two curiously. Okay, it's okay, as long as this thing doesn't say anything out. Zhao Lin waved his hand. I still have something to do, sorry to accompany you. Wang Mingyuan hummed and watched him leave. What is the evidence? Lu Ziming said immediately. The evidence is in that basement. Suzhan pointed in a direction. You can go and take a look, but be careful not to move things around and not destroy the scene. Since you are so curious, let me meet you. Okay, I'll go take a look. Lu Ziming took the lead and led everyone. He kicked open the secret door of the storage room and broke in with a big grin. When he saw the whole picture of the basement, the hippie smiling face instantly froze. Lu Ziming's Adam's apple rolled, and his voice changed tone. This is A. In the middle of speaking, he suddenly got stuck, turned around and retched. She followed closely behind and stepped into the secret room. His eyes swept over the ingredients in the refrigerator, and then glanced at the menu on the wall. His face was not so good looking. Suhao stood staring at the vacuum packaging, his lips trembling, and said, this kind of texture should be. Halfway through, he covered his mouth and staggered back 2 steps. Fengju walked in expressionlessly, staring at the dried blood on the countertop. The last time I processed the ingredients would not take more than 12 hours. Lu Ziming finally calmed down and glanced at the refrigerator. I will never eat steak in my life. Suzhan stood at the staircase and looked at them. They have seen dead people, but where have they seen such a scene? This is much cruel than a dead person. The psychological defense line needs to be strengthened. Lancheng Gourmet, a bit interesting. Suzhan. Lu Ziming stepped forward and grabbed Suzhan's arm. You and he have bad intentions. Obviously knowing that this kind of ghost place is below, they deliberately let us in. It's what you want to see. Suzhan shrugged his shoulders expressionlessly, glanced at the corners of Lu Ziming's clothes that were still stained with vomit residue. I don't know which brand's clothes are dirty. Hurry up and deal with it. Lu Ziming wailed and squatted down. You have no conscience. Vomit. Suzhan silently handed over a bottle of water and said with a smile, rinse your mouth, but don't face the direction of the refrigerator. The rest are not as exaggerated as Lu Ziming. It's just that their eyes were somewhat resentful, as if they were the same as Lu Ziming, and the complaining Suzhan did not remind them. In this regard, Suzhan spread his hands. You didn't ask either. Arashur City. Strange Purge Division. Interrogation Room. Team Leader Zhao. Wang Mingyuan looked at Zhao Lin. I want to ask you a question. Zhao Linduan had a good posture, looking like he was listening. Why haven't you investigated Dean Li's daughter? Wang Mingyuan stared into his eyes and said, if you have to wait for us to go, we will find out that there is a problem at once. Harm. What? Zhao Lin waved his hand and said sincerely, Teacher Wang, you are still powerful. To be honest, we have also been to this coffee shop and even used professional equipment, but we did not find that secret room. It has to be you. As soon as you make a move, the secret room will come out at once. Wang Mingyuan frowned slightly, nodded, and didn't ask any more questions. This reason is enough, and I can't ask anything again. Leah was in the interrogation room. In the face of interrogation, she was just repeating his sentence. I don't know what will happen when my dad comes. Plus she is the daughter of Dean Li. Everyone will do nothing about him for a while. Suzhan's 5 people were sitting in the room opposite the interrogation room. Through that piece of glass, you can clearly see the scene in the interrogation room, but the people in the interrogation room cannot see outside. It's amazing, the background of the family is different. Lu Ziming stretched out when he saw this scene. It's good to have a good father. How did you have the face to say this? Suhao felt that he was in Versailles. The group controlled by your father is one of the top 100 enterprises in Daxia. Oh, oops. Lu Ziming waved his hand. How can my father compare with Dean Li? You compare my father with Dean Li. You are promoting my father. Su Zhan didn't have any good way. Now we can only wait for Dean Li to come. But it's true. Just let them wait. Even people of Wang Mingyuan's generation have to be hung up here by Dean Li. The interrogators, the investigators, and so on. Plus yourself as a person. So many people are waiting for Dean Li alone. Dean Li really has a big face. After a while, Teacher Wang, Team Leader Zhao. Dean Li walked calmly and stretched out his hand. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Mingyuan shook hands with him. Dean Li is polite. It's just a routine. Zhao Lin's handshake was with the strength of official business. We are very grateful that Dean Li can come over in person to cooperate with the investigation. It should. Dean Li nodded. After all, it's about my little daughter. Zhao Lin made a gesture of invitation. Dean Li, let's go in and talk. Dean Li nodded and walked calmly. Su Zhan watched the 3 of them walk to the interrogation room. The uneasy premonition in my heart became stronger. Who is Dean Li? The dean of the Starlight Awakened Academy. Where is Wang Mingyuan? Although he is a teacher at Suzaku Academy, he has old injuries. As for Zhao Lin, that identity and status are probably a little ant in the eyes of Dean Li. Just in case. Dean Li became angry and solved the problem with violence. Can the 2 of them really stop it? The more Su Zhan thought thought so, the more suspenseful his heart became. But looking at Wang Mingyuan's calm appearance in the interrogation room, slowly relieved. He didn't think his teacher was stupider than him. What he can think of, Wang Mingyuan must be able to think of. So this is not something he needs to consider. He just needs to sit here and watch the show now. Interrogation room. Leah sat quietly, her fingertips gently drawing circles on the table. Miss Lee. Zhao Lin opened the file book. What is your explanation for the ingredients in the basement refrigerator? Leah didn't speak, looking at Dean Lee. Dean Lee said slowly, Team Leader Zhao, my daughter has said many times that she has no feelings for that basement. No, love. Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses, looked at the file and said, the records on the doorknob show that Miss Lee's fingerprints are used most frequently. Dean Lee's eyes froze. When did Professor Wang learn to joke? Fingerprint? This kind of thing can also be counterfeited. He turned to look at Zhao Lin. Team Leader Zhao, do you know how much equipment I donate to the Abnormal Purification Division every year, in exchange for this kind of planting? Leah called softly. Don't talk. Dean Lee interrupted her and continued. 2. My daughter has been frail since she was a child and can't stand being frightened. Zhao Lin was unmoved. Based on the available evidence, we can fully detain Miss Lee for 2 months. Dad. In the next room, Su Zhan raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. 2 months is enough for any aberration to have nowhere to hide, because the mutant needs to eat every month, not including him, of course. When he first crossed over, there is little evidence that he is a Terradiant. This is why Dubin did not implement this measure on him. After all, this measure restricts human freedom and can also be said to violate human rights. Therefore, this measure will only be implemented if there is a lot of evidence and a very concentrated concentration. But Su Zhan was still relieved. After all, from Zhao Lin's attitude, he has an attitude of doing business and fighting with Dean Lee to the end. The interior is not bought. There is a high probability that this will happen. Interrogation room. Dean Lee's expression froze, and he said coldly, do you think you can convict my daughter based on this? It's not a conviction. Zhao Lin said coldly, just observe. It seems that I have to discuss it with your director. Dean Lee took out his mobile phone and was about to make a call. This is the instruction of Director Erisher. Wang Mingyuan said lightly. The muscles on Dean Lee's face twitched slightly, and he stopped the movements in his hands. Teacher Wang means that the director has known about this for a long time? Wang Mingyuan unhurriedly took out a document from his briefcase and pushed it to the center of the table. This is an investigation order signed by the director this morning. His fingertips tapped at the signature. It is clearly written that compulsory observation measures may be taken against those involved. Lao Zhou is. It's heartless. Dean Lee laughed dryly. It seems comradeships will also slowly dissipate over time. Dean Lee. Wang Mingyuan emphasized in a tone. This is the direct instruction of Director Zhou of the launching Abnormal Purification Division, and you can't stop it. Dean Lee's face darkened, and he leaned back in his chair, as if all his anger had been drained away. The interrogation room fell into a dead silence. Leah looked at her father's appearance and had already expected her end. A sad smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Dad, I'm sorry. No. Yay, Abe. Dean Lee instantly understood what his daughter was going to do, and rushed forward, but it was too late. Leah's skin began to crack, her skin turned bluish-gray, her slender fingers gradually twisted and deformed, and her nails extended into sharp claws. The originally clear pupils gradually diverged, and the entire eyeball turned into a cloudy amber color. Stop her! Zhao Lin shouted, but it was too late. Leah's aberrated body suddenly swelled. The blood mist exploded, and minced meat splattered all over the glass of the interrogation room. Dean Lee fell to his knees, grabbing his hair with both hands and letting out a heart-wrenching wail. Wang Mingyuan wiped the blood from his face and watched the scene in silence. The room next door. Bang! Su Zhanwu was stunned. No! Although the ending cannot be changed. But I really didn't expect Leah to be so determined. Mutant self-detonation. It is a skill that is studied by the Transcendent Society. Maybe he didn't want to implicate his father. The family bond between father and daughter is very deep. It is destined not to be praised, but will only be spurned by the world. Dean Lee's daughter died in front of himself. Next, it won't really be a dog jumping over the wall. The blood mist slowly dispersed. But there was dead silence in the interrogation room. Dean Lee knelt on the ground, his hands in a pool of blood. His shoulders trembled slightly, as if suppressing anger. Click! A crisp sound. The dial of the famous watch on Dean Lee's wrist cracked a fine line. Wang Mingyuan was already mobilizing his spiritual power and was ready to deal with emergencies at any time. He could feel the air trembling throughout the interrogation room. This was a precursor to the surging spiritual power in Dean Lee's body that was about to get out of control. Zhao Lin's Adam's apple rolled up, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Even Su Zhan's 5 people next door. They are all silently ready for battle. Belch. Even if maybe their battle is useless. The scene instantly became tense. You guys forced my daughter to death. Dean Lee's eyes were blank, gray, and muttered to himself. The entire building of the Abnormal Purification Division trembled violently. Dean Lee's clothes burst open, revealing his arms covered with thunder lines. Lightning-like spirit patterns patterns appeared on the skin. SS-level life soul, thunderbolt hand. The next moment, bury my daughter with you. This sentence fell lightly. Wang Mingyuan's pupils shrank suddenly. Retreat. The white spiritual power instantly formed a shield to wrap around Su Zhan's 5 people. Almost at the same time, a thunderbolt with a diameter of 10 meters shot into the sky. The dazzling blue and white thunder and lightning gasified Zhao Lin on the spot. The leader of the Aberrants City Abnormal Purification Division didn't even have time to scream, and it turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated. Su Zhan was stunned. This terrifying coercion made him tremble. Is this the strength of the dean level of the Awakened Academy? In front of him, he was like an ant, and he didn't dare to have any idea of resistance. Even this majestic Zhao Lin in front of outsiders was too late to resist in front of Dean Li, or even scream too late. The entire load-bearing wall was swept by lightning, and the concrete instantly melted into a crimson liquid state. Su Zhan didn't dare to touch the 5 people, and was pulled by Wang Mingyuan to run fast. The scene around us is constantly changing. In the blink of an eye, he came to the gate. Boom! Let's all die. Dean Li put his hands together, and thousands of razors appeared from the palm of his hand. The monitoring probes exploded one after another, and the staff in the corridor carbonized in the lightning. The glass on the entire floor burst at the same time, and the slag was directly sublimated into gas in the high temperature of lightning. Wang Mingyuan's mouth was bleeding, and the white spiritual power shield was torn by the lightning. Everyone just jumped out of the door. The entire building collapsed inward behind him. Dean Li pressed his hands on the ground, and a giant thunderstorm cage rose on the ground within a radius of 500 meters, and the building of the Aberrants City Abnormal Purification Department fell apart in hundreds of millions of volts. The steel bars melted into iron and rain poured down, and even the concrete was burned into a crimson liquid state. When the smoke and dust dissipate, there was only a scorched black sinkhole with a diameter of 500 meters left in place, and there were blue-purple electric snakes beating at the edges. And Dean Li was still kneeling in the center. He stared at Wang Mingyuan intently, his eyes as if he were looking at an enemy. Su Zhan broke out in a cold sweat. He looked at Wang Mingyuan, but found that his teacher was still calm. It's not buddy. Who gave you the confidence? Su Zhanwu said that it was false not to panic. My heart is stuck in my throat. Run, don't run. But Wang Mingyuan was still indifferent. Seeing that the thunder in the sky was about to break out again, a warm voice sounded. Lao Li, it's almost over. I saw an old man dressed in an indigo tang costume stepping into the air, his silver white hair unkempt in the thunderstorm. With each step he took, a circle of ripples bloomed under his feet, blocking the raging thunder and lightning. Director Zhou. Wang Mingyuan clenched his fists and saluted with relief. The boulder hanging in the hearts of Su Zhan and several people finally fell. Say it earlier. With the director of the Aberrants City Abnormal Purification Division here, they can rest assured. Director Zhou nodded slightly, but his eyes were always locked on Dean Li. Lao Zhou, are you going to stop me? The thunder around Dean Li became more and more violent, and he roared with red eyes. They forced my daughter to death. They didn't do anything wrong. Director Zhou stood with his hands on his back, his voice as calm as a bell. Your daughter is an aberrant, and you, as the president of the Starlight Awakened Academy, know the law and break the law, hide it and do not report it, and now you have killed so many innocent people. Do you know the crime? Guilty? Dean Li's thunder crackled all over his body. My daughter has been kind since she was a child, and she can't bear to trample an ant to death. Just because she is a mutant, do you deserve to die? Lao Li, you and I have known each other for decades. You should understand. Director Zhou sighed. The aberration is no longer human. It is a scourge that must be eliminated. No matter how kind she was when she was a child, after becoming an aberrant, she has to hunt humans in order to survive. If your daughter is not removed today, how many innocent people will be killed in the future? Director Zhou took a step forward, and his whole body was full of golden light. As the dean, you teach students to take the world as your own responsibility. Now that you are disregarding righteousness for personal feelings, are you worthy of those students who trust you? Are you worthy of the people who have been mutilated by the aberration? Dean Li's figure shook, and the thunder was slightly dim. I'm just protecting my daughter. Protection? Director Zhou's voice suddenly increased. You are harming her. Let her live as a monster. Let her hands be stained with blood. This is what you call fatherly love. Enough. Dean Li's expression was painful, and the thunder around him flickered and dimmed. Lao Li, turn back. Director Zhou's tone slowed down slightly. Your daughter has atoned for her sins with her life. Do you want more people to bury you for your obsession? Dean Li looked at his daughter's position just now, and the thunder in his eyes gradually extinguished. His knees went limp, and he fell to his knees weakly, and the thunder around him dissipated. Director Zhou nodded slightly and floated to the ground from the air. Coming to Dean Li's side, he put his hand on his shoulder. Lao Li, aberrations can aberrate in ordinary people at any time. You and I know very well that although the awakened ones will not be aberrant, what about our relatives and families? Dean Li raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. The moment a loved one becomes a mutant, it is destined to survive by hunting humans. Director Zhou's hand was slightly forced. Family affection is precious, but it cannot be a reason for our soft hands. How many innocent lives will be killed tomorrow if you you cover up today. In the distance, Wang Mingyuan looked at all this indifferently. Someone clenched his fists, and even Lu Ziming was silent. Starlight Academy teaches students to protect human civilization, but you, as the dean. Director Zhou sighed. The guilt that should be borne will not be less, but considering your many years of meritorious service, the official will give you a decent ending. Dean Li looked at the pool of blood on the ground in a daze. When using the life soul, he deliberately protected this place. This is the last proof of my daughter's existence. After a long time, he slowly closed his eyes. I got it. Director Zhou withdrew his hand and helped Dean Li up. Everyone noticed that killing someone just now was like crushing an ant, and at this moment his back was hunched over like an ordinary old man. Su Zhan looked at all this silently. Dean Li didn't understand, but knew that he had lost. How long has Leah been a mutant? How many people do mutants have to kill to survive? These things must have been carried out with the tacit approval of Dean Li. In other words, Dean Li will personally bring food to Leah. Hey! Wang Mingyuan sighed, patted the dust on his body, and looked at everyone. Let's go. The next trial of Dean Li is not something we can participate in. Everyone nodded silently and followed Wang Mingyuan out. Until you walk out of 300 or 400 meters. Lu Ziming was the first to hold back his mouth. Will Dean Li be executed? Xia, she responded. A strong man of this level is still the dean. It should be handled secretly. The seal mechanically repeated. According to the law of Daxia, those who shelter aberrants and cause heavy casualties are sentenced to death up to a penalty. Actually, I can understand Dean Li's feelings. Su Hao said slowly, if it's my family, but there is no way. Wang Mingyuan's voice became stern. It is precisely because we all have families that we must strictly abide by the bottom line. Even if you put aside the fact that he found the aberration and did not report it. Su Zhan spoke. He turned the entire Lanchang abnormal purge division into ruins. How many innocent people were killed by him? This matter is enough for Dean Li to drink a pot. He didn't understand a little in his heart. Why is Director Zhou here early in the morning? But he had to wait for Dean Li to destroy the entire building of the abnormal purification division before taking action. During this period, how many innocent purges died in thunder and lightning? Even the team leader Zhao Lin did not escape this disaster. Why didn't Director Zhou take action? Su Zhan looked at Director Zhou, who was calm in the distance. Don't. The sacrifice of these people is just to reduce Dean Li's anger? In order for Dean Li to willingly guard the border, what must be sacrificed? Why? He shook his head and didn't think much about it. The affairs between these big people are not something he can intervene in. He could only act as a bystander, silently enjoying the scene. Some things can only be touched when you get to that location. Otherwise, I can only keep figuring out the intentions of the big man below. Others are innocent. Wang Mingyuan said lightly, he can't escape this matter, but for a strong person like Dean Li, the official will give him a chance to guard the border, resist the fog, and atone for his sins. The setting sun dyed the ruins bloody. Lu Ziming suddenly kicked a piece of gravel away. This damn world. No one answered. Everyone looked at the sunset on the horizon, their eyes dim and unclear. Stay here for a few more days, and then go back to the academy. Wang Mingyuan finally said, Dean Li has been subdued, and the students of Starlight Academy will also be restless because of this incident. How can they have the idea of a competition? In addition, your physical strength has not yet recovered, and there is no point in us staying here, and there is no need to play in the team competition. Everyone was slightly startled. Obviously, I didn't expect this exchange meeting to end like this. Later, until Su Zhan and a few others were about to leave Lancheng, Dean Li's crime was only announced online. Lancheng Daily Special Report, Trial Record of Li Tinghui's Aberration Shelter Case, former president of Starlight Academy. Su Zhan went in and took a look. This is an interview. Someone asked, Dean Li, as a representative of the older generation of awakeners, why do you want to protect the abnormal daughter? Dean Li folded his hands on the interrogation table and began his confession. On that rainy night 3 years ago, when Yaya had a distortion reaction for the first time, I should have reported it. Dean Li paused for 10 seconds and looked up at the one-way glass. She was huddled in the corner of the bathroom, her right fingernail had turned black, but she was still pinching her mutated right wrist with her left hand. When she saw me come in, her first words were, Dad, go quickly, I can't control it. How ironic. I have taught students how to hunt aberrations for 30 years, and in the end, my own daughter knelt in front of me and became aberrant. Afterward, she cried and begged me not to tell anyone that I could only drink animal blood. Do you know what's the most ridiculous thing? For 3 months after that, she really survived on the expired plasma of the hospital blood bank. Until that day, she smells the blood of other people's cuts. Dean Li leaned back in his chair. I built that basement for her with my own hands, and I could only buy blood in the hospital every day to sustain her life. But that's just maintenance. Then her condition got worse and worse. At first, 500 cubic centimeters of plasma a day was enough, but now you have to collect blood live. But another 3 months passed. Even living blood collection can't satisfy her. Later, I went to the black market every week to buy organs and lied to her that they were the remains of death row inmates. What a great father. In order to prevent his daughter from killing, he became a criminal first. In In this way, her requirements are getting higher and higher. Until I met. Beyond the meeting, it was this group of beasts who taught her to hunt. They brainwashed my yaya into saying that hunting humans is a matter of course. The first time she caught it herself. It's still a little girl holding a teddy bear. Coffee shop? Ha! That's the front desk of the slaughterhouse. The vacuum packaging and the underground cold storage was all given to her by her friends. Later, because of this kind of thing, it became more and more frequent. The relationship between our father and daughter is getting worse and worse. She came back from hunting that day wearing the fox mask of the Transcendent Society. I slapped her. But she said, "Dad, aren't humans so justified when they eat pigs, cattle, and sheep?" From that day on, I knew that my yaha would never come back. After a long silence, Deanly sighed before continuing. Yes, I covered her. Not long ago, the day Suzaku Academy came to communicate. I watched those kids play the first day of the game. They won beautifully, but they were exhausted. The messenger of the Transcendental Society found Yaya that night. Their teachings? Only when the fog falls can we transcend. And to summon the mist, you must first break the future backbone of Daxia. These genius students under the age of 20. That day, she knelt in my study and begged me to let Wang Mingyuan go. Whatever you say, just hold it open for a minute. Deanly slammed the table angrily. Of course I know what that means. 5 dazzling new stars in Daxia. 5 bodies may save tens of millions of people in the future. Speaking of which, I rejected her at the time. She scratched me, or just broke my skin. She said that if she did not agree to her, she would commit suicide. I asked her why she had to kill those innocent children. She replied, "This is the Lord's instruction, and the fog will come before you can be transcended. Go to the Lord." That's obviously my daughter. Later, I still agreed to her. I still couldn't bear to let her die in front of me, and I kept telling me in my heart that this was the last time. As soon as Wang Mingyuan left the hotel area, the fog descended. Deanly raised his hands. These hands, the hands of countless awakened people, personally opened the door to the butchers. I thought those children would die. 5 physically exhausted students, 2 aberrations, and a group of misty creatures. This was supposed to be a massacre. But they survived. Not only survived. Wang Mingyuan also took his students to my daughter's coffee shop, his special type of life soul. Even the secret room that the abnormal purge division could not find many times was found by him. At that time, Yaha called me and explained to me what happened. I knew at the time that the basement had been discovered, and the evidence was almost conclusive. "Yeah, I'm afraid it's more bad luck." Sure enough, in the interrogation room, Yaya was going to be locked up for 2 months, which was a mortal ending for a mutant. In the end, she used the secret method of the Transcendence Society and blew herself up. Do you know what I'm thinking in the end? My daughter, is it to protect me, a fallen father, or to defend the damn Lord? However, even the former, after losing her, will have no meaning. I will not survive. I will explain everything about me. It's good now. I no longer have to go to the black market every week to buy organs and ingredients, and I no longer have to worry about Yaya all day long. No longer have to shrink like a mouse, for fear that Yaya's affairs will be discovered. No more. Deanly leaned back in his chair paralyzed and muttered, "I know that I am guilty of a serious crime, and it is not an exaggeration to sentence me to death, but I don't want to waste my strength. Let me go to the border, go to the fog. I think that is where I atone for my sins." Before this interview was broadcast, multiple aberrations were caught among the people related to the corner coffee shop. This stronghold of the Transcendence Society was completely terminated. Finally, after the trial of the Supreme Tribunal of Daxia, a video of the presiding judge leaked. Defendant, Li Tinghuai, former president of Starlight Awakened Academy. The cause of the case is the crime of harboring a variant, dereliction of duty, endangering human safety, etc., and should be sentenced to death. However, there are the following 3 sentencing considerations. First, the defendant Li Tinghuai has strategic value and is in line with the amnesty regulations for wartime awakened persons. Second, the Lingnan fortress is now facing fog. There is a shortage of personnel, and high-level awakeners are urgently needed to garrison. Third, the defendant voluntarily confessed to the information of the detachment, which had statutory mitigating circumstances. Li Tinghuai is now exiled to the Lingnan fortress. The death penalty was changed to life imprisonment, and the sentence was commuted according to performance. However, once you leave the Lingnan fortress, a high-level awakeners of the fortress on the side can kill you on the spot without instructions. This matter is over. At the same time, inside the hotel, Su Zhan ate his last meal in Lansheng. After this meal, they were going to leave this place and return to Suzaku Academy. This old man, it's cheap for him not to sentence him to death. Lu Ziming curled his lips and said, "I did all the bad things, and I also killed the people of the Abnormal Purification Division." Xie, she sneered, "If you want me to say it, I should throw him into the depths of the fog to feed the mutants." Su Hao swallowed the food in his mouth and stopped talking. Actually, Deanly. Xie, she's sharp eyes swept over. "Do you still want to speak for him?" Su Hao shrank his neck. "I just think it's a pity that my daughter has become a mutant, and this kind of thing has to be a tragedy if it happens to anyone." Fengju sat aside in silence. Su Zhan didn't talk. In his eyes, it is already very good for Deanly to have this this ending. What? Lu Ziming lowered his voice. You say, will he do something at the border? No, no. Wang Mingyuan said lightly. If the official dares to do this, there must be a means to control him. The Awakeners at the border are the strongest group in Daxia, and Dean Li can't make any waves there. And I think Dean Li is a smart person who doesn't think that his strength can escape at the border. So no matter how unwilling he was, he had no choice but to fulfill this life sentence. Xia Shi interrupted unwillingly. Then why not execute him directly? Wang Mingyuan sighed lightly. His eyes swept over everyone. You must understand that a high-level Awakener like Dean Li is a precious strategic resource for the entire Daxia. People of his strength guard the border and can save tens of thousands of lives every year. Letting him die on the execution ground is far more valuable than letting him atone for his sins on the battlefield. But, what else did Lu Ziming want to say? No, but. Wang Mingyuan pushed the golden wire glasses. This is the reality. In the war against the fog, we cannot afford to lose any high-end combat power. Even sinners are to drain their last worth. Remember. Wang Mingyuan's voice fell. In this era, sometimes living sinners are more useful than dead heroes. Xia Shi snorted coldly and turned away, but did not refute again. Su Hao muttered in a low voice. Those who died, they won't die in vain. Wang Mingyuan patted Su Hao on the shoulder. It is precisely because of these sacrifices that we must make the most of it. Every time Dean Li kills a monster in Lingnan, he is paying the price for his crimes, atonement for his sins, and paying tribute to the heavenly spirits of these dead. The crowd didn't speak. Su Zhan's eyes froze, thinking secretly in his heart. Although Wang Mingyuan's words are cruel, they are indeed the most realistic consideration. The dead cannot be resurrected, but the living Dean Li can still kill the enemy, which is the maximization of benefits. However, he gets another layer of meaning from this information. Daxia, is it already difficult to this extent? Su Zhan looked out the window, his thoughts surging. An awakened person who has committed such a serious crime is still sent to guard the border and extract the last value. What is the meaning behind this? Is Daxia's defense line so fragile that even sinners cannot be easily executed? Wang Mingyuan waved his hand. Go and prepare your luggage. Catch the plane immediately. Lu Ziming's face changed, and he blurted out, isn't it? It's a plane again? The last time the detachment would attack, it crashed directly, and it almost didn't send us all away. Su Zhan frowned. Plane. It is faster than trains, cars, and airplanes. Okay. But once something happens, there is not even a chance to escape. A train can climb a window when it derails, and a ship can flutter twice when it sinks. When the plane fell from a height of 10,000 meters, the people inside were like being thrown into a drum washing machine. High in the sky. There is no cover, no way out. Only desperate free fall. Everyone frowned, obviously having lingering fears about the last crash. Wang Mingyuan glanced at them and said with a smile, this time it is a military transport plane, and it is a special escort for us, no problem. Everyone then relaxed their brows. Lu Ziming scratched his head. Say it earlier. Military aircraft are okay. Military aircraft, at least much safer than civil aviation. Our exchange meeting is also a perfect end. Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses. Although the final team competition and the third round of competition that I originally discussed with Dean Li did not participate. However, with your dazzling record, returning to Suzaku Academy will inevitably be praised by the dean in public. Is there a reward? Su Zhan only cares about this now. For him, those ethereal honors and praises are all false. Neither strength nor can it be exchanged for resources. The experience of having both parents and no cultivation background made him no better than anyone else that only what he really held in his hands was the real thing. Wang Mingyuan seemed to have expected him to ask this question for a long time, explaining, in your case, 3 out of 5 people have completed the feat of winning 5 games in a row. Suzaku Academy focuses on team spirit, so all 5 of you can get a 3-month quota of special training resources. In other words, within these 3 months, all the cultivation resources in the Academy's treasure house, including the gravity cultivation room, physical examination room, etc., are all open to you for free. Su Zhan's eyes lit up slightly. Good guy, this is a real reward. Of course, the medicine that I am usually reluctant to take now doesn't have to spend a penny. Wang Mingyuan noticed his reaction and continued, however, I want to remind you in particular, especially you, Su Zhan. Su Zhan looked up at him. Why did he do it? Free does not mean it can be abused. Wang Mingyuan walked up to Su Zhan. I know that some of you may have a retaliatory consumption mentality and feel that the resources you are usually reluctant to use can now be squandered casually. Excessive use of potions will damage your foundations and ruin your future. From tomorrow, Su Zhan, Fengju, Su Hao. Well, report to the infirmary on time at 7 a.m. every day, and Dr. Zhang will personally do a full body examination for you. It is necessary to monitor the absorption of each medicine and the bearing capacity of each meridian. The corners of Su Zhan's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. People are numb. Why only click on the names of the 3 of them? That's because Lu Ziming and Xie Shi have no shortage of cultivation resources at all. They will not retaliate because the cultivation resources are free for 3 months. The life of a rich brother and a rich sister is good. If you find out who overdid overdosed on the potion in pursuit of a quick breakthrough. Wang Mingyuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. I will immediately disqualify him from special training and punish him to clean the toilet in the training room for 3 months. Remember, cultivation should be gradual. These 3 months are for you to lay the foundation, not for you to play with your life. If the foundation is damaged, no matter how many resources there are in the future, it will not be able to make up for it. Su Zhan nodded silently, already thinking about the optimal cultivation plan in his heart. Soon, everyone boarded the plane. It is different from the last time I got on the plane. This time there was a little more solemnity in the air. In the cabin, Lu Ziming put his hands on the seatbelt. Yo, Master Lu will wear a seatbelt now? Su Zhan smiled and teased. He still remembered the last time he came to Lanchang. Lu Ziming was the first to be thrown out because he was not wearing a seatbelt. What do you know? Lu Ziming immediately retorted. My private jet never has to be tied to this thing. Xiaxi smiled and said, so last time in civil aviation, you bounced around in the cabin like a ball. Because of this? Can that be the same? Lu Ziming blushed. My plane has been modified. The seats are all made of special psionic cushioning material. How is it like that broken airliner? And I usually tie it. I just forgot last time. Everyone was holding back their laughter. Oh, obviously, the last time Lu Ziming was thrown out was still vivid. Ha! If you want me to say that this military aircraft is different, look at this seat. Lu Ziming was very smart and immediately changed the topic. It's much more comfortable than the last time when the civil aviation was broken. Su Zhan silently checked the position of the emergency escape hatch, groping his fingers inch by inch on the bulkhead. Lu Ziming suddenly shouted, Driver brother, how many parachutes are installed on this plane? A helpless answer came from the cockpit. Our military transport aircraft is not equipped with a parachute, but it is equipped with dash. What? Lu Ziming frowned. What should I do in the event of an air crash? Fengju said silently, the crash rate of military aircraft in Dacia is 0.007%, and after installing a psionic shield. Hey, numbers are useful. Lu Ziming immediately retorted, the probability of the last passenger plane crashing is so small, didn't it make us encounter? Suddenly, the entire fuselage jerked violently. Lu Ziming was shocked. Not only him, but everyone immediately grabbed the handrail, their eyes tense and guarded. The last time I crashed, I was really afraid of the crash. The driver's voice came from the radio. It's just normal airflow. Please keep it up. Geniuses of Suzaku Academy. Decent. Wang Mingyuan sighed. This is the latest Shen Bird 7, equipped with dual psychic shields and anti-gravity devices. But in case the shield fails, Lu Ziming was still muttering. Then don't worry. The pilot suddenly opened the cockpit door, revealing the hideous scar on his arm. The 6 members of our crew are all veterans who have experienced 3 air crashes. He grinned. If something really happens, I promise to make you feel more comfortable than last time. All. The cabin was instantly silent. Are they all veterans who have experienced 3 air crashes? Su Zhan silently fastened his seatbelt. Is it considered that you are experienced, or that you are unlucky? But fortunately, the flight was very smooth. Nothing unexpected happened. Soon, on the airport runway of Suzaku City, a military transport plane slowly taxied on the runway and landed. The hatch opens. Wang Mingyuan got off the plane with everyone. Su Zhan took a deep breath and unconsciously relaxed his tense nerves. The air in Suzaku City is fresh. Finally back. Lan Cheng's experience flashed like a marquee. The plane crashed to Arisher City, the all-out duel at the exchange meeting, the sudden fog in the hotel, and the bloody restaurant hidden in the basement of the coffee shop. Every scene made his fingertips chill. But now, under my feet are the floor tiles of Suzaku City. The air here is fresher than Lanchang. This is where people stay. Su Zhan looked up at the outline of Suzaku Academy that was faintly visible in the distance. Here, it is much safer than Lanchang. Think about the upcoming 3 months of free resources. The corners of Su Zhan's mouth rose slightly imperceptibly. Those rare medicinal materials that are placed in the Academy's treasure house and usually require a long time to accumulate points to redeem can now be used at will. Those gravity cultivation rooms that charge by the minute can now stay as long as they want. These things are only one word for him, a poor boy. Refreshing. At Suzaku Academy, Su Zhan can finally temporarily let go of his vigilance and concentrate on doing the simplest and most extravagant thing. Get stronger. Lu Ziming exaggerated his arms and took a deep breath. Cool. This is called air. The dilapidated place in Lanchang even has the salty taste of a seafood farm in the wind. Xiaxi snorted softly. At least here, some people don't have to worry about falling from the sky all day long. Lu Ziming was about to refute when his nose suddenly moved, as if he smelled something. Do you smell the braised spirit beef floating in? I eat too much seafood, but I want to try these things. Fengju took a deep breath, and a smile appeared on his originally plain face. Su Hao hugged Lu Ziming's shoulder. Lu Daxiao, for the sake of your constant hospitality in Lanchang, I will help you pay for it this time. Hey, if you say that, then I'll have to slaughter you. Lu Ziming immediately smiled and said, don't cry poor then. Hey, everyone laughed as they talked. Stop and go, all the way to the gate of Suzaku Academy. Wang Mingyuan watched the students talk and laugh, and his eyes softened. He gently patted Su Zhan on the shoulder. Take Take advantage of these 3 months, you are worth it. Sujan was slightly startled. He watched the fight between his companions. Lu Ziming didn't know where he provoked Xieshi again, and she pulled her ears. The setting sun dyed the tiles of the academy golden, and the familiar shouts of the martial arts training ground came from the distance. At this moment, he felt a luxurious calm for the first time in a long time. It is not the vigilance of the grass and trees, but the real tranquility. Sujan spoke. Can we use the cultivation resources now? What's the rush? Wang Mingyuan laughed and shook his head. Wait another week. When all the freshmen return to school, the dean will personally hold a commendation meeting for you. At that time, you will officially receive the privilege of those 3 months. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Sujan glanced around them. Discover that they are different from yourself. He only longed for free cultivation resources, and his teammates have different light in their eyes than their own. Some people may think it is a great honor to emerge in the talented Suzaku Academy. Be able to accept commendations in front of the teachers and students of the college, and let your name be engraved on the wall of honor. This sense of accomplishment of being recognized will be more exciting than the simple improvement of strength. Sujan looked at Feng Ju. Some people may think that for a team like them who have been fighting side by side for a long time, the significance of receiving commendations together is far more than individual honors. 7 days later. Today is the end of the Suzaku College Freshman Exchange Meeting. Suzaku College Central Square. The morning light penetrated the clouds. The freshmen lined up neatly, and the crimson hospital uniforms surged like waves in the wind. In front of the towering monument of honor, Yi Hongyu stood on the high platform, his posture upright. She is about 35 or 16 years old, and her face is not the delicacy of a girl, but the sharp beauty tempered by the years. The eyebrows are like knives, and the corners of the eyes are slightly raised. The lip line always purses a hint of anger and self-deprecation. Her long, flaming hair was not tied up, but let it fall to her waist. It fluttered slightly in the morning breeze, like a red streamer. It is different from the standard hospital uniform of ordinary students. The clothes on her body are more three-dimensional, and the patterns of the Suzaku are becoming more and more lifelike. The most eye-catching thing is the red feather cloak she wears on her shoulders, which sets off her temperament even more. Hey, that's the dean of our Suzaku Academy. It's the first time I've seen him. Lu Ziming tiptoed and lowered his voice to his teammates beside him, but his eyes kept staring at Yi Hongyu on the high platform. Dean Yi Hongyu looks so young, Su Hao sighed in a low voice. Lu Ziming immediately came to his senses, leaned over and said slyly, "Hey, don't you know? Dean Yi Hongyu is the first student of Suzaku Academy. How old is she this year?" The words were not finished. Xieshi had already grabbed his ear. "Are you looking for death? Dare to discuss the age of the dean? Hurt. Let go." Lu Ziming hurriedly begged for mercy. "I'm not stating the facts." Dean, her old man. "Ah no, the dean is indeed the first of our college." The surrounding freshmen showed dissatisfied expressions on their faces. Obviously they are too noisy. Xieshi let go. Lu Ziming rubbed his red ears and finally shut up honestly. Xieshi looked at Yi Hongyu, his eyes full of admiration. Sujan noticed this and said tentatively, "Xieshi, do you think Dean Yi Hongyu? She is very powerful and my idol." Before Xieshi could finish speaking, he bluntly expressed his admiration for Yi Hongyu. Sujan was a little surprised. But if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. After all, Xieshi is such a proud girl, what he admires must be something that can convince him. And Dean Yi is this kind of person. Lu Ziming scratched his head, his eyes lit up. But seriously, the dean's aura is too strong, right? Look at her feather cloak, it's so handsome. Feng Ju interjected. According to records, those feathers are all misty creatures, the feathers of the red feather beast, and the level. It is a disaster level. Calamity level? Sujan raised his eyebrows slightly. According to his current understanding, the calamity level is already the highest level of the misty creatures. Kills this misty creature and uses it as a trophy. Yi Hongyu's strength has obviously reached the realm of the human ceiling. Don't think about cultivating every day. Lu Ziming rolled his eyes. Is this the point? The point is, I heard that the dean is still single. Xieshi grabbed his ear again. Hurt. Can't I be wrong? Lu Ziming grinned and begged for mercy. Sujan shook his head helplessly. Obviously, Xieshi worships Yi Hongyu, and you deliberately ridiculed Dean Yi. Isn't this just looking for a fight? Then there is no need to persuade it. Hello all students of Suzaku Academy. Yi Hongyu stood on the high platform, his long fiery red hair fluttering slightly in the wind, and his voice was clearly transmitted throughout the square through spiritual power. "Hello Dean," the freshmen said in unison. 50 years ago, in order to balance the pattern of national combat power, Dacia set up Suzaku Academy in the south. This college not only carries the mission of cultivating strong people, but also protects the trust of hundreds of millions of people. Yi Hongyu's eyes swept over the freshmen in the audience, and finally fell on Sujan's 5 people. In this exchange meeting, although Starlight College is not as rich as my Suzaku, it is also one of the top universities in the south. And the 5 of you, 3 of you have won 5 in a row, and 2 have won 4 in a row. This record is enough to prove you, enough to engrave your name into the Suzaku honor roll of the past dynasties. Everyone, applause. Warm applause rang out. When Sujan and the 5 people stepped onto the stage, the bluestone slabs under their feet seemed to have turned into cotton, and every step was light. The crowd's gaze made the air scorching. Sujan looked slightly sideways and looked at his teammates beside him. Fengju held his head high and did not squint his eyes. The words just fell. Lu Ziming walked in the front, and the corners of his mouth were more difficult to press than AK. Suhao walked to the right of Sujan, straightened his thin chest, and stepped on every step extremely seriously. Xia deliberately adjusted his pace and finally stopped at the position closest to Yi Hanyu. Although his eyes were looking straight ahead, his eyes were glued to Ding Yi. When Yi Hanyu's eyes swept over her, the usually arrogant girl's fingertips trembled slightly. The 5 stood in front of the Monument of Honor, with the scorching eyes of their classmates in front of them. Sujan's heart was also a little fluttering. Suzaku Academy, a place where tens of millions of candidates squeeze their heads and want to enter every year. The nearly 300 freshmen in the audience are all well-known local geniuses. These proud sons of the sky were looking up at the 5 of them in unison. In Dasha's most prestigious university, stand in the most dazzling position and accept the highest recognition. This moment, don't be afraid of everyone's jokes. This kind of pleasure, no matter how much they want to suppress it, they can't suppress it. Soon, a teacher came from the side and handed the things in his hand to Yi Hanyu. And now, Yi Hanyu walked slowly with a Cortino tray in both hands, and 8 brocade boxes were neatly placed on the tray. She stood in the center of the podium, her red hair burning like a flame in the morning light. First of all, the best group badge of the Suzaku Academy Exchange Conference in the 300 years of the mist calendar. All 5 straightened their backs at the same time. Yi Hanyu walked up to Xia Shi and took out a dark red brocade box from the tray. Xia Shi immediately bent over 90 degrees and took it respectfully with both hands. Through the half-open lid, you can see a Suzaku badge with a bronze background lying inside, and the wings are inlaid with fine red crystals. Next is Lu Ziming. The kid almost fell down when he bent over, and hurriedly caught the brocade box. Open it and see the same badge. The same is true for Sealing, Suhao, and Sujan. One by one, they were respectful and had a very humble attitude. Next, the 5-game winning badge of the Suzaku Academy Exchange Conference in the 300 years of the mist calendar will be issued. Yi Hanyu only took out 3 gilded brocade boxes this time. The surface of the box is carved with dark patterns of a Suzaku spreading its wings, and every feather is clearly visible. Sujan took it respectfully with both hands. Gently opened the lid of the box curiously. The badge made of red gold shines particularly brightly in the sun. The main body is in the shape of a Suzaku with flapping wings. The wings are inlaid with 7 tiny rubies, and the tail feathers are made of special psychic metal. It is said to rise and fall slightly with the wearer's breathing, as if it were a living creature. Fengju's expression was still not smiling, but his actions gave him enough respect. The last one, Xia Shi. When Yi Hanyu walked up to Xia Shi straightened his back and stretched out his hands forward as if he were catching a holy relic. Yi Hanyu raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Winning all 5 battles, I have seen your battle video, and the performance is good." Saying that, he handed over the brocade box. Xia Shi took it with both hands, and his movements were crisp and neat. Straighten the 5 fingers of your right hand together and lift them to the vicinity of your right temple with a swift and powerful movement. The fingertips are about 2 centimeters from the corner of the eyebrows. The palm is slightly turned outward by 20 degrees, and the wrist is straight and not bent. This military salute standard must be written into textbooks. Thank you, Dean Yi, for cultivating. Xia Shi shouted. The next second, Yi Hanyu spoke, and his voice spread to every corner of the square through spiritual power. The official has invested the top resources to train you. The high-level tutors teach in person, the guaranteed cultivation resources every month, and every bottle of potion condenses the hard work of countless people. What you have achieved today belongs not only to individuals, but also to all those who have paved the way for you. Yi Hanyu raised his voice, and the temperature of the entire square seemed to rise. Remember, the power in your hands is not a toy for competitiveness. Very good. When the fog falls, when the people wail, every awakened person who comes out of Suzaku Academy must shoulder the responsibility of protecting this land. Today I grant you not only a reward, but also a contract. In the name of the Suzaku, I swear to protect the mountains and rivers with what I have learned and what I have learned. As her last word fell, the 12 Suzaku pillars around the square lit up with sky-high flames at the same time. With what I have learned, protect the mountains and rivers. Xia Shi was the first to roar. She clenched her right hand into a fist and pounded her left chest heavily, her eyes burning with fiery fighting intent, staring at the red dress in front of her. With what I have learned, protect the mountains and rivers. The blue veins on Lu Ziming's neck were exposed. This kid completely forgot to manage his image, shouting so red that he even spat out mercury. With what I have learned, protect the mountains and rivers. Fengju shouted in his throat. With what I have learned, protect the mountains and rivers. Su Hao's voice was loud. Su Zhan also shouted, but it was not outstanding compared to the others. Nearly 300 freshmen were infected by this atmosphere, and the sound wave was higher than wave. With what I have learned, protect the mountains mountains and rivers. With what I have learned, protect the mountains and rivers. With what I have learned, protect the mountains and rivers. The sound shook the ancient trees around the square, startling the birds in the trees. At this moment, there is no difference between the children of the family and the poor students, only the purest oath of a group of young people echoing between heaven and earth. Of course, except for Sujan. His other layer of identity prevents him from being as sincere as these young people. After the award ceremony of the Suzaku Academy Exchange Conference, Sujan specially asked Xieshi if he could tell me about Dinya's life experience. The answer given by the other party is, after studying at Suzaku Academy for 6 years, Yi Hongyu joined the military. At the age of 43, he reached the highest level of Dasha Awakeners, the Sea Realm. Later, the old dean of Suzaku Academy died. She had feelings for her alma mater and became the dean of Suzaku Academy against the consensus. Since then, she has held 2 positions, both leading the army to guard the frontier and managing the college to train newcomers. This is also the reason why she didn't even come to the beginning of freshman, too busy to leave. But even so, she still insisted on holding this position. However, even if he lacked skills, Yi Hongyu never relaxed his reform of the academy. She tried to introduce the military training system, expand the training ground, and even personally brought back rare resources from the battlefield to enrich the treasure house of the academy. And under the leadership of Yi Hongyu, Suzaku Academy is getting better and better. This is not empty words. It can be seen from the graduation competitions of the 5 universities. Every year, students graduating from the 5 colleges will have a unified competition. It is used to test the teaching quality of various universities. That's it. And Suzaku Academy, the results have been getting better and better since Yi Hongyu took over. It can be said that Yi Hongyu handed over her life to Dasha. Only 2 things have been done in his life: guard the frontier of Dasha with flesh and blood, and water the awakened new generation with what he has learned throughout his life. For so many years, the Bloodblade Pass she guarded had never been breached, and the bones of the misty creatures piled up under the wall were enough to form a second city wall. Wherever the red feather cloak went, even the most ferocious calamity level would instinctively retreat. And at Suzaku Academy, formulate education methods and teach and educate people. With what he has learned and what he has learned, he will protect the mountains and rivers. In her life, she is worthy of the 4 words unparalleled national scholar. No wonder Xieshi admired her so much. Even Sujan, after listening to Xieshi's introduction to Yi Hongyu, couldn't help but be in awe. Next time, 2 words, create. After saying goodbye to teammates, Sujan went straight to the physical examination room. Under the psionic scanning of professional equipment, insert the identity card into the psionic analyzer. But, with a low-frequency hum, 6 scanning beams slowly moved down from above his head. The instrument spits out a detailed report 15 minutes later. Metabolic function assessment report, liver psychic conversion efficiency, 78%, which has reached the safe threshold. Blood oxygen binding, 95%, can withstand 1 to 2 blood oxygen enhancers. Neuronal activity, normal, recommended with neuroprotective agents. Kidney filtration system, very healthy, perfectly filtered and detoxified, with the conditions to carry the agent. And there's a whole bunch of information on top of that. According to the data, Sujan went directly to the resource distribution office. Neuronal activation agent, 3 bottles. Sujan knocked on the counter. The staff raised their eyebrows. This kind of special military medicine with a unit price of $5 million is limited. If it weren't for Yi Honyu's relationship with the military, this thing would not have appeared in Suzaku Academy. Sujan didn't allow him to speak and pointed to the blue light injection in the refrigerator. Extreme cell regeneration liquid, I want 5. Each stick is priced at $850,000. I usually don't want to buy high-end things, but today I took them all. There is also a spiritual power overload inhibitor. Sujan pointed at the dazzling array of goods. And this. The staff swiped his ID card, and his hands were shaking. Are you sure you want to take the spiritual power overload inhibitor? This thing is worth an apartment in the city center. So expensive? It takes 2. Sujan's face did not change color. These agents will support him for 2 weeks of extreme training. First, use neuronal agents to improve reaction speed and mental toughness. Regeneration fluid repairs physical injuries caused by intense training. Finally, use inhibitors to forcibly break through the critical point of spiritual power. The corners of the staff's mouth twitched and reminded, the medicine should be used according to the digestibility of the body, so I don't need to talk about this. Moreover, you cannot resell these potions to others, and if you find them, you will be deprived of free privileges and fined 10 times the value of the resources sold. And you can't waste it intentionally, which, of course I know. Sujan couldn't wait, but still stretched out his hand politely. Can you return my identity card to me now? Here you go. The staff didn't say anything more and handed the ID card back. Sujan took the identity card. The potion is packaged in a box with shockproof measures to prevent it from breaking in the middle. He put the boxes back into the bag and went elsewhere to buy them. Oh, it's a purchase. It's better to say it's a 0 yuan purchase. At the entrance of the gravity training room, the total price of resources held in Su Zhan's arms has exceeded 50 million. This is still under his convergence. Hold the needle of the neuronal activation agent against the carotid artery. The medicine was pushed into the blood vessels, and the thinking instantly became clear. It's time to build. Su Zhan stepped into the gravity training room, and the heavy alloy door closed behind him. He pressed the control panel and directly adjusted the gravity coefficient to 10 times. When the aberration form is not used as a controlling awakener, his physical strength is not very high. Gravity field starts, 10 times the standard gravity. The mechanical girl's voice sounded. Su Zhan's knees sank suddenly, and the bones of his whole body clicked. He took a deep breath and slowly straightened his back, feeling the stagnation of blood flowing hard in a supergravity environment. Now start the basic physical exercise. From the most basic push-ups. Every movement is like carrying 1,000 pounds, and the muscle fibers are constantly torn under overload. As soon as the sweat seeped out of the skin, it was pulled by gravity and smashed to the ground, making a crisp sound. The next moment, when he reached the 37th, he heard a faint click sound coming from his right arm. Slight bone cracks appear on the ulna. But this is exactly the effect he wants. Briefly shut off gravity. Not for rest, but for spraying. Extreme cell regeneration liquid repairs body damage caused by high-intensity training. Su Zhan pulled out his double knives and began to practice the basic knife style. Under 10 times the gravity, the movement becomes extremely slow. The slash that should have flowed smoothly now requires mobilizing the muscles of the whole body to barely complete. The trajectory of the blade is crooked, but Su Zhan forced himself to complete each movement at a standard speed, even if it meant that the tendons were dull and aching under overload. For the awakened one, these muscle tears on the body are all minor injuries. Only if the spiritual power is damaged, overdrawn, and damaged to the spiritual power circulation, it is a big injury. Therefore, Su Zhan didn't need to worry about this affecting the foundation. Then, take a spiritual overload inhibitor. Su Zhan began to guide the circulation of spiritual power in his body, constantly using acceleration on himself. Practice non-stop. Gradually, Su Zhan raised the gravity coefficient. Gravity field adjustment, 11 times standard gravity. The corners of his mouth were overflowing with blood. But that's the effect he wants. Su Zhan trained himself frantically, with the help of potions. Constantly cycle through the above 3 actions. I practiced late every day before going back to my dormitory, and I was so tired that I fell asleep as soon as I lay on the bed. The next day was still on time and on time. Dull and tasteless. That's it. But full of energy. Su Zhan said, I am really poor and afraid. I don't dare to waste a minute or a second in these 3 months. Su Zhan's training program naturally cannot be the only one. He turned off the gravity system and steamed his body towards the speed reaction training room next door. It is a hexagonal room filled with miniature psionic emitters. The role is the same as the name, practice speed and reaction. Start the swarm mode, difficulty level 1. Of course, Su Zhan ordered in a hoarse voice. Hundreds of transmitters on the ceiling light up blue at the same time. In the next second, spiritual pulses were fired one by one. These bullet-sized energy beams do not cause real damage, but the sour feeling when hit is comparable to that of a wasp sting. Accelerate. Su Zhan Shiwan's pupil's acceleration buff was added to his body. The figures suddenly blurred, moving, and flashing in the barrage. His acceleration skill can only speed up, but it cannot drive reactions, so he needs to be familiar with this speed and let his mind keep up with the speed. That's what he's here for. It was hit 17 times in the first minute. There is no skill in this thing. It all depends on practice makes perfect. Difficulty level 2. Su Zhan gritted his teeth and ordered. The barrage suddenly became 50% denser. A beam of spiritual power pulses hit the temples directly. Su Zhan's eyes darkened, but the rolling movement was not chaotic at all. Become stronger in the middle of being beaten. Grow in the face of adversity. 2 hours later, he came out red, like a cooked lobster. Every day, the cycle goes on. But soon, Su Zhan slowly stopped such crazy training. Not because I'm tired. It's a bit out of medicine. Su Zhan stared at the test report. According to the physique growth curve, if you still train like this, the metabolic load will exceed the standard and affect the foundation of cultivation. It is recommended to suspend the use of high-level agents and have the training volume. There are also detailed body data below. Su Zhan glanced at it. The liver conversion rate fell below the safety line, the kidney filtration coefficient turned on a yellow light, and even the blood-oxygen combination dropped by 3 percentage points compared with yesterday. Su Zhan rubbed his temples irritably. Now, those undigested residues of the potion are stagnating in the blood vessels, and you can feel your temples jumping with a little spiritual power. I really can't take the medicine. Su Zhan took out a light blue spiritual power warming agent from his pocket. This is an alternative given by the resource rationing department, which has a milder effect than neuronal activators, but also means, tisk, the training intensity has to be cut in half. Su Zhan now only hates himself for not Ronnie Coleman. No super drug resistance. Can can't you do it after all? Sujun said as he stuck the needle into the side of his neck. Now you can only adjust the parameters slowly against the device. From 10 times to 8 times, even the swarm mode is locked at level 1 difficulty. Time flies, and time is like water. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. As the champion of the freshman competition, the Sujun 5 enjoyed the top training resources of Suzaku Academy. All training facilities, pharmaceutical supplies, and tutor guidance are all open for free, which is a treatment that ordinary students can't even think of. Every day before dawn, the 5 of them had already appeared at the training ground, dragging their tired bodies away until late at night. In the eyes of the other 4 people, Sujun's talent is the highest. Even he worked so hard. What reason do they not work hard? Plainly, Sujun is too rolled. No way. 4 of them are afraid of falling behind. Even if you don't want to work hard, that's not good. Lu Ziming sighed, you roll your sister. But that being said, there is no slack in training. This team is transforming at an astonishing rate. The more you go to the back, the more difficult it is to break through. It is impossible for a few people to cultivate as quickly as they first started school. Coupled with the elixir of cultivation, you can't use too much. But with 3 months of practice of forgetting to eat and sleep, the realm of all 5 people has broken through 3 small stages. You know, Sujun also came to the 6th order of the Do realm. In fact, he can be higher. But rapid successive breakthroughs will make his foundation unstable. Especially with the assistance of various cultivation potions, the foundation will be even more unstable. This is the result of his deliberate suppression. The cold winter has arrived, and Suzaku Academy ushered in the winter vacation after the end of the first semester. Awakened people are also human beings, whether they are students or teachers, they have families, and they also have to reunite with their families and maintain feelings with them. So holidays are inevitable, and it is impossible to not even have time to go home in a year. According to the usual practice, this should be the day when teachers and students return to their hometowns to reunite, and everyone rested for a month, and everyone was happy. However, it is different from today. The Detachment, a terrorist organization composed of aberrants, emerged this year. Recently, it has frequently attacked genius awakeners all over Daxia. Their cruel methods have caused outstanding students from many academies to suffer miserably. The senior management of the college held an emergency meeting overnight. Final decision, all students must be protected by a mentor or local high-level awakener during their return home. In particular, the champions of freshman exchange meetings like the Sujun 5 are listed as key protection objects. Hey, Xiaxi leaned against the window of the dormitory. We desperately cultivated to become stronger, but as a result, we had to be protected even when we went home. That's right. She came to the boys' dormitory again. Lu Ziming complained. The vigilance system in the boys' dormitory is much worse than the girls' dormitory. Su Hao looked indifferent. We are still young and have not grown up yet, and at times like this, we naturally need protection. Su Zhan silently packed his luggage. His luggage was very simple, a few changes of clothes, a few notes, and a small box of cultivation potions specially approved by the academy. Fengju put his hands on his chest and said lightly, see you in a month. Lu Ziming put his arms around Su Zhan's shoulders and grinned, you kid, don't take the holiday and roll us up. You have almost been cast a psychological shadow by you in the past 3 months. Take a good rest on vacation, you know? Everyone nodded silently when they heard this. Su Hao rubbed his sore arm. Fengju also nodded seriously at this moment. Even Xiaxi, who had always felt that he was working hard, couldn't help but sigh. In the past 3 months, Su Zhan's almost crazy training intensity has indeed brought a lot of pressure to the entire team. Whenever they think they have worked hard, they can always see the tireless figure in the training room. Don't worry, it won't be next. Su Zhan was amused by their resentful eyes, and patted his chest. These 3 months are desperate because the resources are free, and now, there is still a bunch of undigested medicines blocked in my body, and I am afraid that there will be problems if I practice like that. Lu Ziming breathed an exaggerated sigh of relief and let go of the hand that was holding his shoulder. That's good. I don't want to be stimulated by you to get up in the middle of the night to train during the Chinese New Year. Everyone smiled when they heard this, and it was rare to agree with what Lu Ziming said. Finally able to go home, Su Hao's eyes became gentle, and he said, my mother must have prepared a big table of dishes waiting for me. You are comfortable. My dad said he wanted to test the results of my cultivation for more than 5 months. Lu Ziming curled his lips, but immediately changed the subject. But after practicing with Su Zhan, the king of volumes, I am still very confident that I will satisfy my father. My dad too. Xiaxi's eyes were confident, and she had a feeling that she couldn't wait to go home and show her strength to her parents. Fengju leaned against the window and answered, my sister, she should have grown a lot taller. Yo, Lu Ziming looked surprised. You still have a sister? Silence, obviously not wanting to say it a second time. Harm. Lu Ziming waved his hand. I'm thinking, your sister's personality won't be the same as yours, right? The 2 of them didn't speak when they met, staring. You don't have to worry about this. Fengju said lightly. Hey, I'm serious with you. Lu Ziming hugged Fengju's shoulder. Let me tell you, I get along with women very well, although the way I get along with those women is definitely different from your sister, but women, there are always some things in common. Fengju remained silent, his eyes scanning back and forth between Lu Ziming and Xieshi. Lu Ziming was seen inexplicably. Su Hao smiled and helped explain. The meaning of sealing is that we may have believed what you said before, but now, when Xieshi came, the credibility of these words was. The words were not finished, but the meaning could not be more obvious. Just based on Lu Ziming's status when he and Xieshi got along, it was really hard to believe that he claimed to know women. Hey, can this be the same? What do you mean? Lu Ziming immediately exploded. Can Xieshi be considered a woman? She's just a. Xieshi raised his eyes coldly. Lu Ziming's neck shrank, and the second half of the sentence was swallowed back, and he scornfully loosened the seal. Forget it, when I didn't say. The corners of Fengju's mouth raised imperceptibly. Everyone was talking about their plans to go home until they suddenly realized something, and their voices gradually lowered. Everyone's eyes turned to Su Zhan in unison. Ha, they are talking about family affection, but what about Su Zhan? No wonder Su Zhan has been silent when chatting, and people can't interject at all. The room fell into an awkward silence for a while. Su Zhan's head was not raised and said, I don't care about this for a long time. He is telling the truth. He is a time traveler who has no feelings for his relatives in his original body. But when these words reach everyone's ears, they have a different meaning. Such a reaction makes others even more uneasy. I'm fine. No one believed that a person could come out of the pain of losing a loved one in just half a year. They only thought that Su Zhan was holding on. Xieshi opened her mouth to say something, but finally looked away. Su Hao rubbed his hands crampedly. Lu Ziming put away his smiling expression. Fengju frowned. Su Zhan looked at the reactions of his teammates and felt a little funny. He is telling the truth. But obviously, the real reason certainly cannot be said. Brother Su, where are you going to go during the winter vacation? Su Hao opened his mouth to break the silence. Su Zhan also stopped sorting out his luggage when he heard this. He is not like everyone else. He had no relatives. Others returned to their hometowns to reunite with their loved ones. And originally, Su Zhan wanted to stay in Suzaku Academy. But the winter vacation was put together by the teacher. So there is no one in the school. So what is the point of him staying here alone? In addition, the school does not allow students to stay on campus during holidays. He had to go. As for where to go, Su Zhan has been receiving messages from his high school principal in the past few days, inviting him to go back to school to give lectures to his juniors and sisters and tell his own story. He refused at first. Although the principal of Jiangcheng No. 3 Middle School gave him a scholarship of 500,000 yuan, but it's mutual. Su Zhan also assisted him in promoting Jiangcheng No. 3 Middle School in front of the media. But, if the principal says back, he can fund him with a scholarship of 500,000 yuan. That said again, he has nowhere to go anyway. Then it would be better to go back to Jiangcheng, at least if you have money. Take 500,000 yuan for nothing. Don't take it for nothing. I'll go back to Jiangcheng, Su Zhan said to everyone. Oh, okay. Su Hao nodded and didn't ask anything more. Everyone was also sensible and didn't talk about what to do when they went home. I'm afraid of stimulating Su Zhan. Su Zhan sensed this atmosphere, closed the suitcase, and stood up. You talk first, I'll leave first. Okay, walk slowly. Everyone nodded and said. Su Zhan left the dormitory with his luggage. Walking on the road, he sighed inaudibly. Of course he knew why his teammates suddenly fell silent. They thought he was enduring his grief and pretending to be strong, but they didn't know that he was as calm as a pool of stagnant water at the moment. Trouble. Su Zhan shook his head. This deliberate thoughtfulness made him feel uncomfortable. He would rather they joke like ordinary people, even if it was better to ridicule this matter than to have such a trembling attitude now. Staying there will only make the atmosphere more awkward, so it is better to leave early. Su Zhan glanced around. Sure enough, I saw a familiar figure sitting on a bench not far away. Wang Mingyuan was looking down at a book. He wore a dark gray turtleneck with a navy blue woolen coat. The whole person exudes a warm and jade-like bookish atmosphere. Hearing the footsteps, he raised his head, and his eyes behind the lenses were slightly curved. Packed up, teacher? Su cut his footsteps. But I didn't feel strange in my heart. The school required every student to report their homecoming trip in advance a day before. This is the basic operation of the school during the university holiday. It just so happens that I also want to go back to Jiangcheng. Wang Mingyuan closed the book and stood up. The school arranged for me to be your temporary bodyguard. The corners of Su Zhan's mouth rose. It's a sincere smile. Since he came to this world, the elegant teacher in front of him has been guiding him and helping him without reservation. He is the person he is most grateful for. At first, he was still wondering who the school would arrange to protect him, until I saw that it was Wang Mingyuan. I breathed a sigh of relief in my heart. If it were someone else, he would definitely not be able to get along as familiarly as Wang Mingyuan. Let's go, teacher. Su Zhan took the lead in saying. Wang Mingyuan pushed the gold wire glasses. Let's go. The two walked out of the school gate side by side. On the way to the airport, Su Zhan hesitated for a moment before speaking. Teacher, are we taking a passenger plane this time or? After the last crash, he no longer believes in airliners. Wang Wang Mingyuan had a smile in his eyes. Don't worry, this time it is a military transport aircraft. The model is the same as the last time I came back, and the crew members are all active Special Air Service, no problem. Su Zhan's body relaxed significantly. The school is finally in place this time. Think beautifully. Wang Mingyuan laughed and scolded, and pushed his glasses. Now that the front line is tight, where can there be so many military transport planes for students? This last one was when I called my old classmates in the military overnight, and I almost knelt down and begged. Su Zhan turned his head to look at Wang Mingyuan and found that the teacher did have a faint blue and black color at his eyes. He gave a solemn thumbs up. Thank you, teacher. Don't come to this set. Wang Mingyuan shook his head. Just invite me to eat hot pot when you arrive in Jiangcheng. What Su Zhan didn't know was that his teacher specifically asked for a transport plane, not just to take care of him. There is another very important reason. His teacher is also a little afraid. Jiangcheng Airport. The wind and snow have just stopped. However, compared with Suzaku Academy, Jiangcheng is further north, so every winter vacation, you can still see snow. The military transport plane landed steadily on the runway, and the hatch slowly opened. Su Zhan followed Wang Mingyuan down the gangway. The oncoming cold wind made the whole person feel a little more energetic. At the exit of the airport, a bright red banner rustles in the wind. Warmly welcome Su Zhanrong, the SSS Awakener of Suzaku Academy, back to his hometown. Below the banner, the principal of Jiangcheng No. 3 Middle School stood at the front with Mediterranean hair. Behind him were more than 20 student representatives wearing school uniforms. Seeing Su Zhan appear, the students immediately raised the bouquet in their hands and shouted neatly, "Welcome home, senior." Su Zhan said secretly in his heart, "Sure enough, I knew that I would come back with such a thing." The principal took 3 steps and 2 steps to greet him. With a smile on his face, "Su Zhan, you are back." He grabbed Su Zhan's hand, turned his head and shouted to the teachers and students behind him, "This is the pride of our No. 3 Middle School to go out. The only SSS-level awakener in Southern Daxia this year." The students exclaimed. Several juniors and juniors squeezed forward on tiptoe, wanting to see the appearance of the legendary senior. Someone kept taking pictures with their phones. Others held their notebooks and wanted to come forward to sign their names. Wang Mingyuan stood aside, looking at Su Zhan, who was surrounded in the middle of the crowd, with a faint smile on his lips. Su Zhan was slightly cramped to deal with the enthusiastic teachers and students. I caught a glimpse of several media interview cars parked at the school gate, and the flashing lights kept flashing in this direction. "Principal, this is too grand," Su Zhan whispered. "The implication is that it is too high profile." "It should be." "You're welcome." The principal's face was red. Since the news of 5 consecutive victories in the Suzaku Academy exchange meeting came back, the popularity of our school has risen. At present, the number of applicants for next year has doubled. As he spoke, he looked at Wang Mingyuan, stepped forward enthusiastically, and held his hand with both hands. "Teacher Wang, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply," the principal said respectfully, "but you were indeed a talented person in our school before, and now returning to Suzaku Academy is the place where you can match your strength." "How can there be such a statement? Your school is very good, but principal, you don't have to worry about me now. Go talk to him." Wang Mingyuan waved his hand and pointed at Su Zhan. "I also want to follow my student, don't mind." His attitude was still gentle, as if it were for anyone, regardless of the other party's status, or whether the other party is an awakened person or an ordinary person. "Ha, you are also shining when you come to our school. But since you said so, then I won't bother." After the principal finished speaking, he let go of the hand he held with Wang Mingyuan and made a gesture of invitation to Su Zhan. "Let's go. The school has prepared a welcome party for you, and the leaders of Jiangcheng are coming." Snowflakes began to fall again, but the warm atmosphere at the scene did not diminish at all. Su Zhan was a little helpless, and whispered to the principal, "I said in advance, I will only go back to school as a platoon for a day. Let me speak and give speeches, but only for one day." "Don't worry, of course I know this." The principal waved his hand. "Xiao Su, you have to prepare the speech, and you will be asked to give a speech soon." "I know." Su Zhan nodded. "In a day, give a speech, 50W arrives, and for him, there is no job more profitable than this." Under the admiring gaze of juniors and juniors, Su Zhan and Wang Mingyuan followed the principal into the car. Other students got on the school bus. Su Zhan and Wang Mingyuan sat in the back seat. The luxurious extended version of the black sedan drove smoothly on the main road of Jiangcheng. Su Zhan sat on the soft leather seat, his fingers gently stroking the delicate solid wood grain on the armrests of the seat. The interior of the car is exaggeratedly spacious, and the rear row is even equipped with a small wine cooler and ice bucket. Underfoot is a thick cashmere carpet, and above is a starry sky canopy. "Principal, is this your car?" Su Zhan asked casually. The principal immediately waved his hand when he heard this. "Xiao Su, you can't talk nonsense. I only have a little salary every year. How can I afford this kind of high-end goods? This is the school's official car, specially used to receive important guests." Su Zhan nodded and stopped asking, but his eyes swept over the car. Next to the driver's seat is a half-pack of cigarettes that the principal often smokes, and a peace charm hanging on the rearview mirror. Wang Mingyuan Soo-jeon pushed his glasses calmly. The car turned a corner. The principal took out a bottle of mineral water from the armrest box, unscrewed it and took a sip. Soo-jeon and Wang Mingyuan looked at each other in the rearview mirror, and the two tacitly curled up the corners of their mouths. Well, nominally the common property of the school. Privately, who is driving this car? It's hard to guess. Outside the car window, the street scene of Jiangcheng retreated rapidly. The principal is talking endlessly about the recent changes in the school, and Soo-jeon's thoughts had already drifted to the upcoming speech. The reward of 500,000 yuan was enough for him to purchase a new batch of cultivation materials. The school gate of Jiangcheng No. 3 Middle School was crowded. Thousands of teachers and students surrounded the square in front of the school. Soo-jeon looked at it from a distance and sighed in his heart. These high school students don't have a vacation during the winter vacation. At that time, he asked the principal, he was on vacation, and your school was not on holiday yet? The principal replied that they are all in high school, their studies are tense, and they have to take the college entrance examination if they can't become awakened, so they have to leave a way out for themselves. Therefore, for the sake of students' studies, the school deliberately conducted flexible classes. Voluntary payment and supplementary classes will never be forced. But now, judging from the number of students, all the students are very voluntary. The black luxury car slowly drove into sight. The crowd instantly erupted in deafening cheers. Senior Soo-jeon, look here. Aha, more handsome than in the live broadcast. Senior, I like you. A girl with a ponytail screamed. Immediately glared at the teacher next to him. As soon as the car stopped, more than a dozen cadres of the student union rushed forward and hurriedly opened the car door. Soo-jeon had just stepped on one foot, and the noisy sound outside instantly reached his ears. Soo-jeon, remember me? I am Zhang Wei, your deskmate in your sophomore year of high school. Are you at his table? So why are you still in school now? Hi, I failed to awaken. I didn't do well in the college entrance examination. Is there a problem with repeating it? Stop arguing. Seniors will definitely remember me. Senior, I sent you water at last year's games. The principal stood on the steps with a red face and shouted with a loudspeaker, quiet. All quiet. Let our school pride say a few words. The crowd gradually quieted down. All eyes were on Soo-jeon. He cleared his throat and was about to say the polite words he had prepared when suddenly a childish voice came from the back row. Senior, how did you defeat those monsters? Yes, let's talk about the details of the game. Is it true that you can stop time? The problem came like a barrage. Soo-jeon looked at the faces full of admiration in the audience, and suddenly felt a little funny. When he was cyberbullied, when he was exposed by Dubin. These people are not like this. Sure enough, when you succeed, you are surrounded by smiling faces. Actually, nothing special. Soo-jeon smiled and said, it's just training until the early hours of the morning every day, practicing each movement 10,000 times. Liar! A junior wearing glasses shouted, I have seen your game video, and it is not something that ordinary training can achieve at all. That's right. Another girl echoed, Senior, do you have any special cultivation methods? Tell us secretly. Soo-jeon was also a little helpless. He is telling the truth. But at this moment, someone will definitely say, aren't you just talented? The talent is not good. Is it useful to work so hard? Soo-jeon can only say, if you don't have talent, you can only work hard. Seeing that the scene was about to get out of control, the principal quickly took the microphone. Don't worry, students, wait in the playground later. Soo-jeon will share his experience in detail. Now let people take a break first. The crowd reluctantly gave way, but the discussion continued. I said on the internet that he only sleeps 2 hours a day. A friend of my cousin's friend studied at Suzaku Academy and said he could catch bullets with his bare hands. Look at his arm line. I also heard that he wrestled arms with the Suzaku Academy's strong offensive awakeners, and he won. Soo-jeon moved to the school with difficulty under the escort of Wang Mingyuan and the principal. The years are full of all kinds of outrageous rumors. He couldn't help but turn his head and whisper to Wang Mingyuan, Teacher, is the person they said really me? Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses and said with a smile, Heroes will always be mythical, just get used to it. Soo-jeon shrugged helplessly. After I enter the pass, there will be great scholars to defend the classics for me. The gold content of this sentence is still rising. Everyone walked. The high platform on the playground is covered with red carpets. Surrounding colorful flags are displayed. The huge banner reads, Warmly welcome Soo-jeon, a genius of Suzaku Academy, back to his alma mater. The entire playground was crowded with teachers and students, and even the corridors of the surrounding teaching buildings were full of students watching the excitement. Most of these people are not from No. 3 Middle School, but come from other schools to see them. The principal didn't stop him, thinking that this was an opportunity to promote his school. Soo-jeon saw this scene. The first reaction was, damn it, I want less money. It's not too much to ask for 1 million, although my heart is bleeding. But he still has professional ethics, so naturally he will not do such a thing as sitting on the ground and raising the price halfway. The principal walked up to the high platform with a red face, and motioned for everyone to be quiet with his hands. Dear teachers and students, today is a day worthy of going down in the history of the school. We are very honored to invite outstanding alumni from from our school. Suzaku Academy Exchange Meeting Freshman 5-game winner, SSS level Seoul Sujan. Warm applause instantly resounded in the playground. Sujan used his strength to prove that the educational philosophy of our Jeongchang No. 3 middle school is completely correct. The principal waved his arm excitedly. This is not only the personal honor of Sujan, but also the pride of all our teachers and students. The applause was thunderous again. The principal turned to the leaders sitting on the rostrum. Today, we are also honored to invite several important guests. This is Director Chen of the Jeongchang Education Development Bureau, and it is under the wise leadership of Chen Bureau that our education in Jeongchang is thriving. A middle-aged man with gray hair smiled and stood up to greet him. This is Director Wang of the Youth Potential Development Center, who personally guided the teaching philosophy of our Jeongchang No. 3 middle school, and indirectly provided important guidance for us to cultivate a genius like Sujan. A Sven man with glasses nodded. The last one is Chairman Lee of our Jeongchang Education Foundation, and it is with the strong support of Chairman Lee that our school's teaching equipment can be constantly updated. A slightly wealthy middle-aged man waved his hand. Sujan raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw him. This old dang he knows, or in the original memory, there is this person. As for the reason, it's very simple. This man is Lee Yuqin's father. Good guy, or the chairman of the Jeongchang Education Foundation. Can a businessman also hold this position? This is a bit of a connection. Let us once again applaud warmly and thank all the leaders for taking the time to come and guide us in our busy schedules. The principal took the lead in applauding. Next, let's give the time to today's protagonist, Sujan. Finally to himself. This kind of scene is the most annoying every time. These leaders spoke in a daze, and they felt quite troublesome every time. Hurry up and complete the task and get off work early. Good afternoon, teachers and students. Sujan stood in front of the microphone, and the sound spread throughout the playground through the loudspeaker. The audience immediately erupted in screams and applause, and several excited girls even jumped up. Quiet. All quiet. The principal holds the microphone to maintain order. Sujan raised his hand and made a downward gesture. The entire playground slowly quieted down with the cooperation of the two. In fact, a year ago, like everyone here, I sat on this playground and listened to the speeches of outstanding graduate representatives. Sujan's eyes swept across the audience. At that time, I was still thinking about when I could stand in this position. Drafts have long been in my mind. He doesn't stumble when he speaks, and it's extremely smooth. The audience immediately burst into friendly laughter and applause. In the past 6 months at Suzaku Academy, the most important thing I learned is. Sujan paused deliberately and looked at the countless pairs of expectant eyes in the audience. Hard work will never deceive. Liar. Senior Su, you have an SSS life soul. Can you say that your current achievements are all achieved through hard work? The scene suddenly burst into laughter. Immediately afterwards, several voices came and went. That's it. Standing and talking doesn't hurt your back, for example. No matter how much you practice, a C-level life soul can't catch up with you. Of course, genius can say that hard work is important. Anyway, no matter how you practice, you are powerful. If you only have a B-level life soul, I'm afraid you won't even be able to touch the door of Suzaku Academy now. Offensive words are endless. The principal immediately picked up the microphone. Quiet. You who wear our school uniform, if you make trouble again, you will be expelled directly. Damn, there is a genius in his own school, and he came back to give a speech to his principal. At this time, there were still students who were not long-sighted and ran over to question Sujan. If you are a student from someone else's school, forget it. But these doubters are all their own students. Isn't this just a slap in the face of your own school? He really didn't expect his students to be so stupid. How do you ask Sujan to answer? What should I do if I can't answer? If others can't get off the stage, who will lose? What is lost is the facade of Jeongchang No. 3 middle school. The principal now wants to strip these students of their studies. The students who shouted the loudest immediately shrank their necks. Compared with my own dissatisfaction, academics are definitely more important. The doubts dissipated instantly. However, everyone at the scene focused on Sujan, obviously waiting for him to reply to these questions. The principal took the microphone and continued to Sujan. Su, please continue. The implication is that you don't need to pay attention to these doubts and continue to talk about you. Sujan waved his hand, signaling that it was okay. Quietly wait for the noise to subside. Did not evade, but answered the question head-on. I admit that I can have today's achievements, and the effect of SSS-level life souls accounts for at least 99%. The audience was instantly silent for a second. This is the exact opposite of the motivational speech they expected. Often on such occasions, the speaker tries to downplay the role of talent. I'm just trying a little harder than you guys. Everyone's potential is limitless. This kind of cliché is the standard answer. Everyone was stunned. The teachers and students in the audience were already ready to listen to a blood-boiling chicken soup. But Sujan's confession was the opposite. This is the cruelest truth. In this world, there are lifeless souls, and the level of life souls is like an insurmountable chasm. Talent is God's reward. Sujan shrugged. You go by the awakening potion and hold on to a 3% awakening probability. There is no other way. Whether to awaken or not, we can't decide. And we can't decide the talent of the life soul. The only thing we can decide is our own actions. Some people say that talent is useless and hard work is useless. It's like no matter how hard ordinary people try, they can't become awakened people. Can you compare the awakened with ordinary people? Isn't this playing hooligan? What I said must be compared between ordinary people, and between awakened people and awakened people. Again, we can only decide our own actions, and now you are in high school and will face the college entrance examination. Which of you can guarantee that you will definitely become an awakened one? Now that you are standing on this starting line, do you have any other choice but to run forward desperately? His loud words echoed on the playground. All fell into deep thought. Sujan picked up the mineral water bottle on the podium and shook it gently. I saw the water in the bottle suddenly suspended in the air against the laws of physics, forming a crystal water column. The eyes of the audience were aligned with this water column. This is my ability. 1. Sujan explained. But to achieve this kind of fine control, the water column suddenly dispersed into hundreds of water droplets, forming the emblem pattern of Suzaku Academy in the air. I've failed 1,000 times. Sujan waved his hand. The water droplets fell and crackled. The playground erupted in deafening applause. So, instead of envying other people's talents, Sujan raised his voice and scanned the audience. Why don't you start now, find your own direction, and then hold on until there is nothing you can do. Finished the speech. Even if Sujan left the high platform, the applause is still enduring. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that the applause slowly subsided. Sujan retreated backstage, and there were all school staff here. Wang Mingyuan leaned aside with his hands on his chest, obviously waiting for a long time. Seeing Sujan coming, he smiled and said, "Yes, in the face of emergencies, you coped very well." "It's okay." Sujan waved his hand modestly. "To put it bluntly, when you succeed, everything you say is right, and there are people who are willing to listen to whatever you say. If he doesn't have the strength he has now, if you say the same thing just now, the ending will be completely different. When you stand on a high place, even the breath is the truth. When you are still at the foot of the mountain, no matter how much you say, it is quibbling." The door to the backstage lounge is gently pushed open. The principal walked in with a smile on his face. "Oh, Sujan." The principal enthusiastically shook Sujan's hand. "Today's speech is really wonderful. It is both realistic and inspiring, fully demonstrating the excellent student demeanor cultivated by our number 3 middle school." Sujan politely tugged at the corners of his mouth and cut directly to the point. "Principal, can you settle the speech fee now?" The smile on the principal's face froze, obviously not expecting the topic to turn so stiffly. "This, of course. Took out his mobile phone. "I'll let the financial transfer, 500,000 yuan. Ding dash." Sujan's mobile phone rang a beep. He glanced at the notice and nodded with satisfaction. "I received it. Thank you, principal." "Ha! Under normal circumstances, you pay after you finish your work." But Sujan felt that he had lost money for the school's publicity this time. "So I want to get the money into my pocket as soon as possible, so that I can have a comfort." The principal rubbed his hands and said in a warm tone, "Sujan, the presentation was amazing. TV stations and several media are waiting outside. Do you want to?" Sujan stood up and straightened his collar. "If you say a good day, you naturally can't break your word." The principal immediately said, "Okay. This way, please. Media friends are waiting." In the hallway, Wang Mingyuan lowered his voice. "I thought you would refuse, or add money." "Yes. Since you have collected the money, you have to get things done." Sujan said, "Anyway, it's only a matter of one day." They pushed open the door to the interview room. The flash immediately lit up. Sujan faced the camera, smiling decently and humbly. "May I ask Mr. Su, what is the secret to winning 5 consecutive victories in the Suzaku College Freshman Exchange Meeting? What advice do you have for juniors? As a genius, out of Jiangchang." Questions followed. Sujan answered fluently, interspersed with a few inspirational quotes from time to time, which caused reporters to nod frequently. The principal smiled so hard that he couldn't see his eyes, obviously very satisfied with this image project. After the interview, the principal greeted him with a spring breeze and held Sujan's hand tightly. "Sujan, thank you so much today. The speech was wonderful, and the interview performance was impeccable." Sujan's eyes were calm. "The principal is polite. This is what I should do." The principal mysteriously took out his mobile phone. "In this way, in addition to the 500,000 yuan agreed before, the school will give you an additional 300,000 yuan in hard work." The transfer prompt sounded. Sujan's originally indifferent eyes suddenly lit up. "Principal, you are too outstanding. It is my honor to contribute to my alma mater. Next time you need to tell me at any time, I promise to be on call." This gentleman conquered me with his feelings. The principal was a little stunned by this sudden enthusiasm, and before he could react, Sujan had already taken the initiative to hold his hand and shook it up and down. "Don't worry, principal, the media needs to cooperate with propaganda in the future. Just call me." "Hey, that's..." The next second, the principal continued, "Xiao Su, your work has been completed, but, do you still want to make money?" Sujan was stunned for a moment, and then nodded slowly. Let's listen to what the the other side has to say first. The principal rubbed his hands and lowered his voice. That's right, there is an awakening drug manufacturer looking for a spokesperson recently. It just so happens that you are now famous at the Suzaku Academy freshman exchange meeting, and you are an SSS level awakener again. Sujan's eyes instantly became serious when he heard this. Seeing this, the principal was even more enthusiastic. Do you think the remuneration for this level of endorsement is not a small amount of millions? At least that's the number. He stretched out 2 fingers and shook them in front of Sujan's eyes. 2 million? Sujan asked tentatively. Endorsement, in the previous life, this kind of thing only happened to athletes and stars. I didn't expect that I would be able to encounter this kind of thing when I crossed over. The principal smiled and shook his head. Guess more boldly. Sujan continued to ask. 2 million? The principal slapped his thigh. And this is still the basic endorsement fee. If the sales are good, there is a share. Wang Mingyuan, who was standing aside, coughed lightly. Principal, this kind of business endorsement. Oh, Teacher Wang, don't worry. The principal hurriedly waved his hand. We will definitely follow the formal process, and the company has been verified by us and is also formal. If you are still worried, isn't it because you are by Xiao Su's side? Plus your gatekeeper, 100% no problem. That's right. If it were before, Sujan would definitely not be so calm when he saw the 20 million. However, since 3 months of retaliatory training consumption, although I will still feel shocked, I will definitely not look at the 20 million like before. Sujan asked, what is the name of their company? Blue Awakened Pharmacy Company, Limited. The principal asked with a smile. How is it? Interested? The person in charge of the other party happened to be in Jiangqing today. How about meet now? Sujan nodded slowly. In any case, you have to go see it. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work. It doesn't take much time. Everyone set off. On the road, Wang Mingyuan dismissed the principal and asked him to come back later. The principal was also an understanding person, and he knew that Wang Mingyuan was going to say something to Sujan that his own people said, so he just found an excuse to leave. Sujan was still checking the balance of his mobile phone. Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but laugh and said, the way you opened your eyes when you saw money just now, if you let the juniors and juniors in the audience who admire you see. That's why you have to count money in a place where no one is around. Sujan added, 800,000 teachers. Poor and afraid, it's really hard to find a job that can make money so easily. Okay, I know you have 800,000 yuan. Wang Mingyuan shook his head helplessly, and then said seriously, endorsements can be accepted, but there are a few things you must pay attention to. He raised a finger. First, all contracts must be reviewed by the legal department of the college, especially the breach of contract clause and the scope of image use. Sujan nodded. He wished there were professionals to help him look at the contract. Second, Wang Mingyuan raised another finger. The endorsement product must be sent for inspection. I want to personally confirm whether the ingredients and effects of the agent are up to standard, and the reputation of the SSS level awakener cannot be ruined by inferior products. Sujan nodded. Yes. Finally, Wang Mingyuan looked directly into Sujan's eyes. All public words and deeds must be reported during the endorsement period, and you now represent not only yourself but also Suzaku Academy. Then his tone slowed down. Of course, the Academy will send someone to assist you in dealing with these. Truly, now he represents the Suzaku Academy. These requirements are reasonable. Sujan still nodded. Understood, teacher. Then we now go meet the manufacturer's representative now. Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses. Remember, no matter how tempting the other party offers, don't agree on the spot. This is understandable. The negotiation is about who can't sit still. In this way, you can highlight your stability and not show that you care too much about the other person. Sujan opened his mobile phone and searched for Qinglan Awakening Pharmacy Company, Ltd. Flipped over. Company founded a year ago. It's a new company. The awakening potion sells for 310,000 yuan, which is considered cheap among the awakening potions. Then, the principal personally came to lead the way. In the spacious conference room, the floor-to-ceiling windows are full of beautiful scenery of Jiangchang. After the principal brought the two here, he left consciously. The representative of the manufacturer is a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes, with a meticulous back and a shrewd smile on his face. Classmate Su, I have long admired your name. My surname is Zhang. The manufacturer representative took the initiative to stand up and enthusiastically shook Sujan's hand. To have such an achievement at a young age, it is really a hero out of a teenager. Sujan smiled politely. You won the prize, it's just luck. It's not luck. The manufacturer representative smiled heartily. SSS level Life Soul, Suzaku Academy freshman exchange meeting 5 consecutive victories. This is all real strength. Our marketing department has done research, and now among the younger generation of awakeners, your influence is one of the best. Wang Mingyuan stood aside and nodded slightly. Mr. Zhang is too popular. Sujan is still young, and there are still many things to learn. Professor Wang is too modest. Mr. Zhang quickly turned to Wang Mingyuan. With a respectful attitude, the teaching quality of Suzaku College is obvious to all, and it is worthy of being the 5 universities of Daxia to cultivate a genius like Su. The teacher shouts shouts to the professor. Anyway, just shout loudly. After exchanging pleasantries, the three of them sat down. The waiter served exquisite refreshments. Mr. Zhang personally poured tea for the two. Mr. Zhang took a sip of tea and said sincerely, "We are Qinglan and have been looking for a suitable spokesperson. Those so-called star awakeners on the market are either not strong enough or have a positive image. It is really rare to have both strength and reputation like Su." Sujan picked up the teacup and asked calmly, "I don't know what specific requirements your company has for endorsements?" Mr. Zhang's eyes lit up. 1-year exclusive endorsement, including 3 commercials, 5 groups of print shooting, plus 3 offline activities, endorsement fee. Tell the truth. He stretched out 2 fingers, 20 million, after tax. Wang Mingyuan gently pushed his glasses. "Mr. Zhang, with all due respect, this kind of business cooperation needs to be reviewed by the college, especially the contract details and product quality." Understand. Totally understood. Mr. Zhang nodded quickly. "All our qualification documents can be provided, and products are welcome to be sent for inspection at any time. To be honest, it is our honor to cooperate with Suzaku College. It's simple. Mr. Zhang, our students at Suzaku Academy are very busy with their studies." Sujan frowned and said bluntly, "So these requirements you put forward must be completed during my winter vacation." He hasn't lost his mind because of 20 million yet. If you delay your cultivation because of these things, it is really a big loss because of a small thing. Of course it's no problem. Mr. Zhang nodded without the slightest hesitation. Sujan felt a little strange. No, is the negotiation so smooth? Why is it different from what is played on TV? Agree to any conditions. If you do it this way. Sujan once again doubted that his price was worth more than 20 million. He thought, are there any other requirements? Mr. Zhang smiled meaningfully. "I do have a little suggestion." Sujan breathed a sigh of relief. "That's right, nothing, that's strange. Please speak." Sujan nodded. Mr. Zhang lowered his voice. "We hope that Su can mention during the propaganda that you took our Qinglan awakening potion before awakening." Really? The conference room instantly fell silent. Wang Mingyuan looked at Sujan, his eyes bright and dark. Naturally, he knew Sujan's situation and had not taken any awakening potion. Sujan turned his head to look at Wang Mingyuan and met his eyes. From the other party's eyes, he saw a hint of scrutiny. Sujan quickly turned his head back, frowned, and said slowly, "I'm afraid this won't work." "Where can I agree? Wang Mingyuan is still here." "Why not?" Mr. Zhang's smile remained unchanged. "Because I really haven't taken it." Sujan looked directly at the other party. "I can't lie. He is the only SSS-level awakener of Suzaku Academy this time. There is a faint trend of freshmen first. If things fail, it's not just your own face that you lose. What I lost was the face of Suzaku Academy. The face of Suzaku Academy was lost because of the 20 million. If it goes out, you will be laughed to death by your peers." Mr. Zhang chuckled. "Classmate Su, if you are willing to cooperate with the publicity, we are willing to increase the endorsement fee to 40 million. Wang Mingyuan spoke. "Mr. Zhang, academic fraud is legally responsible." Professor Wang is serious. Mr. Zhang was unhurried. "How can this be called a fake? This is called commercial publicity. Even if Su really hasn't taken it, it's not too late to get a dose now." Sujan shook his head. "Mr. Zhang, if I promise you today, will I say that my SSS-level life soul is also obtained by your potion tomorrow?" Classmate Su joked. Mr. Zhang's face changed slightly, but he quickly regained his smile. "We only hope to use your influence to let more young people choose high-quality products." "I'm sorry." Sujan stood up. "I can't accept this endorsement." Mr. Zhang hurriedly got up. "Classmate Su, think about it again. The price is still negotiable. No amount of money is useless." Sujan said lightly. 40 million, to be honest, he really wanted it. However, this is a matter of principle. Wang Mingyuan also got up, and the corners of his mouth rose imperceptibly. Mr. Zhang's face was gloomy, and finally he sighed. "It's a good thing for young people to be principled. However, in this society, too upright cannot go far." "Thank you for the reminder." Sujan nodded slightly. "Farewell." Walk out of the conference room. Wang Mingyuan asked with a smile, "Do you regret it? 40 million is not a small amount." Sujan looked at the number of the elevator going down and chuckled. "Teacher, there is some money. You will not be able to sleep if you take it. This is the truth. Whether morally or profitably, the 40 million cannot be taken." Wang Mingyuan's eyes admired. "Yes, at least I wasn't carried away by money." The elevator door slowly closed. The 40 million, which was full of temptation, was locked out forever. And in the conference room, Mr. Zhang called, "Hey, boss, this kid hasn't been fooled. Our plan is." A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. "Then use another plan." Mr. Zhang nodded repeatedly. "Teacher, come back." "What else?" Sujan asked as he walked. Before coming back, Wang Mingyuan told him that he happened to come back and had something to do, and he just asked at this moment, "Come back and see the students." "Yes." Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses. "For example, those classmates who are in your class, or some of the earlier people I have brought with me." Sujan nodded slowly. "Come back just to see students? Not to see the family?" "That's very likely." Wang Mingyuan's life experience is the same as his own. Loner. However, his classmates classmates. After experiencing Li Yuqin's birthday party, there are only about 10 people left in a class. Teacher, Suzhan asked, what is the situation of my old classmates now? If Wang Mingyuan is interested in this aspect, then follow his words. Wang Mingyuan's pace slowed down, and his eyes turned to the direction of the playground. Zhang Jelly went to Northern University of Technology, although he did not wake up, but he scored 630 points in the college entrance examination, and now he is studying computers. And Li Yuqin, forget it, you know this and won't say more. Suzhan nodded. There is really no need to say this again. Stupid things that the original body did. Putting it on yourself is black history. Wang Chang was not admitted to college, and his grades were expected. Wang Mingyuan's tone was embarrassing. Now I am an apprentice in an auto repair shop, and last month he sent me a message saying that he could repair the engine independently. After 3 middle schools, Wang Mingyuan pointed in, Li Hua is repeating his studies. At that time the awakening was unsuccessful, and the college entrance examination was also lost. This child has been doing well in high school for 3 years, but I didn't expect to plant it during the college entrance examination. Hey, just say as you walk. Suzhan listened quietly, occasionally adding 2 sentences. He found that this teacher had been silently paying attention to the whereabouts of the students. Whether it is an awakened person or an ordinary person, whether it is admitted to a prestigious school or entering society early. Wang Mingyuan stopped, turned to look at Suzhan, and said with a smile, you don't know, every time they contact me, they always mention you. He imitated the student's tone. Teacher Wang, is Suzhan particularly powerful now? I read on the internet that he is famous again. When can I see him again? Ask him for advice. The evening breeze blew the leaves and rustled. In this situation, Wang Mingyuan's tone was serious. I can only tell them that awakening is not enviable. Instead of staring at other people's achievements all day long, it is better to focus on doing your own thing. Suzhan nodded. Envy, everyone will envy. Street vendors envy shop owners, and small businessmen envy entrepreneurs. Ordinary people yearn for the power of the awakened, and the low-level awakeners yearn for stronger talents. Like a never-ending staircase, people on each floor look up at the next level, but rarely look back to see how many people have fallen under their feet. Just like Suzhan's own body. I will also envy Xie and Lu Ziming, their wealth, and their family background. Hey! Suzhan sighed long in his heart. Just when he was still sighing, the gaze unconsciously swept over the street scene. On the neon exterior wall of the mall, a huge electronic screen is playing advertisements for popular stars. Bustling crowds come and go in and out of the brightly lit mall entrance. But right now, the entire 7-story shopping mall was suddenly engulfed in gray-white fog. The fog was like a curtain of life, surging up from the bottom of the building, and in the blink of an eye, it wrapped the entire mall tightly. Fog. The edge of the fog was only more than 10 meters away from Suzhan and Wang Ming. Wang Mingyuan's eyes froze, and he said in a deep voice, let's go in. Suzhan stared at the thick fog, his brows furrowed, but he did not move. He could clearly sense the terrifying energy fluctuations in the fog. He didn't know what was inside, and the unknown is always the most terrifying. And the fog suddenly appeared next to them. What a coincidence. Coincidentally, it was like someone was deliberately making a game, waiting for the two of them to get in. There is such a possibility. Even if Wang Mingyuan was by his side, he didn't dare to gamble. When the fog came before, he had no choice and was shrouded in it, so he can only fight. But now there are still choices, and he can pretend not to see it, so that his own interests are maximized. Is this kind of thing worth the risk? He is not a hero, nor does he have such a noble consciousness. What's more, he still has too much unfinished business. The official training of him will naturally be rewarded, but it is by no means a risk before the wings are full. And the biggest reason was that Wang Mingyuan was by his side. He couldn't use the aberrant form, let alone absorb the essence of the misty creature's corpse. So, enter the fog with Wang Mingyuan. There are no benefits, only endless risks. Wang Mingyuan looked sideways at him, his eyes like a torch. Hesitated? Suzhan didn't answer, but the silence said it all. Wang Mingyuan's expression became serious. We are awakened people, enjoying the official leaning resources. Where do those resources come from? Including the taxes paid by countless ordinary people. Now that they are in distress, since they have bumped into it, they cannot sit idly by. Wang Mingyuan paused, his voice slowing down. Suzhan, you are my student, but I don't force you, because it's useless to force you. Now I'll give you 2 choices. First, stay in place and notify the Abnormal Purification Division. Second, follow me in to save people. Suzhan frowned. Reason told him that the optimal solution was to wait for support. But Wang Mingyuan's eyes made him unable to say no easily. Wang Mingyuan helped him too much. Save him from the hands of Doberman before awakening. To the protection and teaching after entering the Suzaku Academy. If he retreats at this moment, what will Wang Mingyuan think of him? I'll go with you. Suzhan finally spoke. He did not have such a lofty spiritual consciousness, nor is he here to save those who have nothing to do with him. It's because he doesn't want Wang Mingyuan to be disappointed in him. Wang Mingyuan took a deep look at him, as if he had seen through his mind, but he didn't point it out, just nodded. He raised his right hand. A layer of white spiritual spiritual energy as thin as cicada wings emerged from his palm, instantly covering his whole body, forming a translucent spiritual power film. Immediately afterwards, he waved his left hand, and the same spiritual power wrapped around Sujan's body and head, forming a protective layer on the surface of his skin. This is a spiritual power barrier, which can temporarily resist the erosion of the fog. Follow me, don't get lost. Wang Mingyuan grabbed Sujan's wrist, and the strength made Sujan feel a little painful. Sujan looked down at the white spiritual power flowing on his body and nodded. The next second, I was a little nervous. In this world, people have been instilled with the danger of fog since childhood. This is not the territory that mortals should set foot in. Even as an awakened person, he did not refute these previous ideas in the slightest. And now, he is about to take the initiative to enter this forbidden realm. Wang Mingyuan said. Sujan nodded, following Wang Mingyuan's pace. Step in. The world suddenly fell silent. The thick fog wrapped around like a living creature, making a faint corrosive sound outside the spiritual power barrier. Let's go. Visibility instantly returns to zero. Even Wang Mingyuan, who was close at hand, only had a vague outline. The air smells of some kind of decay. Sujan's breathing became rapid unconsciously. He felt something peeking at them in the fog, and it was sticky and cold, climbing up his spine little by little. Don't stop. Wang Mingyuan's voice passed through the thick fog, but it seemed particularly distant. Follow closely. The force on the wrist was a little heavier. It's like the only lifeline. Sujan held it back, followed the blurred figure, and walked deeper into the fog step by step. I don't know how long it took. It's so slow. Sujan followed Wang Mingyuan's back and moved slowly in the thick gray mist. Only the sound of his heavy breathing and heartbeat was left in his ears. It's so quiet. There was no wind, no human voices, and even the footsteps were swallowed up by the fog. This eerie dead silence magnifies every second infinitely. Sujan could only count the time silently in his heart. 31 seconds, 32 seconds, 33 seconds. Wang Mingyuan always pulled him steadily, and his strength did not slacken the slightest. But the further you go, the thicker the fog becomes. The corrosion sound coming from outside the spiritual power barrier became more and more dense, like countless tiny insects gnawing at it. Sujan's forehead oozed cold sweat. He always felt that something was wandering in the fog, and occasionally a shadow flashed through his peripheral vision. But when he turned his head to look, there was nothing but the surging gray mist. 58 seconds, 59 seconds, 60 seconds. It's only been a minute, but it seems like it's been a long, long time. It took a long time for Sujan to wonder if they were spinning in place. It's coming soon. Wang Mingyuan's voice was extremely low, but Sujan was shocked. Not far ahead, the glass gate of the mall was finally faintly visible. The two finally stepped into the mall. Outside the glass gate behind him, the gray-white mist was still surging, but it seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to penetrate in the slightest. Sujan looked around carefully. A 7-story shopping mall, wide and tall. Similar to his previous life, Wida Plaza. Looking up, the atrium is designed to be empty, and the circular corridors on each floor spiral upward. Dozens of shops are displayed on each floor. Although the air inside the mall was dull, it no longer had that decaying atmosphere. The lights are bright and you can see your surroundings clearly. Inside the mall, corpses were crisscrossed, and blood was all over the ground. A picture of hell. This kind of scene should not be over-described, otherwise the review will be involved. But even so, Sujan breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense nerves relaxed slightly. But he didn't want to experience this feeling of walking through the fog a second time. It's so weird, it's too scary. A series of gloomy gazes. I don't know what kind of creature it is. The unknown is the most terrifying. He knew that the mall they were in at this moment had become a special mezzanine space. This place does not belong to the fog, it belongs to reality, but it is like a place of reality, placed in the fog. If you turn around and walk out now, you will not return to the street you came from, but will completely enter the foggy world. The only way out is to wait for the fog to dissipate naturally. Wang Mingyuan let go of his wrist, and the spiritual power barrier was still covered on the surface of his body, emitting a white light. And now, from the fog to the present, only more than 2 minutes have passed, but the inside of the mall has become like this, which shows that it shows that there is a big difference in time flow rate inside and outside. Sujan took over the conversation, otherwise, the originally crowded shopping mall would not have changed so much. As he spoke, he took out the silver double knives from his backpack. He always carried this pair of weapons with him. Or that when I first came to Jiangchang, I didn't even have a fixed residence, and I had no place to put it. With this weapon, combined with his life soul, the attack power can be maximized. Wang Mingyuan glanced at the twin swords and raised his hand and waved his hand. The white spiritual power wrapped around the blade, sharper than the one covering his body. Attack bonus. Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses. The attack power of the two swords and the defense power of your body are above the stream realm. The strength of the misty creatures is not increasing so fast now, and your current strength is enough to deal with the misty creatures here. Thank you, teacher. Sujan clenched the hilt of the knife. It seems that the teacher also knows that this fog may be a game set up for them, otherwise he will definitely let himself experience. Instead instead of adding this buff to himself. Good guys, weapon enchantment plus defense buff. I also got a Shijing experience card. At this moment, my heart was a lot more stable. I was secretly shocked that this teacher's soul was too comprehensive. When the plane crashes, it transforms into a guardian form of a cushion air cushion. The detection pattern that permeates the entire coffee shop during the cafe search. Now it is an amplification form that integrates offense and defense. It can attack and defend, and can reconnaissance and assist. This kind of all-round life soul is definitely SSS level and has not run away. Teacher, is your soul SSS level? Su-Zhan asked. After the relationship became acquainted, these things were also asked casually. Wang Mingyuan did not hide it, and his eyes kept scanning the surroundings. He was also thinking about where to go from to maximize the efficiency of saving people, and where to be safer and wider to bring survivors together. Su-Zhan glanced at Wang Mingyuan quietly. The former human genius, the SSS Life Soul Awakener, is now injured and can only take a back seat as a teacher. Yes. This kind of injury may not even be cured by the entire Daxia, otherwise the official would not have given up on treating Wang Mingyuan, an SSS level powerhouse. What kind of creature can attack such an insoluble injury? Terror. With this ability, it was not on the same level as the misty creatures he had encountered before. A dark shadow swooped down from the second floor. The hum of the monster's wings was full of noise. It has a hard shell like a beetle, dark and shiny, and even its abdomen is tightly wrapped in heavy armor. Dozens of distorted figures were reflected in the huge compound eyes, and when the mouthparts opened, 3 circles of spiral-arranged fangs were exposed. The forelimbs are sickle-like organs. At this moment, bow your head, Wang Mingyuan shouted lightly, and his right hand pointed to the air with a volley. A white spiritual blade broke out of the sky. Ugh! The monster didn't even have time to scream before it was neatly split in half from the middle. Green slime splattered. When it was about to touch the two of them, the white spirit membrane emerged, blocking all of them. The two halves of the insect corpses fell to the ground, still convulsing nervously. Sickle missed. Wang Mingyuan looked at the corpse and explained, the strength of this one is at the 4th level of low risk. Don't look at the level as not high, but they are social creatures, and they are numerous, but with the blessing of my spiritual power, you should have no problem dealing with them. Before he finished speaking, a dense sound came from the ceiling. The two looked up and saw dozens of identical monsters poking their heads out from behind the guardrails on each floor, their compound eyes flashing with bloodthirsty light. Su-Zhan slowly took a fighting stance, and the white awns of the two swords were still covered. It's time to experience what the strength of the Shijing is. Ugh dash. The first scythe mist Mito swoops down, its scythe-like forelimbs raised. Su-Zhan's figure flashed, and the two swords were staggered, and the white spiritual power easily split the hard carapace like cutting tofu. The green slime splattered out and was bounced off by the spiritual power barrier. The second and third followed, culling from different angles. Su-Zhan took a wrong step, and his figure shuttled through the monster group. The double knives flew over, and the knife was as bright as snow. Wherever they passed, the sickle and mist were broken into 2 pieces. Their attack fell on Su-Zhan, but they could only spark on the white spiritual membrane, and they could not leave even a trace. The scythe of a sickle mist mantis slashed heavily on Su-Zhan's back, but it did not leave the slightest trace, and the recoil force made its body stagnant. Su cut off his head without looking back, and directly cut it off with a backhand knife. The movement here instantly attracted the attention of more scythe mist. More and more sickle mist mantis flew in. The sword was like a rainbow, and the stumps flew wildly. Bell. Su-Zhan became more and more courageous in the battle, and his 2 swords danced into a silver storm. Although the number of scythe mist mantis was large, they could not break through the white spirit membrane that seemed to be thin but actually indestructible. Wang Mingyuan stood in place, his hands in his pockets, and faintly observed the battle situation. Occasionally, a monster that escaped the net pounced on him. He just glanced lightly, and the blade transformed by the spiritual power crushed the monster into the air. Almost. Wang Mingyuan suddenly spoke. When Su-Zhan heard this, his 2 swords suddenly crossed and slashed. Boom dash. A cross-shaped white knife chi erupted, cutting down all the remaining scythe mist. Green slime merges into a stream on the ground. Su-Zhan shook off the blade and turned to look at Wang Mingyuan. Teacher, you stacked this buff for me. It's outrageous. He looked down at the twin knives in his hand. The sickle mist was like paper paste in the face of this force. There is also the layer of spiritual membrane covering the surface of the body. When the side slashed up, he could only feel a slight vibration, as if all the impact had been directly erased by some rule. What kind of attack and defense blessing is this? It's just open. Is this the power of the Shi realm? Fighting this kind of creature in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels of the open realm is the same as hitting a baby. Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses. Basic operation. Su-Zhan frowned and looked at the remains of monsters all over the ground. Those broken, shattered compound eyes, carapace, sickle forelimbs. Teacher. Su-Zhan picked up a piece of carapace with the tip of his knife. These monsters are like insects in our world that have been magnified dozens of times, and they have added a layer of armor. The class class said that fog mimics real-world things, but this is too similar. Wang Mingyuan's fingertips condensed a ray of white light, illuminating the spiral fangs in the monster's mouthparts. No, this is a modification based on an insect template that combines parts of a wide variety of insects. The most obvious thing is that these sickle-like forelimbs must be imitating the mantis. Mist creatures are extremely malleable. We do not have the ability to investigate the social structure and evolutionary limitations of fog creatures, etc. But we know, even airplanes and cannons can be imitated. Some misty creatures have even evolved tracks and cannons. The reasoning of our experts is, useless evolution will lead to low hunting ability and elimination. Slowly, those who evolve to a high level will only have useful evolution. Su Zhan nodded slowly. This knowledge will be discussed in class, but only by truly seeing it can we truly appreciate the true meaning of the book. Things compete for natural selection, and the fittest survive. This theory also works in the misty creatures. Okay, let's go. Wang Mingyuan pointed to the escalator not far away. It has long been collapsed by the corpse card. Now there is motionless. Su Zhan nodded. It's no surprise that this kind of scene is no longer strange. I didn't feel the slightest bit nauseous. Following Wang Mingyuan's movements, he exerted force with his legs, crossed the escalator, and jumped to the second floor. Su Zhan looked around vigilantly. Okay, even if it has just experienced a wave of overwhelming victories, now I don't dare to relax in the slightest. After all, if this fog is really for the two of them, so what is the real crisis? It hasn't come yet. Su Zhan was following Wang Mingyuan's footsteps when he suddenly felt a chill in the back of his neck. It was like being stared at by something. He turned his head abruptly, the blade crossing his chest. But I only saw a few black shadows flashing by on the railing on the second floor of the mall. They didn't leave, Su Zhan said to Wang Mingyuan, staring at us in the dark. Although the sickle mist mantis is a low-level mist creature, it has a strong hunting instinct. Wang Mingyuan didn't look back, and said lightly, they now know that they can't gnaw on our hard bones, so naturally they won't come up to die. Su Zhan narrowed his eyes. I vaguely saw that in the shadows of the second and third floors, dozens of compound eyes were flickering faintly. The monsters lie quietly behind the railing, in the shop, and even hanging upside down from the ceiling. The sickle-like forelimbs were slightly retracted, but none of them rushed down again. Su Zhan said secretly in his heart. It was said in the class that most of the fog creatures rely on instinct to act, and the performance of these sickle mist mantis in front of them is like the instinct of creatures to seek good fortune and avoid harm. They now understand that attacking the two of them is to die. Naturally, there will be no aggressive behavior. Don't think too much. They're not afraid of you, they're afraid of me. Wang Mingyuan seemed to see through his thoughts. Low-level mist creatures have an instinctive fear of high concentrations of spiritual power. As if to confirm this sentence, he released a hint of spiritual coercion. The compound eyes all over the mall trembled in unison, followed by the sound of dense wings shaking. These sickle mists were actually retreating backwards. See? Wang Mingyuan put away the coercion, but this kind of concession is temporary, and when I show fatigue, they will no longer be afraid of me. Su Zhan nodded. The next moment, these monsters have not given up hunting, but are just waiting for a more opportune moment. I didn't release coercion just now because I wanted you to practice your hands first. Wang Mingyuan explained, there is another situation of misty creatures. Even if the opponent is hundreds of times stronger than them, they will go crazy to attack. I know it's going to die, but it's still like a moth to a flame? Su Zhan asked rhetorically. Yes. Wang Mingyuan nodded slowly, and then said, you haven't learned this knowledge point yet. Let me tell you now, this situation mostly happens on the border, and the misty creatures there are like this when they attack our border. Su Zhan looked serious and listened attentively. Since the fog fell for 300 years, Daxia's exploration of fog has not stopped. Wang Mingyuan continued, but the fog is dangerous, that's for sure, and in the depths of the mist, even the awakened people of the sea realm dare not step in, let alone other awakened people. This leads us to not understand the deep secrets of the fog. Experts can only guess this anti-biological instinctive behavior as a misty will, or control by a higher misty creature. Su Zhan nodded seriously, indicating that he had listened. It can be regarded as coming out to fight and learning knowledge. The two stepped on corpses and blood on the ground, walking through the dead mall. The glass of the cosmetics counter on the second floor was shattered, and the expensive perfume bottles were shattered to the ground. Su Zhan used the tip of his knife to pick open a fallen shelf. There was no one behind except for a few bodies that had been stopped by time. It's all hiding. Wang Mingyuan scanned the surroundings. When normal people encounter fog, their first reaction must be to find a hidden place. The two walked to the safe passage. The stairwell is littered with runaway shoes and torn bag chains, and other items, whether it's important or not. Su Zhan frowned slightly. It is naturally the best to reduce weight, but even the shoes are lost. That's bad. Su Zhan's eyes froze. He noticed that the fire hydrants around the corner had been opened, and the fire axe inside was gone. It seems that someone tried to defend themselves with a fire axe. Yes, this thing is standard in the end times. When people encounter such an apocalyptic disaster, they have the tools to defend themselves, and the safety rate will naturally increase. The two searched all the way up. The women's clothing area is a mess, with dummy models lying upside down and several falling dresses hanging on the railing, motionless. The doors of the dressing room were open, and there was no one inside. The scene in the dining area is the most chaotic. The glass partitions of several restaurants were all shattered, and the ingredients were scattered on the ground, mixed with blood and water, which looked unappetizing. The two searched all the way and finally came to the top floor of the 7th floor of the mall, which is also the highest floor of the mall. But along the way, they didn't see a single survivor. Teacher. Sujun stopped, frowned, and asked, "Why do we only look at each floor briefly and don't carefully search the corners where people may be hidden? In this way, they are doing useless work. Those obvious places simply won't have survivors hiding there, and the hidden places are not searched. What does this mean? Let's just eliminate the most obvious places first." Wang Mingyuan explained, "The central area on the first floor is the most open, suitable for gathering survivors, and from now on, we will go down from the 7th floor and carefully search every place where there may be hidden." "But it's too open." Sujun frowned and said, "If you really encounter danger, ordinary people can't outrun those monsters at all." Before he finished speaking, he wanted to say it. Wang Mingyuan looked directly at Sujun. "Are you worried that this fog is coming at us?" "Just guessing." Sujun did not deny it, and said what he thought. If this is the case, gathering the survivors together is really in danger, but instead, it will become our rat taboo. "I understand your concerns." Wang Mingyuan's voice was calm. "I have old injuries, but it is more than enough to deal with these low-level mist creatures, and I can't give up saving people because of this without evidence." Sujun was silent. His teacher will never risk the safety of ordinary people. He will definitely save these people, even if the consequences may be as just said. If this is really a trap for them, then the other party has calculated it. A conspiracy they had to jump. He can only pray that his teacher is strong enough now. In this way, even if there is really someone behind it, there is nothing to be afraid of. Sujun could only obey, and also gave his own advice. It is recommended to start with the bathroom, because this kind of place is generally located in a remote location and the compartment space is small, but it can bring people a little sense of security. This is his own experience. The two came to the bathroom area on the 7th floor. Sujun came to the men's restroom. "Just came in." "Understood." "I heard a suppressed cough coming from the compartment." "Come out, it's safe." Sujun knocked on the compartment door with the handle of the knife. The door slowly opened a gap. After an eye vigilantly examined, the doors were all open. A middle-aged man walked out with a little boy in his arms. The man's suit was crumpled, and the little boy hugged his neck and buried his face in his shoulder. "Thank goodness." When the man saw the white light on their bodies, his legs went weak and he almost knelt down. "Monster." "It's all monsters." Wang Mingyuan supported him. "Can you still go?" The man nodded vigorously and lifted his son up. "Yes, as long as you can get out of this hellish place." In this way, they searched one by one. Several people walked to the door of the women's toilet and knocked gently. "Is there anyone inside?" "We are the awakened ones who have come to save you." After a few seconds of silence, a trembling female voice came from the innermost compartment. Really an awakened person?" Wang Mingyuan's fingertips condensed a ray of white light and floated in from under the crack in the door. "Suzaku Academy Special Rescue." "Ah, it's spiritual power." The compartment door slammed open. A young girl in a salesperson's uniform rushed out with tears on her face. "Please, take me out. I've been hiding here for 2 hours." I saw that she was still holding a mop rod in her hand, and a fruit knife was tied with a belt at the top, which was obviously an improvised weapon she had made. "Don't be afraid, follow us," Wang Mingyuan said. The white spiritual power formed a thin protective film around the girl's body. "Just search all the way." 3 cleaners were found hiding behind shelves in the storage room. The staff lounge finds a couple curled up in a closet. Behind an overturned vending machine, a security guard holding a fire extinguisher as a weapon was also rescued. Every time a group of people were rescued, Wang Mingyuan would distribute a ray of spiritual power to protect them. Soon, the white halo was connected. The crowd went all the way down, and finally gathered more than 100 survivors. Fortunately, today is not a weekend, and it is a time when there is less passenger flow in the afternoon. Otherwise the casualties will be even more severe. "Take the emergency channel." Wang Mingyuan commanded the crowd. "Don't crowd, keep order." The long line slowly descends the stairs. Sujun walked at the forefront to open the way. Wang Mingyuan stayed at the end of the team. Just as the team marched to the 2nd floor, the ventilation duct on the ceiling suddenly came. It was a sickle mist. Although these monsters were afraid of Wang Mingyuan's spiritual power, they still couldn't suppress their instinct to hunt in the face of so much food. They pour out from all corners and pounce on the survivors in the middle of the line. "Bow your head," Wang Mingyuan shouted lightly. I saw him raise his right hand lightly, and his 5 fingers crossed the air like a piano. Several white spiritual blades were instantly slashed out, splitting the pounced monster in two. The green slime splashed on the wall, and was blocked by the spiritual power barrier. After several attacks and killings to no avail, the remaining scythe mist finally retreated, rustling back into the darkness. The team finally arrived safely on the first floor. Wang Mingyuan led everyone to the wide area of the central hall. The view here is wide, and there are not many cover around, but it is not easy to be attacked. Listen. Wang Mingyuan's voice was a little tired. I have been maintaining the spiritual power protection on everyone, but this consumption is too great. Now I'm going to change to an integral shield. The effect is the same, and it's safer. Everyone looked at each other, and one of them asked timidly, Big, my lord, is this really safe? It's safer than you. Wang Mingyuan clasped his hands together, and then slowly pulled them away. A huge white curtain of light was like an upside-down bowl, enveloping everyone in it. At the same time, the individual spiritual shield on each person's body also disappeared. It's absolutely safe to stay in the mask. Wang Mingyuan's voice came through the spiritual power barrier. Now, I need someone to help count the number of people and check the wounded. Suzhan felt a little uneasy when he heard this. Approaching Wang Mingyuan, he lowered his voice and asked, Teacher, how is your physical strength now? Wang Mingyuan frowned slightly, his face tired. Suzhan's heart suddenly tightened. Those words just now were to appease the survivors. Wang Mingyuan's voice was so light that only Suzhan could hear it. The spiritual power reserve is enough, but it is too exhausting to maintain the shield for everyone alone. There are more than 100 scattered spiritual power nodes. In case of an emergency, that would consume my spiritual power too much. Suzhan breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the teacher's fatigue just now was all pretending to be for these survivors. Although this huge shield has a wide range, it only needs to maintain a hole, which is more worry-free. Suzhan looked at Wang Mingyuan's back as he walked towards the crowd. This is the teacher's usual words. What are these survivors most afraid of? Afraid. If you say directly that I want to change the way I protect, the first reaction of these people must be panic. Why change? Can't you hold on? Will it leave us behind? But Wang Mingyuan understands human nature too well. He tells the truth first. Maintaining dispersion protection is too consuming, and you can't last long. This immediately hits the deepest fear of survivors. What to do if the protector is exhausted? Just when panic was about to spread, he gave another solution. Replace it with an overall protective shield, which has the same effect and can make him last longer. Who will oppose it at this time? Some people will even take the initiative to urge them to replace it quickly. Suzhan looked at the crowd that was gradually calming down inside the shield and shook his head secretly. He has seen this technique too many times, when everyone had just settled down. Jia 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 jia. A cold laugh suddenly echoed in the mall. Creepy. What is it? Is it here again? The survivors were in a commotion, but surprisingly, the panic was not as severe as expected. What are you panicking about? Didn't you see that those monsters were casually solved by adults just now? That's right, this adult's spiritual power is so strong. Although most people were nervous, their eyes were on Wang Mingyuan, and their eyes were more dependent than desperate. After all, those murderous sickle mists just now. It is indeed vulnerable in front of this man. Wang Mingyuan looked straight at the shadow somewhere on the fourth floor, raised his hand, and the entire protective shield lit up a little. Stay where you are, don't move. But it is particularly useful. Everyone was obedient and did not speak. Suzhan's double knives lay across his chest and followed the teacher's line of sight. But I didn't see anyone. Good news, you guessed it right. The sound is not loud. Bad news, you guessed it right. I can only pray that the teacher can defeat these unknown enemies. The cold voice sounded again, echoing in the empty shopping mall. Teacher Wang, I didn't expect it, knowing that this fog might be a trap for you, but you still came. Sometimes I really admire people like you, who can take such a big risk in order to save some people who have nothing to do with themselves. Wang Mingyuan replied coldly, a monster like you won't understand. Ha 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 dash. The cold laughter suddenly erupted, and it was terrifyingly crazy. The laughter was mixed with some kind of non-human hiss. The survivors in the shield covered their ears. The laughter stopped abruptly. Teacher Wang. The voice was lowered. I hope you will be as confident as you are now. The last word fell. All the lights in the entire mall suddenly went out. In the dark, something is slowly approaching from all sides. Darkness engulfed the mall like a tide. The scythe mist, which had been cowering, collectively flapped its wings and made a buzzing sound. They completely abandoned their previous fear of Wang Mingyuan and frantically rushed towards the protective shield. Suzhan's heart was shocked, and he immediately understood the situation in front of him. This is exactly what Wang Mingyuan just said. A moth-to-fire attack controlled by some kind of will. The next second. At this moment, the mall stretched out its hand and couldn't see the 5 fingers. Originally, Wang Mingyuan's white spiritual power was like a lighthouse in the dark, not only covering his whole body. It was also on Suzhan's body, double swords, and protective shield to protect the survivors, which was particularly eye-catching in the darkness. This light obviously became the monster's attack coordinates. Wang Mingyuan's eyes were cold, and he quickly raised his right hand and waved it. All the spiritual power light released out instantly converged. Although Suzhan's blade and shield still had translucent white spiritual power, they no longer glowed. The entire space suddenly fell into pure darkness. Whoosh! The sound of breaking the air came from all directions. The scythe missed Mantis' attack route, which seems to be completely unaffected by darkness. Su Zhan. Wang Mingyuan said without looking back, "You solve these little things, I will pay attention to the real threat." Su Zhan exerted force on both feet, and his figure faced the source of sound. Although he couldn't see it, 3 months of special training made his hearing and touch extremely sharp. Not to mention that as a control awakener, his mental power is far stronger than that of ordinary awakeners. The first knife was slashed. The blade edge was hit, followed by the touch of mucus splattering. Understood. 3 monsters on the left attack at the same time. Su Zhan avoided the first blow, picked up the left knife and cut the abdomen of the second one, and the right knife split the head of the third one. There was another sound of breaking the wind behind him. He rolled over on his side, and the double knives slashed like a whirlwind, and the 4 sections of insect corpses fell to the ground in response. Inside the protective cover, survivors can hear the sound of scythes slashing at the shield, smell the fishy smell of monster bodily fluids, but see nothing. This fear of the unknown is more torturous than facing monsters head-on. It's over. Finished. Shut up. Do you want to kill us? Let me out. I don't want to stay here. Suddenly someone beat the protective shield like crazy. Let me out. You're crazy. It's all monsters outside. Where is Lord Awakener? Why is there no movement? Did you leave us behind and run away? Help. Help me. I don't want to die yet. It's all your fault. If you don't have to come shopping. Ah. Wang Mingyuan stood still in place, his perception fully unfolded, covering the entire space. The real enemy has not yet appeared. These scythe mists are nothing more than cannon fodder used to consume them. The battle lasted about 10 minutes. Su Zhan breathed heavily, but his movements did not slow down. The ground has been covered with a thick layer of insect corpses. The mucus soaked the soles of his shoes, and every step was sticky. With Wang Mingyuan's assistance to him, he had no problem dealing with these low-level mist creatures alone. Ding dash. A metal trillion sounded through the darkness. The long sword condensed by spiritual power in Wang Mingyuan's hand held up the pitch-black scythe that appeared out of thin air. Shock waves from collisions shattered all the glass curtain walls within a radius of 100 meters. Su Zhan turned around abruptly when he heard the sound. With his strength, he still couldn't see who the enemy was, but he can already guess that if he can make Wang Mingyuan make a move and not kill him with one blow, his strength must not be underestimated. Wang Mingyuan saw the person coming clearly. After all, for a strong man like him, darkness could not affect his vision at all. I saw him in front of him, standing on the road, a strange figure, wide black robe. Meanwhile, the pale mask had only 2 eye holes and a crack that reached the base of the ear. The masked man's exposed skin was covered with blue-black veins. A gray mist flowed around him. It is a symbol of high-level aberrations, and it is more skilled in using mist power, at least moderately critical or above. The bone scythe transformed into his right hand was against Wang Mingyuan's blade. Finally willing to show up? Wang Mingyuan's eyes narrowed. His wrist shook, and the white light on the blade skyrocketed, forcing the opponent to retreat 3 steps. Ha 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 ha. Now, the masked man's crazy laughter continued. I just want to see an awakened person with old wounds. Now, why do you still have the courage to talk to me like this? The black robe suddenly swelled. Dozens of bone spurs shot through the fabric, each with a poisonous aura. Wang Mingyuan did not shy away, pinched his left hand, and instantly unfolded a hexagonal spiritual power matrix in front of him. The bone spur hit the light curtain. His right hand crossed the arc. A pillar of a shopping mall broke in response. The aftermath of the sword energy cut off all the circular corridors above the 3rd floor. Concrete and reinforcement lose support and fall. The masked man's black robe flew over, shuttling through the falling gravel, leaving a black trail like asphalt wherever it passed. I hid quite quickly. Boom! Wang Mingyuan exerted force on his legs and jumped up violently. The blade suddenly turned and stabbed to the right side, which seemed empty. The masked man was actually forced out of the void. The impact of the collision between the sickle and the long sword directly shattered the glass dome on the 5th floor, turned into countless fragments and fell. The sound of crackling glass, the loud sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, and even the sound of water falling to the ground, and so on, intertwined. Bell. TSK TSK. The masked man let out a snake-like laugh, and with a random wave of his scythe, he cut the falling concrete block into smooth slices. Teacher Wang of Suzaku Academy can't even solve me now. It's really embarrassing. Wang Mingyuan did not answer, and his right hand was empty. Countless spiritual power threads suddenly appeared from the void, cut the space around the masked man into countless cubes. Carving skills. The masked man laughed wildly and opened his arms, and a sticky gray mist gushed out from under the black robe. When the spiritual power thread touches the black mist, it is corroded and broken. Wang Mingyuan appeared 3 inches in front of him. The tips of the 2 noses were almost close to each other, and the masked man could even see the spiritual power flowing in each other's pupils. Talk too much. Wang Mingyuan slashed down with a hand knife, and his movements were simple. But it is this simple action that triggers a terrifying chain reaction. The next second, starting with a hand knife, clear cracks appear in the entire space like glass. Boom! The masked man flew out like a cannonball, running through several load-bearing walls walls in succession. Without waiting for him to stabilize his figure, Wang Mingyuan had already appeared at his landing point like a shadow, raising his foot and slashing. Bang! The ground collapsed radially, and the shockwave shook all the gravel within a radius of 100 meters into powder. The masked man was embedded in the center of the pit like a ragdoll, and the mask cracked a gap. Ha 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 ha. He spat out black blood but laughed even more crazy. This is decent. But, he grabbed Wang Mingyuan's ankle. Do you think you were still before? The masked man's whole body suddenly burst out with black light. Wang Mingyuan's spiritual power at his ankle exerted force, instantly breaking the shackles. In a flash, the ground where he was standing was instantly corroded into a deep pit with a diameter of 3 meters, and black smoke was emitted from the pit wall. What are you running? Teacher Wang, who has been a teacher for so many years, should be very good at teaching students, right? The masked man slowly stood up, and the black robe was windless. Come on, teach me how to be a good student? The words did not fall. Wang Mingyuan's pupils shrank, and he suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of Su Zhan. He sensed the protective spiritual power he placed on Su Zhan's body was shattered by some kind of force in an instant. Boom! A deafening popping sound. The next second, Su Zhan's figure flew out backwards like a broken kite. The white aura around him exploded like fragile glass, and the whole person crashed through 2 walls in a row, and finally smashed into the electrical appliance store hundreds of meters away. The glass of the display case shattered, and the remains of countless electronic devices scattered and splashed. In the smoke and dust, a more burly man in black slowly retracted his fists. The same pale mask, the same weird costume. It's just that the cracks on the mask show different lines. He looked down at his fist and let out a dull sneer. Genius? That's what you have to grow up to. Su Zhan lay in the ruins, his eyes darkened. He could feel at least 3 broken ribs, his right arm twisted unnaturally, and his mouth full of blood. Good guy. As soon as he got the Shijing experience card, he was smashed by a punch. He didn't see how the other party made a move at all. That punch was so fast that it exceeded the limits of dynamic vision. This illustrates the strength of the attacker is obviously on the same level as Wang Mingyuan. It's not that he can touch porcelain. Su Zhan. Wang Mingyuan's voice was no longer calm, and there was a fluctuation for the first time. Don't worry, Teacher Wang. The original masked man smiled and blocked the way. Our class is not finished yet. Boom! The burly masked man's heavy fist slammed into the protective shield, and the entire light curtain trembled violently. The surface of the shield was instantly covered with cobweb-like cracks. It was about to fall apart. Wang Mingyuan divided a wisp of spiritual power and infused it into the air. The cracks in the shield healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, which was enough to block the fatal blow. Aha, it's going to break. It's going to break. Help! Lord Awakened, help! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. At the moment of a critical moment. It's all your fault. I have to hide here and wait for death. They're coming. Those monsters are coming. The survivors were completely panicked, with cries, curses, and prayers mixed together. Some people collapsed on the ground, some beat the light shield like crazy, and even began to snatch self-defense items from the hands of others. Quiet! Don't mess around! Wang Mingyuan shouted sharply, but at the moment when he was distracted, the original masked man seized the opportunity and slashed at him head-on with the bone scythe. Wang Mingyuan hurriedly dodged, but his shoulder was cut off. The blood instantly stained the clothes. He had to concentrate on the offensive in front of him, and he no longer had time to take care of the shield in the distance. Bang! There was another earth-shattering loud noise. This time, no miracles happened. The burly masked man's heavy fist completely shattered the crumbling protective shield, and the white aura dissolved like snowflakes. Wang Mingyuan's roar resounded through the ruins, but it was too late. Survivors who lost their protection were completely exposed. All the scythe-mist mantis that were dormant in the shadows raised their heads at this moment. The first pounced on the nearest old woman, and the scythe forelimbs easily pierced her chest. No! Followed by the second and third. Hundreds of monsters came from all directions, like a bloody feast officially opened. Someone tried to escape, but was surrounded by more monsters. Some people pick up casual items to resist, but they are like mantis arms as cars. The blood quickly stained the ground red. Wang Mingyuan's eyes were about to crack, but he couldn't get out. The masked man's offensive became more and more fierce. He could only watch the massacre unfold, with screams echoing in his ears. Su Zhan lay in the rubble, trying to open his eyes. Blood kept flowing from the wound on his forehead, blurring his vision. He struggled to get up, but he couldn't. I don't know how many bones are broken. The burly masked man was walking towards him step by step. He was in no hurry, as if he was playing with his prey, making the prey feel the arrival of death little by little. Every step was like stepping on Su Zhan's heart. The shadow of death has never been so real over him. Move! Hurry up! Su Zhan shouted frantically in his heart, but his body was as heavy as lead. The broken ribs pierced into the lungs, and every breath was a tearing pain. The left hand pulled the ground in vain, but he couldn't even grab a handy piece of gravel. The masked man stopped in front of him, looking down condescendingly. Through the bloodstained gaze, Su Zhan saw the other party slowly raising his fist. Time seems to be stretched. Su Zhan suddenly suddenly remembered many things. He remembered the thorn on the day of awakening, the first class of Suzaku Academy, and the expression of his teammates when they said, "With what you have learned, protect the mountains and rivers safely." He vowed that if there was a next life, there would be a lifetime. He will definitely not know that there are tigers in the mountains, and he prefers to go to Tiger Mountain. Even if the person who asked him to do so was the one who saved his life, the best person in the world. The last second before the fist falls, Sujin closed his eyes. In the last second before the fist fell, Sujin closed his eyes. A deafening explosion exploded in his ears, but the expected severe pain did not come. Sujin opened his eyes suddenly and saw that Wang Mingyuan had broken through the encirclement at some point and stood in front of him. The teacher's right hand pressed against the burly masked man's fist, and his left hand swung back, and a spiritual barrier instantly enveloped Sujin. Wang Mingyuan shouted without looking back, his voice unprecedentedly solemn. Two masked men surrounded one left and one right. Bang! The initial thin and tall man smiled and shook the bone sickle. "Teacher Wang, are you going to fight too?" "It's really..." Before the words fell, Wang Mingyuan suddenly burst into trouble. His right hand became a claw. "Let's go!" The 5 spiritual power threads wrapped around the arms of the burly masked man like poisonous snakes. At the same time, the left leg swept like a whip. The strong wind directly lifted the ground tiles by 3 inches. The thin and tall masked man hurriedly set up a bone sickle to block it, but was kicked more than 10 meters away by this kick with a weapon. Wang Mingyuan shouted again, "Go to a safe place." Sujin struggled to get up and saw that the teacher's back was soaked with blood. The power of aberration was already working in his body. Gradually repair the broken and shattered bones. Now he has a lot of physical strength, so he recovers very quickly. Run! Wang Mingyuan was 1 against 2, and his figure was so fast that he almost pulled out the afterimage. The confrontation caused a violent spiritual shock. The remaining columns of the mall collapsed one after another. "Why aren't you leaving? That's an order." Wang Mingyuan's voice was still clear in the fierce battle. Amazing spiritual power fluctuations broke out. The glasses burst, revealing those white eyes. The 2 masked men were forced to take a few steps back, and the black robe was torn open by the raging spiritual power. Sujin was complaining in his heart. It's not that he doesn't want to leave, but that he is waiting for the bones to reconnect and recover. The next second. But now I can't take care of that. Under the cover of this Ryatsu, he dragged his injured body and staggered into the distance. There was an earth-shattering collapse from all directions. The entire mall finally collapsed completely. The last moment when smoke and dust obscured the view. Sujin looked back and saw Wang Mingyuan, the white spiritual power on his body burning like flames. Countless concrete blocks fall. Some smashed Sujin's back, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Sharp steel bars pierced the thighs. The warm blood instantly soaked the trouser legs. Dust poured into his nose and mouth, choking his eyes black. In the dark, Sujin's consciousness began to blur. In a trance, he heard screams coming from one after another in the distance. It was the survivors who didn't have time to escape. Closer, there was the sound of rubble rolling down, as if the ruins could collapse again at any time. No way. Seeing that he was about to fall into a coma, Sujin no longer suppressed the silent aberration factor in his body. He felt a familiar burning spread from his spine to his body, and the flesh and blood at the wound began to wriggle. Broken bones are forcibly docked under the action of aberration factors. Muscle fibers are automatically sutured. Sujin endured the severe pain and forcibly pulled out the steel bar stabbed into his thigh. The severe pain gradually subsided. Sujin felt the injuries in his body. Now I should be able to move slightly under the ruins. He moved his body with difficulty in the dark. The movements all brought the gravel and rolled down. His back was against a sloping load-bearing column, and several broken floor slabs were slanted above it, forming a triangular narrow space. Luck is not bad, it is not completely buried. Sujin was secretly happy in his heart. In this safe zone of less than 2 square meters, full of twisted spikes and edges of concrete, from time to time, there was a muffled sound of heavy objects slipping overhead. The entire ruins are extremely unstable, but fortunately, there are several gaps between the slanted floor slabs that allow dirty air to circulate. The body after the aberration repair is still dull and painful. Sujin curled up in this coffin made of ruins, recuperating. Bang bang bang. The years echoed with bursts of roar from the outside world. The loud sound of the explosion made the surrounding gravel shake, and fine sand and gravel continued to fall from the gaps. Sujin knew that this was Wang Mingyuan's battle with 2 mutants. There was another loud noise like shaking the mountains. This time it was so close that Sujin tensed up all over. The loud noise of the battle. Sometimes it looks like it's overhead, sometimes it's like it's 100 meters away. Now I can only look at the teacher. Boom! Sujin sighed helplessly. He can't do anything now. Neither can I be sure of the teacher's safety, nor can I go out to help the battle. There was another series of explosions. The gravel suddenly fell like rain. Sujin subconsciously protected his head. What SSS level life soul, what exchange will win 5 consecutive victories, has become a joke at this life and death juncture. All he could do now was pray the most primitive prayer. Pray that the man who always pushes gold glasses can work miracles again. There was a painful snort in the distance, and it was impossible to tell who made it. Su Zhan's breathing suddenly stopped, and he slowly exhaled until he heard Wang Mingyuan's iconic spiritual power shock wave sound again. Damn, I can only wait here. He has no way to do it now. On the ruins of the mall, three figures collided in a staggered manner. Wang Mingyuan's clothes were already soaked with blood, but he still struggled to support the siege of the two masked men. Teacher Wang, your movements are slow. Meanwhile, the tall and thin masked man smiled sinisterly, and the bone sickle drew a tricky arc. Wang Mingyuan dodged sideways. The burly masked man grabbed the flaw and punched his waist with a heavy punch. Wang Mingyuan flew out backwards like a broken kite, drawing hundreds of meters away on the ruins, causing a cloud of dust. He fell on one knee, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. That's the kind of strength? The burly masked man walked over with his fists clenched, and blood dripped from the peak of his fist. I thought the tutor of Suzaku Academy was so powerful. Wang Mingyuan didn't answer, just slowly stood up straight. Bang! His right hand quietly sealed behind him, and the threads of spiritual power spread through the ruins. The tall and thin masked man immediately became alert. Be careful of his dash. Too late. Wang Mingyuan suddenly clasped his hands, and all the prearranged spiritual power threads lit up white light at the same time. The ruins within a radius of 100 meters were suspended. With countless sharp blades, he shot at the two masked men. Carving skills. The burly masked man roared angrily, crossing his arms in front of him. The sound of metal colliding sounded like a torrential rain. His black robe was torn to shreds, revealing a body covered in eerie lines underneath. The thin and tall masked man turned into a black shadow, moving flexibly between the gaps of the blade. But just when he was about to break through the lockdown, Wang Mingyuan suddenly appeared in front of him. A straight punch hit the masked man in the chest. The thin figure seemed to have been struck by lightning and smashed into the ground. But Wang Mingyuan didn't have time to chase, and he was whipped on the back by the burly masked man. Wang Mingyuan spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered forward a few steps. He felt that at least two of his ribs were broken, and his spiritual power began to stagnate. The end of a strong crossbow. The burly masked man approached with a fierce smile. In order to save that kid, you have consumed too much spiritual power, right? Wang Mingyuan just raised his eyelids slightly, coughed, slowly straightened up, not bothering to say a word. What? Don't even have the strength to speak? The tall and thin masked man turned his bone sickle and walked over. The dignified tutor of Suzaku Academy. That's a dash. A white light flashed by. Pierce his shoulder. The tall and thin masked man lowered his head in astonishment and found that there was a translucent hole in his chest at some point. Wang Mingyuan was still silent, but the white light of spiritual power left on his fingertips said it all. The burly masked man waved his fist angrily, looking for death. Ugh! Wang Mingyuan turned sideways, raised his hand, and blocked. The three actions are as simple as textbook demonstrations. The fist hit his palm, and the shockwave shook the ground within a radius of 10 meters to the ground, sinking 3 inches. He didn't even frown. The burly masked man suddenly found that his fist could not be drawn back. Wang Mingyuan's 5 fingers tightened like iron tongs, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard clearly. The thin and tall masked man attacked from behind, and the bone sickle used force to split Manhwa and aimed at Wang Mingyuan's head. Wang Mingyuan didn't look back, and grabbed his left hand back, accurately clasped the other party's throat. You! The eyes under the mask finally showed horror. Chuckle. The sound of the neck bone breaking was particularly crisp in the ruins. Wang Mingyuan let go of his hand, and the tall and thin masked man collapsed to the ground like a ragdoll. He turned to the remaining burly masked men, his eyes calm as if he were looking at a dead man behind his blood-stained lenses. Strange, monster. The burly masked man staggered back, finally realizing what kind of existence he had provoked. Wang Mingyuan raised his hand. There are no flashy moves, just a simple straight punch. Wherever the fist went, the air was compressed into a shockwave visible to the naked eye. The burly masked man didn't even have time to scream. It flew backwards like a frontal impact from a locomotive, and it stopped through 7 ruins in a row. Wang Mingyuan's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of the burly masked man. The other party collapsed in the rubble. Boom! The sternum was shattered, but he still struggled to get up. It turns out, you have been hiding your strength. A hoarse gasp came from under the mask. According to our information, 10 years ago, you were seriously injured by the Frost Eater. The strength should fall to the first level of the Tide Realm too. You know, this was an injury from 10 years ago. Wang Mingyuan grabbed his throat with one hand and slowly lifted him up. If I don't have the strength to play cards, how can I come here to die? The pupil under the mask contracts violently. Do you think I'm stupid? Wang Mingyuan smiled and said, do you really think you dare to save people without a trump card? I really think it. Am I a virgin? The burly masked man struggled frantically. Frost Eater's wound. It is impossible to heal. You're right, but who told you? Am I all healed now? It's just that he has regained a little strength, and compared with before, it is far from it. Wang Mingyuan's left hand and fingers turned into a knife, and the spiritual power condensed into white light at his fingertips. Do you know why? I exposed left my trump card so late? I just want to see if you still have a whole card. And now tell me, do you still have a whole card? If not, dozens of spiritual power blades were staggered and slashed. The burly masked man's body was cut into neat pieces in the air. Impossible. The stump has not yet landed. It was also crushed into a blood mist by a spiritual power shockwave, leaving not even the slightest trace. The recovery ability of aberrations is extremely strong. The next second. Ugh. Swish. Swish. If you want to kill, you have to use a safe means. At this moment, the sound of gravel rolling down came from behind him. Wang Mingyuan turned around. I saw the tall and thin masked man with a broken cervical vertebrae crawling into the shadows in a strange posture. Countless granulation buds protruding from the broken neck are rapidly repairing the injury. Resilience of higher-order aberrations. Wang Mingyuan shook his head. It's really troublesome. He took a step forward and stopped in front of the other party. The news is happy, you choose. Wishful thinking. The tall and thin masked man suddenly laughed madly, tore open his broken black robe, revealing the purple sarcoma beating in his chest. When the fog comes, you can transcend. The sarcoma expanded rapidly, and the terrifying energy fluctuations instantly reached a critical point. Wang Mingyuan sighed, and his hands were sealed on his chest. Sealed. A pure white cube envelopes the masked man in the self-detonation. The violet explosion was continuously refracted in the confined space, and finally disappeared invisibly. When the cube dispersed, only a wisp of green smoke remained. It seems that this is their entire strength. There is no such thing as a yellow bird. Wang Mingyuan stood on the ruins, his spiritual perception sweeping through every inch of the ruins. Su Zhan. The sound is extremely penetrating through spiritual power, echoing in the ruins, shaking down the rustling sand and stones. Buried deep in a small space 3 meters underground, Su Zhan raised his head suddenly. Most of his eardrums were blocked by sand, but he still caught the call. It's Teacher Wang. He's alive. 1. Ecstasy just came to my heart. Su Zhan suddenly froze. He looked down at his right arm. Most of the originally broken bones have healed under the action of aberration factors. Hey, with the ability of his awakened person, it is impossible to recover from the injury. Now go out like this. It must be discovered. You can be saved by going out, but at what cost? What would Wang Mingyuan think of this disciple who had healed from aberration? How will Suzaku Academy deal with a mixed mutant? Those teammates who fight side by side? No way. No hesitation. Su Zhan bit the strip of cloth torn from his clothes. The left hand grabbed the right arm and twisted it violently. The severe pain made his eyes darken, and cold sweat instantly soaked his whole body. But it wasn't enough. He groped for an exposed steel bar and stabbed it hard at the place where the ribs had broken. Blood oozes from between the clenched strips of cloth. Click. Su Zhan was convulsing all over, but he insisted on using steel bars to cut his legs again. Grab a sharp shard of glass and put it on your cheek. But that's still not enough. You know, the burly masked man just now shattered half of his skeleton with a punch. Damn, do this. If you don't do it, you will die. Su Zhan cheered himself up in his heart. And then, he now has no way out. Change to a clean strip of cloth to bite. With his left hand, he groped to find a broken steel bar. Aim at the healed bone seam of the right arm. The sound of bones breaking again was particularly clear in a small space. Grab a piece of concrete. Su Zhan aimed at his left leg and knee and smashed it 3 times. The first blow heard the sound of bone cracking, the second hit let the broken bones pierce the flesh, and the third hit directly smashed the knee in reverse. He vowed that he would never be in a hurry to recover from his injuries in the future. Click. Otherwise, I have to get it back. Continue to destroy other parts. The most troublesome thing is the spine. Su Zhan twisted his body with difficulty, aimed his back at a protruding steel bar, and then slammed back with all his might. The sharp pain ran down his spine to his brain, and he almost fainted on the spot. When all this was done, Su Zhan had become a bloody man. He collapsed in the rubble, his faint breath frothy with blood. The aberration factor was crazy about repairing these new injuries, but he forcibly suppressed them with his willpower. The pain of 2 forces tearing apart in the body is far worse than physical trauma. Wang Mingyuan's shout came again, this time closer. Su Zhan bit the cloth strip and didn't make the slightest sound. Blood mixed with sweat accumulated into small puddles under his body, reflecting his face distorted by pain. A piece of gravel suddenly fell from the gap above his head and hit the injured leg. Su Zhan trembled all over, but he didn't even dare to snort. With Wang Mingyuan's detective ability, it is only a matter of time before he finds himself. Then you don't have to ask for help. Just disguise yourself as weak and can't hear the call. The sound of concrete being moved came from the distance, and Wang Mingyuan's spiritual power fluctuations became clearer and clearer. Strange. I vaguely heard the teacher say to himself, I have clearly sensed this direction. Su Zhan closed his eyes. I heard Wang Mingyuan lift the last floor slab above. Then, a dazzling white light shone in. Drop. Drip. In the white ward. The monitoring instrument makes a regular sound. Su Zhan was lying on the hospital bed, his face as pale as paper. 2 hours have passed since that battle. Shortly after the death of those 2 mutants, the fog that enveloped enveloped them all eerily dissipated. Wang Mingyuan immediately sent him to Jiangcheng Central Hospital, who was seriously injured. Su Zhan's injuries were more serious than expected. He suffered a comminuted fracture of his right arm, a complete misalignment of the knee joint in his left leg, 3 broken ribs, and a fractured part of his spine. These injuries were all caused by himself, and now he must use his willpower to suppress the aberration factor in his body at all times. This made his muscles twitch slightly uncontrollably, and cold sweat kept seeping out of his forehead. Hold on a little longer. Wang Mingyuan stood by the bed, looking worried. Start treatment immediately. 2 medical staff pushed the equipment cart in. After examining the injury, the attending doctor instructed the assistant behind him, prepare S-class regeneration agent and perform bone reduction first. In this world, the awakened are treated differently. They have the ability to drink healing potions. Therefore, the healing method of the awakened person is generally to straighten the part to be treated first, then fix it, and finally drink the healing potion. Su Zhan was sent to the operating room. The anesthesiologist approached with the injection. General anesthesia needs to be given first, and the anesthetic we use is specifically for you awakened people, so you don't have to worry about incomplete anesthesia. Su Zhan suddenly raised his hand, and his movements pulled the wound to make him gasp. No need to. Now he is still awake and can suppress the aberration factor in his body. But once he is unconscious, the aberration factor will instinctively repair his body, which is equivalent to his own protection mechanism. And then, in this way, he will be completely exposed. So you can't use anesthetics anyway. And he had to find a very good reason. Otherwise, surgery is performed without anesthesia. This kind of behavior is too strange and easy to make people suspicious. The anesthesiologist frowned. Your injury requires at least level 3 analgesia, and ordinary people will faint directly in pain. The awakened one is different. Su Zhan spoke tremblingly. Anesthetic. There are sequelae after use. Affects neural responses. Speed. If you use physical reasons, you will be found out. That's just right. What? It is in line with the character of the awakened genius. The anesthesiologist explained seriously. There is indeed a 0.3% risk of nerve delay in theory, but it lasts no more than 24 hours, compared to the pain during reduction dash. I said, no. Su Zhan's voice was weak, and his fingers were tightly grasping the sheets. Wang Mingyuan glanced at him thoughtfully and said to the medical staff, do as he says. That's right, he's here too. In principle, outsiders are not allowed in the operating room. But it's a principle. That's the principle. As soon as these words came out, the attending doctor nodded. Since this person has spoken, there is nothing more to say. Surgery begins. Bone reduction without anesthesia is comparable to torture. The doctor held his twisted right arm. Su Zhan's pupils contracted suddenly. The muscles were forcibly pushed apart, and the sound of broken bones returning to their places piece by piece was clearly audible. His nails were pinched deep into his palms, and blood dripped down his fingers, but he didn't let out a scream. Next is the spine. The doctor wiped his sweat. It will hurt more. Are you sure you don't dash? Continue, continue. Su Zhan squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. The cold instrument touches the back. A sharp pain ran through his body like lightning. Now it's ribs. The doctor picked up the reduction forceps. Hold on. When the metal forceps extend into the intercostal space, Su Zhan finally couldn't help but let out a muffled snort. The edges of his vision began to darken, but he bit the tip of his tongue to stay awake. The doctor injected a pale golden regeneration agent into a vein in his arm. Su Zhan was so collapsed that he couldn't even move his fingers. The numbness of the effect of the medicine began to spread all over the body. Wang Mingyuan stood by the bed, looked at the gradually stabilizing data on the monitor, and nodded to the medical staff. Let him rest. Then, an hour later, with Wang Mingyuan's identity and status, Su Zhan was quickly transferred to the single special care ward on the top floor. The view here is wide. You can see the night view of Jiangcheng from the window, and there is even a pot of fresh green plants on the bedside table. When the last nurse to adjust the equipment leaves, the ward fell into a brief silence. Show off. Wang Mingyuan took off his glasses and wiped them. I don't want level 3 analgesia. Do you think you are iron? Su Zhan stared at the ceiling, his voice hoarse. Anesthetic. There may be sequelae that affect the reaction speed, which is the most fatal for those of us who have been fighting all year round. Fart. Wang Mingyuan put his glasses back on and narrowed his eyes. As long as this kind of thing is not excessive, there is no problem. Who knows? What if? Su Zhan insisted on his point of view. So I would rather hurt than be anesthetized. Well, how careful are you? Wang Mingyuan smiled helplessly. Su Zhan's heart jumped, but the teacher had already turned around to pour water. Drink some water. Wang Mingyuan handed the straw cup to his mouth. The metabolism of the regeneration potion requires a lot of water. Thank you, teacher. Su Zhan took a small sip, and the warm water moistened his cracked throat. He noticed a fresh scar on the back of Wang Mingyuan's right hand. The white coat was also changed to casual clothes. Obviously the teacher was not idle. Those 2 mutants. Su Zhan asked, did you deal with it? Wang Mingyuan sat down in the escort chair. One blew himself up, and the other body was sent for examination. But the matter of the Transcendence meeting reading had to be reported to the academy, and Zhang Cheng's abnormal purification division was investigating their origins. He paused. You did well this time. Su Zhan looked at the teacher with some surprise. He didn't feel that there was anything particularly outstanding about him this time. The only remarkable one. That is, he was not killed by a punch from the aberration. But now that the effect of the medicine has begun to take effect, there is an itch like ants crawling from the wound. This time it was a good performance. Wang Mingyuan said, you can survive in the face of a tidal realm. It's the good defense buff that the teacher gave me. Come back in time. Su Zhan said, this is the truth. And there is a more important reason that the mutant who attacked him killed him with the idea of killing his prey, without using all his strength and not rushing. Otherwise, even if there is a defense buff added to him by Wang Mingyuan, it is impossible for him to survive the full punch of the Tide Realm and still be alive. Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses and didn't answer the question. He got up and poured a glass of water and placed it on the head of the bed. When the time comes, we will all go to the academy and send someone to assist us in the investigation, and you will recuperate well. Su Zhan's eyes lit up. Go to sleep. Wang Mingyuan got up and dimmed the light. I'm guarding here. Su Zhan nodded. The effect of the medicine began to kick in, and drowsiness surged in like a tide. In this case, he can sleep properly, because the healing agent is helping him repair his body. In this way, the aberration factor can be better suppressed. As long as it is not deep sleep, he can divide a part of his mental power to suppress the aberration factor. Go to sleep. He is tired now. It was midnight. Moonlight shines through the blinds, casting slender light and shadow on the floor of the ward. Wang Mingyuan stared at the hospital bed. Su Zhan was sleeping, breathing steadily, and the curve on the monitor was beating regularly. Wang Mingyuan's eyes fell on the edges of those bandages. Several small wounds had healed without a trace, and it was the healing agent working. Only then did he withdraw his gaze. In the awakened medical system, the speed of injury recovery follows an iron law. The body is easy to heal, but the spiritual veins are difficult to cultivate. But the premise of all this is that the spiritual power circulation system is intact. The real fatal wound of the awakened is always at the spiritual level. Just like Wang Mingyuan's injury to the Frost Eater 10 years ago, it directly froze part of the spiritual power circuit, which still affects his strength to this day. In contrast, the purely physical blow suffered by Su Zhan this time is nothing in the medical file. In the early morning of the third day, with the help of healing agents, Su Zhan was already able to move freely. When he stood in front of the window and stretched, there was only a slight soreness in the healing of his ribs. After the cast on his right arm was removed, there was not even a scar left on his skin. However, when he tried to operate his spiritual power, he could still feel a little sluggish. This is normal that the body has not fully adapted. According to the medical manual, this discomfort will disappear naturally within the next 48 hours. The discharge procedures were done quickly. As soon as Su Zhan stuffed the last piece of clothing into his backpack, the ward door was pushed open. The man standing at the door was dressed in pure white uniform, and even his hair was snow-colored. The dress is even more avant-garde. The earlobes on both sides are hung with silver white earrings. It seems that he is about the same age as Wang Mingyuan. However, Su Zhan knew that the age of the awakened person could never be judged by appearance alone. Xin Bai. Wang Mingyuan stood aside and introduced. The commander-in-chief of the academy hunting team is equivalent to the level of vice president. Xin Bai nodded slightly, and when his eyes swept over Su Zhan's body, the latter unconsciously tightened his back. The gaze was as penetrating as an X-ray. Su Zhan even had the illusion of being seen through. I still like it when others call me Commander Qin. Xin Bai spoke, his voice without emotion. I heard that you haven't died yet? Not bad. Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses. Commander Qin was in southern Xinjiang 3 months ago, and single-handedly defeated the 3 strongholds of the Transcendence Society, and there were a total of 5 extra critical aberrations in these strongholds, but there were still no obstacles. Vice President Qin is jealous of aberrations, and tens of thousands of aberrations die directly at his hands every year, not to mention indirect. I have long admired the great name. Su Zhan enthusiastically stepped forward and shook his hands with both hands. Good guy, I've encountered a hard stubble. Sounds very experienced in dealing with aberrations. Be careful. Shinbai smiled. Don't worry, the academy sent me over to help you. I will definitely do my best in this matter. Thank you, Commander Qin. Su Zhan hurriedly thanked him. Then, Shinbai and Wang Mingyuan exchanged glances. 2 invisible ripples of spiritual consciousness spread from the 2 of them and swept through every corner of the ward. The wall mezzanine, the inside of the socket, the gaps in the lamps, and even the soil for potted plants on the windowsill are carefully explored. Clean, Shinbai said softly. Wang Mingyuan flipped his right hand, and a translucent spiritual power barrier instantly enveloped the entire room. The next second, the curtains are windless and automatic, tightly sealed. The door lock of the ward is automatically buckled. Su Zhan looked at this scene and stood up straight. This posture is obviously to talk about some secret matter. Don't be so nervous, it's just that you can't let others know about the aberration. Shinbai waved his his hand and made a gesture of invitation. There is no such thing as a bug in the room, and now only the three of us know what the three of us are saying, and we don't have to worry about having ears on the wall. Everyone sits, everyone sits. Sujan also sat slowly on the hospital bed when he heard this. Shinbai's face was heavy, and he took the lead in speaking. Of the 3,216 people in this fog incident, none survived, only the two of you survived. And the creators of these tragedies may still be drinking tea with you the day before, shopping together, or even together we swear to protect Daxia. Wang Mingyuan stood silently by the window, his eyes dim and unclear. Su Zhan listened carefully with an expression. They are hidden in the crowd, no different from humans. Shinbai outlined a hint of sneer, but once there is a chance to hunt humans, it will immediately show its fangs, just like those two chop in the mall. There is a fog outside, and these monsters in human skin are inside. I can't remember how many times this kind of tragedy has happened. Su Zhan nodded cooperatively. But I don't feel much in my heart. It's just two opposing races. He also couldn't empathize with the strangers who died. Shinbai crossed his hands in front of his chin, and his silver-white earrings swayed slightly. After you come to Jiangcheng, all the details of the itinerary must be explained clearly. Su Zhan adjusted his sitting posture. First, I went back to my alma mater to give a publicity speech, and was interviewed by Jiangcheng TV and several media, and after the end, the principal said that there was an awakening drug manufacturer who wanted to endorse me. Which manufacturer is it? Shinbai interrupted. Shenglan Awakening Pharmacy Company, Limited. Okay, don't gossip. Wang Mingyuan added. The information shows that it is a new company established a year ago. Shinbai tapped his fingertips on the table. Then, let's talk to them. Su Zhan recalled, the other party offered 40 million, on the condition that I want to publicly declare that I took their potion before awakening. Shinbai sat up straight. You refused? Su Zhan's voice increased a few points. I didn't take any potion at all before I woke up. Isn't this a lie? Shinbai smiled and said, first of all, I am acting impartially. I have to ask this. Please don't mind. As far as I know, more than 70% of ordinary people in Daxia will choose to take the awakening potion. Why didn't you take it? Economic reasons? The ward was suddenly quiet for a few seconds. My parents only left an inheritance of 300,000 yuan. Of course. Su Zhan's eyes showed a little sadness, and his voice sank. With the official subsidy, it is indeed enough to buy. But, it's interesting. But the 3% probability of awakening is not worth gambling all your belongings. Wang Mingyuan answered suddenly. Su Zhan's was stunned. He glanced at Wang Mingyuan gratefully. Understand. I have dealt with many similar cases. Shinbai nodded thoughtfully. That manufacturer is very suspicious. I immediately asked someone to control him. Coincidentally, isn't it? As soon as he refused to endorse him, he was attacked by fog. Shinbai stood up, and the silver pendant shook with the movement. What's even more coincidental is that according to our intelligence, the Detachment Society has recently been laundering money through legal enterprises. Wang Mingyuan suddenly interjected. The manufacturer representative also said an intriguing thing at that time. Who knows this kind of thing? Typical aberration thinking. Shinbai sneered. They are best at confusing truth and falsehood. He walked towards the door, and the spiritual power barrier fluctuated. I will personally interrogate the person in charge of that manufacturer. Su Zhan looked at Shinbai's back and suddenly asked, what if it's a misunderstanding? Shinbai opened the door without looking back. Then he's unlucky. The light in the corridor poured in as the door opened, and was cut off the moment the door closed. Su Zhan's face remained unchanged, but there was a feeling of discomfort in my heart. He could feel it clearly. The hunting party commander's hatred for the mutant is engraved in his bones. But paradoxically, behind this hatred does not seem to contain the cherishing of ordinary people. More than 3,000 lives made Shinbai angry. But a person can count him as unlucky. This sense of separation reminded Su Zhan of the Doberman who had died in the execution ground. At that time, Doberman's hideous face was actually 7 points similar to Shinbai's expression when he talked about aberrations today. Back then, Doberman was crooked. He was indeed a mutant, and he only escaped by relying on the disguise of an SSS-level life soul. He stood under the gaze of such a person again. Only this time the opponent is stronger and more dangerous. Su Zhan secretly adjusted his breathing rhythm and let his heart rate slowly return to normal. From now on, every action must be calculated and every sentence must be considered. Wang Mingyuan coughed suddenly. And now, Su Zhan suddenly came back to his senses and found that the teacher was looking at him thoughtfully. His heart tightened. Rest when you're tired. Wang Mingyuan handed over a glass of water. Don't think too much about Shinbai. Su Zhan took the water glass. I can't help but feel in my heart. Is it exposed in front of Wang Mingyuan? Jiangcheng. Strange Purge Division. The metal gate closed heavily behind him. Su Zhan stood in the corridor in front of the interrogation room, staring at the familiar gray-white door panel, and paused. When he first crossed over, it was in this interrogation room that Doberman used a special electric baton to force him to confess. Shinbai turned around, his silver-white earrings swaying. Interrogation is not a big deal for him to be with Su Zhan and Wang Mingyuan. After all, they are the the parties and have to confront the arrested interrogators. Sujan retracted his thoughts. It's nothing, the wound is a little uncomfortable. Shinbai then withdrew his gaze and pushed open the door. What's wrong? Sujan's eyes froze. The furnishings inside are almost exactly the same as before. In the center is a metal interrogation chair fixed to the ground, and the position of the tables and chairs next to it has not changed. The only difference is, this time handcuffed to the chair was a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes. It was Mr. Zhang who talked to them about the endorsement ceremony. It seems that the efficiency of catching people is quite high, and it was detained so quickly. Shinbai pointed to the seat on the side. Sujan and Wang Mingyuan just sat down. It's unjust. I really don't know anything. Mr. Zhang, who was handcuffed to the interrogation chair, struggled and shouted. His suit was crumpled, and beads of sweat were rolling down his forehead. Sit down. The two awakened lords can testify. Mr. Zhang looked at Sujan and Wang Mingyuan eagerly. We just talk about endorsement cooperation normally, absolutely not dash. Shinbai tapped lightly on the table. The voice was not loud, but Mr. Zhang was instantly silent. Mr. Zhang became excited, and the handcuffs rang. Xinglan Awakening Pharmacy Company, Limited is a regular enterprise. We have everything we need for documents and so on, and this endorsement is purely a commercial act. Last month, Shinbai slowly flipped through the folder in his hand. You donated 30 million worth of materials to the 3 border cities. Quiet. Coincidentally, fog incidents broke out in all 3 cities afterwards. Coincidence? It's a pure coincidence. I swear. Mr. Zhang shook his head frantically, sweating on the interrogation table. Is it wrong for us to do charity? Su Zhan frowned. For a while, I couldn't tell the truth of Mr. Zhang's words. Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses. Explain your financial transactions with the Detachment Society clearly, so that you can suffer less. Detachment? Mr. Zhang's voice suddenly rose. I don't know anything about transcendence at all. You can't frame me just because I'm an ordinary person. He took a deep breath and calmed down a little. I admit that we do have misconduct in endorsement cooperation, and it is the bad idea of our marketing department to let Su do false publicity. Shinbai's fingers tapped lightly on the table. Continue. We want to open up sales in the name of SSS-level awakened people. Mr. Zhang lowered his head and did not dare to look at anyone. The company's performance has declined in the past 2 months, and the board of directors has put a lot of pressure on. Wang Mingyuan suddenly interjected. So you plan to deceive consumers? Not deception. Mr. Zhang raised his head suddenly and immediately realized his gaffe, and his voice lowered. It's just proper beautification. Many manufacturers do this. This degree of beautification is still good among peers. Sujan stared at the businessman who was still in high spirits yesterday, and at this moment the other party was curled up on the interrogation chair like a bereaved dog. He just listened silently and didn't say a word. What about the fog? Shinbai asked coldly. What fog? Mr. Zhang looked dazed. I really don't know. I am a salesperson, and I won't let me touch the company's core technology. Shinbai. I don't know about finances. Mr. Zhang almost cried. I am a part-time worker. How can I be told about the high-level affairs? The interrogation lasted half an hour. No matter how Shinbai pressed, Mr. Zhang always bites 2 points. One is to admit false propaganda, and the other is to be unaware of other accusations. In the end, he even launched a poisonous oath. If it has anything to do with the aberration, I will be struck by lightning. Shinbai suddenly stood up, walked behind Mr. Zhang, leaned over and whispered in his ear. Do you know what I hate the most? His fingers gently scratched the back of the other person's neck. It's like you, chop covered in human skin. This lord, you can't frame me just because you are an awakened person. Mr. Zhang was emotional and looked at Su Zhan. This classmate has suffered such slander before, and I believe he can definitely empathize with me. But at this moment, Su Zhan was stunned for a moment, but his face remained calm. Just lowered his eyes slightly and did not answer. Shinbai's fingers still stayed on the back of Mr. Zhang's neck, and he laughed softly when he heard the words, it's interesting. Have you also investigated the background of classmate Su? Mr. Zhang immediately said, this matter is so big, I know it's normal. What's more, the company appointed me to discuss the object of endorsement. Isn't it normal for me to investigate his background? Shinbai had a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Then you should also know that where are the people who slandered classmate Su now? Do you think I will be the same as that person? I definitely don't mean that. Mr. Zhang shook his head vigorously. My lord, you can't create something out of nothing. The interrogation room suddenly fell silent. Don't worry, I'm very disciplined. Oh, Shinbai looked directly into Mr. Zhang's eyes. It's just that some people always think that they can get by with their acting skills. Saying that, he looked at Su Zhan. Classmate Su, what do you think? Su Zhan remembered the situation when he was sitting on this chair before. The same was true for him at that time. It all depends on Qin's command to decide. Su Zhan said. What does this make him say? He has no evidence either. A creepy gentle smile appeared on Shinbai's face, and he stretched out his hand. Leave the mobile phone to me for safekeeping for the time being. Wang Mingyuan frowned slightly, but still handed over the phone. Su Zhan hesitated for a moment, saw the teacher's signal, and handed over the phone. Is this? As soon as Su Zhan Jun spoke, he was interrupted by Qinbai. Routine. Qinbai locked the two mobile phones in the safe in the corner. Prevent the leakage of the interrogation content. Then turn off all the video equipment in the house. The door is locked and the curtains are closed. Mr. Zhang immediately felt something was wrong when he saw this. Struggling hard, the metal handcuffs kept ringing. What are you going to do? I'm a legal businessman. Qinbai slowly put on his white gloves and picked up a metal box from the instrument table on the side. The lid of the box opens. Suzhan saw that there were 12 silver needles as thin as hair neatly arranged inside. One last question. Qinbai pulled out a silver needle and looked at it carefully under the light. What is the relationship between Qinglan Awakening Pharmacy Company, Limited and Detachment? I don't know what detachment is at all. The silver needle suddenly pierced the nail of Mr. Sang's right thumb. Suzhan's eyes moved slightly, and Wang Mingyuan pressed his shoulder. Wang Mingyuan pressed his palm on Suzhan's shoulder with neither light nor heavy force, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. I know what this reminds you. This scene is similar to what Doberman did to you, but this is also a helpless way. If he is innocent, I will apply for special compensation afterwards. Suzhan stared at Mr. Zhang, whose fingers were bloody in the interrogation room, and his throat tightened. Compensate? When he was tortured to death by Doberman before, no one mentioned any compensation. If he hadn't awakened the SSS level life soul, he would have died long ago. Now that compensation can be given, it can really be regarded as progress. Suzhan realized that Wang Mingyuan's willingness to explain was already an exceptional care. As the tutor of the other party's Suzaku Academy, I didn't have to care about the feelings of a student. He knew that he was not qualified to question anything. It can neither expose the identity of the aberration nor change the rules of the Purification Division. He could only go down the steps given by Wang Mingyuan. In the end, Suzhan responded in a low voice, his voice dry, it's all to investigate the case. This sentence was said. Suzhan suddenly felt extremely tired. He remembered that Doberman had said something similar back then, but now that his positions were reversed, he had become a silent bystander. The bloodstains on the interrogation chair fainted in sight. I understand. In a trance, I couldn't tell whether it was Mr. Zhang's or his own before. This is a needle in the heart. Qinbai Tu explained without raising his head, if you are specially made with a hard mouth, the effect will be magnified tenfold. The second needle is inserted into the index finger. Mr. Sang's body convulsed violently, and saliva flowed out of the corners of his mouth uncontrollably. Qinbai punched Mr. Zhang in the abdomen. Cough, cough. Mr. Zhang spat out a mouthful of blood foam, but still shouted in his throat, I want to report you. I also have something to do with the Jiangqing Supervision Department. Qinbai grabbed his hair expressionlessly, slammed his head against the metal tabletop. The sound of a broken bridge of the nose was clearly audible. Mr. Sang's whole face was suddenly covered in blood, but he was still roaring. You're done. Wait for the trial court. Mr. Zhang's front teeth flew off in two, and blood splattered on the interrogation transcript. Say, what is the relationship between you and the Detachment Society? Qinbai's voice was cold and mechanical, and at the same time he pulled up Mr. Zhang's deformed fingers and broke them backwards one after another. Bang! I really don't know. Mr. Zhang was sweating all over his body in pain, his whole body was trembling, and he held heart-wrenchingly, kill me. I don't know. Bang! Another heavy blow. Suzhan saw a period of inhumane one-sided torture. If it were other scenes, he would be nothing, but now he will actually bring himself into Mr. Zhang. It seems that the two of them are sick and sympathetic to each other. I don't know how long it took, but Mr. Zhang was no longer human. That's it. Even speaking became extremely weak. Qinbai suddenly pulled out a specially found gun, and the dark muzzle pressed against Mr. Zhang's bloody chest. Last chance. His voice was cold. I'll count to 3. Mr. Zhang raised his swollen eyelids with difficulty, and his voice was like a gossamer. Kill me. This is also the answer. He grinned his bloody mouth. If you are alive, I'll put your behavior all exposure. Let's 3. Gunfire exploded in the closed interrogation room. The bullet pierced his chest and splashed a blood flower on Qinbai's clothes. Mr. Sang's head suddenly tilted back and could no longer be lifted. Suzhan's pupils contracted suddenly. This kills? Bang! If Zhang is always a mutation. If it is not dead, the injury will be automatically repaired, because the injury is in the heart, and if it is not repaired, it will die, so the body's protective mechanism will desperately urge the death of the aberration factor to repair, even if the owner of the body cannot do it no matter how much it is suppressed. If he dies, then his body will also become a deformed appearance. But what if he is an ordinary person? Then this is naked murder. Suzhan's fingertips trembled uncontrollably. Dubin had at least gone through the trial procedure before, but now Qinbai dared to shoot directly in the interrogation room? And Wang Mingyuan was indifferent, as if all this was normal. Would you rather kill by mistake than let go? This sentence came to his mind. I don't know how many times he has heard this sentence, in novels, TV series, etc. But it wasn't until this moment that he really understood what those 6 words meant. The 6 words that have been understated are so unfair in reality. Just as unfair as he was at the beginning. Qinbai slowly quickly inserted the gun back into the holster. Blood-stained gloves leave dark red fingerprints on the black leather. Said lightly, "Don't worry, he can't die." Sujun stiffened when he heard this. The bloody man in front of him had obviously been pierced by a bullet in his chest, and his blood was about to run dry. Normal people should have died a long time ago. Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses. The heart needle did not react, and the shooting did not change. "Commander Qin, don't be wrong this time." Sujun stared at the black wound on Mr. Zhang's chest. "What do you think, Su?" Qinbai suddenly turned his head. "I heard that you were beaten with a Doberman electric baton." Sujun's blood instantly froze. "I don't understand what you mean." "What do you mean?" "Just to ask you how you interrogate me. Are you for or against?" Qinbai explained. Sujun breathed an instant sigh of relief in his heart, and his expression remained unchanged. "I think you definitely have your reasons for doing this. So what if you don't agree? In this case, it is better to compliment the opposite side. In front of a person with Qinbai's identity, it is the most stupid to go against him and draw hatred from him." Qinbai chuckled. "Look at it. Cough, cough, cough." Mr. Zhang, who was originally paralyzed, suddenly convulsed violently. The flesh around the bullet hole in his chest began to wriggle. Sujun watched the man's nails turn black and long at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ha! And the heart injury recovered rapidly. Sujun already had the answer in his heart. This repair reaction is undoubtedly a distortion. "Now you understand?" Qinbai said lightly. "There are some bastards you have to try with your life." Mr. Zhang's eyelids trembled, and the bullet hole in his chest had healed as before. He shook his dazed head, and when he saw the scene in front of him, his face instantly turned pale. He realized it instantly. The body's self-protection mechanisms reveal his identity. No one can control this. The fog is coming, so that it can be over. He suddenly roared, his face hideous. 12 silver lights flashed. Qinbai's fingers lingered in the air. The silver needles, as thin as hair, have been pinned into the specific positions of Zhang's neck, temples, and spine. Mr. Zhang's body suddenly froze, and he couldn't even move his fingers. "I have already studied your self-destruct trick," Qinbai said slowly. "If you block these nodes, your mist power will not work." Mr. Zhang's eyes showed despair. "I have been hunting aberrants for more than 20 years. Qinbai leaned over and stared at Mr. Zhang's eyes. "It's too stupid to play this set in front of me." Mr. Zhang couldn't even commit suicide now, so he could only collapse in the interrogation chair, his eyes full of fear. "I know you are out of the rules of the society." Qinbai picked up a scalpel with a cold light from the instrument table and gently stroked the blade. "I'd rather die than say it, right? But now, you don't even have the right to die. What I have is time to play with you. See if your mouth is hard or my torture instruments are hard. Guess how long you can last?" Qinbai suddenly smiled. "Oh no, I will definitely let you last a long time, otherwise, how boring." Mr. Zhang's pupils contracted violently, and his expression struggled violently, but it was of no use. "Okay, too." Qinbai turned his head to look at Wang Mingyuan and Sujun, and said, "Now I want to pry open his mouth, so I won't accompany the two of you. Commander Qin, just be busy." Wang Mingyuan nodded and left the interrogation room with Sujun, leaving the abnormal purification division in Jiangcheng. Sujun finally took a deep look at the dying Mr. Zhang. He didn't believe that Zhang could always handle it. No one can handle it. Self-destruction has become a luxury. Death has become a gift. All that remains is never-ending pain. Qinbai would not let him die. With Qinbai's rich experience, there must be a way to hang a life. Mr. Zhang will say it. Sooner or later it will be said. Claiming to be unyielding? Then I'm sorry, talk to my silver needle. Tell me about my torture. At this time, no matter how hard the bones were, they turned into a puddle of ooze. In the end, Mr. Zhang's result was probably crying and begging for mercy. Death is a relief, and confession is the only way to obtain this liberation. Sujun could almost foresee what would happen next. Zhang would hold on for a few days, maybe a week, until he had a nervous breakdown. Then he will seize that opportunity like a lifesaver. Exchange intelligence for a happy death. That's fair, isn't it? He. In other words, Mr. Zhang can only do this if he hadn't awakened the SSS-level life soul in the first place. I am the same as Mr. Zhang. The night wind was wrapped in the unique moisture of the riverside. Sujun's eyes were complicated, staring at the flickering lights on the river in the distance, thinking about what happened just now. Wang Mingyuan's voice sounded. Sujun then found that the teacher was parked under the street lamp, was watching him quietly. That gaze was so clear that it seemed to be able to see through all his unbearable thoughts. "Come with me." Wang Mingyuan didn't wait for him to answer, turned around and walked slowly along the walking path by the river. The two walked in silence for a while. "Do you think Qinbai is cruel?" Wang Mingyuan stopped and looked directly into Sujun's eyes. "But do you know how his wife died?" Sujun shook his head. "Qinbai's wife was made into a living specimen by the aberration and hung it on their art museum for exhibition, and sometimes we have to make a choice." Wang Mingyuan's fingers gently tapped the railing. "It is to exchange the pain of 1, 10, 100 people for 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, a million lives. Or for a moment of kindness, let more people shed blood and tears." Sujun was still silent. If he hadn't been treated like Doberman, Doberman, he could have agreed with Wang Mingyuan's words. But now, he can't. It's not justice. Wang Mingyuan sighed. However, this is a way to do it. Su Zhan looked at the dark river. Silent. Do you think Mr. Zhang will hate us? Wang Mingyuan asked suddenly. Su Zhan clenched his fists. Of course he hated, just as he had hated Doberman. He is a mutant of the Transcendence Society, and he can make the fog descend on Jiangchang. Wang Mingyuan took off his glasses and rubbed his eyebrows tiredly. Those children in the mall and patients in the hospital, they don't even have a chance to hate. This is not a right or wrong question, Su Zhan. This is a debt that we have to bear. Sacrificing the interests of the few and preserving the interests of the majority. Su Zhan heard this since Wang Mingyuan's words. But since that's the case, so why did the other party protect themselves under Doberman? Very contradictory. Teacher. Su Zhan looked directly into Wang Mingyuan's eyes and said slowly, then why did you want to save me under Doberman in the first place? He tried to find clues on Wang Mingyuan's face. Will, what did the teacher see long ago? Could it be that the teacher had already seen that he was a mutant and sought his special features, so he took action to save him? Wang Mingyuan was stunned when he heard this, and then slowly put on his glasses, as if he was examining a sudden problem. Because, Wang Mingyuan's voice became very soft, you are the student I have been with for 3 years. Su Zhan frowned slightly. This answer neither reassured him nor made him give up. What if the teacher had other considerations at that time? That's it? Su Zhan asked rhetorically. Wang Mingyuan asked softly. Su Zhan's breath froze. How much does the teacher know? Was that rescue out of teacher-student friendship, or have an axe to grind? Wang Mingyuan took the lead in taking a step and chuckled. If you ask me such a simple question, do you have to say, I protect the calf? Otherwise? Su Zhan was slightly stunned. This answer was too straightforward, so straightforward that he didn't know how to answer. I have taught for 10 years, and I have brought countless students. Wang Mingyuan's voice was very soft, but the words were clear. But there are really few people who can let me run to the Suching division when I receive the news in the middle of the night. Let's go. As for the Doberman method, Wang Mingyuan snorted coldly. The cub I brought has to be tried according to the rules, understand? Next time you ask such a stupid question, copy the awaken code for me 100 times. Su Zhan stood in place. If it was before, he would not say that he completely believed it, but at least 70% of the time, and at least he would be moved. But now, he couldn't even believe 10% of Wang Mingyuan's words, and there was no wave in his heart. Nowadays, there is something called a crisis of trust between teachers and students. Su Zhan actually suspected that the warmth that had followed Wang Mingyuan for so long was deliberately done by Wang Mingyuan and profitable. He returned to the time when he was targeted by Doberman, cyberbullying, and no one in the world trusted him. He is both a mutant and an awakener, and mutants cannot trust humans, and humans cannot trust mutants. What Doberman had done to him before. Now it is exactly the same thing happening to Qin Bai and Mr. Zhang, and he was actually in the spectators. How ironic. What are you thinking? Wang Mingyuan's words broke his thoughts. Su Zhan shook his head. I just think of Doberman again. Wang Mingyuan looked serious and said in a gentle tone, you can tell the teacher anything, there is no need to hide it. Hey, no one can change this kind of thing. In the words of the internet, it is not you who are at fault, but the whole world. What do I have to tell you? Can I tell you I'm a mutant? Su Zhan shook his head in his heart. Nothing. He has no one in this world who can speak. Hey, tell humans that he is a mutant? The next second it will become a specimen on the dissection table. Confess your identity to your peers? He killed so many detached mutants. I'm afraid that at that time, the Transcendent will be the first to take his sacrificial flag. He stands on the edge of the precipice of two worlds. One step forward is the abyss, one step back is the sea of fire. And the only teacher who stretched out his hand couldn't even tell whether the phrase, protecting the calf, was sincere or a trap at this moment. Wang Mingyuan did not continue and took a step again. Su Zhan didn't say a word, and silently followed Wang Mingyuan. Next, in one hotel. That's right, the two of them didn't even have a house when they came here, so they could only stay in a hotel. Let's go. Su Zhan moved his lower shoulder, and under the treatment of potions and special rehabilitation methods, his injury has healed. Bring your equipment and prepare for action. Wang Mingyuan's voice came through the door panel, and the footsteps quickly faded away. Su Zhan was slightly stunned, and his phone rang suddenly. When you open it, there are more than 30 pictures densely packed, all of which are other people's headshots without exception. Wang Mingyuan also sent a message. Remember these people are all mutants. Seeing this, Su Zhan immediately became serious and pushed open the door to keep up with Wang Mingyuan's footsteps. Walk and remember along the way. The black off-road vehicle was parked downstairs in the hotel, and the engine cover was still steaming. Su Zhan opened the car door and smelled a faint smell of blood. I just caught Mr. Zhang yesterday, and I will act today. The goal speaks for itself. Qin Bai's efficiency was faster than he thought. The scenery outside the car window began to retreat rapidly. Last night, I used a little means, and that guy was all moved. Qin Bai sat in the co-pilot, with a bit of ostentation in his tone. What should be said and shouldn't be said dead, not a single sentence is left, and even his 3-year-old bedwetting can be said. Wang Mingyuan smiled and did not answer. Xinbai turned his head to look at Su Zhan and raised his eyebrows. So fast? Su Zhan immediately understood, and his tone was just right. Aren't people who are notoriously hard-mouthed? He could feel that Qinbai really loved killing mutants. Otherwise, a strong man like him would not show off in such a trivial matter. He also let himself be appraised for him. Speak the truth. Qinbai said lightly, triple dose. Su Zhan's was stunned. He had heard Wang Mingyuan talk about this potion. The effect of the drug is fierce, and the side effects are greater. At mild levels, memory loss or memory loss. At worst, they will become fools and may even become vegetative. This is the case with ordinary metering, let alone triple. Isn't that just putting others to death? Unscrupulous to aberrants, there is indeed nothing wrong with the human camp. Su Zhan thought of this and sneered in his heart. If you say it wrong, even if you are not sure that the other party is a mutant, you will do whatever it takes. I also fulfilled my promise and gave him a good time. Qinbai continued. Commander Qin is really the first detective in Daxia. Su Zhan said so complimentingly. This title, and when used on a person like Qinbai, it is simply tailor-made. Qinbai laughed twice and did not answer. The carriage fell silent, only the low roar of the engine. Su Zhan looked in the rearview mirror. Commander Qin, where are we going? Can you tell me about the mission now? You'll know when you get to the place later. Qinbai's silver earrings shook. You just need to solve some things you can deal with, the bones that are really difficult to gnaw, and your teacher and I will deal with them. Commander Qin has lifted it. Wang Mingyuan smiled bitterly when he heard the words and shook his head. My old bones are beaten, and old injuries occur from time to time. It's good to cooperate with you. How dare you be greedy? Qinbai was stunned when he heard this, and his eyes widened slightly. Qinbai sighed and said earnestly, Teacher Wang, although we are not in the same period, who has not heard of your Wang Mingyuan's name? SSS level life soul, all-round type awakener. Now look at you like this. I always feel unreal. Why would a person like you be submissive in front of me? Saying that, Qinbai's speech speed became faster. Daxia has set up a special treatment department since the fog descended, and I heard that recently there has been a breakthrough in your kind of injury. I hope so. A hint of loneliness appeared in Wang Mingyuan's eyes. However, people can't always live in the past, and now I really only have this little ability left, which I have to admit. Alas, the driver brakes with one foot. It is clear that the destination has arrived. Commander Qin, you will command later, and I will cooperate with you. Wang Mingyuan finally said, Su Zhan, you can't be greedy for merit. Examine your own strength, be safe, which is the first thing you want to think about. Understood. Su Zhan nodded. What he saw was a badly injured lion. The minions are no longer sharp, but they still stand at the front of the clan with their backs straight. But the glory of the past was too heavy, and he had to bend down. The most cruel thing is not the hero's twilight, but the hero himself who is soberly aware that he is twilight. Wang Mingyuan knows better than anyone else how much strength he still has, so he will accept all arrangements calmly. Get ready to get off. Qinbai glanced at Wang Mingyuan deeply. There are 5 points of sympathy, 3 points of awe, and, in his eyes, 2 points of emotion. Alas, Su Zhan followed and got out of the car. Get out of the car. I saw a desolate scene in front of me. The gray-white cement building stands abruptly on the wasteland in the suburbs like a square tombstone. 3 rusty chimneys pierced the sky. One of them was still emitting faint green smoke. There was a special smell of burnt in the air. Here TMD is a crematorium. Not far away, several staff members in protective suits were loading and unloading body bags. Qinbai looked up. I saw 2 surveillance guards on the wall facing them. In this case, there is no need to act. A wave of his hand. The black-clad men of the Abnormal Purification Division poured into the crematorium hall like a tide. The Abnormal Purge Division handles the case. All squat against the wall with their heads in their hands. The sound exploded in the empty crematorium. The staff who were operating the console trembled with fright, and the registration forms in their hands were scattered all over the floor. After reacting, he knelt directly on the ground, his hands trembling and raised above his head. Don't shoot. I'm a stove burner. The rest area against the wall was instantly messed up. 3 young workers in blue uniforms immediately squatted down with their heads in their hands, but the 2 figures in the corner suddenly pushed open the side door and ran towards the incineration workshop. You stop them, Qinbai ordered loudly, and then walked towards the depths of the crematorium with Wang Mingyuan. Obviously to solve the real trouble, Su Zhan acted immediately. The pupils of the abyss. The pocket watch appeared on his chest, and the golden vertical pupils slowly turned. The 2 fleeing figures suddenly became sluggish. Double sword, unsheathed. Before he could get close, the 2 escaping figures immediately blew themselves up. The blood-colored items in the sky were scattered, like heavenly maidens scattering flowers. Su Zhan took a few steps back, avoiding the splash range. You really have faith. He saw the crematorium that had been chaotic into a pot of porridge. Boom! Rumble! This time, it is also a small stronghold. These detached mutants must not have thought that their proud beliefs and the confidence of resolutely not saying anything about the organization would one day be cracked. So so this time they are most likely unprepared. One side has no defense, one side is fully prepared, and there is high-level combat power to help. It is obvious who wins and who loses. Back off. This is the fifth order of low risk. The members of the Purge Division suddenly shouted loudly, and everyone pulled out their guns in unison. That's right, even the Awoken carry guns. For low-level Awakeners like them, this thing is still very useful. After all, guns don't require a little physical strength to attack. Even if the attack power is not strong, it is better than nothing. Sujan followed their gaze. I saw a man in a pyrochemical uniform standing in the middle of the corridor. His right arm had been twisted and deformed, and his white bone spurs pierced his sleeves and dripped with mucus. 3 groups of cover, 1 group with me. The 5 men in black immediately dispersed and surrounded him. The Boneblade mutant grinned, revealing his jagged fangs, a group of miscellaneous pieces. The gunfire suddenly rang out. But the aberration is surprisingly fast. The Boneblade cut an afterimage in the air. 3 bullets were split in the air, and sparks splashed. Sujan knew that it was time for him to make a move. I'll come. Bang, bang, bang. He quickly cut into the battlefield and applied the acceleration ability of the Pupil of Time to his attack speed. The mutant obviously didn't take this student-like young man in his eyes, and the Boneblade stabbed out suddenly. The blade flashed, and a severed finger flew into the air. The aberration lowered his head in astonishment and looked at his right hand with 3 phalanges missing. You? Sujan didn't talk nonsense, and the second knife had already slashed at the opponent's knee. The golden pupil of the pocket watch turned slightly. The aberration's movements suddenly slowed down by half a beat. Ugh! The Boneblade mutant fell to his knees and let out a painful roar. He tried to struggle to get up, but found that his legs were not obeying. The kneecap had been broken by Sujan. The slowdown ability is used on the enemy, and the acceleration ability is used on oneself. The combat effectiveness is directly full. Click. Leave a living mouth. A purge ant reminded. Sujan's knife tip stopped in front of the mutant's throat. He gasped slightly and said lightly, I think there should be no need for this. The mutant suddenly burst into laughter. Sujan had already retreated rapidly. Retreat! He shouted violently, dragging the nearest clearing division member to the back of the bunker. Almost in the same second, the body of the aberration swelled like an overinflated ball. The fishy pieces of flesh and blood burst out in a radial shape, sticky all over the wall. A few pieces of broken bones hit the shield formed by the sole element of the clearing member. Crackling, Sujan stood up from behind the cover. If it weren't for the acceleration effect of the pupil of the abyss just now, he might not have had time to pull away the team member who was stunned in place. Although the self-detonation power is not very great. Boom! It is impossible to change one for the same realm. But it's disgusting. This is the most important thing. After the death of this aberration, there was no longer a mutation capable of causing difficulties to everyone in this area. The scene was quickly brought under control. Those aberrations all chose to self-destruct without exception. There is no way to escape, only self-destruct. Sujan had no way to do this. After all, with his ability, he was far from able to control the self-destruction of the aberration. Only a high-level awakener like Shinbai, and someone with experience in dealing with aberrations, can do this. The young clearance division staggered up from behind the bunker, and he trembled and took off his helmet, revealing a childish face. Big brother, thank you for saving my life. Sujan was wiping the blood on the knife, and when he heard this, he glanced up at him. This team member looks no more than 20 years old, and his uniform is still a little empty. Sujan put away his double knives. Also, am I that old? I am only 18 this year. The young team members widened their eyes. Then it's okay for me to call you that. I just joined the Alien Purge Division this year, and I am also 18 years old. Can you join at the age of 18? Sujan asked rhetorically. In his eyes, this kind of job must at least be a college graduate. No. In other words, the other party, who looks very young, is at least a person in his 20s who has graduated. Ha! The young team member quickly explained. My father is an old member of the Purge Division and died the year before last, so I have priority admission. Sujan was slightly stunned. The father died in battle, and the son was on top. It's really full of loyal martyrs. The official special channel for these orphans is a kind of compensation, and there is no problem at all. Sujan is also very supportive of this behavior. Sujan asked, I see, Lin Yu. The young team member straightened his back, and a touch of admiration appeared in his eyes. I know you. You are Sujan from Suzaku Academy, SSS level Life Soul Awakener. I can't compare to you. Just C-level Life Soul Iron Skin. Sujan nodded slightly, ignoring such an adoring gaze. After all, he had seen this kind of gaze too much, and now he was immune. What's your name? He saw that this peer's hands were covered with calluses. That was left over from holding a gun for a long time. At the age of 18, he should have gone to college, but he has already faced the aberration. Sujan looked at him with a hint of admiration. Judging from the opponent's actual combat performance, it seems very inexperienced. It seems that there has not been much actual combat. In this cannibalistic world, some people are solving problems in the classroom at the age of 18, and some people are already learning to survive in flesh and blood. Now, and the real transformation is often just the distance of a foggy event. But Su Zhan's surroundings were remarkable. The survivors are most likely ordinary people, and at this moment they are honestly wearing silver bracelets. I was thinking that today's task would be completed so easily. There was a loud noise in the distance. Su Zhan turned his head abruptly, only to see a huge fireball rising from the industrial area several kilometers away, and thick smoke soared into the sky. Don't think about this movement, it must have been caused by Qin Bai and Wang Mingyuan. It seems that the biggest boss behind the scenes, the strength should not be underestimated. Although he was curious in his heart, he also knew that that level of battle was not something he could participate in, and now he must not step forward to watch it for the sake of momentary curiosity. There is a compromise in everything. Boom! Su Zhan's eyes fell on the telescope strap exposed in the side pocket of Lin Yu's tactical body armor. Brother, can you lend me a telescope? Lin Yu immediately nodded when he heard this. You have called me brother, so what else do you say? Give it. Take the telescope. Su Zhan looked around and finally locked the 30-meter-high main chimney in the incineration workshop. But the rusted iron ladder winds upwards along the red brick surface. Su Zhan ran 2 steps. The pupils of the abyss accelerate. He jumped 3 meters high and stepped on the iron ladder junction. There was no pause, and he climbed alternately with both hands, and each step of the iron ladder was only borrowed once. When climbing to a height of 10 meters, the rusted bracket suddenly broke. Depend on. Usually continuous, he breaks when he climbs? What kind of bullshit luck is this? The golden pupils of the pocket watch suddenly lit up. The moment of falling. Su Zhan inserted the double knives into the brick crack with his backhand and swung his waist and abdomen to the intact ladder frame on the other side. Bricks fell with a rustle. He had already climbed the higher bar and continued to sprint upwards. Su Zhan came to the top of the chimney. The telescope is raised in front of you. I saw that the abandoned chemical plant 5 kilometers away had been reduced to ruins. In the billowing smoke, several blurred figures flashed in a staggered manner at an astonishing speed. Soon, the collision caused a violent explosion. The shockwave continued to blow up the surrounding ruins. A pure white spiritual power shuttled like flowing fire. Su Zhan knew that it was the teacher's ability. And another spiritual power of a completely different color appeared. The dark blue spiritual power. Wherever it passed, the air was distorted. It's just that Su Zhan doesn't know what this does. And at this moment, their opponents. It is a mutant that looks like a humanoid, but it has not fallen under such a pincer attack. He was tall and thin, with gray skin like a corpse, and several wriggling whiskers extending from his neck, each covered with fine fangs. The body was surrounded by gray and white fog, which flowed as if it were alive. Whenever the two attacked and approached, the fog will suddenly surge and block the attack. Another violent collision. The aberrant's body suddenly froze. And at this moment, Wang Mingyuan's white spiritual power ran through its chest like a spear, and the gray and white mist was abruptly torn open by a gap. However, the mutant raised his hand suddenly in the next second, and his flesh whiskers were drawn towards Wang Mingyuan like a whip, forcing him to take a few steps back. Boom! His recovery was surprisingly fast, and the penetrating wound on his chest healed quickly under the gray mist. Su Zhan's eyes froze. This aberration can actually resist the joint attack of the two strong men? However, it turned out that it was obvious that he was thinking too much. In Su Zhan's telescope, Qin Bai raised his hand and shook it. Boom! A dark blue light trace suddenly appeared in the air, like an aurora condensation, and finally turned into a slender whip. The whole body was crystal clear, as if it was condensed by pure aurora. Fine runes flowed on the whip, ancient and mysterious. Soon, Qin Bai's wrist shook. The whip shadow was like lightning, tearing the air in an instant. Draw on the body of the aberration. There are no bloody scenes, not even scars. But that moment, the body of the aberration stiffened suddenly, and the gray-white mist surged violently, as if it had suffered some kind of invisible impact. Snap! He wailed, and the flesh on his neck twitched wildly, but it seemed to lose control and slapped the ground indiscriminately. Mental attack. This whip was directly whipped on its soul. Su Zhan immediately understood the gold content of this blow. Qin Bai did not pause, and the second whip followed. The aberrant eyes suddenly lost focus. Visual deprivation. The third whip fell. The aberrant's roar stopped abruptly, dark green blood oozing from his ears, and his body swayed, as if he could not even maintain balance. Hearing deprivation. Snap! This time, fourth and fifth whips. Qin Bai's movements were elegant and his attacks were constant. The aberrant's body began to collapse, and the gray and white mist boiled violently, but it was suppressed by the aurora whip and could not escape. Snap! He moved slower and slower, and finally completely froze in place, like a puppet whose soul had been drained. For some reason, he seemed to suddenly break free. The flesh whiskers twitched wildly and swelled. Want to blow yourself up? Qin Bai sneered, and at some point he had 5 silver needles in his left hand. It is a special heart-asking needle made by the Suching division. But the next second, wow! Shout! Shout! 5 silver needles broke out of the air and accurately pierced the expected acupuncture points. The monster's swollen body suddenly deflated like a deflated ball. The boiling gray mist around his body also froze instantly. Manhwa? The mutant let out a shrill howl, but couldn't even move a finger. The heart needle seals its self-destructing acupuncture point. Lock its consciousness firmly in a waking state. Shinbai put away the light whip. Now, we can have a good chat. Let's start with your arrangement in the crematorium. How about it? The pupils of the aberration contract violently, but they can't even bite their tongues to commit suicide. On the chimney in the distance, Sujan slowly put down the telescope. Shinbai not only wants you to die, but also wants you to understand before you die that death is the easiest thing in the world. Seeing that the overall situation has been decided, Sujan held the double knives back and the blade scraped a string of sparks on the outer wall of the chimney. The figure slid down vigorously and finally landed steadily. Lin Yu immediately came up. What's the situation over there? Tell me. 1. Sujan slapped the telescope back into his arms and glanced at the Suching Division convoy that was assembling in the distance. Commander Qin's strength is very strong. Lin Yu still wanted to ask, but I saw that Sujan had already strode towards the purges who were collecting the team. Big brother, he doesn't want to have a deep intersection with anyone now, especially the people of the Abnormal Purification Division. The young team member opened his mouth and finally just lowered his head and wiped the telescope, trotting along. The team members of the Purge Division were counting the equipment, and occasionally someone looked up in the direction of the chemical plant. Sujan stood silently at the end of the queue. Shinbai had already escorted the mutant over and ordered. All boarded the armored car neatly. Sujan followed Wang Mingyuan and got into the same car. Leaning against the car window, I looked at the crematorium that was gradually moving away. No one spoke in the carriage. Close the team. There is only occasional current noise from the communicator. Order. Sujan closed his eyes to recuperate, recalling the shadow of the blue whip. So, understatement. It shattered all the resistance of a mutant. Just thinking like this. Soon, the car stopped. Sujan followed Wang Mingyuan and got out of the car. That, big brother. Lin Yu trotted to catch up, his voice tense. Can you add a contact information? In the future, I would like to ask you for advice in terms of cultivation or actual combat. Sujan's footsteps paused. The worship in the eyes of this young man is too obvious. Just like the juniors and juniors in number 3 middle school who chased him for autographs. More importantly, he saved the other person's life. But now, he is exhausted just by maintaining his daily disguise. Shinbai's terrifying methods of dealing with aberrations and his excellent ability to identify aberrations. Wang Mingyuan's meaningful gaze, as well as the identity of a mutant that may be exposed at any time. The weight overwhelmed him. He doesn't want to have a deep friendship with people now, especially the people of the Abnormal Purification Division. The Doberman made him nauseous and vomited. Even if Lin Yu entered the Abnormal Purge Division at the age of 18, he was in awe. But 1 yard is 1 yard. It's inconvenient, Sujan said lightly. He saw that the light in Lin Yu's eyes instantly dimmed when he heard this. Ah, got it. Lin Yu barely pulled out a smile and hurriedly stuffed his phone back into his pocket. Then I'll return to the team first. Sujan had no waves in his heart and nodded silently. He didn't even add a sentence. Your instructor must be more experienced than me. You don't need this sentence to pretend to explain your reasons for refusal. It's inconvenient to just say it directly. Wang Mingyuan patted Sujan on the shoulder and said with a smile, there are quite a lot of little fans. If the Qinglan Awakening Elixir doesn't put forward the impossible condition to agree to, they will definitely be able to sell the Awakening Elixir on sale. The teacher joked. Sujan squeezed out a smile, and after watching the convoy of the Abnormal Purge Division leave completely, he said quietly, Teacher, I see that Commander Qin has caught another aberration. The two of you are acting together. Your identity must be extraordinary, right? Can I know this? In front of Wang Mingyuan, these questions are asked directly, and excessive concealment will only expose one's guilty conscience. Let's go. That's why I added a sentence. Can I know about this? Wang Mingyuan shook his head and looked at Sujan. When you should know this kind of thing, you will naturally know. Sujan nodded. Wang Mingyuan looked at Sujan's slightly disappointed eyes and smiled. I definitely can't tell you about this, but I can tell you about some things about Qinbai. What do you want to know? Qinbai's soul. What is it? Sujan didn't go around the corner and directly asked the doubts in his heart. No. SSS Life Soul, Eternal Night Aurora Whip. Oh. Wang Mingyuan had such an expression and introduced, the attack comes with a strong mental impact, and each hit has a probability of randomly depriving the 5 senses, that is, sight, hearing, smell, taste or touch. Although Sujan had expected it, this answer still shocked his heart. SSS Level Life Soul. The number of births in Dashiat every year can be counted on 10 fingers. It is evenly distributed among the 5 regions, and each region cannot even be divided into 2. And now, in Jiangcheng alone, 3 SSS level awakeners have gathered. Wang Mingyuan, Qinbai, and himself. No wonder Qinbai was able to sit in the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Suzaku Academy hunting team. This level of talent and strength is indeed worthy of this position. Sujan unconsciously touched his pocket watch, and the pupils of Shiwan were special beings among SSS level life souls. But compared to Qinbai's domineering ability to directly deprive the 5 senses, he felt that it was was still inferior, but it is very likely that his current state is too low, so the ability is not complete. If you reach the realm in the future, there will be more and more abilities, and they will definitely become more and more powerful than the current ability. The real difference between strength and weakness can only be compared when his realm is high. Surprised? Wang Mingyuan asked suddenly. Su Zhan nodded honestly. 3 SSS level gathered in one city, the probability is too small. Ha, that's true. Wang Mingyuan smiled and changed the subject. Go rest, maybe there will be a big action tonight. Su Zhan hummed, turned his head and walked into the hotel. His room is on the 21st floor, and Wang Mingyuan lived next door to him. To facilitate the protection of his personal safety, Su Zhan entered the room and took the door. Standing at the entrance, his eyes slowly swept across the room. Take off your blood-stained uniform jacket and put it on the back of the chair. Fingers press on the tactical belt, and the 2 knives fall. After catching it, put it in the cabinet at the entrance. After doing this, he took a deep breath and slowly spat it out. He has been under too much pressure these days, feeling exposed at any time. There is too little time, and we must improve our strength as soon as possible. Su Zhan thought in his heart that this sense of crisis forced his idea of improving his strength to reach its peak. It just so happened that today his injury was completely recovered. It can already be practiced. Just do it. Su Zhan sat cross-legged, his hands naturally hanging on his knees. As his breathing gradually stabilized, he felt the medicinal power deposited in his body begin to awaken. This was accumulated during 3 months of frantic cultivation. It is not completely digested now. The first ray of spiritual power rose from the dantian. Su Zhan's eyelashes trembled. It was a strange feeling, like thousands of ants crawling in the blood vessels in an orderly manner. The agent deposited in the liver dissolves first. The cold medicinal power flowed along the meridians to the limbs and bones. Fine beads of sweat ooze from the corner of Su Zhan's forehead. He can't remember how many kinds of drugs he has injected in the past 3 months. Now it is being activated in turn. Each medicinal power will bring different pains when it dissolves, sometimes like fire, sometimes like needle, and some bring soreness and itching. I don't know how long it took. There was a soft sound from Su Zhan's body, as if some kind of shackles had been broken. The medicinal power deposited in the lungs finally dissolved. Su Zhan was soaked, as if he had just been fished out of the water. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, which condensed in the air and did not disperse. This is the residue of medicinal power. Outside the window, the sky was already covered with fish belly white. Su Zhan moved his stiff neck, and the bones made a crisp pop. Looked at the phone. 8 hours have passed. Finally, 40% of the backlog of medicinal power in the body was digested. This is because during the 3 or 4 days of injury, he had no condition to absorb the residue of the medicinal power, so now you can get twice the result with half the effort. Directly digested 40% of the agent residue. He estimated that it would take 2 or 3 days to absorb all the residues in his body. At that time, he could probably also reach the peak of the 6th order of the Du realm. Su Zhan felt the new power flowing in his body. Not enough. It is still far from being able to protect oneself in front of Qinbai and Wang Mingyuan. The road to cultivation is heavy and long. Come to the bathroom. Take off your clothes that are already soaked. Su Zhan stood under the shower, and the cold water washed away the sweat stains left on his body after cultivation. He closed his eyes and let the cold water stimulate his pores and dissipate the heat after cultivation. I was pulling the towel and wiping my hair casually. The phone rang. Su Zhan opened his phone and took a look. This is a message from Wang Mingyuan. There is action. Come down quickly. Su Zhan replied with a good word. Pull out a clean dark red combat uniform from the closet. This is uniformly issued by the academy, and the Suzaku logo is embroidered on the left chest. Put on your shoes and pick up the double knives in the entrance cabinet. Su Zhan shook off his still dripping hair and pushed the door out. Okay. Downstairs. The off-road vehicle of the Abnormal Purge Division has been launched. White smoke came from the exhaust pipe. Su Zhan. Wang Mingyuan was talking to Qinbai, and when he saw Su Zhan, he immediately raised his hand to signal. Teacher. Su Zhan nodded and immediately followed him into the car. The door is closed. The cold wind of the air conditioner blows in the face. Qinbai played with a curved silver needle and said, this high-level aberration is different, but it took me a lot of effort to get him to speak. Su Zhan could already imagine that picture when he heard this. The heart needle is inserted all over the joint, and the eternal night aurora whip pulls the skin open and the flesh blooms. But Qinbai's understated tone suggested that the real situation could be 10 times more cruel than he imagined. Information. Wang Mingyuan handed over a tablet. This time it's a place to go. It's your old enemy. Amid the roar of the engine, the off-road vehicle starts quickly. Old enemy? Su Zhan took the tablet, frowned and asked, old enemy? Wang Mingyuan didn't answer, just motioned for him to see for himself. Su Zhan immediately focused his gaze on the tablet, and his pupils contracted suddenly. The middle-aged man in the photo has a majestic face, similar to Doberman. The data shows, Du Shanhe, 59 years old, chairman of Du Group, father of Du Pin, confirmed by the interrogation of the previous mutation realization that Dushanha is a particularly dangerous aberration that has been latent for 35 years. What the heck? Sujan suddenly realized in his heart. No wonder Dupin dared to blatantly protect Du Feng back then. It turned out that the entire Du family was a nest of aberrants. Extremely dangerous aberrations. This level, I don't know how much higher than the Doberman. No wonder the power is so great. A chill creeped up his spine. Before his death, Doberman still identified him as an aberration, although it was taken as an attempt to drag people into the water before he died. But what if he told Dushanha? After all, Dushanha is the leader of the family, and this kind of thing tells him that it is normal. Shinbai sat in the front row, with his means and strength. The next second, if you can catch Dushanha, then you will definitely be able to make Dushanha speak. What if the time comes? Sujun's heart was cold. Doberman is dead, and there is no evidence of death. But if Dushanha mentions this matter during the interrogation, even if it is just a few words, he will definitely investigate to the end with Shinbai's character of hatred for the aberration. What? Shinbai turned his head, seeing an old acquaintance so excited. Sujan remained calm. I just didn't expect that the Du family was rotten from top to bottom. That's interesting. Shinbai played with the heart. Father and son are reunited underground. How warm. Sujan nodded and did not speak. Shinbai continued. Dushanha, one of the first elders of the Transcendence Society, is in charge of all the fog events in Jiangcheng and the surrounding 3 cities. Sujan stared at the majestic ID photo on the screen. The man in the photo has a meticulous back, a suit and leather shoes, and is a successful entrepreneur no matter how you look at it. Who would have thought of his true identity? For more than half a year, within his sphere of influence, all the fog events of the Transcendence Society have to ask him for instructions. Shinbai continued, and during this period, in his sphere of influence, there were 103 fog incidents, and the death toll exceeded nearly 100,000 people. Wang Mingyuan coughed. The last time we encountered the foggy incident, it should have been planned by him. Sujan also understood this. Shinbai's voice sounded coldly. For so many years, Dushanha has built a money empire. A complex fund network diagram pops up on the screen. In the past 10 years, he has paid more than 20 bribes to officials in the 4 cities through the Du Group. Shinbai's finger crossed several highlighted names, including Director XX, and even 2XX from the Purification Division. Sujan saw one of the transfers of 5 million, and the note reads, Jiangcheng Daily's annual cooperation fee. He bought 1/3 of the media in the 4 cities. Shinbai sneered. After every fog incident, I have been suppressing my influence. The next page shows the industrial layout of Du Group. On the surface, it does real estate and medicine, but secretly it is all about serving the Transcendent Society. Shinbai clicked on several subsidiary pages. Building materials companies transport aberrations, pharmaceutical factories refine banned drugs, and even its chain hotels are used to place aberrations. With the umbrella that his money brought him, there have been no accidents for so many years. Shinbai said, sneering twice, it's a pity today he met me, so this operation must be clean. Wang Mingyuan answered. Before they react, uproot the entire network. The off-road vehicle braked violently. Sujan looked up and saw a luxurious office building outside the window, hanging the Du's Group logo. What they have to deal with is not just an aberration, but a web of sin that has been woven with money for more than 20 years. Get out of the car and block the building immediately. Then, Shinbai kicked the car door open and immediately gave an order. The doors of several off-road vehicles popped open at the same time. More than 100 black-clad purifiers pushed the door open. The movements are neat in uniform. A team blocked the east exit. The second team controls the commanding heights. The words just fell. The 3 teams control the entrance and exit of the parking lot. Commands are quickly passed in the communicator. All personnel are running like precision gears. Snipers quickly occupied the rooftops of nearby buildings, and the red dots of the infrared sights were already wandering around the windows of the building. That's right, it's a sniper. These firearms are specially made and powerful, but these thermal weapons only work at low levels. Once the target reaches the creek or medium danger, these firearms became a pile of scrap metal. No matter how special they were useless. However, it is because it can be lethal to low-level mutations, and it does not require a little spiritual power, so these hot weapons can appear in the purifiers. Teacher Wang, let's go. Shinbai greeted Wang Mingyuan and stepped into the building first. Sujan, watch here, don't let anyone come out. Wang Mingyuan gently patted Sujan on the shoulder and followed Shinbai's footsteps into the building. Sujan also understood his role with these purgists at this moment. Just stop the others from coming out. Even if it can't be stopped, the worst result is to remind everyone with their lives that someone has run away. In this way, the goal can also be achieved. With such a big battle, everyone in the building noticed this scene. Immediately there was a commotion. What the hell? It's the people of the Purification Division. Our group is fine. Why are they coming? The first thing to react was the security guard at the door. Several security guards raised their hands with pale faces. One of the older ones knelt down directly. Sir, I'm a janitor. Get 4,000 yuan a month. What's going on? The person he knelt on was was Sujan. Perhaps because Sujan, wearing a dark red combat uniform, was different among the black-clad purges, he was regarded as an officer. Go back, don't come out. Sujan immediately made a gesture. Several security guards stood trembling and did not dare to move. Sir, I really don't know anything. The old security guard's voice trembled, and he raised his hands higher. I'm just a gatekeeper, and I can't even see the company's top management. Sujan frowned and raised his hand to signal him to shut up. Go back, don't come out. Yes, but the old security guard still wanted to defend. I don't want to say it anymore. Sujan's voice cooled down. I didn't say what you did, but everything will be known until the investigation is clear. Now, return immediately, otherwise I will handcuff you for obstructing official duties. The old security guard's cry stopped abruptly. He got up tremblingly and staggered back. The other security guards quickly followed suit, retreated into the security booth, and did not dare to say a word again. Sujan glanced at them. After confirming that they would not cause any more trouble, continue to guard the gate. The windows of the entire Do Group building were crowded with employees. The blackheads were gathered, and the voices of discussion came and went. Sujan could vaguely hear the discussion of the front desk staff who were closer to him. Oh my god, this battle. At least it has to be at the shareholder level, right? Maybe it's the chairman. Are you crazy? Don't want a job anymore? Can you guess the chairman? Besides, the dispatch of so many people by the Abnormal Purification Division can only show that the people to be arrested are very strong. What does it have to do with the position? This is not sure. My cousin is in the logistics department of the Purification Division, and he said that the stronger the strength of the mutant, the higher the status on the surface. This sentence immediately caused an uproar. It's over. If all the top management are arrested, won't the company go bankrupt? We are all unemployed. That's it. Several colleagues next to him echoed repeatedly. The job is important. In Jiangcheng, the salary of the same industry is not as high as that of the Do Group. I heard from my friend that we are much better than him. If I lose this job, I'm old now, and it's really hard to find a job. Let your mother fart. Immediately someone retorted. The aberration is all around you. One day I will eat you all. I wish the Purification Division would arrest them all. Be quiet. Someone looked around nervously. In case, what if there is really a high level? The atmosphere in the entire front desk area suddenly became more panicked. Sujan smiled faintly when he heard this. It's interesting to hear these people discuss. Even though they know that the top management may be aberrants, there are still people who are reluctant to arrest them. Fear of unemployment. Compared with work, even safety can be abandoned. There is a feeling of worrying about the cheap charcoal and wishing for the cold weather among the charcoal sellers. Sujan couldn't evaluate this kind of behavior because he was not an ordinary person, but an SSS Life Soul Awakener. He knew that these people were more or less in trouble. Why? If he goes to satirize these people again, there is a feeling of why not eat minced meat. At this moment, there was a loud noise from the top floor. The whole building shook. All the discussion came to an abrupt end, and hundreds of pairs of eyes looked overhead. Sujan's heart tightened, and he immediately looked up. This is not the self-detonation of a mutation, but a simple sound of fighting and destruction. This made him even more uneasy. Du Shanha, don't be caught by Qinbai. If you can't beat it, you will blow yourself up immediately. Aren't your detached mutants the best at this? At this moment, a squad leader level purge. The communicator hanging on his chest sounded a hurried report. The parking lot found that the mutant is taking hostages, and we ask for support. Sujan frowned, although he was curious to know how the above is at present. But he also knew that that level of combat was not something he could participate in. And as a student of Suzaku Academy, it is a bit unreasonable not to help when you see this situation. He really wants to be a good citizen now, so he immediately turned around and rushed to the underground parking lot. Arrive at the entrance. Immediately heard crying and roaring from inside. Sujan raised his eyes and looked. I saw that in the dimly lit parking lot, 3 mutants were holding more than a dozen panicked employees hostage and blocking them as meat shields. Obviously, they thought that instead of waiting to be arrested in the building, it was better to give it a try now and fight for a way out. The bodies of the 3 mutants have been partially mutated. One of them's arm turned into a bone blade. The other man's arm turned into tentacles with thorny spikes. The last one was covered with grayish-white cuticle, including the head, as if it was covered with a layer of bone armor. The clearance officers blocked the exit, but because of the hostages, they did not dare to attack rashly. Step back, otherwise I'll kill them. The bone blade mutant roared sharply, and the blade pressed against the throat of a female employee, blood oozing out. You can't escape. The team leader said coldly, the entire building is blocked, and surrender is your only way to survive. How to survive? The thorn mutant smiled fiercely. Will I be caught back by you and tortured to death? His thorny tentacles wrapped around the neck of a middle-aged male employee and slowly tightened, making the other party's face turn red and almost suffocate. The spikes pierced the opponent's neck. The blood spurted out directly. In less than 3 seconds, he lowered his hand weakly. Excessive blood loss leads to fainting and death. The team leader immediately stopped it loudly. But the thorn mutant has not stopped, and the other hand is still holding a female hostage. Don't kill me. me!" The hostage female employee cried and begged, her legs weakened. "Shut up! Stop!" The Bone Blade mutant shouted fiercely, and then looked up at the purifier. "I just told you that we will really kill. Now, let us go, otherwise." He slammed it, and the female employee's shoulder was suddenly cut open with blood. She screamed and almost fainted. Sujan stood aside and was silent. After all, he didn't have any good way. Judging from the various auras of the three aberrations, the strength is between the low-risk 5th order and the low-risk 7th order, and his strength does not allow all three aberrations to be solved without hurting the hostages. But as long as one of them is not solved, there will definitely be hostages. At that time, the reason for the hostage's death could only be blamed on him. He couldn't afford this guilt. Not far away, Lin Yu noticed that Sujan was coming. His eyes lit up, and after hesitating for a moment, he still came over with a cat. "Big brother, what should we do now?" Sujan then noticed that the young man was also here, and couldn't help but laugh dumbly when he heard this. The young man was already a little sick and rushed to the doctor. He is a student of Suzaku Academy, but he is not a god. The other party's realm is comparable to his, and it is impossible for him to solve the three of them without hurting the hostages. So he could only say, "Listen to your team leader's command." "But Team Chen asked me to look for an opportunity to." Lin Yu's voice was full of unconfidence. I have never. When the other party is taking hostages, then go." Sujan interrupted him. Lin Yu opened his mouth and finally lowered his head and stepped away. Sujan shook his head helplessly. This young man still has too little experience and a personality a little timid. The team leader's purge, that is, Team Chen in Lin Yu's mouth, continued, "You can't escape. Even if you let you go now, the purge division will chase you to the end." "Less nonsense!" the bone armor mutant roared. "If you don't get out of the way, we will kill a few first." He grabbed a young male employee, and his bone claws clasped his heavenly spirit cover, crushing the skull with just a little force. "Don't be impulsive." The team leader raised his hand and motioned for the cleaners to step back slightly. "What do you want?" "I've already said it. I'll step back." "Let's go." The Bone Blade deformity mutant shouted. The blade pressed half into the hostage's neck, and the blood beads rolled down the blade. Team Chen put his right hand behind his back and quietly made a standby gesture to the sniper in the distance. "You can let you go, but you must let the hostages go first." The bone armor mutant suddenly pinched the throat of the hostage in his hand, and the gray-white bone claws sank deep into the flesh. "When we are 3-year-old children? If we let go of the hostages, can we still live?" The crisp sound of bone cracking. The hostage convulsed violently. The aberration deliberately crushed only part of his throat, causing him pain but not dying for a while. Team Chen's temples burst into blue veins. "We can talk about conditions." Fart. "Last chance." Click. The Bone Blade aberration raised his hand to make a movement, and he was about to cut down the hostage with a knife. "I need to ask my superiors." Team Chen raised his voice. "This kind of decision is beyond my authority." "Stop." Sujan immediately understood Team Chen's intentions when he heard this. Like Wang Mingyuan, Qin Bai, the two high-level awakeners, were still upstairs. Now Team Chen is stalling on time. When these two people come, it is always more than enough to kill these aberrations in seconds, and the hostages can be saved at that time. Ha ha ha. The Bone Blade mutant laughed wildly, and with a stroke of the blade, the hostages' ears flew out with blood. "Wait for your two high-level awakeners, right? Do you think we don't know which two are upstairs? Start now and kill one in 10 seconds. 10. The bone armor mutant crushed the arm of the hostage in his hand. 9. Another female employee was cut open in the thigh by a bone blade. 8. The thorny tentacles rolled up a glass's young man smashed into the cement pillar. They didn't kill them, but they were telling everyone with their actions. If you don't agree to them within 10 seconds, then you will really die. The emotions of the hostages completely collapsed at this moment. Please, let them go. Gentlemen, I have an 80-year-old mother at home. There is a 3-year-old child below. You can't use our lives as bargaining chips. Isn't the Purge Division to protect the people? Now we want to die here? Agree quickly. Do you have to see us die? Team Chen gritted his teeth and struggled. Behind every screaming hostage is a whole family. When one person dies, what is broken is a family. 1. The bone blade was raised high and aimed at the little girl's heavenly spirit cover. Release. Team Chen roared, everyone get out of the way. The purges gritted their teeth and looked angry in their eyes, but there was nothing they could do. The clearance officers have begun to remove the barricades. Very good. The right choice. The bone blade mutant laughed. Each of the 3 mutants held a hostage. The concrete wall that clings to the underground garage moves slowly. Soon, the bone blade aberration is at the forefront, and the blade is always against the carotid artery of the hostage. The thorn mutant is in the center, and the thorn tentacles wrap around the hostage's waist and abdomen, and the thorns are deliberately taken down so that the hostages will not die immediately. Behind the bone armor aberration hall, the claws clasped the throat of the hostage. The cleaners remained vigilant, their eyes moving with the movement of the aberration. Some of the cleaners quickly rushed to the paralyzed hostages on the ground. Bow your head. Don't look at them. A cleaner held down the middle-aged programmer who wanted to look up, and with his other hand, he had already pulled out the hemostatic gel in the first aid kit. The wound is pressed. My wife is still still in their hands. The programmers struggled to get up and was held down by 2 team members. "Now, you can only trust us. You are going to die now." This is the sentence. Programmers can only be treated with gritted teeth. At the same time, the survivors received effective treatment and psychological comfort. But not far away, 3 mutants took hostages and slowly moved out of the underground garage. They were already on the street at this moment. Team Chen was not far from them, with his right hand behind his back, and made an imperceptible gesture to the group of high-rise buildings in the distance. Su Zhan's eyes froze. He had noticed the code played by Team Chen behind his back before. At this moment, the muscles of the whole body were already tense, and the spiritual power was quietly condensed, ready to activate the ability at all times. 500 meters away, the roof of a high-rise building flashed with metal reflections. 5 pitch-black anti-material sniper rifles were erected on the edge of the roof. This special weapon specifically for aberrations has a barrel the thickness of an adult's wrist and is equipped with high-explosive armor-piercing bullets that can penetrate 30 centimeters thick alloy steel plates. The wind direction has been corrected. Target lock. The reloading is complete. 5 snipers keep their eyes on the thermal imaging scope at the same time, and the crosshair locks on the center of the eyebrow of each of the 3 variants. 3, 2, 1. 5 fingers wearing tactical gloves pull the trigger at the same time. The flames ejected from the muzzle were compressed into dark red airwaves by the muffler. 5 warheads rotated in tearing air, shooting out of the muzzle. 3 mutations exploded at the same time. Move your body greatly with your whole body strength. This is their instinctive perception of the threat of death. They rely on this intuition to avoid many fatal crises. The pupil of the abyss. At this moment, Su Zhan shouted in his heart, and the golden pupils of his pocket watch emitted a golden ray. He didn't dare to do it first, but as long as someone goes up first, he will do it immediately. Start the group and follow. The dodging movements of the 3 mutants instantly slowed down. Poof, burst, burst, clang, clang. 5 sounds sounded almost at the same time. The bone blade aberration's forehead exploded 2 blood holes, and white liquid splattered on the wall behind him. The temples of the thorny aberration are pierced. The tentacles wrapped around the hostage's waist hung weakly. Only 2 crisp sounds came from the back of the head of the bone armor aberration. The special bullet only left a pit on his gray bone armor. The bone armor mutant roared in anger. They are already sensitive to taking hostages, and they instinctively want to kill the hostages when they are attacked at this moment. Utter madness. The bone claws tightened suddenly, and they were about to crush the throat of the hostage in their hands. Su Zhan urged Shi Yuan's pupil with all his might. Roar! The movement of the osteo armor is slowed down, but the bone claw has been grabbing the throat of the hostage. It's too close to the hostage's throat. Bang! Bang! A string of abrupt gunshots. Lin Yu had already rushed to the flank at some point. The special pistol in his hand was emitting green smoke. A barrage of bullets fired. One of the bullets hit the mutant's right eye, and the dark green slime suddenly burst. The bone claw was still buckled. A crisp sound. The hostage's neck twists at an eerie angle. A second wave of sniper shells followed. 5 armor-piercing bullets hit the head of the bone armor mutant, finally penetrating the damn bone armor. But the bone armor mutant fell weakly to the ground. Click. Su Zhan's twin swords were already unsheathed, and the light of the knife swept through like a blizzard. The crisp sound of the blade cutting through the bones was endless. The next moment, it's really hard to kill. The recovery ability of the aberration is too perverted. He knows this deeply because he himself is. Therefore, the mending knife must be complete. He thought to himself while making a mending action. This sniper rifle can actually kill a mutant of similar strength to him, but as far as he knows, this is almost the limit of firearms. What if these weapons one day come against you? You must not give yourself a chance. Now you have to improve your strength immediately. As long as you reach the stream or the middle danger, you don't have to be afraid of these things anymore. Confirmed dead. Team Chen announced in a hoarse voice. He didn't make a move, not because he didn't want to make a move. Just now, the 3 mutants kept staring at him, so it was difficult for him to make a move, so he could only put his hands behind his back and quietly type the code. The programmers suddenly rushed over like crazy, knelt in a pool of blood and picked up his wife's body. Xiao Wen, Xiao Wen. He wiped the blood from the corner of his wife's mouth with his fingers tremblingly, but the more he wiped it, we agreed to go tomorrow to celebrate Nyonyo's birthday. Why are you? Ah. Lin Yu stood there stunned, his eyes empty as if he had lost his soul. You did your best. Team Chen stepped forward and pressed his shoulder heavily. Anyone? Lin Yu shook off his hand and slammed his fist into the wall. His knuckles suddenly opened and flesh bloomed, but he didn't seem to feel any pain. Team Chen sighed and turned to look at Su Zhan. The meaning in those eyes was obvious. Do me a favor. It was clear that he knew who his young subordinate worshipped. At this time, it is naturally the idol who has the best comfort effect. Su Zhan frowned. He didn't want to worry about this kind of idle matter, but looking at Team Chen's tired eyes, he still walked over. Briefly, good job. Lin Yu raised his head suddenly, and the tears on his face had not yet dried. Really? Really? Su Zhan pointed to the remains of the aberration on the ground with the tip of his his knife. The aberrant's hand is on the throat of the hostage. That kind of distance, unless it is crushed by the realm of strength such as the level of Commander Chin, no one can save it. Lin Yu's breathing finally stabilized. He wiped his face indiscriminately and the blood stains on his tactical gloves were all over his face, looking even more embarrassed. Clean up the scene. Team Chen interrupted at the right time and motioned for the medical team to come and carry the body. The programmer still held on to his wife. In the end, they had to be sedated to separate them. Su Zhan looked at Lin Yu. Suddenly there was a feeling. This is what young people who have just come out of society and experienced this kind of scene should look like. How can it be like yourself, like an old fried dough stick? Think about traveling to this world yourself. I have experienced too many life and death crises along the way. I've seen too many bloody scenes, and I've fought too many battles. But now how long has it passed since you crossed by yourself? The answer is only more than half a year. The experience of more than half a year forced him to become a veteran. He was forced to become an awakened person who only wanted to become stronger and only wanted to have power. Su Zhan sighed deeply. But none of this can be changed, because he is still in crisis. If you don't become stronger, you can only wait for death. I was a little envious of Lin Yu, and in general, the pressure was far less than that of him. Thinking so, he followed the large army back to the door of the building. At this moment, the sound of fighting in the building has stopped, and Su Zhan began to be worried again. The battle is over. Who loses and who wins? And the enemy upstairs, is it Du Shanha? The elevator on the first floor slowly opened. The staff on the first floor looked at the three people who came out of the elevator in unison. I saw Qin Bai and Wang Mingyuan walking out with a dying man on the left and right. The man's suit was already tattered, and several body parts had been pierced into the heart. The staff was in a commotion. It didn't take long. Isn't that Director Lu of the finance department? He also approved a bonus for our department last month. He's actually a mutant. I also helped him get coffee last week, and I'm lucky that I'm okay now. It's done. A middle-aged male employee slumped on the ground. The financial director is a mutant. What about the chairman? What about the general manager? Is the top management all over? Our company is not going to go bankrupt, right? I still have 20 years left to pay off my mortgage. This job is gone. Where can I find such a good salary again? An old employee with gray hair clenched his work badge. Now all the recruits outside are young people, and we old bones are afraid that we won't even be able to find a job when we go out. You still want to work? The young front desk girl immediately retorted. We almost died. Okay, but not far away. Su Zhan also finally saw who the two of them were escorting. Is a strange face of about 40 years old, although he is also wearing a high-end suit, but he is obviously much younger than Du Shanha in the file photo. It's not Du Shanha. Su Zhan's heart suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and looked closely. He has also seen the layout of the heart needle on this middle-aged man in a suit several times. Like Mr. Zhang before and the aberration in the crematorium, they are all used to block the acupuncture points that self-destruct. Big brother, what is the needle on this aberrant for? Lin Yu leaned over and looked for a topic. Su Zhan glanced at him in surprise. Wasn't it quite sad just now, and I blamed myself? It's good now, it's fast. But that's also a good thing, young people, as it should be, to prevent him from blowing himself up. Su Zhan replied succinctly. Lin Yu's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he asked, is this kind of secret technique unique to your Suzaku Academy, or can everyone learn it? Su Zhan's chin raised his chin to Qinbai. You have to ask him this question. Oh, Lin Yu's eyes darkened a lot, obviously a little afraid of communicating with these big people. You shouldn't be thinking about this now. Su Zhan said seriously, this method of preventing the other party from self-destructing must be completed under a specific premise, that is, the strength crushes the opponent, so what you need to think and do now is only to improve your strength. Good. Lin Yu was stunned when he heard this, and then nodded. Wang Mingyuan and Qinbai, as well as the man who was being held, had already walked to the central area of the first floor, which was the place with the most people. The staff were even more vocal. Good catch. All these aberrations should be cleaned up. A young programmer with dyed yellow hair waved his fist excitedly. You know, a fart. Meanwhile, the gray-haired employees stood up suddenly. If Director Lu is gone, the entire financial system will be paralyzed. How else does the company operate? What should we do with those of us who drag our families? Alas, you young people must think that if the job is gone, it will be gone. Anyway, you are still young, and there is no pressure yet, and there are many opportunities. An old programmer with thinning hair next to him supported his glasses. But we are old. I am 48 this year. Who wants to go out and find a job? Mortgage and car loans, children go to college, and the elderly are hospitalized. How do you young people understand these pressures? Then you can't keep the aberration. A young female intern with a ponytail retorted. Who knows what day they will eat? Eat. Whether he eats us or not, can we not know? The old employee was so angry that his face was red. I have worked with Director Lu for 10 years, and he wants to eat early. Now that I have lost my job, will you pay for my wife's chemotherapy next month? Then, we can't be blamed. The yellow-haired programmer's voice was a little quieter. Aberrations are meant to be caught, and if you want to blame, you will be blamed. Blame you for not having the ability yourself. himself. What did you say? The old clerk suddenly grabbed Huang Mao's collar and raised his fist high. Try it again. Come on, I'm afraid of you. Huang Mao was not to be outdone. I don't have the ability to blame others. Stop it all for me. Team Chen shouted loudly, and his tactical boots stomped heavily on the ground. Do you want to enter the interrogation room? Hit now. I'll send you in personally. The scene was instantly quiet. The old clerk let go of his hand while gasping. The yellow-haired programmer tidied up his collar angrily. The Department of Cleansing will arrange the aftermath. Team Chen glanced at everyone with a cold face. Now, everyone doesn't stay here honestly for me. When your financial director will explain his accomplices, and then wait for us to find out the aberrations among you, then you can leave. Sir, probably. How long will it take? Someone raised his hand weakly and asked. Up to 1 day. Qin Bai spoke at this time. Su Zhan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. It seems that this Qin commander is very confident in his interrogation methods. The staff suddenly had a bottom in their hearts when they heard this. A day is still acceptable. The crowd silently split into two groups. The young people gathered on the left, talking about the thrill just now. The middle-aged people shrank to the right, flipping through their mobile phone address books one by one, and had already begun to contact the headhunters. Su Zhan looked at the middle-aged employees with confusion and anxiety in their eyes. I sighed secretly in my heart. Aberrations are terrifying, but tomorrow's bread seems to make them desperate as well. Teacher. When Su Zhan saw Wang Mingyuan walking out of the gate of the building, he immediately stepped forward to say hello. Wang Mingyuan nodded. Su Zhan, there are no employees of Du's group leaving the building, right? Just now, 3 mutants tried to take hostages and leave from the underground garage. Su Zhan said truthfully, but it has been solved by us. Are there any casualties? Wang Mingyuan asked. Yes, 2 employees of Du's group unfortunately died during this period. Su Zhan nodded and continued. Wang Mingyuan patted him on the shoulder. This result is already good. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Director Lu, who was being held by Qin Bai, was still dying, but at this moment he burst into crazy laughter. Qin Bai frowned. What are you laughing at? Director Lu raised his head with difficulty. His bloodshot eyes swept over the group of arguing employees, and his voice was hoarse. Did you see it? I'm a mutant. Ahem. There are so many people who don't want me to be arrested. He grinned, showing his bloody teeth. Is it ironic? They are on my side, not you awakened ones. They just don't want to get a job. Qin Bai interrupted coldly. Don't steal the concept. Stealing the concept? Director Lu coughed violently, obviously injured. Ahem, cough, cough. Ahem. These people, knowing that the company is in danger, would rather take risks to keep their jobs. Why? He laughed madly. Because our salary is 1.5 times that of our peers. Also pay the full amount of 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. You human bosses, the salary offered is not even as good as that of our aberrant company. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Don't you find it ironic? You humans are not as we are to your own people. Qin Bai's eyes completely cooled down. I hope you can still smile so happily when you get to the interrogation room. Su Zhan looked coldly at Director Lu, who was escorted. If the aberrant is really as kind to employees as you said, then why did Du Shanhe leave you, the financial director, to run for his life alone? At this time, let's say a few words to Commander Qin. Lin Yu had been paying attention to this side, and when he heard the words, he rushed over quickly, and his young face turned red. You are a complete outcast. A person abandoned by his master deserves to question us humans here? Ha ha ha, what a sharp-toothed boy. Director Lu's bloodshot eyes stared at Lin Yu and Su Zhan. If it weren't for the presence of these 2 SSS-level adults. He grinned at his bloody mouth and exposed his white teeth. Just because you 2 milky little ghosts are not dry, you are worthy of standing in front of me and being presumptuous? The dog of the bereaved family. Lin Yu choked back without flinching. Even a prisoner below the steps dares to bark here? Stupid. Do you really think that I am the one who was abandoned? The madness in Director Lu's eyes was even worse. I voluntarily stayed and broke the back, and every minute I was buying time for my kind. He smiled more and more hideously. Now, my kind has long since moved to safety. Ha ha ha. Qin Bai suddenly increased the strength in his hand, and pushed a heart needle half an inch in. Is that enough? Director Lu's face was distorted in pain, but he suddenly turned his head and shouted to the company's employees. Do you know? Mr. Du's assets will be confiscated immediately. The company will soon be officially auctioned. Will the new boss give you the treatment you have now? Mr. Du gives you salary, year-end bonus, overtime pay, medical insurance. He will become a thing of the past. Su Zhan frowned and looked at Wang Mingyuan with questions in his eyes. Why not stop him from continuing? Wang Mingyuan shook his head slightly, and his eyes turned to Qin Bai. But Qin Bai not only did not stop it, but listened with interest. The commotion in the crowd grew louder. Several middle-aged employees stood up coweringly. That, sir, a bald middle-aged man rubbed his hands, his voice trembling. Mr. Du is usually really kind. Last year my wife was hospitalized, and he also specially approved an interest-free loan. Yes. A female accountant bravely agreed. My children go to school, and Mr. Du gives bursaries to the children of employees every year. It didn't take long. The more she spoke, the quieter her voice became. Such a boss, even if it is. What is that? It should be considered good. The chief is wise. An old employee with gray hair shouted loudly, I have been working in this company for 20 years. Mr. Du has never missed a day of wages, and last year I was injured at work, and I didn't even report all the medical expenses, and I also gave nutrition expenses. He burst into tears. Such a good boss. Please open the net. I know I shouldn't say that. A middle-aged female supervisor with glasses said tremblingly, but Mr. Du is indeed more humane than many bosses. At least he never lays off employees because they are older. Su Zhan frowned slightly. He really didn't expect that so many people would risk going to prison to excuse a mutant. It seems that this work is really important to them. Seeing this, Director Lu grinned proudly. Did you hear that? This is what you call a monster. What we give is much more generous than you human capitalists. Qinbai laughed disdainfully and shouted to the crowd who were still interceding. The year-end bonus, medical subsidies, and children's education funds you are talking about are just disguises carefully designed by Du Shanhe, a charitable entrepreneur. Who would suspect that he is a mutant? The air at the scene seemed to freeze. Qinbai continued, Now, let me tell you the true identity of this good boss, one of the first elders of the Transcendence Society, the regional person in charge of all the fog incidents in Jiangcheng and the surrounding 3 cities. In the past 6 months, there have been 103 fog incidents approved by Du Shanhe. The death toll was 98,734, so the number of injured was even more incalculable. Qinbai glanced at the employees with earthy faces. This is the good entrepreneur you are interceding for. Knowing that the other party is the culprit of nearly 100,000 deaths, but openly covering it up for your own selfish interests, your behavior has constituted the crime of covering up aberrations. This sentence detonated the crowd like a bomb. Sir, spare your life. We don't know this at all. Who knows Mr. Du? Bah, that mutant actually did such a thing. Sir, my daughter is still in the hospital. I can't go to jail. Qinbai slowly looked around at these employees, paused for a full 10 seconds, and then spoke. Thinking that you are indeed confused by Du Shanhe's carefully designed appearance, this time, the Suqing division cannot blame the past. There was an immediate sound of relief in the crowd, but the next second was frozen in place by Qinbai's next words. But if I know who else is spreading this absurd remark in private, the assembly line in prison is just short of manpower. I heard that there is food and accommodation there, and there are hundreds of yuan in labor remuneration every month, so you don't have to worry about finding a job anymore. The scene was silent, and even the sound of breathing could be clearly heard. Qinbai turned to look at Director Lu, who was ashen-faced. Now, do you still insist that you are better than humans? Director Lu's lips wriggled, and finally lowered his head staggeringly. Those carefully prepared words have no effect at this moment. Qinbai leaned into Director Lu's ear, and the silver earrings brushed the other party's blood-stained cheeks. You just said that you were so loyal during the interrogation. Don't lose your loyalty. Saying that, he escorted Director Lu into the car. Su Zhan silently watched this scene from behind. There is a good saying, a gentleman does not care about his deeds or his heart. For these employees, Mr. Du is indeed a good boss. But for the entire human race, Du Shanhe is a complete murderous madman. Big brother, why are those people like this, and they are still helping the mutants speak? Lin Yu said indignantly. Su Zhan did not answer. Most of the staff who came to intercede for Du Shanhe were middle-aged. These people carry families on their shoulders, and as he gets older, he has a midlife crisis. For people of their age, companies prefer to recruit young people. You can earn less salary and do more. Compared with young people, these middle-aged people have no advantage at all. What should they do? What can they do? Su Zhan looked at the sky and sighed in his heart. I am an SSS-level life soul awakener, and I was also forced to join the Suzaku Academy. I didn't have to choose at that time. How could you have a choice? There is no way, except reality. This is the only thing they should do. Lin Yu. Su Zhan looked at Lin Yu and asked, Generally, this kind of company boss is a mutant. What do you do with the abnormal purification department? Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, and then said, I haven't been a purge list for long, but I heard Team Chen say that this situation should not be much different from the aberration that was escorted by Commander Qin just now. Deprive that aberration of all property. Among them, the funds are directly confiscated, such as companies, calligraphy and paintings, houses, etc. That is, they are directly auctioned and sold. However, considering the company's employees, if the company is gone, they will have no jobs, so we will auction the company to the peers of the Du Group, which is equivalent to changing the boss. Su Zhan nodded slightly. It is indeed similar to what Director Lu said. If other bosses take over the Du Group, the salary and benefits will definitely not be as good as before. After all, Du Shanhe gave you such good treatment, it is likely to cover up his identity as a mutant. Other bosses do not have this demand, and salaries and benefits will definitely be reduced. Even if there is this demand, it will not be possible to maintain such a high salary after the Dushan incident, which will be even more suspicious. Su Zhan, let's go. Wang Mingyuan raised his hand to say hello and took the lead in getting into the back seat of the black off-road vehicle. Su Zhan responded loudly, said goodbye to Lin Yu, and immediately immediately followed. Big brother, there will be a period later. Lin Yu raised his right hand high and waved slowly. Back to the hotel room. Sujan locked the hotel door with his backhand. Got it. Without turning on the light, he walked straight to the window and sat cross-legged. Sujan could feel the medicinal power deposited in his body. Those strengthening potions that had been forcibly injected for 3 months were slowly awakening in the meridians at this moment. At first, it was just a slight fluctuation, but soon it turned into a turbulent wave, washing away every inch of flesh and blood. Sujan made every effort to guide this violent energy to flow in an orderly manner. The speed at which medicinal power circulates in the body is getting faster and faster. Sometimes it is as hot as magma, sometimes it is as piercing as a cold spring. Sujan's breathing gradually became long, and the broken hair on his forehead was soaked with sweat. The sound of traffic outside the window, the sound of the elevator running, all the hustle and hustle are isolated. The whole world is left with only the medicinal power rushing in the body. Next, a ray of morning light filtered through the curtains. Sujan slowly opened his eyes. He moved his stiff neck, feeling the power in his body. Now a total of 70% of the medicinal residue in the body has been digested. It doesn't take long for it to be completely digested. Sujan glanced at the electronic clock on the bedside, and the number showed 5:10. It's too early. Just enough to sleep. Although he is in this state now, there is no problem in not sleeping for a day or two. But if you can sleep, why not? Sujan casually pulled the quilt and fell on the bed without even taking off his combat uniform. 3 hours later, Sujan had already opened his eyes. The sunlight filtering through the curtain gaps became much more dazzling. At 8:15 in the morning, there was a knock on the hotel door. Sujan had just finished washing up and was wiping his wet hair with a towel. When I opened the door, I saw Wang Mingyuan standing in the corridor. Xinbai asked us to go to the purification division. Wang Mingyuan's voice was very calm. That financial director spat out important information that you need to check. Sujan's movement to wipe his hair paused. Check the information? What information does he need to check? I have never intersected with the Do group, apart from Durbin, the mad dog who identified him as a mutant until his death. Sujan's heart tightened. Dubin is Dushanha's son, if he had told his father about his suspicions. And the financial director is Dushanha's confidant. Go now? Sujan asked. Wang Mingyuan nodded. The car is waiting downstairs. Xinbai specially asked you to go. This sentence is like a bucket of ice water poured on the back. Sujan slowly put down the towel, put on his coat, and kept up with Wang Mingyuan's pace. The black off-road vehicle drove smoothly through the streets of Jiangcheng during the morning rush hour. Sujan turned his head sideways and pretended to speak casually. Teacher, Commander Qin specially named me to go to the purification division. Do you know what it's about? I don't know this either. Wang Mingyuan frowned slightly, turned his head to look at Sujan. It's strange to say, how could the information revealed by that financial director have anything to do with you? You shouldn't have any intersection. Sujan nodded, so I haven't been able to figure it out. Wang Mingyuan patted him on the shoulder, neither light nor heavy. Don't think too much, you will naturally know when you get to the Suching division, but remember, we are from Suzaku Academy, and those who want to do something to us have to weigh it. Sujan's eyes lit up. I understand. Outside the car window, the gray and white building of the Suching division was already faintly visible. Sujan adjusted his breathing rate calmly. Wang Mingyuan's last words had a feeling of comforting him. In the metal corridor of the abnormal purge division, Xinbai leaned by the door of the interrogation room, slowly playing with a needle. Teacher Wang. Xinbai spoke first, his voice a little lazy. Guess how many useful things that the financial director spit out? Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses. With Dushanha's clever calculations, he shouldn't know too much. Clever. Xinbai snapped his fingers. The 10 accounts he gave me were said to be Dushanha's secret accounts, but after investigation, the accounts were all covers, and the hiding place he gave me was also fake. He shrugged. That old fox expected us to catch people, so he deliberately left some false clues. Sujan stood aside. Xinbai suddenly turned to him. Classmate Su, do you know why you were called here? Isn't it an invitation to me to enjoy the art of interrogation? Sujan's tone was calm. Xinbai chuckled. I heard that you performed well in the freshman exchange meeting of the college. Wang Mingyuan interjected. Sujan is indeed the best student I have ever brought. The financial director said an interesting thing. Xinbai put away the photo and paced to Sujan. He said that Dushanha often watched some surveillance videos in the office, especially the battle videos of a certain Suzaku Academy student in some places. Wang Mingyuan frowned. What does this mean? What's even weirder? Xinbai suddenly approached Sujan. That mutant said before he died that there is a safe in Dushanha's study, which is full of information about you, and it has been recorded since the day you awakened your soul. Sujan said lightly, so Commander Qin suspects that I have colluded with Dushanha? The oppression brought to him by the person in front of him was much greater than that of the Doberman. The interrogation methods are many times more cruel than the Doberman. And no matter whether others are alive or dead, if you judge correctly, you will earn it, and it doesn't matter if you are wrong. If you die, you will die. This is Qinbai's interrogation method. There is no evidence at all. Isn't this playing hooligan? How did he he deal with this? Sujan can only pray for fate now. Doubt? Shinbai laughed and said, no, I'm just curious. Why would a mutant elder I've never met be so interested in you? Commander Chin. Sujan took the first half step. I question your professional ability now. You said in person that Dushanha is my old enemy, because his son Dubin publicly slandered me as a mutant. I awakened the SSS level life soul and proved my innocence, and he will pay the price for framing me. Because of the crime of false accusation, he was officially executed. This Dushanha must think that I was the murderer of his son, so he went to such lengths to understand me. Such a simple logic. Can't Commander Chin think of it? The result? Wonderful. Shinbai slapped his palms twice. Completely correct reasoning, but I definitely can't call you here just because of this little evidence. The real highlight. He pointed to the interrogation room deep in the corridor. You still have to listen to what that aberration says about you? Sujan had no bottom in his heart. He really didn't know how much the other person knew about him. After all, judging from Chinbai's words, the other party has been secretly investigating him, observing him, and understanding him. Is there any evidence? He recalled the process of transforming into a mutant in the fog, his experience. Still didn't recall exposing his identity in front of others. But I still feel uneasy. No one knows how much the other party has mastered. That finance director. Shinbai walked slowly to the interrogation room, and the access control was stuck in the card slot. I want to see you by name. The metal door opened slowly. Shinbai turned around and smiled meaningfully. He said he wanted to confront you. Sujan followed Shinbai into the interrogation room, followed by Wang Mingyuan. The metal door of the interrogation room slammed shut behind him. The smell of blood came to my face. Sujan's eyes fell on Director Lu on the interrogation chair. It is difficult to call it a human form. Director Lu's head was fixed by a special bracket, leaving only a bloody hole in his right eye, and blood in his left eye almost filled the entire eye socket. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably, and saliva dripped down his chin onto the restraint belt. Of course, there are other tragedies that cannot be written into detail. Sujan's gaze moved down and saw 7 or 8 empty syringes scattered on the ground, with the words "spit the truth" written on them. One of the needles still had blood on it, apparently just after being used. This dose is completely to make people die. No wonder Director Lu is now slumped in a chair like a rag doll, laughing strangely from time to time. Hee, come on. Director Lu suddenly tilted his head, and his scattered left eye focused with difficulty. Little monster. What Du Xiao said. That's right. It was fine just now, but now it's like this. Shinbai stood in the shadows and kicked the empty needle tube on the ground. The dose is indeed a little bigger. Director Lu suddenly convulsed violently, and the restraint strap was strangled into the festering flesh. Mist. Fog. The fog is coming. Only then can you transcend. They have a nervous breakdown and have not forgotten the teachings of the Transcendental Society. Sujan had to admire the brainwashing methods of this organization, but I felt a lot more relaxed. After all, in his opinion, how could a mentally broken mutant confront him? Director Lu muttered hoarsely, meat, delicious. I like to eat the most. Shinbai stepped forward slowly. Didn't you ask me to call Sujan before? Now that people have arrived, just say anything. Director Lu just smiled foolishly. Bones. Shu, the sweetest brain marrow. Sujan stood aside, breathing a sigh of relief in his heart. It seems that the other party is completely insane and cannot even have the most basic conversation, let alone identify anything. Shinbai took out a metal box from his arms, which were neatly arranged with 12 cold pins. No. Director Lu struggled violently like a frightened child, and the restraint strap was deeply strangled into the festering flesh. Please, don't prick it. I was wrong. I was really wrong. That needle. It hurts so much. Please. Shinbai took out 3 silver needles expressionlessly and pierced into Director Lu's specific acupuncture points as fast as lightning. Director Lu let out a heart-wrenching scream at this moment, but soon, his eyes gradually regained clarity. Listen. Shinbai's voice was cold. These 3 needles can keep you awake for half an hour, but your life is already in danger, so the price is your life, and in half an hour, you will die. Director Lu's one eye showed extreme fear, but his consciousness was indeed much clearer. He rolled his eyes with difficulty and looked at Sujan, with a strange smile on the corner of his mouth. Now. Shinbai took a step back. Say everything you want to say. Sujan's heart sank again. He felt like he was in the same mood as a roller coaster today. Up and down, down and down, down and up, and finally down and down. I really didn't expect Shinbai to have such a method. Exchange all your life for half an hour of sobriety. Sujan could already imagine how many people Shinbai had dealt with this trick. Director Lu grinned his bloody mouth and said hoarsely, my boss Dushan has said that you are a mutant. Sujan shook his head disdainfully. Dushanha thinks I killed his son, so he is deliberately trying to put me to death. When my teacher and I first arrived in Jiangcheng, he used the fog incident to calculate it, but we came out alive. Now he can't kill me, just learn his son's trick of framing? It is impossible for the 2 identities of aberration and awoken to appear in the same person. This is the iron law of the world. It's ridiculous. You believe your boss's nonsense. It's really stupid. Shinbai played with with the silver needle and chuckled. It's interesting, you said that Sujan is a mutant, is there any evidence? Director Lu's one eye turned wildly. Mr. Du said that his son told him before he died. At that time, Du Feng and Dubin said that at Li Yuqin's birthday party, Du Feng would attack Sujan. But what about the result? Du Feng was killed. Autopsy report, death at the hands of aberrations. You said, who is this aberration? There is no evidence of death. Sujan did not panic at all when he heard this. What I want is real evidence. You can talk about this as you like. Anyway, like Dubin, you don't need any evidence to slander a person as a mutant. Shinbai also helped Sujan speak at this time. Just based on your boss's crazy words, you want us to suspect an SSS level awakener? My boss gave me some words. Director Lu was trembling all over. Obviously maintaining this sober posture consumes a lot of his physical strength. Sujan's heart sank, but his expression was still flat. Director Lu said tremblingly, since Du Xiao's death, my boss has been looking for an opportunity to get rid of you, Sujan. The first time was in Suzaku City. Our people summoned the mist, but what happened later? You can find these things. Sujan survived, but there was only one corpse left of the misty creature in the mist. The second time was in Lancheng. We deliberately sent people to separate Wang Mingyuan, and as a result, Sujan still survived. But you should have noticed that after the fog dissipated, how many corpses of fog creatures were missing. These two fog events are like this. It's too coincidental, isn't it? And you all know that in these two fog events, there is an aberration that is saving humanity. Isn't it more coincidental? I wonder which mutation will save its food. Ha 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 ha. Director Lu laughed madly, looking at Sujan's eyes with hostility. But more than that, it was sad. The more Sujan listened, the more he felt bad, and his palms were already sweating. Wang Mingyuan's eyes kept circulating between Sujan and Director Lu. As for Qinbai, he smiled even more. It's just this smile. In Sujan's eyes, he shuddered. This classmate Su, do you have anything to explain? Qinbai said with a smile. I don't need to explain. Sujan looked at Director Lu and said lightly, because these things are all your guesses and your subjective feelings, but you have not come up with substantive evidence from beginning to end. That's right, as long as there is no substantive evidence, he will fight to death and refuse to admit it. He. Director Lu laughed, showing his bloody white fangs. Then Sujan also accurately found Dean Li's daughter's coffee shop, and Dean Li's daughter happened to be the key to breaking the game, because she was an aberrant, and she persuaded Dean Li to dismiss Wang Mingyuan. Don't you think this is too coincidental? Why did Sujan know about our stronghold? It is impossible for our transcendent mutations to expose this, and you should all know this. Unless you have something like, only by crushing the strength of this adult can the blockade self-destruct. Director Lu looked at Qinbai and continued, but Sujan can't have such strength, so why would our transcendence aberration still tell a human stronghold? Obviously, Sujan is a mutant, and he obtained information through trust between his kind. Why? Sujan still just repeated what he had just said. I don't need to explain. These things are all your guesses, all your subjective feelings, but you haven't come up with substantive evidence from beginning to end. He didn't explain why he found the coffee shop. This does not need to be explained. It is best not to fall into the trap of self-evidence. If you can't explain, don't explain, otherwise you will only explain more and more wrong. Ha 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 ha. Director Lu laughed wildly. Okay, but I think that's enough. He looked at Qinbai. This lord, with your style of handling the case, I would rather kill by mistake than let go. I would like to ask, I just said so many doubts, even if there is no clear evidence, do you investigate or not? Sujan's expression was flat, but there was always a big stone hanging in his heart. Qinbai doesn't reason with you. As long as there is a hint of doubt, it is until you admit it. If you don't admit it, then I'll beat you to death. Mr. Zhang before is a living example. Of course you have to check. Qinbai played with the question pin in his hand and said with a smile, all the doubts you said are fine. Based on these, I do have the right to investigate. Commander Qin. Sujan turned his head to look at him. You know, I have a grudge against Du Shanha, and you believe his subordinates? And you also heard him say that those fog events I was present were summoned by them, so it is obvious that these so-called suspicions were deliberately created by them, just to frame me. He can see it. This Director Lu has no substantive evidence of his aberration at all. These things that are said are not secrets at all. Sujan had already considered these things before. Suspicious points are suspicious points after all. Just torture ordinary people with these things. But who is he? SSS rank Soul Awakener, the mainstay of the future against the fog. Growing up is definitely Dasha's top combat power. With these things, can you torture yourself? If it spreads, what do you think of the awakened people in the world? Sujan thought so in his heart, but he was still very worried. After all, Qinbai's strength is too strong, and he is also an SSS level awakener. More importantly, this person gave him the feeling that he hated the aberration and was incompatible with the aberration. Sujan is not afraid of strong awakeners at this moment, he is afraid of madmen. Oops. Qinbai nodded seriously. What Sujan said also makes sense. You were originally enemies, this is likely to be a frame-up. Wang Mingyuan took a step forward. Commander Qin, Sujan is reasonable, Du Shanha has a grudge against us, and these so-called suspicions may be completely framed. He deliberately immediately aggravated his tone. You can't doubt our own SSS level life soul awakeners just because of a mutant nonsense, right? This affects internal unity. Su Zhan glanced at Wang Mingyuan gratefully. He felt that his teacher was probably very suspicious of him as an aberration, but he could still speak for him now, which he didn't expect. Teacher Wang, these are two different things. The silver needle in Qinbai's hand suddenly stopped turning and slowly inserted the silver needle back into the holster. There are indeed doubts, and it is my duty to investigate. How to investigate? Su Zhan glanced at Director Lu, who was bloody and fleshy. Torture like this? Qinbai laughed out loud and patted Su Zhan on the shoulder. Classmate Su is joking. You are an SSS level life soul awakener, a baby pimple of Suzaku Academy. Even if I am selfless, I can't get off this hand. Su Zhan breathed a sigh of relief. Most of his biggest concerns have also disappeared. After all, in addition to severe torture, he is confident that the other party will not be able to find out the identity of his aberration at all. Su Zhan asked tentatively, then Commander Qin is ready to. I have my own way. Ha ha ha. Qinbai turned to the dying Director Lu and glanced at his watch. Your time is running out. Is there anything else to say? Director Lu's body was spasming uncontrollably, and his nosebleeds were dripping with saliva. No. Everything that needs to be said is finished. Obviously, it was the price of the heart needle to keep him awake, and he only had half an hour to live. Qinbai nodded, his tone tolerant. I'm still very humane, so I won't kill you, and in the last time, let's take a good look at the world. Look, what? Director Lu turned his only intact eyeball with difficulty and swept across the blood-stained interrogation room. Look at this interrogation room? Look at this place where you tortured me? Look at this place where you make me miserable? He grinned. Ha ha ha, you are more like a monster than we are. I don't know what to do. Qinbai shook his head regretfully, took out the needle, and flicked it casually, turning the needle into a streamer and piercing Director Lu's eyebrows. The laughter stopped abruptly. Director Lu's head hung down heavily, and dark red blood droplets slowly slid down the bridge of his nose. This blow pierced his brain. Su Zhan was expressionless. Director Lu is dead. It's better to die. It's much better to die than to be tortured. Resilience of aberrations. But recovery also requires energy. It was obvious that Director Lu had completely exhausted the energy of being tortured, and this injury could not be recovered from at all. Commander Qin, do you have anything else? Su Zhan said, if it's okay, can we leave now? From today onwards, he has completely attracted Qinbai's attention. If you transform in the future, you can only be careful and careful. Qinbai made a gesture of invitation. Please. Su Zhan nodded and looked at Wang Mingyuan. You have to follow the teacher, which is polite and a rule. Okay, that's it for today. Wang Mingyuan looked at Qinbai. There is a chance to meet again. Of course. Qinbai said with a smile. I hope that one day, you can teach this student of yours to achieve the same achievements as you did at the beginning. This statement is wrong. Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses. Qing is better than blue, and my student will definitely achieve better achievements than me in the future. After exchanging pleasantries, the two left Jiangcheng Abnormal Purification Division. Wang Mingyuan stopped in front of the steps, his eyes much gentler. Okay, don't take it too seriously. Wang Mingyuan patted Su Zhan's shoulder. Qinbai has this temper, and he is suspicious of everyone. Su Zhan nodded silently. I was a little surprised. Did Wang Mingyuan believe in himself so much? Now I don't ask about the doubts just now, and I don't let myself explain. Remember, the clear is self-clearing. Wang Mingyuan said seriously, you are an SSS level life soul awakener who can stand the test, and you can't smear it just by splashing dirty water on any cat or dog. He pointed to the school emblem on the chest of Su Zhan's tactical uniform. Behind this badge, the entire Suzaku Academy endorses you. Su Zhan touched the school emblem on his chest, but Commander Qin is a bit crazy. No matter how crazy he is, he looks at people. Wang Mingyuan said confidently, people from Suzaku Academy without conclusive evidence? Not to mention that he himself is a member of Suzaku Academy. What good does this kind of thing do to him? Su Zhan's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he suddenly opened his mouth. That's right. What good does this kind of thing do to Qinbai? If there is an aberration among the students of his own academy, it is a big joke. The entire Suzaku Academy will be humiliated by this. If his mutant identity is really exposed, then Qinbai and these people will definitely dispose of themselves secretly. After all, the impact is too bad. Previously, Doberman used the method of cyber violence against him, saying that he was suspected of being a mutant, so that everyone would suspect him, the officials would pay attention to him, and people would be afraid of him. Now, this method Qinbai cannot be used at this time. After all, Suzaku Academy wants face. But, if you think along this line, the awakeners of the entire Daxia did not want him to be a mutant. Su Zhan thought like this, feeling that the door to a new world had been opened. The two identities of the awakened and the aberration cannot appear in the same person. This is the axiom of this world. In this world, people start awakening tests at the age of 18. Awakening the life soul, even if it is the ability to garbage, there is no ability to use eggs. Even if your life soul ability is farther away, in this world, the difficulty of finding a job is far lower than that of ordinary people. It is because of the axioms of this world that the two two identities of the awakened and the aberration cannot appear in the same person. Therefore, when you become an awakened person, you are equivalent to a good person in the werewolf kill. Ordinary people, on the other hand, may be aberrants and pose a potential threat. This potential threat cannot be erased, because aberrations are always generated at any time, and even if you weren't yesterday, you can become an aberration today. With the good person card, you will not have these potential threats, people will trust you, and companies will trust you more. Why? That's why even if you awaken to the trashy soul, you are still superior. So what do these things have to do with him? There is a relationship, and the relationship is very big. If the identity of the Sujan variant is discovered, and the entire Dasha knows about it, what impact will it have on Dasha? Some people may say that an SSS class life soul awakener has been lost. Although there is nothing wrong with this, it has little impact on Dasha. After all, Dasha has nearly 10 SSS level life souls every year. How many are there over the years? The real impact is to have a huge impact on the identity of the awakened good man card. People will use Sujan as an example to start believing in the awoken as much as ordinary people do not believe in the awoken. If SSS level awakened people can be mutants, are those A-level and B-level awakeners still trustworthy? Will those awoken officers in the army also be suspected? Will those big people, their identities? And not only the people doubt, but the awakened themselves will doubt the awakened ones. In the entire human society, it is the awakened who resist the fog. If even the awakened do not believe in their own people, and cannot even unite as one, then does such a team still have combat effectiveness? Maybe Sujan is just an example, but it can only make some people doubt the awakened one. But this part of the people is enough to make the entire Dasha fall. Sum up, no human would want him to be a mutant. Even if he really is, he must be executed secretly and no information must be leaked. Sujan Gue smiled badly. He now has a trump card to call. Since the entire Dasha could not bear the exposure of his mutant identity, he could use this as a trump card to save his life. For example, the process of turning yourself into a mutant is recorded as a video. Of course, you definitely can't record with your mobile phone. After all, it's easy to be hacked. You have to use a camera, preferably the one that can't connect to the internet. And, this way, you don't have to worry about hacking into your mobile phone data. After recording, copy it directly to the USB flash drive. Then find someone you can trust, and if you die, make the matter public. But does he really have someone he trusts? Sujan looked at Wang Mingyuan. This teacher treated him well, but it was useless. After all, this kind of thing that has an impact on Dasha, Wang Mingyuan, is absolutely impossible to do. Who else but him? He hasn't found his kind for the time being. The same kind here refers to people who, like him, have the dual identities of aberrations and awakened people. What are you thinking? Wang Mingyuan said, in recent times, you'd better not act alone. You must report to me if you want to go on a mission, understand? Sujan's thoughts were confused, and he immediately realized that he had been stunned for too long. He nodded. Thank you, teacher. Thank you for what? Wang Mingyuan waved his hand. Go back to the hotel to rest, sort out your itinerary for the past 3 months. The more detailed the better, so that you can prove yourself. Sujan nodded. Just now Qingbai said that he would investigate him. In what way? But none of this is important in his eyes now. What he was thinking now was the trump card that could save his life after the identity of the aberration was exposed. Trust? Who can be trusted? Okay, think about the name in your head. But I still haven't found anyone I can trust. Later, Sujan figured out one thing. He, the awoken and the aberrant identity, has no kind in this world. If they are not of our kind, their hearts must be different. So he doesn't have anyone he can trust. And as long as humans have normal brains, it is impossible to make this evidence public. If the brain is not normal, how can these operations be completed? Sujan looked preoccupied. Humanity will not allow the entire human society to be hit like this. So even if he gives evidence that he is a mutant to humans, humans will not make it public. Who would want human society to suffer such a blow? The answer is about to come out, a mutation. But the aberration wants human society to cause such a blow. Once you give them this secret, they are afraid that they will immediately publicize it on the internet. This is not the result he wants. What he wants is a self-defense trump card, not really wanting Dasha to suffer such a blow. What he wants is someone who is loyal to him and can protect his safety in this way. Sujan has been thinking about this, but even if his scalp is scratched, he can't think of a foolproof solution. Sujan, do you have something on your mind? Wang Mingyuan turned his head to look at Sujan. After all, Sujan's preoccupied look was so obvious that it was difficult not to notice. No, I'm just thinking about Commander Qin. Sujan immediately gave his own explanation. With such a personality, I am afraid he has made a lot of enemies over the years. Indiscriminately, as long as there is a doubt, ordinary people would rather kill by mistake than let go. What he saw was an example of Qinbai's correct judgment. For example, Mr. Zhang. But what did he not see? With my butt, I can think of thousands of innocent people who have been wronged. These people also have families. There is certainly no shortage of prominent family backgrounds. There are indeed quite a few. Wang Mingyuan sighed lightly. quietly, Daxia hates Qinbai to the bone, and he can line up from Jiangqing to the capital. But, with his SSS-level talent, his status as the commander-in-chief of the Suzaku Academy hunting team, and the strength of the Abyssal Realm, those people could only think about it. Su Zhen continued, among the awakened people I have seen, there is no one like him who hates the aberration to the bone, and would rather kill the wrong person than let it go. Even if he kills the wrong person, he has no regrets or guilt. That's right, even Doberman is far inferior to Qinbai. After all, a large part of the reason why Doberman ended up targeting him was that he killed Doberman's brother. Of course, Su Zhen was in self-defense at the time, and Qinbai, those people have no grievances or grudges against him. The most ironic is Qinbai's name. Qinbai. Will it really give people an innocence? No one is born like this. Wang Mingyuan stopped and sighed deeply. Do you want to hear Qinbai's story? I want to. Su Zhen nodded, putting his thoughts behind him for the time being. Listen to the story, and tell a person's life in just a short time. It's like experiencing his whole life. That's the charm of the story. Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses and slowly began to tell. Qinbai's story has to start from his 4th grade of elementary school. At that time, his father was an engineer at the Jiangqing Construction Bureau, and during a construction site inspection, he encountered an anomaly disguised as a worker. I came home from school that day. Qinbai saw his mother slumped on the sofa in the living room, holding a death notice in her hand. His father was confirmed to have died from an aberration attack, and his body was gnawed to the point where only half of his body remained. Qinbai lost his father in the 4th grade of elementary school. The hatred of the aberration was planted on this day. From this day on, only he knew the sadness, the white eyes, and the criticism he suffered when his mother raised him alone. On my 18th birthday, he deliberately left school early to surprise his mother. As soon as I walked to the corridor on the 4th floor, I heard my mother's screams. He saw with his own eyes a mutant with fangs and a sharp mouth, enjoying the loot. The mutant found him and immediately chased him out. Qinbai jumped directly from the window of the stairwell on the 4th floor in a hurry. Fortunately, the place where it fell was muddy ground that had rained, not cement. Qinbai suffered a comminuted fracture of his right leg and a serious injury to his lumbar spine. At that time, the community was full of people. The mutant did not dare to kill people in the street, so Qinbai picked up a life. Su Zhen listened quietly. Such a tragic experience can already be imagined. Both parents died at the hands of the mutants. Hatred, monstrous hatred, will grow wildly in the heart. On the day of awakening, Wang Mingyuan continued, SSS level life soul, eternal night aurora whip. Suzaku College decided to exempt admission on the spot. During his 6 years at Suzaku Academy, Qinbai trained like a demon. Every morning at 5 o'clock he can be seen wielding an aurora whip at the training ground. He has 3 things in his locker all year round: painkillers, energy potions, and bandages. On the day of the graduation ceremony, the military helicopter landed directly on the academy playground. A general was present in person and said that a talent like him should guard the frontier and ensure the safety of Daxia. Do you know how Qinbai answered at that time? He can't kill all the misty creatures on the border, but his goal is not to stay for the aberrations in Daxia. It is said that the general threw the teacup on the spot and scolded him for not knowing what to do. But 3 months later, the special approval order of the Abnormal Purification Division was still issued. It is said that a certain high-level official personally agreed after learning about Qinbai's experience. After joining the Alien Purification Division, he is said to have worked for 92 hours in a row. Others rely on reasoning and clues to investigate cases, and he directly uses himself as bait. Most famously, he pretended to be a drunk lying next to a garbage heap in a slum and attracted 3 foraging mutants overnight. Promoted to action team leader in the 1st year. In the 2nd year, as his fame grew, the aberrations took notice of him. Revenge comes sooner than expected. First, the family of his aunt who raised him was exterminated, and then his uncle. In the end, even his wife, who was closely guarded, was not spared. The bodies were hung at a secret assembly of the aberrations. The chest is engraved with the 6 characters, next is Qinbai. Since then, he has voluntarily cut off all social relations. The current Qinbai is the perfect killing machine. Don't make friends, don't marry, don't live in a fixed residence. After that, he took the initiative to apply for a transfer from the front line. Wang Mingyuan sighed. Everyone thought he was finally afraid. As a result, half a year later, he returned with the complete coordinates of the 12 organizational strongholds of the aberration. That 3-day purge operation is still a classic case in the textbooks of the Purge Division. I don't know how many years have passed like this, I can't remember clearly. Qinbai's merit book was already full of dense kill records. The young man who was once full of anger is now the director of the Abnormal Purge Division in a city, overseeing the purge officers of a city. Almost a year has passed. A transfer order sent him back to Suzaku Academy. This time, his identity became the commander-in-chief of the hunting team. Such a position transfer is considered a high promotion, and the commander-in-chief of the hunting team of the Suzaku Academy is far more valuable than the director of the Alien Purge Division. The college has specially set up a course on aberrant behavior analysis for him. But even if he holds an important position in the academy. His legendary deeds in the Abnormal Purification Division are still widely circulated at the grassroots level. The newly recruited cleaner will repeatedly study the classic cases he has handled. In the honor room of the Abnormal Purification Division, Shinbai's uniform display case is always full of flowers. Some of the young purges who admired him would come here to salute before each action. This is the story of Shinbai. Wang Mingyuan pointed to his temples. He can't hold anything else here now except for killing the mutants. Commander-in-Chief of the Suzaku Academy hunting team? That's just his convenient identity. Therefore, with his strength and status in the entire dacia, except for the real high-level management who can accuse him and retaliate against him. After listening to Wang Mingyuan's story, Su Zhan suddenly understood Shinbai's almost paranoid style. The man who did not hesitate to use the truth in the interrogation room. The high level of the Purge Division who would rather kill the aberrant species by mistake, but a soul reshaped by hatred. Su Zhan remembered his despair when he was pressured by Dubin public opinion. If I hadn't awakened my SSS-level life soul at that time, what would I be like now? Perhaps, will it be more extreme than Shinbai? There are no natural butchers in this world. Everything is caused by the environment. And I didn't expect that Shinbai was so famous in the Abnormal Purification Division. Capable and powerful, and hatred for aberrations. If there is no concern, there will be no weakness. With such a killing machine, how could the mutants not be afraid? Su Zhan, Wang Mingyuan said. Su Zhan came out of his thoughts and responded. Tomorrow at noon, class reunion. Wang Mingyuan said slowly, you can go with me and meet your old classmates. Su Zhan was stunned when he heard this. Only then did I remember that Wang Mingyuan himself said that one of the reasons he came back to Jiangcheng was to meet his students, but he has no feelings for these so-called classmates at all. What's wrong? In the original memory, I didn't play with anyone quite well. Not to mention that he is no longer the original body now, and he has no feelings at all. However, if he doesn't go with Wang Mingyuan, he won't be safe alone. But you can go with Wang Mingyuan. It's not always safe. They are too obvious. This kind of class reunion, and the location is agreed in advance. Isn't it equivalent to telling the aberration about your whereabouts? If he followed Wang Mingyuan and encountered fog again, and it was planned by the aberration, then who should he talk to? The last time the aberration planned the fog incident did not kill the two of them, it was because they underestimated Wang Mingyuan's strength. Now it is not underestimated. Teacher, Su Zhan expressed his concerns. This time our class reunion won't encounter another fog event, right? Wang Mingyuan was stunned when he heard this, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What? Worried that detachment will plan another fog event to kill us? Su Zhan nodded, not feeling embarrassed by this concern of his own. Du Shanha has been targeted by Qinbai, and now he doesn't know where he is hiding like a mouse. Wang Mingyuan smiled and said, how can he muster up the effort to deal with us now? Qinbai is still in Jiangcheng. He doesn't dare to do this. What if he really dares? Su Zhan retorted. Perhaps in the eyes of other young awakeners, Teacher Wang said this, and Su Zhan was a little cowardly when he retorted. But in Su Zhan's heart, there was nothing wrong with his concerns at all. There is only one life, and he does not dare to gamble. Wang Mingyuan patted him on the shoulder and comforted. Qinbai's first mission when he came to Jiangcheng this time is to find out the mutants against us, and the second task is to assist me in protecting your safety. Su Zhan finally put his heart in his stomach. Okay, don't worry. Wang Mingyuan's eyes showed a touch of loneliness. Let's go back to the hotel. Even if this loneliness is fleeting, Su Zhan still caught it. Don't worry. His chest suddenly felt like he was being pulled hard by something. That's good. Only then did he realize how hurtful his words just now were. When Wang Mingyuan mentioned Qinbai's protection, he was really relieved. Isn't this the same as saying that he doesn't believe that the teacher can protect him thoroughly? In order to protect Daxia, Wang Mingyuan was injured and his strength plummeted. Watching his strength plummet, watching the people who were once below him become above himself, even young people began to slowly surpass him. This is the most painful thing for a former genius. But now, even students no longer trust his strength. Even the students who taught him showed their dependence on the stronger in front of him. Su Zhan admitted that he had a little bit of this idea. This is entirely for the safety of one's own life. But he shouldn't have said that. Since he crossed over, Wang Mingyuan has been helping him, saving him from Dubin, and has been teaching him cultivation knowledge, accompanying him to exchange meetings, and protecting him. Even if Su Zhan couldn't believe Wang Mingyuan because of his identity. But these things are real, and he will really appreciate them. Teacher, Su Zhan said sincerely, I didn't mean that. I'm not that fragile yet. Wang Mingyuan turned around and walked towards the hotel, his back looking particularly thin. This kind of thing. I'd been used to it for a long time. The last three words were as light as a sigh, but they hit Su Zhan's heart heavily. Su Zhan suddenly felt like a white-eyed wolf. Alas, obviously everyone knows. He insisted on bringing it to the table and saying, isn't this equivalent to exposing other people's shortcomings in public? When did my emotional intelligence become so low? Su Zhan immediately realized that it was about the trump card that made him lose his soul. Even this low-level mistake was made. That's it. Be sure to pay attention next time. No, definitely not next time. Back to the hotel. Sujan sat cross-legged on the bed. The whole card has never been clearly thought of. Alas, I simply don't want to absorb the residue of the medicinal power in the body first. The medicinal power deposited in the body melted like ice and snow, turning into countless warm currents rushing in the meridians. Some are as hot as magma, some are as piercing as cold springs. Alas, however, it maintains a delicate balance under Sujan's control. The last trace of medicinal effect was refined. A pale golden cyclone suddenly appeared around Sujan's body. Slowly open your eyes. The lower neck was moved, and the joints made a crisp pop. The peak of the sixth order of the dew realm, more solid and pure than before. What does it mean that all the residues of the medicinal power are digested? The representative can take medicine again. This is also one of the few good news in the past few days. Sujan took out 3 potion syringes with a dark blue light from his tactical backpack. This is also one of his few cultivation potions. When it runs out, it will be restocked. Sujan neatly rolled up the sleeves of his left arm, revealing his forearm with distinct meridians. The first needle is inserted into the cubital fossa vein. The cold liquid poured into the blood vessels, instantly turning into the severe pain of thousands of thin needles piercing into the bone marrow. Sujan's forehead instantly oozed cold sweat, but his fingers were as steady as a rock, slowly pushing out the medicine. The second needle selects the jugular vein. The last needle is directly pierced into the heart point. This is the most dangerous type of injection. Sujan's pupils contracted suddenly. The heart stopped beating for 3 seconds, and then began to pump wildly under the stimulation of the potion. Light blue energy ripples rippled from the surface of the body, and the aura in the room suddenly formed a visible vortex. The dim sunlight penetrates the curtains. The spiritual power vortex in the room finally dissipated. Sujan exhaled a breath of turbid air. The 7th order of the dew realm successfully advanced. I looked at the time, 6 o'clock in the afternoon. I have been busy with cultivation and aberrations for the past 2 days. Only slept for 3 hours. Sujan felt that his eyelids were fighting. Lying comfortably on the bed. Take a night off. Tomorrow, let's meet those old classmates who don't have any feelings. Next, a black off-road vehicle drives on the main road of Jiancheng. Sujan and Wang Mingyuan sat in the back row. The driver was a purgeant of the abnormal purge division. Sujan did not see Qinbai's figure, but he wouldn't ask Wang Mingyuan where Qinbai went without emotional intelligence. After all, yesterday's speech without emotional intelligence has taught me a lesson. Since Wang Mingyuan said that Qinbai would assist him in protecting himself, he didn't need to talk anymore. Otherwise, which pot will not be opened and which pot will be mentioned, and it will expose other people's shortcomings. Wang Mingyuan looked at the street scene flashing outside the car window, and the corners of his mouth raised unconsciously. Do you remember Zhang Jelly? In the sports meeting of his senior year of high school, he had to sign up for 3,000 meters, but he ran halfway through the hypoglycemia and fell directly into the sand pit and nibbled on a mouthful of sand. Sujan, he has no feelings for these old classmates, but since teacher Wang is nostalgic, let's be a quiet listener. Wang Mingyuan smiled and shook his head, and Wang Chang, who spent all day disassembling and assembling mechanical models in the laboratory, once converted a fire extinguisher into a rocket thruster and almost blew up the window of the academic affairs office. I remember this. Sujan said appropriately, if you hadn't interceded for him in front of the principal, his punishment would have come down. Li Hua's child is actually quite smart. Wang Mingyuan continued, alas, it's just a pity I didn't do well in the college entrance examination, and I'm still repeating it. Sujan, Li Yuqin will also come to this party. Wang Mingyuan looked sideways at him. I know you have made some unpleasant troubles before, but you have all graduated, and everyone still values harmony at this kind of party. Wang Mingyuan's voice was a little lower. After graduation, we went our separate ways. Some went to the north, some stayed locally, and some people stayed locally. Maybe we will never see each other again in this life. Teacher Chang, who worked with me last year, died in a car accident this year. Alas, who would have thought that the breakup dinner would be the last time? Sujan looked out the window at the endless flow of traffic. Thinking of those vague faces in the original memory, most of them have indeed dissipated in time. Don't worry, teacher, Sujan said lightly, as long as she doesn't take the initiative to find fault. I naturally don't care about those old things, although he thinks he is not so generous. But he will not kill Li Yuqin because of the things that happened before. As long as the other party doesn't provoke him, he won't bully others just because he is out now. That's right. Wang Mingyuan showed a relieved smile. In life, some fates can no longer be renewed if they are broken, and it is already a rare blessing to be able to sit together and have a meal. Soon, the hotel arrived. Sujan's push opened the car door. Wang Mingyuan finally said softly, when you reach my age, you will understand that there are fewer and fewer people and things that can hold grudges, but there are more and more memories worth cherishing. Sujan's steps paused slightly, and he just hummed softly. He understood the weight of the teacher's words, and those adolescent grievances were indeed insignificant insignificant in the face of life and death. But understanding is understanding. He is as open-minded as a teacher. I'm afraid it will take time to precipitate. The two walked into the hotel and found the box. Wang Mingyuan pushed open the door of the hotel box. Noisy conversation and laughter poured out. Teacher Wang. The boy closest to the door stood up suddenly. He shaved his head, his knuckles were thick, and his cargo pants were stained with oil stains. Wang Chang, an apprentice in an auto repair shop. By the window, the tall and thin man wearing black-rimmed glasses put down his phone and nodded respectfully. Zhang Jelly, a top student at Northern University of Technology, an ordinary person who was not awakened, scored 630 points. Li Hua, a repeater in the corner, was holding a Coke can, and his school uniform was washed white. Opposite the round table, Li Yuqin was pouring tea and met Su Zhan's eyes. The wrist froze, and the hot water almost overflowed. But soon calm returned, as if he didn't see Su Zhan. Of course, there are some men and women in addition, but there are only a dozen people including Su Zhan. There are so few people at the class reunion, not because many students don't want to come, but because the classmates in Su Zhan's class experienced Li Yuqin's birthday party and encountered the Aberration organization hunting incident. There were only a dozen people left. Under the warm yellow light, the turntable on the round table rotated slowly. A dozen steaming dishes exude an enticing aroma. Wang Mingyuan sat in the main seat. Su Zhan leaned casually on the back of the chair. The presence of the two made the atmosphere in the box both warm and a little subtle restraint. Su Zhan could feel it clearly. His old classmates looked at him and the teacher with flattery and fear. The reason is simple. The two of them are awakeners. Moreover, it is also the best among the awakened. After all, Su Zhan's deeds have become famous in Jiangcheng under the vigorous publicity of the principal of No. 3 Middle School. And Wang Mingyuan, as Su Zhan's teacher, knows how high his status is when he thinks about it with his butt. In this world, the status of awakened people and ordinary people is very different, let alone awakened people of their level. Teacher Wang, you try the steamed sea bass, it is the signature of this store. Li Yuqin spoke softly, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Su Zhan. But his attitude towards Wang Mingyuan was particularly respectful. Her slender fingers pinched the chopsticks and carefully clamped the most tender piece of the fish belly into the plate in front of Wang Mingyuan. Thank you, eat more yourself. Wang Mingyuan smiled gently, and his eyes swept over the students present. Don't patronize and talk. The food will not taste good when it is cold. Wang Chang scratched his head and smiled honestly. Teacher, you used to say in the class that you were not active in eating and had problems with your thinking, but I didn't expect you to be like this now. His words caused a burst of chuckle, and the atmosphere in the box relaxed a little. Zhang Jelly pushed his glasses, hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't help but ask, Teacher Wang, when you were in school, are you already an awakened person? Zhang Jelly, I think you are reading stupidly. Wang Chang smiled and said, the awakened person awakened at the age of 18, and you actually asked such a question. Oh, didn't you mean that Teacher Wang was only 18 years old at the time? Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed again. Zhang Jelly looked embarrassed, shrank his neck, and stopped talking. Wang Mingyuan smiled and did not answer directly. Teaching and educating people has nothing to do with whether you are an awakened person or not, but how are you doing now? Zhang Jelly, I heard that the computer department of Northern University of Technology is very competitive. Yes, but compared to the world of the awakened, we ordinary people can at least live step by step. Zhang Jelly paused and added, of course, I'm not saying that the awakened are bad. It's just that the risk is higher. Su Zhan answered lightly, but the reward is also greater. This top student feels that awakened people are not as good as ordinary people. It is estimated that it is a belief everything is inferior, only reading is high. Su Zhan's words made the box quiet for a moment. Wang Chang hurriedly rounded up the scene and raised his glass. Come on, let's toast the teacher. Thank you for your teaching. Everyone raised their glasses, and the sound of the glass colliding was crisp and pleasant. Li Hua also timidly picked up the drink and whispered, Teacher Wang, I was admitted to the top 5 of the grade this time. Not bad. Wang Mingyuan smiled and praised, if you continue to maintain it, you will definitely be admitted to the ideal university next year. Li Hua nodded excitedly. The dinner was halfway through. The topic gradually shifted from past campus life to current work and future. Wang Chang chatted about interesting things about the auto repair shop. Zhang Jelly complained about the tediousness of programming homework, while several girls discussed recent TV series and celebrity gossip. But everyone looked at Su Zhan and Wang Mingyuan's eyes, still with unconcealable awe and curiosity. Wang Chang was pouring wine for Wang Mingyuan. Zhang Jelly said with some emotion, in fact, thinking about it now, I am indeed very lucky to be admitted to college, although I have not awakened, but at least, lucky fart. A rough roar interrupted Zhang Jelly's words. Zhao Daong smashed the wineglass on the table and stood up with a flushed face. Zhang Jelly, don't pretend there. Zhao Daong pointed to Zhang Jelly's nose staggeringly. Do you think that going to a broken university will be superior? Lao Tzu tells you that in this bullshit world, if you don't wake up, you are a waste. The laughter in the box came to an abrupt end. Wang Cheng quickly grabbed Zhao Daong's arm alarm. Daeong, you drank too much, sit down and say. I didn't drink much. Zhao Daeong shook off Wang Chang's hand, and his voice became louder and louder. College students like you who have not come out of society don't know how difficult it is for us ordinary people to live. He staggered to Zhang Jelly and said with the smell of alcohol, I haven't studied since I graduated from high school. Do you know how many jobs I have changed in the past 6 months? 5 servings. Just because I didn't wake up, the boss said to cut it. Last month, we had an awakened person at the construction site, and his ability is to cut his hair and grow back immediately, and the salary is twice as high as mine. Su Zhan's face was flat when he heard this. Even if the life soul has no effect, the company will give the highest priority to hiring them. Just because the awakened person is Ming's good person card. Zhang Jelly frowned. Daeong, academic qualifications are still useful. Useful? Ha ha ha. Zhao Daeong let out a piercing laugh. My cousin, I graduated from college with you, submitted 300 resumes, and finally went to work as a delivery man. What is the use of having a high education? You tell me. In the end, it is a job that anyone can do. Li Yuqin whispered. Daeong, don't. Like this. Don't do it? Zhao Daeong turned around suddenly, his eyes bloodshot. Li Yuqin, you are an awakened person who doesn't interject. Wang Mingyuan said in a deep voice. Daeong, calm down. Teacher Wang, let me finish speaking. Zhao Daeong grabbed the wine bottle and took a big sip. Last year, my brother went on a blind date, and the woman heard that my brother was not an awakened person, so she left on the spot. She later married an awoken one, and her ability is to change the color of her hair. That's it. That's it. He suddenly rushed in front of Su Zhan, and the smell of alcohol sprayed on Su Zhan's face. Su Zhan, you say something fair. Are you awakened people more expensive than us ordinary people when you fart? The box was silent. Everyone looked at Su Zhan. Su Zhan slowly put down his chopsticks. You drank too much, and you actually began to belittle your academic qualifications. Reading is useful. You didn't study after graduating from high school, so you are not qualified to say that academic qualifications are useless. You can't blame the whole society for your reasons. This is the most incompetent manifestation. Wang Mingyuan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. My student is still quite clear in his mind. In this way, you can speak foolproof and not fall into the truth. If you are really stupid enough to agree with Zhao Daeong's words, if ordinary people say so, it's nothing. But if the awakened said that, the nature would be completely different. The awakened are vested interests, and if you belittle ordinary people, the impact will be too bad. Just as the rich cannot openly say that the poor do not deserve to live. If the awakened dare to blatantly discriminate against ordinary people, they will immediately be labeled as class discrimination. Such remarks will intensify social contradictions and threaten stability, and officials will not sit idly by. Su Zhan naturally understood this. For example, it's like a black person can say that he and his compatriots are nigger, but people of other skin colors cannot, otherwise it is racism. Perhaps this example is somewhat inappropriate, but the meaning is similar. Hypocrisy. Hypocrisy. Zhao Daeong laughed madly. Ha ha ha. But gradually, tears flowed. I want to wake up too. But why not me? Wang Chang walked over silently and helped him up. Zhang Jelly wanted to speak, but after all, he did not continue to refute. Su Zhan saw this and already knew it in his heart. The other party is not hating the awakened person, but hating himself for not being the awakened person. It is not privilege that I hate, but that I am not a privilege. After Zhao Daeong's trouble, the atmosphere of the party began to change. Li Yuqin always ate in silence, occasionally echoed a few words, but never had any direct communication with Su Zhan. Until the party is nearing its end. Li Yuqin said softly to Wang Mingyuan, Teacher, you will, in the future, take care. Wang Mingyuan nodded and responded gently, You too. When the dinner was over, everyone reluctantly said goodbye. Wang Chang patted Li Hua on the shoulder, hesitated to speak, and finally just said study hard. Zhang Jelly solemnly shook Wang Mingyuan's hand, as if expressing some kind of silent gratitude. Walking out of the hotel, the wind is cool. Su Zhan put his hands in his pockets and looked at the backs of the students leaving in 2s and 3s. Teacher, do you think they really care about us, or is it just because we are awakened? Both. Wang Mingyuan smiled, his eyes far-reaching, but at least tonight, they still remember that you are their classmate. Su Zhan was silent for a moment and nodded. Hey, don't say it. Du Shanha's identity is exposed, and the detachment will be really honest in Jiangcheng. They were so exposed that they were not targeted by the Transcendental Society. In the days that followed, life during the winter vacation has become very dull. During this period, Jiangcheng did not have a single fog incident. This is the only month in the 6 months since the fog incident occurred. It seems that Du Shanha, the biggest boss of Jiangcheng and the surrounding 3 cities, has stopped after his identity was exposed. It is estimated that he is still thinking about how to avoid Qin Bai's pursuit every day. As for Qin Bai, it was said before that he had his own way to investigate Su Zhan. Su Zhan was a little flustered. However, there has been almost no movement in the past month. The only action was to call Su Zhan to the Alien Purge Division for interrogation. Of course, it was a normal interrogation. Su Zhan was treated so gently by Qin Bai that he actually felt flattered. The content content of the interrogation is the doubts raised by director Liu before, no matter how he asks. Sujan's answer is always, I don't know, coincidence, luck, they deliberately framed me. Shinbai didn't say anything yet, and even nodded, saying, thank you for your cooperation. This scene was not in line with expectations, which made Sujan feel a chill in his back. Isn't this thing holding back a big one? Sujan thought so. In addition, this winter vacation, Sujan is practicing every day. After all, Du Shanhao was honest, and there was no fog incident in Jiangcheng. He had nothing to do. Duration. Sujan has not forgotten his trump card, but he was not in a hurry to record a video. First, Wang Mingyuan has been protecting him and lives next door to him. If he becomes a mutant and records a video at this time, wouldn't it be equivalent to self-destructing in front of Wang Mingyuan? Second, the candidate for the whole card has not yet been found. Cause. It has been explained before, and there is no need to say it again now. In this way, the boring and tasteless winter vacation is over. Next, it's time to go back to Suzaku Academy. Sujan thought about his teammates he hadn't seen for a month, and he missed him a little in his heart. Jiangcheng Tribunal. Sujan and Wang Mingyuan were forcibly pulled by Qinbai. Sujan obviously wanted to return to Suzaku Academy for a long time, but Qinbai said, anyway, I will go back to Suzaku Academy with you when the time comes, so why don't you leave after reading this? Sujan frowned slightly at the time. What is it? This month, I have been busy pulling out the people who have something to do with Du Shanhao one by one. Qinbai curled up a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Now, it's time to give an explanation to the public. Qinbai pushed open the heavy wooden door of the trial court, and the dark red carpet extended to the central trial table, surrounded by observers dressed in formal attire. There are media representatives, victims' families, and observers from various institutions. There was an oppressive sense of killing in the air. Sujan followed behind Qinbai, his eyes swept across the audience. I thought to myself, if it weren't for giving an explanation to the public, I am afraid that these people would have died in Qinbai's lynching. The presiding judge's gavel fell, and the audience was silent. Take the defendant. Now. The side door opened, and armed men escorted a middle-aged man in. He was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, but his face was pale, and the shackles on his wrist shone with a dark blue light. This is an awakened one. Defendant Chen Ji, former chief of Jiangcheng Urban Construction Supervision XX. The presiding judge's voice was full of majesty. After verification, you took advantage of your position to cover the human transportation of the 7 aberrations of the Transcendence Society, and accepted bribes totaling 53 million from Du Shanhao. What do you have to defend against these accusations? Chen Ji raised his head and said in a hoarse voice, I just follow the rules and don't know what kind of aberration it is. Those building materials transportation are legally recorded. Qinbai sat in the auditorium and sneered, but did not speak. Sujan looked at this scene and felt a sense of déjà vu. It was also in this place that Doberman was tried. Now these people who have helped Du Shanhao will also pay their price. The presiding judge opened the case file. Witnesses appear in court. A skinny young man walked onto the witness stand. The empty sleeve of the right arm is particularly dazzling. In November last year, I was working at a warehouse in the south of the city. The young man's voice was filled with suppressed anger. I saw Chen Shuchang personally open the container, which was not building materials, but people who were chained. He held up his phone, and there was a blurry photo on the screen. I secretly took it, and the next day, the fog appeared. The photo was projected onto a large screen. Inside the container, dozens of curled up figures with pale skin. This is a mutated food truck. Chen Ji's face changed instantly, but his eyes flickered. Presiding judge, I am wronged. Those so-called evidence are simply stolen goods. The presiding judge said coldly, in the photo provided by the witness, you opened the container yourself and it contained a living person. How do you explain it? Chen Ji's forehead oozed cold sweat, but he still insisted on quibbling. That's a temporary worker. Our urban construction sometimes hires laborers from remote areas. Their conditions are a little worse, but they are absolutely legal. On the witness stand, the young witness, who had lost his right arm, stood up and roared, those people are chained. Will the laborers be treated like this? Just like treating beasts. Do you think I'm blind? Chen Ji still didn't give up. I'm just in charge of checking the goods. What exactly is loaded? That's the transportation company's business. The presiding judge said lightly, the transport bill is signed by you, indicating that you have inspected the car once, so the evidence is conclusive. Chen Ji collapsed on the dock when he heard this. His lips trembled, but he could no longer speak. The trial continued, and one defendant after another was brought to court. The safety supervisor of Du's Pharmaceutical, responsible for the secret transfer of test subjects from welfare homes and slums to the laboratory. The former deputy editor-in-chief of Jiangcheng Daily, who specializes in writing articles to weaken the severity of the fog incident, and also attracts everyone's attention by creating greater public opinion, weakening the harm of the fog incident. Fart. Su Ming was dragged to the dock. His face was pale, his legs were weak, and he could hardly stand on his feet. Defendant Su Ming, you have been writing false reports for a long time, weakening the casualties of the fog incident, and misleading the public. I plead guilty. I admit it all. Su Su Ming shouted as if he was breaking down, tears streaming down his face. But I was also forced. Du Shanha threatened me with my family. I can testify. I can identify more people. Please, give me a chance. He knelt on the ground, his forehead against the cold ground, and trembled with crying. The presiding judge was silent for a moment and asked, "Who can you identify?" Su Ming seemed to grab a life-saving straw and raised his head suddenly. "I can identify Triple X from the propaganda department, and Triple X from the TV station. They all took Du Shanha's money." In the audience, Shinbai sneered and said in a low voice, "Now you know that you are afraid? When you write fake news, why don't you think about those who died because of your reporting?" When Su Ming heard this, he completely collapsed to the ground and muttered, I just want to live." The director of the archives of a certain department tampered with and destroyed the background review records of relevant personnel of the Detachment Association. The crimes of each and every one are laid out in the trial court. The evidence is conclusive and the argument is indisputable. Su Zhan watched coldly, knowing in his heart, if it weren't for this form, Shinbai wouldn't have let them live until now. But when you really want to die, the more you can see a person's heart. At present, these people are all sophistry, begging for mercy. They knew that there was no point in doing so in this situation, it would only make them look embarrassed. But they still did it, just to ask for the vague miracle. However, miracles do not happen. As a human traitor, helping the aberration, the result is the death penalty. No matter what era it is, traitors of the race will always die after being caught, without exception. Su Zhan. Shinbai spoke at this time. "Do you think these people should die?" Su Zhan nodded. He hadn't reacted at first, and he was still thinking about why Shinbai would ask such a question with only one answer, until he met Shinbai's smiling eyes. Immediately understood. He is beating himself and testing himself. This is why he brought himself to the Inquisition today. Let him see the fate of these humans who betray humanity. Su Zhan couldn't say anything more. Of course, these people who betray humanity deserve to die, Shinbai said lightly. But it was these plain words that made Su Zhan shudder. Towards the end of the trial, when the last defendant was taken up, the audience was in an uproar. It was a gray-haired old man, dressed in a well-dressed suit. He falters but still maintains a certain majesty. Defendant Zhou Yueshan, former president of the Jiangcheng Chamber of Commerce. The presiding judge's voice was solemn. After verification, you have provided financial protection for Du Shanha for a long time, and used the network of the Chamber of Commerce to assist in the detachment of various industry institutions. Do you have anything to justify? Zhou Yueshan was silent for a moment, and finally spoke. Justification? No, I just did what I was supposed to do. There was an uproar in the audience. The industry of Dushan drives the economy of Jiangcheng. Zhou Yueshan continued, as if he was giving a business speech. Employment rate, taxation, urban construction. These are all his credits. As for those so-called fog events, they are just inevitable in the process of development. Price. The presiding judge slammed the table. Slammed. That's nearly 100,000 lives. Since ancient times, those who have achieved great things have not been concerned with small details. Zhou Yueshan did not change his face. Without Mr. Du's industrial support, Jiangcheng's infrastructure projects would have lagged behind for at least 3 years. Shinbai sneered in the audience. So you think that the GDP exchanged for ordinary people's lives is very glorious? Zhou Yueshan finally looked at Shinbai and looked at the culprit who had caught him here. Then he looked at the presiding judge again, with the calmness of a person who had been in a position for a long time. Presiding judge, everyone. Zhou Yueshan slowly spoke. Before you judge me, you might as well listen to me. Tell me about the city's data. The past decade, Jiangcheng's population has increased by 20%, but jobs have increased by only 5%. House prices have risen by 43%, and average wages have only risen by 12%. The city's resources have long been overwhelmed. The auditorium began to commotion. Some curse in a low voice, but others fall into deep thought. How many college graduates can't find a job every year? How many migrant workers are tired of working on the construction site but can't afford a single tile? Zhou Yueshan's voice gradually increased. Vicious competition makes everyone live like a beast. And Mr. Du's industry. The presiding judge interrupted sharply. Du Shanha's industry is murder. No, it's natural selection. Zhou Yueshan smiled and looked around. Everyone here is elite. But have you ever wondered who most of those who died in the fog are? He asked himself and answered. I am a homeless person in a slum, a low-end laborer in a factory, and a terminally ill patient who cannot afford to pay for medical expenses. Because the more high-end the office space, the more the elite gather, the stronger the security and the more awakened people. Aberrations do not risk such a fog in such places. After all, they also had to hide in place and escape after the fog ended. Therefore, the place where the fog falls is generally not in the commercial area, unless it is a mutant who deliberately wants to kill some people, but this situation is generally rare. Therefore, what was eliminated by the fog incident was that the city should eliminate these burdens. The auditorium exploded completely. A woman screamed and rushed forward. My husband is a sanitation worker. He has worked diligently for 20 years. Why do you say he is a burden? Zhou Yueshan's face did not change. Excuse me, how much taxpayers' money will your husband victim's pension be supported. Shinbai's eyes were cold, and he stood up. So you think the solution to social problems is to kill people? It's not a method, it's a result. Zhou Yueshan shook his head. I just saw the reality clearly. In fact, in the past 6 months, the unemployment rate in Jiangcheng has dropped by 2.3%, and the average rent price has fallen by 7%. You know, it's only half a year. In time, Jiangcheng's economy will change with each passing day. Mr. Du's group has made indelible contributions to the economic development of Jiangcheng. It has eliminated the burden on Jiangcheng society. These people have disappeared, and resources can be more distributed to you. I can say that you are doing a better life now, and you are all inseparable from Mr. Du. You are all vested interests like me, and now you are coming to judge me? Ha 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 ha. It's ridiculous. Amusing. Su Zhan was stunned in the spectators. What kind of statement is this? Violent arguments. When resources are scarce to a certain critical point, human life becomes a calculable variable. This kind of remark is simply anti-human. How dare you say that? Do you want to die? Su Zhan thought so, and immediately reacted the next moment. Zhou Yueshan has calmly accepted his fate and accepted his death. No more expectations. That's why he dared to make this remark public. Enough. The presiding judge slammed the gavel. What do you think of the blood and tears behind these numbers? Zhou Yueshan put away his smile and said coldly, I call it social metabolism. The anger of the entire court became stronger. The sound of angry curses echoed endlessly. Zhou Yueshan nodded slightly. Of course, these words are really not appropriate to say in court. I apologize. But in this apology, there is no trace of remorse. You are sophistry. You are just doing this for the shares that Du Shanhai gave you in giving you that money. The presiding judge said, I still don't repent. Repent of what? Ha 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 ha. Zhou Yueshan laughed out loud and laughed wildly. Seeing this, the angry cursing actually dissipated. After a while, looking at him one by one, I wanted to see what kind of medicine was sold in his gourd. It was delayed for a long time. Zhou Yueshan restrained his laughter, raised his head, and said calmly, this world has always been the weak and the strong. But, he looked down at the handcuffs. This time I was a little worse. The presiding judge finally pronounced the verdict, guilty, sentenced to death, and executed immediately after 3 days. Zhou Yueshan's face did not change at all when he heard this, as if he had accepted this fact a long time ago. Su Zhan stared at Zhou Yueshan on the defendant's bench. Those who were defended before either quibbled or cried bitterly and begged for mercy. But Zhou Yueshan was not angry, fearful, or even guilty. It's like a chess player who loses the chess game, calmly messing up the board and calmly accepting defeat. He will not collapse after his crimes are exposed. He will not repent on the trial bench. The sobbing in the audience came and went. That was the cry of the victim's family. And Zhou Yueshan only frowned slightly, as if these cries were just noises that interfered with his thinking. Perhaps for Zhou Yueshan, this trial is just the final chapter of success and defeat. His morality has long been rewritten. What he was really annoyed about was never the blood on his hands, but that he would actually make a mistake and stand on the dock. Su Zhan thought of a very appropriate example. If you bring your phone to school and are discovered, you will not regret bringing your phone, you will only regret not hiding it. There is a saying that has been widely circulated on the internet. There is no repentance in the confession, only the calmness of willing to gamble and lose. As he left the Inquisition, the setting sun dyed the hallway blood. Shinbai stood at the junction of light and shadow, and said lightly, finished watching? After 3 days, you can go back to the academy. Why 3 days later? Su Zhan asked. Because in 3 days, those who were tried just now will be executed. Shinbai had a hint of pleasure in his eyes. I want to see these people die with my own eyes, so I can rest assured. Su Zhan understood this feeling somewhat. When Doberman was sentenced to death before, he did not completely let go. Only when he looked at the sword and cut off Doberman's head with a bang did he really feel at ease. 3 days later, the morning fog has not yet dissipated. The execution ground was filled with the smell of damp earth. Su Zhan, Wang Mingyuan, and Qinbai are watching here. Su Zhan had already been here once. It's true. The last time I came here was when Doberman was beheaded. The first batch was escorted. It is those who have cried bitterly in court and knelt down to beg for mercy. They seemed to have their spines removed, and their legs had long lost the strength to support their bodies, and they were dragged forward by the execution ground personnel on both sides. The trouser legs are soaked with urine, dragging dirty water stains behind them. Chen Ji was wearing a prison uniform. His eyeballs bulged out, his lips trembled continuously, but he couldn't even say a complete sentence. The execution ground officer set him up. Soon, his body instantly went limp, and his knees hit the ground. Stand up! The execution ground officer shouted sharply, pulling his hair and forcing him to look up. It is not an exaggeration to treat these death row inmates, not to mention the traitors of humanity who collude with the enemy. If it weren't for the fact that Daxia had already cancelled the death penalty like the dismemberment of 5 horses, otherwise even if it was 1,000 cuts, these inspectors would not feel excessive. Chenji's eyes were scattered, saliva was hanging from the corner of his mouth, and a puddle of dark liquid oozed from his crotch. Was dragged under the sword. Let out a heart-wrenching wail. The sound didn't sound like a human, but like some kind of slaughtered livestock. The knife fell, and blood splattered out. Next is Su Ming. The former deputy editor-in-chief of the newspaper is now like a dilapidated ragdoll, at the mercy of the execution ground. His face was pressed against the cold ground, and his snot and tears were blurred. Mechanically repeated, "I don't want to die. I don't want to die," when pressed under the sword. He suddenly convulsed violently, and the desire to survive made him struggle hard. Boom! The execution ground personnel can still be pressed to the execution table. The blade fell, and the head was separated, one after the other. These figures who used to call for wind and rain in the business and political circles are crying like a child at the moment. There is no appearance of a person who was once a master at all. Some people are incontinent, some faint, and some are frantically gnawing on their wrists in an attempt to commit suicide. But without exception, they were all dragged under the cold glowing sword. Boom! When the blade was raised, the steel cable made a metal collision sound. When it falls, there is only a loud noise and a short click. Then there was the muffled sound of the head rolling down, and the sound of splashing blood on the sand. The staff at the execution ground have long been accustomed to this kind of scene. They are like carrying goods. Pull the headless corpse away and bring the next batch of prisoners up. The blood seeped into the loess and was quickly covered up by new sand, leaving only a dark trail. Sujan looked at this scene indifferently, without any waves in his heart. He looked at the headless corpses, waiting for someone. Zhou Yu Mountain. This man often occupies a high position, and even if he is sentenced to death, he still maintains his former dignity. Those who became incontinent cried and begged for mercy, and struggled as soon as they went to the execution ground. I don't know if Zhou Yu Mountain has been on the execution ground, will be like these people, whether he can die and still maintain his last dignity. More importantly, Zhou Yuashan is different from others. He thinks he has done nothing wrong, and has his own unique set of theories, believing that the death penalty is nothing more than a victory or defeat. This kind of person will not be persuaded. But, at this time, Zhou Yuashan's best partner, Du Shanha, couldn't save him at this moment. The last person to go to the execution ground. It is Zhou Yu Mountain. He walked steadily towards the execution platform. The execution ground personnel were just about to step forward to help. He raised his hand to stop him. No need. Zhou Yuashan's eyes swept over the observation table and stayed on Qinbai's face for a moment, as if he was looking at the culprit who caught him. He walked to the knife, calmly tidied up his collar, and turned to face everyone. "What I said 3 days ago, I think you still remember it, but I want to add a few more words." The execution ground personnel did not stop it. Daxia is still very humane, and death row inmates like this will give them time to leave their last words. But not too long, within 10 minutes. "Do you know how many new parks have been built in Jiangcheng in the past 6 months? Zhou Yuashan stretched out 3 fingers. 3, and in the previous 5 years, there was none, because the land was finally vacated. Qinbai interrupted coldly. "A park with nearly 100,000 lives in exchange?" Zhou Yuashan chuckled. "Governor Qin, you don't know. Jiangcheng abnormally eliminated the green belt outside the window, and the bones of the slums of 20 years ago were buried below, and every inch of the city's glamorous land was soaked with blood." He turned to the recorder. "Be sure to write this down, this sentence." Qinbai sneered. "So you think you are a hero?" No, I'm just a sober businessman." Zhou Yuashan shook his head. "Everyone here, which of the houses you live in, the roads you walk, and the public services you enjoy is not based on the sacrifices of others?" There was a commotion on the execution table. "Let's just say the simplest dash." Zhou Yuashan pointed to the high-rise buildings in the distance. "In the past 6 months, the per capita living area of Jiangcheng has increased by 0.8 square meters. What does this mean? It means that enough burdens have been removed." Wang Mingyuan frowned. "You call these things clearing burdens? You are already hopeless." Zhou Yuashan asked rhetorically, "Does teacher Wang prefer the past? The era when 80 people squeeze into a classroom and 5 households share a toilet? What you said is already a scene from Daxia hundreds of years ago." Wang Mingyuan retorted, "Your example is very inappropriate. It's the same thing." Zhou Yuashan said loudly, "For everyone, don't let it freeze to death in the wind and snow." What a noble word, but unfortunately the reality is that the salary bearer is always the first to be burned to death. The blade is already in place. But Zhou Yuashan continued, "I stand here today, not because I did something wrong, but because I didn't do it cleanly enough. Otherwise?" He turned around gracefully, took the initiative to put his neck on the groove of the knife, and finally said to Sujan, "Young man, remember today's sun. When you graduate from Suzaku Academy, look at Jiangcheng at that time, and think about my words." The blade fell. He still kept his head with that sarcastic smile and rolled off the execution table. Su Zhanwen was stunned. "Why are you talking to me? Do I know you?" Su Zhan. Wang Mingyuan pressed his shoulder. "Don't be bewitched by his set of false reasoning." Su Zhan turned his head to look at the teacher. "Huh? Oh, no, it won't. Zhou Yuashan is best at this set." Qinbai sneered on the side. "Before dying, you have to plant thorns in the hearts of others. You are worthy of being able to cooperate with Du Shanha, and you are still a person who cooperates on an equal footing." The data he said was taken out of context. Wang Mingyuan's hand increased his strength and said, "What is the unemployment rate falling and housing prices is falling. It was exchanged for 100,000 lives. What is the difference between this development and aberration cannibalism? Teacher, I understand. Sujan nodded, kicked the sand under his feet, and showed a disgusted expression. He is a madman. Now he wants to remain loyal. There is nothing to say about this. Not just crazy. Shinbai squinted at the execution table. They are exquisite egoists. They can always find high-sounding reasons for their crimes, and they say it for everyone's good, but he won't mention how much money Du Shanhai gives him. A staff member in the distance is rinsing the blade. The water mixed with blood seeps into the sand. Remember, Su Zhan. Wang Mingyuan sighed. To measure the degree of civilization of a society, we not only look at how it treats the strong, but also how it treats the weak. Su Zhan looked at the exit of the execution ground and asked, Teacher, what do you say? Why did Zhou Yuashan go out of his way to talk to me in the end? Because he can see that you are the youngest here, so it's best to shake it. Shinbai sneered. The old fox is calculating until death. Wang Mingyuan hugged Su Zhan's shoulder. Let's go. This kind of person's words, you will forget them when you hear them. The three left. The morning fog has dissipated. The sun shone on the newly paved sand of the execution ground. I understand. The bloodstains will soon be dried and disappear without a trace. Thick clouds rolled under the wings. The engine of the military transport aircraft roared muffled. The cabin is brightly lit, and several rows of simple seats are fixed on the metal walls. Su Zhan fastened his seatbelt and felt the slight bumps in the fuselage. There is still trust in this military transport aircraft, but civil aviation. For the sake of safety, it's better not to sit down in the future. This military transport plane was still found by Qin Baituo, because Qinbai also wanted to go back to Suzaku Academy with them. At that time, Qinbai said to take civil aviation directly. However, it was unanimously opposed by Su Zhan and Wang Mingyuan. The reason is, civil aviation is a little uncomfortable. Qinbai was a little confused, but he still applied for a military transport plane through connections. Su Zhan and Wang Mingyuan agreed. Now he is on his way back to Suzaku Academy. I remember the last time I went to Suzaku Academy, it was also after watching the Doberman execution. Now, after watching the execution of those who colluded with the enemy Du Shanhai, he embarked on the road to Suzaku Academy again. Shinbai sat opposite, flipping through a document in his hand. Wang Mingyuan sat by the window, his eyes looking through the narrow porthole in the gray sky outside. The communicator in the cabin sounded the pilot's voice. It is expected to arrive at Suzaku Academy in an hour. There may be air currents on the way. Please keep your seatbelt fastened. Su Zhan moved his stiff shoulders and broke the silence. Chief Qin, after going back this time, will Du Shanhai's case continue to be investigated? Qinbai didn't raise his head and tapped his finger lightly on the document. As long as he is alive, Su Qingxi will not stop pursuing, but the next thing has nothing to do with you. You just need to focus on the training of the academy. Su Zhan. History is always strikingly similar. Wang Mingyuan added gently, this incident has come to an end, and your focus should be back on your studies. Don't forget, this semester is the second half of your first year, and there will be a final assessment, which is related to whether you can successfully enter the second year. Even if you are strong among the freshmen, you can't take it lightly. Su Zhan nodded and continued to ask, but the power of Du Shanhai has penetrated so deeply, can it really be completely eliminated? His aberrant identity has been exposed, and it is difficult to become a climate. Qinbai smiled and shook his head. If he dares to show his head, the ending will be the same as those on the execution ground. Of course. The cabin fell silent again. Only the roar of the engine continues. Su Zhan leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. The scenes on the execution ground came to mind. The cry of mercy, the cold sword, Zhou Yuashan's meaningful eyes before his death. Don't think too much. Wang Mingyuan seemed to see his thoughts and said softly, there is light and shadow in this world, and the meaning of our existence is to ensure that the shadow does not swallow the light. That's nice. Qinbai sneered. If you want me to say, the shadow should be burned clean. The transport plane passed through a turbulent stream, and the fuselage shook violently a few times. Su Zhan grabbed the handrail. Window. The clouds gradually dispersed. The outline of Suzaku City has emerged. The three got off the plane. Su Zhan took a deep breath. There is one thing to say, the air quality in Suzaku City is much better than that in Jiangcheng. Su Zhan opened his phone and looked at the message. All his teammates have arrived, and now he is waiting for him. I haven't seen you for a month, but I miss it a little. Under the plane tree in the college square, Su Zhan saw four familiar figures from a distance. Yo, brother Su is back. Su Hao was the first to jump up and wave his hand, and trotted over. How was the winter vacation? Let me tell you, my parents are annoying. Do you think you're not tall? Lu Ziming shook over with his pocket inserted. Now they are familiar enough to ridicule Su Hao's height mercilessly. Well, after all, a height of 1.6 meters is rare among adult boys. Su Zhan felt instantly comfortable when he heard this. That's right. As soon as Lu Ziming spoke, the familiar feeling came back instantly. Get out. They urge me to go back to the academy every day. Su Hao rolled his eyes and imitated his parents' tone. Hao, I don't need your help at home. Hurry back to training. The sons of the old Wang family next door have all risen to the second level level of the Do realm. Even Chinese New Year's Eve fan is asking me about my cultivation progress. Didn't you tell them that you are already in the 5th order of the Do realm? Su Zhan smiled. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. After all, Su Hao and the others were not the same as last time, because they were afraid of hurting themselves because of their parents. Well, maybe after a month he forgot about the death of his parents, but the result was good. It's boring to be afraid of hurting his heart everywhere like last time. I said it. Su Hao shook his head helplessly. What's the use of that? No matter how strong you are, you will always be a child who doesn't grow up in the eyes of your parents, and they will always have a reason to talk about you. Feng Ju leaned against the tree trunk and glanced at him when he heard the words, "At least someone urged me." Ouch, our brother Feng is homesick? Lu Ziming was interested. Last time you said that you still have a sister, your temperament, how about going back to get along this time? Don't stare at the two of you. Feng Ju ignored his ridicule and said lightly, "It's okay, go back and tutor her with her homework." Junior high school or high school? Sophomore, won't it? Lu Ziming covered his chest exaggeratedly. Can you still tutor the second year of high school now? I even forgot about the unary quadratic equations. He turned to look at Xiaxi. Shueba, you must remember, right? Xiaxi still said mercilessly, waste. Hey, it's normal for college students to remember high school math, okay? Lu Ziming shouted unconvincedly, and glanced at Su Zhan who was approaching. Brother Su, you come to judge dash. Su Zhan smiled and said, I really agree with you on this point. Well, if you want him to tutor someone in high school, he might be able to do it. But he is now in college. High school knowledge has long been returned to teachers. High school, IQ peak. University, IQ trough. Did you see it? Brother Su is sensible. Lu Ziming raised his head. Su Zhan changed his mind, learned the tone of ceiling, and patted Lu Ziming on the shoulder. Master Lu, with your personality, it is estimated that you will lose your brain by visiting clubbing during the winter vacation. Lu Ziming was about to refute. Su Hao lowered his voice mysteriously. Guess what I found at home? My mother hides all my primary school certificates in her closet, and my dad secretly wipes my championship certificates every day. His nose suddenly turned a little red. But you scold me every day for slow progress. Everyone was a little touched when they heard this. Maybe your parents will always say that you are bad, but maybe behind the scenes, they are proud of you. But, just like Su Hao, obviously he has been admitted to Suzaku Academy, but it is still inevitable to be counted by parents every day. Behind the scenes, he is really proud of Su Hao. Feng Ju said, my sister asked about you. Lu Ziming shouted in cooperation. She said, the facial paralysis boy hesitated for a moment. If she is admitted to Suzaku Academy, can she join our team? Lu Ziming whistled. Yes, brother Feng. Our sister has a good eye. Get out. Feng Ju continued. But awakening this thing, no one can tell. Su Zhan felt the same way about this. Oh, after all, he is the biggest variable. And he returned to Jiangcheng during the winter vacation. I've seen too many things like this. Ordinary people will risk being eaten by the aberrant boss for that little salary. After graduating from high school, he couldn't find a job and hated Zhao Deong for not being an awakened person. And Zhou Yuashan, who shouts that he should not freeze to death in the wind and snow, and has his own set of unique concepts. And also, Xin Bai, who is jealous of the aberration and would rather kill by mistake than let go, but has a tragic life experience. What is done and what is said seems to really be right or wrong. It is difficult to pick one of them and the one with the completely wrong opinion. This changed Su Zhan's state of mind. Perhaps, there is no absolute right or wrong in this world, only the difference in position. And me. Lu Ziming grabbed Su Zhan's arm. Brother Su, you have to help me judge the reasoning. My month is simply not a human life. These people. Su Hao leaned over. Yo, the rich second generation also has troubles? You don't understand at all. Lu Ziming scratched his hair irritably. The two in my family are now stunned, awakened all day long, and the class has jumped. These two sentences are on their lips. Do you know what my dad said to me yesterday? It is a joke to say that our family's industry is a joke in the eyes of the real powerful. The chairman of a 100 billion group. Tell me this kind of thing yourself. Su Zhan seemed to be thoughtful. In fact, Lu Ziming's father has no problem. Only the truly powerful awakened ones hold the right to speak in this world. 3 personal trainers. Train for 12 hours a day. Lu Ziming broke his hand index. Physical skills, spiritual power control, tactical theory come in turn, and even during mealtime, I listen to the analysis of battle examples. This winter vacation is the same as not putting it off. No, it's more tiring than going to the academy in Suzaku. And my mother, now when I see a young awakened person in the news who has made a meritorious service, I have to say in a strange way, look at the of others. Su Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Isn't this the same as my parents? Can it be the same? Lu Ziming rolled his eyes. Your family can say a few words at most, but my family is directly related to real money. My dad said that if I don't pass the final assessment this semester, all my accounts will be frozen. Xiaxi asked, what state are you in now? Do, 5th order. Lu Ziming's voice suddenly became half quieter. Xiaxi heard the words and said unceremoniously, waste. Hey, Xiaxi, what do you mean? Lu Ziming jumped. After a month of training, training, I have reached the peak of the 5th order of the Du realm. Do you think everyone is the same as you, a cultivation maniac? Sujun patted him on the shoulder. Okay, since you know the expectations of your family, you should work harder. I thought to myself, young master, it has to be a young master, and the conditions are so good that they are still complaining. Don't worry about money, there are all kinds of cultivation resources, and there are also those that don't. This is the life of his dreams. I know, Lu Ziming sighed, but do you know how stressful it is? My dad looks at me now like looking at the daily limit of a stock. Actually, Suhao said seriously, I understand my uncle and aunt quite well. In this world, no matter how much money you have, you can't keep it. Feng Ju nodded, very sober. Lu Ziming opened his mouth and finally lowered his shoulders deflatedly. That's why I hate going home, and every time I go back, it's like participating in a business negotiation, and I'm the one who sells at a price. Your analogy is a bit excessive. Suzhan frowned and said, this statement is really not true. Lu Ziming was stunned when he heard this, sighed without refutation, and silently admitted Suzhan's words. Xiaxi, what about you? Suzhan looked at Xiaxi, wanting to see what the winter vacation life of rich people was like. Wrong. It is what the winter vacation life of the children of the powerful is like. On the first day I went home, my parents said they wanted to take me to the Lingnan fortress for actual combat. Xiaxi said, he said that he would let me see the real battlefield, and before leaving, he excitedly packed up his equipment and brought a full set of academy uniforms. As a result, as soon as he arrived at the fortress, he was thrown into the veterans' dormitory, and the first day of the uniform was stained with blood. As soon as these words came out, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. Several people all listened with their ears perked up. On the battlefield where they really faced the fog, they have never experienced this before. Lu Ziming swallowed. So, really go straight to the battlefield? The first week was just peripheral patrols. Xiaxi's eyes fell into the distance. Looking at those veterans who are missing arms and legs, I still think they are making a big fuss. Until the first encounter. Fighting in the academy has rules, referees, and protections. And there, people who are still laughing 1 second may become minced meat at your feet the next. Fortunately, I have also experienced the fog incident. Otherwise I would have to change to an inexperienced newcomer, and I would probably be scared to pee my pants when I saw this scene. Suzhan's eyes moved slightly. He wanted to hear what the real battlefield was like. After all, this kind of place is a place where you face the fog, and all the misty creatures gather here. And he, possessing the ability to absorb its energy by killing misty creatures. This kind of place may be hell for others, but for him, that's heaven. Learn from your experience now so that you can plan for the future. On the 7th day, I saved someone. Xiaxi suddenly changed the subject. He is a recruit who has just graduated from the Awakening Academy, and he was sent to the front line right after graduation, and before that, he hadn't even fought against the mist creatures. 3 hours later, I watched him ignite from the inside by phosphorus fireflies. Feng Ju frowned. No rescue? Yes. Xiaxi chuckled. When the rescue team came to collect the body, they gave me 2 slaps by the way, because I tried to put out the fire on him with my hands. At that time, I was really stupid, and when I got anxious, I forgot even the most basic fog knowledge taught in the academy. Where's your parents? Won't protect you? Lu Ziming interjected. My parents were at the fortress headquarters the whole time. Xiaxi's voice was indescribably complex. Through the surveillance screen, watched their daughter struggle on the line of life and death. They will indeed protect me when I was really going to die. But before that, no matter how many injuries I had and how much blood I bled, they would just look on coldly. Lu Ziming opened his mouth and finally said nothing. Suzhan's eyes froze. So ruthless? In other words, so enduring. They said it was helping me adapt to the real battlefield. Xiaxi untied the wrist guards, revealing a hideous scar on his wrist. The newly grown flesh is still pink, particularly dazzling on fair skin. Xiaxi's voice lowered, but when I was shivering in pain in the dormitory in the middle of the night, I heard them discussing my battle data next door. Feng Ju said, do you hate them? Xiaxi raised his head. I understand them. In this world, you can either become stronger or die, and they just let me see this truth clearly in advance. The day before returning to the college, my parents asked me how I had gained. I said I learned 3 things. First, always fasten the armor on your body. Second, avoid and observe when you hear abnormal noises. Third, those who survive are qualified to become stronger. Everyone fell silent. No, the atmosphere was solemn. What Xiaxi said, there is a high probability that they will experience it in the future, because they are students of Suzaku Academy. After graduation, there is a 95% probability that you will need to come into contact with the battlefield. Suzhan remembered a person. Qinbai. He has never experienced the battlefield, but that's because Qinbai is internally highly efficient in tracking down aberrations and has the blessing of hatred, and his role inside is often greater than that externally. As for the others, now that we have enjoyed the resource tilt of Daxia, we must do something for Daxia. Otherwise, Suzhan had heard of the rules of Suzaku Academy, or the rules of the 5 awakened academies of Daxia. After graduation, unless there are special circumstances, cadets must serve 3 years of military service and guard the border for 3 years. After after completing military service. Whether to stay in the army or work in another unit is up to you, but most of them will stay in the military. Danger and opportunity coexist. In this non-peaceful era, the importance of the military goes without saying. Staying in the army has unlimited prospects. Wait, I remember. Lu Ziming patted his head. Isn't that old thing Dean Li in the Lingnan fortress? Yeah, she nodded slightly. That's right, it's there. How is he? Lu Ziming asked. He guarded the fortress there, sentenced to life imprisonment, and made up for the merits. I've seen it a few times. Xiaxi's eyes recalled. He looks very honest, he is very serious about things, and his strength is very strong, and he has made great contributions to the Lingnan fortress. Lu Ziming touched his chin thoughtfully. I didn't expect that this old thing is quite honest. Su Zhan raised his eyebrows slightly. He was exiled to Lingnan. These 4 words have become reality from the movies he has seen in his previous life. Brother Su, what did you do during the winter vacation? Su Hao asked at this time. Su Zhan saw this and told it eloquently. It's just that Qin Bai suspected him of being a bridge abandoned. After saying that, Su Hao concluded, Brother Su, you are on winter vacation. Are you following the purge department to arrest people? Lu Ziming immediately said, wait, you mean the case of Du Shanha? I saw that the news reported on this matter. Then you and Qin Bai together? Is it the Qin Bai who has a monstrous hatred for the aberration? Yes. Su Zhan nodded. Do you know him? Me? No. Lu Ziming waved his hand. I just heard a little. Fengju said lightly. There is also the execution ground. So, Xiaxi asked, did you participate in the execution? Just watching. Su Zhan replied calmly. Xiaxi stared into his eyes for a few seconds. No wonder the smell of blood on you is so strong. Su Zhan heard the words and lowered his head and smelled the clothes. Is it so obvious? Why didn't he smell it himself? Wait. Lu Ziming rubbed his hair frantically. Isn't this the point, okay? You mean that people in those companies would rather risk being bitten to death by a mutant than keep their jobs? What the is this devil's company? Stupid. Fengju coldly evaluated. Xiaxi thought, no, there is no choice. Su Zhan obviously didn't expect Lu Ziming's focus on this matter. But if you think about it, it makes sense. After all, Master Lu's family is the one who opened the company, and it is still one of the top 100 enterprises in Daxia. Naturally, I am more sensitive to this kind of thing. Lu Ziming suddenly said, also, those who were executed. The crime deserves it. Su Zhan interrupted him. The mutants who collude with the enemy, the law of Daxia, are all sentenced to death, and there is no room for mitigation. Su Hao nodded and changed the subject. Speaking of which, a month has passed. What is the state? I didn't break through during the winter vacation, the 5th level of the Du realm, but it was already at its peak. Lu Ziming shrugged. I have already said it just now. It is also the 5th order peak of the Du realm. Fengju said lightly. The 6th order of the Du realm. Lu Ziming jumped up instantly when he heard this, face paralyzed. Okay, you look taciturn. In fact, you were secretly rolling up without attracting our attention, right? The winter vacation also broke through the 1st level. Fengju rolled his eyes and borrowed Su Zhan's words just now. Young Master Lu, just soak less. Oh, Lu Ziming was instantly unhappy when he heard this. However, the action was interrupted by Xiaxi's words. I also broke through the 1st order, and now I am the 7th order of the Du realm. Su Zhan nodded in agreement. Me too, now the 7th order of the Du realm. It looks like there is nothing to love. Su Hao's eyes moved slightly, and his palms were clenched into fists. He, like Lu Ziming, did not have any breakthroughs during the winter vacation. Now it has been opened by the strongest in the team to 2 small realms. I couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis in my heart. Xiaxi's eyes lit up. Su Zhan, do you have any prospects for this semester? I haven't been to the mission hall of the academy yet, and I plan to take on some missions to play. Su Zhan said half-truthfully. After all, actual combat is the best teacher, and the cultivation realm alone will not improve quickly, and you have to cooperate with the life and death struggle to get twice the result with half the effort. Half-truth, that's what I just said. Half-fake. After so long of cultivation, he found that his aberrant form was much easier to advance in strength than the awakened form. I want to quickly improve my strength in a short period of time. Spawning monsters in the fog is the best option. Now his aberrant form is only low-risk 5th order, but, as long as he finds a good place to spawn monsters, his strength will improve rapidly, and even medicine is not as good as this method. His situation is not optimistic at the moment. In fact, Su Zhan has 2 options. First, it is to completely abandon the identity of the aberration. After all, he does not need to hunt humans like other aberrants. As long as he does not use this ability, the possibility of exposure will be greatly reduced. Second, as just said, quickly improve one's own strength through the aberration form to achieve self-protection. The former is fleeing, hiding, and hiding. The latter is to increase the risk of exposure, quickly improve strength, and protect oneself through strength. The former is less risky. The latter is more risky. Su Zhan smiled inwardly. The first way is not his style. Instead of praying that the enemy won't find out, it's better to have the strength to overcome the enemy. The corners of Xiaxi's mouth rose slightly. I support. The actual combat mission in the mission hall is indeed much better than playing house on the training ground. It's finally a little exciting. exciting. I almost suffocated to spar at the training ground all day long. Lu Ziming quickly took out his mobile phone. Speaking of taking on the task, then I have to choose a few oil and water. Su Hao nodded. I've long wanted to take on the task, brother Su. Let's team up and go. But, Fengju said briefly, I join. Su Zhan looked at the expectant expressions of his teammates, with a smile on his lips, but secretly frowning in his heart. Trouble. He didn't really want to team up with his teammates, but the reason is not that he dislikes his teammates, that the dish will hold him back. He needs to be alone and unscrupulously absorb the energy of the misty creatures. But if your teammates are present, it increases the probability of exposure. They will also be afraid of their existence, and they will not dare to use their real ability to absorb the corpses of mist creatures. He has no reason to refuse. The first is that I feel that this will hurt the hearts of my teammates. The second is that the rejection is too abnormal. A person who has just proposed actual combat suddenly regrets it? The central person of a team rejects a teammate's request to form a team? This is equivalent to telling others openly that I have a secret and it is inconvenient to act with you. Of course, it is not easy for him to secretly accept the task now. After all, who took on what task? The people of Suzaku Academy will know as soon as they check. But, instead of being discovered secretly, it is better to tell your teammates now. So he could only agree. Take one step at a time. Okay, let's go together. Su Zhan readily agreed, secretly thinking about countermeasures. Maybe you can find an opportunity to act alone, or pick them to absorb when they are not paying attention. The risk is still there, but it's better than raising suspicion. Go to the mission hall now, Su Zhan suggested. Lu Ziming waved his fist in celebration. Let's go now, just do it. The mission hall of Suzaku Academy is a magnificent circular building with a towering dome. In the center of the hall is a huge holographic projection screen. Various task information is scrolled in real time, from simple open-air clearing of small urban aberrations, to abyssal realm investigating the anomalous fog of the southern wilderness. Densely packed quest entries flash with different colors of light on the circular corridor around it. Okay. Groups of students gathered in front of the mission terminal. Most of them wear dark uniforms of the upper grades and wear various badges on their chests. That is proof of completing a specific task. Occasionally, when someone takes on a difficult task, it will cause a burst of whispered discussion around them. There is a long queue in the equipment area on the left. Students are purchasing standard combat equipment issued by the academy. The rest area on the right is littered with groups of people who are either studying the map or checking weapons. Su Zhan and his party also entered here. Look at that. Su Hao's eyes lit up and he stretched out his finger in one direction. Su Zhan and the others followed his fingers and looked at them. I saw the wall of glory on the west side of the hall. It is engraved with a list of students who have completed difficult tasks. At this moment, several junior students were standing in front of the wall. Looking up at the glittering names, his eyes were full of longing. Su Zhan and the others looked at the holographic screen at this time. Huge holographic screen. Tasks are neatly arranged according to the difficulty level. It flashes with different colors. The light blue dew realm, the light blue stream realm, the dark blue tide realm, and the dark purple abyss realm. Most of the missions are in the open realm and the stream realm. There are not many tides. There are only 3 abyssal realms, neatly arranged in the upper left corner. The difficulty of the mission corresponds to the level of the awakened person, which is clear at a glance. Su Hao tiptoed and looked up at the screen. Huh? Why is there no mission in the sea realm? What do you think the sea realm is? Xieshi put his hands on his chest. In the entire history of Suzaku Academy, there are only a handful of people who can reach the abyss realm before graduation. Lu Ziming leaned over and added seriously, cold knowledge, Suzaku Academy is a 6-year academic system, and the record of Daxia reaching the sea realm at the fastest time is 12 years. Su Zhan listened and browsed the mission information roughly. Brother Su, you can't see anything by looking at it like this. You can only see the name and difficulty of the task, and a little bit of information. Lu Ziming took out his mobile phone and opened a software. Log into your student information. You can enter the intranet of Suzaku Academy, where you can query the detailed information of the task. There are 4 levels of mission difficulty. Each level has 4 sublevels: low, medium, high and top difficulty. It is also divided into solo and team missions. Su Zhan and several others were all Dew realms, including 2 Dew realm 5th order, 1 Dew realm 6th order, and 2 Dew realm 7th order. So their idea is to take on difficult team missions in the Dew realm. Everyone gathered in a circle and watched Lu Ziming screen the task. Look, this is the real mission details. Lu Ziming swiped the screen. The difficult team tasks in the open realm are basically separated by 1 or 2 cities from Suzaku City, and I will screen a few good ones. Task 1, eliminate the abandoned industrial zone, team, in Linchang. Difficulty, high difficulty in the open realm. Location, industrial park in the northern suburbs of Linchang. Time limit, arrive within 72 hours. Description, there have been frequent aberrant populations in this area recently, and it has been confirmed that there are at least 3 low-risk 7th-order aberrations and several low-risk 3rd-order and below. Special reminder, industrial machinery with complex pipelines pipelines and dangerous industrial machines. Recommended number 4 to 6 people. Award 12,000 credits. Mission 2, Exploration Team, to protect the Qinglan Mountains. Difficulty in the open realm. Location, from the foot of Qinglan Mountain to an altitude of 2,000 meters. Time limit, arrive at the destination within 20 hours. Description, assist the Geological Exploration Team in completing a 7-day mineral sampling work to guard against possible aberrations in mountainous areas. Special tip, the oxygen content of the mine in this area is extremely low. It is recommended to carry oxygen cylinders, and it is recommended not to fight in the mine, which can easily cause the mine to collapse. Recommended size, 3 to 5 people. Award, 9,000 credits. Task 3, investigate the disappearance case in Baihe City. Team. Difficulty, the top difficulty of the do. Location, Old Town, Baihe City. Time limit, arrive at your destination within 48 hours. Description, 5 consecutive cases of disappearance at night. Surveillance captured suspected medium-risk aberrations. Special tip, the target has the ability to camouflage and has seriously injured 2 Ninth-Order Awakeners in the Do realm. Recommended number of people, 5 to 7 people. Award, 15,000 credits. Suzhan saw that the curtains were lowered. The exchange rate between Suzaku Academy's credits and Daxia is 1:100. It is equivalent to 1 credit of Suzaku Academy, which is equal to 100 Daxia coins. In other words, even among these 3 tasks, the difficulty in the Do realm has a reward of 900,000 Daxia coins. But note that this is a team task, so the reward is also for the team, not 900,000 for each person. But the money wasn't that important to him, because he now plans to focus on the aberration form. This does not mean that he does not want the money. After all, if you don't earn money, isn't that a fool? Of course, this is for his poverty. Suzhan looked at Lu Ziming and Xie. He definitely couldn't compare with this kind of rich brother and rich sister. Xie swept through everyone and took the lead in saying, before taking on the task, make the reward distribution clear, so as not to make an unpleasant fuss because of this. The air froze for a moment. Su Hao was stunned when he heard this, and his eyes dodged. But Feng Ju was still expressionless, but his eyes were a little unnatural. Suzhan immediately understood when he saw this. Young people are most afraid of talking about money. Talking about money hurts feelings, and talking about credits hurts even more. It seems that discussing the distribution in advance is questioning each other's trust, implying that someone may be greedy for more. This tacit embarrassment caused both Feng Ju and Su Hao to fall into a brief silence. And Suzhan is not so particular. He thinks that it is most necessary to explain the reward distribution clearly before starting the mission. This is not distrust, but the greatest responsibility for the team. Instead of arguing over the allocation of credits afterwards, it is better to set the rules in advance. As for Lu Ziming, he didn't have any unnatural expressions. Because he is a rich brother, he doesn't care about these little money at all. Suzhan broke the deadlock. It's better to make it clear first, the 5 of us, no matter how much money it is, can be divided by 5. I mean the division of 3 decimal places. Xie nodded slightly and glanced at Suzhan appreciatively. Su Hao laughed as if he was relieved. Haha, that's right. I think that's good. Feng Ju said a brief But right now. Xie looked around at everyone and said word by word, I don't want a single point for this mission. Su Hao was stunned when he heard this, thinking that someone had provoked her, and stammered, Thank you, Sister Xie. Are you? Is there something dissatisfied? We can renegotiate the distribution plan. I agree. Feng Ju slowly raised his head, his brows furrowed. Reason. Suzhan looked at Xie thoughtfully. This decision. What do you think? Hey, Miss Xie, you are not interesting enough. Lu Ziming had already understood Xie's intentions, and spread his hands exaggeratedly, pretending to be in front of me. This kind of limelight thing should let me come. Xie put his hands on his chest and said in a flat tone, My family is not short of money, and you need these credits to improve your cultivation. But, Su Hao was so anxious that he rubbed his hands, and his eyes wandered back and forth on everyone's faces. This is not in accordance with the rules. Everyone is a team. How can we? Xie took out a black card with gold rims from his tactical waist bag. My father's secondary card. Just spend it. I won't lack this at all. She looked at Lu Ziming. His family is not bad. The purpose of the 2 of us accepting the task is to increase actual combat experience and become stronger in battle. That's right. My dad is the same. Lu Ziming took out a black card that looked similar from his inner pocket. Oh, Xie, you can be regarded as stealing my limelight. I don't want credits. Just 3 of you can pay for it. Feng Ju was silent for a long time. When Su Hao thought he would not speak again, he suddenly said, Credits are not only currency, but also proof of honor. We are a team. You 3 far need this money more than the 2 of us. Xie interrupted him. If you still treat us as your teammates, agree with me. The face is paralyzed. Lu Ziming patted Feng Ju on the shoulder. Don't worry about it. What's the use of money? For us, it is nothing more than buying cultivation resources, and, to tell you the truth, Xie's and I will not lack cultivation resources at all, so the credits rewarded by the mission are useless to us, understand? Su Hao's eyes were red in a hurry, but Suzhan had been silent until Well then, seeing Xieshi and Lu Ziming giving up their mission rewards, they couldn't help but feel a warmth in their hearts. The two gave up their credits on no whim. Xieshi has always been rational to the point of almost indifference. Although Lu Ziming seems to be exaggerated, he is by no means a person who will do loss-making transactions. They did this because they knew that he, Fengju and Su Hao needed these resources more. For the awakened one, cultivation resources are life. And Xieshi and Lu Ziming, they have no shortage of cultivation resources at all. Su Zhan and the three of them are lacking. But Fengju and Su Hao's reaction made Su Zhan secretly shake his head. They are unwilling to accept this kindness. It is nothing more than the ridiculous self-esteem of young people who would rather grit their teeth and refuse the no favors. This is stupid practice. Seize every opportunity to become stronger, even if you have to bow your head temporarily. When the strength is sufficient, it can even be returned tenfold and 100 times. Su Zhan walked to the middle of the arguing people, pressed his hands down and made a calming gesture. Okay, I can see it. He first pointed to Lu Ziming. This is a family with a mine. He pointed to Xieshi again. This is a family in the mine. Finally, he patted Su Hao and Fengju on the shoulder. And a few of us are waiting for us to mine at home. The corners of Xieshi's mouth were raised imperceptibly. Lu Ziming immediately answered. Incisive. It's incisive. So this matter is decided. The credits are for you, and Xieshi and I will accompany the princess to study. Fengju's lips pursed into a straight line. After a long time, he solemnly took a step forward and clenched his fists at Xieshi and Lu Ziming. Today's feelings will be remembered in my heart, and if I them in the future? Stop. Lu Ziming covered his ears exaggeratedly. Don't come to this set with a paralyzed face. Just know it in your heart. Xieshi rolled her eyes. What's the use of my favor from you? I really want to repay you. Just compete with me in the future. Don't let the water go. Su Hao was still making a final struggle. This, I don't even know how to repay. Xiao Hao. Lu Ziming hooked his neck. If you refuse again, believe it or not, I will call my dad now to place an order of 50 million for your factory. Don't. Su Hao waved his hand in fright. My small factory can't withstand an order like Lu Daxiao. Can I accept it? Su Zhan looked at this farce and shook his head with a smile. Okay, since the two local tyrants insist on helping the poor, we are not as respectful as obeying fate. Some things, just keep them in mind. Xieshi showed a satisfied expression. Then it's settled. Su Zhan also had a smile on his lips. In a word, they have a bright future. This money may be a lot for the three of them now, but in the future, it will be a drop in the bucket. The role of this money for them now is undoubtedly huge. Isn't it just a reward in the future? He will remember today's love. Okay, let's discuss which task to choose now. Su Zhan pointed to Lu Ziming's mobile phone screen. These three tasks, one is medium difficulty, one is high difficult, and one is top difficulty. Which one do you think is more suitable? The five of them formed a circle, with different expressions. The top difficulty one is eliminated first. But, Xieshi said bluntly, the strength of approaching the stream realm is too risky. Lu Ziming breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, and patted his chest. I'm afraid you will choose this, but now it seems that I still think too much. Xieshi rolled his eyes and said in a cold tone, am I so overestimating myself? Lu Ziming's eyes wandered back and forth between Xieshi and Su Zhan. The look clearly said, yes, Su Zhan is an example. Xieshi saw a few black lines on his forehead, and his fists clenched unconsciously. Then, let's choose between high difficulty and medium difficulty, shall we? Su Hao hurriedly rounded the scene. The rewards for this difficult clearance task are very generous. Fengju said, the terrain is complex and easy to be ambushed. Lu Ziming curled his lips. What about the escort mission? Although the credits are a little less, at least it's safer, right? Xieshi retorted, the difficulty is too low, and I don't want to be a bodyguard for 7 days, always vigilant. It is better to take on other tasks and kill all the mutants than this. Lu Ziming shrank his neck. Then which one do you choose? Xieshi did not answer immediately, but looked at Su Zhan, as if asking for his opinion. Su Zhan was silent for a moment and spoke. Choose the difficult clearance mission. It is challenging, but not too dangerous. He continued to analyze. The 3 low-risk 7th-order mutations can be dealt with the strength of our team, and the closed environment of the industrial zone is indeed a problem, but if you think about it the other way around, we can also take advantage of it. However, the premise is that you must first get the floor plan of this industrial area, and it is best to make a 3D model. First familiarize yourself with the terrain, and the gap between us and those aberrations in this regard has been completely erased. Xiaxi's brows relaxed. I agree. It's over, even Brother Su said so. It seems that this time I really have to fight hard. Lu Ziming turned to Su Hao. Mouse, you have to protect me when the time comes. Su Hao had just accepted the other party's benefits, and he was embarrassed to reply to him at the moment. I will do my best. What I just said. Su Zhan didn't finish speaking yet. Wrap it up on me. Lu Ziming puffed out his chest and shook his phone proudly. This kind of thing is essentially a commercial building drawing. Spend some money, find some relationships, and you can get it casually. My dad's assistant can send a 3D model of the entire industrial park in 10 minutes. If we familiarize ourselves with the terrain in advance, we can set traps and retreat routes. Su Hao's originally nervous expression expression eased a lot. Everyone was still discussing tactics. Done. The drawings are sent. Lu Ziming snapped his fingers and turned the mobile phone screen to everyone. Look, even the underground drainage system is clearly marked. Feng Ju nodded. Prepare equipment. Su Zhan waved his hand. The mission shows that it will arrive within 72 hours, and the winter vacation will be held for a month. Some people have not even fought against each other. Everyone will spend a day. Let's get the feeling of fighting first. Don't encounter mutant hands when the time comes. Combat intuition needs to be honed continuously. A month's vacation is enough for the body to forget the delicate rhythm of the battle. There is also psychological slackness. Soft beds and hot meals during the winter vacation. These warm daily routines will silently wear away the will to fight. When suddenly faced with the terrifying body of the aberration, the splashing organs, the fleeting trance means death. Su Zhan's words calmed down his teammates who were originally eager to try. Not in a hurry. Indeed. Su Ha moved his wrist. I haven't played against anyone for a month, and I feel that my reaction speed has decreased. Feng Ju nodded. That's right. As for Xia Shi and Lu Ziming, Xia Shi is in actual combat during the winter vacation, fighting to the death with the misty creatures on the border, so naturally there is no need to consider these. Lu Ziming was arranged by his parents to train the awakened every day, even if it was not as good as Xia Shi's life and death struggle, but at least his hands were not born. It's not just about getting the feel back. Su Zhan shook his head and continued. We also need to run in new tactical cooperation. Xia Shi has broken through to the 7th order. My strength has also improved, and others are the same. The tactical system of the entire team needs to be adjusted. Then don't waste time. Xia Shi outlined a smile on the corner of his mouth. Let me see how much you have improved this month. Next, the morning fog shrouded the road on the outskirts of the city. A black off-road vehicle is speeding here. Su Zhan leaned against the car window, replaying yesterday's training scene in his mind. He sparred with Xia Shi. I have to say that her strength has indeed increased a lot because of actual combat on the border. But, not enough. There were no surprises in the results. It was still Su Zhan who won. Feng Ju and Su Hao were also a little rusty at the beginning, but later they slowly regained a little feeling. And teamwork. I trained briefly. Although it hasn't been long, I'm familiar with it anyway. Lu Ziming's voice pulled him back to reality. There were 5 people in the car, and Lu Ziming was the one who drove. Su Zhan and 5 people came to the city by high-speed rail. Then Lu Ziming didn't know where he got the car from, and then drove the car and brought everyone here. But they didn't get too close, because it was too easy to spot. So Lu Ziming parked the car 2 kilometers away from the target, and there were many building bunkers, and it was impossible to find a car parked here from the target location. Su Zhan jumped out of the car and looked around vigilantly. It's here. Wang Mingyuan did not come to this operation. After all, this is a task, and the important thing is to cultivate students' practical ability. If the teacher still participates in this case, the students will have no worries, and it will be difficult to achieve the purpose of actual combat. But the past 6 months have changed. The emergence of detachment and fog events makes students more dangerous in external tasks. But Suzaku Academy still didn't send a teacher over. The reason is that students receive tasks that are secret information, and they do not know about transcendence without accidents. Also, accidents are part of actual combat. Suzaku College chose to improve its ability among 2 options: student safety and ability improvement. Su Zhan and the others did not wear the uniforms of Suzaku Academy. After all, that would be too ostentatious. Su Zhan is no longer as panicked as before, because Du Shanha, the mastermind behind the fog incident that has been planning the fog incident against him, has been exposed. Now he is being tracked down by Qinbai, and he is already busy. What kind of courage will he give him will come to target him at this time? But not so panicked, not completely unprepared. There must be some vigilance. Su Zhan returned to the car. The 5 looked at the 3D holographic projection of the industrial zone spread out in front of Lu Ziming. The intelligence only says that it is suspected of gathering. Su Zhan's finger crossed the projection. We have to confirm the target, number, and specific location first. Xia Shi stared at the crisscrossing pipes in the projection, in 2 groups. One is from the commanding heights of observation, and the other is for close reconnaissance. I'm going to scout. Lu Ziming suddenly raised his hand, and then put it down in the suspicious eyes of everyone. Okay, I'm in charge of the technical support office, right? He said and pulled out a palm-sized drone. The latest model, thermal imaging, can be at a distance of up to 5 kilometers from the operator, and has a range of 4 hours. Feng Ju points to the cooling tower in the southeast corner of the 3D holographic projection. There, the field of view covers the entire area. Xia Shi and Feng Ju went to the top of the tower. Su Zhan Xia Shi had already begun to check the telescope accessories, so he asked him to go to a high place to observe. Lu Ziming, Su Hao, cooperate with the drone to observe up close. Xia Shi nodded when he heard this. Okay, let's start acting now. Su Zhan made a final decision. Everyone immediately started to move. Su Zhan was dressed in ordinary black clothes. This kind of task was found by the Abnormal Purification Division, and through the layers of turnover of Suzaku Academy, it was handed over to the students of Suzaku Academy. So in this case, the people of the Abnormal Purification Division understood that this task belonged to Suzaku Academy, so they would not intervene. In order to prevent the purgists from intervening without authorization, they even made great punishments in this regard. Now, you can only rely on yourself. But they didn't expect that this task was more difficult than they imagined. The dew on the top of the cooling tower has not dried yet. Two figures were lying on it. Xiaxi's telescope has already swept the factory area for the third time. The sealed breath condensed into white mist in the cold air of the morning. Clear area A. Xiaxi reported in the communicator, there is only the broken iron sheet blown by the wind. At the entrance of the drain pipe, Su Zhan adjusted the sensitivity of the drone. Lu Ziming squatted next to him and fiddled with the drone and scolded, "Chang, it's a mouse again. The thermal imaging is full of these little beasts." Su Hao's protective clothing was full of sweat. He lay in a broken cement pipe, staring at the raw material warehouse 30 meters away. Follow the playbook and report every 15 minutes. There is nothing abnormal in Area B. Su Hao's voice trembled a little. Is that? I just feel like someone is watching me. Su Zhan's voice came from the communicator. The drone has scanned this area. You are the only one. This is a psychological effect. Continue to observe. Xiaxi's sketchbook has been drawn full of factory structure diagrams. She bit the cap of the pen and put a question mark next to the suspicious shadow marked for the 12th time. Every time I thought I had found something, I turned around and only swaying rags remained. In the underground pipe network, Su Zhan suddenly heard some movement. Together with Lu Ziming, he immediately hit against the wall. But in the next second, I heard a pop. It's a rust block. Lu Ziming's drone returned in vain for the nth time. The battery alarm sounded annoying. 2 days passed. Xiaxi, who was cooling the top of the tower, put down the telescope and rubbed his sore eyes. In her telescope, except for the occasional wildcat, there was not even a shadow of an aberration. Hell! Xiaxi looked at Fengju on the side. For the past 2 days, they have kept at least one person observing from the top of the tower. Take turns eating to solve your physiological needs. Hell! Xiaxi turned his head to look at Fengju, who was gnawing on the energy bar. Were we played by the academy? Silence slowly swallowed the last bite of food. Either the intelligence was wrong, or they heard the wind and shifted, and there was a possibility. We were out of luck. Xiaxi was silent for a moment. The communicator remembered Su Zhan's voice. Everyone, pay attention. Observe for another 24 hours. If you still don't find it, apply to the academy to terminate the mission. Su Zhan was in the underground pipeline, and after saying this sentence with communication equipment, he also felt a little helpless in his heart. It's been 2 days. This abandoned industrial area still has not moved at all. Alas, stop the loss in time. Can't waste too much time here. The moonlight is obscured by thick clouds. The industrial area fell into darkness. Xiaxi and Fengju were still lying on the top of the cooling tower. The green light of the night vision goggles was reflected on the two focused faces. At this moment, Fengju's finger moved slightly, pointing to a hidden side door in the northwest corner of the factory. Xiaxi immediately adjusted the telescope. Dozens of dark shadows appeared silently, dressed in black, and pried open the rusted iron door with neat movements. Discover the target. Xiaxi lowered his voice and said in the communicator, in the northwest corner, more than 10 people, suspected of being a mutant. Inside the drainage pipe, Su Zhan's communicator vibrated slightly. He immediately pressed Lu Ziming's shoulders and signaled to be quiet. There is a situation. Su Zhan whispered. The man in black, more than 10 people, entered through the northwest side door. Lu Ziming's eyes widened. Did we really squat? Su Hao's voice came from the communicator. Do you want to keep up? Fengju continues to monitor from the top of the tower and wait for an opportunity. Su Zhan immediately decided. The three of us went around to their rear from the underground pipeline. Su Hao, Lu Ziming, come with me. 4 words, it's all here. Xiaxi said to the communicator. Understood. The three of them quietly walked through the pipes. Lu Ziming's drone quietly took off and tracked the movements of the man in black under the cover of night. They went to the central plant. Lu Ziming stared at the screen and whispered, I don't know what I'm doing when we get together. Su Zhan made a gesture. The three of them quietly crawled out of a maintenance well. Under the cover of the shadow of the abandoned equipment, it slowly approached the central plant. Su Zhan's back was pressed against the rusted steel bracket, and his breathing was extremely light. Behind him, Su Hao and Lu Ziming were also in their respective positions. After hearing that Xiaxi was also in place, Su Zhan raised 3 fingers and counted down. 3, 2, 1. The 4 of them rushed into the factory at the same time, and the life soul target was aimed at all corners of the factory. Su Hao held 2 daggers in his hands. Lu Ziming's palm was thunderous. Xiaxi's scythe of destruction was taller than her, and she was holding her hands at the moment. Su Zhan's pupils appeared on his chest, and the 2 swords were held in his hands. But the scene was empty. Inside the huge factory, there are only crooked mechanical wreckage and broken glass. The night wind poured in through the broken windows, rolling up the old dust on the ground. No men in black, no aberrations. Su Hao blinked blankly. What about people? Lu Ziming's drone hovered in vain. He stared at the blank thermal imaging on the screen, his face ugly, impossible, obviously watching them come in. Suzhan's eyes froze. Did you fall into the trap? Suzhan's first reaction was a trap. Could it be that the other party had a premeditated plan? Since they took on this task, they have already fallen into a trap? If that's the case, that means that someone within Suzaku Academy leaked mission information. Even worse, what's going on? The forces of the aberration have infiltrated the top of the academy. What's going on? This thought sent shivers down his spine. If even the highest university in Dacia is infiltrated, where else is the country safe? But the next second, he denied the overly extreme speculation. No, it's too exaggerated. More likely, these men in black were hiding here and knew the terrain of the industrial zone well. They may have found surveillance. Only then did he deliberately lead the team into the factory and then escape through the secret passage. What made him even more sure that this was not a trap was that more than 30 seconds had passed since they came to this factory. The other party still didn't move. If it was a trap, it should have been done long ago. Suzhan's breathing stabilized again. Suzhan immediately reacted and said to Lu Ziming, "When you came, did you carefully observe the thermal imaging video of the drone?" "No." Lu Ziming shook his head. "After I confirmed that they were in the central factory, I patronized the road. Drone remote control for me." Suzhan stretched out his hand. "Take over Lu Ziming's drone remote control and quickly play back the thermal imaging record. The red figure on the screen is clearly visible." Wait. After the dozen or so men in black walked to a corner of the central factory, the heat signal gradually faded one by one, as if swallowed up by darkness. "It's not disappearing." Suzhan narrowed his eyes. "It's down, Master Lu. The 3D model you gave us doesn't seem to have this place." "Shun." Lu Ziming cursed. "After the mission, I asked my dad to ask for an explanation. Isn't this a trick?" Suzhan nodded without blaming much. Because of this kind of secret room, there is a high probability that it will not be easily exposed to the drawings. After all, there is no secret in the secret room, so can it still be called a secret room? It is normal for Lu Ziming not to get complete drawings. Suzhan quickly walked to the place where the people in black disappeared, and the soles of his boots ran over the dust on the ground, revealing the stone slab below. Lu Ziming, Xiaxi, and Suha followed. The three of them surrounded a seemingly ordinary concrete floor and carefully examined. "Here!" Suha shouted in a low voice, brushing his fingers over an almost invisible gap on the ground. "There is an airflow." Suzhan squatted down, and the way to judge the hollow of the ground was to tap the ground, so that it could be judged by the sound that came out. He is not sure if the opponent has found himself and his teammates. Now you can't hit the ground rashly, because the sound caused by the other party may hear it, and if it detects the coming, it will be on guard. The blocking voice came from the communicator. "What did you find?" "Secret door." Suzhan groped along the gap. A rusty metal pull tab was found in the corner, cleverly disguised as a discarded part. "Seal, come over quickly, prepare to break in." The road was blocked. Lu Ziming has already taken out a miniature blasting device. "Do you want to, directly?" Suzhan stopped him. "The movement is too big. This may be their lair, and we have to go in quietly." He pulled up the hoop with force. A 2-meter square floor slowly lifted open, revealing the black hole below. A strong stench and smell of blood surged up. Suha couldn't help but cover his nose. "What does this taste like?" "Okay, this smell." Lu Ziming immediately pinched his nose and took 2 steps back, his face turning blue. "It's like a public toilet that hasn't been cleaned for 10 years mixed with a slaughterhouse." "No." The sound of blocking came from the communicator. Specific description: rotting excrement. Suzhan frowned and said, "There is very strong smell of blood. Do you want to wait for the rabbit?" Lu Ziming lowered his voice and proposed, "We will ambush here and wait for them to come out and wipe them out." Suha retorted, But what if they ran away from other exits?" This secret room is not marked on the plan of the industrial zone, indicating that it is likely that they built it privately. Xiaxi calmly analyzed, "This kind of secret stronghold usually has multiple escape routes." Saying that, he looked at Lu Ziming scrutinizingly, and his eyes swept over Lu Ziming's valuable customized brand from top to bottom. "And, Lu Ziming, you propose this, won't you be afraid of getting dirty? After all, you are used to the life of a rich family, and I'm afraid you haven't even approached the garbage station." Lu Ziming's face changed. "Isn't it just a little stinky? Maybe it's a little dirty." He stiffened his neck and deliberately took another step towards the passage, only to be smoked by the stench that surged up. But he still insisted on not retreating. "You are not afraid of a woman. What am I afraid of?" Suhao held back his laughter and shook his shoulders next to him. "I'll take the lead." Xiaxi didn't bother to pay attention to him anymore, turned to Suzhan and said, "If some eldest young masters can't stand it, they can let the wind blow on it." "Who's going to let the wind blow? How is that possible?" Lu Ziming was about to refute. Suhao silently handed him a vomit bag. "Lu Ziming, Xiaxi is right." Suzhan nodded, his eyes swept over his teammates. "Since the secret room is not in the intelligence, it is likely that there are other exits, and when the seal comes, we will take the initiative to attack the yellow dragon. The best way to complete the mission is to go in and find them." Lu Ziming snorted, "Seek truth in wealth and danger, right?" Suzhan continued, "If you want to complete the task, this is the best way. There were slight footsteps in the distance. Fongju's figure appeared at the door of the factory. All personnel are in place. Let's go. Everyone slowly descended along the rusted metal stairs. The deliberately light footsteps were almost inaudible in the narrow passage. That's right. Xie took the lead. Su Zhan followed. Lu Ziming was still smoked by the increasingly strong stench. Su Hao and the sealed palace were wary of the darkness behind them. The further you go, the smell of rancidity and blood becomes stronger. The disgusting smell penetrates the nasal cavity. Lu Ziming's Adam's apple kept rolling, but he kept holding on. Turn a corner. The scene in front of them made everyone freeze instantly. More than a dozen mutants of different shapes formed in a circle, tearing several fresh corpses. And around them, excrement piled up in mountains, and tawny filth formed a sticky swamp on the ground. Farther away, mutilated human corpses were piled up in the corners like garbage, some rotting in maggots, and some still oozing blood. Lu Ziming covered his mouth suddenly, and his stomach juice rushed straight to his throat. Su Zhan's pupils contracted. A bold idea came to mind. Captivity. These mutants use this place as a nest, and those missing humans. It is in captivity. No excretory system, no ventilation equipment, just to hide the location of the secret room. No wonder the smell is so scary. The three low-risk 7th-order mutants turned their heads almost at the same time and locked on to the intruder. The first resembles a monitor lizard, covered with blue-gray bone armor and sharp bone spurs at the end of its tail. The second was like an inflated humanoid balloon, with translucent skin and corrosive liquid rolling in its body. The third is covered with a grayish-brown cuticle similar to tree bark, with a large mouth of cracked blood basins, which are covered with spiral teeth. The arms are unusually slender, hanging down to the knees, and the ends of the fingers extend with half-meter-long black bone claws. Su Zhan shouted lowly. Lu Ziming was already ready to go, and the thunder in his right hand skyrocketed. Purple thunder. Meanwhile, a shining purple lightning bolt shot out of his palm. Directly slashed at the bone lizard mutant, the electric light flowed between the bone armor, making a crackling sound. Su Hao's figure suddenly disappeared, and appeared behind another bone blade species in the next second. The two daggers intertwined, and the head covered with bone spurs fell in response. His figure flashed again, avoiding the splattering corrosive blood in time and returning to the team formation. Do it! In a dimly lit corner, a dozen ragged humans were held in the iron cage. They curled up in excrement and blood, their eyes empty, and their skin covered in bruises and festering wounds. The long-term inhuman torture has made them lose the strength to struggle and sit like a walking dead. Until the figures of Su Zhan and his party appeared at the entrance of the passage, and the aura of the battle cut through the darkness. A skinny middle-aged man threw himself to the edge of the cage, his chapped lips trembling. Help! Save us! It's the awakened one! It's the awakening! A young woman with a dirty face screamed and shook the iron fence frantically. I'm here, please. In the corner, an old man with only one leg left burst into tears, slapping the cage with all his strength. Kill these beasts! Kill them! Hope spreads like wildfire among prisoners. The originally dead cage boiled instantly. The bone lizard mutant chuckled, and the bone tail suddenly pierced the iron cage and plunged into the chest of the old man, who shouted loudly. Blood dripped down the bone spurs. The old man's expression froze between ecstasy and pain. Why are you so excited? The bone lizard mutant slowly pulled out the bone spurs and licked the blood on it. I really think. Can they save you? The cage was instantly dead. Su Zhan did not say a word. The other party is killing chickens and warning monkeys. However, he did not think about calming the emotions of these survivors. After all, there is no point in doing so, because their outcome has nothing to do with the support of these survivors. No matter how good your words are, if you can't win against the other side, you will still have to die. How did you find this place? The bone lizard aberration asked. For a low-risk 7th-order mutant with strong defense and recovery ability, Lu Ziming's purple thunder obviously did not cause any harm to him. Su Zhan said lightly, thermal imaging. The fat mutant showed sharp white teeth. The current academy equipment is really good, but don't you know that it is very rude to disturb someone else's meal? The slender and aberrant mutant with slender arms smiled fiercely. Then there is no way. Almost at the same moment, the entire underground space suddenly boiled. Scythe of destruction! Xie shouted, and a pitch-black giant scythe 2 meters long appeared out of thin air. The scythe blade was entwined with a dark red aura of destruction. As she turned around, the giant scythe threw a terrifying arc of light, directly cutting off the 3 low-level aberrations that pounced on them. The sealed sword was unsheathed, and the sword body was as clear as autumn water. The figure of the Jinghong sword turned into an afterimage, and wherever the sword light passed, the limbs of the aberrations broke one after another. As soon as a mantis-like aberration raised its knife arm, its head flew into the air. Slow! Su Zhan's pupils of Shiwan appeared with golden light. The bone lizard aberration mutant that was about to pounce suddenly slowed down. Lu Ziming seized the opportunity, and his palms flashed with thunder. Purple thunder! 2 thick purple razors roared out. It bombarded the bone lizard hard, causing fragments of bone armor to splash everywhere. Su Hao's figure flashed everywhere on the battlefield. The appearance is accompanied by the cold light sight of the dagger. A mutant with compound eyes had his throat cut as soon as he sensed the danger. But in terms of numbers, it is really not superior. Good opportunity. The obese aberration swelled to a height of 3 meters, with its head above the ceiling in the basement. The skin is completely transparent, and the acid rolling in the body is clearly visible. He opened his huge mouth, and the corrosive liquid poured down like a waterfall. Xiaxi's giant scythe swept across the sky, and a dark red barrier blocked everyone's heads. The acid comes into contact with the barrier and makes a corrosive sound. The slender mutant with slender arms took the opportunity to attack, tearing the air with bone claws and targeting Xiaxi. The sealed sword blocked in time, and sparks flew in the sound of gold and iron. Slow down. Su Zhan's pupils contracted. The sneak attack of the aberration suddenly stopped. Be careful. Xiaxi seized the opportunity, and the giant scythe slashed down with destruction. The right arm of the slender and aberrant mutant on both arms was broken at the root, and black blood gushed out. But he actually smiled fiercely, and the granulation wriggled at the broken arm. New bone claws regenerate at a rate visible to the naked eye. Su Zhan immediately understood that the evolution direction of this slender mutant with slender arms was precisely this pair of arms, so even if it was cut off, it could recover quickly. The bone lizard variant also broke free from the shackles of deceleration, and the bone spurs on its tail burst out, enveloping everyone like rain. Su Hao hurriedly teleported to block, and the dagger danced into a curtain of light, but there was still a bone spur that grazed his cheek, bringing out a bloodstain. The war situation is deadlocked. Put. Tactical adjustments. Su Zhan's voice sounded clearly in the chaotic battle situation. Xiaxi, Fengju, Lu Ziming, concentrate your firepower with me to hold back these 3 seventh orders. Su Hao. He turned sideways to avoid the tail thorns of the bone lizard variant. Prioritize cleaning up the miscellaneous soldiers. Su Hao's figure disappeared instantly, and appeared above the iron cage in the next second. The 2 positive and low-order aberrations suddenly froze. At the same time, bloodlines appeared on their necks, and their heads rolled down. Su Hao had already flashed to the other side, and the dagger pierced the eye socket of the third aberrant. Xiaxi's giant scythe collided head-on with the torrent of acid spewed by the obesity aberration, and the dark red blade light split the corrosive liquid in 2. The scythe blade is not diminished. A hideous wound was opened on the opponent's bulging belly, and yellow-green liquid splattered out. Understood. Awesome. The sealing sword energy was swung out again and again, forced the slender mutant with both arms to retreat. Lu Ziming folded his hands, and the purple thunder condensed into a dazzling ball of light in his palm. Several thunderbolts intertwined into a thunder and lightning cage, temporarily trapped the bone lizard that wanted to pursue Su Hao. The survivors in the iron cage covered their mouths, watching Su Hao shuttle through the aberration group like a ghost. Su Zhan saw that the miscellaneous soldiers were almost cleaned up, and slowly pulled out the twin knives behind him. Shi Yuan's pupils suddenly lit up, and the hands on the dial rotated rapidly. It's now. All staff accelerate. Su Zhan shouted and used the acceleration buff on his teammates. I haven't forgotten to use the slow buff on my opponent. The life soul ability was used on so many people, making his head a little dizzy, but it is maintained with all its might, because the victory or defeat is about to be announced at this moment. The deceleration and acceleration buff of the pupil of the abyss envelopes the entire battlefield. The tide of the battle was instantly reversed. Xiaxi's scythe of destruction turned into a dark red whirlwind under the acceleration effect, forced the obese and aberrant barn queen to retreat. Its swollen body was already covered with hideous wounds, and the splattering acid could not keep up with Xiaxi's speed at all. Only vein pits can be corroded on the wall. Awesome. The sealed sword light was connected into a silver light network under acceleration. The slender mutants on both arms were retreating steadily, and the speed of the bone claws blocking became slower and slower. A sword light crossed its chest, and black blood suddenly soaked the trench coat. Suddenly let out a painful roar. Purple thunder chains. Lu Ziming's thunder turned into dozens of purple chains, entangled the bone lizard mutant to death. Thunder and lightning flashed. The bones and armor were shattered. The bone lizard mutant struggled frantically, but could only writhe in vain in place. Su Hao's figure almost disappeared in the acceleration field. The surviving low-level aberrations could not catch his movements at all, and could only wave their claws indiscriminately, but let out screams one after another. Silver light flashed. The mutant staggered back, covering his blood-spurting throat, and so on. Su Zhan tried his best to maintain Shi Yuan's pupils. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his head was slightly dizzy. The consumption is large. Retreat. All retreat. The bone lizard tore open its trench coat, revealing its scaly body. The 3 seventh-order mutants crashed into the wall at the same time, and they crashed into a hidden passage on the concrete. Xiaxi's giant scythe roared out and nailed a low-level aberration to the wall, but the 3 seventh-order and 1 low-order aberration had disappeared into the depths of the passage. Only one resentful threat was left. We'll see you again. The passage echoed with messy footsteps, gradually moving away. Chase. Su Zhan endured the feeling of dizziness and was the first to rush to the passage for the mutant to escape. Want to run? run? Xiaxi's giant scythe was still nailed to the wall, and with a wave of her right hand, the giant scythe nailed to the wall disappeared out of thin air and appeared on her hand in the next second. Take a step and follow closely behind. But right now, tick, a faint electronic sound came from the crack in the wall. The ban warning has just been issued. A violent explosion sounded. The concrete at the top of the passage collapsed instantly, and steel bars and gravel poured down. Sujan's pupils of Shiwan immediately lit up, and at the last moment, he unfolded the slowing field to buy a moment of reaction time for everyone. Step back. Everyone retreated rapidly, but was still blown away by the shockwave for several meters. Xiaxi adjusted his posture in the air, and the giant sickle stuck into the ground to stabilize his figure. Be careful. The sealed sword danced in front of him into a curtain of light, blocking the flying rubble. Lu Ziming and Su Hao were directly slapped on the wall by the airwaves. The smoke and dust dispersed, and the passage in front of him was completely blocked by the ruins. Shun. Xiaxi slashed on the pile of rubble with a sickle, and the dark red spiritual power exploded into a piece of slag, but the blockage behind it was still out of sight. Lu Ziming coughed and got up. These beasts. There was actually a bomb buried. Fengju had already squatted down, and his fingers touched the ground. I can't hear the footsteps. At least run 300 meters. The survivors in the iron cage excitedly rushed to the railing. Save us. Please. Take us with you. Don't leave us behind. The cry echoed in the confined underground space. A man with a bloody face even stretched out his hand and tried to grab the nearest seal. Fengju's brows furrowed slightly, and the cold light of the sword flashed. The chains of the iron cage broke with a sound, but the blade of the sealed sword immediately lay in front of the exit, and the cold eyes made the survivors instantly silent. Stay here, Sujan said lightly. It's 10 times more dangerous outside than here. A young woman also wanted to argue, but think clearly. Sujan's eyes swept over everyone. What we are going to hunt down now are 3 low-risk 7th-order aberrations. Take you with you. Do you think you don't die fast enough? Boom! The survivors froze in place. The outstretched hands slowly retracted. One person suddenly knelt down and cowed out heavily. My lord, you must kill those beasts. Yes, keep digging. Sujan wiped the blood on his forehead. They can't run far with their injuries. Wrong. No need to dig. Su Hao. Su Hao's life soul is teleportation, so he still digs an egg. Su Hao immediately understood, and his figure appeared beside Sujan in a flash. Hold on to me. Sujan pressed his shoulder. The scene in front of him suddenly distorted, and the two of them had already passed through the collapsed passage and appeared in the secret passage on the other side. The damp musty smell hits my face. There were faint panicked footsteps in the distance. Continue, Sujan said in a deep voice. Su Hao nodded and launched teleportation again. Xiaxi only felt his shoulders sink, and his vision changed instantly. She subconsciously clenched the giant scythe and found that she was already standing in a secret passage dripping with water. The next moment, then there was the blocking. During this period, Sujan did not stop and continued to chase the opposite side. After that, the person who was taken over by Su Hao immediately followed in Sujan's footsteps. Lu Ziming was the last one to be teleported, and he almost didn't stand still. It's more exciting than a roller coaster. Zilei was already jumping in the palm of his hand. Where are those bastards? Chase now, it's not far away. Sujan ran while pointing to the depths of the density. The bloodstains are still warm. Xiaxi shouted, we must not let them run away this time. Su Hao took a deep breath and activated the teleportation again. The figures of the crowd disappeared one after another, constantly approaching each other. The deep secret passage stretched forward. Intricate forks appear from time to time. Some of the passages have been artificially widened and paved with rusty iron plates. Some maintain their original cavern form, with narrow areas that need to be passed sideways. The footsteps suddenly dispersed in the labyrinthine passage ahead, echoing with bursts of echoes. They deliberately create echoes to disrupt our judgment. Xiaxi's eyes swept over the 3 forks in the road, but in fact, they are divided into 3 routes. The troops are divided into 3 routes. Sujan did not hesitate at all, and quickly scanned his teammates. Xiaxi and Su Hao are in a group, Fengju and Lu Ziming are in a group, and I will act alone. Xiaxi frowned, and subconsciously wanted to retort, but, you don't have to fight with me about this. I am the strongest in the team, and it is safest to act alone. Sujan interrupted her, you and Fengju are both melee strong attack types, and they must be matched separately. Xiaxi's lips pursed into a line. In the end, there was no refutation. Sujan is telling the truth. If there is a dispute over the distribution of combat power at this moment, it will only delay the fighter. Be careful. Xiaxi only spat out these 2 words, then turned around and ran towards the right passage. Su Hao nodded to everyone, and caught up with Xiaxi in a flash. Fengju's cold gaze looked at the left passage. Let's go. Lu Ziming's purple thunder crackled in the palm of his hand. Let them see what the real thunder method is. Sujan watched the 2 groups disappear into the darkness. Then he turned to face the passage in front of him. 3 directions, 3 hunts. The pupils of the abyss accelerate. Sujan whispered, and his whole body was suddenly wrapped in a layer of light golden streamer. The figure swept out. A gust of wind was brought through the narrow cavern passage. The moss on the rock wall pulls follows long green light trails in high-speed movement. The sound of the wind howling in my ears drowned out the footsteps. Sujan's eyes locked in front of him. The footsteps ahead are getting clearer and clearer, indicating that the other party is not far away. There is a sharp turn in the front channel. The next moment, Sujan's footsteps did not stop at all, and he jumped sideways at the moment when he was about to hit the rock wall, and the soles of his boots kicked on the wet rock wall, and the whole person turned in a new direction like an arrow off the string. After acquiring the acceleration ability for so long, he has long been able to skillfully control the speed and direction. After turning 3 forks, the passage ahead widened sharply. Sujan suddenly stopped. At the end of the passage, suddenly, the bone lizard variant was dragging its severely injured body in embarrassment, trying to push open a rusty iron door. Hear the movement. He turned around in horror. How can it be so fast? Sujan's twin swords have been unsheathed. Have you run enough? The bone lizard mutant roared. The bone armor of the whole body clicked. The body suddenly expanded in a circle, and the thick lizard tail swept away, pumping the rock wall into a scattering of gravel. The pupils of Shi Yuan, slow down. Sujan's soul was urged. The movement of the bone lizard mutant suddenly slowed down. Sujan's figure flashed, and the two swords staggered towards the opponent's neck. The bone lizard mutant actually lifted its forelimbs at a critical moment, and the bone armor collided with the blade, and sparks flew. He smiled fiercely and opened his bloody mouth, and a dangerous red light lit up in his throat. Sujan suddenly withdrew his knife and leaned back. A hot corrosive liquid swept past the tip of his nose, melting the rock wall behind him into a basin-sized hole, sizzling. The gravel fell and the passage began to tremble. Accelerate! Sujan's instant circle to the flank of the bone lizard mutant and slash at the weak part of the joint. Bell. Black blood splattered. The bone lizard roared in pain, and its long tail was drawn like a steel whip, but it suddenly changed direction halfway. The bone spurs at the tip of the tail flew out. Phew! 3 bone spurs pierced Sujan's left shoulder, bringing out a pool of blood. He snorted, but his movements did not stop at all, and his right knife stabbed into the soft armor under the armpit of the bone lizard, and twisted hard. The bone lizard mutant struggled frantically, hitting the rock walls on both sides with cracks. The forelimb bone armor turned into 2 white bone blades, and the head was cut off. Sujan retreated sharply. The bone blade brushed against his chest, and his clothes suddenly cracked. Before he could stand firm, the lizard tail came again. Sujan hurriedly blocked with a horizontal knife, and was shocked by the huge force and flew backwards, hitting the rock wall with his back. At the moment, his spiritual power was greatly consumed in the previous battle. Compared with the injuries of the bone lizard variant, it is not much better. Roar! Why do you have to hold on to me? The bone lizard mutant roared angrily, taking the opportunity to pounce, and the blood mouth opened wide. Sujan pushed the spiritual power of the whole body. The slowdown buff is used on the opponent, and the acceleration buff is used on yourself. The movement of the bone lizard variant slows down. Sujan took the opportunity to burst out, and slashed the opponent's chest with a cross slash. Black blood like a waterfall. The bone lizard mutant staggered backward, and the hideous cross wound on the chest was deep visible. He let out a shrill scream, and his bones stood up piece by piece. At the moment of a critical moment, dozens of pieces of bone armor shot like a torrential rain. Sujan's twin swords danced into a curtain of light. Jingle ding dang. In the sound of collisions. Put. There are still a few pieces of bone armor penetrating the defense. One pierced into his thigh, one crossed his cheek, and one even flew to his throat. Last minute. Whoosh. Sujan bit the bone armor with his teeth, and he didn't even notice that the corner of his mouth was cut. The smell of blood in the mouth. Sujan saw that the bone lizard mutant was fleeing to the iron gate in a hurry. You only want to escape. How can you defeat me? Sujan spat out the bone armor and crossed his 2 knives in front of his chest. The figure flashed like lightning. Boom! As soon as the bone lizard touched the iron door handle, it suddenly froze. The next second, a deep bone opening was made in his back. Black blood splattered on the iron door, making a corrosive sound. Sujan gasped with his knife, the blood on his shoulder dripping down the blade, but his face was full of excitement. The bone lizard mutant let out a tragic roar, turned around suddenly, and pounced on Sujan. You don't have much spiritual power left. Do you think you are better than me? Why do you have to hold on to me? Let's all take a step back. Isn't this good? If you don't let me go now, the big deal will be that the fish will die and the net will break. He spat out scarlet letters. The cross scar on the chest is healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Aberrants are rough and thick-skinned, so they don't die. Sujan smiled. The fish is dead and the net is broken? He. Black scales quickly appeared on the surface of his skin, his body muscles skyrocketed, and his eyes turned into vertical pupils. A long tail grows behind it. Roar! The golden light of the pupil of the abyss did not disappear. Instead, it flows between the scales, like a flowing golden galaxy. The bone lizard mutant stopped suddenly, and his eyes widened in horror. You are. Sujan pulled out a grinning from the corner of his mouth, and his voice became hoarse and low. Surprised? Then, the next moment, it's the tail whip that tears the air. The giant tail pulled out on the forelimbs blocked by the bone lizard variant and blasted blasted it directly into the rock wall. Gravel splashes. Sujan's pitch-black claws have reached his throat. The bone lizard suddenly spewed out corrosive liquid. At this moment, the golden light of Shiwan's pupils formed a thin film on the surface of the scales, and the corrosive liquid was strangely slowed down and hovered. Sujan's claws continued to castrate unabated, directly piercing the opponent's throat. Boom! You! How can it be? The bone lizard variant is dying and struggling, and the bone armor explodes all over its body. Sujan dodged as much as possible. The bone armor collided with the black scales, and the sound of jingling was endless. Sujan's claws penetrated the defense, penetrated deep into the opponent's abdomen, and sharply picked up the claws in the opponent's throat. The head of the bone lizard mutant flew high, and black blood gushed out like a spring. Sujan's unforgiving, he took out 2 knives and continued to mend the knife. Chop it into a pig. This is how you can feel at ease. During this period, the wounds on the body will be restored as quickly as possible through the recovery ability of the aberration horror. Then remove the aberration form. Sujan knelt on one knee and gasped slowly. The next second, after the other party sought his dual identity, he lost his mind for the first time, and he also found an opportunity. But it's true. Seeing an awakened person suddenly become his own kind really confused the aberrant. Sujan pulled his lips and smiled, took off his shirt, and tore it all up. Now all his wounds have healed, but the damage to his shirt cannot heal, so he can only destroy it all. Otherwise, there are no injuries, but the clothes are so rotten, it would be too suspicious. He could only absorb the life essence of the misty creatures, but he could not absorb the aberrations. Okay, let's report on the battle. Sujan held down the communicator and said, "The bone lizard variant has been killed by me. How is your side?" But what awaited was silence. There was a long silence. Sujan frowned slightly, checked the communicator. It's a pity. And electricity. Why don't teammates reply? Could it be that they are all fighting? Inconvenient? Repeat. Sujan pressed the communicator and continued. "The bone lizard variant has been killed by me. How is it on your side? I can help you right now. Which one needs more help? Please reply when you receive it, and reply when you receive it." But the ending is still silence. Sujan realized that something was wrong, and his heart sank, because even in battle, 2 people fight a mutant, they should reply with a shot. But after so long, he said it twice, and his teammates still didn't reply. Could it be that something happened? Wrong. There is another possibility. Sujan immediately turned on his phone and took a look. No signal. No wonder the communicator contacted his teammates, and they didn't respond. The signal is gone, and no matter how much he calls his teammates, he can't call them. This situation, or it is blocked by the signal, or the fog is coming. Any electronic device that fails, including mobile phones, computers, and even surveillance, will be scrapped. In this special space shrouded in fog, the speed of time flow is completely different from that of the outside world. The gray-white mist surging at the edge is both a barrier and a passage. The strong people from the outside world can forcibly break in, and if the people inside want to go out, they will only enter the more real misty world, which is the nest of misty creatures, the hell of humans. Let's go out and take a look first. Sujan did not return the same way. After all, if he returns the same way, he will meet a survivor, which will expose his whereabouts. After all, he had plans not to come back. Of course, just intended. As for teammates, don't worry now. After all, they are all 2-on-1, and the other party is still injured, so they can beat each other no matter how much they say it. Thereupon, Sujan pushed open the rusty door that the bone lizard mutant wanted to push open until he died. The end of the secret passage must be the place of escape. From here, it is also possible to reach the ground. Behind the iron gate, there is a row of stairs going up. Sujan stepped on the stairs and walked up. At the end of the stairs is a heavy stone door covered with moss. Sujan's push hard. Enlightened. Sujan stood on the first floor of an abandoned factory building in an industrial zone. Immediately ran outside. Looking around, the pupils contracted slightly. The border of the entire industrial area was shrouded in a rolling gray-white mist, which slowly wriggled like a living creature, completely isolating the area from the outside world. Looking up, the sky was also obscured by fog. There are no stars and moonlight, only a suffocating grayness. It's really fog. Sujan recalled the scene where the mutants ran away. 3 low-risk 7th-order aberrations, and a low-order aberration. It seems that these aberrations are not just running away. I haven't forgotten to summon the mist and use the fog creatures as helpers. Now is a good opportunity to improve his aberration form. At this moment, the fog not far away stirred violently, as if it had been torn open by some invisible force. A behemoth slowly crawled out of the fog. The foot is more than 3 m high. It has a torso similar to that of a human, but the skin of the whole body is textured and uneven like tree bark. There is no head above the neck. In its place are 3 vertebrate-like tentacles extending from the shoulder blades. At the tip of each tentacle is a deformed eyeball covered with compound eyes. His arms hung down to his knees, and his palms split into 6 barbed bone whips, dragging sticky bloodstains on the ground as they moved. And its belly. The skin there is completely transparent. You can clearly see the bones of half half-digested unknown creatures piled up inside. Sujan immediately searched for information in his mind and learned the identity of the species standing opposite him. Bone erosion. The bone whip is flexible, has a wide field of view, and the transparent skin on the abdomen can open to form a vertical bloody basin mouth which feeds directly through the abdomen after killing the prey. Of course, it's okay if you don't kill it. According to the fluctuations in the intensity of the fog on the other side, the strength should be at the 6th level of low risk. Sujan's heart was cold. Most of the fog creatures that come out of the fog summoned by the aberrant species are only one, but most often more than one. It has been more than half a year since the fog inside Dasha descended. The misty creature has also gone from the initial intensity of non-inflow to this now. It's progressing too fast. Even though Sujan thought that his cultivation speed was already very fast, he was still not confident in his heart when facing the misty creatures. The three eyeballs of the bone eater locked Sujan's eyeballs at the same time, and the tentacles twisted, making a piercing sound similar to a baby's cry. Whoa! The 3-meter-tall deformed body was pressed down like a hill, and 6 bone whips were used. The bone whip grew suddenly, and it came towards Sujan and strangled. Sujan was as small as a child in front of him, but he did not take a step back. Slow. At that moment, the golden light in the abyss surged violently. The 6 bone whips suddenly slowed down. Sujan rushed in with a short body, and the 2 knives intertwined in front of him into a cross-cold ray, directly taking the opponent's abdomen. The bone erosion had a split abdomen, a row of fangs closed, and the double knives were clamped tightly. The 3 eyeball tentacles took the opportunity to break free from the deceleration force field and wrapped around Sujan from different angles. Accelerate! Sujan let go of the hilt of the knife, and his body leaned back like a ghost. The 3 tentacles couldn't stop and actually penetrated each other's eyeballs. Black blood splattered. Sujan volleyed over, and kicked his feet hard at the knee joint of the bone eroder. Boom! This blow uses the power of the aberration form, so it is very powerful. The 3-meter-tall giant body knelt on the ground with a bang, causing the ground to crack. Sujan took the opportunity to withdraw the double swords. The bone eater was furious, and the abdominal bones suddenly sprayed out. Dozens of human bones covered the space like shotgun bullets. Sujan's twin swords danced into a curtain of light, and there were still a few broken bones penetrating the defense. Poof! Burst! One rib bruises the thigh. Click! A phalanx grazed the temple, bringing up a bloodline. The smell of blood stimulated the bone erosion even more violently. Roar! It stood up suddenly, and the 6 bone whips slapped it with the momentum of destroying mountains and rocks. Sujan did not retreat but advanced, and slipped out of the gap at the moment when the bone whip was slapped. The 2 knives cut all the way along the opponent's arm. The sound of blades rubbing against flesh sounded. Black blood fell like a waterfall, corroding smoking pits on the ground. The bone eroder shook his arm violently, slammed Sujan into the abandoned steel frame. Sujan crashed through 3 layers of rusty iron plates before stopping his figure. Cough! Spit out the blood foam from the mouth. Sujan stood up staggeringly. The 3 broken eyeballs of the bone eroder wriggled and regenerated. It approached with earth-shaking steps, and a few more bone spurs stained with digestive juices poked out of the crack in its abdomen. The power of the aberration in Sujan's body surged quietly, instantly stopping the bleeding of the wound. Boom! To be honest, if it's a deformed mutant, I don't have that motivation, but I fight the misty creatures. Hee. How can there be no motivation to fight monsters and upgrade? Sujan said in his heart. At the moment, fighting on the ground, there are many people, and it is not easy for him to expose his aberrant form. Now he doesn't need to transform to gain the power of aberration. But in this case, only 50% of the power can be obtained. But in the current situation, it is enough. No scales, no tail, just the purest physical enhancement. Another bone whip was drawn. Sujan did not dodge or dodge, and grabbed the tip of the whip directly with his left hand. The barb pierced into the palm of his hand, and the blood had not yet flowed out. But, a wave of the knife. The bone whip snapped in response. The 3 eyeballs of the bone erosion contracted at the same time, and the remaining 5 whips were frantically strangled. Accelerate! Sujan's figure suddenly blurred, and the pure speed burst made him shuttle through the whip net. A knife was cut at the knee joint of the person who was eroding the bone. The 3-meter-tall body knelt on the ground with a bang. The concrete poured ground exploded directly, and the crack spread 5 meters away. Ugh! The abdomen of the bone erosion splits open and spews out corrosive digestive juices. Sujan gave way sideways and swung his knife at the opponent's elbow joint. The whole arm was cut off like a dead branch. The last knife. Bang! The eye tentacles of the bone eater are directly cut in half along with the upper body. The headless body shook twice and fell heavily into the rubble. Sujan shook off the black blood on his hand, and his breathing was a little disordered. When the power of the aberration is completely applied to the body, it can burst out with powerful destructive power without even changing its appearance. Sujan looked at the remains of the bone eater on the ground, and the flesh and blood were reconnecting and recovering. Click! Creatures like you are really full of vitality. After sighing, he began to mend the knife. It's still cut into babies. Sujan stood in front front of the corpse of the Bone Eater, his eyes swept around. The abandoned industrial area is dead and silent. In this case, there is a risk of exposure to the absorption of bone erosion. But survivors, who had already told them the seriousness of the matter, believed they would be in the basement. Teammates, you should still be in the secret passage. After all, there are survivors who need to be taken care of, and if they find themselves, they should also greet themselves. The current situation should be fine. Damn, if you don't do it, you can't waste such a good essence of life. After confirming that no one was peeking, Sujan tore off the tab of the smoke bomb on his waist and threw it at his feet. He also brought a few of these things. Think about it in case of emergencies. But the current one is just in use. Phew. The dense gray-white smoke burst out instantly, enveloping a 10-meter radius tightly. In the smoke, Sujan's right hand slowly pressed on the remains of the bone eroder's residual warmth. Wipes of milky white life essence ooze out from the remains of the bone eroder, intertwined into twisted silk threads in midair, and drilled into Sujan's nasal cavity and pours into his body. Sujan's muscles trembled slightly, not because of pain, it's because of pleasure. In detail, the muscle fibers beat slightly under the skin, and it is not a painful spasm. It's the ultimate pleasure that every nerve ending. Ha! The next second, a suppressed gasp leaked out from between the teeth. Sujan subconsciously clenched his fists. The Bone Eater's low-risk sixth-order life energy was transforming his body. This pleasure is more addictive than any drug. He suddenly remembered those mutants. Is it the same as the feeling of them hunting human beings to become stronger? This feeling of becoming stronger can really make people crazy. The corpses of the Bone Eaters shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, their skin cracked, their flesh withered, and eventually turned into a cloud of gray-white dust. The last wisp of white gas was submerged in the body. Sujan clenched his fists suddenly. The knuckles made a crisp sound, and the wounds on his body began to heal rapidly. The smoke cleared. Only a piece of ash spread in human form was left on the ground, and a few puddles of black blood that had not yet dried up. The night wind blew, and even the last traces were blown away. And Sujan had already left the scene. Sujan walked through the abandoned factories, and the entire abandoned factory building. The roar is constantly coming. This shows that the bone eroders are coming to this area one after another. Now there are two more options. First, go to your teammates. After all, your teammates should be together. Even if they are not, they are together in twos, and he is gone at this time, which is very suspicious. Second, continue to hunt the Bone Eater, this kind of high-realm mist creature. The benefits brought to him are huge, and now is a good opportunity to improve his strength. Sujan felt the power of aberration in his body. Just absorbing the life essence of a Bone Eater, the realm went from the early stage of the fifth order of low danger to the peak of the fifth order of low danger. Of course, this is mainly because the realm of the Bone Eater is a low-risk sixth order, higher than him, and the energy absorbed will be a lot if it is absorbed by leapfrogging. This is not the case with level absorption. However, Sujan estimated in his heart that as long as he absorbed another low-risk sixth order, his realm of aberrant form could also reach the low-risk sixth order. Isn't this much faster than the awakened person's cultivation? Medicine is a younger brother in front of this cultivation method. Sujan came to a hidden corner and swung a punch into the void. The airwaves squeezed out by pure physical strength directly dented the abandoned oil drum 5 meters away. No spiritual power, the power of the mist, was used. It's just a boxing style. The corners of Sujan's mouth rose uncontrollably. This is power. The most primitive, the most savage, and the most intoxicating power. Although Sujan liked this feeling very much. But calm down. Boom. Now I have to go back to my teammates immediately. Otherwise, it is too easy to expose. It's a pity that there is such a good opportunity to advance. However, his teammates really needed him at this time. Judging from the low-risk sixth-order Bone Eater just now, the level of the mist creatures in this fog event was very high, and they might not be able to deal with it. Sujan went down the stairs of the central plant, and the sound of footsteps echoed in the empty abandoned workshop. Come to the basement. The stench, mixed with the strong smell of blood, hit the face. Sujan frowned slightly. The survivors were still huddled in the corner one by one, and when they saw him, there was a glimmer of hope in their eyes. And farther away, Sujan? Xiaxi's exclamation came. She and Fengju, Lu Ziming, and Su Hao are all here. Lu Ziming's eyes widened. Why did you come out from there? What about the secret passage? After I killed the bone lizard mutant, I suspected that the fog had descended after I found that communication was interrupted. Sujan approached as usual, and patted the dust on his body. I went out to check, then went around, checked the situation, and then returned here through the passage of the central factory. Single brush. Lu Ziming gave a thumbs up. Amazing, brother Su. We are all 2-on-1. You just brush it alone, alas. If you do this, my pressure is getting bigger and bigger. Sujan smiled. Just do your best. Don't think too much. Fengju nodded and asked, fog range? Covering the entire industrial zone. Sujan replied. Su Hao sighed. Hey. The low-level aberration, which we did not identify as a threat, hid in a hidden corner of the passage on its way to escape, where it summoned the mist. Their escape routes are intricate, and it is normal not to find them. Sujan comforted. nodded. When I go back, I'll definitely ask my dad to give me an explanation. Lu Ziming felt that his face was dull. When he asked for drawings, he also swore that he would get the internal drawings casually, but such a large secret room and such a large range of buildings did not appear on the drawings. Okay, I don't mean to blame you. Suzhan patted him on the shoulder. You don't need to say this twice. Well, Lu Ziming said it before. The survivors instantly became calm when they heard them say that the fog incident was coming. Misty, fog? That's what it was said on TV. Mist that eats people? It's over. We'll all die here. Don't be afraid. Suhao squatted down and gently held the hand of a trembling little girl. The fog is just temporarily trapping us. Just wait for it to disperse. How long is it for the time being? A person looked up, his eyes red. The fog of Lincheng lasted for 3 days last time. Do you know how many people have died? Listen. Xie clapped his hands. Our place is very hidden now. You should know this best. The mist creatures are likely to not be able to find this place. You were so emotional now, making such a loud noise, but it will attract the mist creatures over. The survivors fell silent in an instant. Even if it is crying, it is a depressive cry. Suzhan raised his eyebrows slightly. Xie learned Wang Mingyuan's set thoroughly. In this case, there are 3 options. First, comfort the survivors, but this method is too soft and has the worst effect. Second, deter survivors, but this method is too hard and counterproductive in some cases. Third, that's it, explain the stakes, transfer the contradictions to the survivors themselves, and they will naturally be obedient. As soon as these words came out, you learned well. It is much better than the previous Miss Xia, who was arrogant, dismissive of these ordinary people, and only knew how to violently deter. The current situation has been reported. Xie continued, the aberration has been completely eliminated by us, and the entire industrial area is blocked by fog, but the unknown information is the type, number and realm of mist creatures. Suzhan, you just said that you observed a circle outside. Is there any effective intelligence? The type of misty creature is the bone eater. Suzhan spoke half-truthfully, but I haven't observed the strength up close. I can't know. And there are still numbers. There are not many when I came back, but I don't know now. Everyone nodded when they heard this, obviously understanding the characteristics of this misty creature. Fengju leaned against the wall with his sword in his arms. Wait. Lu Ziming nodded and covered his nose. We still have so many civilians to protect, and it is too risky to take the initiative. That is, it doesn't smell good here, but bear with it. There's no way. Su Hao added in a low voice, and we don't even know how much of that stuff is hidden in the fog. This method is okay. Su Zhen pointed to the food next to the cage in the secret room. A whole bunch of compressed cookies. These supplies were prepared by the mutants to prevent these survivors from starving to death. It was right next to their cage, and you could reach out to get it. These foods can last for at least 3 days. I agree. Su Zhen looked at the survivors huddled in the corner. Compared to running around outside, this place is indeed the safest. As for the smell, patience, and it passed. Well, it smells like staying in a dry toilet. No, the dry toilet doesn't smell so bad. Xiaxi hesitated, and finally nodded. Su Zhan raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this. He probably knew what this rich sister was thinking. With Xiaxi's personality, she should be more willing to go out to fight the misty creatures. After all, she took on the task this time, and she didn't need credits. The purpose was to enhance her actual combat ability and advance her cultivation in actual combat. But now there are so many survivors in the secret room. She is also not good at abandoning survivors and taking her team out to fight. In fact, Su Zhan is also more willing to go out to fight. After all, that would give you the opportunity to absorb the life essence of the misty creatures. As for the survivors, each of them is content with their destiny. So why didn't he do it? Gentlemen, you want face. My teammates are still here. It would be too cold-blooded for him to do this. What's more, if these survivors go out, their behavior will be exposed. The impact is not good. So, the plan is. Lu Ziming lowered his voice and made a zipper-sealing gesture to the survivors. Keep absolutely quiet and wait for the fog to dissipate by itself. The survivors nodded silently at this. At this moment, there was a muffled sound overhead, as if something heavy had hit the ground of the central plant. The survivors huddled in horror, but no one dared to scream. Xiaxi's scythe of destruction quietly lay on his knee. They, looking for us. Su Zhan glanced at the survivors and reminded them again in a low voice, remember, no matter what you hear, don't make a sound. The secret room fell into dead silence. Even the sound of breathing became inaudible. Only the sound of a creepy weight touching the ground from the head. Dong! Boom! There was another muffled sound. This time it was closer, as if it had hit the factory floor directly above their heads. Dust fell from the top of the chamber. The dust floated in the air, making people squint their eyes slightly. The survivors covered their mouths. Some buried their faces in their knees, their shoulders shaking violently. Some have their foreheads against the wall, and cold sweat drips down the tip of their noses. Others closed their eyes, folded their hands, and prayed silently. Sand, sand. New voices joined. It was like the flesh dragging on the rough ground. Sometimes there was a pause, sometimes a few times of rubbing. Su Hao unconsciously leaned closer to Fengju. Lu Ziming's fingertips flashed with faint purple thunder, and he immediately extinguished it for fear that the light would expose his position. Squeak! The sound of metal deformation came from overhead. For example, an iron door in the central factory was violently torn open. Wow! This was followed by the sound of collapse. Countless steel bars and iron plates fell to the ground, causing the walls of the secret room to tremble slightly. One of the survivors shook violently, a half-whimper overflowing from his throat, and swallowed back abruptly. Nails had been pinched into the thighs, and blood had penetrated the trouser legs. Sujun put his hands on the hilt of the knife behind his back. He saw Xieshi holding the scythe of destruction tightly. This is not fear, but repressed fighting spirit. What about yourself? Let's do it to each other. The sound in the darkness became clearer and clearer. Creak, creak, Sujun guessed. This is the sound of the Bone Eater's 6 bone whips dragging on the ground. Suddenly, the sound of dragging stopped. People in the secret room. Everyone's breathing froze. Boom! The metal door at the entrance of the secret passage was torn throughout. The Bone Eater's massive 3-meter-tall body was stuck in the doorframe, and the rotten skin rubbed against the concrete, but it couldn't get in. The survivors are completely devastated. A piercing scream exploded in a confined space. Help! They're coming! Here they are! I don't want to die! I don't want to die! Didn't you say that we will be fine if we keep quiet? Why did they find us anyway? A deafening loud noise. Sujun was silent. He did not blame the survivors for losing control. Because at this moment, there is no effect in keeping quiet. But he was also very confused. Why bone erosion confined them? Logically, they didn't make a sound. Judging from the knowledge of the fog creatures he knew, the Bone Eater did not have any sense of smell, thermal imaging, sound waves, or any other way to explore his prey. Strange, so strange. Bang! Boom! Boom! The Bone Eater was frantically slashing the walls around the doorframe with his bone whip. The concrete blocks fell like a rainstorm, and the entire secret passage was trembling violently. Its 3 eyeballs twisted excitedly, as excited as if they were seeing prey. Keep the formation. Xiaxi's scythe of destruction has already lit a dark red light. Suhao protects civilians. The sword of the seal is in hand. The purple thunder in Lu Ziming's palm crackled. Suzhan immediately retorted, the location has been exposed. There will be more and more bone eroders when they open up the intersection into a space that can accommodate their size. We will all be finished. We can't hold it here. Everyone runs through the secret passage. He pointed to the Bone Eater who was frantically widening the entrance. The monsters swing the bone whip and the large pieces of concrete collapsed. The passage has been expanded to 1.5 times the original width, and the bone erosion can come in by simply widening the height or collapsing the ceiling. Xieshi didn't pay too much attention and made a decision on the spot. Let's go to the secret passage together. The survivors rolled and crawled to the exit. Su Hao's figure flickered in the crowd. Teleportation took people with limited mobility forward for several meters. Another load-bearing wall was shattered by bone erosion. The passage opening can accommodate half of its body to poke in. The 3 eyeball tentacles danced excitedly, and the rancid breath sprayed on the back of Suzhan, who was the last to evacuate. Purple thunder! Let's go! Lu Ziming turned around and threw out the mine net and temporarily sealed the passage. Everyone took advantage of this moment to catch their breath and rushed into the tortuous escape passage. Behind him came the angry roar of the Bone Eater, and the roar of more bone whips joining the destruction. It is calling out to the same kind. Boom! Suzhan also ran into the escape passage. The escape route is intricate, only 2m high, and only wide enough for 3 people to run side by side. The terrain limits the bone eroder. Although it can last for a while, it is not a long-term solution. I'm afraid that the next step is still to settle down with their own destiny. Survivors can protect if they can. There is no way to protect it. You can't lose your life for these people, right? Let's go! The entire secret passage suddenly shook violently. The worst happened. Other bone eroders are digging in different directions, and an entire underground network is about to become their hunting ground. The secret path was trembling violently. The survivors stumbled forward and fled. The light column of the flashlight beats wildly in the narrow passage. These flashlights were all given to these survivors by Suzhan. Because in this dark environment, they awakened people have spiritual power, at least they can sense the road ahead. The next second. But not for these survivors. Of course, this also reduces the guilt in everyone's hearts. Because they already know that they cannot fully protect these people, they can only show their best in this way. A certain moment. Illuminate the fork in the road ahead. The next second, it swept over the green moss on the wall. Left, Xieshi commanded. The old man at the back of the line suddenly fell, but no one came to help. Su Hao was about to make a move. The rear passage collapsed. In the smoke, there was a cry of a bone-eating baby. The 3 bone whips pierced the dust curtain and instantly rolled up the old man who fell at the end. Save me! Save! The cries for help stopped abruptly. When Suzhan turned around, he happened to see the old man being twisted into 2 pieces by the bone whip. The upper body is still flying in the air. The transparent skin on the bone erosion's abdomen has cracked, revealing ring-shaped teeth. Boom! Keep running! The sealed sword light cut off the 2 bone whips that were chasing. Black blood splattered on the wall, corroding the honeycomb honeycomb-like pits. The survivors went completely insane. Someone pulled the back of the person in front of him and tried to overtake, but Suhao pulled his collar and threw him back to the team. Someone knelt on the ground and vomited. Some people even lost their shoes, barefoot on broken bones and iron filings. Ahead is the exit. Sujan raised his eyes to look. The beam of light of the flashlight shines directly in front of you. That was indeed an export. But at this moment, the wall on the right exploded. The second bone eater's bone whip pierced through the hole and pierced the chests of the two survivors. There was also something indescribable about the blood that was poured on the heads of others. This made the survivors even more panicked and crazy. I don't know who shouted, "Accelerate!" Sujan's time abyss's pupil golden light skyrocketed. The time field envelopes his teammates. As for why not shroud the survivors, that's because accelerating this ability requires adaptation. Otherwise, like Sujan did at the beginning, his body was completely uncontrollable and he couldn't walk. His teammates are almost familiar with this, but the survivors didn't. Rashly using this ability on them will only hasten their death. This won't save everyone. The fat man who fell at the end of the team suddenly turned around and pushed the little boy beside him towards the bone eater like crazy. "Eat him for you. Don't eat me." The little boy fell into the bone whip. Suhao teleported to pick up people. He didn't have time to dodge a second time. 3 bone whips pierced his shoulders at the same time. Mouse. Lu Ziming's purple thunder turned into a spear and was thrown. The sealed sword light cuts out the crescent moon arc. Sujan took the opportunity to pull up the injured Suhao and slightly used the power of the aberration form Icheng. This allowed him to still rush to the front while carrying people. The fat man's screams came from behind him, but the next second, "I can't run away, kill." Xiaxi's scythe of destruction suddenly ignited dark red spiritual power. She turned around suddenly, and the scythe blade drew a scarlet arc of light, slashing at the bone eater who was the first to chase after her. The bone whip collided with the sickle blade, and sparks flew. The 3 eyeballs of the bone eater twisted wildly, and the abdomen cracked, spewing out a fishy corrosive liquid. Xiaxi dodged sideways. The liquid grazed her clothes and instantly burned out a charred hole. Lock! Lu Ziming closed his hands, and the thunder in his palms skyrocketed. Several purple thunder and lightning wrapped around the second bone eater's bone whip like chains. The current rushed into its body along the whip, burning its flesh and skin to black. Shang! The bone eroder roared lowly, and actually tore off the thunder lock, and the 6 bone whips danced like crazy snakes, and slammed towards Lu Ziming. The stunning sword light of the seal flashed and blocked with precision. Unexpectedly, another one, the third bone eater, had been copied from the side. A bone whip stabbed him in the back. Accelerate! Sujan's time abyss pupils flashed with golden light. Fengju's figure suddenly accelerated, and the Jinghong sword lifted his backhand, and the bone whip broke in response. Black blood splattered. The bone eater let out a piercing scream. Bell! Clang! Clang! Don't give them a chance to breathe. Sujan's 2 swords were unsheathed, and his figure rushed forward. These 3 bone eroders have 1 low-risk 6th order and 2 low-risk 5th order people, so there is no problem in solving them first. The blade goes straight to the transparent skin of the bone-eroding person's abdomen. A knife penetrated, and black blood gushed out. The bone eater struggled frantically, and the remaining 5 bone whips were strangled at Sujan's at the same time. Slow down. At that time, the eyes of the abyss opened again. The offensive of the bone whip suddenly slowed down. Sujan drew his knife and turned around. The knife light was like a wheel, and the 5 bone whips broke at the same time. The bone eater was furious. His abdomen suddenly cracked, and the ring-shaped sharp teeth bit Suji's head. Xiaxi's scythe of destruction slashed from the side. The scythe blade was deeply embedded in the shoulder blade of the bone eroder, and the dark red spiritual power poured into the body along the wound. Put! The sealed sword light was like a rainbow, and the amazing sword turned into an afterimage, cutting off all the eyeballs and tentacles of the second bone eater. Lu Ziming took the opportunity to bully himself, and the thunder in his palm condensed, slamming into the abdomen of the bone eroder. Explode! Thunder exploded. The bone eater's abdomen was blown out of a large scorched hole, and bones and internal fragments were splattered. Seeing this, the third bone eroder did not flinch when he saw this, and still rushed over. Roar! Sujan's twin swords flew out of his hands, like 2 silver lightning bolts, nailed into the body of the bone eroder. Boom! Poof! Burst! The other side. The blade pierces the torso. The bone eroder stumbled 2 steps and fell to the ground with a bang. After some repairs. Boom! The remains of the 3 bone eaters were still wriggling, but they had completely lost their threat. Sujan stepped forward, pulled out the bloody double knives, shook off the black blood on the blade, and said to the survivors, "Keep running, don't stop." The survivors trembled as they followed. Tisk, it's a pity. Sujan glanced at the corpses of the 3 bone eaters on the ground and said secretly in his heart, "I saw that the black blood of the bone eroder's corpse was still seeping out. If he can absorb it, his strength will definitely go further." But now, teammates are standing by the side. The battle is over. At the end of the passage is an iron staircase that goes up. Xiaxi was the first to climb up and pushed open the iron cover on top. The cold wind blows. "Come up!" Xiaxi lowered his voice and waved down. Everyone climbed to the ground one by one. The last one to come out was Su Zhan. He gently closed the iron cover with his backhand and quickly scanned his eyes around. They were standing on the back of an abandoned warehouse, surrounded by rusty containers. Hide first. Su Zhan made a gesture and motioned for the survivors to move against the base of the wall. But at this moment, a strange friction sound came from the fog. Su Zhan raised his hand suddenly, and everyone froze instantly. The fog is agitated. A 3-meter-high silhouette slowly emerged. This was followed by the second and third. Oh no! 6 bone eaters are approaching the warehouse from different directions. Their bone whips dragged on the ground, marking sticky blood stains. The 3 eyeballs slowly rotated, as if searching for the breath of prey. Hide! Su Zhan dragged the nearest survivor and pushed him into the crack of the container. If you don't want to die, don't make a sound. The survivors crawled into the shadows. After some people shrank into the garbage can, some people curled up under the dilapidated trucks, and some people lay directly into the sewage ditch, trembling and holding their breath. Su Zhan looked at his teammates and slowly drew his double swords. 6 low-risk 6th order. Trouble. The nearest bone eater stopped, and all 3 eyeballs turned to the warehouse at the same time. It's going to be beaten again. Su Zhan clenched his 2 knives, but this time, the advantage is not in them. The battle begins. Xiaxi rushed out first, and the scythe of destruction dragged out a dark red afterimage. The sickle blade slashes at the bone eroder at the front. The monster's 6 bone whips were instantly twisted into a defensive net, but 3 were cut off the moment they touched the scythe. The fog surged. Oh! Black blood splattered. The other 2 bone eaters have been copied from the sidebread. The sword was cut horizontally, and the silver-white sword light slashed like a crescent moon, cutting off the incoming bone whip in unison. But there was also a bone whip that bypassed the sword net and whipped his waist. Kill! Fengju snorted, and the tear in his clothes suddenly opened and his flesh bloomed. Lu Ziming's palms flashed with thunder. Net. The intertwined thunder network temporarily traps the 2 bone eaters, but one of them actually tore open the thunder net directly, and the blood basin in the abdomen was cracked and bit Su Hao on the head. Slow down. Su Zhan's time abyss pupil golden light was prosperous. The bone eater's movements suddenly slowed down by half a beat. Su Hao took the opportunity to teleport out of danger and plunged the dagger into the monster's eyeball with his backhand. Cough, puff, black blood splattered. Xiaxi's scythe danced into a bloody storm, and the bone whip broke wherever it passed. But the spiritual power was consumed too quickly, and her breathing had become heavy. A bone eater grabbed the gap, and the bone whip wrapped around her ankle and pulled violently. Su Zhanfei slashed at the knee joint of the bone eroder, and the sound of bone cracking could be heard clearly. The monster fell to his knees. Xiaxi's side split from top to bottom, splitting it in 2. There are 5 left. Lu Ziming shouted. The thunder in his palm had become dim. His right leg was grazed by a bone whip, and the bone was visible deep in the wound. Fengju suddenly changed his sword posture. The tip of the sword erupted with a dazzling silver light that pierced directly through the core of a bone eater's abdomen. Boom! But the other 4 took the opportunity to launch an onslaught. The bone whip strangles from different angles. Accelerate! Su Zhan urged Shi Yuan's pupil with all his might. The 3 of them suddenly accelerated, and they were able to avoid the deadly attack. Su Zhan's head became more and more dizzy. The consequences of continuous use of life souls. Su Hao suddenly teleported behind a bone eater. Go die! The dagger stabbed the monster in the back. The bone eater turned around in anger and bit his right arm with a big mouth in his abdomen. The sound of bone shattering sounded again. Mouse! Lu Ziming's eyes were about to crack, and he rushed forward desperately, and his hands thundered on the chest of the bone eroder. Die for the young master. The close-range explosion shattered the monster's chest. The shockwave also knocked himself several meters away. Finally, the 4 bone eaters let out a piercing scream and attacked the crumbling crowd like crazy. Xiaxi gritted her teeth and swung her scythe, and the collision between the sickle blade and the bone whip shocked her tiger's mouth. The sealed sword became slower and slower, and the wound on his left shoulder continued to bleed. Ah! Su Zhan's twin swords had cracked, and the golden light of Shi Yuan's pupils flickered and disappeared. Back to back. Su Zhan roared loudly. The 5 of them instantly formed a circle. The bone whip hit again. The sealed sword collided with the bone eater bone whip in front. The bone whip that should have been cut off suddenly softened, wrapping around the sword like a python and pulling violently. Another bone erosion on the right took the opportunity to stab, and the 6 bone whips swept in a fan shape. Slow down. The corners of Su Zhan's mouth were frothy with blood. The bone whip becomes slow 10 centimeters from the seal. Lu Ziming's thunder net was enveloped in time, and the lightning scorched the monster's arm along the whip. Fengju took the opportunity to turn around and draw his sword, and the blade crossed a silver arc, cutting off 2 eyeball tentacles. Xiaxi's side fell into a bitter battle. The side slashed into the shoulder of the bone eroder. The monster did not dodge or dodge, allowing the blade to get stuck in the bone crevice. The blood basin that cracked in the abdomen bit Xiaxi's head violently. She had to abandon the sickle and flip back. Reaching out and holding it in her hand, the scythe of destruction disappeared from the bone eater's body and immediately returned to her hands. Throw out the scythe. The scythe of destruction penetrated through the monster's abdomen, and the dark red spiritual power exploded along the tip of the blade, blowing up half of the Bone Eater's body. The upper body is separated from the lower body. The upper body crawls a few steps on the ground. It was shattered by the thunderstorm made up by Lu Ziming. Su Zhan analyzed the battle situation. 3 died, and 3 remained. The next second, the Bone Eater who had been sealed and pierced in the abdomen before was not dead. After all, the mist creature had strong vitality. But what about them? After a series of uninterrupted battles, there was little spiritual power left. The remaining 3 bone eroders gathered. The bone whips were twisted into an airtight cage. They attack in sync like hunters who have been working together for years. Countless bone whips blocked all escape routes and strangled everyone. Can't hide. She held up the scythe of destruction, and the skin of his arm was beaten and the flesh bloomed. The other teammates are not much better. Damn, fight. Su Zhan saw that this was not a solution, made a crazy decision. He abandoned all defenses, and the twin blades stabbed into the abdomen of the nearest bone eater with the remnants of his spiritual power. Accelerate. Su Zhan's movements almost turned into a phantom, and the blade stirred wildly in the monster's internal organs. When the monster fell with a wail, the 3 bone whips also ran through Su Zhan's abdomen. There are 2 left. Brother Su. Lu Ziming's eyes were red and bloodshot. At this time, Su Zhan has broken the other party's cooperation. Xiaxi's dark red blade light crossed a beautiful arc, cut off a bone eater. Fengju threw out the long sword with the last of his strength, and the shocking sword nailed into the chest of the last bone eater with a silver on. Su Hao kept teleporting, and the dagger left hundreds of wounds on the bone eroder. The battle is over. All reached their limits. Xiaxi's scythe of destruction disappeared, and his hands were blurred with blood. Fengju knelt down and coughed out the internal organs. Lu Ziming lay on the ground collapsed. Su Zhan was lying in a pool of blood, and 3 holes were made in his abdomen. Su Hao walked over with difficulty and pressed his torn clothes on Su Zhan's wound. Brother Su, hold on. Lu Ziming also stepped forward and covered Su Zhan's wound with his hand. His fingers were soaked in Su Zhan's blood and were sticky and slippery. I couldn't help but say worriedly, fuck. The intestines didn't come out, right? Su Zhan smiled weakly. Don't worry, you can't die. When Lu Ziming said this, he had an urge to scold him. Then, ahem, healing agents. Lu Ziming took out a potion from his arms. Su Zhan unscrewed the lid and drank it all in one gulp. The cold liquid slides down the throat. The blood hole in the abdomen immediately became a fine tingling sensation. The newborn granulation intertwines and seals the wound at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not to mention treating the wound thoroughly, but at least it can instantly stop bleeding. As an awakener, this injury is not serious, but in the case of healing potions, it is definitely not fatal. What's more, Su Zhan also has the ability to regenerate in the form of a distorted species. Thank you, but his teammates can't. It is also a good choice to take a little injury and replace a bone eater. The ground began to shake slightly. Su Zhan looked at his teammates. The physical condition of the teammates is no longer optimistic, and it can even be said that there is little spiritual power left. Brothers, there's nothing you can do. Su Zhan said seriously, I'll call you to run later, and you will. Shut up, Brother Su. Su Hao suddenly grinned. This kind of line usually dies after saying it. Everyone, guess. Lu Ziming's thunder crackled, pointing to the gradually clear outline in the fog. This time, is it male or female? Everyone was stunned for a second, and then they all laughed. The laughter tugged at the wound and turned into a painful cough. Okay, I'm not joking with you. Su Zhan said seriously, the old way, run and hide separately, and each has their own destiny. The air froze. Everyone fell silent. Su Zhan understood what they were thinking. Now that they have run away, these survivors have no one to protect them. But it can't be helped. They are no longer capable of protecting these survivors. This made them feel guilty. Su Zhan simply took this bad guy to the end. Now we continue to fight, and there are only 2 endings. Either die together or watch them die first. You still have to use this method. Otherwise, how could he use the aberration form? Run early, run early. Su Zhan looked at so many corpses of bone eroders on the ground. I felt a little impatient. What a pity if this is wasted. These bone eater corpses, plus the 3 in the escape passage, made a total of 9 corpses, and most of the strength is in the low-risk 6th order. After absorption, Su Zhan expects that the aberration form realm will reach the low-risk 5th order peak to the low-risk 7th order. This speed of promotion, in the entire history of Daxia, I am afraid it is unprecedented. As for the lack of follow-ups, he could not guarantee it. The teammates nodded silently. They also understood that continuing to fight at the moment was indeed to death. Listen. Seeing this, Su Zhan raised his voice. We can't protect ourselves now, and we can't protect you. He tore off his blood-stained combat uniform, revealing a hideous wound on his abdomen. The flesh and blood are still being repaired, but the musculature at the edge of the 3 blood holes rolled up, which was shocking. Su Zhan continued to say loudly, immediately, right away. The survivors froze in place. She kicked over the rusty oil drum. The loud noise made everyone shiver. Following us will only make it more dangerous. If you want to survive, run away by yourself. As the first person turned around and ran wildly. It's like flipping a switch. The crowd exploded. Run! 30 seconds later, only mottled blood and scattered shoes remained in the center of the field. Sujan's ears moved slightly. Catch the vibrations getting closer and closer in the fog. Sujan's order. The 5 figures ran in 5 different directions. Sujan dodged back into the underground passage. The rusty iron door closed heavily behind him, isolating the screams. The dark passage was filled with the smell of blood. There are currently no survivors here. After all, more than half of it has collapsed, and it is not as safe as before. What's more, the survivors have bad memories here, so they won't choose this place when hiding. Let's go! This is human psychology. Sujan groped his way to the first bone-eater's corpse, but the way he looks now makes him very insecure. Sujan began to strip people of their clothes again, and hid his double knives. By the way, he also picked up a deformed mask. Well, aberrations are usually carried with them when they carry out tasks. As for the style of the mask, it looks like a totem torn from an ancient Manhwa opera. The blue-faced Liao tusk has a single horn on its forehead. The depressions on both cheeks were embedded with dark red crystals, like dried blood and tears. A somewhat terrifying image of an unknown character. That's right. After the makeover, Sujan knelt beside the corpse, his right fingers open. The milky white mist immediately drilled in through the 7 orifices. Sujan's face showed a sick flush, and his muscles were wriggling abnormally under his clothes. This is the pleasure that becomes stronger when absorbing the essence of life. After the essence of the 3 corpses was all absorbed, Sujan's aberration form realm has reached the 6th level of low risk. Footsteps came from the other end of the passage. Someone's coming? Sujan quickly rolled into the shadows. It was a man in a security uniform, dragging a bloody leg to climb this way. Help! Help me! The man desperately begged for help. Sujan watched quietly as he crawled past his hideout. Watch as the bone whip wraps around his ankle. At this moment, watching this ordinary person who had counted on the protection of the awoken 5 minutes ago was dragged into the depths of the fog. I'm sorry, I can't save you. I can only blame you for your bad life. Sujan left the escape passage silently. I came to the place where I had just fought fiercely with the 6 Sixth Order bone eaters. It was confirmed that there was no one around, and there were no bone eroders. The reason is very simple. People have a psychological effect, or as just said, it is impossible for them to come back here to hide in this kind of place that carries their bad memory. As for the erosion of bones, they are there to find prey. There is no prey here, and the probability of them coming here will be greatly reduced. Sujan turned around and pounced on the nearest bone eater's corpse. His right hand pressed on the still warm body, and the milky white essence of life immediately rose like smoke. A long-lost feeling of pleasure washed over the nerves. Muscle fibers beat under the skin. The wound on the abdomen has long been restored to its original state. The 5th, the 6th, the 9th, all of them turned to ashes after the life essence was absorbed. Low risk, 7th order, medium term. Sujan felt that the power of aberration in his body was getting stronger and stronger. It only took so much time. It caught up with his penance for so long. The 4th, if he hadn't been stared at now, the aberrant form would not be easy to use, and he would have used it secretly every time. Otherwise, Sujan wouldn't dare to imagine how quickly his realm would improve. Next, the hunt has begun. Sujan's vertical pupils converged into 2 golden threads. 100 meters away, a bone eater's rickety back was undulating like a wave, leaning over to gnaw on the corpse, and 6 bone whips unconsciously scratched the bloodstains on the ground. Take the first step. 100 meters. The eyeball tentacles at the shoulder blades of the bone erosion spasm, and all 3 eyes turned behind them at the same time. The first black on swept diagonally from the bottom up, and the 2 bone whips were cut off as soon as they were raised. The fracture is as smooth as a mirror, and you can even see the wriggling black nerve cord in the bone marrow cavity. The bone erosion retreated violently, and the remaining 4 whips turned into afterimages in the sky. But before touching the scales, he was smashed by a tail whip volley. A crisp pop. Bone crumbs flew around. Sujan turned around and rushed forward. The left paw clasped the monster's shoulder blades, and the right paw slowly descends along the midline of the spine. Peel back the layers of muscle like an anatomist displaying a work of art. Black blood splattered. Goo! Hiss! The wailing of the bone eroder came to an abrupt end. Snap! The tip of Sujan's tail had penetrated through its abdomen at some point, and its waist was pierced. Such examples continue to appear in abandoned industrial areas. One after another, the lone bone eaters were seized by Sujan to hunt them. Their bodies are presented in various poses. Some bodies were so broken that they couldn't even see a piece of good meat. Some fell on their backs in the sewage ditch, and the 6 bone whips still maintained a defensive entanglement. Some even ran to the edge of the wall. Half of their bodies had already reached out of the barbed wire. Of course, the final result of these corpses is reduced to ashes. The essence of life continued to pour into the body. Sujan's desire to hunt is also getting stronger and stronger. This fog lasted a total of 12 hours a day, that is, 36 hours. Sujan was the only bone eater in this fog. fog so that he could quickly end the battle. One more point. That is, try to start in a place where no one is around. This reduces the risk of being seen. During this period, I can't remember how many bone eaters Sujan killed. He only knew that the realm of his aberrant form had reached the 8th level of low risk, although the improvement is fast. But Sujan was still a little dissatisfied. What he was dissatisfied with was that the realm of the bone eater was too low. Absorbing the life essence of the lower realm is far faster than absorbing the life essence of the same realm or the higher realm to improve the realm. The moment the fog clears, Sujan also regained his double knives and clothes. However, he could not guarantee that he would not be seen when he killed the bone eater. It is estimated that he will return to the academy this time 3 steps in a row. It is also possible to experience an inventory. After all, Sujan understands. He has done this 3 times in the fog incident. Every time he is in the situation, there will be a mutant to hunt the fog creatures, and the corpses of the misty creatures will disappear mysteriously. And this aberration does not kill anyone. This is okay once or twice, but this is the 3rd time. There is definitely suspicion. Sujan knew that the risk of doing so was very high, but it is high risk and high reward, and he had already thought of words in his heart. The gray fog receded like a tide. Sunlight re-pierced the clouds. Sujan was squatting on the top of the cooling tower to wipe the double knives. There were so many cracks on the knife body that they looked like cobwebs, but they didn't break anyway. He jumped down and landed in the middle of the square where his teammates gathered. "Brother Su, are you okay?" Su Hao immediately stepped forward and asked. Sujan pointed to the wound on his abdomen. "The bleeding has stopped a long time ago, and it's not a big problem." "Well, obviously the wound has recovered on the way to upgrade. The wounds seen today are man-made. Of course, it is a 1:1 reproduction based on the original wound." "Grass, are you dead?" Lu Ziming limped over. "I hid in the eastern pipeline for more than 30 hours. I almost smoked to death. TSK. Sujan covered his nose in disgust. "You are too stinky, stay away from me." "It's okay. This is the truth." Lu Ziming said. "The pipeline. It must be a sewage pipe. Otherwise, how could it be so stinky?" "You fell into the dung pit, right?" Su Hao pinched his nose and jumped back, but he hurt his leg, and he grinned in pain. "This smell is even more rushing than the secret room of the previous survivors." "Hey, stinky, right?" When Lu Ziming heard this, not only did he not keep his distance from everyone, but deliberately posted it. "If it stinks, smell more." Everyone immediately distanced themselves from him. "Stand there, don't move." She directly pressed the sickle handle against Lu Ziming's chest to prevent him from approaching. "There is still something moving on you." "Is it a maggot?" "Fart. That's a leech in a pipe." Lu Ziming jumped in anger, and as a result, several shriveled insect corpses fell out of his trouser legs. "Exercise." Feng Ju silently took 3 steps back. He took out half a pack of tissues from his pocket and threw them at Lu Ziming from a distance. "Wipe behind your left ear. There is something. It can't be, right?" Lu Ziming hurriedly wiped his ears, and as a result, a suspicious black substance was wiped off. Su Zhanlai poked with the tip of the knife. "It's not, it's paper. The paper of the sewer pipe absorbs all the nutrients of the sewer. That taste, hey, can be imagined." When Lu Ziming heard this, he immediately threw this mass of unknown substance far away. "I almost smoked myself." TSK. Sujan covered his nose in disgust and took 2 steps back. "Stay away from me. I have good ventilation on the cooling tower. Don't bring the smell to me. I'm in the distribution room of the southern substation." Xiaxi continued. "Although it is a little crowded, it is at least clean. I'm at the sewage treatment station in the north, although it doesn't taste very good, but it's 100 times better than you." Su Hao leaned on the makeshift crutches and leaned towards Feng Ju. "Where is Brother Feng?" Feng Ju said. "West monitoring room." "Why are you all looking for such a good place?" Lu Ziming wailed. "Just me drill the sewer?" Su Zhan laughed gloatingly. "Who made you run the slowest? I remember you were the first to shout to run east. Aren't I thinking about how easy it is to hide in the east pipeline?" Lu Ziming defended aggrievely. "Who knew it was all sewage pipes?" Xieshi had an idea when he heard this. "Wait, I remember that it was marked on the floor plan of the industrial zone, and there is obviously on the east side, ventilation ducts." Su Hao answered, and then laughed. "Brother Ming, you must have read the map wrong, right?" Lu Ziming blushed and was silent at the moment. The 4 of them tacitly took a step back at the same time, keeping their distance from Lu Ziming. After this gag, the pent-up emotions in the air have dissipated a lot. "There is a river over there, about 1 kilometer from here. Wash it up and come over." Xiaxi pointed in one direction. "You look like this, you have to use a wireball brush." Su Zhan and the 4 exchanged glances and learned the next plan from each other's eyes. "Hey, you wait. Where does this desolate mountain come from?" Lu Ziming shouted loudly. What responded to him was the back of the 4 paths away. Su Hao even used a branch as a crutch to insist on speeding up his escape from the contaminated area. There was a scream like killing a pig and the sound of fluttering water coming from downstream. As for why he screamed, "The wound is watery, of course it hurts. If ordinary people go through this trouble, I am afraid they will leave scars. But as an awakened person, I don't have such concerns. This is also also the reason why everyone looked so disgusted and relieved to let him take a bath in the water. Everyone is buddies. It is better to say that it is disgusting than to deliberately sarcastic Lu Ziming. Suzhan sat on the stone on the shore and said, "You say, will he make the whole river stink?" After 3 seconds of silence, the 4 of them got up at the same time and walked further upstream. Suzaku Academy. This task has been successfully completed. As mentioned earlier, Xiaxi and Lu Ziming are not short of money, so they generously do not participate in the distribution of rewards. 12,000 credits. Suzhan, Fengju, Su Hao, the 3 of them were divided equally. Su Hao was also using a cane to score math points. 4,000 points per person. So many credits, I can change to a new dagger. Suzhan was about to answer. A teaching assistant suddenly came to the corner of the corridor. 3. The review department asks you to go over now. The air freezes instantly. Su Hao's crutches fell to the ground. Review department? Didn't we submit a mission report? The teaching assistant said. Routine inquiry about the abnormal situation in this fog. Fengju frowned slightly. What's abnormal? The assistant coach's eyes swept over the 3 of them. You mentioned that you killed 9 bone eaters before, but we didn't find a single body at the scene. It's too late for us to escape. Suzhan chuckled. How can there be space to count this? The teaching assistant looked at Suzhan. Su was really hiding in the cooling tower the whole time? Suzhan spread his hands and said, do you want to drill the sewer like a certain Lu Ziming? Su Hao suddenly sneered and quickly held back. The corners of Fengju's mouth also twitched. This is not acting. Lu Ziming really found a hiding place with the worst environment. The teaching assistant gave an ultimatum. Come with me, someone is waiting. When walking on the promenade, Su Hao lowered his voice. Brother Su, they don't really doubt us, do they? So, what are you panicking about? Otherwise? Suzhan looked ahead. We have saved so many people, and logically we should be considered heroes. The metal door of the review department slid open. Suzhan saw the dejected Lu Ziming at first glance. His hair was still wet. Obviously he had just taken a shower, and it was likely that he was called over without blowing his hair. It is estimated that it is pickled in flavor, and the bath has not stopped. Well, this young master loves cleanliness so much, but he hid in the sewage pipe for more than 30 hours. Sure enough, people do everything when they are about to die. She sat next to him and immediately winked when he saw the 3 of them. Yo, the sewer god of war is also here? Su Haogong teased in a low voice. Suzhan did not joke, because he saw a familiar person, and the person he didn't want to face the most at the moment. The man wore a pure white stand-up collar uniform, and every fold was like a knife. Under the silver-white broken hair, a pair of silver-white earrings swayed slightly. It was Qin Bai. Qin Bai sat at the end of the long table. There are 5 task reports in front of him. His fingertips tapped the table rhythmically. I am Qin Bai, the teacher of Suzaku Academy and the commander-in-chief of the Suzaku Academy's hunting team. Do you know why you are called? Because we saved people? Su Hao tried to liven up the atmosphere. Qin Bai stopped and opened the report. You claim to have killed 9 bone eroders, but the on-site investigation shows that there are at least 27 traces of battle. Suzhan showed a confused expression at the right time. In this fog, there are no other teams, Qin Bai said slowly, and all the bodies disappeared. Everyone knew this, but they didn't say anything. Now Qin Bai said this. Everyone was silent. How to explain it? How to explain it? I can't explain it. Let me help you reminisce. Qin Bai opened another file. Previously, in Suzaku City, there were still 3 days before the start of school. Suzhan, Lu Ziming, Fengju, Su Hao. The 4 of you ate barbecue at the delicious barbecue restaurant in Suzaku City, and then encountered a fog incident. In this fog incident, the 4 of you fought with the snake-tailed beast, and when your spiritual power was almost exhausted, you ran separately. Finally, in your rhetoric, in this fog incident, you encountered an aberration, wearing an Ultraman hood. When you were in danger, I saved you all, killed the snake-tailed beast that was chasing you, and I haven't killed you yet, am I not wrong? Suzhan, Fengju, Lu Ziming, and Su Hao nodded silently. Strange, isn't it? Qin Bai pointed at the 4 people and smiled. A deformed species, actually saving people? And after that fog event, in the end we found only 1 corpse of a snake-tail, and all the rest disappeared. She glanced at the 4 people in surprise. She didn't know this news yet. She was already puzzled. Why did such a strange phenomenon occur in the 2 fog events she experienced? It turns out that this phenomenon has already begun at this time. And then, Qin Bai's voice was unhurried, and he said as if telling a story. When you were in Lancheng, you went to participate in the freshman exchange meeting, but at this time your team joined another person, Xiaxi. The 5 of you were organized by the Detachment Society to organize a fog incident, and your teacher, Wang Mingyuan, happened to be taken away. At that time, you were also fighting with the misty creatures you experienced in Suzaku City, and your spiritual power was overdrawn, and in the end you still chose to run away separately and hide. Do you think it's a coincidence? In this fog incident, there was also a mutation. He was wearing a fire mask, similar to the last aberration. It has scales and a similar body shape, but at this time there is an extra tail, but I guess it should have evolved. This aberration does not kill people, only kills fog creatures, and after the fog ends, there are only a few corpses left of the voyeurs. He. I think all the aberrations are like this aberration, only killing misty creatures, not killing people, and even saving people. If they were like this, Dasha would not be as stressed as it is now. Everyone listened in silence. Well, then this fog incident. Shinbai glanced at the 5 people. We learned from the survivors that you saved them under the hands of the mutants, which is understandable, and then you finished fighting the aberrants, and the fog appeared. Then you fought with the Bone Eater again, and your spiritual power was exhausted, and you chose to run away separately, each with your own destiny. In this fog incident, another mutation appeared, and some survivors saw a mutation with a blue-faced fangs mask, jet black scales, and a tail. This mutant fights the misty creatures in double pairs, and the double chirping does not kill. And after this misty event, the corpses of the misty creatures disappeared again, and this time it was even more ruthless. Not a single corpse remained, as if the Bone Eater had never appeared. Everyone was still silent. Shinbai's fingertips began to tap the table rhythmically again. Do you have anything to say? Sujan is a psychologically stressed student. He could feel Xiaxi's inquiring gaze wandering between himself and his teammates. This eldest lady is probably making up 800 conspiracy theories. Coincidence? Suhao said. Probability is indeed possible, just like winning the lottery 3 times? Shinbai patted his palm on Sujan's shoulder. The first time you 4 freshmen, the second time you 5-person squad, this time it is still a 5-person squad. Well, in the foggy incident in Suzaku City, we investigated, and Xiaxi did have an alibi, so the next focus is on the target. It's the 4 of you. Sujan secretly said that it was not good. He looked at Xiaxi. The eldest lady was obviously relieved, and looked at the 4 of them with complicated eyes. Where is this to rule out Xiaxi's suspicion? This is clearly a sewing disagreement. When he said, key investigation goals, when Xiaxi's eyes swept over the other 4 people, the slight contraction of his pupils exposed his subconscious vigilance. Of course, she is just a key sewing dissociation target. The same goes for everyone else. Will start to be wary of their companions. At this moment, the more the 5 people try to act like trusting their teammates, the stronger the subtle sense of estrangement becomes. It's like a crack that suddenly appears on the transparent glass, which obviously does not affect transparency, but its existence can no longer be ignored. The awoken cannot become a mutant. Lu Ziming pretended to wave his hand indifferently. Commander Qin, this is the axiom of this world. Instead of doubting us here, you should go find someone who deliberately makes you doubt us, and find someone who provokes a relationship of trust between us. He. Shinbai smiled and looked at Sujan. Sujan should know what kind of character I am, and I also hope that the axioms of this world are true, but these signs are indicating. Okay, this information is enough. I will submit this information to the dean's office, ask her for the authority she gives me, and interrogate you by special means. I believe that the truth will be revealed at that time. Of course, Xiaxi ruled out suspicion, and the target of the interrogation was the 4 of you. Sujan secretly said that it was not good. He had seen Shinbai's methods. As long as you can't die, you will die. If you lie, even if you want to die, you will die. With so much suspicious information revealed at the moment, maybe the dean really agreed to Shinbai's request. The most important thing is that the target of the interrogation does not include Xiaxi. Xiaxi's family background is too big. In fact, Sujan's previous idea was the same as what Shinbai said. Every time the aberrant form shot, there were teammates present, and he wanted to distract his teammates. This is really not his selfishness. After all, they are not aberrants, so it doesn't hurt. Not to mention that he saved them. It's not too much to distract him, right? I still remember that Lu Ziming had evaluated Xiaxi's parents before, and their strength was equivalent to the level of vice president of Suzaku Academy. In the team, Xiaxi has the strongest background. Why? Sujan's main purpose is to take advantage of Xiaxi's power and his parents' power to pull her to the united front, and her parents will naturally take action. But now Xiaxi was excluded from suspicion by Shinbai. Is it really ruled out suspicion? No, among the 3 fog events that Shinbai mentioned, the first Xiaxi was indeed not there. But does this prove that she is not a second or third mutation? After all, the first and second aberration forms are different. It is impossible to rule out suspicion. Shinbai's purpose in doing this was nothing more than to be afraid of Xiaxi's background. He did this and sowed discord between Xiaxi and them. After all, if they are interrogated together, everyone is a grasshopper on a rope, and Xiaxi will use the power of her parents to help everyone. But now, it's none of my business. Xiaxi himself was not interrogated to extract a confession, so what reason did he have to help his teammates? What's more, Shinbai planted a seed of suspicion of his teammates. Sujan raised his eyebrows slightly. Shinbai. He thought that Shinbai only had the means of torture to extract confessions, but he didn't expect to understand people's hearts and use sowing discord to erase their biggest backer. What do you mean? Lu Ziming was instantly unhappy when he heard this. What is a special means? Torture to extract a confession? What about treating me as a prisoner? You have to know that we are heroes who have saved so many survivors, and if you do this, you want the rest of Dasha to know who dares to save people? Hero? Shinbai sneered. This is naturally understandable, but 1 yard is 1 1 yard. It is true that you saved people, but it is also true that there are suspicious things. What Commander Chin said. Lu Ziming curled his lips. If we are aberrants, can we still sit here and chat with you? I'm afraid he has been hiding a long time ago, and he will still hide in the strongest place of this kind of awakener? Funny, right? He stood up and turned around to show himself. Think about it, which mutant would not think so much? Any mentor here is an awakened person of the tide realm and above, and the dean is even more of an existence in the sea realm. If we are aberrants, isn't this a trap? Lu Ziming broke his hands and counted. First, we take the initiative to take on the task of saving people. Second, we report every task truthfully. Third, we even undergo various tests and training in the academy. Which mutant would be so stupid and take the initiative to hit the muzzle? Again, Lu Ziming lowered his voice and said mysteriously, if we really did it, what does that mean? It shows that this aberration not only does not kill, but also specializes in killing misty creatures and even saving awakened people. Such a good mutant. Are you sure you want to find out and eliminate it? He sat back in his chair and raised Erlang's legs. You want me to say, Commander Chin, instead of doubting us here, let's think about how to find this particular aberration, and maybe we can make some major discoveries. Lu Ziming said seriously, I absolutely believe that there are no aberrations among us. But taking a step back, even if there really exists, it is really hard to say whether it is a blessing or a curse for the academy and Daxia. Everyone silently listened to a long speech from him. Su Zhan was a little surprised. I didn't expect this young master to think so clearly. First, he unified his front line and did not say that he doubted his teammates. This is very wise. If you doubt your teammates at this time, it is just Qin Bai's way. A bunch of counter rebuttals are also given. Of course, if it was really a mutant, there was a high probability that it would not do such a stupid thing. Of course he accepts. After all, he is an SSS Soul Awakener and was forcibly admitted by Suzaku. Finally, it also shows that this aberration is not harmful, and even a benefit to humans. Su Zhan's feelings for Lu Ziming were a little better. This young man who looks carefree and speaks out of tune still has a clear mind. It's just that Lu Ziming didn't think of the deepest meaning of the aberration in the awakened ones. This will be an impact on the entire Daxia. Impacting the awakened is the iron law of the Ming good person card. Now Daxia's situation is not good. There are fog and strong enemies outside, and there are aberrations hidden among all living beings. If this news is made public, Daxia will put everyone in danger, and the awakened will be suspicious of each other. At that time, the building will collapse. Therefore, no matter whether the aberrations in this awakened person are good or bad, after being discovered, they must be secretly executed, because only the dead are the ones who can keep secrets the most. Qinbai smiled and said, then explain why every time that kind aberration appears, a few of you are on the scene, and it happens to be when your spiritual power is exhausted? If there are more coincidences, it is not a coincidence. Fengju and Su Hao's eyes lit up after listening to Lu Ziming's words. Fengju said, Lu Daxiao is right. If there is really such a special aberration, perhaps it will be the key to changing the situation of the entire Daxia. Su Hao nodded repeatedly on crutches. That's it. Commander Qin, what do you think? If you can crack the secret of this aberration that does not hurt people, maybe we can develop a way to control other aberrations. Fengju added, besides, if we really have a problem, how can we take the initiative to participate in dangerous missions again and again? It is unreasonable to expose his shortcomings. Yes, maybe there is such a coincidence in the world. Coincidence? It's a coincidence. Oh hey, it's such a coincidence. Su Hao slapped his thigh. Look at us, injured and disabled. If there is really any problem, we should have taken the opportunity to slip away. How can we still wait here to be tried? Xinbai's brows stretched slightly when he heard this, and said with a smile, that's true, this aberration may be very important to our Daxia. Oh, well, I changed my mind. It's okay if you don't want to be interrogated by me. If any of you really have this aberration, just admit it now. I will apply for the highest preferential treatment from above. This aberration is very important to us, and it is a great hope for Daxia to change its current situation. After hearing this, Su Zhan didn't believe a word about Qinbai's words. What else will apply for the highest preferential treatment from above? What preferential treatment? Is it euthanasia? Really? What will be a great hope to change Daxia's current situation? The benefits of this point are far from the threat that the moment his identity was exposed to Daxia, or the entire human society, was not equal to the threat. He believed that the people above would immediately execute him secretly. Again, only the dead can keep secrets. If he was really carried to the research room to study the reason why he stabbed the aberration but did not hurt people, then who could guarantee that the person who did this would not leak the news? Su Zhan believes. The group of people who really hold the right to speak in Daxia are more willing to seek stability rather than radicalism, study themselves, and study the reasons why his aberrations do not hurt people. There is a saying that goes well. Do not seek merit, but seek no faults. This is the status quo. This is the fact. To give a few examples. Forget it. I don't dare to lift it. Fengju said lightly. If Commander Qin determines that there is an anomaly, he might as well go find it himself. Su Hao put his crutches across his chest. fast. The friendship between the 5 of us that crawled out of the pile of dead people is not your turn to provoke. Sujan echoed, Commander Chin, you will be less like this. Xiaxi's eyes were complicated, his expression was struggling, and he finally gritted his teeth. If you want to check, you can check, but if you use extraordinary means. My mother has a position in the inspectorate and connections, and I will tell my parents the truth about this. Sujan, Fengju, Su Hao, and Lu Ziming looked at Xiaxi when they heard the words. The expressions were all a little surprised, because Xiaxi is not within the scope of Qinbai's review. They all thought that this matter would be faced by the 4 of them. Unexpectedly, this eldest lady with a strong background actually believed in them at this moment and stood on their side. That's it. Lu Ziming was the first to jump up. Thank you, miss. Are you crazy? Qinbai said he wouldn't investigate you. Fengju frowned slightly. The supervision department intervened. It will affect your parents. Su Hao was also stunned. Sister Xie, you, think about it. Xiaxi. Sujan said slowly. You. Why? Shut up. Xiaxi interrupted Sujan's speech. We are a team. How could I survive at this time? And I believe that there is no aberration between us, not to mention that aberration is still a good aberration. A warm current rose in Sujan's heart. I didn't expect it. He thought that Xiaxi was going to watch. Unexpectedly, this eldest lady chose to stand on their side at this time. Also chose to believe in them. Qinbai's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and he sneered. Xia, it seems that you know too little about the rules of human society. As long as Dini agrees, it is completely reasonable and legal for me to do this. After all, it is an aberration, and I would rather kill it by mistake than let it go. Xiaxi was stunned when she heard this. She really didn't understand this rule. Her parents didn't tell her either. What her parents told her was only some unspoken rules of the border, as well as experience in cultivation and combat. Sujan's heart sank slightly when he saw this. I thought Miss Xia was prepared. It seems that there is a high probability that they can't count on it, but they are still grateful to Miss Xia for standing on their side at this moment. So what? Xiaxi did not back down. Then I will also tell my parents. I believe that my parents will not sit idly by. Dini, my parents know each other, and we still have some friendship. Qinbai just smiled and shook his head, as if he didn't care at all. There is even a bit of ridicule. Laughed at Xiaxi's stupidity and laughed at her for not overestimating her own strength. Sujan knew that Qinbai was fearless. The essence of power games is never right or wrong, but a price. Xiaxi was not within the scope of the investigation, and what they faced was Qinbai. After all, if his daughter is forced to confess by force, she will definitely not sit idly by. But the problem is that Xiaxi is not within the scope of the investigation. Of course, the Xia family's parents have the ability to intervene, but for the sake of their daughter's classmates, they went to the commander-in-chief of the hunting team? This deal is not cost-effective. The connections of the supervision department should be used on the blade, such as keeping their daughters from being implicated, such as selling favors at critical moments, but they will never be wasted on a few students without a background. What? Do you think Lu Ziming's background is not strong? Compared to Qinbai, compared to Xiaxi's parents, of course it is nothing. Qinbai dared to sow discord so blatantly, just to get this right. I don't move your daughter, I'm selling you a face. If you come back to offend me, it would be rude. Xiaxi's parents put pressure on the investigation process to comply with the most, but they would never tear their faces with Qinbai in order to catch people. After all, who wants to gamble the political capital of an entire family for a few potentially problematic students? Su Zhan began to envy again. If he had such a powerful background as Xiaxi, I am afraid he would not have had such a difficult life. If the background is strong to the point, you can even act without acting. Of course, this does not mean that he does not act by exposing his identity, but wearing a mask and casually absorbing the life essence of the fog creatures during the fog event. And every time you can retreat with your whole body, no one will track you down. This is the life that every dream wants. Papa, thinking of this. Qinbai applauded lightly, his eyes swept over the 5 people, and finally fixed on Xiaxi's face. I really envy your comrades in arms. It's so good to be young, you should still be able to watch fairy tales. I have said everything that needs to be said, and the final decision on this matter is still decided by Dini. You go back and wait for the news. Of course, don't think about running, the suspicion will be even greater. Qinbai stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Now you can leave, cherish the next time. Su Zhan frowned. Lu Ziming kicked over the chair. Qinbai, you are less in this yin and yang. Lao Tzu walks upright and sits upright, and has the ability to let Din Yi personally investigate. Fengju frowned, his cold eyes already said everything silently. Su Hao stood up on crutches. Commander Qin, I believe you can't find out anything. When this matter is over, I will go to the trial court to accuse you of slander others as aberrants, and even slander the awakened as aberrants. Sit back. Xiaxi just silently took out his mobile phone, seemingly sending a message to others. Needless to say, the other party must be her parents. Su Zhan didn't say anything more, just said, I believe in my teammates, what they say is what I want to express. The footsteps of the 5 people faded away in the corridor. The metal door behind him was slammed hard by Lu Ziming. The earthquake knocked down a wall of ash. In the office, Qinbai was was not annoyed at all, but smiled disdainfully, took out a silver needle as thin as hair from his arms, and slowly played with it. When I get to the interrogation room, no one can hide secrets in front of me, and when the time comes, the truth will naturally come out. On the path of Suzaku Academy, Suzhan looked at Lu Ziming's back. There was a little emotion in my heart. Do you remember the reaction of the eldest young master when he saw Xieshi? Lightspeed admits cowardice. Bang! Said that the other party had a strong background, and he couldn't afford to mess with it. But isn't Qinbai's background strong? Compared with Xieshi's parents, I am afraid that there is nothing better than that. So why did he dare to have such an attitude? Burst foul language, smash the door. Aren't you afraid of retaliation? Thinking about it, Suzhan probably figured it out. The reason why this eldest young master did not dare to resist before was that the other party did not provoke him, let alone his teammates. Now Qinbai not only provoked him, but also his teammates were targeted. In order to vent anger on oneself, but also to vent anger on one's teammates, Suzhan felt that he had found a few good teammates. A good teammate who can give his back to the opponent with confidence. His eyes turned to Su Hao. This little man, but when they first met, he risked his life to lure the snake-tailed beast away for them. The gaze turned to Feng Ju. The taciturn face is paralyzed, but it is very reliable, not scrupulous, and steals life, and stands with teammates. His eyes turned to Xieshi. When it has nothing to do with him, he still stands on the side of his teammates, and even does not hesitate to offend Qinbai and his parents. Thinking of this, it is also his blessing to be able to find these teammates in this life. Merely, alas, his biggest secret still can't be told to these people. One more point. Just now, the five of them united in the office, without any doubts about the performance of their teammates. But is this really the case? No. In such a coincidence, no one would want to believe that it was really a coincidence. It's just that they don't want to say these words. This will affect the unity within the team. So everyone hides their doubts in their hearts and does not put them on the surface. But even so, they are still on the side of this kind aberration. They may not think that this aberration is a threat to them, and they will even hide it for this aberration, because this kind aberration is likely to be one of the five of them. Suzhan thought so. The more he feels that he has met a good teammate, perhaps this is what God did not give him a good family environment. It's just a pity. Maybe in the future, eventually, they will part ways. The reason is his identity. Alas, maybe this is fate. Xieshi clicked on the voice input on his mobile phone. Dad, contact Dini immediately. Our team was by Qinbai. Don't. Su Hao held her hand. Sister Xia, calm down. Qinbai's old fox identity and strength are very strong. If your parents intervene. Lu Ziming directly clasped Xieshi's wrist. Miss, are you crazy? Can your parents offend Qinbai for us? Do you treat me as your own? Xieshi suddenly broke out, her eyes red. We are a team. Shouldn't I do this? If you don't think I'm your own, say it right now. I'll leave without saying a word. Everyone fell silent. No one can bear to say these cold words. Suzhan sighed in his heart. Miss Xia, it's still too naive. Tell your parents about the consequences of this situation. It's just to add a gap between you and your family. Today's situation, you can only rely on yourself. Dean Yi is the real decider. Persuade her to live. Otherwise, with Qinbai's interrogation methods, they would only have a dead end. Xieshi took a deep breath and swept his eyes over everyone. We are a team. From the day we formed a team, we are destined to advance and retreat together. Rather than saying that we are teammates, I prefer to call us comrades in arms. What is a comrade in arms? It is a relationship where you can give your back to the other person without hesitation at a critical moment. When everyone heard this, there was a hint of emotion in their eyes. By making me back down now, you are denying everything between us. Xieshi said slowly. What Qinbai? What censorship? These don't matter. The important thing is that we trust each other, and that's enough. Real teams don't fly separately when the storm comes, but stand closer in the storm. If we can't even stand this test, then what is our previous battle side by side? Playing house? No matter what you say today, I will take care of this matter. Not because of any justice or reason, just because you are my comrades in arms. This reason is enough. Qinbai can investigate if he wants to investigate, and if he wants to interrogate him, he must pass my level first. Xieshi's words were sonorous. This is my attitude. Suzhan was silent for a moment, and then said, Miss Xia, I was almost moved by what you said, but are you sure you want to bet on the future of the entire Xia family for a few of us? That's right. What you said is like a hot-blooded comic. Lu Ziming scratched his head. That's not the case in reality. Shut up. Xiashi glared at them. Are you men? Mother-in-laws. Fengju said, Xiashi, this is not child's play. Qinbai is not an ordinary awakener. He is. I know who he is. Xiashi interrupted. But because of this, I can't back down even more. If today we give up on our teammates because we are afraid, then tomorrow we will give up more things because of fear. Su Hao leaned on crutches and laughed out loud. Sister Xia, what you said is, I want to applaud you, but seriously, we don't want to implicate you. Lian? Xiashi raised his eyebrows slightly. Did you do something wrong? I'm not doing any self-sacrificing virgin. I'm just defending my team. If you really treat me as a comrade in arms, don't say these outrageous things. The four of them looked at each other, their eyes complicated. Suzhan finally raised his hands as if compromised, since Miss Xie said so. Then we will meet this Qin Bai together. There are some things that you just remember in your heart. There are some feelings, just keep them in your heart, and you will definitely repay them in the future. Lu Ziming sighed. It's over, it's really a grasshopper on a boat. Su Hao walked to Xie on crutches and deliberately bumped her shoulder. Sister Xie, I am convinced by this sister's call. Xie finally smiled. This is about the same. I have already told my parents about the situation, and I believe they will never sit idly by. Although Su Zhan was not very good about this matter, he still didn't hit her, because it would disappoint her heart. In the end, I still have to tell her with facts. Okay. Xiaxi's fingers slid quickly across the light screen, editing the urgent message sent to her parents. The other four immediately gathered around, their heads together, their eyes fixed on the mobile phone screen. Will your dad agree? Su Hao leaned forward on crutches. I heard that my aunt has been fighting for a seat in the parliament recently, and at this time she intervenes in the hunting team. Shut up, you crow's mouth. Lu Ziming knocked Su Hao's head, turned his head to smile at Xie. Sister Xie, your mother loves you so much, she will definitely help, right? Xie didn't speak, but the confident eyes already explained what she was thinking. She believed and was sure that her parents would help her. You say, Su Hao said, do parents in this world support their children unconditionally? Lu Ziming took over the stubble. Look at the person, this is really hard to say, but since I have said this, then I have to say something. My parents will definitely support me. Of course, it also depends on the specific event. For example, if I say that I am not an awakened person and want to drop out of Suzaku Academy, it is estimated that I will be beaten by a mixed doubles. When everyone heard this, a smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. Su Hao didn't expect Lu Ziming to say this, and said with a smile, then it must be, if I were your parents, I wouldn't have beaten you to death. Hey, mouse. Lu Ziming raised his hand and knocked him on the head again. You can't tell the big and the small, right? They are all starting to take advantage of me. Su Zhan couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. Lu Dashao still looks so carefree, but in fact, he felt that Lu Dashao's apprehension was no less than theirs. It's just a joke to ease the atmosphere. Ha 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 ha. Lu Ziming and Su Hao cooperated tacitly. After their trouble, the atmosphere really eased a lot. It's just that this easing is only transferred from the surface to the heart. 5 people stared at the mobile phone screen together, but the other side of the mobile phone screen did not respond, waiting for the process of reply. Su Hao smiled. It's more tormenting than when I awaken. Why haven't you replied yet? Lu Ziming scratched his ears and approached the phone. Sister Xie, your parents won't mute anymore, right? Do you want to send a red envelope again? I did this with my pocket money last time. Stupid you. My mother is most annoyed by this routine. Xie rolled his eyes, blacked the phone screen. Don't look at it, don't look at it. The more you look at it, the more anxious it becomes. Su Zhan tilted his head. Why don't you? Would you give me a call? I'm just afraid that something will happen to them. Xie immediately shook his head. It's even more difficult to disturb them and beg them to do things. DD. The phone rang suddenly. It is the prompt sound of the incoming message. The 5 of them held their breath at the same time and leaned over. Mom, I want to discuss it with your dad. Don't worry. Everyone fell silent when they saw this. Xie stared at the screen. It shouldn't be. Lu Ziming asked. Your parents should have different opinions, right? Su Hao scratched his ears and cheeks. Do you want to stop sending a message? Just say that you are in a hurry. Add 3 exclamation points. Fengju suddenly said, is your father good at talking or your mother good at talking? It's not easy to talk. Xie rubbed her hair frantically. My mother thinks my dad is too accustomed to me, and my dad thinks my mom is too strict. Su Zhan said, who cares about the money in your family? Xie replied, my mother. Su Zhan spread his hands, then the family status is obvious, and your mother's words count. Just like that, everyone waited. Half an hour passed. There was still no movement on the other side. Su Zhan realized that the other side must have been carefully considered, and there may even be differences of opinion. Otherwise, it wouldn't be half an hour without figuring it out. At the moment, the phone finally rang again. Everyone immediately surrounded them. 5 pairs of eyes looked at the phone in unison. Xie hurriedly clicked on the message, and her mother's long reply came into view. Daughter, Commander Qin's review procedure is completely legal and compliant. If he has any violations, we will definitely start the supervision process immediately, but as far as the current situation is concerned, his investigation authority is legal and compliant. If your teammates are innocent, they will naturally stand up to any scrutiny. You must believe in the fairness of the academy and the bottom line of the law. We will supervise this review throughout the monitoring system to ensure that there are no illegal operations, and if Qinbai dares to use illegal means, I promise he will pay a heavy price. This is not a question of whether to help or not, but a matter of principle, and as members of the supervision division, we must take the lead in abiding by the rules. After Xie finished reading, his fingers trembled slightly. The scene was instantly silent. The meaning expressed in the message is obvious. I'm sorry, I can't help you. As for the rest, Qinbai is reasonable and compliant. If he interrogates any non-compliant places at that time, he will definitely go through the supervision. supervision process. All of the above is just official language. Don't say it too ugly. Because Xiaxi's parents also knew that their daughter's teammates were waiting for their reply at this moment. Otherwise, they can help with this kind of thing, but they need to pay a price, and they are unwilling to pay the price for their daughter's teammates. Su Zhan thought so. Everything was as he expected. The other party really didn't choose to help them. Xiaxi suddenly grabbed his mobile phone and was about to dial. Lu Ziming held down the screen. Sister Xie, Auntie's words are clear enough. You understand what a fart. Xiaxi shook off his hand directly, and the call interface was already lit up. I want to tell them in person. Su Zhan sighed in his heart when he saw this. Still too young to believe that parents will do this. But it's also for them. They have good intentions, but they are too naive. Beep beep. A waiting sound came from the speaker. Everyone held their breath. Hello? CC? The mother's voice was steady. Xiaxi's fingers clutched the communicator. Mom, listen to me. Xinbai threatened to use special censorship methods against us in front of everyone today. You should be clear about what this particular means of censorship is. Speaking the truth, torture, what can be thought of? Xinbai can do it. But what is he doing this? It's the awakened one, and he is also the awakener of Suzaku Academy. How could he suspect that the awakeners of Suzaku Academy were aberrants? This is simply nonsense. If my comrades really go into the interrogation room, that is, when a scholar meets a soldier, it is unclear what is reasonable. What is the evidence? At that time, he can completely forge. After all, people are going to be tortured to death. Will he still care about this? Cici, the commander-in-chief of the hunting team, has the right to take necessary testing methods in cases related to suspected aberrations, and his methods are completely reasonable and legal. Mom! Xiaxi raised his voice and interrupted. What we are discussing now is not a regulation. It's my comrade in arms. It is a living person. They saved so many survivors, and in the end they were wronged and tortured. Shouldn't good people be rewarded? Should good people be bullied like this? Pay attention to your words, Cici. The mother's voice suddenly switched to a cold tone. You have been by our side for so many years. You should know the importance of procedural justice. If Qinbai does have violations, the supervision system will automatically start accountability. But in the absence of substantive evidence, your emotional accusations can interfere with the normal investigation process. Xiaxi's chest rose and fell violently. So you want me to watch them be? I ask you to stop this unprofessional speculation immediately. The mother's voice was like reading a red-headed document. I will supervise the entire investigation through formal channels, but you must understand what I just said. There was a faint sound of my father answering the phone from the communicator, and his tone was a little slower but equally formulaic. Xiao Shi, you have to understand our difficulties. If Dean Yi really signed and approved it, if we forcibly intervened, it would be a violation of discipline. It will also bring unnecessary political risks to the entire Xie family, but Dad promises you that as long as you find any signs of violations. Xiaxi hung up the communication, and the whole person was shaking. Su Zhan and the others had never heard such a skillful official language. There is no swear word, but the refusal is expressed vividly. Every word is in line with the charter, but in fact, every sentence is being cut. It reminded him of bulletproof glass from training camp. The bullet will only leave a cobweb-like crack, but it will never penetrate that layer of transparency. The official language of the Xie family's parents is such a material. It seems to be transparent and honest, but in fact it is indestructible. But these are minor problems. The truth is, Su Zhan and the others were just friends of their daughter. Helping is love, not helping is duty. There is nothing wrong with refusing. Xiaxi lowered his head, his eyes slightly red. They can obviously. Don't blame your parents. Su Zhan interrupted her. They can't gamble on their political future for their daughter's friends, and they can't offend Qinbai and Xiaxi for a few irrelevant students. There are not so many fairy tales in this world. Lu Ziming echoed. Seriously, my uncle and aunt are already interesting enough. At least they promised to supervise the review process, and if they were people from other supervision departments, I am afraid they would not even give this promise. But they clearly have the ability to. Xiaxi's voice trembled a little. It's one thing to have ability, it's another thing to have it or not. Fengju rarely said so many words at once. It is the love of parents to help you, but it is not a love to help us, and it is the duty not to help. Sister Xia, think about it differently. Su Hao slowly moved over with a cane. If you sit in the position of the supervision department, will you go to fight the commander-in-chief of the hunting team for the sake of your subordinates' children and girlfriends? Xia, she just wanted to say yes. You won't. Su Zhan replied for her, because your daughter's friend has nothing to do with you. If you want me to say it, this matter is the same as borrowing money. Lu Ziming grinned. Willing to borrow is love, not borrowing is duty. How can there be a reason to force people to be saints? Xia, she looked at his comrades in arms, with mixed feelings in his heart. At first, she thought that her comrades would blame him. Unexpectedly, he comforted her and even said that her parents did the right thing. It makes people cry and be moved. Okay, now it's time for us to figure it out ourselves. Su Zhan waved his hand. What good way do you have now? Speak one's mind. Lu Ziming slapped his thigh. If you want me to say, let's directly stab this matter online. Now that social platforms are so developed, posting a post will be on the hot search in minutes. Are you stupid? Suhao interrupted directly. At that time, the title will definitely be Suzaku Academy Students Resist Censorship, and we will be unreasonable. Xieshi frowned and added, and if Dean Yi really approves the review order, won't we be slapped in the face of the academy in this way? Will you still mix in the future? Public opinion is a double-edged sword, hurting the enemy 1,000 and losing 800. Sujan nodded, not to mention that we don't even have a substantive evidence now. Just by talking about Qinbai to extract a confession, why should netizens believe us? Doberman is the best example. Not to mention that Dubin's status at that time far exceeded his. And now they are the opposite of Qinbai's identity. Qinbai is a role model for the official abnormal purification division. Therefore, Qinbai will more or less have official power. Playing with public opinion with officials? The centipede shakes the tree. Then you can't sit still, right? Lu Ziming scratched his head anxiously. Why don't you? Let's find the media to break the news anonymously? Xiaxi rolled his eyes. Do you think Qinbai eats dry food? With his official power, we can check the IP in minutes. This is not good. That is not good. Su Hao spread his hands. You can't really pray here that Dean Yi doesn't agree. The scene fell silent for a while. Fengju said, go directly to Dean Yi. Su Hao almost slid down on crutches, looking for the dean? Are you crazy? That was the Sea Realm boss. Xiaxi's eyes lit up. Yes, Qinbai's censorship power was approved by Dean Yi, if he could persuade the dean. Wait. Lu Ziming waved his hand. Do you know where Dean Yi's office is? Xiaxi touched his chin. I went to deliver documents once last time, on the top floor of the administration building. But, for what reason do we go to see the dean? Seeing that the dean is going to report, you can't just say Qinbai wants to mess with us, right? Fengju said. Question. Let's just say we have academic questions about the missed biological atlas. Fengju's eyes flashed with brilliance. Ha! Lu Ziming slapped his thigh. Wonderful. It can not only reasonably enter the dean's office, but also naturally lead the topic to the disappearance of the corpse of the bone eroder. Su Hao raised his hand weakly. That. Who will be the main spokesperson? 4 pairs of eyes looked at Xiaxi in unison. What are you doing with me? Xiaxi was stunned. Nonsense. What? Su Zhang grinned. You are the only one here who has had tea with the dean. In fact, this thing is just making an excuse. Find a serious excuse to see Dean Yi. However, Dean Yi must understand that this is an excuse, but this excuse also needs to exist. What is this called? There is still a lot of effort on the surface. Xiaxi opened his mouth and finally became deflated. That time my dad forced me to give a New Year's gift. Stop talking nonsense. Lu Ziming made a cheering gesture. Sister Xiao rushed. Everyone did what they said. Immediately came to the administrative building. With the encouragement and urging of everyone, Xiaxi took a deep breath and walked to the teaching assistant at the front desk of the administrative building. Hello, our team has some academic questions about the individual fog creatures in the missed biological atlas, and would like to apply for 10 minutes of consultation time. The assistant coach's eyes swept over the 5 people. Wait a minute. Turned around and walked to the internal phone. Every second of waiting becomes long. Su Hao muttered, isn't this reason too fake? Only when the dean can believe that there is a ghost. Lu Ziming proposed, why don't we say that we have discovered a new type of bone erosion mutant? Even more fake. Xiaxi bit her lip. The dean can see through it at a glance. Su Zhan leaned against the wall, looking calm. This is just a superficial necessity. Just like ancient ministers had to hand over the fold first to see the emperor, modern people had to fill out the application form first. This lame academic excuse is just to give both sides a decent opening statement. What kind of person is Dean Yi? How can he not see their true intentions? But rules are rules, and some plays have to be performed seriously even if everyone knows they are acting. The teaching assistant finally put down the phone. The dean said. All 5 held their breath at the same time. I can give you 15 minutes. Is it really done? Su Hao didn't seem to believe this answer. Perhaps he was ready to be rejected. 15 minutes. Is it enough? Lu Ziming frowned and said, do you want to? Again? Shut up. Xiaxi smiled kindly at the assistant teacher. Thank you, assistant teacher. Let's go up now. In the elevator, 5 people were huddled together. Su Hao lowered his voice. Could the dean have already guessed it? What about him? Lu Ziming shook his head. This is Dean Yi, the only person in the school who can suppress Qinbai. Su Zhan stared at the constantly beating floor numbers and said softly, remember, talk about the paper first and then slowly move the topic to other places. Understood. X4. Everyone said in unison. In the office, Dean Yi's red hair hung down his body. Tap your fingertips on the desktop and a set of holograms appear. It was the energy map of the Bone Eater that they had just discussed. So, what are your questions about the Bone Eater? Xiaxi bit the bullet and said, regarding the rate of energy decay, the actual situation we observed is somewhat different from the data in the book. Dean Yi flicked his finger and switched the image to a dynamic model. Let's talk about it specifically. Fengju took a step forward. The speed of disappearance of corpses, after the death of the bone eroder in actual combat, the ashing speed is within 36 hours, which is completely different from the years mentioned in the book. Dean Yi narrowed his eyes. Did you find it in the industrial zone mission? 5 people breathed heavily. Sujan took the opportunity to answer. This is also what Commander Chin told us. He seems to be particularly concerned about this anomaly. Well, now the topic has been successfully brought to Qinbai. Although the turning point was a bit tough, it was done anyway. Dean Yi knew the purpose of their visit to her. Oh, I also know that any academic question is an excuse, so I am also waiting for everyone to lead the topic to the real purpose of this time. It's interesting. To sum up, although this turning point is relatively blunt, it is harmless. Qinbai. Yes. Dean Yi smiled softly. He has always been very persistent in abnormalities. Su Hao interjected, but his censorship method is too radical. Dean Yi took over. The duty of the hunting team is to eliminate all destabilizing factors of aberrations, including special cases. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet. Xieshi hurriedly changed the topic. Dean, we are just worried that routine testing will delay the final assessment. Don't worry, I will compensate you for your suffering. Including this may affect your final assessment, as well as the special methods used by Qinbai for you. I will see these in my eyes and give you preferential treatment. For example, if it affects the final assessment, I will exempt you from the punishment of failing this year's assessment, such as the damage to your body and mind. I will also take special care and compensate. Dean Yi outlined a smile on his lips, but changed his mind. But you also understand that the doubts that Commander Chin said do exist, and this matter must be clarified. Everyone heard this. Obviously, Dean Yi's answer was on Qinbai's side. Su Zhan's heart was heavy. In any case, if the suspicion does exist, it must be investigated. He even acquiesced to the rationality of Qinbai's special means. This time there is no way. Do you have to use your last trump card? Do you have to break the net with the summer fish to survive? He didn't want that. Such a result will be that the entire daxia will be impacted, and when the fog really breaks through the border, no one will be able to survive in the entire daxia, including himself. But if he really wants to die, he will never be soft. If even he himself is dead, then what is the need for this world to exist? Alas, then let's destroy it together. Xieshi hurriedly took a step forward. Dean, we understand the necessity of investigation, but the review method proposed by Commander Chin is... Thank you. Dean Yi gently raised his hand and interrupted. I said that there will be compensation for all this, and I am still very relieved that Commander Chin will do things. Lu Ziming said, we can provide a complete mission record, which is completely unnecessary. Okay, children. Dean Yi stood up, his red hair hanging down like a curtain. I've said everything I need to say. Go back and prepare for the test. After all, that's all said for this reason, so there's nothing more to say. Everyone could only walk away in despair. There is no way, no relationship, no connection. How to persuade Ji Han Yu in this way? Su Zhan was sighing in his heart again. Dean, he has counted countless times he has thought about having a strong background. Not as it is now. There is no right to speak. Even if he is an SSS level life soul awakener, it is still the same. Once, Doberman used the internet to say that he was an aberration. In the end, because he awakened the SSS soul, Dubin was sent to the guillotine. This is not because Dubin framed himself, but because he is the soul of SSS. The official will not tolerate the slander of this level of awakening. But now it's different. There are too many doubts. If you want to have little doubt, you have to develop obscenely, but this development is too slow. There are many doubts about rapid development, and the two are not compatible. If it weren't for himself, he would be an SSS soul awakener. If it weren't for himself and his teammates being students of Suzaku Academy, I'm afraid Qinbai doesn't even need to apply to Dean Yi, and he can do it directly to them. Everyone walked in silence. Everyone stopped talking. They already understand that this censorship is inevitable. Alas, it's useless to say anything at this moment. But right now, a familiar figure appeared not far away. Su Zhan's eyes lit up when he saw this figure. This man has never let him down. I hope this time, too. If this is really the case, it is really a great kindness, and it must be repaid tenfold and 100-fold. Ouch. This is not our teacher Wang. Lu Ziming limped up and rushed up. You don't know what we just experienced in the dean's office. That Dean Yi, on the surface, was polite on the surface, and said that he would compensate for the credits, but he was still on Qinbai's side inside and out. Slow down, you kid. Wang Mingyuan carefully looked at the disgraced faces of the 5 people inside. I also heard that Qinbai is determined to find out this time, you guys. Alas. Teacher. Xieshi grabbed his cuff and said with a tremor, how can you say my parents can do this? Obviously, a hello can help, but I have to say what procedural justice. You don't need to blame your parents. They are not obligated to help Su kill them. Wang Mingyuan gently patted the back of her hand. However, I, as a teacher, can help you say a few words, although I can't compare to your parents' face, but I still have some connections over the years. Really, teacher? Su Hao was so excited that he almost threw away his crutches. If that's really the case, you are my reborn parents. Okay, I'll coordinate the testing, but... Wang Mingyuan was almost amused by them, and then his expression became serious. You have to give me the bottom, that so-called aberration. Don't worry, teacher. Su Zhan said, if we really have a problem, how dare we strut around the academy? Run away early. Do you think this is the case? Yes, I'm sorry, I can only lie to you. I can only lie to my teammates. Some teammates must have suspected that someone inside them was really that aberration. If you can choose to protect him. If you say too many words of gratitude, you will become a bit of a mother-in-law. It's just one sentence. Today's kindness will definitely be repaid. Wang Mingyuan stared at him for a few seconds and laughed. Yes, now I will go and coordinate with Dean Yi, but I can say that I am in front of the ugly words, and I dare not pack the ticket successfully. Understood. Everyone nodded. They still understand this truth. As long as Wang Mingyuan did it. Alas. Then reconcile. Naturally it is impossible to blame him for messing up. What kind of person should have no conscience when he does such a thing? Wang Mingyuan stood in front of Yi Honyu's office door, his fingers hanging in midair, and he couldn't knock it down for a long time, until the door slides open automatically, revealing Yi Honyu's smiling face. Why, standing at my door for 10 minutes, are you planning to be a door god? Teacher. Wang Mingyuan's eyes were complicated. You knew I was coming. It's been 10 years, and you're finally willing to take the initiative to see me. Yi Honyu turned around and walked towards the tea table. The teapot automatically poured, and amber tea was poured into the cup. Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses. It's not that I refuse, it's that I have no face. It makes sense for you to think so. Yi Honyu took a sip of tea. After all, the former genius has plummeted after being injured and has recovered slowly. This gap, it's really hard to accept. The teacher is still so good at sprinkling salt on people's wounds. Wang Mingyuan's eyes were a little lonely, and he smiled bitterly. Don't play tricks with me. Yi Hongyu's eyes narrowed slightly. I avoided it for 10 years, and today I suddenly took the initiative to come to the door. I don't have to think about it. I know you're here for those students. Wang Mingyuan's eyes were calm. It's for them. You're blunt. Yi Hongyu's voice was almost imperceptible disappointment. But if you came today just to play the emotional card, then you can leave now. I need a more convincing reason. Wang Mingyuan shook his head and said seriously, Teacher, I know what kind of personality you are. Of course I didn't come to play the emotional card with you. Then after confirming with Yi Honyu that no one was monitoring the eavesdropping, a soundproof hood formed by white spiritual power quietly emerged. The two of them were enveloped in it. Wang Mingyuan said slowly, my reason is, that's right. After Yi Honyu listened to Wang Mingyuan's words, his pupils shrank slightly. Training room. Wang Mingyuan pushed open the door of the training room. The 5 heads turned around in unison, and they gathered here specially, just to wait for Wang Mingyuan's news. Su Zhan was also silently praying in his heart that Wang Mingyuan would succeed. Otherwise, he would have to use his trump cards. Su Hao immediately stepped forward and asked, Teacher Wang, how do you say it? The review has been cancelled. Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses lightly, with a smile on his lips. Dean Yi just signed the special review document handed over by Qinbai and rejected it. Su Zhan felt a sense of surprise in his heart. Unexpectedly, his teacher really did it. Did what the 5 of them couldn't do. In this way, this crisis is perfectly resolved. As students of Suzaku Academy, no one can touch them except for the dean's personal consent. At this moment, even Qinbai had no reason and no right. Everyone instantly became calm. Is it really fake? Lu Ziming slapped the earth. Teacher Wang, you are too divine. That's Dean Yi. Qinbai, the boss of the living king of hell. How the hell did you convince her? Could it be? What ulterior did you two have back then? Shut up, you. Yeah, she slapped him on the back of the head, and his eyes sparkled when he turned his head. Teacher, thank you so much. You don't know how we got through today. We can't eat well. I'm prepared for the worst. Teacher Wang, you are my own father. No, it's closer than my own father. Su Hao jumped over on one foot. You don't know that after my old man heard about this, he would only say nonsense about cooperating with the investigation and not afraid of the shadow. That one. What did you say to Dean Yi? Why did she suddenly change her mind? Wang Mingyuan smiled and said nothing, just slowly tidying up his cuffs. Stupid you. Lu Ziming tapped his finger on Su Hao's head. Do you still need to ask? It must be our teacher Wang who has a big face. You don't want to think about it. Teacher Wang was Dean Yi's proud protege back then, and I heard that at that time. Okay. Wang Mingyuan waved his hand and interrupted him. You guys, if you don't cause me some trouble in the future, it's the best thanks. Su Hao's eyes widened. Teacher Wang is Dean Yi's proud protege? How come I've never heard of it? Sister Xia, isn't your family familiar with the senior management of the college? Is this true? Xia, she curled his lips. I thought you all knew about this. Teacher Wang was particularly powerful back then, like the one written in the novel now. One person singled out the entire aberrant nest of Longoutian. Lu Ziming said exaggeratedly. Su Zhan raised his eyebrows slightly. He really didn't know about this. Then in this way, Yi Hongyu can be regarded as his master. Fengju and Su Hao shook their heads, saying that they didn't know about it. Wait. Xia caught a glimpse of Su Zhan's somewhat surprised eyes. Huh? Don't you know Su Zhan? Su Zhan shook his head. The teacher has never mentioned it. Okay, let's stop this topic. Wang Mingyuan interrupted with a smile and waved his hand. Fengju took a step forward and bowed solemnly. Teacher, we have written down this kindness, and if we need it in the future, we will go through fire and water. Stop this too. Wang Mingyuan hurriedly supported him. You train hard, don't Don't embarrass me at the end of the semester. The face is paralyzed, usually taciturn, but at this time he talks the most. Lu Ziming also smiled when he saw this, but it's good for you to keep these things in mind. If you want to repay them, you will naturally repay them, and it is useless to say them no matter how good they are if you don't want to repay them. Fengju stopped moving, and when he heard this, he rarely did not refute. Okay, now you can put your hearts in your stomachs. Wang Mingyuan smiled. Cultivate well, this is the only thing you should consider now. Understood, Teacher Wang, X5. The 5 people said in unison. It's just that they haven't seen Qin Bai recently. I can't see the face that was slapped in the face. Winning is winning, but not seeing the opponent's expression of defeat is missing a kind of pleasure. In addition to Wang Mingyuan and Yi Hongyu, no one knew what the two of them said in the office. This farce also quietly ended after Wang Mingyuan's intervention. This incident is also circulating at Suzaku Academy, but everyone still trusts their classmates. After all, they still believe that the awakened cannot be the iron law of the world of aberrants. The students of Suzaku Academy all believed that Yi Hongyu did not give Qin Bai the right to review Suzhan's 5 people because Wang Mingyuan and Yi Hongyu were old friends and were her disciples. But is this really the case? Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was a month later. Suzhan explained to his teammates that he wanted to take on a single-player mission alone to hone his single-player combat level. The teammates also expressed their understanding. After all, single combat and team combat should develop together. In this way, you can be invincible on the battlefield. Suzhan also received a task. Mission level, unknown. Mission type, covert investigation. Executive personnel, Suzhan. Mission location, new development zone in the eastern suburbs of Yuncheng. In the past 3 months, hundreds of cases of human disappearances have been reported in the eastern suburbs of Yuncheng, with 3 of the missing being minors aged 1 to 18, 2 adults over 18 years old, 2 humans over 60 years old, and 3 infants under 1 year old. Mission objectives. Find out if the disappearance is related to the aberration. Track down and locate the identity or hiding place of the mastermind behind it. After determining the identity of the mastermind or hiding place, priority is given to covert evacuation and reporting, and while ensuring the safety of the missing civilians, they can only fight if they can defeat the enemy. Task reward. Since the difficulty of the task is unknown, the difficulty evaluation of the task should be re-evaluated after the task is completed, and the reward will be issued according to the reward standard of the difficulty evaluation. Duration of the mission, 15 calendar days from the date of acceptance. Note, due to the particularity of this target, the local abnormal purification division is also investigating. They know your existence, you just need to do your job well. Suzhan looked at the 4 big characters received by the task on his mobile phone, thinking silently in his heart. The difficulty of this task is unknown and not very rare, because most of these investigative tasks are not difficult to evaluate. Sometimes what is investigated is nothing more than an out-of-the-flow variant. Sometimes high-risk or even higher aberrations can be investigated. Therefore, this thing is dangerous when it is said to be dangerous, and it is not dangerous if it is not dangerous. It's all up to fate. Why accept this kind of task? Because this is an investigative task. Other missions have a low degree of freedom, whether it is escorting or protecting others, or attacking a specific location. The way to complete the task has been explained to you, and you have little room to operate. Investigatability tasks are different. He used to have no problem pretending. After all, the investigation, no matter how I investigate, I have my own reasons. Who can say this kind of thing accurately? The purpose of his mission is to enter the mist event in order to absorb the life essence of the mist creatures. The mission is just a cover. What's more, this kind of task is the best to fish. The degree of freedom is very high, and there is no punishment if you fail. For him, it is simply the perfect type of mission. Suzhan looked at the task in hand. Now, it's time to go. Cloud City, I'm here. The Cloud City is surrounded by high mountains, and the urban area is built on a relatively gentle terrain in the mountains. There is a lot of rain here, the air is humid, and sometimes when I get up in the morning, it is covered with fog outside, and it is so white that I can't see people clearly from 10 meters away. After the sun comes out, the fog will slowly dissipate. This is the origin of the word Cloud City. The Yunqing high-speed rail station is built halfway up the mountain and is surrounded by steep cliffs. The station is not large, with only 2 platforms and 4 tracks. Morning. Suzhan walked out of the carriage with a black travel bag. The cold mountain breeze immediately poured into his neckline, making him tighten his clothes. The square in front of the station is empty. Only a few taxis had empty lights. Drivers gathered to smoke, and cigarette butts went out in the dark. In fact, Cloud City also has an airport. Merely, Suzhan felt that it was still comfortable to take the high-speed rail. He prefers the feeling of being close to the ground. Suzhan dragged his suitcase out of the station. 7 or 8 drivers surrounded them and shouted, "Where are you going, little brother? In the middle of the night, I'll give you a cheaper one. Yunshan Hotel can't go? My car is spacious. Don't listen to him. His broken car air conditioner is broken. Sit mine and give you a 20% discount." Suzhan rubbed his temples. Yunshan Hotel hotel, how much is it? He can only stay in a hotel here. Well, a bunch of taxi drivers shouting at the high-speed rail station is really a familiar scene. In the early morning, these taxi drivers also began to ask for prices. 100. A bald driver wearing a gold chain shouted first, "This is the price," in the middle of the night. The tall and thin driver next to him immediately interjected, "Don't listen to his nonsense. I'll take you to this 80. 60. An old driver with a stubble face squeezed over from behind the crowd and patted his half-new Jetta. "Although my car is a little old, it runs steadily on mountain roads." Sujun was about to speak. A middle-aged driver in a faded jacket came over. 40. 40 and go. "To be honest, I just stopped by and stayed next to the hotel." The other drivers immediately scolded and dispersed. "Oldly too, you are here again." Sujun followed Laoli to his taxi with peeling paint. "Do you often run this line?" "That's not it. I've been renting out in Cloud City for 20 years. Laoli quickly stuffed his luggage into the trunk, started the car, and turned onto the winding mountain road familiarly. "Are you here to travel or do errands?" "Business trip," Sujun replied briefly. "Oh." Laoli looked at Sujun a few times from the rearview mirror. "Look at your age, you are a college student, right?" Sujun hummed non-committally. "Let me tell you, this Yuncheon hotel is well chosen." Laoli chattered to himself. "Their mattresses are very soft, and the beef noodles for breakfast are also a must. But I heard that it is being renovated recently, so you'd better call in advance and ask." The car turned a sharp curve. Laoli held the steering wheel with one hand. Last month, there was a guest who insisted on staying in an internet celebrity homestay, but he was blown by the mountain breeze in the middle of the night and caught a cold. Ha ha ha. It's still good to choose a hotel, those internet celebrity homestays or something. The video is the same, and the past is another. Taxi drivers are still so talkative. If the drivers don't talk to the passengers, I'm afraid they won't be able to say a word all day. When Laoli first entered the industry, he didn't like to talk. Later, after running for a long time, I gradually developed the habit of chatting when I saw people. It's not that there really is much to say, it's purely to refresh and relieve boredom. Sometimes when I talk, I don't even know what I'm talking about, but I just can't stop my mouth. Over time, this became an occupational disease. When he saw the passenger get on the bus, his mouth automatically began to roll. Chatting, talking about road conditions, talking about news, there is really nothing to talk about. Even the birds flying by the roadside can talk a few words. Sujun looked at the dark mountain road outside the window and asked casually, "I heard that the city has not been peaceful recently. Have you heard about it too?" Laoli's voice was lowered, and he leaned back mysteriously. "Recently, it is really evil, especially in the eastern suburbs. Many people have disappeared inexplicably." Sujun looked interested. Laoli saw him in the rearview mirror and let go of the chat. "If you want to talk about the things in the eastern suburbs, it's really evil. At the beginning there were a few milk dolls, and then even the adults began to disappear." Sujun immediately asked, "When was the last time we were together?" "Just the day before yesterday." Laoli slapped his thigh. "The old Lu Tu, who sells tofu in the vegetable market, disappeared on the way home from closing the stall. Alas." "You said, an old man in his 60s, if you want money or no money, you want to look bad. What do you say?" "I think 99.9% of the people who do this are aberrations, but I don't think this aberration is that powerful. After all, such an old man, the skin is loose, the flesh is dry, and the target is on this kind of person. There must be no strength." Sujun listened silently. "What do you say?" "Now the house in the eastern suburbs." Laoli shook his head. "No one rents 700 a month for 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, and a friend of mine's 2-story building could sell for 800,000 yuan last year, and now no one cares about 400,000 yuan. Sujun asked, "Have you been there?" "How dare you?" Laoli laughed dryly. "Our sports cars are now walking around the eastern suburbs, and now everyone who lives in the eastern suburbs wants to run out, even at the cost of renting a house outside, and they don't want to go back to live. Hey, don't say that. There are some people who are just the opposite. Some young people who are not afraid of death made a special trip to explore, saying that they wanted to live broadcast ghost hunting. How can there be ghosts in this world? There are only aberrations, and today's young people are really willing to do anything for the sake of traffic." Sujun nodded cooperatively. "In the eastern suburbs of Yuncheon, there is a high probability that there are aberrations, and he needs these aberrations to summon fog for him." Laoli babbled for about 10 minutes, from the disappearance case to housing prices, and from housing prices to municipal planning. Anyway, Laoli turned into the front yard of the hotel with the steering wheel. "Little brother, don't run to the eastern suburbs during this time. That area is very dangerous now, and even we, the old drivers, dare not take the order over there." Sujun scanned the code and paid the fare. "Thank you for the reminder." Yes. Laoli helped take out the luggage and lowered his voice. "If you have to go, it is best to go at noon, in short, never at night." He pointed to the hotel door. "Xiao Zhang at the front desk is my niece. If you need any help, come to her." Sujun nodded. Yuncheon Hotel is brightly lit at night. Laoli stood by the car and watched for a while, until Sujun's back disappeared behind the glass door, and then rubbed his hands and returned to the car. "Strange things," Laoli muttered and turned the front of the car, silently thinking in his heart, "Other passengers will have more or less fear in their eyes when they hear me talk about the the eastern suburbs, but this young man, I can't see through it. In short, I'm not afraid at all. And his luggage, a travel bag, large, empty, but heavy. Could it be that it is a controlled knife? No. How did this thing pass the high-speed rail security check? Could it be that I was wrong? I thought so in my heart. The taxi quickly disappeared at the corner of the winding mountain road. In the hotel. Thank you. Sujan looked at the city under his feet through the floor-to-ceiling windows, opened his black travel bag, took out a pair of double knives. The handle and scabbard were as black as ink. The knife was out of its sheath, and a little cold light flashed. Lally was right in his heart. The bag was indeed a controlled knife. As for how to pass the security check, with the identity of a student of Suzaku Academy on duty, the security inspector gave the green light all the way. Sujan weighed the weight of the two knives. His last pair of twin blades had almost been scrapped in the battle with the Bone Eater, a weapon he had bought for another 3,000 credits. It is said that it can cut the bones of medium-risk aberrations. Of course, it is said that it can be cut, and as for how much power it takes, it all depends on the user's ability. It can be used for a while. Sujan's double knives were sheathed. Sitting cross-legged at the head of the bed, began to silently absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth. 2 months ago, he was already in the 7th order of the Dew Realm. Now it can break through to the 8th level of the Dew Realm at any time. Let's break through early now, and better carry out the task. Or, better killing misty creatures. Sujan closed his eyes, and the spiritual power in his body automatically began to circulate. The bottleneck of the 7th order of the Dew Realm has long been loosened. The spiritual power turned 3 times in the meridians, and the paper-thin barrier broke. The spiritual power suddenly became active, rushing between the limbs and bones. Sujan opened his eyes, stretched his waist, and made a slight popping sound in his joints. The 8th order of the Dew Realm has become. The whole process was as easy as taking a nap. If it weren't for the spiritual power condensed in his palm being thicker than before, he would have wondered if it was really a breakthrough. Next, it is said to be in the eastern suburbs of the city. Noon. Most of the originally lively shops have lowered their roller shutters. 10 minutes later, several convenience stores that are still open have red paper with transfer on their doors. On the empty bus platform, several missing person notices rumbled in the wind. The top photo of the missing person is a grinning baby. The only thing that is still popular is a hardware store. The boss was lying on the rocking chair at the door and taking a nap, with a skinny dog lying at his feet. The dog's ears suddenly perked up and he roared at the bushes across the road. The boss looked at the bushes opposite, where there was nothing, so he patted Rhubarb's dog's head. Rhubarb, don't bark. During this time, the eastern suburbs were not peaceful. Along with the dog, the nerves are sharp. Rhubarb seemed to be deflated and suddenly started barking in the other direction. The boss thought that there was probably nothing left, but he still turned his head. I saw a young man wearing black short sleeves. The boss frowned. The eastern suburbs of Yunqing, as the name suggests, are the suburbs of the east of Yunqing, and there are not many people in the first place, so almost everyone knows who lives here. But he really hadn't seen this young man. Do you dare to come to the eastern suburbs at this point in time? Another curious person who is not afraid of death. The boss has silently labeled this young man in his heart. This young man is Sujan, carrying a large travel bag. Along the way, he didn't see anyone. Either they are all gone, or they are hiding at home and not daring to come out. Now I finally see a living person. Sujan immediately stepped forward, took out a pack of cigarettes for 100 yuan from his arms, and stepped forward to distribute one to the boss. Boss, can you talk? He didn't smoke, he just bought it to inquire about the news. The boss was lying on the lounge chair without moving his hands. Sujan immediately understood and handed over the entire pack of cigarettes. Seeing this, the boss's eyes lit up slightly, and he stretched out his hand to take it. Come and inquire about the recent events in the eastern suburbs? Sujan nodded. The boss unhurriedly lit a cigarette given by Sujan, and by the way, he took out one from the pack of cigarettes given by Sujan and handed it to Sujan. Sujan waved his hand. I don't smoke, you can draw. The boss didn't force it, took a deep puff of smoke, and squinted at Sujan. Young man, the accent is not a local, right? This juncture came to the eastern suburbs. What are you trying to do? Sujan pulled a small bench and sat down. I heard that something strange happened here. Come and take a look. Ha! The boss spat out a cigarette ring and pointed his finger at the closed row of roller shutter doors across the road. Did you see it? It turned out that there were 12 shops on this street, but now counting me, only 3 are still open. Last month, Laolu's hardware store was still open, but his little grandson cried in the middle of the night, and the next morning he— That's right. The big yellow dog suddenly barked at the entrance of the alley again. Shut up. The boss picked up the broom at his feet and threw it over, turned his head and said to Sujan, if you want me to say, you young people from out of town, don't always think about doing some adventure life broadcast. Sujan took out a bottle of mineral water from his bag and handed it to the boss. How long have you been opening a store here? 13 years and 4 months. It was here when it was still a wasteland from the eastern suburbs. The boss unscrewed the bottle cap and took a sip, lowered his voice and said, do you know what the most evil thing is? All the shameful homes, the doors and windows are good. good, and not even a dog has barked. Sujan's eyes moved slightly. What about surveillance? Snowflake. It's all TM is snowflakes. It's a mosaic of black and white. The boss gestured excitedly. The Abnormal Purification Division installed 3 cameras in front of my house, but every time something happened, the picture was like an old TV with no signal. The big yellow dog suddenly got under the counter with its tail between its legs. Here we go again. Every time at noon, this beast is panicked. The boss's face also changed, and he took 2 puffs of smoke. Young man, listen to my advice. Hurry up and leave while dawn. The sun in the eastern suburbs. He looked up at the bright sun. It's not warm. Sujan glanced at the big yellow dog huddled under the counter and trembled, turned his head and asked, Boss, since it is so dangerous, why don't you move away? Move? The boss sneered, and the ash bounced on the ground at will. I'm a bachelor of Laozhou. I've been nesting in this broken place for more than 10 years, and my savings are not worth this pack of cigarettes. Now let me go to the city? I can't even sleep in a public toilet. Sujan frowned slightly. You should save some. For more than 10 years. Save money? Ha ha ha. The boss laughed and showed his yellow teeth. Young man, do you know what people in the eastern suburbs call me? Half a day. It means that my shop is open for half a month at most. If you have money, go to Red Romance to find Shiatsue, go to the clubhouse to High Pie, and come back to Screw the Screws when you have no money. Sujan looked at him and found it interesting. On the contrary, I live a life of drunkenness today. That's really good. If you have money, spend. If you don't have money, you can work. If you don't have money or no money, then rest. Happy and comfortable. The dog under the counter whimpered. Cowardice. The boss kicked the counter, turned his head and said to Sujan, but recently, the group of people in black uniforms from the Abnormal Purification Division have been wandering around here for 3 days. Therefore, this place is not as dangerous as the rumors outside, but the danger is still there, and it is safer for outsiders like you to come from and go back. Sujan pointed to the dog that was still trembling under the cabinet. Then this dog. Who knows what evil this beast has encountered? The boss scratched his head irritably. Since it started to be embarrassing, it can howl more than 10 times a day. As he was talking, the big yellow dog suddenly rushed out of the store, roared wildly at the empty road, and then ran back with his tail between his legs, plunging under the shelves. The boss's face also changed. Did you see it? Not again. Sujan raised his eyebrows slightly. How long has this dog been raised? It's been almost 5 years. The boss rubbed Rhubarb's head. I used to be clever, and I was a good hand at taking care of the nursing home. Just a few months. It's the same as the evil in the middle. The big yellow dog huddled in the corner of the counter, but his eyes kept staring at the boss's right hand. Sujan secretly looked at it. The boss's right hand was thick and calloused, but there were no scars. Has it bitten anyone recently? Sujan asked casually. The boss raised his right hand and smoked another cigarette, shaking his head. That's not true. The big yellow dog whimpered and buried its head in its front paws. Sujan glanced at his watch. Boss, is there a hotel around here? Hotel? How can anyone dare to open a hotel in the eastern suburbs now? The boss smiled strangely and pointed to the west. There is a bus stop 2 kilometers away, and the last train is at 6 o'clock. Sujan picked up his bag and walked out. The boss was dangling on the lounge chair, and life was so uncomfortable. Sujan squinted his eyes in the sun. It seems that he turned into an alley at will, but he has already calculated in his heart. Something is wrong with this boss, and that dog. It's not screaming, it's being afraid. Sujan remembered the way Rhubarb stared at the boss's right hand. It looks like I've seen something terrifying. The sound of the roller shutter door being pulled down came from the distance. Sujan already had a plan in his heart. Go around this area first, feel the shape clearly, and wait until night. See if there are any aberrations. Thank you. As for the boss, let's wait and see for a while. There is a canteen at the entrance of the alley that is still open. Sujan walked over and bought a pack of biscuits. When paying, he deliberately asked, Proprietress lady, how long has the owner of the hardware store across the street been open here? Laozhou? The proprietress looked for change. It must have been more than 10 years. Don't say that he is quite lazy, but he is very good to dogs, and he didn't sell the dog even if he was poor. Sujan took the change, and he already had a judgment in his heart. First, hold your troops back. If it is really a mutation, let's see if the other party will show his feet. Sujan nibbled on the biscuits and walked towards the bus stop. I thought to myself, I have to find a hidden place to squat, find a high-rise rooftop, and have a wide view. But even though I thought so, I still walked towards the bus stop. Until after getting on the bus, get off at the next stop and walk back again. A 6-story staircase. Rooftop. The biting night wind is especially cold at night. Because Cloud City is surrounded by mountains, the mountain wind blows cold and fiercely. Sujan looked up into the distance here. Not far away, Laozhou's hardware store has turned off the lights. It's still in the eastern suburbs, and no one dares to go out after 6 o'clock. Evening. But a bright light on the street is particularly obvious. A young man with yellow hair is holding a selfie stick and swaggering down an empty street with a fill light. The family is optimistic. Huang Mao grinned at the camera, turned the camera to the telephone pole covered with missing person notices on the side of the road. This is the most evil intersection in the eastern suburbs of Yuncheng. Last month, there was was an old lady who disappeared out of thin air. Sujun understood that this was what taxi driver Laoli said about those young people who didn't want to die just for traffic. Open your phone's video software, then click into the live broadcast category in the same city. After a little flipping, I turned to Huang Mao's live broadcast. While observing downstairs, he clicked into Huang Mao's live broadcast room. The night wind blew the missing person notice. Huang Mao pointed the camera of his mobile phone at his face, deliberately lowered his voice and said, "Family, the anchor is now risking his life to make a field visit for you. When I passed by the hardware store just now, the dog barked fiercely. Did the old irons hear it? Just for this professionalism, is it time to give a gift to encourage it?" The barrage immediately floated through a string of coercing to run and asking for money or death. "Thank you for the 3 planes sent by Explorer Lao Lu." Huang Mao raised his voice, "Family, where you dare not come, the anchor comes. What you want to know, the anchor will help you understand. As long as the gift is in place, you can do anything." The live broadcast room suddenly exploded with cool special effects. "Wow, thank you to the boss of Midnight Bell for his super rocket." Huang Mao's voice changed his tone with excitement. "The boss is atmospheric. Let's rush." But, in the middle of the night, the anchor didn't even have a self-defense tool. The barrage immediately floated past. "Here it is again, start to equip." "That's it, family." Huang Mao took out a peachwood sword from his backpack. "As long as you make up 5 more rockets, the anchor will perform the peachwood sword to exorcise ghosts for you on the spot." He waved a few times. "Did you see it? Authentic dragon and tiger mountain consecration magic weapon. The original price was $99.98. Now it only costs." The barrage in the live broadcast room rolled wildly. "Anchor run. There is something behind. Tip and turn back." Huang Mao grinned. "Don't scare the anchor. The anchor is not scared." Before he finished speaking, the street lights behind him flashed. Huang Mao turned back suddenly, and there was only an empty road. "Ah, look at scaring you." Huang Mao frowned at the camera. The voltage was unstable just now. Su Zhan on the rooftop stood up straight. "Behind this yellow hair just now, something really flashed by." Huang Mao was still smiling hippie at the camera, completely unaware that the black shadow behind him had been pasted up. Under the head cover of the blue-faced fangs, there was a pair of dark eyes. This aberration rushed over. I saw a dark shadow flashing by. The sudden gunfire was particularly clear in the silent night. Huang Mao did not tremble with fright as he imagined, but calmly turned back suddenly. Just saw 3 tranquilizer bullets flying past the corners of the aberration's clothes. "What a thing!" The next second, Huang Mao blurted out, and then realized that he had leaked his mouth, and quickly changed his words to the camera. "Ahem, Lao Tai, the gunfire just now is the effect of the show. Our live broadcast is all positive, and now the time is almost up. It's time for me to go off the air. See you next time, my family." Saying that, despite the dissuasion of the barrage in the live broadcast room, the live broadcast room was immediately closed. The whole street came to life. Bang! A strong man with a shotgun rushed out of the alley on the left, and a ring of iron chains was wrapped around the shotgun. The window on the second floor of the residential building on the right was shattered, and the female cleaner with a high ponytail broke out of the window, 2 short knives in her hands glowing with lightning. The manhole cover at the intersection was pushed open, and a fat man covered in sludge was drilled out, and the quaint shield he held in his hand was full of barbs. The mutant was obviously stunned, and the green eyes under the hood were round. "Close the net." With this order, more than a dozen purges moved at the same time. They rushed out of the hidden corners of the street. Meanwhile, in an instant, he became a living person. There was no one in the air, or the street where there was only Huang Mao suddenly became lively. The strong man with the shotgun fired first, and the special warhead exploded in the air, turning into a large net that flashed blue light. The female purifier crossed her knives and split 2 purple lightning bolts. The fat man directly smashed the shield to the ground, and those barbs drilled into the ground and emerged from under the feet of the deformity. On the roof of a high-rise building in the distance, Su Zhan's eyes froze slightly. Obviously, this anchor Huang Mao, who looks very unserious and greedy for money, is a purge. The purpose of this focus anchor expedition here is also very simple: fishing law enforcement, and it was successful, and a mutation was really caught. Meanwhile, on the street, after some dodging, the mutant opened its mouth wide and spewed out a dark green mist, instantly enveloping the entire street. "Beware of poisonous mist," the female purgist shouted, and the 2 knives were crossed in front of her, and the lightning formed a barrier. The mutant took the opportunity to roll, dodged the power grid, and rushed on all 4s to the roadside alley like a beast. 3 shots hit the ground behind it in a row, splashing a string of sparks. The strong man cursed and threw the chain on the shotgun. The chain wraps around the leg of the aberration, but when it was about to make contact, it made a sharp turn to dodge. "Damn, run faster than a rabbit." The fat man held up his shield and chased after him panting. The mutant jumped up, grabbed the balcony railing on the second floor with its claws, and was about to climb up. Zila! Bang! 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 A purple electric light hit its back. The female purifier had already circled to the side at some point. The double knives are inserted into the ground, and the current is conducted along the ground. The mutant convulsed and fell, but he quickly got up again again, his green eyes showing a crazy look. Not good. Blowing yourself up, Huang Mao shouted. Everyone immediately looked for cover. In the next second, a burst of green mist erupted, blocking people's vision. Wait for the green mist to disperse. The aberration is gone. Fuck. Let it run. The strong man kicked the trash can hard. The female cleaner squatted down and picked up a few fallen scales on the ground. Don't worry, it's injured. He can't run far. Keep in touch, chase separately, and report it immediately once you meet. Everyone said in unison. The aberration galloped through the labyrinthine alleys. The old town in the eastern suburbs is like its hunting ground. The escape route accurately avoids the surveillance probes on the street corners. Cross 3 clotheslines and climb over 2 low walls. The aberration stopped in front of an abandoned power distribution house. The rusty iron door is hung with a warning sign saying high voltage danger. The aberration does not have a door. Yes. He crouched down and grabbed a few loose bricks at the base of the wall with his paws. Bricks move away. It revealed a hole in the wall that only adults could barely penetrate. He got in with difficulty. Inside the wall is a secret room of less than 5 square meters. There were a few yellowed missing person notices on the moldy tatami mats, and a dozen empty cans were piled up in the corners. Maps are nailed to the walls. Every alley in the eastern suburbs of Yunqing is carefully marked with a red pen, and the position of several drawn forks is the location of the monitoring probe. In the secret room, the variant presses a string of numbers. Beep dash. The phone is connected. The bait is bitten. The mutant's voice was hoarse and low. 12 purifiers, all exposed, and are looking for me in the residential area of the eastern suburbs. Start closing the net. A chuckle from a male voice came from the opposite side. Remember to keep that anchor alive. His father is a member of the council, very valuable. The phone hangs up. Gray-white mist poured in from all directions, converging along the boundary of this residential area in the eastern suburbs to form a wall of fog. All electronic devices are disabled at the same time. The last intermittent alarm came from Huang Mao. Police. Mist. Then there was complete silence. Huang Mao tore off the headset and shouted to the surroundings. Everyone, pay attention. It's fog. 300 meters away. The strong man carrying the shotgun turned around suddenly. It can be seen without instruments. The fog slowly advanced like a living wall, enclosing the entire area into an island. Xiao Tang. Colt. The strong man shouted in his throat. Gather according to Plan B. The female purges decisively tore off the flare on their tactical belts and fired a shot upwards. Fuck. The red flare exploded in the air and dissipated at a slow pace. Seeing this, the clearing officers immediately converged towards the signal flare. In this area, all electronic equipment failed, including their communication equipment and surveillance. Now it is necessary to look for teammates. Because there is no communicator at this time, they have to find teammates to report information in a timely manner and huddle together for warmth. The power distribution room is secretly indoors. The aberration looked up at the rusty clock hanging on the wall. It's almost time, he whispered to himself, his paws moving away from the bricks in the corner, revealing the narrow passage. The aberration skillfully shrank its body, its scales clinging to its body, and drilled out like a snake. The head poked out of the hole in the wall. A knife slashed at the head. Dash. The touch of the blade cutting into the scales is like cutting through a layer of tough rubber, followed by a hard cervical vertebrae. Su Zhan's wrist sank, and the blade slashed through the bone cracks. The head of the mutant rolled to the ground, and the headless body still maintained a crawling posture, and bright red blood splattered on the wall. Su Zhan shook off the blood on the knife and looked down at the head that rolled to his feet. The shock in those dark eyes has not yet dissipated, and the mouth is still opening and closing unconsciously. It's really a good knife. Su Zhan weighed the knife. This special alloy knife was only obtained from the equipment hall last week. The realm of this aberration is in the 7th level of low risk. He cut off his head without any defense. Of course, this is a feat that can only be achieved with the acceleration buff of the pupil of time abyss and the pure power of the aberration. Now it seems that it is indeed much easier to cut than the last retired double knife. Lift your feet. Su Zhan crushed the head that was still moving slightly. Those purges did not keep up with this aberration, but he kept up. The main reason is that his life soul belongs to the control type and requires spiritual power, so his spiritual power is stronger than that of ordinary awakeners in the same realm. Only then can we better track and lock each other. Su Zhan looked at the body of the mutant. There are scales all over his body, which is very similar to his aberrant form. Look up at your surroundings. A gray fog has enveloped the area. Su Zhan was glad that he was in the right place, and very lucky. As soon as they came, they encountered the abnormal purge department fishing law enforcement, and these aberrations were still a trick in the plan, and they would be able to lure the clearers out and summon the fog. The purges immediately became turtles in jars, and he was just able to hunt the misty creatures to absorb the essence of life and advance. That's right. Su Zhan looked at the head that had been crushed by him. The blue-faced fanged mask was covering his head. Su Zhan slowly pulled out the mask and carefully identified the face of the deceased. Strange, too strange. Not the half a day I chatted with him not long ago. No. Su Zhan shook the remaining flesh and blood tissue in the mask. If I had known, I wouldn't have stepped on this foot, and I'm still disgusting myself. Suzhan noticed that the color of this aberrant's scales was as black as his. Can you? Well, now it's time to start the familiar part of picking up corpses and clothes. Suzhan changed his clothes lightly, and this aberration was also cleaned up by him. As for the corpse, after processing, then throw it all into the sewer. Of course, this is disposed of next to the sewer, otherwise the bloodstains are very suspicious here. The bloodstains were also cleaned up by him. This is the water and rags found in the secret room of the power distribution room, not so much rags as quilts, and some dish soap or something. All in all, after Suzhan's operation, these traces were completely erased, and I searched in the secret room of the power distribution room just now. Apart from the map and surveillance distribution of this residential area, there is no useful information. Suzhan guessed that this plan should be the other party's verbal expression, and there was no paper information. Since I don't know your specific arrangements, then you can only follow fate. The orange-red flare slowly went out in the night sky. 12 clearance personnel gathered from all directions one after another. The strong man with the shotgun arrived last, and the chains wrapped around the barrel rattled. He glanced at the crowd and said in a rough voice, "Are the people together?" The female purgant with a high ponytail, who was also the adjutant of this team, quickly counted the number of people, nodded and said, 12, no less. Huang Mao stood on the edge of the line, his face not very good looking. He looked up and saw that the gray fog was like a high wall, enclosing the entire area airtightly. Electronic equipment is completely wasted. The female adjutant with a high ponytail put away her short knife and said calmly, "Communication is interrupted, monitoring is failing, and we are temporarily out of contact with the outside world." Damn, it was put on a list. The fat man took a sip. That aberration deliberately lured us into here. The strong man of the team leader swept his eyes over everyone, and finally stopped at Huang Mao, frowning imperceptibly. He retracted his gaze and said in a deep voice, "The other party is prepared. It is not wise to fight hard, give priority to concealment, and wait for support." Huang Mao noticed the captain's gaze and tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Don't look at me like that. I'm not stupid. I won't run around." The strong man of the team leader did not answer, but winked at the female adjutant. The latter understood and calmly leaned half a step towards Huang Mao. "Concentrate your actions, don't disperse." The strong man of the team leader looked at Huang Mao and said in a deep voice. Huang Mao noticed the captain's gaze and curled his lips. "Don't worry, I cherish my life very much. Fat man, you take the lead." The leading strong man pointed to the female adjutant. Behind the Tang adjutant, the others maintain a vigilant formation, report any abnormalities immediately, and do not act without authorization. Understood, everyone said in unison. The strong man of the team took a deep breath and finally glanced at the fog wall. "Let's go." 12 people lined up in a tight formation and slowly moved towards the nearest building. From time to time, everyone looked back to make sure nothing came out of the fog wall. The whole team is like a hedgehog curled up, move slowly and vigilantly through the isolated islands surrounded by mist. The team leader's eyes never left Huang Mao's back. If only the other time was fine. But at such an important time, this young master was placed in their team. If you are gilded, you will not choose a good place to gild. It's good now. If something happened to this young master, all of them would have to walk around without eating. The fog wall at the end of the street wriggles. The gray and white mist was stirred and slowly raised a bulge. The bulge swelled bigger and bigger, and dense honeycomb-like holes appeared on the surface. A thick black liquid oozes from each hole, dripping on the ground and making a corrosive sound. "Be on guard," the strong man of the team leader roared, and everyone immediately put on a battle formation. The bulge burst. An indescribable creature squeezed out of the fog. At this moment, it seems to be woven haphazardly from countless raw tentacles, each of which is covered with mouthparts that keep opening and closing. A vertical pupil cracked in the center of the torso, and the pupils flashed with a malicious light that did not look like humans. The weirdest thing is, its head. If only the constantly changing shape of the sarcoma could be called the head. Inlaid with half a human face. The face seemed to have been forcibly sewn up. The left eye had rotted into a black hole, but the right eye was turning strangely, staring at the purifiers. What the hell? Huang Mao's face turned pale and his whole body trembled slightly. The monster suddenly let out a piercing scream. The sound was like the cries of thousands of babies being forcibly mixed together. It wriggled forward, leaving a sticky black trail on the ground where it passed and exuding a foul odor. The female adjutant's double knives had already lit up. "Captain?" The strong man of the team leader stared at the monster. "Don't act rashly, slowly retreat." But it was too late. Other parts of the fog wall began to creep. Bulge after bulge was forming. The monster's face suddenly contorted into an eerie smile. It lifts a tentacle that splits at the end, revealing the dense, needle-pointed teeth inside. Suzhan observed silently in a hidden corner not far away. The information from memory immediately understood the type of monster. Splitting the body. Its body is forcibly pieced together by countless broken limbs and twisted bones. The flesh and blood of the whole body were wriggling, tearing, and reorganizing. The vitality is very strong. There are no weaknesses in the whole body, including that human-like face. Well, in the most understandable unpredictable terms. And at this moment, it is that this monster has no weaknesses, and the damage you do is the same wherever you attack it. Only by completely emptying its health bar can it truly die. This kind of mist creature can be regarded as the most vital among the misty creatures. Sujun looked down at the twin swords in his hand. I don't know if this pair of double knives can be cut. The gray and white fog surged violently. One after another, the splitters slowly crawled out of the fog. Countless sharp bone stimuli shoot out. The strong man scolded angrily. The shotgun was blocked in front of his chest, and the iron chain on the barrel rattled, sweeping away a few bone spurs that attacked. He shouted violently, and a fiery tongue of fire spewed out from the muzzle. The specially made steel ball exploded in the air, turning into an electrified metal mesh that enveloped most of the splitter's body. The muffled sound of flesh and blood being cut continued one after another. Rancid black blood splattered all over the walls, but the broken pieces of flesh wriggled on the ground and regathered. Can't kill you? The fat man raised his barbed shield and slammed it to the ground. The spikes along the edge of the shield are deeply embedded in the concrete. Fire! Then he broke through the ground from under the feet of the splitter and nailed half of its body. The female purifier with a high ponytail had already circled to the side and split out with two knives. Under the lightning, carbonizes a regenerating tentacle of the splitter into charred slag. Be careful behind your back, Huang Mao suddenly shouted. The other splitter squeezed out of the fog wall. The torso cracked open and the bloody mouth was open, spewing fishy mucus. The strong man rolled sideways, and the ground where he was standing was corroded out of the pit. He jumped up with one hand, and the shotgun slammed into the monster's head, wrapping the chain around its neck. The strong man's muscles suddenly rose, and the chains were twisted. The splitter's head exploded like a rotten watermelon, but the headless body was still frantically wielding bone spurs. A sharp rib suddenly pierced the strong man's shoulder. He snorted. The barrel stabbed directly into the monster's chest and pulled the trigger. The internal organs were mixed with black blood and exploded. Change the bullet. The strong man staggered back. Huang Mao immediately filled in and fired continuously with a modified pistol in his hand. The bullet hit the granulation buds that regenerated at the joints of the splitter, delaying its healing speed. The female purifier soared into the air and stuck her two knives into the wall to borrow strength. The whole person rotated and slashed like a spinning top. He forced the man who had his body torn at both ends to retreat. Rumble. They take time to regenerate. She gasped and shouted when she landed. Concentrate your firepower to break them one by one. The fat man screamed. Everyone turned around. He saw his shield being bitten by the third splitter, and the barb was being corroded and broken. The crack in the center of the monster's torso opened wider and wider, and countless pale limbs like baby arms stretched out from it, grabbing the fat man. The strong man spat out the blood foam from his mouth and changed the ammunition with one hand, loaded with a click. The shotgun was pointed at the two-headed splitter bound by the electric light. Keep fighting. And in the shadows far away, Suzhan was silently observing. It was clear that these misty creatures were nothing more than hors d'oeuvres. Those aberrations that make the game have not yet appeared. The strength of these purges. The strong man in the lead is a special shotgun weapon, and his soul is hidden in the chain of the shotgun. Damn, human weapons are used together with life souls. Similar to him, his strength is about the 8th order of the Du realm. But the hors d'oeuvres have already been beaten like this, so how to deal with it later? Suzhan did not dare to make a rash move. Belch. Or rather, there is no reason to make a move at all. He is not a saint. Saving his teammates is already his biggest bottom line, and these people who are not important to him will only increase the risk of exposure. At the same time, the battlefield on the street is becoming more and more glue-like. The battle entered its most tragic stage. The strong man shook off the chains wrapped around the shotgun. The iron chain meandered through the air, and dark red lines appeared on the surface. The chains suddenly turned into dozens, like a large blood-colored mesh covering the three-headed splitter at the front. The monster entangled in chains suddenly stopped moving, but the strong man's forehead also burst with blue veins, and it was obviously extremely difficult to maintain such control. Take advantage of now. The female adjutant shouted sharply, and stabbed her double knife into the joint of a torn man. She flipped her wrist, and the blade vibrated violently in the monster's body, shattering all the tendons at the junction. Wow. Huang Mao took the opportunity to use a sliding shovel, took out a few modified magazines from his backpack and threw them to the other cleaners. Use this. Iron armor-piercing bullets. A clearer wearing goggles took the magazine and neatly put it on. He was half kneeling, and the sniper rifle in his hand fired continuously, and the bullets hit the granulation tissue that the splitter was regenerating. Right. Cover. The fat man roared and raised his mutilated shield, and the three purges immediately formed a triangular formation. One of them wore special metal gloves on both hands, and the spikes protruding from the crest glowed blue. A torn body pounced. He punched out suddenly, and actually punched the monster into a blood hole the size of a bowl. Another female purifier with short hair pulled out a long whip from her waist with a barb at the tip and could tear off a large piece of carrion from the ripper with a whip. Her fighting style is extremely ruthless, focusing on the eyes and joints of monsters. But the number of splitters is too many. Captain, the chains can't hold on, a young cleaner shouted. I saw that the blood-colored chains that bound the three-headed splitters were trembling violently, and one of them had cracked. The strong man bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of blood on the chain. The red light of the chain suddenly became strong, but it also made his face instantly pale. He pulled the chains. Quick, kill them with all your might. Seeing this, the female adjutant crossed her two knives in front of her chest. The last bit of electric light on the blade was all injected into her arms. The whole person rushed towards the biggest splitter like an arrow off the string. The blade flashed, and the monster's head flew high. Huang Mao climbed onto the top of an abandoned car at some point and took out several grenades from his arms. This is a special high-explosive grenade specifically designed against misty creatures. He calculated the parabola, throwing the bomb with precision into the open mouth of the splitter. Fire in the hole. The shock wave of the explosion made everyone stumble. But this is just the beginning. The next second, Huang Mao threw 10 special high-explosive thunderbolts in one go, and after throwing them, the whole person lost a circle, because these things were stuffed into his clothes before, after counting 10 explosions. But this blow finally opened the breakthrough. Retreat. Withdraw to the east alley. The strong man took the opportunity to withdraw the chain, and the shotgun swept away the nearest monster. Alternate cover. Fast. The clearers immediately formed a battle formation. The injured were protected in the middle, and those who could fight were on the periphery and retreated. Su Zhan has been silently paying attention. He recognized Huang Mao's grenade. The price on the market is 150,000 pieces, and there is no market, because this thing is too expensive to manufacture. Instead of spending resources on this, it is better to get more cultivation resources and cultivate awakened people. The latter is obviously much more cost-effective than the former, so this thing is only owned by a few soldiers in the military. You can get this thing. There is still a bit of background at home. Su Zhan was lurking, suddenly noticed the faint footsteps coming from behind. He turned abruptly. A man in a black robe wearing a Devil May Cry mask stood 3 meters away. The mask was similar to the blue-faced fang style that Su Zhan was wearing now, except with a few more blood-red lines. Black Claw? Why are you here? Devil May Cry mask eyes glanced at the dark scales on Su Zhan's palm. Didn't the boss send you to the East District monitoring point? Su Zhan's heart tightened, but the expression under the mask did not change at all. He imitated the hoarse voice of the aberration before. The plan has changed. The boss has specially changed my task. If the boss hasn't told you, then I can't tell you. Okay, I understand the rules. The group of purges was indeed more difficult than expected. Devil May Cry mask sneered disdainfully, especially the one with the chain. It's quite difficult to deal with, but it doesn't matter. Soon they will become new nourishment. Su Zhan replied in a low voice. It's just a bunch of waste. Okay, I won't talk nonsense to you. Devil May Cry mask turned to leave. I still have a task on my back, so I'll leave first. Just turned around. Su Zhan's claws stabbed out silently. The claws pierced the heart with precision from behind. The body of the Devil May Cry mask suddenly froze, and the eyes under the mask widened greatly. Su Zhan was close to his ear, and his voice was still hoarse. The boss still asked me to. I'll give you a ride. With a twist of his wrist, he rotated half a circle in his body, completely crushing his heart. I have to say that sneak attacks are really easy to use. He is now a little obsessed with this feeling. You don't need to go back and forth. All it takes is a crucial blow, a fatal one. Puff. You can end the battle in less than 1 second. Cool to fly. Devil May Cry mask's body fell limp. Su Zhan neatly pulled out his claws, and took advantage of the situation to support the body and gently put it on the ground. Then cut off the head and mend the knife. Then, quickly check the loot. In addition to the uniquely shaped Devil May Cry mask, a hand-drawn map was also found on the inside of the black robe. There were several red circles marked on it, one of which was the direction in which the purges were retreating. There are also a few green circles. It is estimated that this should be where his teammates are. Su Zhan put away the map. Glancing at the gradually cold corpse on the ground, he said lightly, "It looks like all the misty creatures in this area are dispatched. Of course, I'm not interested in saving people. You hit you, I won't bother you. I hope you don't bother me either." The body was thrown into the shore. Su Zhan faced the other side of the map. Walk in an area without any red or green circles. There should be no people in this area, or there should be no aberrations. He didn't need to save those purges, nor did he want to be involved in the conspiracy of the aberration. Now, he just needs to kill. Su Zhan turned around and stepped into the unmarked area on the map. The smell of blood wafted through the air. At last, the surrounding buildings were in tatters, and it was clear that these ordinary people who had not moved away had been slaughtered by the splitters. Well, there may also be fish that slip through the net. The reason why the fish that escaped the net is called the fish that escaped the net is because it has not been discovered. Su Zhan's pupils contracted slightly, black scales emerged from under his skin, sharp claws pierced his fingertips, and his tail vertebrae extended a long tail covered with bone spurs. Completely liberated the aberration form. But then he thought about it. Still put the tail back. This state is similar to the black claw in the mouth of that aberration. A splitter seemed to smell its prey and slowly crawled over. There's Their twisted bodies also have pieces of clothing hanging from them, but, apparently a good meal. On the surface, the strength is in the 8th level of low risk. The strength of those body splitters that Su Zhan had just seen was probably in the low risk 7th order. This strength is considered high among them. The body splitter let out a hoarse roar and burst out in the next second. Its mutilated left arm stretched out suddenly, and the bones separated piece by piece, turning into a whip made of broken bones and sweeping across it. Hiss. Detachment has a special means of preventing summon mist creatures from attacking their designated variant. But it's obvious. Su Zhan was not designated. The pupils of the abyss slow down. Su Zhan lowered his figure. The golden light flashed away. The speed of the bone whip suddenly slowed down. Su Zhan could even see the black mucus oozing from each bone. He dodged sideways and cut his right paw into the monster's joint. The entire bone arm broke off in response, but the splitter turned around by inertia, and his right shoulder suddenly cracked, and 3 sharp ribs seemed to shoot out. Su Zhan's pupils shrank slightly, and his pocket watch turned again. The pupils of the abyss accelerate. Su Zhan tilted his head calmly, his ribs brushing against the scales and flying by. At the same time, his left claw stabbed straight, and 5 sharp nails pierced into the chest of the splitter, touching the deformed heart. Black blood gushed out, but the monster fought back before it died, and its jaw suddenly opened like a dislocation, revealing its barbed fangs, and bit towards Su Zhan's neck. Click! Su cut off his right hand and turned it into a claw. From bottom to top, it runs through the jaw of the torso. When the bone claws pierce from the monster heavenly spirit cover, they bring out a pulsating ball of green ganglia. However, this misty creature is very powerful. Su Zhan began a frantic attack. Tear to the ribs. Burst. 5 deep visible bone scars appeared on the flanks of the splitter, and black blood gushed out. But the monster didn't move at all. The muscle fibers at the wound site peristalsize and begin to heal at a rate visible to the naked eye. The body splitter counterattacked suddenly. Its right arm suddenly twisted and deformed, and its bones reorganized into a bone blade that swept over. The slowdown buff and the acceleration buff are used together. Su Zhan took the opportunity to bully himself, and his claws fell on the monster like a storm. But the splitter seemed to have no pain, and all the wounds were slowly healing. Laugh at. It suddenly opened its ribcage and spewed out a cloud of black mucus. Su Zhan couldn't dodge in time, and the scales on his left arm were corroded and sizzled. Vitality is stronger than cockroaches. Su Zhan did not retreat but advanced, moving quickly around the splitter in an accelerated state. He no longer pursues one-hit kills. Instead, it continuously outputs damage. The 7th claw tears the muscles. The 12th claw breaks the joint. The 19th claw digs out an eyeball. The splitter's regeneration rate begins to slow down. Its movements are no longer smooth, and each healing leaves ugly scars on the surface of the body. Black blood no longer gushes out, but becomes a viscous oozing out. 3 minutes later, the monster no longer has a single intact bone armor on its body. 5 minutes later, its regeneration stops completely, and its movements become sluggish and clumsy. Su Zhan saw the opportunity and rushed behind the monster in another accelerated state. The claws were crossed, and 10 fingers were like knives, stabbing the head of the torn torso from both sides at the same time. Stirring your fingers, feeling the touch of the complete destruction of brain tissue, the body splitter finally fell to the ground. Then the next plot will be hunting again. This body splitter is just a representative of the many body splitters who were hunted by Su Zhan. In this area where there is only Su Zhan, he hunts the misty creatures against the clock. After all, there are really not many opportunities for fog to come. We must hurry up to improve our strength. And this time Su Zhan learned smartly. The biggest provider of his suspicion every time from the top is those teammates. Then there are his survivors. But now his teammates are gone. As for the survivors, oh no, Su Zhan thought to himself. This area was completely slaughtered by the splitter. How can there be survivors? The body of the splitter lay quietly on the concrete floor. Su Zhan stretched out his bone claws and put his 5 fingers on the corpse. A wisp of pale mist seeped out of the corpse's 7 orifices. It seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, wrapped around Su Zhan's arm, and drilled in along the gap between the scales. Su Zhan closed his eyes and concentrated. He could feel the mist rushing through his veins, and the essence was transported to his limbs. 3 seconds later, the body began to weather. First, the epidermis cracked, then the muscle fibers broke inch by inch, and finally even the bones turned into powder. A gust of cold wind blew, leaving only a puddle of black blood on the ground. Su Zhan opened his eyes, and the golden vertical lines in the pupils became clearer. The power increased. Looking at the time when a mechanical watch was picked up from the corpse, a day had passed. In this area that was not marked by the aberration, all the splitters were hunted by him. Even in the fog, there are no more body splitters. Did you feel the danger? Su Zhan felt the rushing power in his body. Low risk 10 levels. In one day, he easily broke through 2 small stages. But the realm of these misty creatures is too low. During this day, Su Zhan has encountered the highest level of the highest level, but only the low risk 9th order. And it was still in the early stage of the low risk 9th order. Moreover, there is only one misty misty creature in this realm. Most of the others are low risk or about the 7th order. Sujan's ability to absorb the life essence of the misty creature's corpse. The efficiency of absorption is, less absorption is lower than that of one's own realm, which is equal to the average absorption of one's own realm, and more than absorption by one's own realm. Therefore, among the misty creatures in these realms, it can be advanced to the low-risk 10th level. Sujan roughly estimated that he had killed hundreds of body splitters. Until the body splitters in this area were killed, Sujan stopped killing, but now he is in new trouble. The body of the splitter can be erased, but he can't erase the black blood all over the ground. There are no traces of fighting, because there are not many such things, and this area has been damaged a lot by the body splitter, so if he destroys a little more to eliminate the traces of fighting, people will not be able to find it at all. Now the scene in this area. It's easy to describe. Ruins and broken walls, black blood all over the ground. Sujan helplessly supported his forehead. Now, but in general, these are not a big problem. Sujan began his aftermath. Alcohol was found in the dilapidated residential house. Spread it over a wide area. Of course, this kind of thing is completely insufficient. I want a fire to burn this area down. Strong flammables are required. This substance is also easy to find. Gasoline. What? Don't you say this kind of thing is at a gas station? Sujan said, isn't there something inside the car? Several private cars were cut with claws and containers were found to be used to receive gasoline. Sujan's aftermath really began to take action. Within this area, houses are on fire one after another, even on the streets, in alleys, these places are not spared. Sujan specially picked a place with black blood to attack. The flames will evaporate the blood, leaving no trace behind. With the completion of the layout of the gasoline line, a little Mars falls. Tons of fire swept across the ground, steaming the black blood into pungent smoke. Then the gasoline was ignited. The orange-red fire wave exploded and rushed along his carefully arranged route. Flames crawled over the walls, licking every bloodstain. The black blood boiled violently at high temperatures, and finally turned into wisps of black smoke and dissipated. The concrete floor was burned to a white and all traces of living things were completely erased. Sujan stood on the edge of the fire, watching the fire spread around. Abandoned buildings were set on fire one after another. The fire illuminated the golden vertical pupils under his mask. The heat wave lifted the corners of his clothes. Those black blood are disappearing from the world in the most radical way. Sujan turned and left. Behind him, the entire neighborhood is collapsing in flames. All traces of what should and should not exist will be wiped out before the fog dissipates. The 12-member purge team now has only 6 people left. The strong captain dragged his left leg pierced by bone spurs and limped open the iron door of a hardware store. In the alley behind him, the 3-headed splitter was sharing the newcomer wearing metal gloves. 5 minutes ago, that kid wanted to cut off their backs with his life. They fell for the scheme. When the fog covers the entire eastern suburbs, the so-called lone aberration is simply bait. The fog descends. Now the positions of hunters and prey are completely reversed. The female adjutant curled up in the drain pipe under the viaduct. She pressed the wound on her right abdomen, and the electric knife had already exhausted its energy. A sticky crawling sound came from outside the pipe. It was a splitter. Communication was cut off. Electronic equipment fails. They don't even know if the other squads are still alive. The deadliest thing is that these monsters can smell the remnants of life soul energy, and ordinary concealment is useless. Huang Mao shrank under the chassis of a tanker. His tactical uniform was stained with oil, and only 2 rounds of bullets remained in his modified pistol. The sound of glass shattering came from a convenience store 300 meters away. He saw the fat man's iconic barbed shield thrown into the street, with a dozen still wriggling bone spurs stuck in it. This is not a tactical retreat, but a complete rout. More and more people are being torn apart. The strong man of the team issued an order to escape. Run away. Now that they got together, they would only have a bigger goal, because everyone's spiritual power was almost exhausted, and only by scattering and escaping could they have one last hope of living. The roller shutter door of the hardware store was torn off by the whole thing. The strong captain suddenly raised his shotgun, only to see that the one standing at the door was no longer the splitter, but a man in a black robe wearing a mask. On the pale background of the mask, 2 exaggerated tear stains were painted with blood. Find one. There was an electronic sound from under the morning mask. The strong man leader pulled the trigger. No bullets. 6 mantis-like bony forelimbs suddenly stabbed out from under the black robe, instantly nailing through his limbs and shoulders, and nailing him to the wall. Boom! Blood flowed down the shelves. The strong man stared at the other party and lifted the black robe, revealing a distorted body. They know, but they are powerless to change the facts. The splitters are just appetizers, and it is these masked mutants who are really responsible for cleaning up. The female adjutant in the drain pipe suddenly tightened. The light at the pipe mouth was blocked by a figure. Click! It was a mutant wearing a smiling Buddha mask, with a bare abdomen and a mouthful of spiral teeth. Peekaboo is over. There was a muffled laughter from under the mask, and the fat accumulated neck couldn't be seen turning at all. The female adjutant slowly looked up and saw a a giant man 2.5 meters tall blocking in front of her. 3 different types of bone-chopping knives are pinned to the waist. The female adjutant threw out the dagger violently. Poof! The blade pierced into the opponent's belly, and there was no blood. The smiling Buddha mask pulled out the dagger with sausage-like fingers, and the fat at the wound swelled and healed instantly. His 3 boning knives were used for dismemberment, skinning, and deboning. The smiling Buddha mask pulled out a serrated bone-chopping knife. Let's have fun. Huang Mao heard a soft sound coming from the roof of the tanker. Looking up, he saw a mutant wearing a one-eyed mask hanging upside down outside the chassis, and the only mask was flashing red in its eye socket. The young master of the parliamentary family. The one-eyed mask tilted his head. Your head is valuable. Huang Mao smiled and raised a pistol with only 2 bullets left. Do you know who my dad is? The one-eyed mask reached out and pressed the barrel of the gun. That's why the price of being captured alive will be higher. Bang! The first bullet pierced Nua Mian's palm. The second shot left a crack in the mask. Huang Mao took the opportunity to roll out of the car and rushed to the fire in the distance. The area was on fire. But in any case, I must leave the current area immediately. This side has been set up by the mutants. For these scenarios, of course, Su Zhan just watched silently from the rooftop of the residential building, too far away to see the strength of these aberrations. However, based on their battles with these purges, it can also be predicted. The strength is also around the 7th level of low risk. And now, his awakened form is the 8th level of the Du realm, and his aberrant form is the 10th stage of low risk. If you want to save people, you can really save them. Why? In the absence of any emotion and friendship between the two, Su Zhan did not do anything that was not beneficial. No one knows if the mastermind behind this hunt has appeared. According to the intelligence, the difficulty of the mission is unknown. Therefore, even with his current strength, he did not dare to make a rash move without knowing the other party's true strength this time. Su Zhan wore a mask with blue faces and fangs, and watched the Scud show in silence. It's just that now I have to think about the mission report. What should he say about this foggy event in the report? Hey, what is there to say about that? But, just say that he is not strong enough. The first principle of Suzaku Academy is to protect its own safety. What's more, because every Suzaku student is a valuable resource for Dacia, and it is far more valuable than others to make outstanding contributions to Dacia in the future. Even if he joins these 12 purgers, he will definitely not be able to fight this battle, and no one will say anything about protecting his own safety first. Su Zhan watched this one-sided massacre indifferently. He was content with the results of this fog incident. If you want to advance the aberrant form to medium danger, you will have to wait at least another month, when the mist creatures in the mist event will become stronger. Now these misty creatures are not enough to support him to advance to medium danger. The strong captain was nailed to the wall of the hardware store by 6 mantis limbs, and blood flowed down the shelves. The crying mask variant slowly and methodically broke his tendons with his forelimbs, and the electronic sound was full of joy. The third captain of the Cloud City Abnormal Purge Division. Oh, I think you did the same to him when facing my kind. He. The strong captain's pupils had begun to dilated. Bite the capsule in the back teeth. It is that he will bring something with him every time he travels on a mission. It is the last dignity of people like them. The movement of the morning mask paused, slowly pulled out his forelimbs and watched the corpse slide to the ground. Waist. The female adjutant was cornered. The smiling Buddha mask was split with a bone-chopping knife. The female adjutant rolled and dodged, smashing the showcase with her back. The glass shards plunged into the wound, causing her to frown. The smiling Buddha's mask was slashed horizontally, and the female adjutant's left arm was broken shoulder length. Caught. The smiling Buddha mask uses the tip of a knife to pick up the broken arm, like admiring a work of art. The female adjutant took the opportunity to use her last strength to insert the electric knife into her temple. The high-voltage current instantly carbonized her brain tissue. The smiling Buddha mask was stunned for 2 seconds, stomping his feet furiously, and the ground within a radius of 10 meters was shaking. Don't cooperate. What is the point of dissecting a dead man? The one-eyed mask stepped on the yellow hare's chest, and the tip of its claws pressed against his throat. Huang Mao's tactical uniform was soaked with blood and his right leg was broken. You sewer rats. Huang Mao coughed up a mouthful of blood foam, but a sneer came out of the corner of his mouth. Dare to touch me? Do you know how ugly my dad will make you die? Of course I know. The one-eyed mask said excitedly, so we will send him your fingers one by one, hoping that he will be able to do it at that time. Huang Mao smiled. Fool. You don't even know who you've messed with. The one-eyed mask was not annoyed when he heard this, and said interestingly, but I wondered, you are a good young man, you don't choose a good position to go to the abnormal purification department to guild. You have to choose such a dangerous one. What are you trying to do? Huang Mao gritted his teeth and did not answer. The one-eyed mask continued, either you really have no brains, or you just want to prove yourself, but it doesn't matter anymore. You will pay the price for your stupidity or recklessness now. The leg slammed into force. The yellow hare's ribs made a crisp sound. The other hand slashed at the back of his neck, simply knocking him unconscious. Be beaten and stand upright. The one-eyed mask threw the unconscious yellow hare over his shoulders like a sack, back. The hunt is over. But the war has just begun. The fog dissipates. Sujan had already put away his black scales, changed into ordinary clothes, and carried the double knives behind him. His neighborhood had been burned down, and the ground was charred, leaving no blood or bodies behind. 34 hours have passed, but only 60 minutes have passed. The periphery of this area in the eastern suburbs. The forces of the Purge Division have completed the encirclement. 30 armored vehicles blocked all exits, and 300 heavily armed clearance officers were on guard. Some were armed with guns, while others were armed with all kinds of weapons. There are also people with bare hands and cold faces. They wore standard equipment and had tense expressions under their bulletproof helmets. Attention all aberrations. Shouts from the loudspeaker echoed through the empty ruins. You are surrounded. Surrender now. Sujan stood behind a burned building and observed. Last warning. The loudspeaker was very loud. If there is no response within 30 seconds, we will cover the entire area with firepower. The barrel of the armored vehicle was slowly raised. The snipers clasped their fingers on the trigger and scanned through the scope. A hoarse response suddenly came from the ruins, less scary. The voice was processed through some kind of voice changer. The young master Huangma you are looking for is now sitting next to me drinking tea. The commander raised his hand to pause the firing and took the communicator. Since you know his identity, you should understand the consequences of moving him. The mutant smiled and said, I want to see, are you going to bomb this place first, or do you receive the withdrawal order from the council first? Cold sweat oozed from the commander's forehead. The adjutant quickly stepped forward and handed over the vibrating encrypted communicator. Give you 20 minutes. The voice continued, for every minute of delay, I'll send a finger to the parliament building, and now start clocking the time. In the distance, the window on the third floor of a building faintly flickered with reflection. The sniper immediately reported, suspected hostage. Repeat, find suspected hostages. The commander clutched the communicator. We need to confirm the safety of the hostages. And Sujan was still in a hidden corner. Ha ha ha, this group of cleaners didn't ask if there were anyone else? Or, don't you think that even if there are other people, they don't dare to answer? After speaking, you may be attacked by the aberration. I'm really convinced. The commander didn't care about other people's lives at all. I only care about that young master. Sujan felt a little boring. But at this moment, it is not easy to talk or walk. I can only wait for the two parties to negotiate completely before looking for an opportunity to get out. Alas, but what Sujan didn't know was, in a hidden corner not far away, there were two people staring at him. A man and a woman are dressed in ordinary clothes. The man is gentle and elegant, and the woman has red hair. The man said, this promotion speed. It all depends on how fast the mist creatures grow during the mist event. The woman looked at the man. You didn't tell anyone else about this, did you? Of course not. The man shook his head. I know the seriousness of this matter, and I also understand the general approach of the top management. Sujan's example is too uncontrollable. Once it is known by the aberration, it will definitely be publicized. An SSS-level life soul awakener turned out to be an aberration, causing an immeasurable blow to our Daxia. Even if Sujan doesn't hurt anyone, what is the use of this? How many people can be hurt if they hurt someone? But how many people will die because of this? Therefore, the top management will not allow such a thing to happen, not seeking nothing, but asking for no fault. They will definitely strangle Sujan in the cradle. Then do you dare to tell me? The woman smiled and said, aren't I the top management of Daxia? Aren't you afraid that I will kill Sujan on the spot? Why? The man said without hesitation, because I'm not afraid. The woman asked, why aren't you afraid? Not afraid is not afraid. The man said categorically, I understand you. You are different from those old guys who stick to the rules. They are not willing to take such a big risk. They will think that the benefits and dangers brought to them by Sujan are not equal. But you must be willing. Wrong, you don't know me very well. The woman's smile was even stronger. SSS-level life soul people, in the process of cultivation, will not be injured that cannot be healed, will not fall. More than 90% of people can get the sea realm. Teacher. The corners of Wang Mingyuan's mouth twitched. I am also an SSS-level life soul, and I seriously suspect that you are connotating me. It's good to know. Yi Hongyu did not refute, and continued, but what about the sea realm? This is far from putting Daxia in a crisis of trust, where the benefits and risks are not equal. But you have also seen Sujan's advanced speed. Wang Mingyuan immediately said, he can absorb the power of the corpse of the misty creature, which is unique in the entire history of mankind, and his identity as an awakener and a mutant exists at the same time, both of which are precedents for creating human awakeners. Okay, I'm not done yet. Yi Hongyu hooked his index and middle fingers and gently tapped Wang Mingyuan's head. Don't be so anxious about your students. I was surprised by the corpses of those disappearing misty creatures before, although I knew that there was a high probability that Sujan did it, but I didn't know why. Saying that, she said seriously, if I come with you this time and don't see his ability to absorb the power of the misty creatures, I will kill him immediately. As I just said, an SSS-level life soul awakener is far inferior to causing Daxia to fall into a crisis of trust, so what about a strong person in the sea realm? Risks and returns are completely unequal. Yi Hongyu looked at Su Zhan's direction with hopeful eyes. But he actually has the ability to absorb the power of the corpse of the misty creature? With this ability, I must not re-evaluate his ceiling, reassess his value. Yes. Wang Mingyuan nodded. Now that Dasha's situation is getting more and more difficult, the strength of the misty creatures is starting to get stronger and stronger, and the overall strength of our Dasha is still at the same level, fluctuating on a small scale. This is tantamount to boiling frogs in warm water, and when one day the strength of the misty creatures grows completely, the country will not be a country. We have to find a key to breaking the game, and I think Su Zhan, it's the key to breaking the game. Yi Hongyu did not react, letting the breeze stroke her long red hair. Wang Mingyuan frowned slightly and pushed his glasses. He couldn't figure out what kind of mind his teacher was. Maybe she's weighing the pros and cons. Regarding Su Zhan's dual identity, he only told his teacher, because he understands the character of his teacher. If Dasha's current factions are divided into two factions, conservatives and radicals, his teacher can definitely be regarded as the leader of the radicals. Dasha is in a difficult situation. You must not sit and wait for death. Such a great opportunity, Yi Hongyu will never let go. Now, he himself will never let it go. A month ago, what he asked Yi Hongyu to change his mind about was these secrets of Su Zhan. This secret was that he was in Jiangqing at the time. Entering the fog event, I felt Su Zhan self-harming under the ruins. Wang Mingyuan was surprised at the time. Why would this student of his? Until his spiritual consciousness silently swept across Su Zhan's body. There are many fractures all over the body, and even most of them are comminuted fractures, but they are all recovered at this moment. If it is a soul that goes in terms of physical strength, Wang Mingyuan won't say anything yet, but Su Zhan is a control soul, and the main aspects of cultivation are spiritual power and spiritual power. Later, Su Zhan did not use anesthesia for surgery. What anesthetics are also said to have sequelae and affect people's mental reaction speed. What bullshit reason? Wang Mingyuan even wanted to laugh when he heard this reason, but he still agreed to Su Zhan's request. Su Zhan's self-harm behavior is very strange, and the behavior of not using anesthetics is even more strange. So why did he do this? Then, Wang Mingyuan thought a lot. It also reminded me of the bizarre events in Su Zhan's fog events. The aberration saved people, the corpse of the mist creature disappeared, and the aberration killed the fog creature. Excluding all impossible, the rest is incredible, it is the truth. A bold, even terrifying thought came to mind. Later, Wang Mingyuan helped Su Zhan deal with Qinbai, or supported him behind his back, so that Qinbai did not dare to mess around. An idea arose in my heart that I wanted to find out. So when Su Zhan returned to Suzaku Academy after the winter vacation, when Su Zhan and his partner went to Lincheng to carry out a mission, they followed together. As a person who was once at the peak of the Abyss realm, even if his strength plummeted, he still had the fifth order of the Tide realm, plus his soul. It is fully capable of following Su Zhan's people without them knowing. In this way, he saw the scene that he would never forget in his life. Su Zhan, after killing a bone eater, raised his hand and placed it on the bone eater's corpse, and wisps of white mist were born on the corpse, which entered Su Zhan's body. Wang Mingyuan could perceive that this white mist was the essence of the life of the bone eroder, and Su Zhan is absorbing the life essence of the bone eroder. This scene simply subverted his worldview. Can humans absorb the power of the fog creatures? But what will shatter his worldview is yet to come. Wang Mingyuan watched Su Zhan change into a set of clothes, put on a mask, then switched to a deformed form and began hunting. His conjecture was finally verified. Su Zhan, it is indeed a mutant. Su Zhan has a dual identity. Wang Mingyuan's shock at that time could no longer be expressed in words. The feeling of being subverted in the world is really not appreciated by anyone, and there is no longer peace in my heart. What's going on? He was thinking that his student had become an aberration, so what should he do? It's time to order the student of his own. Or do you pretend that nothing happened? Now, but the potential threat to such a dual identity in this world is too great. Wang Mingyuan struggled very inside. Later, he watched Su Zhan hunt. Watch as he absorbs one corpse after another. The strength continues to grow. The realm is constantly breaking through. Just one fog event, 3 small stages were broken. This cultivation speed. Wang Mingyuan dares to guarantee that there is no one in this world. From this moment on, he changed his mind. His student was originally not cannibal, and he was different from human society and aberrants, and there was no natural opposition. What's more, the cultivation speed of an unprecedented person like him and no one since then. The future is limitless. Why should a person who is loyal to the human camp force him away, when risk and return are equal? There is an explanation for this matter. Su Zhan's team was accused and threatened by Qinbai. Wang Mingyuan was just silently observing at that time. He wanted to see how these young people should make choices in such a predicament. The result was beyond his expectations. This group of young people is surprisingly united. Even the arrogant Xiaxu was excluded from the investigation to help his teammates. When people are old, they can remember everything. Wang Mingyuan recalled the past. Why doesn't he have these good comrades in arms? And then. But now, most of these former comrades in arms are dead and wounded, and most of them are off the front line. For example, Kong Wu. After completing his military service, he also became a teacher at Suzaku Academy. Wang Mingyuan did not blame Kong Wu, and the importance of being a Suzaku teacher was comparable to guarding the border, because Suzaku Academy cultivates the top awakeners in southern Daxia, and the job is relatively comfortable. Lao Kong has a family and children, and this job is also the best choice. Wang Mingyuan silently wished Kong Wu's family a happy family and a happy family in his heart. Afterwards, Wang Mingyuan saw his students and went to Yi Honyu's office. Yi Honyu was once his teacher. It's just that after he was injured, he felt that he had no face to see him, and he didn't contact him again. 10 years, if it was, he would still not go to see it. This opportunity to change the fate of Daxia is in hand. He was too small to protect Su Zhan. Only by pulling your own teacher can you work together to achieve great things. The next story is very simple. Wang Mingyuan found Yi Honyu and told Yi Honyu everything he knew. He still remembers Yi Honyu's eyes at that time. It's been a long time since I've seen a teacher like this. Wang Mingyuan thought of this and couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. Later, but now, Yi Hongyu rejected Qinbai's request to interrogate Su Zhan and several people. But Yi Hongyu has another requirement. That is, hearing is false, and seeing is believing. He wants to find out. Then there is the story just now. When Su Zhan came to this area, astounded, they observed silently in the dark until Yi Hongyu saw with his own eyes that Su Zhan had become a mutant. It proves that Wang Mingyuan is telling the truth. No one can say how far this kid can go. Yi Hongyu's red hair was slightly raised in the wind, but his danger is real, and the exposure of his dual identity will bring great disaster to Daxia. I have been at the top of Daxia for so many years. I know too well how those old guys will choose. They would rather kill Su Zhan than take this risk, so this matter must not let the fourth person knows. At present, only 3 people know Su Zhan's identity: Yi Hongyu, Wang Mingyuan, and Su Zhan's own. Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses. But teacher, don't you think this is exactly the variable we are waiting for? Daxia has, over the years, we're gambling. Yi Hongyu interrupted him directly. Bet that he can grow enough to change the pattern, and bet that his value can overshadow the risk. The two of us are now betting on the national fortune. We're going to win. Wang Mingyuan said this on the surface, but he was under a lot of pressure in his heart. If Su Zhan gets out of control in the future, or if his identity is exposed and causes turmoil, he and Yi Hongyu will be sinners for eternity. But since you have decided to protect him, some things have to be done cleanly. Yi Hongyu seemed to see through his mind, and changed his mind. I will help him with these things, and I will prevent those who want to investigate him, including Qinbai. Of course, I can't stop it too much, so that the suspicion is even greater. I understand. That's enough. Wang Mingyuan nodded. The rest of the way, he has to go by himself. Yi Hongyu looked at Su Zhan and continued, all we can give is the time for development, and the real power must be torn off those monsters by his own hands, so that the power obtained is truly his own. Wang Mingyuan glanced in Su Zhan's direction one last time, and when he turned around, he said softly, he will do it. This sentence is like a promise and self-comfort. One more detail. They didn't discuss Huang Mao throughout the whole process. Discussed the young master of the family who is a member of parliament. Not because of forgetting, but because this young master is not worth mentioning in front of Su Zhan at all. Whether it's life or death, they won't make a move. Because now that you are taking action, don't you tell Su Zhan clearly that we know your identity? There is only one member of the parliament, and there are more than 300 seats in the Daxia parliament, which are constantly rotating every year. Most of the decisions made by these parliamentarians have little strength and are just a status symbol for those who have a certain social influence. What they can decide, or they just vote with the people above. After taking sides, they have no choice. Who can guarantee that the position of this yellow-haired parent will not be replaced next year? This status is not worth pleasing them. Su Zhan didn't know that his identity had been completely known by the two people, and his life has already escaped under the discussion of the two people. Otherwise, it would have been burned to ashes. Su Zhan was still thinking about how to get out at the moment. Glanced at the direction of the source of the sound. Forget it, the enemy's strength is unknown, and there is no reward, and the risk of saving people is too great. Now the two sides are still facing each other, but at present, the commander of the Alien Purge Division's operation is obviously under a lot of pressure and is at a disadvantage. What's more, at this moment, a black shadow crossed the sky. Meanwhile, a dark shadow swooped down at a near vertical angle. Huge black wings are retracted back. It opened violently when it was about to fall to the ground. When everyone looked at it, they saw that it was a pair of huge wings with black feathers and a wingspan of nearly 5 m. The person who came was a middle-aged man with a tall figure and a cold face. Who is that? Who allowed tranquility? The commander stared at the black-winged man who fell from the sky with a pale face. Stop acting immediately. The hostages are still in their hands. In the center of the ruins, the voice of the aberration wearing the iron mask was harsh. Very good. It seems that you want this yellow-haired kid to die. I have tens of seconds. If you don't remove this birdman, just wait to collect the corpse. 10. The black-winged man was suspended in the air 20 meters in the air, and his wings slowly flapped. 9. The commander frowned and grabbed the loudspeaker. That awakened one. Withdraw from the combat zone immediately. That's an order. 8, 7, 6, 5. The black feather broke through the air and penetrated the eyebrows of the Iron Mask. The man swooped down like a cannonball. Where the wings swept by, the first mutant was cut off. The mutants on the ground didn't even have time to make a defensive stance. A mutant neck was directly twisted. The head wearing an inferior Iron Mask rotated 360 degrees. The body has not yet fallen to the ground. The man's figure has already appeared in front of the second target. The mutant wore a replica Manhwa mask and raised his modified shotgun in a panic. The man raised his hand, and a black feather shot out, nailed into the center of the eyebrow. There is also a mutant trying to escape. As soon as he turned around, he saw the man standing in front of it at some point. Click! The wings closed forward, like two giant blades crossing and slashing. The torso is broken into 3 sections and the incision is flat. 5 seconds. Only 3 bodies were left at the scene, gradually cold. The man walked up to the hostage in yellow fur and pulled off the hood. But where is the yellow hair under the hood? It is just a distortion pretending to be yellow hair. This aberration was paralyzed from fright and was about to blow itself up. The man crushed its throat bone expressionlessly. Then, spread your wings and soar into the sky. The real yellow hair has long been transferred, and these are just abandoned children. The commander staggered to the body in yellow fur and lifted his hood tremblingly. A distorted face twisted. Fake. The surrounding cleaners fell into dead silence. The black-winged man landed high on the ruins, scanning the audience indifferently, his eyes lingering on the dummy hostage for a moment, and the corners of his mouth tugged imperceptibly. The commander asked sharply, "Who gave you the authority to act without authorization?" The man didn't answer, just took out a silver badge from his arms and threw it down. The badge flips in the air, landed precisely at the commander's feet. It is engraved with the words, Supervision Division, and Lin. The commander's pupils shrank suddenly. The inspectorate is not a small position. And the surname Lin. Huang Mao's father is also surnamed Lin. Who are you? This person has a close relationship with Huang Mao's father. The black-winged man had already flapped his wings. The commander reacted suddenly. No wonder the other party dared to do it directly. He had already seen that the hostages were fake. They were put in one place here. Huang Mao has long been missing. The commander now wants to scold his mother. When this young master Huang Mao was with them before, he transferred the other party to a leisurely position. But the other party felt too stable. Then I had to enter this department and rush to the front line. And obviously, this black-winged man is probably also the existence of protecting Huang Mao's safety. Now there is no protection for Huang Mao's safety in the fog. Then it is very likely that Huang Mao did not let the bodyguard get close to prove that he was not going to get close. Damn it! If you don't have such good resources, you have to show off your ability, feel that you can do it, and rely on your own strength. Nonsense! The commander remembered the hardships of his slow promotion along the way. The background that I dream of. Where is there so much to do? The inner evaluation of Huang Mao is, I don't know the blessing in the blessing. Vegetable and fun. A crisp sound. All the muzzles turned to the sound source in an instant, and the searchlight illuminated the area. Sujan slowly walked out from behind the broken wall, raising his hand slightly to indicate that he was not hostile. He made a sound on purpose, otherwise, as a student of Suzaku Academy, it would be too suspicious to sneak away in this situation. Why don't you go out and explain to them and reveal your identity? This is the right thing to do. Stop. Identity. The commander shouted sharply. The cleaner beside him had already buckled his finger on the trigger. Sujan just took out a crimson Suzaku badge from his arms and said calmly, Suzaku Academy, carry out the mission. Who? He saw everything just now, including the black-winged man, as well as the picture of the mutants being killed, and the yellow hair is fake. A technician quickly stepped forward and used a scanner to confirm the authenticity of the badge. If you pass the verification, you are indeed a registered student of Suzaku Academy. When everyone heard this, their eyes had a hint of respect. After all, the name of Suzaku Academy really resounded throughout the circle of Dasha Awakeners. The commander's eyes instantly stabilized. How much do you know about the situation here? Your people are ambushed. Sujan took back the badge and said in a flat tone, Aberration and mist creatures have joined forces to wipe out the entire army. The commander frowned. Can you be more detailed? Sujan patiently explained. Of course, he only said that he was watching all the way, because the enemy was too strong, so he didn't come out. After saying that, he was about to leave. The commander took a step forward. What else do you see? In which direction did those mutants retreat? The whereabouts of the yellow-haired young master. Sujan's head waved his hand without looking back. I'm just a student. I only know so much. Everyone still wanted to ask. Sujan's figure had disappeared into the corner of the ruins. The commander stared in the direction he was leaving, his brows furrowed. He couldn't help the other party say so. After all, his identity was there, even if he was a student of Suzaku Senkaku Academy, he could not move easily. Continue the investigation. The commander sighed helplessly, worried. Wait, this yellow-haired young master really caused him a lot of trouble. He is likely to interrupt his career. Boom! What a bad luck. Sujan walked silently on this street, silently calculating in my heart. The traces of his battle with the misty creatures had been burned clean by a fire he had set on fire. Looking at the current situation, there is nothing beneficial for him to stay in this area. After all, the current level of the misty creature is not enough to support him to advance to medium danger. But the mission is 15 days. When the time comes, you can't write that he didn't do anything, right? Although the investigation tasks are relatively very free, at least you have to pretend, and you can't really do nothing. As for the black-winged man just now, Sujan estimated that the strength was above the tide realm. Hitting those aberrations is the same as chopping melons and vegetables. Huang Mao was caught at the moment. It has become a rat-throwing taboo for the abnormal Suching division and the black-winged man, and it has also become its own. After all, he accepted the task to enter the fog event and kill the misty creatures to improve his strength. As for the disappearance case in the eastern suburbs of Yunqing or something, he can only pretend. After all, there are people from the abnormal purification division in this case, so he didn't feel guilty in his heart. In general, he didn't want to hurt the life of the young master Huang Mao because of himself. He just wants to be stronger in a low-key manner, instead of making enemies. If you can't offend, try not to offend. Relative. Sujan would not deliberately please people like Huang Mao. It's too humiliating, it's too humiliating. His idea was, when he was strong, there were naturally a lot of powerful people who came to curry favor with him. Instead of thinking about these things, it is better to think about becoming stronger. Thinking like this, Sujan took a taxi back to the hotel. Now there is a fog incident in an area in the eastern suburbs, and the abnormal purification division will definitely investigate today. Then give them today's time. Sujan decided to go again tomorrow. Go later, after all, he still has a task on his back, at least he has to pretend. Next, Sujan finally took a taxi. Lali looked at Sujan through the rearview mirror. Young man, are you going to the eastern suburbs again? I remember you seem to have ridden in my car, right? It seems to be from out of town. Sujan nodded. I have a good memory. But there was a hint of caution in my heart. It's a bit of a coincidence, it's this driver both times. It's not a bad thing to keep an eye on it. Those who do our business are the best at recognizing people. Lali patted the steering wheel proudly, but now there are not many drivers who dare to take orders in the eastern suburbs. That is, Lali, are bold. Why do you dare to pick it up? Sujan asked. Didn't you say last time that the drivers all walked around the eastern suburbs? Lali smiled. Isn't this a different situation? You don't know. Something big happened in the eastern suburbs yesterday. What's the big deal? Sujan asked cooperatively. He wanted to hear the stories in the ears of these flat-headed people. Ouch. Lali patted his thigh. Wasn't it foggy in the eastern suburbs yesterday, but all the people of the abnormal purification division were planted in it. It's crazy on the internet. Sujan pretended to be curious. What's going on? I heard that many people have died. Lali lowered his voice. I heard everyone in that fog incident was dead, and I heard that the son of a high-ranking official was also arrested. At that time, when the fog cleared, many people saw the commander of the Alien Purge Division confronting the aberration, because the parents of the hostages on the opposite side were high-ranking officials, otherwise they would have rushed in long ago. Who would care about these people? Sujan continued to ask, is the news reliable? That must be reliable. Lali swore. There were so many people present at that time, I couldn't fake it, but the most exciting thing was I heard that a ruthless man with wings fell from the sky, and he slaughtered all those aberrants in a few clicks. Wings? Sujan asked cooperatively. Lali gestured. But this person is an official person, so the news can't be spread. After all, this involves people's privacy, and the official will take action. But you know that it's good to have such a person. The car drove past the checkpoint. Several heavily armed clearances were inspecting the vehicle. Lali skillfully took out his pass. Look, how strict the investigation is now. Who dares to run to the eastern suburbs before it has to be put on hold? Since yesterday's fog event, the pressure of public opinion is too great. The abnormal purge division of Cloud City must make some action, otherwise the black gauze hat on his head will not be saved. Sujan looked at the additional patrol outside the window. So it's safe now? Safety? Yes. Lali sneered. That's the official statement. I'm also gossip. Those aberrations are not dead at all. They just hid. The car suddenly braked suddenly. There were barricades in front, and cleaners wearing gas masks were checking the trunks one by one. Lali muttered and lined up. Damn, check. Again. What is the internet saying about this now? Sujan continued to ask. Hi. Everything is said. Lali waved his hand uninterestingly. There are all alien invasions. Sujan chuckled. What do you think? Do you want me to say it? Lali mysteriously lowered his voice. This must be a moth made by those rich people. Didn't you notice? Every time something happens, it's in the poor area. I think we should check those rich people and those powerful people, and arrest a lot of traitors. Sujan smiled when he heard this. this but did not speak when he was sitting in the auditorium before he participated in the trial. At that time, Zhou Yuashan said, "The reason why aberrants often summon fog in underdeveloped areas. It is because there are more awakened people in developed areas. In places like suburbs and rural areas, the less developed they are, the fewer awakened people will be. It is also more suitable for hunting." That question has persisted for so many years. Why? Can't solve it or don't want to solve it? Su Zhan couldn't figure out the meaning of the above. As for Lao Li's guess, he didn't even know. If you are not in that position, you cannot understand what the person in that position thinks. Whether it is right or wrong, whether it is true or false, do not make an evaluation. The car slowly passed the checkpoint. The cleaners carefully checked the trunk before letting it go. Lali continued to gum, but now the official pressure is also great. I heard that the arrested young master and his father have come forward in person. If you want me to say, these big people are. Su Zhan interrupted him and pointed to the cordon ahead. Just stop here. Lali stepped on the brakes unexpectedly. Young man, listen to my uncle's advice and leave quickly after finishing your business. Su Zhan nodded, scanned the code to pay, and got out of the car. This old Li is quite interesting. It's the same with talking. How to say it? There is a have your own understanding of the world. A funny taxi driver. Su Zhan came to the area in the eastern suburbs where the fog occurred yesterday. As far as the eye can see, it is a ruin. It's here. The charred remains of the building were supported by broken steel bars. The road was littered with deformed shell casings and frozen blood. Several armored vehicles burned into empty shells lay in the middle of the road. There was a smell of blood and burning in the air. Stop. Forbidden area ahead. Two clearances emerged from behind the bunker and pointed their guns at Su Zhan. Su Zhan showed off the Suzaku badge, investigation mission. After scanning with the instrument, the cleaner vigilantly gave way. Do not destroy the traces of the scene and report any abnormalities immediately. Su Zhan nodded and took a step. The further you go, the more shocking the battle marks become. One wall has claw marks with a diameter of 2 meters. There are corrosion pits with a diameter of 5 meters on the asphalt pavement. Several technicians in white coats were collecting samples, and when they saw Su Zhan, their bodies were obviously tense. Su Zhan turned half a circle. In order to verify his conjecture, he came to the hardware store of the boss surnamed Zhou. This area has not been set on fire by him, so it was relatively only a great deal of damage. Like this hardware store, the door is just a little broken. Su Zhan felt a little more vigilant in his heart, and stretched out his hand to slowly push open the broken door of the hardware store. Su Zhan pushed open the creaking iron door. The store was in disarray, shelves collapsed and hardware parts were scattered all over the place. But strangely there was no blood. Hey, who let you in? A clearing officer walked quickly, his voice unhappy. Su Zhan showed off the Suzaku badge, investigation mission. Where did the owner of this store go? After checking the documents, the cleaner's attitude eased a little. Missing. All the people who have experienced the fog incident in this area are gone. Are you sure you are killed? Su Zhan asked. What? The cleaner hesitated for a moment and lowered his voice. According to the regulations, we have to say suspected killed, but you know, 99.9% of the ordinary people who disappeared in the fog incident were already in the stomachs of aberrations and misty creatures, and naturally there was no evidence to prove that they were killed. Su Zhan scanned the ground. His dog is also gone? Dog? The purges were stunned. What dog? The on-site investigation report did not mention pets. A native dog, yellow-haired. Su Zhan gestured to the size. I usually tie it to the door of the store. I really didn't see it. But, the cleaner pointed to the direction of the back door. Animal footprints have been found over there, and experts say it should be a dog. Su Zhan walked to the back door and squatted down, his fingertips brushing a shallow claw mark on the ground. Then he stood up calmly. Thank you. Well, still nothing. Just ask casually in the past 10 days, and you will complete the task. Oh, this is really too difficult to find. He is not Sherlock Holmes. How can he restore the truth of the disappearance case in the eastern suburbs through such a little detail in front of him? Su Zhan looked around boredly. Forget it, do your best. Su Zhan told the cleaner about his suspicions about Boss Joe of the hardware store. But the purges just nodded lightly. We all know this, but we still want to thank you for providing us with clues. Su Zhan nodded. After a few more laps in this area, he was ready to leave. Just walked to the edge of the cordon line. There was a sound of hurried footsteps behind him. Wait a minute. Su Zhan's head turned around. I saw the commander with a serious face walking quickly. He was followed by two heavily armed purges. Su Zhan, right? The commander stood in front of him and saluted. We have contacted Suzaku Academy, and the academy has agreed to let you cooperate with us in the investigation during this mission. Su Zhan frowned slightly. Suzaku Academy hasn't notified me yet. Not a buddy, he just wants to touch the fish. Why are you forced to go to work now? His phone rang. The commander showed a look expression. Su Zhan took out his mobile phone, and the three words Wang Mingyuan were displayed on the screen. He pressed the answer button. The tutor's familiar voice came from the receiver. Su Zhan, you should have already seen the people of the Suching division. The college has decided to send you to assist them in investigating the eastern suburbs incident. Teacher Wang. Sujan lowered his voice. I'm just here to do an ordinary investigation task. I understand what you think. The words did not fall. Wang Mingyuan interrupted him. But you have to know that Suzaku Academy, as the highest level awakening academy in southern Daxia, is originally in the same breath as the abnormal purge division. Now the Dongjiao incident is not just a simple disappearance case, but a major crisis related to the safety of the entire Cloud City. Sujan was silent for a moment. I can do the investigation task myself. Why should I be with them? His perception of the abnormal purge division was not good. A Doberman, a Qinbai, both have a lot to do with the abnormal purification division. Investigation, he only wants to investigate alone. Being around these people makes him uncomfortable. Sujan, this is an order. Wang Mingyuan's tone slowed down slightly. You are on the scene, understand the situation. The commander and the purges stared at Sujan, waiting for his response. If, Sujan carefully chose the words, if I can find out the truth, the academy will never treat you badly. Wang Mingyuan immediately answered, I will pack you a ticket here, and give you the privilege of free all cultivation resources of Suzaku Academy for at least 2 weeks. This is just a guarantee. If you make a significant contribution, you can turn it up. There was a brief silence on both ends of the phone. Sujan sighed lightly. I understand. Wang Mingyuan's tone was obviously more relaxed. Remember, the academy will always be your most solid backing, and you can contact me at any time if you need anything. Hang up. Sujan looked at the commander who had been waiting for a long time. It seems that we are colleagues now. The commander showed a smile. Welcome to join the temporary investigation team. Sujan, my name is Lei Chen, the commander-in-chief of this investigation case, and the position is the deputy commander of the abnormal elimination division. Sujan had to repay attention to this case. It's a good thing that cultivation resources are free. Now I have to work hard to investigate the case in order to earn resources for myself. Ultimately, and the other party's position. Very good. The deputy commander is above the team leader. The former Doberman was the deputy team leader, but why was he called the team leader by others? This thing, others will definitely call you a deputy, so the deputy will naturally be omitted. The strength of this position must be above the Shijing. Hello, or the team leader, but the standard of strength is in the stream realm. Sujan conservatively estimated that the opponent's strength was at the 4th level and above in the Shi realm. It's not that he wondered. His own strength is only the 8th order of the Du realm. The other party is so strong. What's the use of asking him to come over? But it's not easy to ask now. I can only ask privately. Think about it. If you ask now, what do others think of you? This is obviously very disgusting to the other party's statement. Anyway, working with them is inevitable, so the relationship should not be so bad. In a hidden corner not far away, Wang Mingyuan and Yi Hongyu silently looked at Sujan's direction. Wang Mingyuan pushed his eyes and said helplessly, Teacher, Sujan took this mission to enter the fog incident. Where do you care about the content of the mission? Why do you have to force him to arrange such an errand? Yi Hongyu narrowed his eyes slightly. What do you think is Sujan's biggest problem now? Wang Mingyuan thought for a while. The battle is qualified, and every time I will clean up the battle traces at the scene, choose a place with few people and start absorbing the life essence of the misty creatures. You want me to talk about the shortcomings? That may be too reckless, and it is a bit too greedy to dare to come out like this to absorb the essence of the misty creatures when suspected. You're wrong. Sujan's biggest problem now is not strength, but position. Yi Hongyu said solemnly, he has the dual identity of an awakened person and an aberrant, but he lacks a sense of belonging to Daxia. Let me ask you, does he usually show his approval of Daxia? Meanwhile, justified this. After all, he is only 18 years old, and he has always been a loner. That's right, a dual identity without a sense of belonging is like a time bomb. Yi Hongyu interrupted him. Now he can still control himself, but what about in the future? In case he gets out of control one day, you and I are accomplices, the biggest sinners of Daxia. Wang Mingyuan once again defended Sujan. Sujan's identity as an aberrant has caused him to experience too many bad things. Dubin, Qinbai, these two are the best examples. He has not joined the aberration camp now, which is already very good. He really can't help it. The aberration is in this situation in Daxia, and no one can change it. This can change. The corners of Yi Hongyu's mouth curled up. I want to create a sense of belonging for him, let him participate in the investigation, make meritorious contributions, receive awards, and accept praise from the media. Let him get used to being restrained and accustomed to taking responsibility. A sense of honor and belonging is the best shackles. Wang Mingyuan frowned and said, but will this be counterproductive? He may be disgusted. So it is necessary to take it step by step. Let him taste the sweetness first and then guide him slowly. Yi Hongyu raised his head slightly. When he gets used to the feeling of being respected and needed, he will naturally have a sense of belonging. Wang Mingyuan still felt uneasy, but his dual identity. It is precisely because of the dual identity that it is more necessary to establish a sense of belonging. Yi Hongyu explained impatiently. A strong man who identifies with Daxia is much safer than a lone wolf who is alone. Seeing that she was so persistent, Wang Mingyuan couldn't didn't say anything more. I understand, you want to restrain him with honor and responsibility. After all, the other party is her teacher. Although he felt that it was not good to deliberately manipulate Su Zhan like this, but it can't stop the leaf redfish. He couldn't change the fact that others were using hypocrisy and treating Su Zhan. He can only guarantee that he is sincere. That's enough. He can't change anything else. Do you know why Su Zhan is so slacker in this task? Yi Hongyu continued. Can't you complete the task by absorbing the life essence of the misty creatures? This is all an excuse. The real reason is that he has no sense of belonging to Daxia. Otherwise, such a mission that can save thousands of people, how could a normal person be so slack? Wang Mingyuan nodded in cooperation when he heard this. Although I don't want to admit it, this is indeed the truth. I also want him to understand that his ability can benefit more people. Yi Hongyu said with longing in his eyes, a strong person who is willing to protect others is the most reliable. Lei Chen spread out a stack of documents on the hood of the armored vehicle and pointed his finger at the top photo. Su Zhan, now that you have officially joined the investigation team, let's sort out the details of the case first. How much do you know about the disappearance case in the eastern suburbs? Su Zhan leaned against the car door and looked at the photos. I only know that it is a continuous disappearance, and the specific details are not clear. The case started 3 months ago. Lei Chen rubbed his temples. At first, a few night shift workers went missing, and I thought it was an ordinary criminal case at the time. It wasn't until last month, when 7 people went missing in a row, that we realized the seriousness of the problem. Su Zhan took another file he handed over. Is there any pattern to disappearance? 90% of it is at night. Lei Chen opened the tactical tablet and pulled out the map, which was marked with red dots. The victims disappeared when they went out alone, and the scene was as clean as. It's like they're lost themselves. Su Zhan asked, so you have been eyeing this area for a long time? Yes, but I didn't expect a sudden fog incident. Lei Chen rubbed his temples tiredly. Now that I think about it, it may be that the other party noticed that we were investigating, so he launched it in advance. Su Zhan continued to ask, what happened to Master Huang Mao? He died for himself. As soon as Lei Chen said this, he immediately realized it and immediately stopped. And then the person who protected him disappeared with him? Su Zhan asked again. Although he knew the reason, he still had to ask. What if there is an unexpected gain? More than that. Lei Chen explained, in last night's fog incident, we lost a full 12 people. This is the heaviest loss of the Cloud City Abnormal Purge Division in a month. Stress now? Su Zhan raised his eyebrows. It's not just big. Lei Chen sighed. Speaker Lin has given a death order. His son must be found within 72 hours, and 3 special action teams have been transferred from above, and even the military has been alarmed. Su Zhan nodded. Then where do we start now? Go to the sewage treatment plant first. Lei Chen pointed in a direction. That's where the last disappearance case took place before last night's fog incident. Su Zhan nodded. Ouch, it's uncomfortable to think about working overtime. I didn't succeed in fishing well. Now I can only work hard for the free cultivation resources that have been laid down in those 2 weeks. Alas. In fact, this thing hadn't cared so much since he planned to focus on cultivating the aberrant form. But since you have it, try to take it. The armored vehicle was parked in front of an open sedimentation tank. Lei Chen jumped out of the car first, raised his hand to signal the team members to disperse their vigilance, turned to Su Zhan and said, search separately, you go to the main control room with me. Su Zhan nodded, his eyes swept around. The factory area was eerily quiet, and there was not even the sound of insects. The two climbed up the iron ladder to the control room on the second floor. Lei Chen kicked open the deformed iron door. In the control room, the instrument panel was all shattered, and there were several deep claw marks on the console. It looks like they've been here. Lei Chen squatted down and wiped his fingers over a layer of sticky black substance on the ground. No more than 12 hours. Su Zhan stopped and frowned. Something is wrong. Lei Chen turned to look at him. What did you find? If it is simple hunting, the aberration can completely solve the target on the spot. Su Zhan pointed to the clean ground around him, but there is no blood at all the disappearance scenes, indicating that they are deliberately arresting the mouth. I heard others say that the scene was not noticed before. Now here's where I found out. Lei Chen's eyes froze. What do you mean? Why go to great lengths to catch people? Su Zhan said in a deep voice. Do you need a specific person? Is it necessary to have a large number of living organisms? Or do you need a lot of spare rations? Lei Chen's face changed suddenly. You mean they are hoarding rations? Or experimental objects? Su Zhan looked around. In short, we need to find their hiding place. Lei Chen immediately took out the walkie-talkie. Each group should pay attention, readjust the search direction, and focus on the following areas. There is too much surveillance in the city. They won't take risks. If they want to check, they will check those hidden corners without surveillance. Su Zhan said several locations, abandoned factories, underground pipe networks, suburban warehouses, mountains and forests, caves can be anything. These are the best hiding places. It makes sense. I'll check it out right away. Lei Chen quickly marked the map, looked up at Su Zhan, and his eyes were appreciative. The thinking is very clear. Su Zhan didn't feel very happy. I just think it's a little strange. Are these abnormal cleaning divisions so bad now? He can think of this as someone someone who has never been convicted. Why can't these people who have been dealing with this all year round think of it? Lei Chen roughly followed the direction given by Su Zhan to investigate. A day's investigation yielded no gain. There was only dried blood in the abandoned factory. There was a rustling sound from the depths of the underground pipe network, but by the time the cleaners rushed in, there were only a few gnawed rat corpses left. The iron doors of the suburban warehouses were open and empty inside. The cave in the mountains and forests is cold and damp, and when you go inside, only dead silence remains. Su Zhan didn't feel discouraged. After all, this is just what he casually said. If he says it casually, he can find the other party's hiding place. That's how there is a ghost. It's just that the other party is also clever. Hiding place. It takes a lot of effort. But they don't have time. That yellow-haired young master is still in the other party's hands. The more Su Zhan thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Forget it, forget it. With 13 days left in the mission period, just do your best. As for the result, I can only resign myself to fate. A young man stepped forward and said, we are still far from the Sunshine Orphanage in the mountains. Look at. Check a fart. Lei Chen threw the cigarette but to the ground and crushed it hard with the soles of his boots. Half of the wall collapsed in that broken place after the earthquake the year before last, and the old dean took out the coffin to repair it himself. As soon as we passed, it would be bad to make a noise and scare other children. Alas, the old director of the orphanage doesn't know how many times it has been on the news that virtue. In ancient times, they had to be rated as saints. How could such a person, in such a place, hide aberrations? Su Zhan frowned slightly when he heard this. Yes, it can be processed. Xiao Yang still wants to continue. Process an egg. Lei Chen shouted angrily, that old lady sold all the dowry to buy medicine for the cubs. You brought a gun in to search now? I can't afford to lose this person. Boss, Su Zhan asked at this time, what is the name of that orphanage? The young man was stunned, and then said, Golden Sun Orphanage. Su Zhan nodded, turned on his mobile phone and silently searched for relevant information. I was still thinking in my heart, is this commander so temperamental? If you don't check, don't check. Can the process be said not to go? It's nothing to check it out. At most I was sprayed a few words by the sunspots on the internet. But then again, who doesn't spray sunspots on the internet? At that time, it would be honest to catch a few along the network cable. After searching, sure enough, it was similar to what Lei Chen said. The director of the Golden Sun Orphanage, whose reputation outside is indeed a noble person who burns himself to illuminate those orphans. It must be checked. Su Zhan spoke. Lei Chen narrowed his eyes. Su Zhan, didn't you hear what I just said? Su Zhan said lightly, I heard it, but the process is the process. I am still judging the other party in my heart. This commander is too emotional. Can you not go if you don't go? How can such sensibility command a team, even hundreds or thousands of people? Don't tell me the rules. Lei Chen frowned and said, the youngest cub in the ruined courtyard is only 2 years old, and he wets his pants when he sees a gun. Tell me about the process? Just because it's an orphanage, it's even more important. Su Zhan said slowly, the more this kind of place, the easier it is to hide people. Lei Chen laughed out loud angrily. Tibetans? How to hide people? There are all orphans, all poor people. Do you think the dean will hide people? Or do you think those poor orphans will hide people? Then you have to go through the motions. Su Zhan raised his eyes to look at him. Otherwise, how to write the report? Give up searching suspicious areas because of the flood of compassion? Lei Chen's forehead was bruised. Don't be here to fight with me. Those children are pitiful enough. Commander Lei, you really have to be so persistent. Su Zhan curled the corners of his mouth slightly. I will truthfully record in the mission report that a certain deputy commander obstructed the investigation due to personal emotions. Do you think, will Suzaku Academy transfer this report to the headquarters of the Alien Purification Division? Lei Chen's hand froze in midair, and his face instantly turned blue. The surrounding cleaners unconsciously took half a step back. Of course, Su Zhan continued, if you change your mind now, these can be misunderstandings. The scene was dead silent. Lei Chen gritted his teeth. Gather all. Target Golden Sun Orphanage. The armored convoy bumped through the rugged mountain road for nearly an hour before finally turning into a gravel path almost covered by weeds. This is the hell. The driving cleaner wiped his sweat and checked the navigation again. There is no signal further on. Su Zhan looked through the car window. In the distance, there was a deep valley between two green mountains, and a few wisps of smoke were rising from the bottom of the valley. Green mountains and green waters, waterfalls, and creeks. Compared with the steel city built by humans, it is indeed unique. Lei Chen spoke. Ultimately, the convoy stopped in front of a gentle slope. In front stood a mottled wooden sign. Golden Sun Orphanage. Su Zhan jumped out of the car. The unique smell of the forest in the air. The sound of a stream murmuring came from the distance. If it weren't for the purpose of this trip, this place would be like a good place to escape the world. Why is it built in such a place? It's here. Su Zhan dusted off the grass seeds on his cuffs. Lei Chen snorted coldly and took out the equipment from the trunk. 1 square meter of land in the city is enough to build an entire playground here, and Dean Chen ran all the departments back then, and finally approved this mountain. The Cloud City policy, like this kind of undeveloped mountains and forests, also needs people to live and open up wasteland. Of course, there is no such thing as industrial zones. After all, this thing is the most polluting of the environment. Therefore, as long as you live here for a long time, you can apply for land for free. Dean Chen is like this, but this place looks beautiful, but in fact it is inconvenient. There was no running water, no electricity, no internet, and I had to ask my grandfather to sue my grandmother to get the electricity. Su Zhan nodded, expressing understanding. Judging from this information, the director of the orphanage is indeed a highly respected and selfless person. No wonder it is so respected. The iron door was pushed open. An old lady with gray hair quickly greeted her with a wooden cane. He was wearing washed white clothes. Ouch! Isn't this Captain Lei? Dean Chen smiled so hard that the wrinkles in the corners of his eyes were crowded together. The milk powder sent last month is cute for the children to drink. The seriousness on Lei Chen's face melted instantly, and he stepped forward to support the old man in 3 steps and 2 steps. Dean Chen, slow down. This mountain road is not easy to walk. Why did you come out in person? I can't sit still when I hear the sound of cars. Dean Chen patted the back of Lei Chen's hand, and his eyes swept curiously over the heavily armed purges behind him. Is this routine inspection? Lei Chen said softly. The eastern suburbs have not been peaceful recently, and all institutions are required to go through the process. The old lady was not afraid when she heard this, but her eyes lit up. That's a coincidence. The children are taking safety classes. Just let the soldiers talk about disaster prevention. Then, she noticed Su Zhan standing behind. This young man looks at the face. Su Zhan was about to speak. Lei Chen rushed to say, this is Su Zhan from Suzaku Academy, who came to assist us in our work. Suzaku Academy? Dean Chen was so excited that he grabbed Su Zhan's hand. Oh, hey, our little tiger talks about taking the Suzaku exam every day. Hurry up, go into the house and have a sip of tea. Several clearance officers couldn't help but snicker. Was glared at by Lei Chen before holding back. Su Zhan was a little stiff and let the old lady pull him. Dean, our equipment is. Lei Chen glanced at the gun on his waist in embarrassment. What are you afraid of? Children are used to seeing it. Dean Chen shouted into the yard. Cubs, here are the guests. Crackling footsteps immediately came from the brick house. Dozens of children of different ages poked their heads out of the crack in the door, and the youngest one was still hanging with snot bubbles. Instead of being afraid, they saw the uniformed crowd rushing out cheering. Uncle Lei, I want to touch the badge. That brother is so handsome. Lei Chen hurriedly caught the children who rushed over. Su Zhan just stood silently on the side, vigilantly looking around. After the children were finally coaxed to take a nap by Dean Chen, the yard fell silent. It's time to check. Su Zhan spoke. Lei Chen was helping Dean Chen clean up the toys left by the children, and paused when he heard the words. What are you checking? Didn't you see that the children just fell asleep? Su Zhan didn't answer and went straight to the nearest dormitory building. Hey! Lei Chen was just about to stop it. Dean Chen waved his hand with a smile. Let the young man check. We don't see anyone shameful here. The old lady followed with a cane. Just show you the newly repaired bathroom, thanks to last month's donation. The purges dispersed in 2s and 3s, more like visits than searches. Someone casually flipped through the picture books in the book corner. Someone poked his head and glanced at the big iron pot in the kitchen. There were even people who helped fold the quilt. Su Zhan's eyes swept over the old toys piled up in the corner, and then looked at the herbs hanging on the windowsill. Every dormitory is tidy. The children's names were affixed to the small wooden beds. Dean Chen patted the mottled wooden doorframe, looked into the distance with a distant gaze, and began to tell. 20 years ago in the winter, when I came to this ravine with an abandoned baby with a high fever, there was only half of the rain-leaking earthen house left. It was freezing rain that day, and I wrapped myself in an old padded jacket and waited under the leaky eaves for 6 hours before waiting for the county ambulance. The following spring, I took all my savings and the official notes and began building an orphanage on this wasteland. The first 3 years were the hardest. 7 children and I were huddled in a shed made of plastic sheeting, relying on firewood for warmth in winter, and being bitten by mosquitoes in summer. I remember a girl named Xiaomei who had a high fever in the middle of the night, and I carried her on my back for more than 10 miles to the town to find a doctor, and it was dawn when I came back. Su Zhan turned his head when he heard the words and listened carefully. The old lady continued. In the 5th year, the first brick house was finally built, and the county construction team helped me, and I didn't ask for wages. At that time, we had taken in more than 20 children, and we had to use half a bag of rice just to cook porridge every day. At the most difficult time, my children and I ate sweet potatoes for 3 months in a row, and used the money saved to pay the tuition fees for the older children. It wasn't until 10 years ago that the situation slowly improved, and some well-wishers began to donate regularly, and the county also provided school buses, and now, the old lady pointed to the newly built 3-story building in the distance, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. We have 87 children and 5 volunteers. The eldest Chunhua was admitted to the normal school last year and said that she would come back to help me after graduation. Over the years, some of the children who have gone out from here have become teachers, some have become doctors, and some have worked as construction workers in the city like Damao. Receiving letters and remittance slips from them every month is my greatest pride. In fact, fact, the most difficult thing is not the lack of money and food, but every time you send your child to an adoptive family. There was a girl named Xiaoyu who lived with me for 8 years and cried heart-wrenchingly when she hugged my leg on the day she was adopted. Now she is studying in college in the capital, and every year during the spring festival, she will send me a video to greet me for the new year. Dean Chen wiped the corners of his eyes and said with a smile, when people are old, they love to talk. Young man, don't be surprised, in the past 20 years, I have tasted all the ups and downs, but it is worth watching the children have a home. Well, you're great. Su Zhan gave her a thumbs up. Dean Chen waved his hand indifferently, and kindness appeared on his wrinkled face. Young man, I'm telling you these old things, not to show how great I am as an old woman. I want to tell you that there are always many good people in this world. If it weren't for the officials who took turns to send us rice and noodles, if it weren't for the doctors in the county hospital who treated the children for free, or if it weren't for those well-wishers who didn't leave their names donating money and materials, this Golden Sun orphanage has long been unable to hold on. That's what I'm going to say. A little kindness from everyone is like throwing stones into a lake, and the ripples will continue to spread. Dean Chen held Su Zhan's hand. And you awaken people, the greater your ability, the greater your responsibility. Ordinary people throw small stones, but you throw big stones. I'm old and can't do anything big. But you young people are different, especially good seedlings like you. Just like the children in our hospital, some will become teachers and some will become doctors in the future. But most importantly, they will remember to pass on this kindness. Young man, do you think this is the reason? Su Zhan nodded. I felt a little strange. Why did this old lady suddenly give herself ideological education? Do older people like to do this? Older people seem to have this problem. Su Zhan secretly slandered himself. They seem to naturally have a sense of mission that I have eaten more salt than you have eaten. When you have the opportunity, you have to condense decades of life experience into a few proverbs and stuff them into the hands of young people without saying anything. Su Zhan heard him say so much, and he was still touched. Yes, the heart has feelings, but not too much. People will respect and like people like noble people like Dean Chen, but they don't want to be the other party. This is the reality, Su Zhan said last, and then turned around and continued to inspect the orphanage. Lei Chen frowned when he heard this, and was about to go up to speak. Chief Lei. Dean Chen waved his hand indifferently. It's nothing, this young man probably remembers it in his heart. Su Zhan ignored the movement behind. What is this? He came to investigate. This Lei Chen made him look like a bad person. I am really convinced. I see. However, he did not lose his original vigilance because the other party said so many touching words and experiences. He had seen a person who was also respected on the surface before. Li Tinghuai, the dean of the Starlight Awakened Academy. In the end, he is not a person who cooperates with the Transcendence Society in order to help his daughter survive. The human heart is separated by the belly. Su Zhan was walking around the orphanage. Unknowingly, I came to the back door of the orphanage. Look down. There are several depressions on the muddy ground of the back door. Su Zhan squatted down, his fingertips gently brushing over the string of footprints that were almost washed away by the rain. Adult size, soul texture. Dean Chen. Su Zhan stood up calmly. Where does this back door lead? The old lady squinted her eyes and looked into the distance. It's all barren mountains and wilderness, and the path at the back door goes up to the wild path that the herbalist steps out, and few people usually walk except for us to dry the bedding. Where do you want to say? Walk a little further up, and there is a waterfall, which is a beautiful landscape here. Su Zhan tapped the almost invisible footprints with his toes. These are left by your people? Dean Chen took a closer look, shook his head and said, this is not. Have any children gone missing recently? Su Zhan asked again. Dean Chen clenched his crutches. There was a 6-year-old boy named Daodu, who disappeared during his nap 4 days ago. We searched the whole mountain, and later Captain Lei and the others also came to search. Su Zhan's brows became tighter and tighter. He quickly walked towards Lei Chen, who was playing with the children in the front yard, and grabbed his arm. There is a situation in the back mountain. The smile on Lei Chen's face instantly froze. What? Fresh footprints, adult males. Su Zhan lowered his voice. The child who disappeared 4 days ago. Have you searched the back mountain? I searched, but it rained heavily that day. Lei Chen's face became ugly, and he reacted. You mean, take someone up the mountain with me? Su Zhan had already checked his equipment. Be quick, while it's still dark. Lei Chen gritted his teeth, turned around and shouted to Dean Chen. Dean, let's go to the back mountain to take a look. The mountain trail winds upwards. After passing through a dense forest, it suddenly opens up. A waterfall cascaded, smashed into the deep pool at the bottom, stirring up a white mist. The roar of the impact of the water echoed through the valley. The air is humid and has a characteristic smell of nature. The water in the pool is extremely clear, and it is about 3 or 4 meters deep. Su Zhan frowned and thought. The footprints completely disappeared on the gravel beach 100 meters away from the waterfall. Su Zhan and Lei Chen looked at each other and dispersed tacitly. Search separately. Lei Chen gestured to the cleaner behind him. Pay attention to the rock crevices and caves. Su Zhan moved slowly along the edge of the pool. Lean over to check every crevice where people may be hiding. Fingers brushed over the moss-covered rock face, looking for any signs of anomalies. The cleaners were scattered around the waterfall, carefully searched for every inch of suspicious traces. The two team members climbed the rock wall on the left side of the pool and illuminated every groove and crack with a bright flashlight. Another team member squatted on the edge of the pool and used a sampling bottle to collect samples of the pool water. There were also a few people groping along the rock walls on both sides of the waterfall inch by inch, scraping off the thick moss with daggers from time to time for inspection. Time passed minute by minute, and the sky gradually darkened. "Boss, I didn't find it on the east side. There is nothing abnormal in the west. Normal water detection." Lei Chen wiped the water droplets on his face irritably. "Damn, the clue is broken again?" Sujun stood by the misty pool, his eyes always locked on the roaring waterfall. He said, "Have you checked behind the waterfall?" "I really didn't check behind the waterfall. Everyone didn't expect anything else behind this." "Behind?" Lei Chen frowned. "How can this water flow be?" Later, without waiting for him to finish, Sujun had already taken off his coat and rushed into the pool with an arrow. The biting chill instantly soaked the whole body. He gritted his teeth and swam against the current towards the center of the waterfall. The rushing water hit his back. Everyone was stunned. Sujun held his breath and slammed through the water curtain. Let the cold water hit his shoulders. Sujun narrowed his eyes and scanned the rock wall hidden by the waterfall inch by inch. At first nothing was found. The rough rock face is covered with moss, and it is dark green under the perennial water vapor infiltration. But when he reached out to push aside a particularly dense patch of moss, several unusual nicks were touched on the fingertips. It is like a parallel line deliberately drawn by someone with a sharp weapon. Sujun approached to observe, and the water droplets kept hitting his eyelashes. The notches are arranged too regularly, and Sujun noticed that the edge of the lowest notch was unusually smooth, as if it was often rubbed. He pressed the notch with his thumb and tentatively pushed it to the right. At first, there was no response. After 3 seconds, click, Sujun immediately stepped up his efforts. The entire moss-covered area was sunken inward by half an inch, and then slowly slid to one side, revealing a hidden grid the size of a bowl. The dark grid is a rusty metal pull tab. Sujun's heart jumped suddenly. He looked back at the blurred figure outside the waterfall, hesitated for a moment, and still pulled the ring buckle. The muffled sound of gears turning can be heard from the depths of the rock wall, but it is perfectly masked by the roar of the waterfall. The rock wall behind the waterfall forms a narrow staircase in the center that leads to the dark underground. A few damp footprints remain on the steps. Look at the size, is exactly the size of an adult male. Nima's. It's really a water curtain cave. Sujun's previous doubts and conjectures became reality at this moment. Lei Chen! Sujun shouted outside the waterfall, his voice drowning in the sound of water. However, Lei Chen is also the deputy commander anyway, and his strength should not be underestimated, and he immediately knew what was going on inside through his agile hearing. Followed by Shun. Lei Chen took a sip and said to everyone, "First report the situation to the headquarters, and then everyone listens to my orders." The regular personnel. Arrangement: 5 groups wait outside, survey the external situation, and are ready to support at any time, and the others will go in with me. Everyone said in unison. The cleaners on the shore acted in an orderly manner. Lei Chen led the heavily armed purges through the waterfall. When he saw the deep hole, his face suddenly became extremely complicated. Lei Chen stood in front of the damp steps, turned around and stretched out his hand to Sujun. "Sujun, I have to apologize to you." Sujun raised his eyebrows when he heard this. "I was too stubborn before." Lei Chen said sincerely, "If you hadn't insisted on searching the orphanage, we wouldn't have found this ghost place at all. I almost ruined a big deal because of my prejudice." Sujun was a little surprised. Yes, he thought that a person in a high position like Lei Chen would hold a shelf to some extent, but he didn't expect the other party to admit his mistake in public. Sujun shook his head and said in a flat tone, "It's important to investigate the case." He really didn't take it to heart. Whether these people are prejudiced or apologized, it doesn't matter to him. When the mission was over, he returned to his Suzaku Academy. These people continued to guard their Cloud City, and there would probably be no intersection in the future. Lei Chen seemed to want to say something, but Sujun had already taken the lead in taking the step. "Hurry up." The purges quickly followed. The beam of the tactical flashlight pierces the darkness. "It's okay." Lei Chen fell at the end, took a deep look at Sujun's back, and then quickly followed the team. The steps extend downward. The air is filled with a damp, rancid smell. Everyone tacitly maintained the battle formation, and no one mentioned the episode just now. Sujun walked silently. For him, completing the task is the only thing that matters. In a dark and damp underground cave. When Lei Chen led the cleaners into the lowest cave, the scene in front of him made everyone freeze in place instantly. In the iron cage in the center of the cave, there were dozens of ragged living people. Most of them are skinny. There are deep strangulation marks on his wrists and ankles. His eyes were dull as he looked at the crowd who suddenly broke in. In the corner were several decomposed corpses, covered in bite marks. "It's a missing citizen," Lei Chen said in a deep voice. At this moment, 3 black shadows slowly descended from the shadow shadows on the top of the cave. The leading mutant wears a one-eyed mask and carries an unconscious yellow-haired young man in his paws. It was the son of the missing speaker Lin. One step further, the one-eyed masked mutant pressed his sharp nails against Huang Mao's throat. He will die. Lei Chen immediately raised his hand to stop the team members who were about to shoot. The whole cave fell into dead silence. Su Zhan's gaze swept over the dying prisoners. All were chained, kept in captivity like livestock to be slaughtered in this gloomy dungeon. I didn't expect that, right? We are reluctant to eat it all at once. The one-eyed mutant scratched the yellow-haired cheek with its paws, especially this fine skin and tender flesh. Lei Chen's fists clenched and clenched, but no one dared to act rashly. Su Zhan didn't move either. He only felt that his task was almost complete now. He is just an investigation mission. To be reasonable, it is almost enough to investigate the ins and outs of the matter clearly. Now he is almost done. As for going forward desperately, if you can't do it, don't do it. Going to work is tiring, and this eldest young master is still in the hands of the opposite side. If he dies, who is to blame? Be a fool for one's pains. I really didn't expect you to find here. It's quite surprising. The sharp nails of the one-eyed mask gently scratched Huang Mao's neck, leaving a thin bloodstain. It seems that the abnormal Suqing division is not all rice buckets. Huang Mao didn't struggle at all. I don't know if he was in a coma or resigned himself to his fate. Lei Chen suppressed his anger and lowered his voice. Less nonsense. You are already surrounded. The whole mountain is our people. Let them go. I can consider leaving you all corpses. Full corpse? Commander Lei, are you mistaken? The one-eyed mask monster laughed and tightened its paws suddenly. The unconscious Huang Mao immediately convulsed in pain. Now we have the final say. The other two aberrations behind him immediately echoed. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Commander Lei really has a bad brain. I don't know the situation. You can see clearly, this yellow hair is really yellow hair. The smiling Buddha mask kicked the iron cage. The prisoners inside were so frightened that they shrank together in horror. What do you want? Lei Chen gritted his teeth and asked. It's very simple. You go right away, and when we are safe, we will naturally let go of this precious young master. The one-eyed mask tilted his head, approached Huang Mao's face and sniffed. Tisk. The blood of a superior person is fragrant. Su Zhan stood behind Lei Chen's side. I noticed that there was a thin little boy on the edge of the iron cage looking this way in horror, wearing a uniform issued by the Golden Sun Orphanage. It is estimated to be Daodu who disappeared from the orphanage. Don't believe them. A bloody man in the cage shouted. They won't let people go at all. They have already. Before he finished speaking, the morning mask suddenly threw out its claws, and 3 bloodstains suddenly appeared on the man's face. Be quiet, spare food. The one-eyed mask smiled fiercely. Lei Chen took a step back. We can negotiate, but you must first prove that the hostages are alive. The one-eyed mask laughed as if he had heard some joke, pulled up his yellow hair, and forced him to raise his head. Come, say hello to your saviors. Huang Mao opened his eyes weakly, his lips wriggling as if he wanted to say something, but he only spat out a mouthful of blood foam. Satisfied? The one-eyed mask let go of his hand and let Huang Mao paralyze again. Now, give you 1 minute, it will exceed the time. Sticking out his scarlet tongue and licking the edge of the iron mask, let's start having afternoon tea. The cleaner's fingers were on the trigger, but no one dared to act rashly. The prisoners in the cages let out suppressed sobs, particularly clear in the silent cave. Su Zhan's eyes were vigilant. This confrontation is like a taut string that can break at any time, and the first to bleed must be Huang Mao, because he is the most valuable. As for those ordinary people, the threat is a bit out of control. What annoys him the most is that there are hostages on the other side, because it's not easy to shoot at all. It's really difficult. But just as the two sides were confronting each other, at this critical moment, 3 black rays came in an instant. The one-eyed mask's head exploded first. The black feathers ran through the eyebrows. The violent spiritual power instantly detonated in the cranial cavity. Asunder. Together with that ugly head, it turned into a bloody mist, immediately followed by the smiling Buddha mask. He didn't even have time to scream. The second black feather penetrated through the temple. Spiritual power raged in its body. The obese body is even more obese. It burst like an overinflated ball. Finally, the morning mask just turned around and wanted to escape. A third black feather has been nailed into the back of its neck. The shockwave generated by the explosion of spiritual power shook the iron cage to buzz. The upper body is directly vaporized. Only 2 legs are still standing in place, with scorching smoke coming from the cross-section. Until then, the sound of wings gathering came from the entrance of the cave. The black-winged man slowly landed in the center of the pool of blood, his huge wings flapping slightly behind him, and the airflow raised blew away the fishy blood mist. He didn't even look at the 3 corpses, just bend down to pick up the unconscious yellow hair. This, my lord. Lei Chen came back to his senses, and his voice changed tone. Hey, he was silent for a moment, and then spoke. You are very good. You can find this place. Young Master Lin has a credit for being rescued this time. Let's say, who of you found this place first? The Lin family will definitely not treat you badly. Everyone's eyes were aligned with Su Zhan. Su Zhan didn't even react for a while. while, still lamenting the strength of the other party. The three mutants didn't even have time to react, and they died on the spot. The strength is definitely above the Tide realm. Until everyone's eyes looked at it. Sujan nodded at the black-winged man. It's me. The black-winged man nodded appreciatively and asked, it's really young and promising, a place that no one else expected. Can you imagine? With keen observation, the Lin family will remember your dedication to Master Lin. I am here to thank you especially for the Lin family. But now that Master Lin is not in good physical condition, I will take him back for examination immediately, and I will definitely thank him in the future. Sujan nodded, expressing understanding. But since the other party said so, no matter how bad it is, he will give him some money. Hey, having so much can be regarded as a psychological comfort for going to work. The black wings spread out suddenly. The violent airflow made everyone unable to open their eyes. When the wind stops, the black-winged man and the yellow hair have disappeared. On the ground, three blood-stained black feathers were slowly turning to ashes. Sujan, how did you come up with this place? We didn't expect that there was a secret room behind the waterfall. Lei Chen stepped forward and asked with interest. Sujan shrugged. Intuition. Intuition? Ha 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 ha. Lei Chen's eyes were complicated, but these are not important. The important thing is, Sujan, thanks to you this time, if you hadn't insisted on searching the orphanage and discovered the mechanism behind the waterfall, these hostages would probably have. Yes, a cleaner next to him interjected excitedly, his eyes shining. Mr. Su, it's amazing to think of checking behind the waterfall. Several young team members had already gathered around, their faces full of admiration. Are the people of Suzaku Academy so powerful? That mechanism is so hidden, you can see it at a glance? NB brothers. Sujan was surrounded by them and could only say, it's just luck. Also, save people first. Still humble. When I go back, I will definitely write a letter of praise to your college. Lei Chen laughed, turned his head and yelled at the players, what are you still stunned for? Call the medical team in. Sujan silently stepped aside. Watched the cleaners busy rescuing the survivors. Lei Chen was using the walkie-talkie to report the situation loudly, casting approving glances at Sujan from time to time. But Sujan's mind is no longer here. He was thinking about the mysterious black-winged man. Think about the benefits that the other person promises him. He also thought about the benefits that Wang Mingyuan promised him. This meritorious service is also considered a big one. At least he has to be given a month of free privileges for cultivation resources. These things are the real benefits. As for these, there is no value, no interest in praise and worship. For him, it was just a fleeting moment. The task was successfully completed. Distance. Sujan returned to the hotel. Book a high-speed rail ticket back to Suzaku tomorrow morning. I was about to call Wang Mingyuan to ask about the reward for this mission. The phone rang. The remarks are Wang Mingyuan. Sujan connected the phone. Sujan, you did a good job. Wang Mingyuan smiled and said, Lei Chen just sent the report, and the Abnormal Purification Division sent a special letter to praise him. Sujan walked to the window and looked at the night view of Cloud City outside the window. So calm? The sound of paper turning came from the other end of the phone. When I tell you what I have one for you, you will not be so calm. The dean specially approved it to give you 2 months of free access to cultivation resources. The corners of Sujan's mouth rose slightly. 2 months? Too little? Wang Mingyuan pretended to sigh exaggeratedly. Do you know how many credits ordinary students have to save to exchange for slightly more advanced cultivation resources? This is still for the sake of saving more than 40 civilians and assisting the supervision department to find the son of a parliamentarian. That's not true. Sujan spoke. Not only is it not too little, but it is a bit of a surprise. I thought there would be only 1 month at most. I didn't expect it to double. Come back tomorrow and come directly to my office to get the permission card. Wang Mingyuan continued. By the way, Professor Yi is also very satisfied with your performance. Well, got it. Sujan nodded. The two chatted a few more words. The phone hangs up. Sujan looked at the scenery under his feet, silently calculating in my heart. This mission can be regarded as a perfect end. He also formed a good relationship with a member of parliament. Obtained another 2 months of free privileges of cultivation resources. Still in the fog incident, the strength has advanced to the low-risk level 10. Perfect ending. Sujan slept comfortably with satisfaction. The next morning, Sujan picked up his bag. Belch, that is, a travel bag. It's time to catch the high-speed train back to Suzaku Academy. Sujan walked out of the hotel gate with his bag on his back. I saw a group of people blocking the door. Seeing him come out, a burst of cheers erupted. It's him. It's this little brother. An uncle on crutches pointed at Sujan excitedly and shouted. Before Sujan could react, the crowd had already swarmed around him. Benefactor. A gray-haired aunt grabbed Sujan's hand, tears welling up in her eyes. My daughter was locked up in that ghostly place for half a month. If it weren't for you. She was choked up and speechless, and the person next to her hurriedly handed over a tissue. A middle-aged man in overalls squeezed to the front, holding a pennant in his hand. It is embroidered with gold. Detective unparalleled. Eliminate harm for the people. 8 big characters. Comrade Sue, this is what all the workers in our eastern suburbs factory did with money. You must accept it. Sujan was a little stunned by this battle, looked at everyone with vigilant eyes. It's too messy, it's too messy. He didn't like this chaotic environment, let alone being surrounded like this. In case there are really people with bad intentions, it's best to act in this environment. Let go, let go. A little girl with a ponytail squeezed in with great effort, holding a large bouquet of sunflowers in her arms. Brother Sue, you are the great hero of Cloud City. Crowd periphery. Several students in school uniforms held banners with crooked words. Thank you Sujan of Suzaku Academy for rescuing Dongjia. A person who looked like a teacher with glasses explained, we are from Dongjia Middle School, and after hearing about your deeds, the children insisted on coming. Xiao Su. A chubby ant squeezed over with a bamboo basket. This is my own pickled salted duck egg. You can take it with you on the road. And mine. This is our family's. In the blink of an eye. Sujan's arms were stuffed with all kinds of things. Flowers, fruit baskets, hand-woven scarves, and even a jar of homemade chili sauce. He froze in place, feeling at a loss. Sujan wanted to speak. The voice was drowned out in the tongue-in-cheek thanks. My son has been locked in an iron cage for 20 days. The doctor said it would be saved in 2 days. My wife's anti-hypertensive medicine has long been eaten, if you hadn't it in time. The mutant who killed 1,000 knives is finally dead. Sujan stood in the crowd. Listen to these rustic thanks. It is impossible to say that you are unhappy. After all, a bunch of people around you to thank you and a bunch of people around you to worship. You will feel a little happier in your heart. But not much. Everyone. He saved those people just for the mission. So he took the task reward and saved people. It's an equal exchange. There is really no need to come over and thank you. Sujan, please take an interview. We are from Yunqing Daily, the heroic cadet of Suzaku Academy. Look here. The reporters carried long guns and short cannons and instantly surrounded Sujan. The flash crackled and lit up. Sujan frowned, but knew he couldn't hide. Classmate Su, I heard that you single-handedly found the nest of the mutants. Can you tell us about the situation at that time? It's a collective action. Sujan corrected expressionlessly. It mainly depends on Commander Lei and the members of the clearing division. So humble. It is said that you discovered the nest through the hidden mechanism behind the waterfall. Can you reveal the details of solving the crime? Sujan, it's just a routine investigation process. There is news that you took the lead in rushing into the aberration nest to save people regardless of your personal safety. What beliefs support you? Sujan, the mission requires. The reporters looked at each other. This interview is like squeezing toothpaste, but they still don't give up. As a top student at Suzaku Academy, how do you feel about this incident? Sujan looked at the more and more onlookers outside the window, knowing that he was afraid that he would not be able to leave if he didn't say something. Thank you for the training of the college, thank you for the cooperation of the Purification Division, and hope that the victims will recover as soon as possible. Then do you have any personal gains? Sujan glanced at his watch. Catch the high-speed rail. The taxi driver honked his horn. If you don't leave, you will miss the high-speed rail. It's time for me to go. Sujan Ru was granted a general amnesty. Holding the gifts in his arms with difficulty, he moved out. The crowd automatically gave way, but the words of gratitude were still heard. The reporters still chased after it without giving up. Let's say a few more words. Citizens are very concerned about. Until I got into a taxi. Turning the corner, those noisy sounds finally disappeared. The driver wiped his sweat. Oh my god, these reporters are more scary than the aberrations. Distance. Sujan leaned on the seat and breathed a sigh of relief. It's really troublesome. Hey, it's a bit bad to throw away these gifts or something. Or, you can't lose it so obviously, so I could only stuff it in my backpack. Fortunately, he didn't bring any luggage, except for weapons, only 2 sets of clothes to change. After stuffing these things in, the backpack is stuffed to the brim. The taxi driver glanced at him in the rearview mirror and smiled. What good did the little brother do? This battle. Sujan was silent. Just handed over another 100 daxia coins. The taxi driver immediately shut up with interest. After Suzaku Academy, Sujan stepped into the school gate. Wang Mingyuan had been waiting here for a long time, and Xiaxi, Su Hao, Lu Ziming, Fengju are also there. Sujan and them nodded in turn. Yo, isn't this our big celebrity back? Lu Ziming said with a narrow face. This trip has become a big celebrity. Sujan had a question mark on his face. Look at the phone. Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses. Lu Ziming is right. You are a celebrity now. Sujan already knew what was going on in his heart. Take out your phone. Open the trending search of video software. Yunqing Daily, Suzaku Academy's genius students outwitted the aberration mutant nest, and more than 20 imprisoned civilians were rescued. Awakener Weekly, the hero who came out of the fog, Sujan, a student of Suzaku Academy. Yunqing TV, exclusive interview with the families of the rescued. Without him, there would be no rebirth of us. Sujan clicked on social media, and the hot search list was prominently hung. Hashtag missed hero, explosion. Hashtag hot. Scrolling down, the comment area is even more lively. I heard that he is only 18 15 years old? This is too strong. My cousin was rescued, saying that the little brother is very gentle. Suzaku Academy YYDS. On the scene, the way he hugged the sunflowers, I fell in love directly. Some people even opened technical analysis posts on the forum. In-depth analysis of Su Zhan's investigative ideas, looking at the tactical literacy of the awakened from the waterfall mechanism. Wang Mingyuan looked at Su Zhan's increasingly stiff expression and couldn't help but laugh out loud. How is it? What does it feel like to be a celebrity? Su Zhan silently turned off his mobile phone and said expressionlessly, "It's not good to be too famous. It's late." Wang Mingyuan patted him on the shoulder. "But this is all good reputation, no problem. Brother Su is powerful." Su Hao gave a thumbs up silently. Xia Shi and Feng Zhu nodded in agreement. Lu Ziming hugged Su Zhan's shoulder. "There is nothing to say, you are famous. If Buddy feels uncomfortable, then it's okay. The internet thing, the heat will dissipate after a while." Su Zhan nodded when he heard this. People are afraid of being famous, and pigs are afraid of being strong. He is very afraid of being famous. Because of his dual identity, he prefers to keep a low profile. Unless there is interest. Otherwise, this will be a pure negative impact. A lot of bad things are attracted by being too famous. It is indeed as Lu Ziming said. The popularity of the internet will pass after a while. It took less than a month. It doesn't even take a week, and it is estimated that the heat will almost dissipate. And now I have to care about how to use the free cultivation time of 2 months of cultivation resources reasonably. I won't do the task in these 2 months. Strive to improve your cultivation. Then 2 months later, the realm of the fog creatures in the fog event should have improved a lot. Only by absorbing the essence of life can you get twice the result with half the effort. The plan has been decided. Next time, create. Su Zhan swiped the permission card. Identity confirmation. Su Zhan, special permission. Remaining free time, 59 days, 23 hours, and 58 minutes. Su Zhan went straight to the deepest pharmacy area. Familiar picked out a few expensive potions. After the medicine, come to a special training venue. Wave balance training pod entrance. The silver white hatch slid open silently. Reveal a training space full of futuristic technology inside. Authority confirmation. Cadet Su Zhan, 8th level of Du. Special training mode started. Soft electronic sounds. Ground liquefaction of the entire training module. It turned into a silver-gray liquid metal sea. Su Zhan stepped in. The ground under his feet began to fluctuate violently. Simulates the state of the deck in the 8th level of wind and waves. The first item, dynamic balance training. Robotic arms extend from the surrounding walls. Started firing low-pressure energy shells irregularly. Su Zhan must maintain his balance on the undulating liquid metal ground while dodging attacks. Note, the surge level has been raised to level 3. The fluctuation under his feet suddenly increased. Su Zhan's knees were slightly bent, and his body naturally rose and fell with the rhythm of the waves. Entering the second stage, water adaptation training. Liquid metal ground settlement. The training pod is filled with a special buffer fluid. It can perfectly simulate various water environments. Current simulation, turbulent river. The liquid begins to spin at high speed. Strong undercurrents are formed. Su Zhan wanted to complete the designated tactical actions in this environment. 2 months passed quickly. Public opinion about Su Zhan on the internet has gradually dissipated. Now there is no heat on the internet. Su Zhan breathed a sigh of relief. These 2 months can be regarded as the realm of cultivating awakeners. It can also be used as a realm to cultivate fog creatures in fog events. It can also be regarded as avoiding the limelight for 2 months. In short, the benefits are great. Su Zhan got up in the dormitory, stretched out a lazy waist. Now, his awakened realm and aberration realm. One is the 10th order of the Du realm, and the other is the 10th order of low danger. Both are about to step into the next big realm. During these 2 months, the family behind Huang Mao did give him a benefit. At first, I wanted to give money. However, considering that giving money is too materialistic, isn't this equivalent to the money of their family's yellow hair? So I changed my mind, decided to owe Su Zhan a favor. Just gave him a phone number. He said that if he needed it in the future, he could call this number, and their family would give him this favor. Repay this favor as much as possible, but the condition cannot be that it endangers society or damages their bottom line. All in all, it's a promise. Seeing this, Su Zhan hurriedly asked Wang Mingyuan to come and notarize. I am afraid that the other party will only make a verbal promise and regret it. Hey, it's actually more than a promise. He prefers money. He can't help but regret this promise. People have conditions not to do anything that harms society or harms their bottom line. There is a lot of room for operation in these 2 sentences. In short, the final right of interpretation belongs to others. But the money is really in hand. And it's also the money of Huang Mao's life. You have such a big family. How can you say it's tens of millions? Otherwise, how can you be worthy of your identity? Thinking about it, he walked to the cafeteria. Have lunch with your teammates. Su Zhan's words were not easy, and he sighed. Yo, what troubles has our brother Su encountered? Lu Ziming took the lead in talking. Su Zhan shook his head. It's It's nothing. That's good. But you don't have me. Lu Ziming pretended to be sad. These 2 months have almost swept me to death. Obviously my talent is so high, and I am still cultivating to death. How can you let us sleep peacefully? Su Hao nodded. Feng Zhu and Xie did not refute, which was equivalent to acquiescence. These 2 months of crazy cultivation also put a lot of pressure on them. No way, it's too chicken-rolled. Su Zhan smiled helplessly. He is under a lot more pressure than his teammates. Dual identity. The bloodline of the aberrant, the identity of the awakened. This exposure would be a catastrophe. Can Suzaku Academy accommodate the next monster? Will those teachers and students who greet him with a smile now still have this expression after knowing the truth? Become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can you have the right to speak. Only if the strength is hard enough can we be qualified to negotiate conditions. Now these resources, these privileges, and these smiling faces are all based on the identity of Suzaku Academy genius student. What if one day, Brother Su, the dish is going to cool down? Su Hao's voice pulled him back to reality. Su Zhan stuffed rice into his mouth, which tasted like chewing wax. But what made him feel strange was that, why hasn't Qin Bai moved recently? It stands to reason that with his personality, he is incompatible with the aberration. Even if Yi Hongyu rejects him once, he will find other ways. What a strange thing. In the office of the Dean of Suzaku Academy, Yi Hongyu sat at a crimson solid wood desk. Qin Bai stood in front of the table, with white hair and silver earrings in his ears. Put your hands on the table and clench your fists. Dean Yi, at the beginning I applied to you for a request to review Suzhan. Qin Bai's voice was very low, with obvious anger. You refused at the time, saying that this matter needs to be carefully considered. Let me wait for a month. I waited. A month later you said you would wait another month, and I waited again. 2 months later, I was asked to wait another month, and I still waited. It's been 3 months now, and I'm still waiting for a month. Isn't this entertaining me? Yi Hongyu crossed his fingers on his lap, looking calm. Qin Bai, this matter involves a lot of things and needs to be carefully considered. Be careful? Qin Bai sneered. Suzhan's suspicion is already obvious. I have already listed them all. The suspicion is very big. This kind of harm should be secretly executed. You also said it. That's just suspicion. Yi Hongyu raised his eyes to look at him. But that's enough. Qin Bai gritted his teeth and said, these agreements can obviously pass the conditions of review. You have to stuck me here. Isn't this a cover-up? There was a brief silence in the office. Yi Hongyu sighed softly. Qin Bai, do you have conclusive evidence? As long as you approve my investigation application, there will naturally be evidence. Qin Bai straightened up. But every time I propose to formally review Suzhan, you used affecting the reputation of the academy to prevaricate me. It's not prevaricating. Yi Hongyu stood up and walked to the window. This is about the reputation of the students, and most importantly, I believe in Suzhan. Qin Bai stared at her back. I can see that you are iron to cover up a potential threat. Pay attention to your wording. Yi Hongyu turned around. I didn't cover anyone, but the investigation must be done according to the procedure, and you can't ruin a student's future just because of your personal suspicion. Qin Bai laughed angrily. Yi Hongyu's brows furrowed. Qin Bai, pay attention to your attitude. You are talking to your superiors now. In fact, Qin Bai was right. She is protecting Suzhan. She just bet on Suzhan. Qin Bai's attitude was not unexpected. She still knows something about this person. It doesn't matter who you are at all. If it weren't for her strength being above the other party may really do it. Yes, speaking of hands-on, Yi Honyu's eyes showed a hint of danger. Qin Bai's character is destined not to give up the investigation of Suzhan. Okay, this goes on. It will bring very trouble to Suzhan and himself. So instead of that, why not let him disappear completely? Yi Hongyu silently measured in his heart. Qin Bai, SSS Life Soul Awakener, the peak of the Abyss Realm. It was only a matter of time before he broke through to the Sea Realm. Suzhan, the danger to Bactria is known, and the future height is, but it is unknown. But since it is ready, the plan to put the chips on Suzhan. It is not a big deal to let Daxia lose a Qin Bai. Yi Hongyu's eyes were locked on Qin Bai. Right hand behind your back. Spiritual power is quietly gathering. Qin Bai didn't notice, or Yi Hongyu hit it very well. At this moment, knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Yi Hongyu quietly dissipated the spiritual power in his hand. Who? It's me, teacher. Wang Mingyuan's voice came from outside. Yi Hongyu said, come in. Wang Mingyuan pushed open the door and came in, and was a little surprised to see Qin Bai also here. Qin Bai saw this and didn't stay any longer. Dean Yi, teacher Wang, I don't need to be here if you talk between master and apprentice. There will be a period later. Regardless of Yi Hongyu and Wang Mingyuan's consent, he walked out of the office. Wang Mingyuan silently closed the door, turned his head to look at Yi Hongyu. Teacher, does he want to come to review Suzhan again? Yi Hongyu nodded, raised his hand, and a light red spiritual power soundproof cover appeared, enveloping the two of them. Wang Mingyuan walked to Yi Hongyu and sat down, frowning slightly. Teacher, this person Qin Bai. I won't give up easily. Yi Hongyu nodded slightly. I know. Then you plan to. Wang Mingyuan wanted to speak, but he stopped. Mingyuan. Yi Hongyu looked up at him. Do you think Suzhan is trustworthy? Wang Mingyuan was silent for for a moment. His talent is unquestionable, and he is not overly cold-blooded, and he will save his teammates at critical times, which is enough. I'm not asking you this. Yi Hongyu shook his head. I'm asking, if he stands at a crossroads one day, which path do you think he will choose? Finish. The office was quiet for a few seconds. I believe in him. Wang Mingyuan finally replied honestly, but the final decision on this matter lies with you, whether you believe him or not. Yi Hongyu chuckled, slippery head. The next second, he said seriously, you also saw that we gave him so much honor, on the internet, in reality, so that he was admired by countless people. What was the result? He is even disgusted with these things, and his sense of honor and responsibility cannot bind him, so what should we use to control him? If one day he really stands at the top of this world, which side will he stand on? In other words, even honor and responsibility cannot give him a sense of belonging to mankind, and when he stands at the top of this world, who can restrain him? Wang Mingyuan pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. Teacher, I think the key to the problem is not what to restrain him, but how to make him take the initiative to choose our side. Su Zhan is a person who doesn't care about false fame, doesn't value honor, and doesn't even have much desire for power. But he has a clear trait, practicality. Yi Hongyu looked sideways. Go on. He accepted all the cultivation resources we gave him, and he was never absent from the special training courses we arranged, and even those commendations he dismissed on the surface actually paved the way for him invisibly. Wang Mingyuan asked himself, what does this mean? He knows better than anyone what is truly valuable. Yi Hongyu's eyes lit up. Honor and responsibility may not impress him, but interests can. Wang Mingyuan continued, it's not a small profit, but the kind of substantive benefit that can make him stronger. As long as we humans can provide resources, opportunities, and room for growth, we will always have more and better than the Aberrants. Yi Hongyu interrupted him. What if one day the Aberrant offers a higher price? Then make sure this day never comes. The more Wang Mingyuan said, the more confident he became. Let him understand that on the side of mankind, he can go further. This is not a simple transaction, but a mutually beneficial and symbiotic relationship. Yi Hongyu smiled and said, you are very optimistic. It's not optimism, it's reality. Wang Mingyuan shook his head. Think about it. What can the Aberrant give him? Hiding in Tibet? A never-ending hunt? And what we can give him is the top cultivation system, the most complete resource support, and the broadest growth platform. Yi Hongyu was silent for a while. Then what if one day, he grows up to the point where he no longer needs these? Then give him something more important. Wang Mingyuan's voice lowered. For example, a home. Yi Hongyu frowned. Home? Suzaku Academy can become his home, and we can become his family. Wang Mingyuan's tone became lonely. That child is actually very lonely, didn't you notice? He never takes the initiative to get close to people, but he never refuses the kindness of others. Yi Hongyu said thoughtfully, I hope you are right. Take 10,000 steps back. Wang Mingyuan finally added, even if honor and responsibility cannot bind him, the double bond of interests and emotions is enough for him to make a rational choice. After all, in this world, no one can truly be alone. That's all there is to it, and now we are paving the way for him. Yi Hongyu rubbed his temples. For example, Xinbai, I was planning to let him die here just now. Wang Mingyuan was shocked. Teacher, do it here. Yi Hongyu continued, I can't get used to people who are more arrogant than me. Xinbai really kicked his nose on his face today, making him look like a dean. Wang Mingyuan smiled and patted Yi Hongyu's back. Teacher, your personality is still the same as it was 10 years ago. Yi Hongyu smiled lightly. The reason is that the assassination of the president of Suzaku Academy was unsuccessful, and he was killed by the president of Suzaku Academy. Teacher, your reason is too lame, okay? Wang Mingyuan pushed his glasses. A peak of the abyss. How dare you attack the peak of the sea realm? No one believes this reason. So I thought about it and still didn't do it, but it wasn't because you came. Yi Hongyu said lightly, killing him will only make the people above more suspicious of my abnormal behavior, and a little investigation can involve Su Zhan. Indeed. Wang Mingyuan nodded in agreement. However, I still have to make it clear to you in advance. Yi Hongyu looked directly into Wang Mingyuan's eyes. If I find that Su Zhan is out of control in the future, or there is a great risk of losing control, I will do it before he grows up. Wang Mingyuan's expression froze, and finally nodded heavily. I understand. What? In the cafeteria. That's right. Su Zhan hadn't realized that his identity had been known by the two people. Ha 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 ha. I didn't realize that the reason why Qinbai didn't do anything to him was because of Yi Hongyu's obstruction. A month after a month after a month, it's been 3 months, boss. After getting to know his teammates, learned that they had been cultivating as frantically as him in the past 2 months. This is involution. If you used the word Su Zhan heard last time, people who are more talented than you work harder than you, what qualifications do you have not to work hard? But Su Zhan is more willing to say people who are more talented than you work harder than you, so what's the use of my hard work? After some understanding, I also learned about the realm of my teammates at the moment. Su Hao, the peak of the 7th order of the Du realm. Lu Ziming, the middle of the 8th order of the Open realm. Sealed, the peak of the 8th order of the Open realm. Xia Shi, the early stage of the 9th order of the Du. Even Xia Shi, who is very very talented and hard-working, has been left behind a small realm at this moment. The lowest cultivation level is Su Hao. It has a lot to do with his lack of funds. If it weren't for Lu Ziming and Xia Shi not asking for credits for that team task before, it is estimated that the realm would be lower. Lu Ziming's realm is directly related to his wealth. If it weren't for the more money, it is estimated that the realm is similar to Su Hao. Well, Su Zhan was thinking about taking on a few more tasks to improve the level of the aberration form. A message popped up in all the freshmen's mobile phones. Su Zhan turned on his phone. What came into view was the notice of Suzaku Academy. The final assessment of the first-year students of Suzaku Academy is, find a single task on their own, kill the aberrations of the same level and the same small realm. 3 are qualified, 5 are full scores. If it is a leapfrog kill, it will be counted according to the Academy's evaluation. Warning, if you find that you have borrowed the power of outsiders, your achievements will be invalid. Time limit, 30 days. Note, if you are a life soul without a combat function, the Academy has assigned you a special mission. Please check it on your personal homepage. Where no special tasks are assigned, the tasks are uniformly issued by the college. Final assessment. Here it comes. Su Zhan calculated silently. Killing 3 mutants of the same level in the same small realm is passing. The difficulty of the task is not too difficult, even simple for him. And it's a single-player mission. It can make him more hidden. Most importantly, he also needs to take on a single mission. This time, just right. It was simply a task tailored for him. Lu Ziming was the first to slap his mobile phone on the table. This assessment standard is a bit interesting. Su Hao scratched his head. 3 of the same rank. It feels stressful. What's the pressure? Lu Ziming waved his hand. It's a sprinkle of water for me. But, isn't this assessment too simple? Xia Shi slowly put down his chopsticks. Do you think it's simple? Lu Ziming puffed out his chest. It's not me who blows. It's just a task of this level. Feng Ju interrupted without raising his head. Blow you. Lu Ziming slapped the table unconvincingly. What do you mean? Su Hao hurriedly rounded the scene. Okay, let's think about how to prepare. Su Zhan ate silently, listening to them argue. I have become accustomed to Lu Ziming's remarks about blowing hard. Now I don't bother to discuss this topic with him. The more you talk, the more energetic he becomes. Lu Ziming leaned over. Brother Su, what are you going to do? Do it normally. Su Zhan replied briefly. Look, this is called a master. Lu Ziming gave a thumbs up, but seriously, do you want to exchange information? Of course. Xia Shi chuckled. You should keep your information for yourself. Lu Ziming's brows furrowed. Hey, you are. Hey. Feng Ju stood up. Since it is a single mission, then let's prepare for each other and go. Looking at the back of Feng Ju leaving, Lu Ziming curled his lips. Are you so anxious? Can't wait for us to finish eating? Su Hao hesitated and asked, will there be any hidden rules in this assessment? Xia Shi thought thoughtfully. Who knows? Su Zhan took the last sip of soup, got up and said, let's go. I'm going to take on the task. A month is completely enough. Suzaku Academy. The room of the commander-in-chief of the hunting party. Shinbai stood alone in front of the window of the commander's office of the hunting team, his face frosty. It's been 3 months. Yi Han Yu. Shinbai stared at his reflection on the glass, and the corner of his mouth pulled out a cold arc. What a dean of Suzaku Academy. Turn around and walk to your desk. Pick up the rejected application document on the table with your fingers. Do you think you can protect him like this? Shinbai raised his hand and slashed at the corner of the table with a hand knife. At the moment when it was about to touch the wood, it stopped abruptly. Only a gust of wind swept away the pen on the table. Shinbai took a deep breath and slowly withdrew his hand. Calm down. You can't let anger affect your thoughts. Since formal channels can't work. Shinbai opened the bottom drawer and took out an encrypted communicator, then let the people above you judge it. Skillfully enter a string of codes. A suspected mutant student is at large under the protection of the president of Suzaku Academy. Shinbai whispered to himself, tapping his fingertips on the keyboard. Such news should be very appetizing to some adults. The communication prompts that a secure connection is being established. Shinbai stared at the progress bar beating on the screen, his eyes gloomy. Yi Han Yu, do you think you are the only one who can play delaying tactics? Wait for someone to be stationed in the academy to see what other reasons you can use to prevaricate. Su Zhan, it will make you proud for a few more days. The communicator lights up green, indicating that the connection is established. Shinbai straightened his collar and brought the communicator close to his ear. This is the hunting team Shinbai. Please access. I have important information about Suzaku Academy that needs to be directed to. Report. But the other party did not respond. Shinbai picked up the communicator and took a look, and the signal turned on a red light. No signal. This is Suzaku Academy, and his special communicator like signal blocker cannot block it. How could there be no signal? Shinbai immediately realized that it was Yi Hong's dried fish, so he stopped immediately. Tuck tuck dash. There was a gentle knock on the office door. Without waiting for Shinbai to respond, Yi Hongyu had already pushed the door in. She wore a crimson dean's uniform today, with her hair tied back in a meticulous bun. Leapfrog notification? Yi Hongyu brought it to the door with his backhand, and his voice was terribly calm. home. Commander Chin, what is the first article in the disciplinary regulations of the hunting team? Shinbai stood up straight, his jawline tense. Major threat intelligence can be reported by leapfrogging. Yi Hongyu walked slowly to him. Then tell me, what kind of major threat is Su Zhan? You know what I'm investigating. Shinbai choked back unceremoniously. What about the evidence? The next second, Yi Hongyu interrupted him. Which of your so-called investigation reports can directly prove that Su Zhan is a mutant? Shinbai took a deep breath. Dean Yi, you know very well that this kind of investigation requires formal authorization to go deep, and you have rejected my application again and again, because your investigation direction is simply wrong. Yi Hongyu slammed the table, and the pen on the table jumped up. Shinbai, I appreciate your work attitude. I have kept in mind the threats you have eliminated for the academy over the years, but this time, you have disappointed me too much. She paced slowly around her desk. Do you think I didn't pay attention to Su Zhan? I personally inspected the child, tested his spiritual purity, and even secretly observed his training for 3 months. What was the result? Yi Hongyu stopped in front of Qinbai and looked directly at him. Except for talent, I didn't find any problems. Only after I have personally reviewed it can I be completely relieved of Su Zhan. Qinbai sneered. Dean Yi, are you sure you want to gamble on Daxia to protect a student with serious suspicion? Oh, Commander Qin, you are a smart person. Yi Hongyu's eyes suddenly turned cold. But sometimes, being too smart is not a good thing. Remember, at Suzaku Academy, I am the rulemaker. After saying that, she took a step back. Resumed his official tone. From next week, you will be in charge of the freshman's aberration harm lecture, Su Zhan's matter. So far, this time you will report beyond the level. I will not blame you in the past, if there is a next. Yi Hongyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Then go and force the border to guard the border for a few years before coming back. Qinbai stood in place, watching Yi Hongyu turn around and leave. The office door is closed. 3 minutes later, Qinbai slammed his fist into the wall. The entire wall was shattered. The members of the hunting team next door trembled. That's it? Qinbai said to himself in his heart. No, this is just the beginning. Suzaku Academy Dean's office. I have already warned Qinbai. Yi Hongyu said without looking back. At least it can make him stop for a while. Wang Mingyuan sat on the sofa, holding a cup of tea that had been cold. At the moment, he is the biggest threat to Su Zhan's identity being exposed, but he got rid of him rashly. It will only attract the attention of the people above. Of course you can't kill him. Yi Hongyu chuckled. An SSS level life soul awakener like Qinbai is on the key list of registered Daxia awakeners. Remove a bronze seal from the hidden cell. The surface of the seal is engraved with intricate runes. Wang Mingyuan took a sip of tea and waited for the following. Boom! I'm going to the south next week. Yi Hongyu handed over the bronze seal. The situation on the border has been unstable in the past few months, and the attack of that group of misty creatures has become more and more fierce, and now there is a lot of pressure over there. Wang Mingyuan solemnly took the bronze seal. Don't worry, I will keep an eye on Qinbai. Use the communicator I gave you to contact. Yi Hongyu pointed to the bronze seal. Conventional communication lines are not safe. Understood. Wang Mingyuan nodded. Yi Hongyu walked to the military map by the wall and crossed the winding red line on the southern border with his fingers. There are more than a dozen symbols of fortresses marked there. Each symbol is engraved with a small leaf character. The Dean of Suzaku Academy is just one of my identities. Yi Hongyu's voice fell. In the southern realm, the lives of 300,000 soldiers are tied to me alone. As long as I am still standing on the city wall, those monsters will not be able to step over the thunder pool. Wang Mingyuan nodded silently. In the academy, his teacher was a dignified dean. At the border, she is the Red Phoenix General in the hearts of the soldiers. I remember when he was a soldier on the southern border. Those soldiers who have been baptized by war often say, as long as General Yi's flag is still flying, the fortress will never fall. Su Zhan sighed. Wang Mingyuan hesitated to speak. Proceed as originally planned. Yi Hongyu had already put on the dean's coat embroidered with the Suzaku crest. Continue to give him resources, give him honor, and give him a home. You're right. That child is more lonely than we think. Wang Mingyuan put the seal into the inner pocket. I will take care of it. Yi Hongyu turned around and walked to the door. No matter what happens, prioritize ensuring that Su Zhan's identity will not be exposed. As for Qinbai, if he really crosses the line, use that seal and I'll come. Su Zhan opened the mission terminal of Suzaku Academy. He skillfully sifted through the task list and set the difficulty to top of the outer realm. The type is limited to personal mission. Soon, 3 eligible task entries popped up. Investigate anomalous activity at the edge of the forest in the cross-section. Location, Hengduan Forest. Objective, identify the traces of the recent frequent mutants and kill the opponent with your own abilities. Warning, do not go deep into the forest, otherwise you may encounter threats above the stream border. Award, 18,000 credits. Hunt sewer variants. Location, Shicheng Underground Drainage System. Goal, to remove populations of aberrations that breed in sewers. Special requirements, the environment is narrow, not suitable for large-scale attacks. Award, 18,000 credits. Eliminate underground black market smuggling channels. Location, Black City Dark dark alley. Objective: eliminate the aberrant gang lurking in the smuggling channel. At least 3 low-risk 10th-order individuals identified. Award: 18,000 credits. Sujan's eyes scanned between the 3 missions. Black market. No, buddy. Why can this thing legally appear in the mission? Carefully look for the background of the task to find out. Black City. Haching is located on the southern border of Bactria. It is neither controlled by local governments nor directly intervened by the military, and is a veritable three-way zone. The birth of the Black City. When the aura revives after the fog invades, the world is in chaos. All parts of Daxia are fighting against the fog invasion, and in the midst of this turmoil, a powerful awakened person stood up. This person's strength is unfathomable, and he single-handedly suppressed the impact of the fog creatures in the border area, and abruptly opened up a safe zone in a desolate area. Gradually, refugees, fugitives, and wanted people gathered here, forming a city that was outside the rules. Daxia's top management knows, but at that time, there was really no time to take care of internal and external troubles. What's more, this city did share a lot of pressure for Daxia. It is like a sponge, absorbing exiles with nowhere to go, dangerous variants, and even deserters who have retreated from the front lines. As long as it does not touch the core interests of Daxia, its existence is acquiesced. Over time, a unique law of survival has been formed here. There are no official laws, only rules maintained by several underground forces. There is no moral constraint. As long as you are valuable, you can live. The awoken trade forbidden knowledge here. Caravans sell goods of unknown origin, and even occasionally see mutants disguised as humans wandering through dark alleys. Daxia officials are well aware of this, but they have never taken action to rectify it, because the city is like a double-edged sword. It is dangerous, but it can also do things for Daxia that cannot be done on the surface. To this day, it is still a place outside the law. As long as you don't cross the line, you will be fine. Sujan really didn't expect that there would be such a place in this world. Is what you see in the information necessarily true? Why the city really exists? Maybe that's the real secret. He is untouchable at this level. Alright, Sujan breathed a sigh of relief. Black City. An interesting place. Since God gave him a chance to regenerate, he should have a good experience in this world. Sujan smiled inwardly. In his previous life, he was an old player in Vice City. He has chased neon streetcars, dealt with police in a hail of bullets, and glided between tall buildings. That city was left to his own devices. But, rob the bank? It's just an after-dinner pastime. Gangster fighting? Temporarily pass the time. Do you understand the gold content of 5-star good citizens? Black City. Here, it is much more exciting than the game. Black City. Sujan stepped down from the high-speed rail. Look around. The city's high-speed rail stations are unique. Brass pipes crisscross between the high domes. The high-pressure steam ejected forms a haze between the gear sets. Steampunk style? Rusty containers are piled up next to the tracks. Several ragged porters were numbly loading and unloading goods. Sujan followed the crowd slowly through the ticket gate. Exit the station exit. And now, the true face of the city is beginning to appear. The jagged concrete buildings are stacked on top of each other, and the facades are covered with thick metal pipes, spewing cloudy steam from time to time. On the street, the modified Ghostfire electric donkey roared by. There are also that kind of brand-name sports cars, one by one accelerating desperately, and the streets are like a racing track. It doesn't matter if you are a cheap Ghostfire or expensive sports cars. You can randomly match the competition here. Sujan frowned slightly. The information he searched said that there is no speed limit on the roads in the city. It's a bit interesting. At that time, I thought it was a bit strange. Now it seems. It should be true. A huge billboard flashes with neon. Above is an advertisement for a certain hospital prosthetic body modification, which is effective on the spot, and no money will be charged if you are not satisfied. Sujan raised his eyebrows slightly. Flesh and blood are short, and the machinery is soaring? This place. It's a bit interesting. Sujan just stepped out of the station. A group of figures immediately surrounded the shadow of the corridor pillars. Little brother, do you want to stay in a hotel? Our hotel has the latest differential massage chair, which can calculate the fatigue of each bone. Where are you going, handsome guy? Take my car. My car has just been filled with gas, and the air conditioner thief is cool. Take mine, new car, and free Wi-Fi. Little brother is a student, right? Students take my car at a discount of 80%, and the trunk can still put luggage. Not to be outdone, the following drivers were not to be outdone. Do you want to go to the airport? Leave now. Distance. Long-distance carpooling is one place away and leave. Direct access to the city center, no detours. On this hot day, the bus will have to wait for a long time. That's it. Now the price of online car hailing has increased and our price is affordable. Come up, brother. I promise to deliver it safely to you. I have been driving for 10 years with 0 accidents. Seeing this, other drivers also opened their car doors. Sujan was a little helpless. In a place like the Black City, the exit of the train station is still the same as everywhere else. How did this thing achieve national unification? Sujan casually chose a car that looked cleaner. The other drivers were suddenly deflated and dispersed angrily to continue waiting for the next bus. "Where are you going, handsome guy?" the driver asked as he started the car. "Black Sky Hotel." Sujan reported the name of the place. "Black Sky Hotel?" The driver tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. He was holding an e-cigarette, and his cigarette butt glowed with a dark blue light. "Spit out a mouthful of mint-smelling mist. Dude, are you from out of town?" Sujan leaned on the seat and swept his eyes over the car. The steering wheel is wrapped with glowing electrical lines. There are several oddly shaped metal pendants hanging from the rearview mirror. Some kind of electronic music was playing on the car stereo. Sujan nodded. "Well, it's the first time I'm here." The driver grinned. "Then you can be considered the right person. I have been driving in this city for 8 years and know everything. The city has not been peaceful lately, and something has happened on the black market." Sujan raised his eyebrows. "Oh, I heard that someone stole the goods." The driver lowered his voice. "It's not an ordinary product. It's that kind of can't see the light. Now several groups of people in the city are looking for it, and the black market boss is offering a reward of 5 million to arrest people." The driver sneered. "If you want me to say, if you dare to steal something in such a place, you are either a madman or really capable." Sujan asked, "Did you catch anyone?" "No." The driver shook his head. "Dude, are you here to run errands, or are you?" Sujan replied, "Travel." "Ha!" The driver seemed to hear some kind of joke. "Come to this place to travel?" He shook his head and didn't ask anymore. Just stepped on the accelerator and the car accelerated through the neon-lit streets. Sujan saw that he didn't speak, so he couldn't ask much. "Well, it seems that there are still relatively few known clues. Who said he was going to complete the task he received?" To put it bluntly, the task received is just a handful of pics. The usefulness is that if it can be completed, there will be additional rewards. It doesn't matter if you don't finish it. He has only one real task, the assessment task of the first year of freshman at Suzaku Academy. Kill 3 mutants in the same realm as him and in the same small realm. That is, qualified. Sujan pushed open the glass door of the Black Sky Hotel. A strong leaf smell hits the face. The lobby is dimly lit, and the dark purple ambient lights reflect the entire space in a psychedelic and hazy way. At the front desk, several young people in hip-hop style clothes were leaning against the counter, holding lit leaves in their hands, and their low laughter could be heard in the smoke. The front desk lady wore exaggerated smoky makeup, with at least 7 or 8 rings on her ears and a string of glowing codes tattooed around her neck. She lazily raised her eyes to look at Sujan, and tapped her fingers on the keyboard a few times. "Accommodation?" Sujan nodded. "Single room. But the dress is really avant-garde." "ID card." The front desk lady stretched out her hand, her nails painted fluorescent green. Sujan handed it over. She swiped casually, and the machine rang, and a confirmation message popped up on the screen. The front desk lady didn't even look at it, and threw back a room card. 408. The elevator is on the left. Sujan took the room card and swept his eyes over the glass display case next to the counter. Inside, a variety of leaves are neatly displayed. The packaging is exquisite, and even labeled with different flavors and concentrations, and there are matching smoking utensils and electronic atomizers next to them, and the prices are clearly marked. "Do you want to try it? The new blueberry flavor has a first-class relaxing effect." The front desk lady noticed his gaze and asked casually. "No need." Sujan withdrew his gaze. "Nimas. No wonder there is a smell of leaves as soon as you enter the lobby. It turns out that this thing is legal here. They are also available in hotel lobbies." "Good guy, really good guy. Today is really eye-opening." The front desk lady shrugged her shoulders, said no more, lowered her head and continued to fiddle with the hologram projection bracelet on her wrist. In the lobby, all kinds of people come and go. Several businessmen in suits and leather shoes sat on the sofa in the corner, smoking leaves and talking about business in a low voice. Strong men dressed in leather clothes and covered in tattoos swaggered through the halls. There were even a few young people who looked like college students, giggling and buying leaves at the front desk and walking straight to the elevator. No one cares, and no one cares. Sujan felt a little strange. There is a strange order in the chaos here. You can buy leaves blatantly, but never make a fuss in the lobby. You can disobey the laws outside, but you must follow the rules here. Sujan walked towards the elevator. The lazy voice of the front desk lady came from my ears. "Don't go out after early morning. The streets have not been peaceful lately." Sujan glanced back at her. The front desk lady was looking down and playing with the bracelet, as if what she had just said was just casual. The elevator door slowly closed. "Isolate the strong leaf smell." Sujan opened the door with the room key. The lights in the room turn on automatically. This is a standard business single room, with a simple decoration, a double bed, a writing desk, and an LCD TV on the wall. The air conditioner makes a slight operating noise and maintains the room temperature at a comfortable 24 degrees. On the bedside table is a menu of services that list the services offered by the hotel: 24-hour room service, laundry service, massage treatments. There is also a line of small print at the bottom. "For special needs, please scan the QR code to contact the front desk." The hotel provides all kinds of legal goods delivery services. Sujan, is this place reasonable even for PCs? trees? The leaves are also reasonable. It's so free. TMD is so free. Sujan casually put the menu back in its place. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, swiped his finger lightly on the glass, and the originally opaque glass immediately became clear, giving a panoramic view of the neon night view of the entire city. Giant holographic ads for Black City flash in the night sky. Several blurred figures chased on the roof of the building and then disappeared into the darkness. The bathroom door is translucent frosted glass, and the smart bathtub inside has been automatically filled with water, with a few glowing bath salts floating on the water. The display screen on the wall prompts, "Our store's feature, hallucinogenic bath salts, can be unlocked by scanning the code." Sujan ignored this, walked straight to the bed, and lifted the quilt. The sheets were surprisingly clean, with no strange stains or hair. As soon as he sat down, the mattress's intelligence system immediately began to scan his body shape and automatically adjust the support. The bedside panel suddenly lit up and a message popped up. "Boy, new guests detected. Do I need to recommend special services? Our store cooperates with 7 top clubs in Haicheng to provide VIP channels. Compulsory ad watching before going to bed? Even sleeping has to watch advertisements, which is good." Sujan directly closed the prompt. Distance. Outside the window, the neon lights of the city are still flashing. The roar of engines can be faintly heard in the streets, but soon it was overwhelmed by some kind of heavy metal music. The night in the city has just begun. The night is falling, and the neon light is rising. Sujan walked out of the hotel. "Since you have come to this magical city, you have to see it well. It's freedom here, or the Sin City freedom he played in his previous life." Sujan stopped in front of the roadside stall. The barbecue stall owner is a young man with dirty braids. Boy, his arms are tattooed with mechanical gear patterns, and 2 glowing electronic earrings hang from his earlobes. The meat skewers on the grill are flipping. "Something?" the stall owner asked without raising his head, sprinkling the seasoning with his fingers flexibly. "The signature is lamb skewers, which are charred on the outside and tender on the inside." Sujan glanced at the menu. 30 skewers of mutton, 2 bottles of beer. Only then did the stall owner raise his head and show a ruffian smile. "First time in the Black City?" Sujan nodded. I can see it." The stall owner grinned, revealing 2 gilded front teeth. "The clothes are too dirty." Sujan couldn't laugh or cry. "How long have you been setting up a stall here?" The stall owner flipped over the meat skewers. 3 or 4 years. I used to work as a mechanical nurse in the underground boxing ring, and then something happened, so I changed my career to selling barbecue." The meat skewers are grilled. The metal tray slid in front of Sujan. The stall owner wiped his hands. "Taste, I guarantee it will be stronger than any barbecue you have ever eaten, and the seasoning is mixed with some special recipe, the legal kind." Sujan was stunned. "What was added?" The stall owner smiled and said, "Yeezy? Black City characteristics, rest assured, absolutely not addictive." Sujan, "Believe in you, there are ghosts." So he silently put the lamb skewers back on the plate. "Okay, the city has not been peaceful lately." The stall owner reminded, "I heard that the black market has lost a batch of goods, and now all forces are looking for it, so it's best not to wander around at night." Sujan asked, "Do you know these well?" "Ha!" The stall owner patted his arm. "The guests I receive here every day include black market vendors, mercenaries, and even. In short, it's always right to be careful." The roar of the engine and the sound of tires grinding can be heard in the distance. Sujan followed the reputation. "I saw a few intersections away. Several modified cars are lying in the middle of the road. Several young people are drawing lines on the ground with fluorescent spray. It's about to start." The stall owner muttered unsurprisingly and moved the stall back. A whistle sounded. Several sports cars parked side by side in front of the starting line. The hood is sprayed with exaggerated graffiti and the exhaust pipe is sprayed with blue flames. The crowd of onlookers spontaneously retreated to the side of the road, and some even took out their mobile phones to start live broadcasting. 3, 2, 1. There was a deafening roar. Several cars rushed out at the same time. White smoke is emitted from the tires rubbing against the ground. Sujan noticed a sports car at a glance. This is a sports car painted purple. There was a girl in a leather coat standing on the roof of the car. She opened her hands and let the night wind ruffle her short hair. Sujan asked, "Who are they?" "Zidian gang." The stall owner replied, "Well, they race here every Friday." Sujan also looked at it with great interest. "Don't be afraid of other people's jokes. Drag racing is such a thing. The last time he saw it was only on TV. I really haven't seen it up close. Now that I have the opportunity, I can make up for the regrets of my previous life." Roadside shop owners are used to this. Some people even came out with coffee to watch the fun. The game was quickly decided. A beautiful drift of the purple sports car stopped at the finish line. The girl on the roof of the car turned over and jumped down, causing a whistle. The loser reluctantly passed a stack of bills. The winner scatters the money to the crowd on the spot. Sujan saw this and let out a roar in his heart. The money won is given to the audience. It shows that the other party is not short of the money at all, and what they want is this atmosphere and excitement. The sound of a flute came from the distance. But strangely, the crowd of onlookers did not panic at all, but laughed. The The vendor grinned, revealing the gums with missing front teeth. The city patrol division is here to collect protection fees. Sure enough, the two city patrol cars drove slowly to the intersection. After getting out of the car, several city rangers actually leaned on the side of the car to watch the game. One of them also took out his mobile phone, which seemed to be recording. Sujin felt more and more that the city was free. There is a good saying, freedom XX is strong, and gunfights are every day. But the order in this place seems to be pretty good at the moment. At least he hasn't seen the killing on the street yet. Guy. The stall owner looked at Sujan and took a bite of the untouched lamb skewers. Eat, why don't you eat it? Sujan waved his hand. I don't eat leaves. How dare you eat this thing? Was talking. It's okay. Several men and women in leather clothes swayed to the stall. It was the people who were dragging just now. The girl in leather driving the purple sports car was also among them. The entire right arm of the man at the head is mechanically constructed, and steam is bubbling at the joint. It's the same as before, it's more spicy. The stall owner immediately put on a professional smile. Good evening, brother knife. Sujan didn't need a string and scanned the code to pay. The stall owner winked at him. I wish you a good time in the Black City, the kind that is alive. Sujan, I thank you. Hey, new faces? Robotic arm man. That is, the man who was called Brother Dao by the stall owner. He sat on the plastic stool next to Sujan, and his metal arm smashed on the table with a clatter. Where did you come from? Sujan showed a shy smile. I'm from Jiangcheng, and it's my first time in Haicheng. A gentleman hides his tools in his body and waits for the right moment to act. It is always good to perform tasks alone, go out, and keep a low profile. This is conducive to reducing the vigilance of the other party. On the contrary, it can come up with more words. Jiangcheng's? Brother Dao raised his eyebrows. Why did you come so far? Find a job. Sujan scratched his head embarrassedly. I heard that there are many opportunities here. Short-haired leather-clad little girl. It was the girl who was standing on the roof of the car just now. A sip of beer spat out. Come to the Black City to find a job? Are you tired of living? She had purple hair and at least 7 or 8 rings on her ears. The little brothers next to him also laughed. One of the boys with green hair came over. Do you know what place this is? This is a Black City. A place where even officials don't dare to care. Sujan pretended to be surprised. So powerful? I see that you drag raced just now, and the official people didn't care. The green-haired boy said proudly. This street is the territory of our Zidian gang. Official? Do they dare to care? Last week, a new official wanted to issue a ticket, and guess what? I'm still lying in the hospital. Sujan showed an admiring expression at the right time. It's so handsome. The way you drag raced just now was simply NB. The little girl in leather proudly shook her short hair. Do you want to try it? Sister takes you around? Don't make trouble. Brother Dao waved his hand and turned to Sujan. Boy, I see that you are quite pleasing to the eye. I remind you, if you want to survive, hurry back to your Jiangcheng. Haicheng is not the place where a good baby like you should come. The little girl in leather interjected. Hey, if you really want to find a job, our team is short of a handyman, including food and housing, and a weekly salary. How about it? Sujan's eyes lit up. Really? I'm willing to do it. What are you willing to do? Agree first, and then talk about it. Now it's looking for something to do, otherwise how could things come to the door? He still has a month to do anyway. Let him investigate who did the goods lost in the black market. Sujan 100 is unwilling, because he is really not Sherlock Holmes. Last time I was able to find the aberrant nest on the back mountain of the orphanage. It's purely because I've seen Journey to the West. It's really just a fluke. Investigation is really not his forte. Sujan is more willing to fight. Go fight? Cool. It is said that the Black City is chaotic. Then there will be a lot of chaos. If you go to do something casually, someone should probably come to your door. Brother Dao laughed. Just you? You have thin arms and legs? Wait a moment and come with us. Let me see what you can do. Sujan showed an eager expression. Really? I can try it tonight. It's a big night. In the Black City this place. Call you for an interview. Can this be right? Sujan did not reject the other party, but planned to see what the other party wanted to do. Brother Dao grinned. Okay, the kid has the guts, and when we finish eating, I will take you away. The stall owner was flipping through the meat skewers on the grill, his eyes showing a hint of complexity, and then he immediately hit again. Brother Dao sneered, looking up and down at Sujan's ordinary casual clothes. Wear it neatly, don't look like a student. Okay. Sujan nodded like pounding garlic. I don't live far away. I can go back and change my clothes now. Now his character is a young man who has just entered society, eager to get a job to make money, and has no social experience at all. But to be reasonable, his clothes are simply casual clothes. Where can it have anything to do with the students? But in the Black City, Sujan swept the outfits of several people nearby. One is more fancy than the other, highlighting the personality. Then looking at my ordinary casual clothes like this, I really look like an honest student. The little girl in leather crossed her legs and looked at Sujan with interest. Hey, don't you ask what exactly you do? What if it's illegal? Sujan was stunned, and then scratched his head embarrassedly. Yes, as long as you can make money. I have been looking for a job in Jiangcheng for 3 months without. Now he is like a desperate fresh graduate. Brother Dao exchanged exchanged meaningful glances with his men. The green-haired little brother leaned over and patted Su Zhan on the shoulder. Don't worry, brother, it's just some car repair and miscellaneous work. I guarantee you earn 3 times more than in Zhangcheng. 2. Great. Su Zhan was so excited that he was incoherent, and thanked him repeatedly. I will definitely do a good job. I will also order simple welding. He seemed unaware of everything unusual around him. He even enthusiastically asked the little girl in leather for advice. Do I need to bring any tools? Just bring yourself, rookie. The little girl in leather chewed gum and spat out bubbles at him. Brother Dao and his party gathered around the roast stall with a big grin. The green-haired brother diligently poured a glass of beer for Brother Dao. Do you remember the last time you fought with the Iron Snake Gang? Brother Dao took a sip of beer. I put down 8 of them by myself. Ha, wow. Su Zhan's eyes widened. 8? The little girl in leather sneered and swayed Erlang's legs. What is that? Last month, we drag racing, and the official set up 3 road barriers, and my mother knocked him away with a drift. It's amazing. Su Zhan was so excited that his face turned red. I have never seen such excitement in Zhangcheng. Do you know why we are called the Zidian Gang? The green-haired little brother lifted the corner of his clothes and revealed the stun baton pinned to his waist. The latest model. There was a with short eyes last time. So handsome. Su Zhan admired Brother Dao and looked at the robotic arm. This must be expensive, right? Brother Dao shook his metal arm proudly. Customized model with electromagnetic pulse function. I just used it to scrap the eyes of the Iron Snake Gang boss last month. Su Zhan gasped, and the beer in his hand spilled out. I'm sorry. He hurriedly wiped it, and as a result, Brother Knife's sleeve was also wet. It's okay. Brother Dao was surprisingly good-tempered, and even patted Su Zhan on the shoulder. After tonight, you may be able to mix a modified part. They blow hard. Su Zhan listened. As we all know, after a few sips of wine, people will start to blow hard when eating barbecue. Su Zhan didn't listen to a word. He only knew one thing. Now the other party seems to have an idea about him. He just needs to be an honest person and know more about the Black City. It was almost early in the morning, very dark. The neon lights on both sides of the street gradually thinned out. Su Zhan followed behind the 5 members of the Purple Electric Gang. After they finished the barbecue, he followed these people to the interview. Go this way, take a shortcut. Brother Dao said without looking back. The scrapyard is just around the corner in front. Don't be nervous, brother, this road looks biased, but it's actually very safe. That's it. The green-haired little brother put his arm on Su Zhan's shoulder and pointed to the mottled graffiti on the wall. Did you see it? These are all marks of our Zidian Gang, and no one dares to make trouble here. Su Zhan nodded understandingly, curiously looking at the increasingly dilapidated buildings around him. How can a scrapyard be opened in such a place? Su Zhan asked timidly. The little girl in leather walked in front. You don't understand this, do you? Rent in this remote place is cheap and some modification work is inconvenient to do in downtown areas. Oh, Su Zhan nodded suddenly. That's why you are so powerful. Even the officials are not afraid. Brother Dao stopped. It's here. In front of him was a rusty tin wall painted with a crooked lightning bolt logo. The green-haired little brother stepped forward and kicked the hidden button in the corner of the wall, and a hidden door opened. Welcome to the secret base of the Zidian Gang. Lu Mao made a pleased gesture, and a touch of cunning appeared in his eyes. The inside of the door was pitch black. Only a mountain of waste frames can be vaguely seen. Come in, go in. Su Zhan hesitated at the door. Brother Dao's robotic arm put on his shoulder. What, afraid? Weren't you quite excited just now? Our interviewer is inside. You can go in and take a look. Su Zhan quickly shook his head and stepped forward. I am a little nervous. The girl in leather chuckled behind her and pushed him inside. Relax, rookie. After tonight, you will never be nervous again. The iron door is closed. In the dark, several pairs of eyes are ill-intentioned. In the gloomy junkyard, Su Zhan was taken to an office converted from a container. Through the blurred glass, you can vaguely see a figure sitting inside. Go in. The boss is going to interview you in person. Brother Dao pushed Su Zhan. Su Zhan knocked on the door apprehensively. A hoarse male voice came from inside. I saw a man in a suit sitting behind a metal desk. The upper half of his face is hidden in the shadows. There was an old-fashioned computer on the table, and the blue light of the screen reflected his taut jawline. No! The man pointed to the chair in front of him. Su Zhan sat down respectfully and put his hands on his knees in an orderly manner. Hello, I am here to apply for a job. The man tapped a few times on the keyboard. Have you done this business before? I interned at the 4S store in Jiangcheng for 3 months. Su Zhan stammered, his eyes wandering. When you go out, you give your identity, and you can just pull this kind of thing casually. Why did you come to the Black City? Because the salary over there is too low. Su Zhan rubbed his hands embarrassedly. I heard that there is a lot of money here. The man chuckled. Indeed, this side makes money quickly. Come in. At this moment, he pushed the door open and entered. Click. The door to the office is automatically locked. Su Zhan turned around in panic. This is? Sit down. Don't be nervous. The man slowly stood up and walked out of the shadows. He wore a smooth white mask on his face, with only 2 slender slits at his eyes. Our line. Confidentiality measures are required. Noodles, masks? Sujan shrank back in fright. Occupational disease. The man knocked on his mask. It's inconvenient to show your face when you're in our business. Do you know? The most valuable goods in the Black City. It's a fresh body like you. The mask cracked, revealing the hideous true face below. The face was twisted and deformed like melted wax, and the corners of its mouth cracked all the way to the base of the ears, revealing 2 rows of jagged fangs. Surprise? The Aberrant's voice has completely changed its tone, and his hands have turned into claws. Your organs can be sold for a good price. The members of the Zidian gang outside the door burst into laughter. Brother Dao's robotic arm slammed the door panel. Enjoy the interview, rookie. The horror in Sujan's eyes instantly faded. Ha 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 ha. Finally fooled. Sure, Yuan's pupils moved silently. The Aberrant's originally swift pounce suddenly became slow. Sujan's movements were so fast that he pulled out the afterimage, and pulled out 2 long and narrow straight knives from his travel bag with his backhand. He carried the bag all the time. When you go out, you must bring weapons. The words did not fall. A student looks like a student. It's reasonable to carry a bag, right? The main reason is that Brother Dao's people despise him too much, so they didn't even check the bag. The aberration was obviously stunned for a moment, but then he cracked open the blood basin and laughed fiercely. There are 2 times? But you think this can? Sujan had already flashed to its side. The first knife slashed diagonally, and the aberration barely turned sideways, but half of his ear was still cut off, and blood splattered on the wall. A low-risk 7th-order aberration. For him, it can already be as easy to brush off as a wild monster. Bastard thing. The mutant was furious, and the claws swept violently. I'm going to tear you apart. Sujan's speed suddenly increased by another gear, and the sword light staggered and slashed. The 2 sharp claws broke at wrist level and fell to the ground. The aberration stared blankly at his bare wrists, blood gushing out like a fountain. No, it's impossible. He staggered back and knocked over his desk. Roared outside the door, you idiots. What monster did you bring back? Brother Dao's panicked voice came from outside the door. Old boss? What's going on? Ha, run. This is AA dash. The words did not fall. Sujan didn't give it a chance to finish. The 2 knives rushed out. One knife pierced its thigh and the other through its shoulder. Nail him firmly to the wall. The aberration struggled for a moment, and the pain made him completely awake. He finally realized. The young man in front of him is not a lamb to be slaughtered at all, but a wolf in sheep's clothing. Click, click. Wait, wait. The mutant voice suddenly became flattering. Brother, I have something to say. I can give you money, a lot of money. There are good things in the warehouse of the Zidian gang. Sujan turned the hilt of the knife stuck in his shoulder expressionlessly. Fool, you're dead. These things are mine too. Ah, spare my life. Spare my life. The mutant was in pain and convulsed. I have eyes that don't recognize Mount Tai. What do you want to know? I said it all. There were chaotic footsteps outside the door. The people of the Zidian gang were obviously fleeing in a hurry. Sujan's figure flashed. Hasten. Those 5 people from the purple electric gang were beaten honestly. That's right, it's honest. 2 knives were nailed to this aberration. It is to beat these people honestly with their fists. Sujan sat alone in his office seat. 6 people in front. 5 knelt down, their noses were blue and their faces were swollen, and Brother Dao's robotic arm had been completely abolished and drooped weakly. One was still nailed to the wall and was still spitting blood. At this moment, there was no superiority in their eyes, only infinite awe and fear of power. Sujan crossed Erlang's legs and glanced around them. The 6 people all avoided this look. Next, you can have a good chat. I found out some internal information about the Black City. It didn't take long.